Chapter 1, Opening in a small room with the school beauty, taking off? You still haven't taken it off, do you want me to help you?
Ning Lang had just opened his eyes, still in a daze, when he saw a girl with a pure and fair face standing in front of him, her eyes like water, staring at him straight. She was wearing a white dress with a slender waist and a pair of long legs under the short skirt, which were white, tender and well proportioned. The look he gave her was so gentle and sweet that it made her heart beat faster. That temperament and feeling immediately reminded Ning Lang of the school belle from his previous school.
What did you just say? Take off, what do you mean?
Ning Lang looked around and found that he was in a small room with white walls on all sides. There was also a small bed in the room, just like an ordinary small bedroom.
What's going on? Didn't I stay up late playing games and then my eyes got blurry and I passed out? What is this place? Am I dreaming? Of course I'm taking off my clothes. What are you still standing there for?
The innocent girl in front of him saw that Ning Lang still did not take any action, and a hint of anxiety appeared in her originally calm eyes.
Take off your clothes. Are you doing this here?
Ning Lang's eyes suddenly widened, his eyes filled with great doubts.
What is going on taking it off right away?
Although the girl in front of him was very pretty, with fair skin and a good figure, and was probably around 18 years old, Ning Lang could totally accept doing that with her.
But what is going on? Am I dreaming? What are you waiting for? I'll go first?
After the girl finished speaking, she simply put her hands behind her back and unzipped the back of her white dress. As the zipper slowly opens, Ning Lang's heart was beating in his throat, and his eyes were fixed on the girl. I saw her long skirt begin to slip from her shoulders, revealing her fair shoulders, followed by a somewhat unexpected surge.
Swish!
The girl's white skirt had already slid down her slender and well-proportioned legs.
Are we really going to? What else? Do you want me to help you take it off? No.
Although Ning Lang hesitated, seeing that the girl had already taken off her clothes as a sign of respect, he felt ashamed of nothing and decided to just take off his clothes first.
Besides, this might just be a dream. Then enjoy it. In a flash, Ning Xi took off his clothes, revealing his strong abdominal muscles.
At this moment, Ning Lang suddenly saw that there was a small pattern on the Danzhong acupoint of each of them, and it lit up. A hint of doubt flashed through Ning Lang's mind.
What's this?
When he looked carefully, he found that the pattern on the girl's chest was a small sword, shining with golden light. The pattern on his chest looked like a cross, which was the English letter X.
What is this? Why are there such patterns on the body?
In addition, Ning Lang saw that there was a clumsy cylindrical robot in the room with the words self-service contract machine lit up on it.
Self-service contract machine. What are these? Why do I dream about these strange things?
But before he could continue thinking, the girl suddenly approached him. This made Ning Lang clench his hands and he was at a loss for what to do.
Are you still reluctant to be with me?
The girl's voice was soft and gentle, with endless tenderness and charm. She was shorter than Ning Lang, with long hair hanging down to her shoulders. She raised her head slightly and looked into Ning Lang's eyes. At the same time, they had already approached Ning Lang, and the two were almost touching each other.
She stood lightly on tiptoe.
Then she hugged Ning Lang with her slender body. Their skin immediately touched each other, accompanied by a smooth and delicate touch.
Ning Lang was suddenly excited.
The tip of my nose could smell the faint scent of shampoo coming from her hair. I can even hear my own heartbeat clearly.
Boom 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 boom. Etc. Ning Lang was suddenly shocked. That's not right. How can this feel so real? This doesn't feel like a dream at all.
Dreams don't feel this real.
Could it be that all this is actually happening? But who is this girl in front of me?
I have never seen her before.
Where is this room? It can't be that I traveled through time, right? Sudden. The girl leaned towards Ning Lang with a little force.
Ning Lang also quickly reached out and held the girl's slender waist, his hands trembling slightly. After all, this is the first time I hugged such a beautiful girl with such a good figure. Never mind, let us just travel through time and finish our business first. Ning Lang felt a little tipsy at this time. He saw the girl in front of him had closed her eyes.
Well, it's probably time for the next step.
So, he moved closer to her face. His lips also covered over and kissed her rosy lips.
What are you doing?
Lin Xi screamed suddenly, and after feeling something was wrong, he quickly dodged to the right. Her face turned red all the way to her ears, and even her fair neck was a little red.
Well, isn't that what you want? Yes. What's the problem? Wait, I was talking about a contract. What is that? Are you sure we're talking about the same one?
At this moment, while the two were talking, the lit patterns on their bodies had successfully touched each other.
In the room, an electronically synthesized voice suddenly rang out. Both parties are signing a contract.
Both parties pledged to become teammates in the martial arts exam, to help each other, to share the spoils and achievements equally.
If there are no objections, the contract will be signed immediately. 3, 2, 1. Contract signing in progress, please remain still.
Ning Lang heard a series of machine sounds. Some fragments of memory suddenly began to emerge.
A slight headache followed. Memories quickly began to coalesce.
He suddenly began to remember many things.
Turn out to be.
This is not a dream, I really travel through time. I have traveled through time and space to the body of a person named Ning Lang. The girl in front of him was called Lin Xi. She was the strongest student among the senior students of Moching No. 1 Middle School.
She had S-level professional talent and the awakened profession, female sword fairy.
Ning Lang pieced together countless fragments of memory, and with the fusion of memories and his super reasoning ability, he tried hard to restore the world he traveled to. It turns out that this is a world of advanced martial arts. And we are signing a professional contract before the martial arts exam. Because the rules of the martial arts exam in this world require teams of 2 to participate. The rules were made this way to take care of students in the auxiliary department.
Well, what else? Isn't this common sense? Why do you seem to find it so novel?
When Lin Xi heard Ning Lang's words, her eyes widened in surprise. Ning Lang ignored Lin Xi's complaints and continued to reason. You, the top-ranked beauty and genius girl at Moching No. 1 Middle School, chose me as your teammate.
So, of course, I am also a genius?
No, you are a poor student who failed to awaken.
Ah, so you are simply infatuated with my beauty? No, you are not beautiful. Awakening failed?
Ning Lang was deeply shocked when he heard the girl's words.
What kind of start is this? Ning Lang continued to search for relevant information from his memory. As expected, he is really a student who failed to awaken. According to the information in memory, everyone in this world can awaken successfully, but the talents and professions awakened are sometimes good and sometimes bad. The worst is a profession like E-level dishwasher, which has rubbish talents and rubbish life. But there has never been anyone who failed to awaken. It's like an exam. At most you'll do worse, but you won't get 0, right? What luck the previous owner had. Now that we have traveled to a world of advanced martial arts, who wouldn't want to become a powerful warrior, slay ferocious beasts, and reach the pinnacle? In the end, you failed to awaken? Don't even have the worst talents and professions? But that wasn't right.
Ning Lang suddenly thought of the X pattern on his chest.
If the awakening fails, such a pattern should not appear. Ning Lang was feeling very unhappy about his failed awakening. Sudden.
He felt a magical message in his mind.
Ding! Congratulations to the host, your world's only profession, SSS level skill replicator, has finally been triggered. I detected that the current subject is extremely shy and experiencing intense emotional fluctuations, with their mental defenses significantly reduced. Should we take this opportunity to extract and replicate their skills? Skill replicator?
Ning Lang was immediately surprised when he heard this information in his mind.
Is this the profession I awakened to? So I didn't fail to awaken at all? Is it because a globally unique profession was awakened, which has not been detected at all, and it has never been triggered, so no one knows the truth? And then, everyone regarded him as a poor student who failed to awaken?
A series of thoughts suddenly exploded in Ning Lang's mind. Ning Lang, who was originally feeling unhappy about the failed start of his awakening, was stunned for a moment, and then turned to ecstasy. It's the only profession in the world, and it's SSS level. It sounds awesome. Ning Lang's mouth corners slightly raised, it settled. Smoke. I don't know what kind of abilities this profession has yet, so let us give it a try and see what the effect is. Moment. Pieces of information flashed through Ning Lang's mind. Ding. Extract and replicate the S-rank female swordsman Lin Xi's skill dazzling sword slash. Ding.
Replicated once, successfully obtained the Yu Jianliao Wanzhang, and added the ice attribute. Ding. Reprinted twice, critical hit.
The number of swords controlled increased from 5 to 10.
Ding. Replicated 3 times, critical hit.
The number of swords controlled increased from 10 to 20. I saw the information flashing through my mind.
Yammied butterfly. Ning Lang was stunned with shock.
He thought this profession would be very powerful, but he never expected that this SSS level skill replicator profession would be played like this. Moreover, with his current first level strength, he can only replicate the skill 3 times, and as his level increases in the future, the number of replicates can be increased accordingly.
This is simply unbelievable. Chapter 2 SSS level skill replicator, a unique profession. After completing this extraction and replication, Ning Lang looked at his attributes. Name, Ning Lang. Occupation, SSS level skill replicator unique occupation. Level 1, stage 1. Chi and blood, 100. Agility, 100. Defense, 100. Spirit, 1000. Talent, replica. Reprinted skill, sword control ice attribute, 20 swords. Ning Lang's mouth twitched. Wow, the spirit value in this attribute is actually 1 million. All the talent points of this profession are added to spirit. No wonder he can copy other people's skills.
After reading this information, Ning Lang restrained his excitement. He stretched out his hand and moved it slightly, then slashed with his sword finger. Suddenly, an ice sword formed behind the school beauty, bringing a hint of coldness. At this moment, Lin Xi, with his back bare, felt a sudden coolness.
It's so cool. Is the air conditioner on in the room?
Lin Xi looked back, but Ning Lang quickly put away the ice sword. When Lin Xi wasn't looking, Ning Lang took out the ice sword to play with.
Lin Xi was a little confused, thinking, what kind of air conditioner is this? It's sometimes hot and sometimes cold. Congratulations, both of you. The contract has been signed. Please get dressed and leave. At this moment, the self-service contract machine finally made a sound.
Lin Xi also let go of Ning Lang and escaped from his arms.
Is that all? Ning Lang's face showed a feeling of being unsatisfied. What else?
Lin Xi took 2 steps back, picked up her skirt and put it on again. Ning Lang also quickly put on his clothes. At this time, he saw that Lin Xi had not put on her clothes yet. When she reached out to pull the zipper on the back of her skirt, she failed several times. Ning Lang walked straight behind her, grabbed the zipper and pulled it up hard.
We're all teammates now, so don't be polite.
However, his sudden pull made Lin Xi feel as if his whole body was straightened.
His eyes suddenly widened and he was speechless for a moment.
Lin Xi, since you know that I'm a poor student who failed to awaken, and you're not obsessed with my beauty, why did you still choose me? Ning Lang asked as the two of them packed up and prepared to leave the contract room together.
This question really confused him.
Because from the previous master's memory, we can know that when he became the only person in the school who failed to awaken successfully, he was instantly ridiculed by countless people. In addition, Ning Lang has always been the top student in the class in terms of academic performance. This has made many people envious, jealous, and hateful. Many people have tried their best but still cannot catch up with Ning Lang's achievements. So when Ning Lang failed to awaken, countless people were polite and comforted him on the surface. However, deep down in my heart, there was a secret mockery. Even many people gathered together and kept making sarcastic remarks. At the same time, this also gave many students who were originally poor at academic subjects a strong sense of psychological comfort. What's the point of having good grades? If someone like Ning Lang is top of the class, but can't awaken a profession, isn't he still a joke? Ha, that's right. In this world where ferocious beasts are rampant, combat ability is the only thing that matters. Even if you have good academic performance, you can only become a warrior's cattle and horses. I'm still more intelligent. I gave up studying academic subjects a long time ago and focused on practicing combat skills. Ning Lang could occasionally hear the secret ridicule of these classmates, and he knew it clearly in his heart. However, he didn't expect it. As the military exam was approaching, Lin Xi, who ranked first in the school in terms of cultural subjects, awakened professional talents, combat power ranking and even appearance, actually chose him as his contract teammate for the exam. Why is that? This is really puzzling. Unlike the previous master's timid character, Ning Lang chose to ask the answer to this question in person.
I won't tell you.
Lin Xi replied. This made Ning Lang confused.
Lin Xi, you haven't always had a crush on me, have you? You're overthinking it. Why is that?
Ning Lang grabbed Lin Xi's wrist.
This question left him puzzled.
But Lin Xi still didn't want to tell him the reason.
Nothing, choosing you, it can be said that it has nothing to do with you. Ah? Ning Lang was completely confused. Could it be that some master is helping me secretly?
This made him recall the past again, but the previous owner was just an ordinary person. His parents had died in the battle with the ferocious beasts, and he lived a frugal life with his grandmother. The previous owner studied hard in the hope that he could achieve something and let his grandmother live a good life. After all, in this world, he and his grandmother are the only ones who depend on each other.
It has nothing to do with me? Ning Lang asked doubtfully. That's right, so you don't have to think about it.
Ning Lang suddenly felt helpless.
The school beauty was too strict. He still couldn't get the answer to this question.
Lin Xi, although I don't know why you chose me as your contract teammate, but since you chose me, I won't let you down.
Ning Lang said seriously.
In the eyes of others, he is just a loser who failed to awaken. However, Ning Lang now knows that this is just an appearance.
He truly possesses SSS level talent and will be someone that everyone looks up to in the future.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xi turned around and looked at Ning Lang, his eyes filled with surprise.
I didn't expect Ning Lang to be so mysteriously confident. In fact, the reason why she chose Ning Lang as her contract teammate. It's because of Grandpa.
Grandpa suggested that she choose Ning Lang as her contract partner, take the martial arts exam together, and use her strength to guide Ning Lang. Because although Ning Lang failed to awaken this time, there may be a possibility of successful awakening in the future. If Lin Xi didn't help him, he would definitely not be able to get into Wuhan University. Even if he awakened again in the future, without the school's resources, he would be destined to have difficulty in development given his ordinary family background. The reason why Grandpa asked Lin Xi to help Ning Lang was because of what happened 15 years ago.
Lin Xi is the strongest person in the school.
If she chooses a strong person as her contract teammate, she will definitely be able to successfully enter the top-ranked Wuhan University in the country Jinghai University. However, if he became a contracted teammate with Ning Lang, his final martial arts exam results would undoubtedly only allow him to enter a second-rate martial arts university. Lin Xi was naturally reluctant about this. After all, Jinghai University is what she has always pursued. There are strong people gathered there, and she is determined to become stronger so that she can have the strength to find out the truth about the incident 15 years ago and the cause of her parents' death.
However, after she hesitated again and again, I still chose to accept my grandfather's advice. After all, he was right. One should repay a favor.
Lin Xi thought that after the martial arts exam, he and Ning Lang would probably go their separate ways and take different paths.
I can help him once, but I can't help him forever. Just don't let yourself down.
After Lin Xi finished speaking, he pushed open the door of the self-service contract room and walked out.
Ning Lang followed closely.
A ray of sunlight suddenly caught my eyes. Ning Lang saw that there was a row of self-service contract rooms here. On the square, there were also many students lined up in pairs, waiting to sign the martial arts examination contract. When countless people saw Ning Lang and Lin Xi coming out of the contract room together, suddenly, there was a burst of noisy discussion.
I'm so envious.
Even though I failed to awaken and my strength is arguably the worst in the whole school, I was chosen by the school beauty as my teammate for the martial arts exam.
Isn't that infuriating? I'm so angry. God damn it, I don't know what's wrong with this school beauty. She chooses me instead of Ning Lang.
After all, I'm still a D-level dad, and I can even give her some extra status.
Hey! Let's not talk about the fact that being a school beauty is an S-level profession. Just the beauty alone is enough. Ning Lang has seen all the school beauties naked. Stop talking, brothers. At least your contracted teammate is a girl. I'm going to sign a contract with my good brothers. I feel a little sick just thinking about it. Ah, the most angry ones should be those suitors of the school beauty. They were all trying their best to sign a contract with her. They had fought each other for more than 10 times before, but in the end, they were intercepted by this brat Ning Lang. The self-service contract room is built on a high platform in the square. At this time,
Ning Lang and Lin Xi walked down the stairs. Various discussions continued to be heard. After all, Lin Xi is the school belle of Moching number 1 middle school and also the most powerful person. Her every move has attracted the attention of countless people. The strange fact that she chose Ninglong contract undoubtedly became the school's most popular event. Before, many people were skeptical when they heard Lin Xi announce the news. But now I saw with my own eyes that the two of them had signed the contract. The hearts of many of Lin Xi's pursuers are already bleeding. Just as Ning Lang and Lin Xi were walking towards the stage, suddenly, someone shouted, "Ning Lang, give up your martial arts exam contract with Lin Xi immediately." He shouted loudly. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. I saw a classmate with red hair like flames walking out from the crowd. The sound echoed throughout the square. "Lin Xi, you are an S-class female swordsman, the undisputed number 1 in the school. And Ning Lang, a loser who failed to awaken, why can he be your teammate?" I don't agree. This person seems to have lost control of his emotions. As he spoke, flames were already burning on his hands. 2 rays of anger burst out from his eyes. Suddenly, the whole audience erupted in heated discussion again. It's a level little fire god, Lin Huahua, the 8th ranked expert in the school. I heard that little Vulcan was the school belle's top pursuer. Before the school belle chose her contracted teammate, he fought more than a dozen battles with many rivals. In the end, the school belle didn't choose him. Sigh, he finally couldn't sit still anymore. I support little Vulcan. At least little Vulcan is 100 times stronger than Ning Lang, who failed to awaken. That's right, at least I'm convinced that little Vulcan is Lin Xi's contracted teammate. But what's the reason for Ning Lang? He's not even as good as me. I really don't know why the school beauty would choose such a loser. Isn't this just destroying his own future? Amid the discussions among the crowd, the flame between the little fire god's hands burned more and more fiercely. He approached Ning Lang on the contract table step by step. The flames in his eyes almost burst out. "Ning Lang, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Chapter 3, Stop me from making a contract with the school beauty? Call me daddy. Challenge. Challenge. Whoosh. 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 Challenge accepted. As soon as the little fire god said this immediately aroused strong support from countless students in the square. For a moment, the shouts of the crowd felt like a tsunami. There is an unwritten rule in Moching number 1 middle school. If there is a conflict of opinion between people, one party can challenge the other party. Once the challenged party agrees to accept the challenge, the final outcome will determine the right to speak. As soon as the little fire god said this, many of the students ranked in the top 10 clenched their fists and were all eager to try. After a burst of shouting, everyone fell silent, waiting for Ning Lang's response. Because if Ning Lang does not accept the challenge, then this unwritten rule will be invalid. Challenge? Why should I accept your challenge? Ning Lang asked back. As soon as he said this, countless classmates at the scene immediately showed disdainful expressions. Discussions broke out again in the crowd, and some people even shouted loudly on purpose. Ning Lang doesn't dare to accept the challenge. You're trash. You don't even dare to accept the challenge. You're truly a loser who failed to awaken. But I think it's a very rational decision for him not to accept the challenge. He can't win anyway, so why would he accept it? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Oh, how boring. The campus beauty was taken away by this coward. What's this called? A pony pulling a big cart, and the delicious food was taken away by a pig. Almost everyone in the crowd was mocking Ning Lang. However, there was one person who shouted loudly, "Contract teammates are a voluntary choice made by both parties. Why are you so jealous?" Ning Lang heard the man's unique voice. He looked and found that it was his best friend Xiao Pang, who often skipped classes to surf the internet with him. Among all the students in the square, I'm afraid only Xiao Pang will support him. However, just as the noise and clamor had subsided, Ning Lang's words shocked the whole audience. He said, "Unless, you have to raise the bet." The little Vulcan, as well as all the students present, were all stunned upon hearing this. Raise, what else do you want to bet? That's right, what's the point of just challenging someone? Of course we have to raise the stakes. Ning Lang said this with a faint smile. This little Vulcan has a level professional talent and ranks 8th in the school. Since I'm here to challenge you, I might as well try out the school beauty skill I just drew: the sword controlling and chaotic slashing. Lin Xi is the strongest person in the school, so it is easy for him to crush this little fire god. And the sword-controlling chaos slash that he mastered was even more powerful than Lin Xi's. Dealing with this little fire god is naturally a piece of cake. Then use him to test the power of the sword-controlling chaos slash.
And at this moment,
the little fire god was overjoyed.
"Aren't you just giving me some advice?" He immediately shouted, "I don't want anything else.
I just want you to give up the martial arts exam contract with Lin Xi if you lose."
"Can."
Ning Lang agreed readily. When he said this, the whole audience was shocked and fell into silence.
Because everyone was confused. I kind of don't understand Ning Lang. I wonder what Ning Lang is going to do. Could it be that he can no longer bear the pressure and wants to give up this opportunity?
Ning Lang suddenly felt a pain.
It turned out that Lin Xi was secretly pinching him from behind. "Are you crazy? Promise this."
Lin Xi's face was already very ugly, and her eyes looked as if she wanted to rush up and bite him.
It hurts, it hurts. "You girl, you're so rough." When the two talked, the little Vulcan in the audience was very excited.
He took out a very simple-looking wooden box and said loudly, "Ning Lang, since you're willing to agree to this bet, I won't hide it anymore. If I lose, I'll give you all 10 5th-grade Fierce Beast Essence blood pills in this box."
Everyone in the audience exclaimed again.
Because this 5th-grade Ferocious Beast Essence blood pill costs as much as 100,000 yuan per pill on the market.
10 of them are worth 1 million. After selling it, you can buy an apartment directly.
Only someone like Xiao Wuxian who has a mine at home can take it out easily.
Who among the students from ordinary families can afford to eat this?
Of course, even the little fire god treasures these 10 essence blood pills very much.
After all, it is a 5th-grade Ferocious Beast Essence blood pill, which the little fire god will keep for him to eat when he breaks through to the second level. He is now at level 8 of the first stage, and estimates that he should be able to reach level 9 before the martial arts exam. Then he can eat a few pills to help him reach level 2. After all, reaching the second level is a hurdle, and many people have to spend a long time to succeed. Ning Lang, are you satisfied with this bet? Of course, you can't beat me. So, even if you lose, I'll give you one. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Ning Lang, wondering whether he would agree. At this time, among the crowd, Li Feng, the second-ranked, S-level flowing wind god, in the school, also had a frown on his face, and his hands had unconsciously been clenched so tightly that his nails were even digging into his flesh. He thought to himself that if Ning Lang agreed, then Lin Xi would most likely reselect his contract teammates. As the second best in the school, he has the highest probability of being selected. Li Feng's thick lips kept trembling. His only worry was that he was ugly, and the school beauty might exclude him because of that. However, on second thought, choosing teammates for the martial arts exam depends on strength, not appearance. As for Lin Huahua, he has a level talent and is just a clown. His strength is far inferior to his, so it is not a problem at all. Lin Huahua's ability to accomplish this time is just to help him. As Li Feng looked at the situation at the scene, his mind was filled with thoughts and he looked very nervous. He has envisioned countless beautiful future scenarios. Because, in previous cases, if the contracted martial arts exam teammates are a man and a woman, then the probability of the two becoming a couple in the future is very high, even as high as 80%. This is because the two of them share the same martial arts exam results, so they will basically choose to apply to the same Wuhan University. In addition, when the two faced ferocious beasts, they got along together, fought together, shared hardships together, and enjoyed the results together. Even before the martial arts exam, they would mention going to the wild to hone their tacit understanding. In the process of getting along like this, it is natural for men and women of this age to develop feelings for each other. When they got to college, there were so many people in love and couples everywhere. In such an atmosphere, it was natural for the two of them to become a couple. Li Feng has been secretly in love with Lin Xi for 3 years. This pretty girl always ranked ahead of him in terms of academic performance and later combat strength. This made him only come in second place. This made Li Feng have infinite admiration for Lin Xi. But he is not the only boy who has a crush on Lin Xi. He was relatively ugly, so he never dared to approach her. And the martial arts exam contract teammate is the best and last chance for Li Feng. So, see Lin Huahua's challenge to Ning Lang. Li Feng really hopes that Ning Lang can accept the challenge. In everyone's expectations, Ning Lang's voice finally rang out again. 10 5th grade Fierce Beast Essence blood pills, that's fine, but it's not enough. How about we add one more thing: whoever loses gets to call me dad. A son listens to his father, and a father is kind and a son is filial. Crazy, are you crazy, Ning Lang? The little Vulcan was very surprised. Just tell me if you dare to bet. If not, I don't have time to accept your challenge. Ning Lang said disdainfully.
10 fifth grade ferocious beast essence blood pills are still very useful to Ning Lang. After all, he has only just activated his profession, while others have already awakened for half a year, and their strength has been raised to level 5 or above. But he has not activated his profession and is still at level 1. Therefore, Ning Lang now urgently needs to quickly improve his level in order to cope with the martial arts exam. But at the same time, Ning Lang didn't want anyone to challenge him every day. After all, there are too many people who have a crush on the school beauty. Therefore, Ning Lang proposed a bigger bet, calling dad. This thing isn't very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Hearing this, the little fire god looked at Ning Lang in shock. I was confused. Why does he dare to gamble like this? Are you trying to cheat? Although I haven't paid much attention to Ning Lang before and am not familiar with him. But ever since the school beauty said she wanted to choose him as her contract teammate, I got to know him a little bit. I heard that this guy seems to be very honest. Why wouldn't I be afraid? I'm ranked 8th in the school, so why would I be afraid of you? Just call me daddy, come on. Chapter 4 Lin Huohuo was shocked and called dad on the spot, and was immediately killed. Once the words are spoken, Lin Huohuo suddenly flew up. Between his hands, he immediately rubbed the raging flames into 3 fireballs, which contained the power of intense flames. 3 fireballs flew around him. Suddenly, Lin Huohuo moved and flew towards Ning Lang. A palm also struck towards Ning Lang. 3 fireballs rushed towards Ning Lang in an instant. Great! That's awesome. Ning Lang has offended the little fire god, he's in big trouble. Lin Huohuo's fireball technique has become stronger again. Ning Lang will definitely lose. If he wins, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. Everyone was watching with great interest and discussing the event excitedly. However, just as the 3 small fireballs were about to attack Ning Lang, swish! Ning Lang moved his body, clenched the sword finger in his right hand, and swung it with a flick of his finger. An ice sword instantly formed in front of him. Whoosh! This ice sword suddenly flew away. Swish, swish, swish. A sword shadow flashed rapidly. Immediately, the 3 small fireballs that were bombarding towards him were all extinguished. The fireball disappeared from the spot and turned into a wisp of white smoke, and it was gone. Everyone in the audience was stunned for a moment. I haven't even figured out what happened. The little Vulcan was also completely confused. Because he just attacked with great momentum. Then he looked and said, "Hey, where's my fireball?" At this time, Ning Lang swung his sword again. He condensed 6 more ice swords. A total of 7 ice swords formed a circle, flowing slowly behind him, forming an ice sword formation. All the students in the audience were shocked and amazed when they saw the 7 ice swords condensed by Ning Lang. Isn't this the school beauty sword controlling and chaotic slash? I've seen the school beauty use this sword controlling and chaotic slashing technique before. No one in the school can defeat her. But it seems that the school beauty could only wield 5 swords before. Could it be that the school beauty has become even stronger? Is this the school beauty helping Ning Lang? Countless students were stunned, not knowing what was going on. Below the stage, Li Feng, who ranked 2nd in the school, had a look of surprise in his eyes. He had challenged Lin Xi before, and although he was defeated, he was very familiar with Lin Xi's Yujian Liao Wanzhan. But what's going on with the ice sword? Lin Xi's sword seems to be just an ordinary sword, without any ice attribute. Could it be that Lin Xi has become stronger? And there are 7 swords on the field. The little Vulcan frowned. He looked at Lin Xi and said angrily, "Lin Xi, this is a challenge between Ning Lang and me, and you actually helped him?" At this time, the most confused one must be Lin Xi. Everyone mistakenly thought that they were helping Ning Lang. But she didn't make any move at all. Or rather, she was indeed ready to take action. After all, she doesn't want her choices to be interfered with by others. However, before her sword was condensed, Ning Lang directly created the ice sword. "I didn't help him," Lin Xi explained helplessly. However, no one believes it. "Lin Xi, why are you so nice to him? You've obviously helped him secretly, but you still won't tell me.
How is Ning Lang better than me? Is it because he's more handsome than me?
Lin Huahua was so angry that his hair seemed to be burning. His hair was the color of flames and he was so angry that his hair was standing on end.
He is more handsome than you, but that's not what I meant. I meant,
I really didn't help him.
Lin Xi's mind was a little confused now.
She looked at Ning Lang's sword controlling and chaotic slash, which was even stronger than hers, and she was stunned.
You're telling me you're a loser who failed to awaken? A poor student? Then, you quickly created 7 ice swords? Ning Lang. Could it be that he has awakened an S-level drunken swordsman?
Lin Xi was suddenly shocked. Because, similar to the S-level female sword fairy profession, but stronger than the female sword fairy, is the S-level drunken sword fairy.
Ning Lang, I'm going to fight you. The little Vulcan has now lost his mind.
Lin Xi's words, he is more handsome than you, became the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Ah! I'm going to fuck you. The little fire god had lost control of his emotions.
He opened the ancient wooden box and directly swallowed a 5th-grade ferocious beast blood pill.
Suddenly,
his whole body suddenly burst into flames. The whole person has entered a state of crazy burning fireman.
Whoosh!
The man rushed towards Ning Lang again.
The fire is spreading all over the land. The little fire god snapped his hands together and used the fireball technique, instantly condensing a large fireball. He carried this fireball, which was bigger than him, and smashed it towards Ning Lang. The huge fireball brought an intense heat, causing countless students in the audience to suddenly feel a strong burning sensation. Many people also quickly used their own defensive skills to resist the remaining power of this attack. At this time, Ning Lang stepped on the ice sword and flew directly up. Under his control,
several ice swords merged together, forming a giant frost dragon.
Break! The sword comes out like a dragon. The ice sword kept strangling in the air. Transformed into a sharp sword dragon.
Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the huge fireball that Lin Hua had condensed with all his strength was reduced to ashes. And the force of the impact did not stop. Several ice swords slashed towards Lin Hua. Lin Hua dodged in panic. And those ice swords suddenly pierced into the floor tiles of the square.
Bang bang bang.
The bricks were shattered into pieces. Under Ning Lang's sword control, these ice swords were suddenly pulled out from the floor tiles, splashing out countless flying gravel. The people in the square were so frightened that they all dodged or used their defensive skills to block. At this time, Lin Hua condensed the raging flames burning all over his body into a fire crystal armor.
This is his most powerful move.
This fire crystal armor is impossible for ordinary people to break through. So Lin Hua's strongest point is not his offense, but his defense.
With my fire crystal armor, Ning Lang, no matter how strong you are, what can you do to me?
Lin Hua had just swallowed a beast essence blood pill, which made his fire crystal armor extremely powerful at this moment.
Whoosh!
On Lin Hua's fists, there were fire crystal gloves formed by fire crystal armor.
He attacked Ning Lang directly with a very confident look. However, Ning Lang just said, "That's it, call me daddy." He raised his sword and slashed directly into Lin Hua's chest. The power of the ice sword suddenly surged. Snap!
Lin Hua's fire crystal armor
cracked. What?
Lin Hua looked down and was immediately shocked. His fire crystal armor can deal with ordinary people.
But when facing Ning Lang, he couldn't even withstand a single sword strike?
Whoosh whoosh. Several ice swords shot straight towards Lin Hua. But just when it was about to hit him, it deviated slightly. It was immediately nailed into the ground.
These ice swords formed a cage, locking Lin Hua directly in the square.
The strong icy breath froze Lin Hua so much that his whole body trembled.
Mercy. I give up. Ning Lang flew to Lin Hua's side. Well, I admit defeat. Now what? Did you forget something? Here, I'll give you all of these beast pills. I just ate one, and I'll give you this one later.
The coldness of the ice sword had frozen Lin Hua's lips to purple. Now he just wanted to ask Ning Lang to release him. Because the icy energy is too strong. Even he, who had a talent for fire, could hardly bear it.
I'll give you that one, but are you forgetting something? If you can't remember, think about it more here. Dad. I give up. Dad! Let me go!
Lin Huahua cried out in desperation.
Suddenly.
This scene made countless students in the square stunned.
Oh. Student Lin Huahua, if you dare to say it, he will admit it. Haha, Lin Huahua is completely screwed now. Luckily, we're almost graduating, otherwise I would be too embarrassed to come to school. 666, shouldn't we take a video of this as a souvenir? At this moment,
a voice suddenly sounded again in Ning Lang's mind.
Ding!
We've detected that the current target is feeling incredibly ashamed and experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Their mental defenses have been significantly reduced.
Do you want to take this opportunity to extract and replicate their skills? Chapter 5, The School Beauty is Shocked, the second reenactment, Super Fireball. What? Can I replicate skills again?
Ning Lang never expected that in such a short period of time, he would have two opportunities to replicate his skills.
My profession of SSS level replicator is indeed powerful.
Unfortunately, I haven't encountered such an opportunity in the past 6 months. This is exactly what is meant by practice for half a year, but no one cares, but once you replicate it, everyone knows it.
However, it is reasonable to be able to replicate the skill a second time now. Because Lin Huahua called Dad in front of so many people in the school. How shameful it was and what huge emotional fluctuations it caused. Hiss. Ning Lang felt a little sorry for Lin Huahua.
Tell me, kid, why do you have to challenge me for no reason?
Others don't take the lead, but you are the only one who is so reckless, right? I smoke. Following Ning Lang's order. Moment. The replicator's professional skills are activated.
Pieces of information flashed through Ning Lang's mind.
Ding. Extract and replicate the skill of a rank little fire god Lin Huahua Fireball. Ding.
Replicated once, successfully obtained the Fireball spell, and added Crimson Flame.
Ding. Replicated twice, critical hit.
The condensed Fireball can be charged and its volume can be increased by up to 5 times.
Ding. Replicate 3 times, critical hit.
The condensed Fireball can be charged and its size can be increased by up to 10 times.
What the hell?
As the information flashed through my mind,
Ning Lang's eyes widened. Ning Lang had just witnessed Lin Huahua's fireball technique.
He can condense a fireball larger than a person to attack the enemy.
And if it is a giant fireball that is 10 times larger than this fireball, how terrifying would it be? This is so. It's simply against the will of heaven.
Moreover, Ning Lang noticed that the fireball technique he replicated also came with red lotus flames. Although it is still unclear what this is, as the name suggests, it should be a more powerful flame. Such a huge fireball, coupled with the red lotus flames, if it were to bombard a mutated beast, wouldn't an ordinary beast be burned to ashes in an instant? When Ning Lang was thinking about these things in his mind.
Dad? Can't you let me go now?
I've already called you several times, and this still doesn't count? Lin Huahua's voice came, and Ning Lang came back to his senses.
At this time, Suli, the female monitor of Ning Lang's class, also walked towards the two of them.
Little Spear Fairy Sister Suli, please ask Ning Lang from your class to let me go. Please help me. Lin Huahua, please don't call me sister, it's easy to confuse our generations. After Suli came over, she joked and smiled slightly.
Suli is also very pretty. Her beauty is a bit like the kind of beauty that represents peace and prosperity.
She is dignified and elegant, with bright eyes and white teeth, and she naturally has the aura of an older sister. After Ning Lang saw Suli, some information about her came to his mind. Suli, the female monitor of Ning Lang's class, has awakened the innate profession of a level little spear fairy. She ranks 7th in strength in the entire school, just 1 place higher than Lin Huahua. In order to improve his ranking in the school, Lin Huahua often challenged Suli, and they became familiar with each other after fighting a few times.
Then what should I call you? Auntie?
Lin Huahua complained.
Come on, don't.
I'm just a little old, and you're already calling me aunt.
You're making me sound old. Okay, then I'll call you the little spear fairy. Tell Ning Lang from your class to let me go. This ice sword is so cold. I'm almost freezing to death.
As the class monitor, Suli usually takes good care of Ning Lang. Even though Ning Lang has been regarded as a loser who failed to awaken in the past 6 months, Suli still takes good care of Ning Lang and helps Ning Lang think of various ways to see if he can help him awaken successfully. These things obviously far exceed the obligations of a squad leader. Ning Lang even sometimes wondered if Suli had feelings for him.
But he didn't dare to confirm this. Because Suli seems to be very nice to all the classmates. Ning Lang, why don't you let him go?
Otherwise, if Principal Shin comes later, it might be a bit troublesome.
Ning Lang nodded.
The sword was swung casually. The ice swords instantly rose from the ground, flew into the air, and then disappeared into smoke in an instant.
Since you already call me Dad, I won't do anything else to you. Just go.
After Lin Huahua struggled to stand up, he did not forget to hand the beast blood pill in his hand to Ning Lang according to the previous bet. Ning Lang, although I lost this time, it's obvious that Lin Xi was secretly helping you. Although I don't know the specifics of what happened, I refuse to accept it.
Ning Lang, just wait for me, I will defeat you and make you call me Grandpa.
After Lin Huahua finished speaking, he patted his butt and left.
Don't pay attention to him.
Every time I beat him, he talks trash to me, but I still beat him to a pulp the next time.
Suli said with a smile. There was an inexplicable aura about her that made people feel friendly.
Ning Lang was also amused by her words. Afterwards, Ning Lang and Suli walked out of the crowd together. The contract has ended now, so there is no need to stay here any longer.
After walking a few steps,
Ning Lang suddenly felt his knees go weak. A feeling of fatigue suddenly came over me.
What's wrong? Ning Lang?
After Suli carefully discovered it, she quickly supported Ning Lang with her hands. The previous battle must have consumed too much energy.
I feel a little tired now. You haven't awakened successfully in the past 6 months, so you can't practice. Now you are still at the first level.
Although your skills are very strong, your level is too low and you can't hold on for too long.
Suli said with concern.
Yes, in the past 6 months, all of my classmates have been upgraded to level 1 and level 5 or above.
You, for example, are already level 1 and level 8 now, right? The gap between us is too big. The two walked together, talking as they walked.
At this time, Ning Lang's old friend Xiaopang also trotted over.
He looked at Ning Lang and Suli, then joined them. Ning Lang, you can do this. What was that skill just now? Didn't you manage to awaken it successfully before? When did you awaken it secretly without telling me? Could it be that you awakened the drunken sword immortal? Xiaopang is a talkative and extroverted person who likes to chat about gossip. As soon as he came over, his mouth started chattering like a machine gun. I'm not the drunken swordsman, so I can't explain it to you clearly right now. I'll tell you in detail later. It's hard to explain, but that's alright. You finally awakened. Tomorrow we'll go to the ferocious beast forest to kill monsters. I'll help you level up, and then you can tell me in detail what's going on. Sure, let Xiaopang take you. His class is B rank Boar King. Don't be fooled by the name, but wild beast classes are pretty powerful at killing monsters. Okay, let's go kill monsters together tomorrow. I'm a little weak today and can't do it anymore. Of course you are. You are only at level 1. How can you not be weak in such a battle with Lin Huahua? Xiaopang said happily.
Seeing Ning Lang successfully awaken his profession, he was sincerely happy for Ning Lang. Having said that, he couldn't help but analyze with a gossipy heart. What kind of profession are you in? You're so strong. You can completely defeat the 8th best student in the school right after awakening. Do you have an S-level talent? After all, Lin Huahua already has an A-level talent. Or is it really the school beauty who is helping you secretly? After all, your skill is so similar to the school beauties Yu Jianliao Wanzhan. What's going on? Xiaopang analyzed the situation clearly, one sentence after another. Suli said at this time, Xiaopang, don't ask so many questions for now. Ning Lang has just awakened, and he may not have a clear understanding of the profession he awakened. Let Ning Lang go back and look up the information before you tell me. After that, Suli also added his own opinion. But your analysis is correct. Ning Lang is conservatively estimated to have an S-level talent. I'll have to rely on you to guide him in the future, Ning Lang. Suli said as she patted Ning Lang on the shoulder. You still need me to lead you, little spear fairy? After the three of them walked away, School beauty Lin Xi looked at Ning Lang's back, her eyes full of confusion and curiosity. Imperial Sword Chaos Slash, what he just performed was Imperial Sword Chaos Slash, right? How could that be? What class did he awaken? Chapter 6. The forest is full of ferocious beasts. Ning Lang's fireball technique quickly clears and upgrades.
The next day,
Ning Lang and Xiaopang appeared at the entrance of the ferocious beast maze as promised.
Xiaopang's real name is Rinpang.
Since he is a little fat, people originally called him Xiaopang or Xiaopang. But as time went by, they just called him Xiaopang.
Ning Lang, you're still at level 1. Let's start leveling up by killing monsters and leveling up from where the low-level beasts gather.
Okay, let's go. Xiaopang took out 2 soft armored boxing gloves and put them on his hands, then led Ning Lang into the forest of ferocious beasts. He had been here many times before, so he was familiar with the low-level ferocious beasts that gathered there.
He took Ning Lang along the route he remembered.
Ning Lang, you are currently at a relatively low level, so your Qi and HP are also relatively low. You won't be able to use your skills for long before you run out of energy.
So, just follow me.
After I knock out these ferocious beasts, you go and finish them off, and then absorb their blood and essence. Ning Lang listened carefully to Xiaopang's teaching. After all, he had traveled to this strange world and was still unclear about many details of cultivation.
We're here, Ning Lang. This area is mostly populated by low-level beasts. Your current level is suitable for killing low-level beasts here to absorb their blood essence. You can't absorb 100% of the blood essence of high-level beasts, so it's better to kill these low-level beasts.
As Xiaopang was speaking, suddenly, a minotaur rushed out from behind a big tree.
This minotaur has obviously mutated. It has even learned to use tools and is holding an axe in its hand.
It was the first time that Ning Lang saw the ferocious beast in this world, and he was very surprised for a moment. Because in the original world, the cow has 4 hooves and cannot hold the axe at all. This minotaur has mutated and can be said to be no longer a purebred bull.
Crazy pig transformation. Moment.
Xiaopang has activated his professional skills. His entire body swelled up instantly and he turned into a wild boar warrior. The body became much larger.
Xiaopang was obviously well prepared.
He had already put on a very elastic battle suit. Although his body had become much bigger, the suit was still not torn.
Bang!
Xiaopang suddenly rushed over. He knocked the minotaur down with just one punch.
Ning Lang, finish the job.
The beast's essence and blood belong to the one who kills it. Upon hearing this, Ning Lang immediately condensed an ice sword and killed the minotaur with one sword.
Then,
a stream of blood essence like smoke flew directly from the minotaur's body to the X on Ning Lang's chest and was absorbed by Ning Lang. Then, Ning Lang felt that his level had indeed improved slightly. But this minotaur is only level 1 after all, so the improvement it brings is limited.
Xiaopang continued to lead the way.
After encountering the ferocious beast, he knocked it out with one punch and then let Ning Lang finish it off. Xiaopang is now a level 5 warrior, which is more than enough for him to deal with the level 1 to level 2 ferocious beasts here. After Ning Lang followed Xiaopang to kill several ferocious beasts, he had already understood all the details of cultivation. I saw that Xiaopang was so tired that sweat was coming out of his head.
Ning Lang said, Xiaopang, I understand. How about letting me quickly clear out a wave of monsters? Hold on, Ning Lang. You're still only at level 1. How many skills can you unleash with that little HP? Don't let yourself be left with no energy to finish off the enemy. Let's try it. Besides, what does this Qi and blood mean? You don't even know about Qi and blood, ah.
Xiaopang sighed helplessly, but then thought about it and said, but you have just awakened, so it's normal for you to not understand these things. Qi and blood are actually the collective name for Qi and blood. Qi is the energy that allows you to cast skills, and blood actually represents the essence and blood of fierce beasts that you absorb. As we absorb more and more of the essence and blood of fierce beasts, our bodies will become stronger and stronger. As our bodies become stronger, our levels will increase, and our Qi and health will also increase.
Do you understand?
Although Xiaopang's explanation was very long-winded, these things were still very simple and Ning Lang understood it all as soon as he heard it.
I see.
That means after I level up, my HP will increase, and I'll have more energy to use my skills.
That's what I mean. Then I understand.
While speaking, Ning Lang has gathered his strength and is ready to release his skills. However, he was not going to use the sword controlling and chaotic slash this time.
Because it consumes too much energy.
It is very tiring to control so many swords flying and slashing at the same time.
So, Ning Lang is ready to use his newly replicated skill Fireball.
Ning Lang simply made a hand gesture with his hands, and a fireball appeared in front of his hands.
And as Ning Lang continued to accumulate strength,
the fireball began to expand continuously, gradually becoming larger and larger.
Let's go. Let's do a quick cleanup.
Soon, Ning Lang had charged the fireball to the size of a house. Ning Lang used his sword to control this huge fireball, and then sprinted forward quickly. This huge fireball with red lotus flames emits an extremely terrifying temperature.
The fat boy next to him was sweating all over because of the heat. Fuck, Ning Lang, what the hell is this? When did you learn this skill? Ning Lang ran forward quickly.
Wherever he rushed, some trees were instantly burned to ashes. The various ferocious beasts hiding in the woods instantly let out screams. The ferocious beast was burned to ashes immediately.
At the same time, streams of ferocious beasts' blood flew out from their corpses and poured into the X icon on Ning Lang's chest. Ding!
A white light instantly exploded from Ning Lang's body.
Level 1, Level 2.
Ning Lang successfully advanced to the second level of the first stage.
Wait for me. Xiaopang hurriedly chased after Ning Lang.
As he ran, he saw a ferocious beast that was knocked unconscious by Ning Lang but was not dead yet. He directly punched it to kill it and absorbed the blood of the ferocious beast that he had killed. Ning Lang was in front, pushing the huge fireball with his sword finger. Blazing red flames were burning above the fireball. Wherever it passed, the ferocious beasts screamed in pain and were all killed in an instant. Even the big trees in the forest of ferocious beasts were mowed down like grass, allowing Ning Lang to clear a path. The red lotus flame was so powerful that it didn't even give the tree a chance to burn before it was reduced to ashes, so it didn't cause any fire or anything.
Xiaopang was chasing after him while finishing off the enemy. After he killed a ferocious beast that had fainted from the heat with one punch, he was suddenly stunned. That's not right. Didn't we agree that I would lead Ning Lang to level up? How come he's leading me now? Hey, wait for me, Ning Lang. Ding! Level 1, Level 3.
Ning Lang instantly advanced to another level.
He charged ahead, shouting, Xiaopang, the level of the beasts here is already a bit low. Where can we find higher level beasts? Lead the way. Crazy pig run.
After Xiaopang activated this skill, he quickly caught up with Ning Lang.
Ning Lang, have you already reached level 1, level 3 so quickly? Yes, I think the upgrade is pretty quick and easy.
It might have something to do with the ferocious beast blood pill I just ate. The essence blood pill you won from the little fire god is a 5th grade one, worth 100,000 each.
You'll definitely level up incredibly quickly after eating it. But you're really a bit of a spendthrift just eating it like that.
I came here to kill monsters, but it took me a month to get to level 1 or level 2, and another month or more before I even got to level 1 or level 3. The martial arts exam is coming up soon, so I have to level up quickly.
I can only be rich.
Xiaopang scratched his head, thinking back to when he and his classmates teamed up to kill monsters, but they were not as powerful as Ning Lang. But after thinking about it, I felt that what Ning Lang said was right.
The martial arts exam is coming soon. Only by raising the level can I get good grades in the exam.
If the grades are good, I can get various elixirs as rewards. Therefore, it is worth taking this essence and blood pill. Come on, follow me, I'll take you to where level 3 to 5 ferocious beasts gather.
Xiaopang used the crazy pig run to quickly move forward and lead the way.
Ning Lang put away the fireball and followed closely behind. He felt that after he was promoted to the 3rd level of the first stage, his energy and blood were greatly enhanced, and his body was full of strength. I sighed in my heart, this is what it feels like to become stronger.
Not long after,
the two of them have arrived at the gathering place of First Order, 3rd to 5th level ferocious beasts.
Chapter 7 Lin Huahua is not convinced and becomes obsessed with Li Feng Lin Jianinglong.
Ning Lang and Xiaopang were frantically killing monsters and leveling up.
Li Feng and Lin Huahua suddenly appeared at the entrance of the forest of ferocious beasts.
Lin Huahua, I got the news that Ning Lang is hunting monsters in this ferocious beast maze today.
Let's go find him.
Lin Huahua played with a flame in his hand.
Alright. Let's go find Ning Lang and challenge him. The last time he defeated me, it must have been Lin Xi who did it in secret. This time, Lin Xi is not here. I want to avenge my previous defeat and make him call me Grandpa.
Lin Huahua said this, and stepped into the forest full of ferocious beasts with Li Feng. Lin Huahua turned his head and saw Li Feng grinning. His grin was so ugly that Lin Huahua even turned his head away and didn't look at him. If Li Feng's strength was not ranked second in the school, and if he had not taken the initiative to tell Lin Huahua about Ning Lang's whereabouts, Lin Huahua would not like to act with such an ugly person.
By the way, Li Feng, how did you know Ning Lang was spawning monsters here today?
There are many places in Mo City where ferocious beasts exist, and this ferocious beast maze is just one of them. Because the terrain is complex and it is easy to get lost, this place is called the Ferocious Beast Maze. There are so many places where ferocious beasts exist, so it is not easy to find out where Ning Lang went to swat monsters.
Have you followed Ning Lang? Lin Huahua asked.
No, it was someone from number 2 middle school who told me.
Maybe he just happened to see Ning Lang. Who is that person from number 2 middle school? Is he your friend?
Not really, but he challenged me before, so I can say we know each other. His name is Qinjin, and he's number 1 on the matching number 2 middle school rankings. He has a rather unique talent, and can cast various formations. Lin Huahua thought about it and seemed to have heard of this person. There are 4 high schools in Maching. In addition to their Maching number 1 high school, there are also number 2 high school, number 3 high school, and number 4 high school.
There are also some very strong masters in these high schools. I've heard of Chunjin from Maching Secondary School.
He seems to be quite clever. He calls himself Little Zhuge Liang.
Is that him?
Yes, it was him. His formation was quite powerful, but I still defeated him when he challenged me. Li Feng said with some pride that although he was ranked second in Maching number 1 middle school and was surpassed by Lin Xi, there were few masters from other schools who could be his rivals.
However, Li Feng lied.
Shenzhen has nothing to do with this at all. The truth is that Li Feng followed Ning Lang, but he didn't want to admit it, so he just randomly brought up someone.
I don't know what Qinjin is up to. Could it be that he also has a crush on our school's beauty?
It's possible. After all, among the 4 high schools in Macheng, Lin Xi from our school is the most beautiful girl in terms of both appearance and ability. I heard that many students from the other 3 high schools have a crush on our school's beauty. Lin Huahua nodded and suddenly thought of something. Yes, the news that Lin Xi chose Ning Lang as his good-for-nothing teammate must have spread to other high schools. Those experts from other high schools had originally hoped to enter the nation's best Jinghai University with Lin Xi after the martial arts exam, but they didn't expect Ning Lang to show up halfway and completely shatter their beautiful imaginations.
That's right. Ning Lang is such an abomination that even people from other schools can't stand it.
Let's defeat him today and make him give up his dream of becoming a great leader. Li Feng said excitedly.
That's right. We can't let this loser Ning Lang hold Lin Xi back.
In yesterday's battle, it must have been Lin Xi who secretly helped Ning Lang.
Without Lin Xi this time, I wonder what this loser can use to fight me. Yesterday's sword-controlling chaos slash was clearly Lin Xi's skill. I think the same as you did.
It must have been Lin Xi who helped him. As the two of them were talking, they came towards the ferocious beast Mi Lin with great momentum.
Result.
They came to the place where the first-level ferocious beasts gathered, and looked around but couldn't find Ning Lang. With a puzzled look on their faces, the two of them came to a place where there were many first and second-level ferocious beasts to look for Ning Lang, but they still couldn't find him.
That's strange. Didn't Shenzhen say he saw Ning Lang in the ferocious beast forest? Could he be playing some trick on us? I don't know. What's the point of him lying to us?
I think Shenzhen's little trick is nothing more than using us to defeat Ning Lang and make him give up being Lin Xi's contracted teammate.
Let's look for him again. The two of them looked around here.
All I saw was a strange passage that had been burned by fire.
What is this?
Why is such a long road burned clean?
This is outrageous. Could this be the work of a master? But why would a master kill such a low-level beast? Never mind that. Where is Ning Lang? He's still at level 1. If he doesn't spawn monsters here, where else would he spawn monsters?
We've already searched all the gathering places for level 1, and level 2 ferocious beasts. Lin Huahua touched his head, puzzled. Li Feng also grinned with his big thick lips, looking confused.
Could it be that Ning Lang went to kill higher-level monsters? That's unlikely. Even if he levels up quickly, he can only level up 1 level in half a day, right?
Forget it, since we're here, let's just go look for the high-level monsters.
Level 1, Level 4. Deep in the maze where high-level monsters gather.
Ning Lang's sword finger drove a huge fireball, pushing forward madly. Many level 4 and level 5 ferocious beasts were directly burned to ashes. The blood and essence of the ferocious beasts turned into a cloud of smoke and flew into Ning Lang's body. He was directly promoted to the 4th level of the first stage.
Take another ferocious beast blood essence pill. I've already absorbed the previous one.
Ning Lang paused for a moment and waited for the fat guy who was chasing him from behind. Xiaopeng's current level is level 5 of the first stage, so the level 4 and level 5 beasts here can also provide him with a lot of essence and blood for him to improve his level.
Ning Lang, wait for me. Your monster killing efficiency is really too high.
I've improved a lot just by picking up half-dead beasts behind you.
Xiaopeng has been picking up monsters along the way and is now almost reaching level 6.
Thank you, Xiaopeng, for accompanying me to kill monsters.
Here.
Ning Lang took out a beast essence blood pill and threw it to Xiaopeng. Seeing this, Xiaopeng quickly took it carefully with both hands. He was shocked and said, Ning Lang, I can't take this. This beast essence blood pill is worth 100,000 on the market.
I don't want it, take it back quickly.
Ning Lang scolded, little fatty, why are you being so polite to me?
What's our relationship? Just take it if I give it to you.
If you have several essence blood pills, can't you give me one?
That's true.
In Maching No. 1 Middle School, they have the best relationship and often share everything with each other.
Hurry up and keep it. Eat it when you need it. The martial arts exam is coming soon.
A blood essence pill like this can help you break through to the next level.
Okay, then I'll take it, and I won't be polite to you.
The two sat on the grass, took a short rest and drank some water. Ning Lang ate another beast essence blood pill, and then continued to kill monsters madly to level up.
Level 1, level 5. It didn't take long. Ning Lang broke through again.
It has been successfully upgraded to level 5 of the first stage. After reaching level 5, I had basically caught up with the progress of other students in the past 6 months.
The first 5 levels are relatively easy to upgrade. However, reaching level 6 is a small hurdle.
Because generally speaking, a level 5 beast is already difficult to fight, and students with level B talent can still barely fight it. However, it will be more difficult for students whose talents are below B level. For example, Xiaopeng has a B level talent, so it is quite difficult for him to fight a level 5 beast. Therefore, if he wants to upgrade from level 5 to level 6, it will take a long time. He needs to practice his skills more proficiently, or improve in other aspects.
Come on, fatty, let's keep grinding. This way we can almost reach level 6 today. Okay, I'm going to be promoted to level 6 soon. I originally thought I would have to wait until the martial arts exam to reach level 6, but I didn't expect that with you leading me, I can reach level 6 today. After Xiaopeng finished speaking, he suddenly realized that it was he who had originally said that he would take Ning Lang on today's monster killing trip. Unexpectedly, I was now being upgraded by Ning Lang. And now Ning Lang's level has completely caught up with him.
When we kill monsters again in the future, Ning Lang will be the one leading him.
At this moment,
suddenly, Lin Huahua and Li Feng appeared in the forest of ferocious beasts and blocked Ning Lang and Xiaopeng.
Ning Lang, you really gave us a hard time looking for you. You're a level 1 loser. Why are you here instead of just killing low-level beasts? Humph, are you hiding from us?
Lin Huahua smiled complacently.
Chapter 8, Slapped Away, what kind of waste are you?
Lin Huahua and Li Feng finally found Ning Lang, and they were very proud. This trip was not in vain, I can finally teach Ning Lang a lesson.
Seeing this,
Xiaopeng stood beside Ning Lang and asked, Lin Huahua, you challenged Ning Lang at school and were defeated on the spot.
You've already forgotten about it.
I remember you called me daddy so enthusiastically back then.
Why are you asking for a fight again?
When Lin Huahua heard Xiaopeng mention this, the anger in his heart was ignited. His hair suddenly became redder, as if it was burning with flames.
Little fatty, who do you think you are? How dare you mock me? I lost yesterday, but now I want to ask, did I lose to Ning Lang or Lin Xi? Ning Lang, that you Jian Liao Wan Zhan skill yesterday was clearly Lin Xi's. If she hadn't been helping you in secret, what kind of loser would you be?
Lin Hua was furious and started to rant. At this time, Li Feng also joined in, that's right, yesterday's battle couldn't be hidden from our eyes after all. Lin Xi and I have dueled many times, and I've seen her sword controlling chaos countless times. It's indeed very powerful, but that is Lin Xi's strength, not yours, Ning Lang. In the end, you are just a piece of trash standing behind a girl. Lin Xi is not here today, let's see how you meet our challenge.
Ha, Ning Lang, today I'm going to beat you until you call me Grandpa. After saying that,
two flames suddenly burned in Lin Huahua's hands.
There's no school in this wilderness. In school, you have to abide by the school rules. If you want to challenge other students, you need to get their permission. But in the wild, there are not so many rules. Ning Lang, prepare to die.
Lin Huahua immediately clenched his fists, and a blazing flame was burning on his fists.
The punch instantly hit Ning Lang's face. Okay.
Since you think that Lin Xi helped me behind the scenes, then keep thinking like that.
Swish.
Ning Lang moved his sword finger, and in an instant an ice sword condensed in front of him.
Whoosh.
A sword flew directly towards Lin Huahua. But Lin Huahua was unable to react and punched the ice sword directly. In an instant, the flame on his fist was extinguished, and the entire fist and his entire right arm were instantly frozen. Lin Huahua was horrified and his arms were completely unable to move.
Then, bang! Ning Lang slapped him.
Lin Huahua felt a sudden pain on his face, and then his whole body was blown away, flying 5 meters away.
Ouch!
As Lin Huahua flew out in a straight line, a scream also cut through the air. Half of Lin Huahua's face swelled up like a pig's head in an instant. He fell to the ground and looked at Ning Lang in disbelief.
Impossible, this is impossible. How can you be so strong? Could it be? Could it be that Lin Xi is secretly helping you? This is impossible.
Faced with Lin Huahua's series of questions, Ning Lang was too lazy to explain to him.
At this time, Li Feng's expression in front also changed suddenly. The confidence on his face disappeared and he became extremely nervous.
However, that nervous look revealed a stubborn unwillingness.
Ning Lang, I didn't expect you to have successfully awakened your innate profession.
Lin Xi isn't here this time.
It seems that the sword controlling chaos slash is a skill you mastered on your own. Humph, at least you have some brains, unlike that idiot.
Lin Huahua covered his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and suffered secondary injuries invisibly.
Ning Lang, it seems that your profession is very strong. From yesterday's fight and just now, it is enough to see that you are very strong. However, even though you are strong, I still want to defeat you. Said. Li Feng immediately activated his skills. I saw countless air currents forming around him, which looked quite cool. What a pity that such an ugly person has such cool skills. Why?
Ning Lang asked coldly, holding an ice sword in his hand.
Because Lin Xi is the girl I've had a crush on for 3 years. Do you know what a secret crush is? Secret love is the true and pure liking in this world. It's admiration from the heart, and it's a cautious and intense love. To me, Lin Xi is like the bright moon in the dark night. Swish. Li Feng became angry instantly and moved immediately.
His innate profession is the god of wind, which allows him to utilize the power of wind in nature. Li Feng, who has mastered the innate skill of riding the wind, is the fastest in the school. In an instant, a gust of wind blew. Li Feng has appeared in front of Ning Lang. A powerful flowing wind fist instantly rushed towards Ning Lang's chest. Swish, swish, swish. Ning Lang waved his sword finger, and 20 ice swords condensed in an instant. After all, Li Feng should not be underestimated. Being able to rank second in the school, he must have impressive strength. It was said that even Lin Xi couldn't easily defeat him. Therefore, although Ning Lang despised this person, he did not look down on him when he took action. I have spent countless nights silently thinking about her. I have seen her figure on countless streets and followed her from a distance. Even if I could only see her figure, I have imagined countless times that I could meet her, know her, and fall in love with her. Li Feng silently confessed his secret love for Lin Xi. He really wanted to express this love that was buried deep in his heart and wanted Lin Xi to know it, but he didn't dare to express it to Lin Xi. Ping pong pong. Ning Lang slashed at his Lu Feng fist with several ice swords. However, unexpectedly, all these ice swords were blown away by the whirlwind formed in front of Li Feng's fist. Li Feng's fists continued to break through Ning Lang's ice sword defense, and attacked fiercely with unstoppable force. Even in front of Li Feng's fist, a huge ball of flowing wind had gradually condensed. You! It's you who stole my chance. It was you, a loser, who showed up and snatched Lin Xi away. Lin Xi should have chosen me, the second strongest person in the school, as her contract partner for the martial arts exam. How could you, a loser who failed to awaken, be able to contract with her? Are you worthy? Boom!
Li Feng's punch was explosive.
The huge wind ball exploded with a loud bang, instantly breaking the surrounding trees. A powerful cloud of dust was raised.
Fortunately,
just as Ning Lang blocked with his ice sword, he had already taken a few steps back in an instant to avoid being injured by the explosion. After Li Feng threw this punch, he saw that he had successfully blown Ning Lang back, and he felt very proud. In countless battles, he defeated his opponents with his skills. Although his ugly appearance often made him feel inferior, it also, to a certain extent, spurred him to work hard in practicing his combat skills. Ning Lang, you're only a novice at the first level, so even if you can withstand this punch, how many more can you withstand? With your level 1 Qi and blood, how long can you hold out with this top-level Yujian Liao Wanzhan skill? I'm afraid you'll be exhausted after 5 moves, right? After saying that, Li Feng didn't give Ning Lang any room to breathe. He moved instantly and punched Ning Lang again. This punch still condensed the powerful force of flowing wind.
A powerful vortex of energy formed in front of his fist. Boom! A punch was thrown. A violent tornado instantly swept towards Ning Lang.
Ning Lang did not choose to confront Li Feng head-on at this time, but dodged flexibly. Ning Lang wanted to see what kind of strength Li Feng had, and also to hone his proficiency and skills, so he decided to exchange a few more moves with him. What does your secret crush on Lin Xi have to do with me? Lin Xi took the initiative to choose me for the martial arts exam contract. You're totally wrong to blame me for stealing your opportunity. After Ning Lang dodged Li Feng's punch, he stretched out his fingers and flicked the ice sword in his hand, and said calmly,
"But how could Lin Xi be wrong? It must be you. You must have used some unknown means to force her. You must have discovered some secret of Lin Xi's, and then you told her, Lin Xi, you don't want your secret to be discovered, right? In short, you must have used some means like this to force Lin Xi to sign a contract with you. Today, I will deal with you for Lin Xi." Nonsense, I didn't expect that you are not only ugly in appearance, but also so ugly in heart. Humph. If Lin Xi hadn't used some nasty tricks, why would she have chosen a loser like you? What's your reason? Swift wind flow. Swish. Li Feng activated his skill again. This time, a strong gust of wind had formed around him. All around him, countless dust and leaves were swirling around him. Li Feng has already exerted his control over the wind to the extreme. Ning Lang, even if you've awakened your innate profession and mastered the sword-controlling chaos slash, you can't make up for the 6 months you've fallen behind in cultivation. If you don't want to get hurt, I can give you a chance. Just admit defeat and withdraw from the martial arts exam contract with Lin Xi. When Li Feng condensed a powerful gale, he was instantly filled with confidence. This power made him feel the right to speak that only the strong have. Ning Lang, admit defeat. We are classmates, and I don't want to hurt you before the martial arts exam. Don't force me. Careful. Deep in the forest, Lin Xi was hiding in the dark and observing the battle. She couldn't help but shout out, because she had experienced the power of this gust of wind. This was a skill that made it difficult for her to cope with. But her scream was not heard by them because she was far away and Li Feng and Ning Lang were fighting fiercely. There are many boys in the school who like Lin Xi. Some express their feelings directly, while others like her silently. There have been many boys who have been rejected by Lin Xi. Therefore, Lin Xi appeared here secretly because she had guessed that after Ning Lang left school, someone would probably come to challenge Ning Lang again. And the facts turned out to be just as she expected. Just when Lin Xi was about to stop Li Feng, sudden, a figure descended from the sky. The person who came was a girl. She was wearing a beautiful white dress. The short skirt is decorated with several peacock feather-like patterns, which has an outstanding sense of design. You can tell that this is very expensive clothing. And in her hand, she held a dazzling spear that was as crystal clear as a diamond. Chapter 9 Lin Xi, I like handsome guys. Li Feng is heartbroken. When Ning Lang looked at her face carefully, he immediately found that this girl was Su Li. At school, everyone wore school uniforms, and Ning Lang didn't realize that Su Li was so pretty. Now that Su Li was dressed like this, Ning Lang was stunned for a moment. Swish! After Su Li flew over, a shot swept across in an instant, creating a gust of air. This forced Li Feng to take a few steps back. Li Feng, you dare to bully the students in our class, what do you want to do? Crystal gun? Are you Su Li, who was ranked 7th in the school rankings? Seeing this, Li Feng guessed that this person was the little spear immortal Su Li.
Although he did not know Su Li, he had heard of Su Li's name.
You still have some sense. I'm the monitor of Class 1. You want to bully my classmates? That's not allowed.
I've often heard of you in school, but we weren't in the same class, and I've never met you properly. I heard your crystal gun is a top-tier weapon, worth $3 million. Seeing it today, I realize it's truly extraordinary. When Li Feng saw Su Li, whom he had often heard of, his eyes lit up and he found that Su Li was very beautiful, the kind of beauty that was generous and pure.
Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to provoke Ning Lang, I will poke a hole in you with my gun. My gun is very sharp.
Su Li, I've heard of your name, so you should have heard of me too.
My name is Li Feng, and I'm the second most powerful person in our school.
I've heard of it, of course I've heard of it, he's always been the runner-up.
Su Li laughed sarcastically and stuck the crystal gun on the ground. Now that you've heard that, do you think you're my match?
As Li Feng spoke, he stretched out a hand, and suddenly, a stream of wind flew along his arm like a swimming dragon.
What's so great about being the runner-up for 1,000 years? Even if I can't beat you, you can't do anything to me. Ning Lang, you go first, I'll hold him back.
The spear in Su Li's hand suddenly emitted a bright light. She turned around to look at Ning Lang, waved to him, and signaled him and Xiaopang to retreat first.
Ning Lang, you only dare to hide behind girls? You're useless.
Seeing this, Li Feng actually didn't dare to provoke Su Li, so he tried to provoke Ning Lang. At this time, Ning Lang took a step forward, grabbed Su Li's hand, and gently pulled Su Li behind him.
Very good, Ning Lang, you are still a man. Let's have a good fight today. If you lose, you will withdraw from the contract with the school beauty. Ning Lang's expression suddenly changed. Li Feng. You're only the second in the school. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me with your limited ability? How could I let you get your hands on something that belongs to me?
Your so-called secret love is nothing more than an ugly person hiding in the dark and afraid to see the light.
What? You dare to call me ugly? I'll kill you.
Li Feng is ugly, but he hates being called ugly the most.
This is a word that will instantly anger him. Suddenly, Li Feng attacked again.
He used all his strength. His fists held 2 gusts of wind, stirring up strong air vibrations.
One punch after another came. Maybe it was because he realized that Ning Lang might be right. Li Feng attacked Ning Lang fiercely like a madman.
Ning Lang dodged Li Feng's powerful punches and was carefully looking for Li Feng's weakness. Ning Lang deliberately let him throw a few punches to make Li Feng careless and underestimate his opponent, making it easier for him to win. At this moment, what Li Feng was thinking in his heart was that as long as he continued to attack Ning Lang, he would definitely run out of strength and be knocked away by his ruthless punch. He kept attacking with punch after punch.
The opportunity has arrived.
Ning Lang dodged another punch and instantly slashed at Li Feng's chest with a sword. Li Feng never expected that after Ning Lang dodged so many of his punches, he still had the energy left to attack him. In a hurry, Li Feng condensed the Lu Feng armor to block the sword. However, despite the protection of the Lu Feng armor, the ferocious sword was still like a big iron hammer, knocking him directly away. This sword directly hit Li Feng and sent him flying back more than 10 meters. It hit a big tree directly and broke the tree in half.
Puff!
Li Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. When he struggled to get up again, Ning Lang's ice sword was already across his neck.
You lose. I don't accept it.
Although under the threat of Ning Lang's ice sword, Li Feng still shouted stubbornly. However, when Li Feng wanted to stand up, he felt a sharp pain in his chest.
Humph. Just a clown.
Ning Lang retracted the ice sword and turned to the side.
Ning Lang, this is impossible. You can't beat me.
Su Li then walked over and said, Li Feng, if you lose, you lose.
The martial arts exam is coming up soon. I advise you to take care of yourself.
After hearing Su Li's words, Li Feng's expression suddenly changed. But he still refused to accept his defeat.
Ning Lang, you are only at the first level of the first order, why can you fight me for so long? This is impossible.
I am a strong man at the 9th level of the first order.
Ha ha. You thought I was level 1. How stupid you are, idiot.
At this time, Xiaopang interrupted and said, Ning Lang has already reached the 5th level of the first stage. Level 1, level 5, although it is still a few levels lower than level 1, level 9. But at the first level of strength, a small difference in level does not bring about too much disparity. At the first stage, talents, skills, and combat techniques have a greater impact.
After hearing what Xiaopang said, Li Feng's eyes widened immediately. Level 1, level 5? How is that possible? You've already reached level 1, level 5 in just half a day? How is that possible? Xiaopang walked over and said, how is that impossible?
Ning Lang kills monsters so quickly.
Didn't you see the passage burned by the fire when you came here? Ning Lang did it. This time.
Li Feng, Lin Huahua, and Su Li were all shocked.
What? Ning Lang also has fire attribute skills? Isn't he an ice attribute? How is this possible?
Xiaopang continued, of course, in addition to killing monsters, the ferocious beast blood pills sponsored by Lin Huahua also helped Ning Lang level up quickly.
Xiaopang is a gossipy person. He doesn't control his mouth and starts talking about everything.
Li Feng was stunned for a moment, because he realized that what Xiaopang said was probably true. Upon hearing this, Lin Huahua was so angry that he punched the tree with his hands. My precious essence blood pill was actually used for this. I spent all my New Year's money on it.
Ha ha. At this moment,
a girl's sweet laughter was heard from the maze. Hearing the sound, everyone looked towards the distance.
Who is it?
Su Li dodged and rushed over.
Immediately following,
I saw Su Li had already grabbed the school beauty Lin Xi and pulled her out from behind a big tree. Lin Xi, my dear, I didn't expect you to be hiding here secretly watching the show.
Are you very happy to see the boys who like you fighting for you?
Lin Xi is also in class 1. Although she is the strongest in the school, she is still suppressed by the aura of Su Li, the class monitor.
He had no choice but to be dragged out obediently. No, I'm just like you.
I came to see Ning Lang because I'm worried that he might get into trouble with other students. Lin Xi and Su Li walked towards Ning Lang while whispering to each other. I saw Lin Xi coming and saw her peerless beauty. The boys at the scene suddenly became a little nervous. Lin Huahua quickly turned his head away, not wanting Lin Xi to see his pig head. Li Feng was also very nervous, and he felt very embarrassed because he had just been defeated by Ning Lang. Lin Xi and Ning Lang looked at each other. Lin Xi suddenly remembered the scene when they signed the contract, and her face turned slightly red. On the contrary, Xiaopang seemed more natural.
He was an outgoing person and didn't feel awkward with anyone.
Lin Xi, the campus beauty, I didn't expect you to be hiding behind and watching the show.
Just passing by.
Lin Xi didn't know what to say for a moment. She also felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had been hiding in the dark and peeking, and now she was caught by Su Li.
At this time,
Li Feng suddenly thought that Lin Xi had been watching them secretly.
Then naturally, Lin Xi heard everything about his fight and what he said just now.
If that was the case, then what he had just said was equivalent to confessing his feelings to Lin Xi. He never expected that he would let Lin Xi know his love for her in this way.
At the same time,
Li Feng thought that everything he had done was for Lin Xi's own good.
No matter what, she will be a little touched by my silent dedication to her, right? Moreover, he still felt that Ning Lang must have used some means to coerce and bribe Lin Xi, which made Lin Xi choose Ning Lang as his contract teammate.
Li Feng tidied up his clothes. He looked at her nervously. Lin Xi, you should have heard what I said just now. In this case, I want to tell you that I have actually been paying attention to you secretly and have liked you silently.
In the past. But I don't like you.
Lin Xi responded mercilessly. These words were like a knife, cutting directly into Li Feng's heart. As a result, he swallowed back what he wanted to say next.
But. Li Feng felt extremely embarrassed for a moment. No buts.
If you must ask why, I will tell you that I like handsome guys.
Puff.
Li Feng felt as if he had spit out a mouthful of blood. Who I choose to contract with has nothing to do with you, because even if I don't choose to contract with Ning Lang, I won't choose yours, so there's no need for you to make so much trouble. Lin Xi stabbed again.
Click.
Li Feng felt that his world suddenly collapsed. Lin Xi's words were like an invisible blade, slashing at his heart.
He had a lot more to say. However, it was blocked directly.
He felt that his heart was also blocked.
It's so congested. So poisonous. Why? Oh, heaven. Oh, earth. Why is all this happening?
Li Feng stood there in a daze, petrified. In his heart, however, there was a roar of thunder and a tsunami. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, questioning the heavens and the earth.
Lin Xi, Are you being a little too direct?
When Suli heard Lin Xi's words, her eyes widened and her expression froze. Some boys had confessed their love to her before, but she was always very tactful and gave them a way out to reject them.
For example, you are a good person. For example, the main task now is to prepare for the military examination. For example, I don't want to fall in love right now. She never expected that he could be rejected so directly and ruthlessly. Isn't it better to be more direct? Why do you have to be so euphemistic and cause misunderstanding?
Lin Xi asked back.
Okay, you're awesome. Suli gave a thumbs up in admiration.
At this moment, Li Feng suddenly felt that although it was Ning Lang who defeated him today, it was Lin Xi who broke his heart. All his dreams were shattered.
Sure enough, sometimes secret love is still quite beautiful. At least it won't be so heartbreaking. It hurts.
Li Feng covered his chest with his hands.
Something was broken there. Bite. At this moment, the prompt sound rang again in Ning Lang's mind. Chapter 10 is reprinted for the third time. Ride the wind and level up like crazy. Ding.
We've detected that the current target is in deep distress and experiencing intense emotional fluctuations.
Their mental defenses have been greatly reduced. Do you want to take this opportunity to extract and replicate their skills? What?
Ning Lang was shocked when he heard the voice in his mind.
I've triggered my professional skill again. Replicate?
Ning Lang suddenly thought that it was bad enough that Li Feng was defeated by him, but the key point was that he was rejected in person by the person he secretly loved.
How heartbreaking and painful it must be, and what a huge emotional fluctuation.
Therefore, it triggers his own replica skill, which is perfectly reasonable. It seems that as long as I keep looking for opportunities to make people have drastic emotional fluctuations, I can keep replicating my skills. Ning Lang smiled secretly in his heart.
Smoke. Following Ning Lang's order. Moment. The replicator's professional skills are activated.
Pieces of information began to flash through Ning Lang's mind.
Ding. Extract and replicate the S-rank Wind God Li Feng's skill Wind Control. Ding.
Replicated once, successfully obtained Wind Ride with the added afterimage effect.
Ding. Reprinted twice, critical hit. Wind Ride's top speed increased 5-fold. Ding. Replicated 3 times, critical hit. When using Wind Ride, you can bring a teammate with you. Accompanied by voices ringing in my mind.
Ning Lang's mouth corners were slightly raised without him noticing.
He sighed in his heart. Sure. I actually drew you Fengxing. This is the core skill of the Lufengchen profession. The strongest point of the Lufengchen profession is speed. It is precisely because of his flying speed that Li Feng has always been the undisputed #1 in the school's speed ranking. Swish. Ning Lang quietly used this newly replicated skill. His figure flashed away in an instant, but in less than a second, he flew back again. In the eyes of everyone, they only saw a few afterimages flash by. Xiaopang rubbed his eyes and said, "What's going on? Why did I just see something flash by?" Well, you saw it too? Maybe it was a bird flying by. Suli guessed.
Xiaopang and Suli were chatting together and didn't notice Ning Lang's actions. However, Lin Xi seemed to have noticed something, but she was not sure. After successfully mastering the skill of controlling the wind,
Ning Lang said, "Thank you two beauties in the class for your help. If there's nothing else, I'll continue to kill monsters. After all, I'm only level 5 of the first rank, unlike you two, who are both level 8 or 9 of the first rank, right?" Hearing this, Suli and Lin Xi both nodded. Suli pointed a gun at Li Feng and Lin Huahua and said, "You two, get out of here right now. If I see you causing trouble for Ning Lang again, I'll tell the principal." Suli's father, Su Ji, is the head of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Macheng. He is a well-known figure in Macheng. Even Shin Hanyang, the principal of Macheng #1 Middle School, has to show respect to him. After hearing this, Li Feng naturally remained silent and dared not speak. Although Lin Huahua is also a member of the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in Mo City, his father is just an ordinary member of the Lin family. Moreover, the 4 major families are ranked as Su, Mo, Yi, and Lin, and the Su family is the leader of the 4 major families in Mo City. Therefore, Lin Huahua didn't dare to provoke Suli at all, and naturally left obediently. After Suli drove the 2 troublemakers away, she said to Ning Lang, "Ning Lang, you and Xiaopang continue to kill monsters and level up. Lin Xi and I will also go to kill high-level monsters. We also want to successfully advance to the second level before the martial arts exam.
Lin Xi also nodded slightly, and then he and Su Li left here hand in hand.
After everyone left, only Ning Lang and Xiao Pang were left at the scene. I've rested for so long, Ning Lang, let me lead the way, and you can pick up the corpses in the back for a while. Crazy pig transformation.
Xiao Pang immediately used his skills and started rushing towards the level 5 beast in front. What he was thinking was that Ning Lang had just had a fierce battle with Lin Huahua and Li Feng, and he must have consumed a lot of energy now. It was time for him to take a rest and let him do some of the work.
Result. Bang.
Xiao Pang rushed towards a level 5 crocodile beast at the speed of a pig, but he was unexpectedly slapped back by the crocodile beast's tail in an instant. Fortunately, Xiao Pang, the fierce pig king, has a natural talent for profession, and his skin is thick and his defense is relatively strong. It was flung back by a tail and rolled on the ground a few times, but it was not seriously injured. Continue to run like a crazy pig and rush forward again.
Ouch. Xiao Pang flew back upside down. Ning Lang couldn't help but cough twice when he saw this. He finally understood why the fatty was stuck at level 5 and couldn't move up. Let me. Ning Lang's figure flashed in an instant.
At a speed that caught the crocodile beast off guard, a fireball was pressed into the crocodile beast's mouth.
Boom! The crocodile beast was blown into pieces. A stream of ferocious beast's blood instantly flew into Ning Lang's chest.
Xiao Pang, you stay behind and pick up the beast's corpses.
I'll lead the way.
Ning Lang once again condensed a super large fireball, above which burned a raging red lotus flame.
Ning Lang used the wind control technique again. He rushed forward in an instant,
accompanied by a series of afterimages.
Ning Lang has already burned out a series of passages in this maze of ferocious beasts. Wherever it passed, all the level 5 ferocious beasts were burned to death instantly.
After the Great Catastrophe, this world has seen an immense number of ferocious beasts, and countless humans have been killed by them.
Many cities have become deserted and have become paradises for ferocious beasts. Humans and ferocious beasts have long been in a relationship of mutual slaughter. Humanity's ordinary guns, cannons, and bombs are unable to kill those high-level ferocious beasts.
Therefore, after the catastrophe, the number of remaining humans continued to decrease. Fortunately, the world changed again later.
Humans can awaken their innate professions at the age of 18.
Those who awaken to combat professions can become warriors, kill ferocious beasts, and protect the continuation of human civilization.
Ding! Level 1, Level 6.
Ning Lang watched for a while. Successfully upgraded to level 6 of the first stage.
Ning Lang, you broke through so quickly?
Xiao Pang had been stuck at level 5 of the first stage for a long time. When he saw Ning Lang break through to level 6 of the first stage so quickly, he felt that it was all so unreal.
I've made a breakthrough, Xiao Pang. How much further do you have to go? I should be almost there too. Okay, then I'll leave you some more half-burned beasts. Hurry up and upgrade to level 1, level 6, so we can go to higher level beast gathering places to swat monsters. Thank you so much, Ning Lang.
Swish, swish, swish. Ning Lang condensed his fireball a little smaller, so the burning effect would be weaker, and many ferocious beasts would be burned half to death. Ning Lang rushed several times, leaving Xiao Pang with many half-dead beasts. Then, Ning Lang lay on the grass, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, holding a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth, and resting with his legs crossed.
Xiao Pang was here grunting and killing ferocious beasts to level up.
After waiting for a long time, Ning Lang was almost falling asleep.
A beam of light finally appeared on Xiao Pang's side. I've upgraded.
I finally broke through to level 6 of the first order.
Xiao Pang ran towards Ning Lang like a crazy pig, happily celebrating his upgrade.
He had been stuck at level 5 of the first stage for a long time, and he was naturally very happy after finally achieving a breakthrough today.
Let's go. Let's go kill the level 6 beast. Good.
Xiao Pang led Ning Lang and found the gathering place of the 6th level ferocious beasts in this maze of ferocious beasts.
But, after arriving here,
Xiao Pang said, Ning Lang, thank you for helping me break through to level 6 of the first stage, but you don't need to help me level up again in the future.
Why? Because being carried along while leveling up saves effort, it's not very meaningful.
With my current strength, it's still quite difficult for me to defeat a level 6 beast.
If you take me to a higher level, I won't be able to defeat beasts of that level anymore. I'll have to go back to fighting level 6 beasts. Moreover, if I fight a beast of a mismatched level, I won't be able to absorb 100% of the beast's essence and blood. After hearing what Xiaopang said, Ning Lang nodded.
He also agreed with Xiaopang's idea.
In this world, this is the rule.
Otherwise, if it is possible to be led to upgrade, many people can ask the elders in the family to lead them to upgrade all the way. So it's okay to be taken to level up, but if you level up more, it will only bring you trouble. Well then, you should hone your combat skills.
Well, Ning Lang, you are very strong. You should quickly level up.
Once you level up, you can go find Su Li and Lin Xi to team up and kill monsters together. As someone who has awakened a B-level talent profession, Xiaopang is still subject to great limitations. He is also full of envy for those classmates who have awakened a level or even S-level talent professions, but that's his fate, and he can only go his own way.
Okay, then, do your best. Well, go ahead.
Swish, swish, swish. Ning Lang was madly improving his level in this maze of ferocious beasts. However, when it comes to the higher levels such as level 6, level 7, and level 8, the time required for improvement has also been significantly extended. There is about a month left before the martial arts exam. These days, many high school students, including Ning Lang, have been frantically killing monsters in different ferocious beast forests to improve their levels.
Time is rushing forward rapidly.
Many students are forming teams with their martial arts exam teammates to hone their cooperation with each other, hoping to achieve good results in the martial arts exam.
Finally,
the 5th day before the martial arts exam,
Ning Lang successfully upgraded to level 1, level 9.
It's time to team up with Lin Xi and hone our tacit understanding. Chapter 11, both he and Lin Xi advanced to the 2nd level, and the martial arts exam began. Because Lin Xi has been upgraded to level 9 of the first stage, she needs to kill a level 9 ferocious beast. Ning Lang never looked for Lin Xi until he was promoted to level 9 of the first stage. After all, the ferocious beasts they were hunting were different. Ning Lang could handle these ferocious beasts by himself and there was no need to ask others for help. Now, Ning Lang has been upgraded to level 9 of the first stage. It is time to find Lin Xi to kill monsters together and hone their tacit understanding. In this way, when waiting for the martial arts exam, the two of them can cooperate better and achieve better results.
This morning,
Ning Lang was just about to call Lin Xi to make an appointment with her. But the cell phone just happened to ring. It was Lin Xi who called. Lin Xi, I was looking for you.
Really? Then why didn't you contact me for all these days? You even asked me to call you.
That's because I haven't reached level 1, level 9 yet, so I thought I'd team up with you to kill monsters after I did. Oh, so what you mean is that if you don't reach level 9, you won't contact me anymore. Ning Lang heard some anger in Lin Xi's tone. But if you think about it carefully, it seems like she has been waiting for me to contact her. Thinking of this, Ning Lang quickly explained.
Well.
I mainly didn't want to delay you from killing monsters, because you definitely want to reach level 2 before the martial arts exam, so I haven't contacted you. Okay, I heard you reached level 9 of the first stage yesterday, so I called to ask you to go to the ferocious beast forest in the east of the city to kill monsters.
Is it free for you today? It's convenient.
The martial arts exam is coming up soon, and it's time for us to hone our coordination.
I was thinking of calling you to make an appointment, and you just happened to call. You still remember to ask me out. I've hung up now and will be leaving soon. You should come early too. We'll meet at the entrance of the ferocious beast forest. Good. Hang up the phone.
Ning Lang immediately packed up and changed into a decent-looking set of clothes.
After looking in the mirror, I hurried to set off. Seeing Ning Lang's hurried look, Grandma asked curiously, "Xiao Lang, why are you in such a hurry? Are you going on a date with a female classmate?" Grandma, you guessed it quite right. How did you know? I see you've tidied everything up so neatly, can't you tell? Actually, I was just going monster hunting with my classmates. It wasn't really a date. Go ahead, are you still pretending to be your grandma?
Ning Lang rode his motorcycle and sped towards the wild forest of ferocious beasts in the east of the city.
Unexpectedly. Halfway there.
Then I saw a girl flying on a sword in the distance. She wasn't flying very high, only about 4 or 5 meters from the ground. After Ning Lang passed her on a motorcycle, he turned around and looked at her carefully, and found that it was Lin Xi flying on the sword. She was wearing a slim-fitting halter dress with a slit at the hem, revealing a glimpse of her fair legs. The left shoulder of the skirt is decorated with a beautiful flower, which looks very elegant. In addition, Lin Xi is very beautiful, and with such a beautiful skirt, she really attracts attention all the way.
Many people on the street looked up at this fairy-like person. Lin Xi? I didn't expect to meet you halfway. Ning Lang shouted on the motorcycle. Hearing this,
Lin Xi also flew directly to Ning Lang's side on his sword and walked with him.
What a coincidence.
Lin Xi, you usually just fly on your sword.
Yeah, it's very convenient, but it's a bit tiring.
Sword flying is one of Lin Xi's skills. To use such a skill, it naturally takes a lot of energy. So many people, even though they have the skills in footwork, don't know how to use them to travel.
That is Lin Xi.
She has mastered the sword riding technique very well, so she can use it with relatively less energy, and can use it as a means of transportation for short distances.
Since it's so tiring, I'll give you a ride. Get in the car. Ning Lang invited warmly. However, he didn't know whether Lin Xi would agree.
After all, riding a motorcycle together seemed a bit too intimate.
Ning Lang even said it in a joking tone. But, to Ning Lang's surprise, Lin Xi actually nodded. Okay, let's save some energy for monster hunting later. Bring it on. Ning Lang was a little surprised.
He stopped the motorcycle, and after Lin Xi landed on the ground, she sat sideways on his motorcycle. After all, she was wearing a skirt.
Hold on tight, you're not sitting very steadily like this. Ning Lang started the motorcycle and accelerated towards the east of the city.
Lin Xi had no choice but to hold on to Ning Lang.
This scene.
It was immediately noticed by some people on the street, and they were all envious.
This guy is really good. He actually let a fairy get on his motorcycle.
Even my luxury car can't pull up such a beautiful woman.
I'm so jealous. TSK, being a high school student is wonderful.
The two soon arrived at the wild forest where ferocious beasts were. Ning Lang and Lin Xi started their monster-killing journey directly. Lin Xi was seen flying on a sword, and with the movement of his sword finger, countless flying swords slashed towards the 9th-level ferocious beast at a rapid speed. Ning Lang also used the sword-controlling chaos slash, and at the same time, he also used the wind-controlling footwork. The two of them controlled a total of 30 flying swords, and in this wild forest full of ferocious beasts, they madly killed the 9th-level ferocious beasts. As they worked together, Ning Lang suddenly realized that although he had also learned the sword-controlling chaos slash and could control 20 flying swords, he had to admire Lin Xi's proficiency in the sword-controlling chaos slash and her superb fighting skills. In Lin Xi's hands, her 10 flying swords were extremely flexible, as if they had eyes, and could attack the fatal parts of the beasts accurately and quickly. Lin Xi had honed these fighting skills bit by bit over a long period of time. In this regard, Ning Lang is still a little short of maturity and he needs to continue to hone his skills. However, seeing Lin Xi perform the sword-controlling chaos slash, Ning Lang immediately learned a lot of skills that he had never thought of.
Soon,
after some trial and error, the two of them went from just clashing their swords at the beginning to coordinating more tacitly. 30 flying swords, like a sword net, directly enveloped the ferocious beast. Wherever they passed, these level 9 ferocious beasts were simply unable to resist. The two of them worked together to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Faced with such a refreshing monster-killing experience, Lin Xi's forehead was slightly sweaty, but he showed genuine happiness. Ning Lang, I didn't expect that before the contract. You were still a person who failed to awaken, but now in such a short time, you have actually advanced to this level? Lin Xi was full of curiosity about Ning Lang. When Ning Lang and Lin Huohuo were fighting at the beginning, most of the students in the school thought that it was Lin Xi who secretly helped Ning Lang. But Lin Xi himself knew that he had not done anything at all. Afterwards, Lin Xi secretly observed Ning Lang and discovered that he could not only use the sword to slash, but also the fireball technique. Just now, when we teamed up to kill monsters together, we discovered that Ning Lang could even ride the wind.
Ning Lang, so what exactly is your profession? Didn't you say you hadn't awakened yet? Why do you have so many skills? Ning Lang smiled faintly. Lin Xi, do you still remember when we signed the martial arts exam contract? What do you mean? At that time, we all took off our clothes. Hearing this, Lin Xi's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Don't mention this matter casually. I mean, you should have seen it. For example, the icon on your chest is a small sword, and the icon on mine is an X. X means infinite possibilities. Your profession is so special? Lin Xi murmured in amazement. Ning Lang did not explain any further.
Seeing this, Lin Xi stopped talking and did not ask any further questions.
After all, everyone has their own little secrets.
Just like the reason why she chose Ning Lang as her contract teammate for the martial arts exam, she also kept it secret from Ning Lang.
Give. At this time,
Ning Lang took out a beast essence blood pill and handed it to Lin Xi.
What? We're just one step away from reaching level 2. Eat it and we'll level up together. But one ferocious beast blood essence pill is worth 100,000. Why are you giving it to me?
Of course, because we're teammates.
If you level up, it will also improve our joint scores in the martial arts exam, right?
Lin Xi hesitated for a moment. Ning Lang directly slapped the beast's blood essence pill into her mouth.
You. Don't dawdle, eat and go kill monsters. An hour later. Ding. Ding.
Ning Lang and Lin Xi broke through one after another and were promoted to the second level together.
5 days later. The martial arts exam officially begins. Chapter 12, Hot Discussion on the Bus, the favorite team for the martial arts exam champion.
The day of the martial arts exam that everyone had been looking forward to finally arrived as scheduled. More than a dozen buses were driving on the road, and all the people on board were senior high school students from Moching No. 1 Middle School.
Today is the big day for them to take the martial arts exam.
In the car, people sat next to each other in groups of 2.
Many people are looking forward to the upcoming martial arts exam and are very nervous.
Ning Lang and Lin Xi also sat together.
However, the two people were not chatting, but sitting quietly.
The journey made Ning Lang feel a little drowsy. Lin Xi also closed his eyes and leaned silently on the seat.
Sitting in the front row were Xiaopang and his female teammate. Although Xiaopang only has B-level talent, this B-level is actually considered good in the class.
After all, among the top 10 students in Moching No. 1 Middle School, only the top 3 have S-level talents, and the remaining 7 are only A-level.
There are not many people in the entire high school who have A-level talents. Students with A-level talents are already the chosen ones of heaven. So Xiaopang's B-level talent is not bad. There are also many female classmates in the class who are willing to choose Xiaopang as their contract teammate for the martial arts exam. After careful consideration, Xiaopang finally chose a female classmate who was both beautiful and capable. Gu Jingjing.
Ning Lang also paid some attention to Gu Jingjing. Her appearance was also quite good in the class, although there was still a certain gap between her and Lin Xi.
Gu Jingjing is a cute little beauty of the Lolita type.
Her awakened talent profession is B-level light mage.
She can shoot lasers to kill ferocious beasts.
Her attack power is very strong, but her defense and speed are relatively weak. However, she and the fat guy with high health and defense are a perfect match. Xiaopang and Gu Jingjing, who were sitting in the front row of Ning Lang's car, were chatting non-stop.
This was mainly because Xiaopang was such a good chatterbox.
He could chat and gossip with anyone he caught.
Hey, Gu Jingjing, have you heard?
I heard that the reward for the champion of this MO City martial arts exam is even more exaggerated than before.
Where did you hear this gossip? A lot of people are talking about it.
It's said that the champion team of this martial arts exam will each receive a large villa with sea view, covering over 500 square meters.
You can see the beach and the sea outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Really? That's so exaggerated. Last year's martial arts exam champion only had a small villa, but this time it's a sea view room?
Yes, in order to retain talent, the rewards for martial arts exam champions in each city are becoming more and more exaggerated.
Xiaopang said excitedly.
There was also a lot of longing in Gu Jingjing's eyes. However, both of them knew that they were destined to have no chance of winning the martial arts exam. After all, they only had B-level talent. In the past, the champion teams of the martial arts exams were generally 2-person teams with S-level talents, and there were even people with SS-level talents. In addition to the large sea view villa, the various elixirs, skills, and even weapons are all extremely exaggerated.
Of course, there will also be a scholarship of up to 10 million. Have you found out everything? Is it 10 million per person, or is it 10 million divided equally between the two of you? Of course it's 10 million per person.
10 million is an astronomical figure for us ordinary people, but it's nothing for the martial arts exam champion team. They will also need to spend a lot of money to continue their training and improvement in the future.
This is equivalent to the city lord's sponsorship for them.
Ning Lang was listening on the side and was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that winning the championship would come with such a generous reward. He suddenly wanted to fight for the championship.
At the same time,
Ning Lang also thought about how Lin Xi had chosen him as his teammate when he was still considered a person who had failed to awaken.
Invisibly, this was actually equivalent to paying a huge price.
Otherwise, she could still compete for the championship. Thinking of this, Ning Lang also decided to work hard to return the championship to her.
Ning Lang was looking out the window silently, thinking about these things in his mind.
A few rows behind them, Ning Lang heard the conversation between two other classmates. Because the content of their conversation directly mentioned Lin Xi and themselves. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, Ning Lang still heard it. One said, "I don't think number 1 middle school has a chance of winning the championship in this martial arts exam.
If our school's beauty had chosen a strong person, we would have had a good chance. But I don't know what she was thinking. She chose the weakest person in the school. How can we compete with the other 3 high schools?"
Another said, "Yes, I heard that the other 3 high schools also have very strong contestants in this martial arts exam. For example, the top and third best students from Moching number 2 high school formed a team. Their top student is a genius from the Mo clan, one of the 4 great families. His name seems to be Mo Ting, and he holds the S-rank Fist Thunder God class.
He's extremely terrifying and ferocious."
At this point, a female classmate next to him chimed in, yes, Mo Ting is truly powerful. His punches are incredibly powerful. And his teammate is number 3 from 2nd middle school Zheng Shanshan. Although she's a girl and looks skinny, she's an S-rank, Holy Fist Master, so she's also very powerful.
I've had the pleasure of meeting both of them.
One has the Thunder Fist and the other has the Holy Fist. These 2 are the hottest candidates for the championship of this martial arts exam. The sound of their conversation reached Ning Lang's ears. Ning Lang also subconsciously remembered these 2 people. Because during the martial arts exam, you will most likely face a showdown between champion groups. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Hearing the classmates praising these 2 people, Ning Lang also felt a little pressure. He wondered how strong this duo really was.
At this moment,
Ning Lang heard another classmate say enthusiastically, "The team from Moching number 2 middle school is indeed very strong, but I think the team from Moching number 3 middle school that's aiming for the championship is even stronger."
"What do you mean?" someone asked curiously.
This group from Moching number 3 middle school is made up of the first and second groups from their third middle school.
"Do you think they're strong?"
Furthermore, when they work together, the sum of their parts is greater than their 2 parts.
"Just look at them. I think this group from number 3 middle school could very well be the dark horse. Aren't the number 1 and number 2 students from Moching number 3 middle school Chenjin and Yi Feiyu? Didn't Chenjin also lose to our number 2 student, Li Feng? If their school's number 1 student can't even beat our number 2 student, how strong can he be?"
The classmate just now retorted, "The main reason for our school's failure is that Lin Xi is too strong."
"Who can beat Lin Xi?"
"That's why our school's second best player, Li Feng, is also very strong, but he's always been suppressed by Lin Xi. Now that Lin Xi has chosen Ning Lang, their team is definitely doomed. Li Feng didn't choose a strong teammate, so our school is definitely going to fail this time."
"That's right.
The strongest team in our school is probably the double gun combination of Ling Bai and Su Li.
Anyway, I'm telling you, don't underestimate the team of Chenjin and Yi Feiyu. Chenjin is known as the little Zhuge Liang.
I think he and Yi Feiyu will definitely develop a very strong combination of skills."
Here the classmates discussed together.
Ning Lang felt that the amount of information was quite large. First of all, the strongest group in Moching number 3 middle school is Chenjin and Yi Feiyu.
I don't know what their professions are. In addition, Ning Lang also heard Su Li's name. He curiously looked for Su Li in the bus.
Because many students chose teammates who were not from their own class, the people sitting on the bus were all separated and students from the same class did not sit together. Ning Lang stretched his waist and tried to see if he could find Su Li to see if she was in this car. Just as Ning Lang looked up, he saw Su Li, who was sitting in the front row, also turned around and looked back. The 2 of them happened to look at each other. When Su Li saw Ning Lang, she smiled brightly and waved at him. Ning Lang also raised his hand slightly.
At this time,
the classmate named Ling Bai who was sitting next to Su Li also turned his head curiously to look behind him. Ning Lang saw that he was also a handsome boy, and he and Su Li seemed to be a good match. For some reason, Ning Lang felt a flash of indescribable emotion in his heart, and he felt a little sad for a moment.
"Why, do you want to be in a group with Sister Su Li?"
Beside him, Lin Xi, who had been leaning on the chair with his eyes closed, suddenly asked.
This sentence immediately made Ning Lang's eyes widen. Weren't you keeping your eyes closed? How come you seem to see everything?
Lin Xi still had her eyes closed. She said, some things don't need to be seen with the eyes.
After saying that,
Lin Xi crossed his arms and continued slowly. Su Li's contracted teammate is called Ling Bai. His class is S-level Dragon Spear, and he ranks 3rd in the school. He has challenged me several times and is quite strong.
That's it, but why are you telling me this?
Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll win every battle.
From what you just showed, it seems like you don't know anything about the masters from other high schools, right? You can see this too? Like I said, there are some things you don't need to see with your eyes. If you don't know something about an opponent, you can ask me.
You don't need to listen to other people's conversations to gather intelligence. A lot of what they say is just gossip, which is inaccurate. Lin Xi said in a very calm and confident tone.
This made Ning Lang very surprised. It turns out that Lin Xi has already thoroughly investigated all these experts from other schools? As expected, she is the best in the school, her reputation is well deserved. Okay, then I want to ask you, what kind of people are in the strongest group of Marching 4 middle school?
Lin Xi replied, Zhang Erxu, the top student in Marching number 4 middle school, Zhou Suwen, the 4th student in Marching number 4 middle school. As their contracted teammates, their professions have a strong synergy, and the two are known as the Sea Moon Unparalleled.
Can you elaborate on that?
Zhang Erxu, occupation, S-level Moon God, Suwen, occupation, S-level Sea God.
Chapter 13, Thunder God Mo Ting, the high-profile rich 2nd generation. Sea God? Moon God?
Such professions sound quite mysterious.
I wonder what specific skills they possess.
Ning Lang asked curiously after hearing Lin Xi's words.
For some other professions, you can basically guess what they are like just by looking at their names. However, the names of the professions of Sea God and Moon Goddess are a bit too vague. I don't know who came up with these job names. Ning Lang only knew that many occupational names were formed naturally, just like a nickname. Some people came up with an occupational name, and then it gradually became popular.
After hearing Ning Lang's question, Lin Xi still leaned on the back of the bus seat, sitting silently with his eyes closed. At the same time, she also explained to Ning Lang. Sea God, this profession is very special and relatively rare.
Its core skill is the ability to change the surrounding space, turning the land into the sea in an instant. This is so strong?
As for the Moon God, it's a rather poetic profession.
Zhang Erxu can conjure up countless moonblades and slash them.
I haven't fought these two from 4th middle school, but I've heard a little about them. If I get the chance, I'd love to exchange a few moves with them. Lin Xi said slowly. Ning Lang also responded, maybe I'll have a chance to fight them in this martial arts exam.
Yeah. Lin Xi nodded. At the same time,
as more than a dozen buses from Marching number 1 middle school drove towards the martial arts examination site. Countless buses from Marching number 2 middle school, number 3 middle school, and number 4 middle school also drove towards the martial arts examination site from all directions.
The location of this martial arts exam is quite far away from the center of Mo City.
This place originally belonged to a county in Marching City. Later, because of a wave of ferocious beasts that invaded Marching more than 10 years ago, many people in this county were directly bitten to death. The county could not hold on any longer, and the remaining people had no choice but to abandon the city and flee. Eventually, the county became the territory of ferocious beasts. Because the situation in this county was so tragic at that time, people no longer called it by its original name, but instead called it Shura City.
The venue for this martial arts exam is set in an area of Shura City.
In addition to countless buses carrying students,
there were also some people from wealthy families who drove their own cars to Shura City. Among them, Mo Ting from Marching number 2 middle school drove his own sports car and took his teammate Zhang Qianqian to Shura City. As the son of the Mo family's patriarch, Mo Ting was definitely not short of money. Although the Mo family ranks 2nd among the 4 major families, behind the Su family, this ranking is based on combat effectiveness. If we rank them based on financial strength, then the Mahist family is the most prominent in Mo City. The Mahist family was originally just a middle-class family, but after the ferocious beast tide more than 10 years ago, it suddenly rose and became one of the 4 major families. The disciples of the Mahist school, on their path of cultivation, all use money to build up their strength, and then rely on their powerful strength to continue to maintain the status of the Mahist school, while helping the Mahist school to monopolize many profitable industries, forming a virtuous circle. Now,
Mo Ting drove his $5 million sports car, emitting a series of loud roars as he continuously passed through the buses on the road. He was wearing a floral shirt with an open chest, revealing his muscular abdominal muscles, and faintly, there was even a hint of lightning. On his chest is a small lightning symbol. Sitting in the passenger seat was Zhang Qianqian, who was wearing a red dress and sunglasses. Although she was still a high school student, her outfit gave her a celebrity vibe. Her long hair flutters in the wind, her red lips are seductive, and her red dress is a low-cut halter style.
Regardless of her appearance, this kind of dress is enough to attract attention.
Mo Ting instantly attracted countless people's attention.
Many people were talking about it on the bus. This Mo family's Mo Ting is so cool. Yes, he's such an enviable existence.
Not only is he so powerful, an S-class fist thunder god, but his family is also so rich, and the teammate he brought with him is also his girlfriend, so charming.
This is simply the life of a superior person.
I guess this martial arts exam champion will most likely be his group.
Everyone was discussing Mo Ting.
Mo Ting, however, was in his sports car, chatting with Zhang Qianqian about the powerful rivals of Maching No. 3 Middle School and Maching No. 4 Middle School.
Mo Ting's voice was so resonant that even the roar of the sports car couldn't drown it out.
Qianqian, originally our strongest opponent this time was Lin Xi, but God helped me. Lin Xi from Maching No. 1 High School chose a rubbish teammate.
They can't threaten us anymore. Zhang Qianqian was also very happy and said, yeah, who would have thought that Lin Xi would choose such a rubbish teammate? I don't know what she was thinking. Isn't this destroying her future? What a pity. If it weren't for this, I might have met her at Jinghai University. Mo Ting sighed silently.
Zhang Qianqian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, could naturally hear the hidden meaning in Mo Ting's words. Obviously, Mo Ting was thinking that if they went to Jinghai University together, he would still have a chance to hook up with Lin Xi.
However, Zhang Qianqian saw through it but did not say anything. She had been with Mo Ting for half a year and naturally understood him. Mo Ting was clearly not the type to be loyal in relationships. Even though she was his girlfriend now, this so-called girlfriend was merely a code name for a plaything. In just 3 short years of high school, Mo Ting had no idea how many girlfriends he had. However, Zhang Qianqian didn't think anything of it, because she was not a conservative woman either. In just 3 years of high school, she had dated many handsome guys. Now, our only strong opponents are the 2 teams from Melbourne No. 3 Middle School and Melbourne No. 4 Middle School. The group from Maching No. 4 Middle School might have some strength, but the 2 from Maching No. 3 Middle School are nothing to be feared. Shenzhen's formation may be powerful, but I can break it with a single punch. As for Yifeiyu, he's known as the Flying Sword Immortal, but his skills are merely flashy. In front of you, the Saint Fist Master, no matter how many tricks he has, aren't they just fancy moves? Ha ha ha. Mo Ting burst into laughter.
Zhang Qianqian, holding a lollipop in her mouth, also smiled and said, that's right, as long as we can beat the team from Maching No. 4 Middle School, the championship will be ours.
Buzz. Mo Ting stepped on the accelerator and charged towards Shura City. Soon, countless buses also rushed to the entrance of the martial arts examination area in Shura City. Here, the principals of the 4 high schools in Mo City are already sitting together, waiting. They will watch the live broadcast of all candidates' martial arts exams through the big screen. Chapter 14, all candidates gathered at the martial arts exam. Mo Ting parked his sports car to the side, took Zhang Qianqian's hand, and walked towards the entrance of the martial arts exam in a high-profile manner. Even though there are 4 high school principals and countless teachers here. However, Mo Ting still ignored the unwritten school rule that prohibited dating and walked over, holding Zhang Qianqian's hand. The principal of Maching No. 2 Middle School felt a little annoyed when he saw Mo Ting's behavior, but he ignored it. On the one hand, it was because Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian were too powerful. For those with strong abilities, many rules could provide them with privileges. On the other hand, Mo Ting is the son of the Mo family patriarch after all. Zhou Quan, the principal of No. 2 Middle School, had to give Mo Jia some face. After all, Mo Jia often gave him some benefits on a daily basis. However, seeing Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian coming hand in hand. Feng Shanfeng, the principal of Maching No. 4 Middle School, on the other hand, was somewhat dissatisfied. Under Feng Shanfeng's leadership, this No. 4 Middle School also had the strictest school rules among the 4 high schools. Feng Shanfeng snorted coldly, though Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian are invincible, they're too flamboyant and don't follow school rules. Old Zhou, you don't do anything about it. They're very famous students in your school. Isn't this a bad influence?
When Zhou Quan heard this, his expression suddenly turned grim.
Feng Shanfeng, you're the principal of number 4 middle school, and you still want to meddle in the affairs of number 2 middle school? What's wrong?
Our number 2 middle school offers privileges to strong students.
We give them freedom.
That's what truly motivates students. Unlike your school, which has so many rules and is so rigid, just look at how many students transfer out of number 4 middle school every year. The principal of number 4 middle school, Feng Shanfeng, also stood up immediately.
What's wrong?
Those who left are unruly students.
I don't welcome them.
Those who stayed are all good seedlings.
Come on, what strong person would ever follow the rules?
The principal of number 3 middle school was a woman named Lin Xi. She was caught between two quarreling people and felt very uncomfortable.
However, she is a relatively intellectual and elegant woman.
Although she is nearly 40 years old, she still has a unique charm.
This kind of charm is no longer simply the charm of appearance.
Although she was very beautiful when she was young, and still is charm even though she is nearly 40 years old now, her attractive charm lies in her gentle and intelligent character.
Hey, Feng Shanfeng, why did you mess with that stabby mortal? Even though his name is Zhou Quan, which sounds like he's thorough, he's actually not thorough at all. Lin Xi was talking and laughing.
Although she was complaining about Zhou Quan, her words had a charm that made Zhou Quan feel comfortable listening to them.
And Zhou Quan's awakened profession is indeed stabby mortal. Lin Xi's simple words were not something she could say casually.
The principal of number 4 middle school, Feng Shanfeng, also found these words very helpful, because these words were clearly belittling Zhou Quan and praising him.
Alright, we're here to watch the students take the martial arts exam. Why are we arguing over such a small thing? Besides, these students are about to graduate. Is it any of our business whether they have romantic relationships or not?
Shen Hanyang, the principal of number 1 middle school, also interjected.
That's right, we should compete to see whose student can win the championship in this martial arts exam. Lin Xi said again. Ha ha ha. If we were to argue about this, our number 2 middle school team of Mo Ting and Zhang Qianxian would be a shoo-in. When speaking,
Chen Jin and Yi Feiyu from number 3 middle school also got off the bus and headed towards the entrance of the martial arts exam. The two of them just arrived. Then they heard Yi Feiyu's wild voice, "Classmates, the champion of this martial arts exam is none other than me, Yi Feiyu. If you see Chen Jin and me, it's best to stay away. If you don't want your grades to be affected." Although Chen Jin is in the same group with Yi Feiyu. But when he heard Yi Feiyu say this as soon as he arrived, he took a few steps back in embarrassment and deliberately stayed away from him. Although Chen Jin is in the same group with Yi Feiyu, his personality is completely different from Yi Feiyu's. Chen Jin is cautious and thoughtful. But Yi Feiyu is wild, unrestrained, and uninhibited. The Feiyu sword in his hand was also very exaggerated. The scabbard is decorated with many gorgeous feathers. The clothes he wore were also decorated with many feathers. They will even shed their hair while fighting. And he did this because his name was Yi Feiyu. His catchphrase is, "Since my name is Yi Feiyu, I want others to remember me immediately. I am Yi Feiyu, and Yi Feiyu is me." As a member of the Yi family among the 4 major families in Mo City, Su, Mo, Yi and Lin, Yi Feiyu is a bit immature but very popular among girls. Then, just after Yi Feiyu spoke out, many students were discussing this. A man dressed in white, carefully tailored and looking quite ancient, stood out. He looks really handsome and has a poetic air. He laughed and said, "Classmate Yi Feiyu, what you said just now was a bit arrogant. How come the martial arts exam champion became yours? Where did you put our Haiyue Wushuang?" Now, Ning Lang and Lin Xi had also gotten out of the car and walked to the entrance of the martial arts examination site. As soon as he arrived, Ning Lang saw the person who was speaking. Lin Xi pointed at him and said, "This is Zhang Erxu from number 4 middle school." "Yeah." Ning Lang responded indifferently. At this time, Yi Feiyu then walked up to Zhang Erxu. "Haiyue Wushuang? Sure, why didn't I think of that? I should also give our group a name. Haiyue Wushuang, the name is good, but in front of me, Yi Feiyu and Chen Jin, you are still younger brothers." Yi Feiyu turned his head and found that Chen Jin had retreated into the crowd. He pulled Chen Jin out and said, "Chen Jin, you've always been clever. Come up with a name for our group." Chen Jin waved his hands repeatedly and said, No. Let's call it the Flying Feather Formation. It's a good name." Humph, you Highway Wushwang are nothing in front of our Flying Feather Formation.
We in the Flying Feather Formation must beat you into little brothers. At this time, the sea god from Highway Wushwang also came over. His name is Su Wen, and he is from the Su family. Su Wen is the most handsome one among them. Yi Feiyu is boastful, and Zhang Erxu has the temperament of a poet, but Su Wen is the one who best suits girls' aesthetics. He also has a nickname called Aquaman because he is so handsome and so many girls like him. Su Wen calmly walked over to Zhang Erxu's side, pulled him and said, Zhang Erxu, why are you arguing with such a middle school kid? Just defeat them directly when the time comes. After Su Wen finished speaking, he pulled Zhang Erxu away from Yi Feiyu. And when the two passed by Ning Lang and Lin Xi, Su Wen and Zhang Erxu both glanced at Lin Xi, and at the same time, their eyes swept over Ning Lang. Ning Lang felt that their eyes were also full of provocation. However, Ning Lang didn't care too much about it. After all, as Lin Xi's teammate, it was normal for him to receive such looks. Chapter 15, Innovative Martial Arts Exam Rules, The Ultimate Boss. Soon. Not long after Ning Lang and Lin Xi arrived at the entrance of the martial arts examination site, countless students also flocked over. It didn't take long before students from the 4 high schools had gathered at the entrance of the martial arts exam. This is a huge and wide square. Many students were already standing here in groups of 3 or 5. Everyone held their own weapons in their hands, and their backpacks contained water, some simple food, and other necessary items. Countless classmates also put on their battle uniforms. Many female classmates wore tight leather jackets, which were more convenient for fighting. At the same time, the leather jackets were also similar to leather armor, which could resist attacks from ferocious beasts to a certain extent. Many male students also wore similar leather jackets, while others wore thicker armor, which was integrated with alloy armor and had stronger defensive capabilities. However, a truly strong person does not need such armor. They often have armor-related skills that can protect themselves, such as Lin Hua's fire crystal armor. For example, Lin Xi did not wear a tight combat suit, but was still wearing a thin and beautiful long skirt. Ning Lang did not change into such battle clothes and armor. This was mainly because he did not know that he had to prepare such things, so he did not have such battle clothes to wear. He just came wearing some ordinary but pretty cool clothes. After looking at his watch, Shen Hanyang, the principal of Maching No. 1 Middle School, stood up on the podium and picked up a microphone. He said loudly, "Students, please keep quiet. The martial arts exam will officially begin at 9 o'clock. There are still 20 minutes before the exam begins. Let me read out the rules of the exam and the precautions to be taken during the exam." His voice rang out in the square through the speakers. Moment. All the students in the 4 high schools fell silent. They all raised their heads and looked towards the high platform. In addition to the principals of the 4 high schools, there were also some deans of studies, class teachers, and others on the platform. Ordinary teachers did not stand on the platform. They could only watch the live broadcast in the temporary tents built in this area. Ning Lang also looked up at the platform. Shen Hanyang had white hair, with black and white hair mixed together, but he looked like a kind person, and he often held a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. Zhou Quan, the principal of Maching No. 2 Middle School, looks relatively young. He wears gold-rimmed glasses and has an unremarkable appearance. Lu Liqin, the principal of Maching No. 3 Middle School, still has charm and looks gentle. The principal of Maching No. 4 Middle School, Feng Shanfeng, has a square face and looks serious. Shen Hanyang's voice came continuously. The rules of this martial arts exam are mostly the same as before. The exam site is divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the middle area, and the core area. The outer area has lower-level beasts and is the largest area. The middle area is second, with beasts of medium level. The core area is relatively small, and has the highest level beasts. Everyone can challenge the corresponding beasts according to their own strength. The exam results are calculated based on the number and level of beasts killed. What Shen Hanyang said were the same as the rules of the martial arts exams in previous years. After hearing this, everyone nodded. Everyone is already very familiar with this. Then, Shen Hanyang's voice continued, however, this martial arts exam also has an innovative rule. This rule has never existed before, and it will surely interest many teams hoping to win the Mo City Martial Arts Exam Championship. Everyone, listen carefully. This time, an ultimate boss has been added to the core area of the martial arts exam. Shen Hanyang paused for a moment when he said this. As expected,
countless students immediately began to whisper to each other.
The ultimate boss, there's never been a design like this before? Yeah, just by hearing the name, you can imagine that this ultimate boss must be very powerful.
It's obviously not something that ordinary players like us can get our hands on.
It probably has little to do with us. This is like a final exam question for a top student. It's designed to widen the gap in the communication of countless people.
Shin Hanyang continued speaking. The level of this ultimate boss is extremely high, and it's reserved for truly powerful teams. So, it won't have any impact on ordinary students, so you don't have to worry about it. But teams that want to compete for the championship, you must listen carefully. The rules are this: any team that wants to challenge the ultimate boss must first challenge the 4 beasts guarding it. Only the team that defeats these 4 beasts can obtain the key to the area where the ultimate boss is.
In other words, there are only 4 keys, and ultimately only 4 teams will be qualified to challenge the ultimate boss.
The team that kills the ultimate boss will receive 300 points, directly widening the score gap with the other teams.
However, the final boss is also extremely difficult to defeat. It's not easy to kill it, and you may even fail in the end and gain nothing. This will test the strategy of each of your teams.
Shin Hanyang's explanation of the rules was concise and to the point. After all, the martial arts exam was about to begin, and he didn't want to take up too much time. As for the interpretation and understanding of these rules, it depends on each team's consideration.
At this time, sure enough, many people started discussing it heatedly.
Ning Lang also started discussing with Lin Xi.
After all, Lin Xi is more careful and has done detailed research on the various rules of the martial arts exam and even the information of all the powerful opponents. Before Ning Lang could speak, Lin Xi had already started analyzing.
She said, in previous years' martial arts exams, 1,000 points was basically the maximum score for each group. In previous years, the final scores of the champion groups were generally over 900 points.
The final boss directly added 300 points, which is a lot.
After hearing Lin Xi's words, Ning Lang said, if that's the case, a team that gets 700 points and then competes for the ultimate boss is a sure win.
Good.
Lin Xi nodded, and then she continued, there are actually a lot of games involved here. If we want to challenge the ultimate boss, then we should first fight for a key, and then continue to grind for points.
Once we have 700 points, we can challenge the ultimate boss. Otherwise, by the time we have 700 points, there may be no keys left. Yeah, you're really thoughtful. After all, there are only 4 keys. But the location of the ultimate boss hasn't been announced yet.
If I just waste time looking for the ultimate boss, I might fall behind others in score, because the martial arts exam only lasts 10 hours. After hearing this, Ning Lang felt that Lin Xi's analysis was very reasonable. He also said, in this case, this is indeed full of gambling and luck.
The best option for us is to quickly kill the ferocious beasts while looking for the ultimate boss.
Lin Xi nodded heavily, and her eyes also looked at Ning Lang, because the two of them thought the same thing. They already had a certain degree of tacit understanding.
Chapter 16. Be the first to rush into the examination room and enter the core area. Alright, if you have any questions, please ask them now. The martial arts exam is about to begin. Shin Hanyang asked finally.
He waited for 2 minutes, but none of the students present spoke or asked any questions. After all, the rules of this martial arts exam are basically the same as usual, except for the addition of the ultimate boss. They were already very familiar with each other. At the same time, for the vast majority of students, this ultimate boss actually has nothing to do with them. They just need to kill the ferocious beasts and get points as usual.
However, at this moment, Mo Ting's voice suddenly rang out. He asked loudly, Principal Shin, I have a question.
Shin Hanyang raised his hand and said, ask.
Mo Ting asked sternly, Principal Shin said there are only 4 keys to the ultimate boss. So, can teams fight each other to seize these 4 keys? For example, if one team discovers the ultimate boss's location ahead of time and obtains the keys, can I steal their keys?
As soon as Mo Ting's words came out, a chill ran down the expert teams from the 4 high schools. Everyone thought, if this was the case, then these 4 keys would become a hot potato.
This undoubtedly makes the fight for the ultimate boss even more dangerous.
Unexpectedly, Shin Hanyang nodded silently and said, the martial arts exam rules don't prohibit this.
Not only that, the group that obtains the key will be announced on everyone's smartwatch.
As soon as Shin Hanyang said this, there was a commotion among the classmates.
At this time, Shin Hanyang looked at his watch again. Classmates, 9 o'clock is almost here. Everyone must take the flying sticks that the school has given you. If you are in danger of your life, you must use the flying sticks. They can instantly take you away from danger. Of course, using the flying sticks means that the martial arts exam will end early. Shin Hanyang gave a final reminder. Because in previous years' martial arts exams, there were occasional cases of candidates being bitten to death or injured by ferocious beasts. After using this flying stick, the examinee can be directly pulled into the sky. At the same time, after the energy in the flying stick is exhausted, a small parachute will appear to ensure the safety of the examinee. 9 o'clock has arrived, the door to the martial arts exam is open. Moment. Staff have already opened several doors. Immediately, countless candidates have rushed towards the martial arts examination venue. They will race against time to kill the ferocious beasts and get points, because 1 point determines their fate and 1 point determines their future. Even a 1-point difference may result in you not being able to get into the university of your dreams. Moreover, the students who rush into the examination room first can kill the ferocious beasts along the way. The chances of those who come after them to kill the ferocious beasts will obviously be reduced. Ning Lang instantly used the wind control technique. He put his arm around Lin Xi's waist, and the two of them flashed by and were the first to rush into the examination room. Although countless classmates also used their body skills to try to rush in faster, none of their body skills were faster than Ning Lang's. After all, Ning Lang's Yufengxing body skill was the fastest, and even Li Feng could not catch up with it. The students only saw a shadow flash past their eyes and could not see clearly who it was. Ning Lang put his arm around Lin Xi's waist and rushed into Shura City at a rapid speed. The Shura City has been abandoned for more than 10 years. Some of the original houses and buildings have long been dilapidated, and they are still in the style of more than 10 years ago. Countless trees and weeds have grown in this area. After sprinting inside for a distance, Ning Lang then led Lin Xi down. He exclaimed in admiration, "Lin Xi, I didn't expect your waist to be so thin. I can almost wrap my arms around it." Hearing this, Lin Xi immediately became angry. "Who told you to hug my waist casually? Haven't you heard that you can't touch a girl's waist casually? Isn't this just to get in first? I'll just do it if it's urgent. I'll let you go this time, but next time you want to hug my waist, you have to tell me first." Okay. Let's go and quickly clear out the ferocious beasts in this area. This is outside the examination hall, and there are only low-level ferocious beasts here. After saying that, Lin Xi instantly condensed the sword and surrounded it around her body. Rushing forward, Ning Lang directly condensed a super large fireball. "Lin Xi, let me do it. Just follow me. My move is powerful and has a wide range," said. Ning Lang drove this super fireball and at the same time used the wind control to rush forward. Wherever it passed, all the ferocious beasts were burned to ashes. The blood essence of the ferocious beast split into 2 streams and headed towards the chests of Ning Lang and Lin Xi. The reason for this is precisely due to the contract before the martial arts exam. After completing such a contract, the essence and blood of the ferocious beasts killed by the two during the martial arts exam will be divided into 2 and absorbed equally by the two. At the same time, the scores of Ning Lang and Lin Xi's group also began to soar. And behind them, the other groups that rushed into the examination room later saw that all the ferocious beasts had been killed in the area where Ning Lang passed by. They were so angry that they stomped their feet and cursed. What kind of people are these? I've never seen anyone robbing a ferocious beast like this. Not to mention the ferocious beast, there's not even a blade of grass to be seen. It's really infuriating. I don't know which team did this. Forget it, don't be angry, let's just change direction." Countless students stomped their feet and cursed, and could only disperse in different directions, exploring the examination room, looking for ferocious beasts to kill. Ning Lang and Lin Xi quickly rushed all the way from the outer circle to the middle circle. Then, the two did not stay in the middle area and continued to move towards the core area. Because the beasts in the core area are of higher level, you will get more points after killing them. At the same time, the ultimate boss is also in the core area. They can also look for the location of the ultimate boss and get a key in advance. This idea was not only thought of by Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Many other expert teams also thought that this strategy was the best. For a while, the teams whose strength was lower than C level stayed in the periphery to kill the ferocious beasts. Those with strength of B and C levels basically came to the middle area to kill the ferocious beasts.
Those with strength of a level, S level, and above have all come to the core area. They all used their respective skills to kill the ferocious beasts. Xiaopang and Gu Jingjing came to the central area. They were searching for the ferocious beast all the way. When they saw the ferocious beast, Xiaopang rushed towards it like a mad pig. Gu Jingjing was behind, looking for an opportunity to launch a beam of light to bombard the ferocious beast. Each group was trying their best to kill the ferocious beasts and quickly gain points. After all, this is a crucial battle in everyone's life, a battle that can change one's destiny. Chapter 17. Ning Lang and Lin Xi rushed into the top 50, shocking the principal. After Ning Lang and Lin Xi rushed into the core area, they began to kill the ferocious beasts frantically. However, the ferocious beasts in this core area are indeed very powerful. Although Ning Lang and Lin Xi had been promoted to the first level of the second stage before the martial arts exam, they still felt a certain degree of pressure. Because the ferocious beasts in this core area are basically above level 2, there are level 2 and level 1, level 2 and level 2, and even level 2 and level 3. Those below the second level are extremely rare. In other words, students whose level is lower than level 2 are not qualified to fight the ferocious beasts in the core area. This core area is reserved for students who have reached level 2 or above before the martial arts exam. Swish! Ning Lang and Lin Xi cooperated with each other, and after Ning Lang used the fireball technique to burn and injure the ferocious beast, Lin Xi used his sword to slash at a steel knife tiger quickly. However, this steel knife tiger is a second level 2 ferocious beast. Its size is beyond imagination. Its two forearms have turned into steel knife-like weapons, and many steel-like hairs have grown on its body, which can provide powerful defense. Moreover, his body movements are also very flexible. Even after being burned by Ning Lang, he was still able to fight with Lin Xi and continuously block Lin Xi's flying sword. Although some of Lin Xi's flying swords hit the steel knife tiger, the power of Lin Xi's flying sword was limited after all. Cutting at the weak points of some ferocious beasts can have a surprising effect, but cutting at the extremely strong defense of this steel knife tiger, it is impossible to seriously injure it for the time being. For ferocious beasts above the second level, there is a huge gap between each small level. Let me. At this time. After Ning Lang observed the battle between Lin Xi and Steel Knife Tiger, he already understood clearly. Moment. Ning Lang condensed 10 ice swords. Among them, he controlled 5 ice swords to fly and chop the steel blade tiger to attract its attention. At the same time, Ning Lang waved his sword, and the remaining 5 ice swords followed closely around him. In an instant, Ning Lang held an ice sword in his hand. Then he flew in the wind, and in a flash of a shadow, he was already behind the steel knife tiger. Laugh. Ning Lang held an ice sword, suddenly found a position and inserted the sword into the body of the steel tiger. An ice sword directly penetrated into the body of the steel knife tiger. Roar. Gang Daohu only felt a sharp pain in his back. Its entire body kept jumping and turning, as if trying to touch the injured part. But it is not as flexible as humans, and its hands cannot touch its back. Then, Ning Lang took the opportunity and stabbed another sword into the body of the steel knife tiger. Roar. Gang Daohu's eyes turned red in an instant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 more swords were thrust directly into the steel knife tiger's body. Suddenly, the steel knife tiger fell to the ground with a thud. A stream of ferocious beast's blood split into 2 streams and flew into the chests of Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Ning Lang clapped his hands, and then he flashed again and flew back to Lin Xi's side. He explained, "This second level, second grade beast, the steel blade tiger, has the strongest defense. Our sword controlling and chaotic slashing attacks are too weak to kill it. Only by holding the sword ourselves can we penetrate its defense." Lin Xi heard Ning Lang's detailed explanation. Unconsciously, a faint smile appeared on his face. She said, "It seems you did some homework. Of course, these are all available online. I've done a thorough search. As for the expert teams from other schools, that information isn't so easy to gather. Fortunately, you understand everything. Our cooperation is truly seamless." Hearing this, Lin Xi was actually quite happy in her heart, but she gave Ning Lang a cold look. "You're incredible this time. Let's go and continue slaying the beasts." At this time, Ning Lang asked, "My wind-controlling movement skill allows me to bring a teammate along. So, can I hold your belt and help you move forward quickly?" No, unless it's an emergency, you can't touch my waist casually. Besides, I can also fly with a sword, so I don't need you to lead me," said. Lin Xi flew up with his sword.
Ning Lang's figure kept flashing.
The two of them explored forward, continuing to search for the second-level ferocious beast. There is another difference between the second-level ferocious beast and the first-level ferocious beast. The first-level ferocious beast is often relatively dense in the woods and is easy to encounter, but the second-level ferocious beast is relatively rare because a second-level ferocious beast will often occupy an area. Therefore, killing a second-level ferocious beast is not as easy as killing a first-level ferocious beast. While Ning Lang and Lin Xi continued to look for the second-level ferocious beast to kill, their group's score has unknowingly entered the top 50 in the overall ranking. There are thousands of groups of students participating in the exam this time, including many strong contestants. Under such circumstances, Ning Lang and Lin Xi directly entered the top 50, and their rankings are still constantly improving. Suddenly, this data shocked the principal of number 1 middle school, Shin Hanyang. The four principals were watching the live broadcast of the martial arts exam and were paying close attention to the various data. Among the top 50 groups, Ning Lang and Lin Xi suddenly appeared, which made Shin Hanyang's eyes light up.
He couldn't help but exclaim loudly, Lin Xi and Ning Lang, they can actually make it into the top 50? And their rankings are constantly improving?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Quan, the principal of number 2 middle school, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and looked carefully at the overall ranking. Sure enough, he saw the group of Lin Xi and Ning Lang who were constantly improving.
He asked in surprise, what's going on? Ulchin, I heard that Lin Xi from your number 1 middle school chose a student who failed to awaken as a contract teammate?
This matter has spread widely and is big news.
This Ning Lang is the student who failed to awaken, right? Yes. How can this group even break into the top 50? Just how strong is Lin Xi from your number 1 middle school? She brought a teammate who failed to awaken, and yet she still managed to break into the top 50? How terrifying is that? Hearing this, Lu Liqin, principal of number 3 middle school, also joined the discussion out of curiosity. Oh, what a pity! With Lin Xi's strength, if she had chosen a good teammate, she would definitely have won the championship of this martial arts exam. It's a pity that she chose Ning Lang. I heard that Ning Lang has been in a state of failed awakening for half a year after other students successfully awakened. The principal of number 4 middle school, Feng Shanfeng, said coldly, Humph, this is the problem with you three principals. At number 4 middle school, the students' martial arts test contract teammates are assigned by the teachers. Unlike your 3 high schools, where students are allowed to choose freely, our school uses big data analysis to help students match the best teammates. This is the correct approach. Feng Shanfeng's words made the other 3 principals too lazy to argue with him. Shin Hanyang also sighed silently. Anyway, it's really a pity for Lin Xi this time. I also advised her not to choose Ning Lang at that time, but she just wouldn't listen. Otherwise, with her strength, she should have been the champion this time, and number 1 middle school would be proud of her. The 4 principals were discussing. Sudden. Another piece of information shocked them again. Chapter 18, Be the first to obtain a key to the ultimate boss. The 4 principals were having a heated discussion. Suddenly, a message flashed on the big screen in front of them. Ning Lang and Lin Xi's team has successfully killed one of the ultimate boss's guarding beasts and obtained a key. As soon as this news came out, Shin Hanyang was stunned for a moment. The other 3 high school principals also leaned forward and read the information broadcast carefully. Lin Xi and Ning Lang's group have already got a key first? How did she do it? Lu Liqin said in shock. Zhou Quan said in disbelief, the ultimate boss's guard beast is a level 2, level 3 beast. A beast of this level can only be killed by 2 strong individuals working together. How could Lin Xi kill this guard beast by herself with a teammate who was lagging behind? Ulchin, how strong is Lin Xi from your school? Even Feng Shanfeng, who has always been as calm as a mountain, was shocked. Shin Hanyang was the most shocked and surprised person. He originally felt very sorry for Lin Xi. After all, Lin Xi has always been the number 1 in number 1 middle school and is also the school belle. Shin Hanyang pays a lot of attention to Lin Xi and has always placed high hopes on her. Lin Xi was very disappointed with his teammate's choice this time, but now the situation has reversed again. What is going on here? Even Shin Hanyang couldn't help but have some doubts and speculations. Shin Hanyang was also surprised and said, yes, the guard beast is a level 2, level 3, is Lin Xi's strength already that strong? The 4 principals were all stunned and had no idea what was going on. Now, it wasn't just the 4 principals who were a little confused. The head teacher of Class 1 also looked confused. Lin Xi and Ning Lang, their results are so good?
And they were the first to get the key to the ultimate boss.
Could it be? Could it be that what I heard, that Lin Huahua challenged Ning Lang and was defeated, is true? Could it be that the truth of this matter is not that Lin Xi helped Ning Lang, but that Ning Lang defeated Lin Huahua himself?
But Ning Lang has clearly been in a state of failed awakening. I have tried with him many times, but he has never succeeded in awakening.
What is going on?
Lin, the head teacher of Class 1, was looking at the data in the makeshift tent and muttering to himself. She is a very responsible teacher. Ning Lang in her class has been in a state of failed awakening. She is very concerned and takes Ning Lang to awaken again and again, but she has never succeeded. Sometimes she wondered if Ning Lang had already awakened, but the school's equipment couldn't detect it? After all, basically every student can awaken successfully, and this is the first time she has encountered a case of failed awakening. After seeing this data, Lin became even more confused.
At this time,
countless teams participating in the military exam also immediately received a message reminder on their smartwatches.
Ning Lang and Lin Xi's team have successfully obtained a key to the ultimate boss.
With this message reminder, countless groups were all surprised.
Especially those groups in the core area who want to compete for the ultimate boss. What? Ning Lang and Lin Xi have already obtained a key? So fast. They are so lucky. Less than an hour has passed, and they have already found the guarding beast and successfully killed it. That means there are only 3 keys left. The teams that wanted to compete for the ultimate boss all felt a sense of pressure. And at this time, Mo Ting and Zhang Qianshan were frantically killing the second-level ferocious beasts. Their concentration was suddenly interrupted by such news.
After Zhang Qianshan read the message sent on her watch, her brows furrowed.
Mo Ting, what's going on? Lin Xi and Ning Lang's group actually got a key first? What? Didn't they say Lin Xi picked a useless teammate? How could they still have the strength to get the key? Could it be that Lin Xi still wants to fight for the ultimate boss under such circumstances?
Mo Ting wiped the beast's blood from his fist, his eyes flashing with a cold light.
At the same time,
elsewhere, after seeing this news, Yi Feiyu also complained to Qinjin.
Is Lin Xi crazy? Bringing a useless teammate, she still wants to snatch the final boss from us? Who does she think she is? She wants to fight 2 people alone?
I heard that her Yujian Liao Wanzhan is very powerful, but is my Feiyu sword weak? I will definitely exchange a few moves with her when the time comes. As he spoke, Yi Feiyu pulled the sword in his hand out from the body of a level 1, level 2 ferocious beast, revealing a look of confidence.
However, Chen Jin frowned.
He analyzed, the key to the ultimate boss can only be obtained by killing a level 2, level 3 beast.
Yi Feiyu, what do you think will happen if you kill a level 2 beast by yourself? Yi Feiyu was asked this question.
Although he was quite confident, he had to reply, I can kill a level 2 beast by myself without any problem, but how can I kill a level 2 beast by myself?
That's it.
Everyone says that Ning Lang, the one Lin Xi chose, is a rubbish teammate, but I've always been skeptical. I don't believe Lin Xi would ruin his own future.
Maybe Ning Lang didn't fail to awaken at all. He might be hiding his strength. This is probably a scheme between Lin Xi and Ning Lang. Strategies, do you think everyone is like you, making so many strategies? Yi Feiyu didn't believe it.
But the current situation has confirmed my suspicions.
No matter what, we must avoid Lin Xi and Ning Lang's group. We must avoid their edge.
If we want to compete for the championship, let the other groups face Lin Xi and Ning Lang's nails.
We'll just have to survive to the end, understand? Why are we hiding? If I run into them, I have to test the strength of Ning Lang and Lin Xi.
You can try, but if you can't win, we'll just retreat.
Don't hesitate. You must obey me on this matter.
Although Yi Feiyu was rather wild, he was not stupid.
He nodded silently. At this time,
beside Ning Lang and Lin Xi lay the corpse of the guarding beast.
It was a ferocious beast similar to Tyrannosaurus rex.
In this martial arts exam, its code name was Qinglong. This kind of dinosaur is said to have been extinct long ago, but in this era when ferocious beasts are rampant, it has miraculously reappeared. However, Ning Lang is not sure whether this is the same dinosaur that was extinct before. It is also possible that the ferocious beast has mutated and is somewhat similar to a dinosaur.
No matter what,
this ferocious blue dragon beast was killed by him and Lin Xi together. They also successfully obtained a key to the ultimate boss.
The battle with this Azure Dragon took a lot of effort from both Ning Lang and Lin Xi. After picking up the key, the two found a small hill and sat down on an abandoned step to take a short rest, drink some water and eat some snacks. Lin Xi took out a few packets of spicy strips and ate them, breathing heavily from time to time, and the corners of his mouth were stained with the red oil of the spicy strips. Chapter 19: The Truth Behind Lin Xi's Choice of Ning Lang, The Mystery of the Past. I didn't expect that such a beautiful schoolgirl likes to eat spicy noodles. Seeing Lin Xi take out spicy strips from the backpack, Ning Lang said while chewing a piece of meat floss bread, "I just think it's quite interesting." Why? Spicy noodles are a favorite of many girls.
They are so delicious.
Not only are they delicious, but they can also refresh you.
The martial arts exam lasts so long, so preparing some spicy noodles is the best solution.
Do you understand? As Lin Xi spoke, he continued to enjoy the happiness brought by the spicy strips.
In Ning Lang's eyes, the way she ate spicy strips seemed to transform from a fairy-like school beauty who always made people feel distant into a girl next door who was full of life. Seeing the chili oil on the corner of Lin Xi's mouth, Ning Lang stretched out his finger and touched the corner of her mouth to wipe it off for her. Seeing this, Lin Xi took out another tissue from her bag, wiped the corner of her mouth, and handed it to Ning Lang to wipe his fingers.
Would you like a pack? It's very fragrant and spicy.
There was a glint of light in Lin Xi's eyes, and she recommended her favorite food with anticipation.
Okay, then let me feel what your favorite spicy strips taste like.
Ning Lang reached out and took the spicy strips handed to him by Lin Xi, tore open the package, and instantly smelled a spicy aroma.
It just so happened that Ning Lang ate the spicy strips with the meat floss bread he brought with him.
At the same time, Ning Lang also took out a bag of bread and asked Lin Xi if he wanted to eat it. Lin Xi shook her head because she also prepared bread. Food like bread is very convenient to eat.
Most students will prepare it during the martial arts exam. It can quickly replenish energy without spending too much time. A few minutes later, Ning Lang patted his butt and stood up. Lin Xi, let's continue slaying the beasts. It won't be easy to win the championship this time. There are many other teams of experts. But don't worry, you chose me as your teammate even though no one else was optimistic about me. I won't let you down. I will definitely help you win the martial arts exam championship you want. When Ning Lang said this during the contract, Lin Xi thought he was just bragging and replied, "Just don't let yourself down." At that time, she felt that Ning Lang had failed in his awakening and hoped that he would not feel too much pressure. No matter what situation he was in, as long as he had tried his best and had no regrets, it would be fine. Many things in life cannot be forced.
However, in Lin Xi's view, what Ning Lang said at this time was no longer just bragging, but something he was truly capable of doing.
It has come to this.
Lin Xi suddenly didn't want to hide the reason why she chose Ning Lang anymore. It would be better to tell him the truth directly. Because Lin Xi didn't want to receive the gratitude that didn't belong to her.
Ning Lang, the reason I chose you in the first place is... What is it? I thought about it carefully later. It's really unlikely that you have a crush on me.
After all, you are the campus beauty, and I am just an ordinary person in Moching No. 1 middle school. Hearing this, Lin Xi's originally serious expression suddenly turned into a cold snort.
Humph. Of course I'm not secretly in love with you, you're so narcissistic.
The reason I chose you as my teammate was actually to repay your parents for saving me more than 10 years ago.
More than 10 years ago, a wave of ferocious beasts suddenly rushed into Mo City.
This sudden change caught all the warriors in Mo City by surprise, and they were forced to fight a bloody battle to defend Mo City. At that time, your parents saved me during the fierce battle with the ferocious beasts, and later, they also died in that fierce battle.
So that's how it is.
No wonder you said before that the reason you helped me had nothing to do with me.
It turned out to be because my parents had saved you before.
Lin Xi nodded, and countless scenes from that time flashed through his mind involuntarily. She was still young at that time, only a few years old, and was frightened by the sudden wave of ferocious beasts and ran around randomly in the street. Just as a ferocious beast was about to grab her with its claws,
Ning Lang's parents suddenly appeared and killed the ferocious beast.
At that time, Lin Xi's grandfather had just arrived, but he was a step too late. If Ning Lang's parents had not rescued Lin Xi would have been killed by the beast's claws. Later, Lin Xi's grandfather rushed over and hugged little Lin Xi in his arms, and then asked the names of the couple who saved Lin Xi. They were Ning Lang's parents.
During that strange tide of ferocious beasts, my parents also died in the battle to defend Mo City.
Lin Xi slowly told the story of the past, with a hint of sadness in his eyes.
Ning Lang could fully understand this feeling.
Because he has integrated all the memories of his predecessor, who grew up without his parents, his childhood was full of longing for his parents. At the same time, he was also filled with hatred for the tide of ferocious beasts. Do you know, Ning Lang, the reason I want to be admitted to Jinghai University is because I want to become stronger. Only then will I be able to find out the truth behind the tide of ferocious beasts and avenge my parents.
The hidden truth? Is there something else hidden behind the beast wave that happened over a decade ago? Ning Lang suddenly became curious.
Although he had heard that the tide of ferocious beasts was somewhat strange, his understanding of the matter was not deep enough.
After all, he was still very young at that time.
Later, as time went by, the relevant information naturally became less and less.
That's right.
Lin Xi packed her backpack, stood up, and pulled her loose hair into a ponytail again. Back then, the ferocious beast tide was driven away by countless warriors and troops, who were planning to drive them into a desolate area.
Everything went smoothly, and many warriors from Mo City participated in the drive. However, unexpectedly, the beast suddenly went mad one night and rushed towards Mo City uncontrollably. Crazy?
Yes, the reason why the beast went mad has always been a mystery, but according to my grandfather's investigation, it was most likely done intentionally. After hearing Lin Xi's words, Ning Lang thought seriously for a moment. He speculated, if the truth is like this, then the person behind this must be willing to harm the entire Mo City for some kind of benefit.
How despicable.
That's right, so I must investigate the truth of what happened back then and make the person hiding behind it pay with blood.
Okay, I want to join this too.
My parents also died in this conspiracy, and I want to avenge them. I can't let them die in vain, and I have to avenge more innocent people in Mo City. After Ning Lang integrated the memories of his predecessor, countless feelings of his predecessor were also inherited by him. In a sense, he and his predecessor may be the incarnations of the same person in different worlds. Therefore, the affairs of the predecessor are also Ning Lang's own affairs.
Moreover, the murderer who murdered the entire Mo City is so hateful. In a sense, he is even less human than a ferocious beast.
To accomplish this, we must be strong enough, so let's do the task at hand first.
Let's go and continue to kill the beasts. Chapter 20 Shocking. Ning Lang and Lin Xi enter the top 20.
As Lin Xi spoke, she had already packed up. She instantly flew up on her sword and continued to search for the ferocious beasts ahead to kill them without any delay. Ning Lang did not hesitate and quickly packed up his things, then he rode on the wind to chase after him. Ning Lang's wind riding speed was much faster than Lin Xi's sword riding speed. With just a few flashes of afterimage, he had caught up with Lin Xi.
The two soon discovered a second-level, second-grade unicorn rhino. The two of them attacked simultaneously in an instant.
Lin Xi was the first to lead several flying swords to slash at the unicorn rhino, looking for its weak points. Ding 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 ding. This unicorn rhino is a ferocious beast with extremely tenacious defense. Although Lin Xi's flying sword can cut wounds on its body, it is not so easy to kill it directly.
It takes a long time to kill it. Ning Lang immediately came up with an idea.
He directly used the fireball technique, condensed a huge fireball and smashed it towards the unicorn rhino. The unicorn rhino felt the intense heat of the fireball and broke out in a sweat instantly. Its entire body immediately began to dissipate heat crazily, with its pores opening wide.
However, at this moment,
take my sword. Ning Lang instantly used the sword controlling technique again, and countless ice swords flew towards the unicorn rhino at a rapid speed. It was extremely hot just now, but now there are suddenly countless ice swords, and the temperature dropped sharply in an instant. The one-horned rhino was directly affected by the sudden change of heat and cold, which caused the cold air to enter its body and froze it stiff in an instant.
Phew! Ning Lang flew over.
With a flash of his figure, he had already thrust a sword into the body of the unicorn rhino with force. One-horned rhino, just die.
Two streams of bloody beast essence like mist instantly flew into Ning Lang and Lin Xi's bodies. Ning Lang, what do you call this?
Seeing this, Lin Xi widened his eyes in surprise.
This is called ice and fire, it's so cool. Sharp.
Lin Xi, who was always sharp-tongued, couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise Ning Lang's playing style. The two continued to search for ferocious beasts and kill them. At the same time, they were also keeping an eye on the location of the ultimate boss. Now they have a key, but have not found where the ultimate boss is, so while they are killing the ferocious beasts, they are also looking for the ultimate boss.
When they get enough points, they can directly grab the ultimate boss.
There is indeed a lot of gaming involved. If they were too late to kill the ultimate boss, it is very likely that the ultimate boss would be killed in advance by other groups that have obtained the key, and they would lose the opportunity. However, if you go too early, fighting the ultimate boss will inevitably consume a lot of energy, and it is also unknown how strong the ultimate boss is. It is very likely that you will fail to kill the ultimate boss, which will cause you to waste a lot of energy and time, and directly affect your martial arts test results. Therefore, the best strategy is to kill ordinary beasts first, accumulate a certain amount of points, and then fight the ultimate boss. In this way, even if you fail, you will still have a guaranteed score. Ning Lang and Lin Xi have already agreed on their strategy.
He madly killed the second-level ferocious beasts along the way.
Soon, their ranking continued to rise.
Such results left all four principals stunned. On the high platform outside the examination room,
Shen Hanyang stared closely at the results of Ning Lang and Lin Xi's group. He only saw that the rankings of the two continued to soar after entering the top 50. When they soared to the middle, their rankings paused and regressed slightly. This is because, at that time, Ning Lang and Lin Xi happened to encounter one of the ultimate bosses guarding beasts, the Azure Dragon. The two of them worked together to challenge the ferocious guardian beast. When Shen Hanyang saw this, he thought to himself, sure enough, no matter how strong Lin Xi is, with a very weak teammate, their final result will only be here. No matter how strong Lin Xi is, she is still a strong person and cannot compare with the speed of the two strong people in other groups in killing the ferocious beasts. What a pity, Lin Xi was seriously dragged down after all. When I saw the ranking of Lin Xi and Ning Lang's results, I realized that they were unable to make further breakthroughs and instead had a slight setback. Shen Hanyang also glanced at the other three principals. Sure enough, the other three principals were all secretly paying attention to the group of Lin Xi and Ning Lang. Because the performance rankings of other groups are basically the same as expected. Only the results of Lin Xi and Ning Lang's group left them confused for a while. Seeing Shen Hanyang's gaze, Zhou Quan sighed, Lin Xi should be here by now.
Being in the top 50 is actually pretty good.
After all, having a burden with her would significantly drag down Lin Xi's performance. Ning Lang is lucky to be in the top 50, otherwise he would definitely be in the bottom few, thousands of places away.
Lu Liqin then tried to ask, could it be that Lin Xi likes Ning Lang? Otherwise, I really can't understand why she chose Ning Lang as her martial arts exam teammate. Why would Lin Xi, a school beauty and top student in number 1 middle school, fall in love with Ning Lang? What's so good about Ning Lang? Hearing this, Feng Shanfeng snorted coldly. Obviously, he did not agree with Lu Liqin's guess. Love? What's the point of talking about love when you're just in high school? Instead of focusing on Lin Xi and Ning Lang's group, why not focus on Zhang Erxu and Su Wen from our number 4 middle school? They have a good chance of winning, and isn't their innocent friendship more worthy of attention? Feng Shanfeng, you don't understand love, so stop talking so much. Perhaps Zhou Quan and Feng Shanfeng have completely opposite personalities, so they always dislike each other and find what the other says unpleasant to the ears, so they said this at this time. Zhou Quan is a relatively flexible person who acts according to his own will. Feng Shanfeng is a stubborn person who sticks to many rules. Hearing this, Feng Shanfeng retorted, Humph, you, Zhou Quan, really do understand love. As the principal, you're in a relationship with a young teacher, that's fine, but you've even created a scandal with a female student. You really do understand love. When Zhou Quan heard this, his face changed instantly and he stood up angrily. He pointed at Feng Shanfeng and shouted, Feng Shanfeng, you're bringing this up to me, right? The rumor was debunked at the time. What do you mean by this? Humph, if you were honest and upright, would you have such a groundless scandal? Moment. Zhou Quan became even more angry. His innate profession is S-level thorny mortal. Moment. Countless flying spikes appeared in the air, surrounding Feng Shanfeng, pointing at him and ready to rush towards him at any time. However, Feng Shanfeng remained seated, as steady as a rock. Because his innate profession is S-level Earthstone Immortal. A rock-hard stone armor had appeared invisibly around his body. Even though these flying spikes rushed towards him, they were unable to break through his defense. Therefore, in the face of Zhou Quan's threats, Feng Shanfeng remained steadfast and showed no fear. The two of them were immediately caught up in this contest. At this moment of tension, a golden Buddha palm suddenly flew out. This golden Buddha palm instantly knocked Zhou Quan's flying spear away. At the same time, even Feng Shanfeng felt his stone armor, and even some tiny cracks appeared secretly.
The two were immediately shocked by this palm strike, and they felt nervous and their heartbeats quickened slightly. This golden Buddha palm was made by Shin Hanyang, whose awakened profession was S-level Great Buddha palm. He said, both principals are in their 40s. How can they still be as impulsive as young people, arguing and getting into fights at the slightest provocation? What a disgrace! Hearing Shin Hanyang's words, Zhou Quan and Feng Shanfeng also gave in to each other and stopped arguing. Otherwise, they would have no way out. They couldn't really fight in this martial arts exam, right? Alright, let's just watch the students take the martial arts exam. If you want to talk, just talk. There's no need to argue. At this moment, Shin Hanyang suddenly exclaimed again, what? How come Lin Xi and Ning Lang's rankings are soaring again? Lu Liqin took one look and exclaimed, what, their group actually made it into the top 20. What's going on? Chapter 21 Ning Lang and Lin Xi encounter Haiyu Wushuang, the battle for the key. In the opinion of principals Shin Hanyang and Lu Liqin, it would be their limit if Ning Lang and Lin Xi could make it into the top 50. After all, they felt that Lin Xi was bringing a weak burden with him. I heard the two people exclaiming in surprise. Zhou Quan and Feng Shanfeng's attention was also drawn to this, and they also looked at the rankings of Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Really? The two were also shocked when they saw it. When they looked just now, Ning Lang and Lin Xi's rankings only reached around 50th place, and then stopped, and even fell back a few places. However, just now, Zhou Quan and Feng Shanfeng had a quarrel in such a short time. Their rankings suddenly jumped to the top 20. What a terrifying speed. What a terrifying power this is. Zhou Quan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, Old Shin, just how strong is Lin Xi from your school? He's already in the top 20 so quickly. Isn't that too terrifying? Although Feng Shanfeng didn't say anything, his face looked very shocked. As the principal of Lin Xi, Shin Hanyang knew Lin Xi quite well, but at this moment he simply couldn't understand it. At this moment, the screen immediately displayed a prompt that Ning Lang and Lin Xi had killed the guarding beast and successfully obtained a key. When Shin Hanyang saw this prompt, his eyes suddenly lit up. I see, so that's how it is. Lin Xi and Ning Lang's group encountered a guarding beast that was very difficult to deal with, so their ranking was stuck there. Not only did they not move forward, they even fell back a few places. Now they have successfully killed the guarding beast and gained a lot of points. Plus, by continuing to kill beasts, they have rushed all the way to the top 20. Shin Hanyang felt that he had finally solved the case. He figured out what had happened. However, when he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This isn't right. Lin Xi and Ning Lang are in the same group, and they actually have the power to kill the guarding beasts. Isn't this a bit excessive? Yes, I also want to ask this question, Principal Shin. It is said that Ning Lang from your school failed to awaken. Is this news true? Lu Liqin asked curiously. Of course it's true, but judging from the current situation, could it be that Ning Lang has made a breakthrough? Has he successfully awakened? Otherwise, with Lin Xi's strength alone, how could he kill the guarding beast? Hearing Shin Hanyang's guess, the other three principals said, if that's the case, then it's very interesting. Ning Lang and Lin Xi have already made it into the top 20, and their rankings seem to be trending upwards. I wonder what level of strength Ning Lang has reached. Other students awakened half a year ago, but Ning Lang didn't awaken until just before the martial arts exam. He and the other students have fallen behind in training by half a year. No matter what, he will still hold Lin Xi back. Several principals made guesses. And in the jungle of ferocious beasts, Ning Lang and Lin Xi rushed forward. Two people did appear behind them. These two people are the group of Su Wen and Zhang Erxu. As they passed by, they saw the body of the slain guardian beast, codenamed Azure Dragon. Su Wen observed it carefully and said, it seems that this beast is the same beast that Ning Lang and Lin Xi killed. They have successfully obtained the key to the ultimate boss. Zhang Erxu said, in that case, we should act without delay. We should follow the trail they left and catch up with them, and snatch the key from them. After all, these beasts are hard to find. We might not encounter the remaining three, and it's also very likely that the remaining three will be killed by other groups immediately. Su Wen nodded. That's right, the ultimate boss is the key to winning the martial arts exam. We must fight for it. The best strategy right now is to snatch the key from Lin Xi's group. This time, Lin Xi chose a rubbish teammate, which just gave us an opportunity. Then let's go, Lao Su. The two of them did not stop and immediately used their skills to chase forward at a rapid speed. Soon, they then saw Lin Xi and Ning Lang. Suwon was careful and at first wanted to observe Lin Xi's skills secretly. After all, they had never fought with Lin Xi. As for Ning Lang, they did not take him seriously. But, unexpectedly, Zhang Erxu's personality is rather wild. He flew out directly, blocked Lin Xi and Ning Lang's way, and faced them with his back. Zhang Erxu was wearing clothes similar to ancient costumes and holding a folding fan in his hand. It can be seen that he is a person who likes ancient style and also likes COS. I've long heard that the top student in number 1 middle school is called Lin Xi. Not only is she very talented, but she's also a school beauty. Today, I finally have the honor of meeting her. It's a pleasure to meet you. While reciting the words, Zhang Erxu slowly turned around. Lin Xi and Ning Lang just stood there quietly, looking at him as if he were a fool. What do you want to do? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, fart quickly. Don't delay us from continuing to kill the ferocious beast. Ning Lang said bluntly. Zhang Erxu opened his folding fan and fanned it a few times, saying, "Brother Ning Lang, your words are truly unrefined. You're using all sorts of nonsense. It's insulting. What do you want? I've received a communication saying that your team has successfully killed one of the ferocious beasts and obtained a key. The battle for the ultimate boss is bound to be fierce. Lin Xi, you're bringing a useless teammate with you and still wanting to compete for the ultimate boss. That's a bit too arrogant. So I think you should just hand over the key. The champion of this martial arts exam must be our Haiyue Wuxuang." But Zhang Erxu had not yet finished his last word. Suddenly, with a snap, he was slapped directly in the face. Zhang Erxu was stunned with fear. Because he only saw a flash of afterimage and didn't see who made the move or how they did it. This is really horrible. Who? Zhang Erxu looked around with a pale face and asked in panic. It's me, your grandfather. Ning Lang shouted, I just told you to speak directly, but you're wasting your time here rambling on about irrelevant things. Do you think we have time to listen to your nonsense? What? You did it? You're not the useless person who failed to awaken in the legend? At this time, in Zhang Erxu's shock, Suwon also flew over. Suwon had already seen what happened just now. He said slowly, it seems that the rumors are not true. You still have some strength, Ning Lang. Zhang Erxu said angrily, so what if he has some strength? We, Haiyue Wuxuang, will still fight him. Chapter 22 Haiyue Wuxuang takes action with amazing skills. It seems that the slap just now didn't wake you up. Ning Lang said with a faint sneer. Zhang Erxu covered his burning face. He said, try to hit me again. I was just unprepared and let you succeed. Bang! Before Zhang Erxu could finish his words, a loud slap was heard on the other side of his face. Depend on. Zhang Erxu was completely confused now. I've never seen anyone make such a request. After Ning Lang slapped someone, he flew back, leaving only a few afterimages in the air. Ning Lang. You're looking for death. Oh, you were saying something insulting just now, and now you're just cursing? Moment. A white light was emitted from all around Zhang Erxu. At this moment, Suwon said calmly, Zhang Erxu, don't fall for his provocation. Ning Lang is no ordinary guy. I've never seen anyone faster than his agility just now. The fact that you didn't dodge in time isn't entirely your fault. Okay, I won't be angry. I will defeat him with my true strength. After saying that, Zhang Erxu flew over in an instant. Immediately following, the white light emanating from his body instantly transformed into countless crescent-shaped blades. Ning Lang looked at them carefully. He saw these crescent blades and didn't know whether they were real weapons or not. These crescent blades looked very bright, just like moonlight. Ning Lang was not sure whether they were just light or had a real existence. Moment. These countless crescent blades slashed towards Ning Lang from all directions. These crescent blades flew and slashed at a speed as fast as lightning, making Ning Lang dazzled. Watch out. That's a fast attack. Lin Xi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise for a moment. Perhaps because the weapon he condensed is so light, it can be exerted at an extremely fast speed. Hearing this, Ning Lang immediately thought of it. Just like his skill of controlling the sword and slashing randomly, each sword has weight, so the more swords he controls, the more energy he consumes. And if the weapon is light, then you can easily control more weapons and at the same time be able to exert a faster speed. Swish, 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 swish. Ning Lang instantly activated the wind control technique and continued to retreat backwards.
At the same time,
he already held 2 ice swords in his hands, and was madly slashing at the attacking crescent blades. Ning Lang also controlled more than a dozen ice swords at the same time. These ice swords guarded his body and continued to slash at these crescent blades. After a crazy slashing, Ning Lang felt that these crescent blades were very light. He just slashed lightly, and these crescent blades were instantly cut away. This is indeed the weakness of the crescent blade, but its weakness also determines its advantage. Ning Lang felt dazzled. It seemed that Zhang Erxu was controlling dozens of crescent blades to slash at him. At the same time, these crescent blades are also very thin and sharp. These crescent blades slashed through this space, and in an instant, countless branches and leaves of large trees were cut off. Swish! After completing an attack, these crescent blades seemed to have fuses, and they all flew back into Zhang Erxu's hands. Swish, swish, swish. These crescent blades overlapped one after another, stacked together like playing cards. After flying back into Zhang Ruoxu's hands, they were just 2 crescent blades. Yes, your talent is quite impressive. Ning Lang murmured in admiration. After taking on Zhang Erxu's attack just now, he felt a certain amount of pressure. However, fortunately, he had been fighting against ferocious beasts continuously these days, and with his body movement skills like Yufengxing, he was able to withstand all of Zhang Erxu's attacks. Seeing this, Lin Xi couldn't help but exclaimed, "It really deserves to be the number 1 in matching number 4 middle school." Now, Zhang Erxu's understanding of Ning Lang's strength was also refreshed. He originally thought that with his own strength, he only needed 1 move to defeat Ning Lang, but he didn't expect that all his attacks were blocked by Ning Lang. Ning Lang, you're so good. I originally thought you were a loser who failed to awaken, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. Su Wen also asked curiously at this time, Ning Lang, when did you awaken, and what profession did you awaken to? Ning Lang asked back, why should I tell you? Is it to make it easier for you to deal with me? Su Wen's expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. Okay, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. You've actually already awakened successfully, but you don't want others to know what your profession is so they can't attack your weaknesses. So you must hide your profession and pretend that you haven't awakened successfully? Su Wen slowly expressed his guess. His guess immediately shocked Zhang Erxu. Is he so forgiving? No wonder Lin Xi chose Ning Lang. We all thought Lin Xi chose a loser, but we didn't expect him to fall for his scheme. Stop talking nonsense. Now that you know the truth, do you still want to keep fighting for the key? If you know what's good for you, just get out of here. There's no need to waste each other's time. I still want to keep killing the beast. Hearing this, Zhang Erxu and Su Wen looked at each other. Zhang Erxu said, the team that can grab the key is definitely not a weak team. No matter which team we meet, it will inevitably be a tough battle. In this case, let's just fight. Okay, anyway, if we want to win the championship, we must defeat all the strong teams. The champion is not afraid of anyone. Come on, let me show you the cooperation of Highway Wushuang. Moment. Zhang Erxu continued to control his countless crescent blades, and rays of light flashed in the woods, dazzling and overwhelming. But Ning Lang and Lin Xi now wanted to see what kind of skill Su Wen, whose profession was sea god, had. What kind of cooperation will the 2 of them have? Swish, swish, swish. Ning Lang and Lin Xi both fought seriously. Together they controlled 30 swords. Flying swords intertwined in this space, as if they had transformed into thin lines. Ping pong pong. The flying sword and the crescent blade kept colliding with each other. They were also constantly changing their shapes, flying around in this space to avoid each other's attacks. Suddenly, I saw that the sea god Su Wen also activated his skills. Initially nothing was found. However, Ning Lang gradually saw water gushing out from the ground. Soon, the water level is still rising. This area is actually covered by seawater. Ning Lang and Lin Xi immediately flew up on their swords to avoid sinking to the bottom of the sea. The sea level in this area continued to rise, gradually submerging countless large trees. They can only keep flying upwards. Gradually, Ning Lang and Lin Xi have already flown above the jungle. Looking around, you will see a forest composed of countless big trees. Chapter 23 Combination Skills. A bright moon rises over the sea, and a few people return home on the moon. Ning Lang saw that Su Wen's skills only covered a limited area. Only the place where they were was covered by sea water. Looking into the distance, there was no sea water covering the area. Ning Lang asked curiously, his skill is really strange. I wonder what the purpose of this seawater covering is. Lin Xi said, for strong men like us, seawater is obviously useless. However, if it were students with ordinary talents who haven't mastered the skills of body movement, they would probably have been soaked in the water. Moreover, such seawater coverage can also quickly kill some ferocious beasts. After hearing this analysis, Ning Lang nodded. His flood of seawater is indeed very helpful in killing ferocious beasts that cannot swim. Even if a ferocious beast can swim, its attack power will be greatly reduced in seawater. However, Ning Lang still felt that Su Wen was not that simple. He analyzed, I think he might have other skills, maybe they require water to activate. You're right. Su Wen had already flown above the sea. Under his feet was a ball of water, which was like a water lotus, carrying him up into the air. My professional talent is the ability to control water. Take my hit. Moment. Su Wen waved his hand. Suddenly, a water lotus condensed from the seawater. My skill is called Rain Lotus Needle. Bang! Su Wen blasted the water lotus over. In an instant, the water lotus exploded in the air. It transformed into countless water droplets, each of which was like a flying needle, shooting towards Ning Lang and Lin Xi madly. Although these are just drops of water, their power is still amazing when their speed is fast enough. I thought Zhang Erxe's skills were impressive enough, but I didn't expect yours to be even more impressive. Swish, swish, swish. Ning Lang and Lin Xi started spinning several flying swords. These flying swords combined into the ribs of an umbrella, and then as the flying swords spun violently, a protective umbrella was formed in front of them, colliding with the countless water droplets attacking from Su Wen. But, although it's cool, it's useless. Ning Lang and Lin Xi experienced the rain of lotus needles. The two of them flashed in an instant and attacked Su Wen and Zhang Erxe. After all, Zhang Erxe is the best in number 4 middle school, while Su Wen is only ranked 4th. Therefore, Ning Lang chose to attack Zhang Erxe, leaving Su Wen to Lin Xi. Swish, swish, swish. The four of them fought together in an instant, their figures kept flashing, and their weapons kept intertwining. Ning Lang didn't want to waste time. Therefore, his ice sword is very powerful in attack. The ice sword emitting an icy aura kept slashing towards Zhang Erxe. Zhang Erxe's crescent blade is more gorgeous than useful. When his ice sword collided with Ning Lang's, he immediately felt Ning Lang's powerful strength. You're so strong. Ning Lang, your skills are even stronger than Lin Xi's? Lin Xi can only control 10 swords, but you can control 20? And your sword even has an icy aura. During the fight with Ning Lang. At this time, Zhang Erxe fully understood Ning Lang's strength, and he also felt the icy aura emitted by the ice sword. This icy aura made Zhang Erxe feel cold all over, and his reactions were a little slow when he used his skills. The sky is full of moonlight. Swish. Seeing that he was no match for Ning Lang, Zhang Erxe instantly used this skill. I saw countless crescent blades gathered together in an instant. Each crescent blade is very bright. Countless crescent blades continued to gather together, gradually forming a full moon. The light of this full moon is so bright, even dazzling. In this space, the light of the full moon made it impossible for Ning Lang and Lin Xi to open their eyes. Cut. Now. Zhang Erxe also closed his eyes because he would also be affected by the dazzling light. However, he had long been accustomed to it through repeated battles, and he had even developed the ability to hear the wind and determine the location. Swish. Countless crescent blades instantly slashed towards Ning Lang and Lin Xi. At the same time, Su Wen had put on sunglasses at some point. He controlled countless water droplets and slashed towards Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Su Wen came up with the idea of wearing sunglasses when he was practicing coordination with Zhang Erxe, so he was well prepared. Swish. Between crises, Ning Lang directly used the wind control technique. This time, without thinking too much, he simply hugged Lin Xi's waist and helped her dodge the weapons that were slashing down from the sky. Lin Xi and Ning Lang had said that unless it was an emergency, he should not hug her waist casually. At this moment, it was indeed a critical moment, so this time Ning Lang hugged her waist and kept dodging, and she naturally would not blame Ning Lang. However, she still felt a little embarrassed to have Ning Lang hug her waist like this.
Even this one move can't defeat you. Looks like I have to use my ultimate move. Zhang Erxu and Su Wen didn't want to waste any more time.
They have also felt that the opponent is very strong, and if they don't use their ultimate skills, they may really not be able to defeat them. Zhang Erxu and Su Wen looked at each other and nodded to each other. The ultimate move, a bright moon, rises over the sea, and those who ride on it return home. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were both shocked.
What?
They have a special killing move? Lin Xi said, this ultimate move must be the result of the superb coordination of their skills. The combination of their skills creates an effect that is greater than the sum of their parts. The two of them had just finished speaking. I saw that it was under Su Wen's control.
The sea suddenly became choppy. At the same time,
Zhang Erxu also condensed his crescent blade and combined it into several full moons. His crescent blades can be put together to form a full moon blade. And an even more magical scene appeared.
These countless crescent-shaped blades created countless reflections on the rippling sea surface.
As Su Wen and Zhang Erxu worked together, they saw a series of full moons slowly rising from the reflection of the full moon on the sea.
What? The reflection becomes real? What the hell is this?
The two of them actually figured out such a combination technique. Along with it, round moon blades rose from the sea.
There are countless crescent-shaped blades flying in the sky.
Under the joint control of Zhang Erxu and Su Wen, they were able to control so many crescent moon blades.
Cut. Moment. Countless crescent-shaped blades, real and fake, that cannot be distinguished, are slashing madly.
Between the reflection of the full moon blade in the sky and on the sea, clearly visible lines were cut out. They were like a dragnet, slashing towards Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Chapter 24. No matter how powerful your combination skills are, I can break them with one sword.
So powerful. What a powerful combo.
Seeing this, Lin Xi couldn't help but widen his eyes and scream in shock.
Is it very strong?
No matter how powerful the combination skills are, in the face of the absolute gap in strength, it's all just fancy moves.
Ning Lang said coldly. He didn't want to waste any more time.
To these so-called masters, to the top players from the other three high schools, they were like dwarfs in front of him.
This is the difference between SSS level talent and S level talent.
No matter how dazzling your skills are, I can break them with one sword.
Get out of here. Moment. Ning Lang's figure flashed away. When he appeared in front of everyone again. Already flying high in the sky.
I saw him waving his sword.
In an instant, 20 ice swords condensed into a huge ice sword.
This huge ice sword looks like it's countless meters long and wide.
Break.
This sword. With unmatched strength, he charged towards the two people who claimed to be Highway Wushuang. Ning Lang had never been able to perform such a sword move before. Because such a sword requires a lot of energy, he was unable to perform such a sword before his strength was raised to the second level.
But now it's different.
Ning Lang, whose level has been upgraded to the second level, now has the strength to perform more sword moves. The power of this sword controlling skill will naturally be different in the hands of people of different levels. Ning Lang, who has been promoted to the second level, has invisibly elevated the performance of the skill of Yujian Liaohuanzhan to another level.
What?
Zhang Erxu and Su Wen both widened their eyes at the same time. Their combination skill, that somewhat too long name, the bright moon rises over the sea, and a few people return home on the moon. This skill is like a dragnet that spreads across the sky and the earth, a skill that makes it impossible to escape.
Ning Lang actually broke through it alone.
Ning Lang rushed over with an ice sword, with unstoppable power, just like a pair of scissors cutting through a piece of rag.
Boom!
This huge ice sword suddenly pierced directly into the sea where Zhang Erxu and Su Wen were. A huge sword stood here at an angle like a huge sculpture.
The powerful force directly blew Zhang Erxu and Su Wen away.
They felt as if a huge explosive exploded beside them.
The two of them were shocked and flew out. In an instant, 2 streams of blood spurted out from both of them. What? Ning Lang, your sword controlling chaos slash can actually unleash such tremendous power?
Lin Xi, who was watching from the side, was completely stunned. She has been using the Yujian Liaohuanzhan for so long and has experienced so many battles that she can use it in a variety of exquisite moves and various flexible and changeable offensive methods. However, in front of Ning Lang's absolute strength, her skills were nothing but flashy and useless things. Swish, swish, swish.
Ning Lang controlled the huge ice sword and split it into 20 small ice swords again.
These ice swords fell from the sky and kept stabbing towards Zhang Erxu and Su Wen. Both of them were already injured by the shock. At this time, Ning Lang attacked him mercilessly again.
The two can only defend with all their might. Moonlight Shield. 1000 Imperial Water Lotus. Zhang Erxu and Su Wen still have certain strength.
In such a critical situation, they all used their defensive skills. When Zhang Erxu used the Moonlight Shield, a circular shield emitting soft moonlight appeared around him. Ning Lang's ice sword was blocked by the Moonlight Shield.
Of course, this is also because Ning Lang did not want to seriously injure them. He didn't use much strength. His ice sword was fighting against the Moonlight Shield like a threat that could be cut down at any time. And Su Wen's Qianyu Water Lotus is also very powerful. A water lotus suddenly appeared under his feet.
And this water lotus is like a blooming lotus, protecting Su Wen with layers of water petals.
It seems like there are countless layers of defense. At the same time,
this water lotus was still spinning, colliding with Ning Lang's ice sword, and constantly knocking Ning Lang's ice sword away.
Only
Su Wen was just trying his best to hold on. Although the 1000 water lotus skill itself is very powerful, its power is limited in his hands.
Gradually, Su Wen seemed to be unable to hold on any longer.
I saw that the sea water condensed by him on the ground was constantly receding.
Bang!
Ning Lang suddenly slashed with force. Zhang Erxu's Moonlight Shield shattered instantly.
Su Wen's protective water lotus was also directly pierced by Ning Lang's ice sword. Ning Lang's ice sword was placed across their necks. Mercy, mercy, Ning Lang. We lost, we admit defeat.
It was just a sparring challenge, please let us go. As the sea recedes, the two were already lying on the ground. Ning Lang's figure had already flown in front of the two of them. Lin Xi also flew over on his sword.
Ning Lang, it's better not to hurt them. After all, this is a martial arts exam. Yes, yes, please Ning Lang, we are wrong, we are wrong. Ning Lang nodded slightly.
After all, what they did was in line with the rules of the martial arts exam.
There is nothing wrong with wanting to compete for the championship. For the sake of the martial arts exam, I won't seriously injure you and will give you the chance to continue participating.
However, you two challenged Lin Xi and me, wasting a lot of our time.
Don't you have to compensate us for this? Compensation, of course, Ning Lang, you are right, we can compensate.
Although Zhang Erxu was usually arrogant, he was still frightened when faced with such a situation. It may also be because he has always been the number 1 in number 4 middle school and has not been defeated for a long time. Faced with Ning Lang's terrifying strength, he was shocked. Su Wen felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment, because he had high expectations for this martial arts exam. However, unexpectedly, he fell flat on his face while competing for the key, and now he has no hope of winning the championship. Su Wen's mood suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Because he wanted to surpass Su Li and become the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family. Su Wen, because he is a distant relative of the Su family, has never been valued by the Su family. He wanted to rely on his own strength to enter the core layer of the Su family.
However, now all the plans have been ruthlessly destroyed by Ning Lang.
Missing such an opportunity will bring about a series of consequences.
What kind of compensation do you want?
Su Wen asked with a sad look on his face. Ning Lang said calmly, I won't make things difficult for you. You two have delayed Lin Xi and I's time to kill the beasts. So, clear the way for us, find the beasts along the way and kill them, and leave the last blow to us.
This will be your compensation.
Zhang Erxu quickly said, okay, that's totally fine. However, Su Wen was careful after all, so he asked, we can't just keep killing beasts for you like this, or our performance will plummet.
That's 300 points. It's over after 300 points. 300 points?
When Su Wen heard this number, his face turned pale.
The points for killing the final boss are only 300 points. You're asking the two of us to compensate you for 300 points. Isn't that a bit too much?
Su Wen felt a chill in his heart.
200 points. Zhang Erxu quickly said, 200 points is okay, right? Any more and our martial arts exam results will be really bad. We still want to go to a mid-level university. Please help. Okay, I'll give you some face. Ning Lang readily agreed.
After all, 200 points is indeed not a small number. So, Zhang Erxu and Su Wen started to kill the ferocious beast in a very unhappy mood. The more they fought, the more depressed they became. Seeing the ferocious beast that they had worked so hard to defeat, but could only give up the points to others, was a huge shame and humiliation for Haiwei Wuxuang, who was once the most arrogant in number 4 middle school.
Bite. At this moment, Ning Lang's replicator professional skills have been activated.
I can sense that S-rank C god, Su Wen is in a low mood and his mental defense has been greatly reduced.
Should I extract and critically attack him with his skills? Chapter 25, the fourth reenactment, Thousand Water Lotus. Body protection skills. What? It actually triggered the opportunity to recreate it?
Ning Lang was actually a little surprised. Because he only defeated Zhang Erxu and Su Wen.
Isn't this kind of victory and defeat a very common thing?
Su Wen's mood immediately fell to the bottom.
No one expected that Su Wen was so sensitive. He could be said to have a glass heart. However, Ning Lang was of course very happy about this. He then thought, it might be a good idea to encounter more fragile opponents in the future, so he can replicate his skills like crazy. Smoke. Ning Lang no longer hesitated. Start extracting and replicating directly. Moment.
Pieces of information flashed through Ning Lang's mind.
Ding. Extract and replicate S-rank C God Su Wen skill 1000 Imperial Water Lotus. Ding. Replicated once, successfully obtained 1000 Water Lotus, and added lightning attribute. Ding. Replicated twice, critical hit. Xianyu Shuelian's defense ability is increased 5-fold, and a lightning attack is added to paralyze the enemy. Ding. Replicated 3 times, critical hit.
When using 1000 Water Lotus, the vortex suction is increased, sucking surrounding enemies to you. I saw the information flashing through my mind.
Ning Lang was shocked.
A series of surprises flashed through his mind. First of all, the first surprise was that Ning Lang was lacking a body protection skill at this time. In his previous battles, he always tried his best to dodge the enemy's attacks because he lacked a powerful body protection skill. Once hit by the enemy's skills, he would be seriously injured. Coincidentally, he drew Su Wen's body protection skill 1000 Water Lotus. The second surprise was that when Ning Lang saw Su Wen's skill, he felt a little envious. Because this skill is so beautiful and cool. When performing the technique, a huge water lotus suddenly condensed and protected the body. The third surprise is that after being reproduced, Xianyu Shuelian, which is a body protection skill, has also become a powerful combat skill. It can not only gather ferocious beasts or enemies, but also control them. Such a skill is really useful.
Ning Lang was secretly surprised. He silently accepted this skill. However, he did not demonstrate this skill or try it out. Because in this jungle full of ferocious beasts, if he used this skill, he would likely be discovered by others who were far away or hiding in the dark. Then, it will not have the effect of making people take it by surprise and unprepared. Therefore, Ning Lang quietly accepted this skill and waited to use it in the final battle for the ultimate boss. At that time, when fighting for the final blow of the ultimate boss, directly control all other opponents. Ha ha ha.
Thinking of this, Ning Lang couldn't help but smile.
What are you laughing at? Why are you so happy? Lin Xi couldn't help but ask curiously.
At the same time, the question in her heart became bigger and bigger.
Nothing. Ning Lang, how strong are you? And what is your innate profession? Lin Xi couldn't help but ask. Why, are you starting to get curious about me?
Often, being curious about someone is the beginning of falling in love with them. Ning Lang teased her lightly. Looking at Lin Xi, who has such a good figure and a beautiful face, Ning Lang is still amazed by one of her aspects from time to time. Lin Xi is indeed so beautiful. She is simply a pure beauty painted by God's brush. In the past, in his original world, Ning Lang would also feel nervous when facing such a beautiful girl. However, he has now traveled to this world after all, and his age in the original world is several years older than his current 18 years old. Years of experience have made him mentally stronger than a young 18-year-old. In addition, he now has such a powerful talent in his profession, so when Ning Lang faces the peerless beauty Lin Xi, he will not feel ashamed or feel that he is not worthy of her. Instead, I feel like I want to pick her up.
You, be serious. I'm asking you seriously. I want to know what profession you've awakened.
Okay, I definitely wouldn't tell her to anyone else, but since you asked today, I'll only tell you.
And you have to keep it a secret from me from now on. Okay, if you don't want others to know, then I promise you, I will never tell anyone else. Ning Lang deliberately said, "What if you don't do it, and break your promise one day? What if you tell others?"
Lin Xi curled her lips and said, "Since I promised you, I will definitely do it."
Don't you believe me?
Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst.
Okay, if I break my promise, you can do whatever you say, okay? I'd been waiting for you to say that. If you break your promise, you'll do whatever I tell you to do. Okay. Just tell me quickly. Ning Lang waved his hand and asked Lin Xi to come closer and listen.
Lin Xi approached Ning Lang, stood on tiptoe beside him, and put her ear close to Ning Lang's mouth. Ning Lang suddenly noticed that Lin Xi's skin was really white. It was the first time he saw a girl with such white ears. From her ears downwards, her face was even whiter, and her neck and even her shoulders were so white. Ning Lang was stunned for a moment when he saw it.
What is it, will you tell me?
Listen carefully, my awakened profession is replicator, which means I can replicate other people's skills.
Hearing this,
Lin Xi's eyes suddenly widened. Because she had never heard of such a profession. Such an occupation is not included in the World Encyclopedia of Occupations.
Replicator? Your profession is too amazing, isn't it? Is it a hidden profession?
Lin Xi was shocked but asked in a low voice.
That's right. Oh my god, Ning Lang, you actually awakened a hidden profession. You're so lucky.
The so-called hidden professions are professions that are rarely seen in the world.
Among all awakened people, they are insignificant.
Such hidden professions are not known to the public. Therefore, people with hidden professions are born with an advantage, that is, others do not understand their skills and cannot guess their skills. In such a situation, those who want to defeat hidden professions will naturally face a higher level of difficulty.
Keep it a secret. This is a secret between the two of us.
Lin Xi nodded heavily. And the way she looked at Ning Lang also changed. It became filled with an indescribable meaning, as if looking at something very rare.
Let's go and harvest the ferocious beast, Ning Lang said.
He flashed directly towards the Yufengxing in front. In front of them, Zhang Erxu and Su Wen were like two laborers, having worked hard to knock out several ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were lying on the ground, dying. Ning Lang went straight forward and killed each ferocious beast with one sword. The scores are rising rapidly.
The ferocious beast's blood and essence flew into the bodies of the two men.
Along the way, Ning Lang and Lin Xi encountered ferocious beasts and continued to kill them. A summary of the ferocious beasts killed by the two groups.
The performance of Ning Lang and Lin Xi's group has improved by leaps and bounds. He broke through directly into the top 10 of the entire martial arts examination team rankings. Chapter 26, The competition is fierce, Ning Lang and Lin Xi make it into the top 10. When Ning Lang and Lin Xi's rankings broke into the top 10, the watches they both wore for the martial arts exam vibrated suddenly and displayed a prompt. Congratulations on making it into the top 10 of this martial arts exam.
Ning Lang and Lin Xi both looked at their watches and were very happy.
Great. Even though we lost a lot of time in the battle with 4th Middle School's Haiyue Wushuang, we've made up for it now. We've successfully entered the top 10. Ning Lang said. Yes.
Lin Xi also showed a very warm and bright smile. Her slight smile looks so charming.
Looking at it is like appreciating a beautiful painting.
Lin Xi continued his analysis. However, our speed in killing ferocious beasts is still not the fastest.
There are still many expert teams whose speed in killing ferocious beasts cannot be underestimated. Although they have already made it into the top 10, they have also entered the most competitive stage. Some other expert groups may have great advantages in killing ferocious beasts due to their skills, and coupled with the element of luck, even though Ning Lang and Lin Xi have had a smooth journey, it is not easy for them to continue to improve their rankings. Unless you can get the ultimate boss, you can completely break into the first place.
The four principals sat on the podium.
They looked at the screen in front of them and kept exclaiming in admiration.
Because, on their screens, they can see the battle scenes of the top 10 groups.
After all, the number of drones is limited.
When shooting the group battle images in real time, only the top 10 groups will be given priority. As for other ordinary groups, many people can only share one drone. For them, the drone flies around in an area, taking pictures of many people at the same time, and will not always shoot at a certain group. But once you enter the top 10, you will be eligible to occupy a drone alone.
At this time, a drone has flown to Lin Xi and Ning Lang's side and is broadcasting their battle live.
The four principals watched the battle between the top 10 groups with great interest and kept praising them. Among the top 10 groups, the first place was held by the double fist duo Mo Ting and Zhang Xianshan. One of the two is an S-level fist Thunder God, and the other is an S-level Holy Fist Master. The speed at which the two men killed the beasts was outrageous, and the damage they inflicted was astonishing. Even for a level 2, second-grade beast, the battle could be resolved within a few minutes. When Zhou Quan, the principal of number 2 middle school, saw that this group of students from his school had been consistently ranked first, a very proud look appeared on his face. While praising the students of his own school, he also mentioned the principal of number 4 middle school, Feng Shanfeng, with some sarcasm. It looks like today's martial arts exam champions will go to Mo Ting and Zhang Xianshan. While number 1, number 3, and number 4 middle schools also have their share of outstanding students, this year, number 2 middle school has to take home the glory.
Isn't that right, old Feng? It seems your number 4 middle school pair of Zhang Erxu and Su Wen, the talented players you had high hopes for, aren't doing so well. Feng Shanfeng's face turned ashen at this time. Because he also noticed that Zhang Erxu and Su Wen, the strongest group in number 4 middle school, were about to enter the top 10, but then they actually fell down all the way. This really made him confused as to what was going on. What exactly happened to these two people?
Feng Shanfeng really wanted to know the truth, but because they did not make it into the top 10, they could not see the live broadcast of their group.
Feng Shanfeng was in a bad mood and didn't respond to Zhou Quan for a while.
The four principals were also looking at some other groups among the top 10.
Shen Hanyang from number 1 middle school exclaimed in admiration, "I didn't expect Su Li and Ling Bai's team to be so lucky and so strong that they directly rushed to second place in the top 10. I really didn't expect them to achieve such a good result." Hearing this, the other three principals also looked at the live broadcast.
Su Li was seen holding a crystal gun in her hand. As a little gun fairy, she rushed among the ferocious beasts with her gun skills being flexible and graceful. Especially her crystal spear, which is both sharp and tough. Even a ferocious beast with thick leather armor can be pierced by her spear. Moreover, Su Li was wearing a very high-end tight combat suit, which looked full of design sense and was obviously worth a lot of money. Such a battle suit can also help her improve her combat power and defense.
Certainly. After all, Su Li only has an A-level talent. Her fighting ability is obviously still not as good as her martial arts exam contract teammate Ling Bai. Ling Bai, who was gifted with the S-level Divine Dragon Spear, was now wielding the spear like a dragon, fighting against the ferocious beast. Ling Bai charged forward as if he had transformed into a divine dragon, and the phantom of a divine dragon flew out. The white dragon shuttled back and forth, and Ling Bai's moves were clean and precise. He directly shot a golden horned eagle in the heart that was flying towards him. The golden horned eagle died instantly. A stream of ferocious beast's blood flew into Ling Bai and Su Li's bodies. What a great divine dragon spear, Ling Bai! Although he ranks third in number 1 middle school, I didn't expect him to be so strong. His divine dragon spear has such a powerful attack, and the speed at which he kills ferocious beasts is truly astonishing. He deserves to be ranked second in the martial arts exam. Lu Liqin couldn't help but admire him. After all, Ling Bai was strong, handsome, and a sunny boy. Even at Lu Liqin's age, she would secretly feel moved when she saw him. Su Li's spearmanship is also flexible and graceful. The two of them are a very powerful combination. Although Lin Xi from number 1 middle school lost the chance to compete for the championship, I didn't expect that number 1 middle school still has a strong team. Even Feng Shanfeng, who is usually not good at praising others, expressed his admiration from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Lu Liqin praised their team from number 3 middle school Chenjin and Yi Feiyu. Chenjin and Yi Feiyu from our 3rd middle school have also made it into the top 3. One of them uses a formation, and the other uses a swift sword. The two of them work together really well and have lived up to my expectations. Just as they were praising it endlessly. Sudden. They saw that Lin Xi and Ning Lang's group had made it into the top 10, although they were only ranked 10th. But seeing them appear on the rankings was enough to shock the four principals. Shen Hanyang suddenly revealed a look of surprise. What? Lin Xi actually brought Ning Lang into the top 10?
Zhou Quan, Lu Liqin and Feng Shanfeng all looked at the big screen.
Really? Lin Xi's strength is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? With such a weak teammate, she still managed to make it into the top 10? If Ning Lang hadn't held her back, wouldn't she have been a surefire first place? What's going on with this group? It just so happens that they've made it into the top 10. We can see Lin Xi's true strength with our own eyes. Moment.
The four people directly enlarged the live broadcast footage of Ning Lang and Lin Xi's group. I didn't look at the other groups for the time being and just stared at the group of Ning Lang and Lin Xi.
However, you don't know until you see it. When they saw it, all four of them were shocked. Chapter 27. Ning Lang's strength shocked everyone.
A wave of strange beasts emerged.
What? What's going on? No?
When I saw the live broadcast of Ning Lang and Lin Xi's group, the four principals' eyes widened in shock. Because they really saw Ning Lang and Lin Xi fighting the ferocious beast. Their four principals, and even many teachers from the four middle schools, all witnessed the battle between Ning Lang and the ferocious beast. They all originally thought that the fact that Ning Lang and Lin Xi's group was able to break into the top 10 was all thanks to Lin Xi. Lin Xi's strength was so strong that she could even break into the top 10 with a rubbish teammate. However, the scenes in the live broadcast completely stunned them. Because they saw Ning Lang's movements were as fast as lightning, and he even charged at ferocious beasts of level 2 or above, leaving after images behind. 20 ice swords were flying around him, spinning continuously around him and slashing madly at a giant white-haired bear. This giant white-haired bear is a second level 2 ferocious beast, but in front of Ning Lang, this beast is not ferocious at all and can only become a target of Ning Lang's ruthless attacks. Because the ferocious beast roared extremely violently, it couldn't touch Ning Lang at all. However, Ning Lang's ice sword ruthlessly slashed at the white-haired giant bear.
As we all know, this giant white-haired bear is a second level ferocious beast, and its defense is very strong.
However, Ning Lang's ice sword still ruthlessly pierced into its body.
Suddenly,
Ning Lang condensed another huge fireball, burning with raging flames, and bombarded the giant white-haired bear.
Moment.
The giant white-haired bear was blown into the sky by the explosion of the fireball. Immediately afterwards, Ning Lang flew after it and continued to launch a powerful attack on the giant white-haired bear in the air.
Bang!
When the giant white-haired bear fell to the ground, it was already dead. 2 streams of blood essence instantly flew out from the white-haired giant bear's body and flew into the bodies of Ning Lang and Lin Xi.
At the same time,
the four principals also saw from the live broadcast that Lin Xi had encountered another giant white-haired bear and was fighting with it.
Under normal circumstances, high-level ferocious beasts will usually occupy a territory independently.
It is unknown what the relationship between these two ferocious beasts is, but the two bears actually live together. So after encountering them, Ning Lang and Lin Xi each fought one. It was obvious that Ning Lang was faster and killed a giant white-haired bear first.
At this time, Ning Lang came directly to help Lin Xi.
When the white-haired giant bear and Lin Xi were fighting, Lin Xi's strength was not enough to completely crush the white-haired giant bear, so the white-haired giant bear also exerted a powerful attack power. The giant white-haired bear suddenly jumped up to a height of 5 meters and sat down on Lin Xi. Fortunately, Lin Xi was very flexible and dodged it with an easy move. The giant white-haired bear then chopped down a big tree with one palm. It was very big and had amazing strength. The giant white bear actually picked up the tree and swung it towards Lin Xi.
Lin Xi, be careful.
Ning Lang simply made hand gestures with his hands, and several small fireballs condensed in front of his hands.
Whoosh whoosh.
Several small fireballs shot directly at the giant white-haired bear. One of them ignited the big tree in its hand, and the other one directly hit the white-haired giant bear, igniting its white hair. Lin Xi took the opportunity to slash forward with his sword. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several flying swords were all inserted into the fat body of the giant white-haired bear.
Plop!
The giant white-haired bear fell to the ground with a loud bang.
As 2 streams of blood essence flew into their bodies, their scores instantly increased by 20 points. At the same time,
Ning Lang and Lin Xi's rankings also jumped from 10th to 9th. When this battle scene came into the eyes of the four principals, the four principals were all stunned.
What? No way.
This group of Lin Xi and Ning Lang, why does it look like it's not Lin Xi leading Ning Lang, but Ning Lang leading Lin Xi?
Yeah, what's going on? Ning Lang. Isn't Ning Lang a student who failed to awaken? Doesn't he have a profession?
But why are all his skills so powerful?
What the hell is going on?
If they continue at this pace, then Ning Lang and Lin Xi's team will definitely have a chance to compete for the championship, right?
It wasn't just the four principals who were shocked.
Lin, the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 3 at Maching No. 1 Middle School, also had a look of surprise in his eyes. She and several other homeroom teachers beside her murmured, Ning Lang.
Ning Lang is so strong?
He always thought his awakening had failed, so when did he become so powerful?
I'm so happy for him. I'm so happy for Lin Xi too.
I thought Lin Xi would have regrets in this martial arts exam, but I didn't expect Lin Xi to know Ning Lang's strength beforehand. Lin is also a member of the Lin family in Macheng. She and Lin Xi are both from the Lin family, so they are more or less relatives. In addition, Lin Xi is the number one in the school, so she naturally takes special care of Lin Xi. At the same time, Lin also knew that Lin Xi was only on the margins of the Lin family because her parents had passed away. After all, it was difficult for her and her grandfather to enter the core of the Lin family. However, she also believed that once Lin Xi was admitted to the top-notch Wuhan University, she would definitely be highly valued by the Lin family in the future. All in all, as the head teacher of Class 1, Lin actually pays more attention to Lin Xi than Shin Hanyang. Seeing that Lin Xi's chosen teammate, Ning Lang, who was also a student in the same class, was so strong, she was sincerely happy for both of them. Seeing this scene, several other class teachers also congratulated Lin.
Not bad.
I thought Lin Xi would have regrets in this martial arts exam, but I didn't expect her to give us such a big surprise.
Congratulations, Lin.
Not only does your class have Lin Xi and Ning Lang, but you also have the team of Class 1 monitor Su Li and Ling Bai.
This time, you're going to bring honor to number 1 middle school. That's great. However, the teachers and principals were watching Ning Lang and Lin Xi fighting the ferocious beast and were surprised by them. Suddenly, only seen in the picture, not far ahead of them, there was a commotion. There was a roar of a ferocious beast. What shocked everyone was that the roaring sound was obviously not made by one or two ferocious beasts, but a tide of ferocious beasts. What's going on? These second-level beasts are extremely rare in the core area. Finding one takes quite some time. Why are there suddenly such a surge of beasts now? Ning Lang and Lin Xi also noticed the abnormality immediately.
After the two looked at each other, their expressions changed.
Oh no! Zhang Erxu and Su Wen are slaying ferocious beasts up ahead. They might have run into a wave of ferocious beasts. Chapter 28 Ning Lang and Lin Xi fight against the tide of ferocious beasts. The weird man behind the scenes. The facts were exactly as Ning Lang and Lin Xi had expected. At this moment, Zhang Erxu and Su Wen were surrounded by a tide of ferocious beasts. They were killing the ferocious beast happily, searching for the second-level ferocious beast in the woods, while making marks along the way. Occasionally, when they spotted one, the two would work together to fight the beast, crippling or knocking it unconscious, and then leaving it to Lin Xi and Ning Lang. But I didn't expect it. The two had just defeated a ferocious beast and were about to continue looking for other ferocious beasts when suddenly, several second-level ferocious beasts appeared from all sides of them. The eyes of these ferocious beasts seemed to have turned blood red. These ferocious beasts looked very abnormal, as if they had entered a state of madness, and they were no longer wary of each other. They were actually madly looking for humans. Zhang Erxu was the first to discover the situation, and he poked Su Wen. Soon, Su Wen also realized that the two of them were surrounded by several second-level ferocious beasts. What's going on? I don't know exactly what's going on, but I can tell it's not good. The two men were back to back, looking in different directions vigilantly, keeping an eye on the ferocious beasts at all times in case they suddenly rushed over. What should we do? Lao Su. If so many second-level beasts attack us at the same time, can we withstand it? Obviously, I can't hold on. Then do you want to use the flying stick? Su Wen said. Zhang Erxu had obviously thought about this matter. However, he was reluctant to do so. Old Su, if we use the flying stick now, our martial arts exam will be over. With our current scores, I'm afraid we can only go to the worst martial arts university. Are you willing to accept that? Nonsense, of course I'm not willing to accept this. We're both so unlucky today. We just challenged Ning Lang and Lin Xi's team but were defeated. We had to work for them. We didn't have many points to begin with, and now we're in this situation again. It's really unlucky, it's just adding to the bad luck. We're so unlucky. Su Wen felt very upset at this moment and couldn't help but complain. What should we do, Lao Su? Should we hold on? Fight them, Lao Zhang, do you dare? Zhang Erxu has always had a rather arrogant personality, while Su Wen is more careful and usually more rigorous. At this time, even Su Wen said so what else was there for Zhang Erxu to be afraid of? Of course I dare. Let's fight. How can I be afraid of a few second-level beasts? Moment. The two of them have made up their minds. And those ferocious beasts did not give them more time to think.
These ferocious beasts immediately rushed over.
Oh! Roar, roar, roar!
Various second-level ferocious beasts pounced directly at the two of them. Zhang Erxu used his crescent blades, and countless crescent blades flew in this space, madly slashing at the ferocious beasts that were rushing towards him. At the same time, the moonlight shield on his body also activated the strongest defense. Su Wen also used the defensive skills of Qian Yu Shuelian. At the same time, his rain of lotus needles was also madly shot at countless ferocious beasts. Seawater condensed on the ground again, changing the state of this space. But under the joint attack of more than a dozen second-level ferocious beasts, the two of them really couldn't hold on anymore. After all, among these second-level ferocious beasts, some have particularly high defense, and some have extremely great strength, and they all rushed forward to kill. How could the two of them defeat so many second-level beasts in such a short time? Oh! One of the unicorn rhinos directly broke through Su Wen's defense and hit Su Wen's waist. Su Wen screamed in pain and flew 10 meters away. And here, there happened to be a tiger with a knife in its arm, which was about to chop Su Wen with a knife. Su Wen felt his eyes go dark and he felt that he was going to die here today. But, 2 seconds later, he only heard a clang when he opened his eyes. But Ning Lang had already flown over and had just blocked the attack from Arm Blade Tiger with his flying sword. Ning Lang? You saved me? That's right, why don't you stand up quickly? Why are all the beasts here acting like they've gone crazy? Su Wen only felt severe pain in his waist, but he still tried hard to stand up. If you can't hold on any longer, I advise you to use the flying stick directly. It's better than dying here. Ning Lang said. No. I don't want to withdraw from the martial arts exam. Su Wen took out a pill and swallowed it. This pill is the healing medicine he prepared. After eating it, it should be able to quickly relieve the pain in his waist. Then you better be careful. This tide of ferocious beasts is not easy to deal with. Even if Lin Xi and I come here alone, we may not be able to defeat them. If you and Zhang Erxu can't hold on, run first. At this time, Zhang Erxu saw a flash of moonlight, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived here. He supported Su Wen and said, "You are injured. I will take you away first." Ning Lang and Lin Xi should be able to hold off the pursuit of this wave of ferocious beasts. At this time, Lin Xi was flying his sword and madly attacking the ferocious beast. Ning Lang said, "That's right. Since you guys have given Lin Xi and me a lot of points, you guys should retreat first. Lin Xi and I will block for you." Su Wen and Zhang Erxu nodded in thanks. "Thank you so much, Ning Lang. We will definitely thank you again when we have the chance in the future. Please be careful too. Let's go, stop talking nonsense." Ning Lang finished speaking. He had already controlled several ice swords and went to support Lin Xi. The two men used the sword controlling and chaotic slashing techniques at the same time. For a moment, these ferocious beasts were a little timid, but they were no longer normal ferocious beasts. Ning Lang knew that they would attack again without regard for their lives soon. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were fighting against a tide of ferocious beasts. Deep in the woods. But there was a man standing on another big tree, holding a bone flute in his hand, playing a strange-sounding tune. The music sounded like a devil's music, giving people a strange feeling, as if in broad daylight, scenes from a nightmare flashed through their minds. On another tree, 2 people were standing on it, observing the situation here from a distance. These 2 people are a man and a woman, and they seem to be accustomed to this evil sound. The man among the 2 had a big knife on his back with a red silk tied to the handle. His exposed arms had muscles like thick tree roots, and he looked very strong and powerful. There was a long scar on his right arm, and it was obvious that he was a man who had experienced many battles. But the woman was wearing a black and red cheongsam. Her legs were covered in white stockings, which were very eye-catching. It looks full of charm. Now. Her charming voice rang out, "I didn't expect that the duck I had in hand would fly away again." However, the strength of these 2 newcomers is even stronger than the 2 just now. Ah, interesting, really interesting. Don't laugh too soon. They both look a little difficult to deal with. This tide of ferocious beasts alone may not be enough. The man with the big knife said calmly. Chapter 29, Crazy Knife Lu Mafu, Pulling the Silk Xiao Qi. The charming woman was playing with several invisible thin silk threads in her hands. She gave a charming and cold smile.
Ha, even the beast tide couldn't deal with these two people. They are even better materials.
I believe that if we capture them and bring them back, your head will be very satisfied, right, Imofu? The woman's voice was very charming, and her appearance was also very beautiful. Coupled with her bewitching look, even the usually cold Imofu couldn't help but feel moved. However, he immediately retracted his fantasies, because he knew that this woman named Zhao Qi was not a simple woman. If he wanted to do anything to her, he was afraid that he would not even know how he died after doing it.
You're right, but we have to act quickly and not leave any clues or traces behind. Imofu analyzed calmly. Of course, just like last year, what do you think of these two newly refined puppets of mine?
Zhao Qi, who was extremely charming, gently pulled the silk thread with her fingers. They saw two figures appear on the big tree where they were. The eyes of these two people have turned pure white, and they have been refined into puppets by Zhao Qi.
S-rank thread pulling drama, your innate profession is truly amazing. Aren't these two the students we captured at the martial arts exam last year?
Haha, you still remember them. These two students' talents were among the best last year. One is an S-class trickster sword master, and the other is an S-class elementalist.
With their help, won't our journey be even smoother this time? When Imofu saw the two puppets, an inexplicable emotion flashed through his mind.
Last year, it was he who personally arrested the two students, a boy and a girl.
And now, these two students have become puppets manipulated by Rin Zhaoqi.
But Imofu was a ruthless person after all, and the compassion in his heart is just a flash.
As long as it can bring benefits to himself, what does the lives or fate of others have to do with him?
With the help of these two puppets, things will naturally go much more smoothly.
Let's find an opportunity to take action. Moment. Imofu flew out.
He suddenly pulled out a knife and slashed out with a green blade.
The drone that was filming in the air was instantly shattered.
The four principals were watching the situation of Ning Lang and Lin Xi through live broadcast.
Unexpectedly, the screen suddenly went black and I couldn't see anything. Not good. Shen Hanyang exclaimed and stood up from his seat on the podium. He said, Old Zhou, Old Feng, Li Qin, do you remember the tide of ferocious beasts during last year's martial arts exam?
During last year's exam, there was a tide of ferocious beasts, and a martial arts exam team encountered such a tide of ferocious beasts. In the end, two of them disappeared completely. Shen Hanyang's words immediately evoked the memories of the other three principals.
Of course I remember.
Later, the teachers from our four schools searched the martial arts examination hall for 3 days and 3 nights but couldn't find them. In the end, they could only assume that they had been eaten by a ferocious beast. Lu Liqin still remembers the names of those two students.
She said, they are Bai Shu and Mo Bingbing.
They are both from our number 3 middle school. They are very strong and should have a bright future. I also remember that Bai Shu's professional talent is S-level Giji Anxian, and Mo Bingbing's is S-level Ice Mage. Feng Shanfeng also showed a sad face.
There's no time to lose.
Let's go find Lin Xi and Ning Lang right away to prevent them from making the same mistake and getting into trouble again. I'm afraid this wave of ferocious beasts came out of nowhere, and there might be some secret hidden behind it.
After saying that,
Shen Hanyang flew up directly and rushed into the martial arts examination site. Zhou Quan, Lu Liqin and Feng Shanfeng no longer cared about the martial arts exam rules at this time, and they all rushed into the martial arts exam site. Based on the images they had just seen from the live broadcast room, they were anxiously looking for the location of Ning Lang and Lin Xi.
Oh no, someone is coming.
When the drone was chopped into pieces by a knife, Ning Lang had already noticed that a master was coming. He grabbed Lin Xi and looked around nervously.
Now,
these second-level ferocious beasts in front of him are no longer the biggest threat. Lin Xi naturally also noticed someone flying out of the darkness.
What's going on? Why are there strange people in this martial arts exam? How did they get in?
Lin Xi frowned slightly. He summoned the 10 flying swords back to his side and flew them horizontally to her side. I'm afraid these people are connected to this tide of ferocious beasts.
They have no good intentions.
Ning Lang and Lin Xi were discussing in a low voice.
Moment.
I saw a man and a woman flying in front of them. They obviously also heard the conversation between Ning Lang and Lin Xi.
Ah, you guessed it right, kid. Not bad, not bad. You're a good material. Once I catch you back, I'll definitely give you a good transformation. One for each of us.
I'll deal with this guy, and I'll leave the beauty to you. Imofu said in a deep voice, holding the big knife in his hand. However, Zhao Qi did not agree with his assignment.
Why, do you look down on me?
That guy looks obviously stronger, I want to fight him myself.
You should deal with that little beauty. It's a good job for a man and a woman to work together. Whatever.
After Mo Fu finished speaking, he swung his sword and flew towards Lin Xi. With one blow of the sword, a tremendous sword energy was instantly raised, and the big trees growing around were instantly cut in half by this domineering sword energy.
However,
when the knife was about to slash towards Lin Xi, she tried her best to block it with 3 swords.
Great skills. I didn't expect you to have the strength to fight me for a few moves. Mo Fu's knife was actually blocked, which made him a little surprised. After all, he is a powerful man of the 3rd level. Although his talent is a level. However, the 3rd level, 3rd order, a grade Mad Blade style, is more than enough to deal with the 2nd level, 1st level people, even if the opponent has S grade talent. Because once you reach the 2nd level, it is very difficult to upgrade to a higher level, let alone the 3rd level. Mo Fu was able to advance to the 3rd level and 3rd stage at the cost of tremendous effort and sacrifice. Ping pong pong. Moment. Mo Fu has already started a fierce battle with Lin Xi. Although Ning Lang could see that Lin Xi was no match for Mo Fu and was at a disadvantage from the start of the fight, he did not have the energy to help Lin Xi. Because, obviously, the woman in front of him is even more terrifying. Ning Lang didn't move now. He was observing the woman carefully. She hadn't made a move yet, and Ning Lang didn't know what her skills were. Swish. Under Ning Lang's intense observation, this woman took action. Chapter 30 Ning Lang's True Strength, withstanding a full strength attack. In an instant, several invisible flying threads shot towards Ning Lang. Ning Lang originally thought that she was going to shoot a hidden weapon, so he instantly swung his sword into the air and slashed. However, to his surprise, there was nothing in the sky, at least he saw nothing. Then, suddenly, Ning Lang's 3 ice swords actually slashed towards him. Ning Lang was shocked. What is going on? Could it be that this woman could actually control her own ice sword? Ning Lang instantly blocked his 3 ice swords with 3 ice swords. Then, he understood it in an instant. So it's not that you can control my sword, but you shoot out filaments. Haha, you are smarter than I expected. But this filament is obviously not your entire attack method. Ning Lang guessed. Because of such thin filaments, the attack power is not strong. This woman is obviously not that simple. You got it right again, watch out. Swish. Moment. Suddenly a figure flew over. The sword in his hand instantly slashed towards Ning Lang. Clang. Ning Lang reacted instantly and deflected the man's sudden sword attack with a sword. Anyone else? After the figure slashed with the sword, only a shadow was left in the air. Approaching. With a whoosh, the swordsman attacked again from another direction. Swish, 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 swish. Countless shadows appeared in the air, and the swordsman kept slashing from all kinds of bizarre and unpredictable angles. Ning Lang responded nervously. He controlled 20 ice swords and kept chasing the swordsman's shadow. However, the swordsman was so real and illusory that it was difficult to find his true form among the countless shadows. Lin Xi controlled 10 flying swords and launched a fierce attack on Mo Fu, then she dodged and retreated. After seeing the swordsman who created countless phantoms, Lin Xi had already figured out the clues. Ning Lang, this is bad. This shadow swordsman is Bai Shu, our talented student from the previous class. His innate profession is S-level Ghost Sword Immortal. A student from the previous class? Then why did he attack us? Lin Xi replied, during the martial arts exam last year, Bai Shu mysteriously disappeared. Everyone thought he had been eaten by a ferocious beast, but I didn't expect him to be alive. But I think Bai Shu seems to have lost his mind. Could it be that the woman is controlling Bai Shu? Your guess is probably correct. The current situation is extremely bad. Let's retreat quickly. Good. These two are really hard to deal with. Lin Xi had just fought with Mo Fu of the Crazy Blade School and had already felt that he was very strong and that he was no match for him. Now seeing that this woman has such strange skills, he feels even more uneasy. I'm afraid it's already very unsafe in this martial arts exam. She and Ning Lang should run away quickly and tell the principal about this. Ha 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 ha, you want to leave? I'm afraid it's not that easy. Zhao Qi's voice, with penetrating power, echoed in the woods. When Ning Lang and Lin Xi turned around and tried to escape, behind them, another figure appeared. This person is a girl.
Her eyes had also turned completely white, with no black pupils left.
Let's retreat.
This time, Ning Lang directly hugged Lin Xi's waist and used the wind control technique. He wanted to use his extremely fast body skills to quickly escape from this place.
However,
his figure flashed.
Suddenly, a huge ice wall flew out from the front, completely blocking his way. Ning Lang changed direction and wanted to continue escaping.
However, this girl's skills are much faster than his speed. Ice walls kept blocking Ning Lang's way, preventing him from using his skills to his full potential.
Hateful.
Ning Lang directly condensed a huge fireball and blasted it towards the girl, and then wanted to take the opportunity to use the wind control to escape. But the girl instantly used an ice ball to hit the fireball, defusing the attack. Swish, swish, swish. Ning Lang's figure kept flashing around in this area. Seeing this, Mo Fu couldn't help but exclaimed, "Good boy, I didn't expect him to be so strong."
We actually underestimated him. Zhao Qi also revealed a hint of doubt, frowning slightly and asked, "What exactly is this handsome boy's innate profession? How could he have so many powerful skills?"
Generally speaking, everyone's innate profession has a unique characteristic that is passed down from generation to generation. However, Ning Lang's skills such as sword control, fireball technique, and wind control are completely unrelated skills.
Zhao Qi couldn't guess what Ning Lang's innate profession was. "Don't worry about it, let's use all our strength and hurry to deal with them to avoid any complications." Ma Fu offered his suggestion. Zhao Qi also nodded and agreed, "Okay, let's go together." Moment. Zhao Qi, Mo Fu, and the two puppets controlled by Zhao Qi, the Gijiangxian and the Ice Mage, all rushed towards Ning Lang. Ice walls and ice cones flew towards us.
The phantom sword of the strange sword immortal Bai Shu also came down suddenly.
And Mo Fu's domineering sword energy also came from the sky.
And Zhao Qi is like countless thin threads, winding towards her from an invisible direction. Ning Lang faced so many attacks at the same time that his eyes widened instantly and he fell into extreme tension.
Careful.
Lin Xi also saw that the enemies had attacked together and launched their most powerful combined attack, and she couldn't help but scream. Lin Xi tried his best and slashed his 10 flying swords in all directions, forming a defensive sword formation.
However, this sword formation could not withstand Mo Fu's domineering sword. Boom!
As all the skills rushed towards the two of them,
Ning Lang was in the midst of danger.
He immediately used his latest replicated skill 1000 Water Lotus.
In an instant,
a huge water lotus suddenly condensed in the air. Layer upon layer of water lotus petals continue to unfold.
The water lily keeps spinning.
The countless attacking skills were instantly deflected the moment they touched the water lotus petals. Xue Lian directly lifted Ning Lang and Lin Xi up and flew up.
Layer upon layer of petals protected Ning Lang and Lin Xi in all aspects. Block.
When Mo Fu's domineering sword slash touched the water lotus, which was as soft as water, his sword energy was actually bounced back directly.
This blade energy rushed directly towards Mo Fu.
He was so scared that he quickly dodged to the side.
And that blade of energy directly cut a huge gully in the ground.
The ice walls and ice cones condensed by Mo Bingbing were all deflected by the spinning water lotus. Bai Shi crashed directly into Xue Lian, as if he had crashed into a solid stone wall, causing stars to appear in his head. Zhao Qi originally wanted to wrap Ning Lang with silk thread, but was blocked by the water lotus. Her silk thread was pulled by the water lotus and kept flying out of her hands, breaking all her silk threads.
What? Chapter 31. Li Feng and Lin Huahua help each other to fight against powerful enemies. How is this possible? This handsome boy has such powerful defensive skills? Who is he? How come I've never heard of such a powerful student among the senior students of Moqing High School?
Zhao Qi's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief.
According to the information we have, isn't the strongest student among these 4 high schools Lin Xi from number 1 high school?
And how come this teammate of Lin Xi is so much stronger than Lin Xi? Mo Fu was also extremely shocked, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. His brows were furrowed tightly, and the knife in his hand was trembling slightly. Mo Fu retracted his knife, only to find that the knife he had just swung was knocked back.
The powerful recoil force made his arm numb.
The two puppets controlled by Zhao Qi were like they had crashed into a mountain. Not only did they not gain any advantage, but they were also slightly injured. The puppet Bai Shi's original body became a little unstable, and Mo Bingbing staggered and almost fell to the ground.
Immediately following, without waiting for Zhao Qi and Mo Fu to react,
Ning Lang's 1,000 Imperial Water Lotus, as it rotated, actually produced a huge attraction, and lightning appeared around the water lotus. Now, Ning Lang's level has reached the second level. Therefore, the skills he replicated were much more powerful than the skills he replicated at the first level.
This skill of Qianyu Shuelian is not only a defensive skill, but also a powerful offensive skill.
The 1,000 Royal Water Lotus was like a peerless lotus blossoming between heaven and earth. Its huge petals sparkled with crystal light, and each petal seemed to contain endless power. The water lotus spun at high speed, bringing up a gust of wind, and the surrounding air was stirred into forming whirlpools visible to the naked eye. Lightning leaped and flashed around the water lotus, making crackling sounds, like the roar of Thor. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as a giant python, carrying the power to destroy everything. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind silver traces.
Mo Fu and Zhao Qi were involuntarily sucked over by this skill.
Faced with the powerful suction force, both of them were shocked and quickly used their strength to resist the suction. Mo Fu's muscles were tense, and he pushed his feet hard against the ground, trying to stabilize his body, but his body was still moving forward little by little. Zhao Qi shot out silk threads with both hands, trying to fix himself to the objects around him, but those silk threads were instantly torn apart by the strong suction force. At the same time, Ning Lang controlled this skill and chased after Mo Fu and Zhao Qi. The Qianyu water lotus was spinning violently, and the strong wind pressure it generated uprooted the surrounding trees and crushed them to pieces in the air. The rocks on the ground were also swept up and collided wildly around the water lotus, making a deafening sound.
Oh no! He's actually attacking again! Mo Fu shouted in horror.
Bolts of lightning shot out from the water lotus, directly blowing down countless large trees. The thick tree trunks were instantly turned into sawdust all over the sky under the power of the thunder. Huge deep pits were blown out on the ground, and the soil was blown everywhere, creating a smoky scene.
"Mou, come and help!" Mo Fu shouted. He shouted. The curly-haired man who had been standing on the tree, holding a bone flute, suddenly flashed and flew over. Mou's figure was like a ghost, and he instantly appeared in front of Mo Fu and Zhao Qi. Swish! Mou swung the bone flute in his hand, and immediately a strong tornado was set off. The tornado roared and made a deafening sound. The wind wall of the tornado was like a sharp blade, colliding with Ning Lang's Qianyu water lotus, making a harsh friction sound. The wind was so strong that Ning Lang's Qianyu water lotus could not get close to them. Mou said coldly, "Waste, you can't even deal with two students?" His voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion. There was no expression on his stern face, and his eyes seemed to be able to emit cold air. His merciless words made Mo Fu look ugly. Mo Fu's face turned red. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart, but he didn't dare to attack Mou. Even Zhao Qi, who always had a coquettish smile on her face, put away her smile at this moment. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and she seemed to have no intention of teasing this cold man. Mou is a powerful person who has broken through the 3rd level and 8th grade. In front of him, Mo Fu and Zhao Qi had to be respectful, but they were naturally dissatisfied in their hearts. Bang! At this moment, suddenly, a strong fist wind exploded where the three of them were. The powerful fist wind hit them like a cannonball, causing their bodies to sway. In an instant, the three of them quickly used their defensive skills to withstand the punch. The three of them quickly looked back in surprise. I don't know what is going on. When they looked back, they found that it was another student who had quietly appeared behind them. What's going on? There are actually students who dare to come to me on their own initiative? Zhao Qi was just surprised. Today's events really surprised her one after another. At this time, Ning Lang and Lin Xi had also seen the classmate who came, and they all showed surprised expressions. Ning Lang shouted, "Li Feng! Why are you here? What are you doing here?" The S-rank wind god Li Feng grinned and said, "Of course I'm here to help you. Ning Lang, what you said the other day enlightened me. If you like someone, you shouldn't expect anything in return. That's what true love is. Today I want to prove to Lin Xi that my love for her is pure. Even if she doesn't like me at all, I'm still willing to give everything for her." As he spoke, 2 strong whirlwinds had already condensed on Li Feng's fists. The whirlwind swirled around his fist, making a whistling sound and condensing powerful wind power. At this moment, another person with fiery red hair also appeared. He is Lin Huahua. He also smiled proudly, "Then I will come too, but I am not here simply to express my admiration for Lin Xi, but because my classmates are in danger, I should help them."
These people are obviously here with bad intentions, so I will also come to help you. Ning Lang was very surprised, and Lin Xi was also very surprised.
Ning Lang asked, Lin Huahua, Li Feng, could it be that the two of you have signed a contract to form a martial arts exam team?
Lin Huahua shook his body, a fireball condensed in his hand, and the fire crystal armor on his body also lit up. The fireball was so hot that it seemed to ignite the surrounding air. The fire crystal armor emitted a dazzling light, enveloping him completely. I didn't want to sign a contract with him, but I really had no choice. Everyone else had already chosen their contract teammates, so I had no choice but to team up with Li Feng. Li Feng said, Lin Huahua, you won't lose out by teaming up with me.
I'm much stronger than you.
Lin Huahua said, stop talking nonsense, kill them first. After saying that, the two of them rushed directly towards the enemies. Li Feng used the wind control technique. His body was as fast as the wind and he appeared in front of Mou in an instant. He swung his fist with a whirlwind and collided with Mou's bone flute, making a loud noise. The powerful force shook the surrounding air. Lin Huahua waved his hands, and the fireball in his hand shot towards Zhao Qi and Mo Fu like a cannonball. Wherever the fireball passed, it left a burning breath. Ning Lang and Lin Xi also became more motivated and joined the battle again.
Chapter 32, Fierce Battle. The four principals took action to repel the powerful enemy.
Facing the attack from four strong students,
Mou said coldly, it seems that they don't know their place. Then don't show any mercy.
Use your strongest strength.
His words stunned Zhao Qi and Mo Fu. Zhao Qi tried to ask, but aren't we trying to capture them alive? If they're injured or crippled, wouldn't that be a waste? Mou snorted coldly, can't you see the current situation clearly? Are you still wasting time here if you don't use your full strength? I'm afraid the principals of the four high schools are already on their way. After saying that, Mou played the bone flute again. The strange demonic sound spread slowly, as if carrying an invisible magic power, making people feel dizzy. Ning Lang and others only felt dizzy and their strength was greatly suppressed. They could only grit their teeth, try to stay awake, and resist this evil force. At the same time, those second-level ferocious beasts rushed over like crazy. All kinds of ferocious beasts attacked fiercely. The one-horned rhinoceros ran like a small tank. The sharp arm blade of the arm-blade tiger flashed with a cold light, and every swing was accompanied by a whirring sound. The golden horn of the golden eagle seemed to be able to pierce the sky, and it made a sharp cry in the air. The giant crocodile's huge mouth is full of sharp teeth, and it emits a terrifying aura when it opens and closes. They roared and rushed towards Ning Lang and the others. Mo Fu also used his skill directly.
Suddenly, a huge word crazy appeared around him. The word emitted a dazzling golden light, as if it wanted to swallow up everything around it. His entire body instantly lit up with golden light, and one could feel his strength increasing rapidly in a short period of time. His muscles bulged instantly, veins popped out, and he seemed to have turned into a violent god of war.
Zhao Qi also used a strange skill, which made her two puppets enter an explosive state instantly, and the eyes of the two puppets suddenly turned blood red. The puppet Baisha's movements became faster, and the sword in his hand exuded a frightening aura. Mo Bingbing emanated a chill, and the air around her seemed to be frozen. Ning Lang and Lin Xi, as well as Lin Huahua and Li Feng, were all shocked and felt a little scared when they saw this situation. After all, these people are of a much higher level than them. It can be seen that they did not use their full strength just now. And now, they are all angry.
But in this situation, they have no choice but to fight. However, Ning Lang still reminded everyone, protect yourselves and don't force a fight. In terms of true strength, we are not their match yet, but as long as we hold on for a while, someone will come to help us. In an instant, Ning Lang and the other three people fought against three enemies and two puppets.
This is a thrilling melee.
When the battle broke out, Ning Lang found it difficult to take care of everyone. He could only try his best to resist and suppress the offensive of some enemies to reduce the pressure on others. Ning Lang has already unleashed all his strength at this time. He controlled 20 ice swords in his right hand and slashed frantically at the three enemies, two puppets, and those crazy beasts. These 20 ice swords shot out like dragons, streaking across the air with brilliant cold light and bringing with them a chill. At the same time, Ning Lang's left hand continued to condense huge fireballs, bombarding the enemies and ferocious beasts.
Ning Lang's figure was as fast as lightning.
He used the skill of controlling the wind to leave one after another afterimages in the air. At the same time, Ning Lang also used his 1,000 water lotus to continuously block the enemy's powerful attacks. The water lotus spun, emitting brilliant light, constantly dissolving the enemy's attacks. At this time, Ning Lang used all his strength. His strength alone was even equal to the combined strength of Lin Xi, Lin Huohua, and Li Feng. He tried his best to protect himself and the other three classmates. It was a big melee, and the fighting was extremely fierce. This was the most intense and difficult battle that the four students had ever experienced in their lives. After a round of melee, Ning Lang was still able to hold on, but Lin Xi was no longer able to do so. Her forehead was covered with sweat, her breathing became rapid, and the speed of the flying sword in her hand gradually slowed down. Both Lin Huohua and Li Feng were injured and they were about to give up. What should I do? I can't bear it anymore. Fuck, how come these people are so strong? Lin Huohua couldn't help but curse. At this critical moment, suddenly, a huge Buddha's palm fell from the sky and slammed towards the three enemies. This huge Buddha's palm seemed to have the power to destroy the world and brought with it endless pressure. Wherever the Buddha's palm passed, the air was squeezed and made an explosive sound, which exploded directly between the three people, forcing all three of them to use their strongest defensive abilities. At the same time, the three of them fled to the side in an instant, but despite this, they were still affected by the residual power, causing all three of them to suffer some injuries for a while. Some second-level ferocious beasts were hit by this big Buddha palm and were instantly shot into the sky and died instantly. At this moment, suddenly, huge rocks shot out from the ground where the three enemies were. These huge rocks suddenly emerged from the ground, shaking them all off the ground and into the air. The three of them had no time to react. In the air, countless thorns flew towards the three of them like sharp blades. The three men were shocked. Although they tried their best to use defensive or offensive skills to block the flying thorns, they were still inevitably stabbed in some parts of their bodies and blood gushed out. Mou was the strongest among the three, and even he turned pale with fright in an instant. He immediately blew the bone flute in the air, emitting a strong and rapid demonic sound. This devilish sound made everyone feel dizzy instantly. At the same time, Mou also said, "Not good, the principals of the four major high schools have arrived, we must retreat quickly." At this moment, Lu Liqin, the principal of number 3 middle school, instantly took out her guqin. She is a zither in Sword Fairy, with a sword hidden in her zither. Not only can she use sharp sword techniques, but she can also attack with the sound of the zither. She instantly played the zither, and the sound transformed into tangible forces, competing with the devilish sound of Mou's bone flute. Even Mou found it difficult to resist for a while. Retreat quickly. The three enemies instantly took out several smoke bombs and exploded them in the air. The space was instantly covered by smoke and nothing could be seen. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the three men hurriedly dragged their injured bodies and fled away in a flash. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the principals of the three high schools appeared in front of Ning Lang and others. However, the principal of number 4 middle school, Feng Shanfeng, refused to let the three enemies go and continued to chase them. But the three people ran away very fast, and he might not be able to catch up with them. Shen Hanyang from number 1 middle school hurried to the four students and checked their injuries. "Is any one of you hurt? Let me see." Chapter 33, The Martial Arts Exam continues. Ning Lang and Lin Xi won first place. Facing the concern of Shen Hanyang, the principal of number 1 middle school, Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Lin Huohua, and Li Feng hurriedly said, "Principal, we are fine. We only suffered minor injuries. It will not affect our upcoming martial arts exam." Shen Hanyang carefully checked the conditions of the four people one by one, his eyes full of concern and caution. After confirming that the four people were indeed fine, his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. After all, these four people are students of number 1 middle school. If any serious accident happens to them during the martial arts exam, he, as the principal, will inevitably bear a great responsibility. Especially this time, these mysterious people with ill intentions appeared at the martial arts exam. At this time, Lin Xi looked at Shen Hanyang curiously and asked, "Principal, do you know where these people come from? Why are they here? It seems that they want to deal with us students who are taking the martial arts exam." This is actually a question that everyone present wants to figure out. However, at this moment, no one knows the truth behind this. Everyone just felt that this was a huge mystery. Shen Hanyang, Zhou Quan, and Lu Liqin also had a questioning look in their eyes. They frowned and looked at each other. The three of them shook their heads slowly. It was obvious that they did not recognize these mysterious attackers. However, Zhou Quan said thoughtfully, "I just saw that woman. She seemed to be using puppetry. And the two people she controlled, I recognized them as the two talented students who participated in last year's martial arts exam.
When they disappeared inexplicably, we all thought they were eaten by ferocious beasts. We never expected that they had become puppets of this woman.
So, they had already been to the martial arts exam last year.
Lin Xi frowned and speculated, could it be that these people are just trying to capture some talented students and turn them into puppets? Their methods and profession are truly vicious. Hearing this,
Ning Lang then added, and the guy playing the bone flute seems to be able to drive these beasts crazy and control their movements.
These people's skills are stranger than the last. Are they part of some organization?
Everyone discussed this topic for a while and seemed to have grasped some clues and outlines, but the information they had was not enough to figure out the whole picture of the matter. Shen Hanyang sighed and said, we must continue to investigate this matter and find out the truth. Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Li Feng, and Lin Huohua, you should continue to participate in the martial arts exam. We will not disturb your time here.
Principals Zhou Quan and Lin Xi also nodded.
After all, they are still in the crucial military examination, which determines the future and destiny of every student, so they don't want to waste more of the students' time. However, before leaving, the three principals looked at Ning Lang meaningfully. Shen Hanyang said, Ning Lang, your strength really surprised me. If you weren't here this time, I'm afraid you guys would have a hard time resisting these people's attacks. Lin Xi also nodded in praise and said, Ning Lang, I heard others say that you were a student who failed to awaken. It seems that these are just rumors.
Have you been hiding your strength all this time?
Ning Lang replied vaguely, it can't be considered as deliberately hiding one's strength. He did not explain too much, and the three principals did not ask any more questions. Before Zhou Quan left, he patted Ning Lang on the shoulder and said, well done. In my opinion, you are the strongest among all the students in this class. Keep up the good work. I think the champion of this martial arts exam will most likely be you and Lin Xi.
I'm optimistic about you. After the three principals said a few words of encouragement, they said goodbye and left.
Continue to observe the situation at the martial arts exam, in order to respond to various possible unexpected situations in a timely manner. At the same time, Feng Shanfeng, the principal of number 4 middle school, quickly turned back after chasing these mysterious men for a while. After he met the other three principals, he said with regret, those people ran so fast.
I couldn't catch up with them. They're all very strong.
The three principals had actually anticipated this result long ago. Shen Hanyang comforted Feng Shanfeng and said, it's okay that we didn't catch up with them this time, but we must investigate this matter thoroughly in the future and make these people pay the price they deserve.
Several principals nodded seriously. I was still thinking about this secretly in my heart. At the same time,
Mou, Mo Fu, and Zhao Qi had just escaped for their lives. Feng Shanfeng was chasing them closely from behind, but the three of them still had a strong will to survive. They all exerted their strongest strength and disappeared from the martial arts exam scene like lightning. When Feng Shanfeng finally stopped chasing them, the three of them gathered together panting, and this time they all sighed. Zhao Qi sighed with lingering fear, Feng Shanfeng is as stubborn as a bull. He chased us all the way here, and he refused to give up even though he clearly couldn't catch up.
He really exhausted me to death.
Mo Fu couldn't help but sigh, I didn't expect this class of students to be so difficult to deal with.
We almost got caught here.
If we had run any later, we would have been stopped by those four principals.
Mo Fu's heart was beating violently.
The thrilling moment just now still made him a little scared.
Mou, who was always cold and arrogant, frowned and said, that student, I don't know his name. Our information doesn't mention such a talented student.
If it weren't for him, we would have succeeded long ago.
Damn it. Mou took a deep breath and said, let's go. Let's go back and report.
I'm afraid we'll be severely reprimanded by the headmaster if we fail this time.
Here is the martial arts exam.
Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Li Feng, and Lin Huohua also began to continue killing the ferocious beasts. After all, the martial arts exam is far from over.
And
the second-level ferocious beasts gathered around them by Mou were still surrounding them and had not dispersed. Although they were no longer under the control of the magic sound, they did not leave, but they had all regained their normal sanity.
At this moment, everyone seemed confused about what had just happened. Why am I here? Ning Lang and Lin Xi thought it shouldn't be wasted. He directly attacked and killed these second-level ferocious beasts.
In this way, not only can we launch some group attacks on them, but we also saved the trouble of searching for the second-level ferocious beasts one by one.
This can be considered a good thing. Ning Lang and Lin Xi began to kill these second-level ferocious beasts frantically. Li Feng and Lin Huohuo were not willing to be outdone and also killed crazily. Soon, their scores began to rise rapidly. Originally, Li Feng and Lin Huohuo's scores were ranked outside the top 30, but after their fierce efforts, they have moved up to the top 20. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were previously ranked 9th, but after this wave of kills, their results have soared directly to first place in the overall ranking. And their performance soared to the first place at a rocket-like speed. This change shocked all the other students who were competing for rankings. They felt that Ning Lang and Lin Xi were cheating. How come they killed the ferocious beasts so quickly? Originally ranked first were Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian, who were frantically killing the second-level ferocious beasts. When he looked at the rankings, he found that he had been overtaken by Ning Lang and Lin Xi. The two of them showed expressions of shock and suspicion. Chapter 34: The Battle of the Ultimate Boss begins. 4 groups enter. How is this possible? How can they kill the beasts so quickly? Are they cheating? Or have they discovered some bug? Mo Ting punched a second-level ferocious beast. As he moved, countless lightning forces burst out from his fist. The lightning twisted like silver snakes and instantly knocked the second-level ferocious beast unconscious. Mo Ting took the opportunity to check his watch. When he saw the ranking, he was shocked inside. How is this possible? We've always been ranked far ahead of the others, and we've been frantically slaying ferocious beasts without a single break. How did Ning Lang and Lin Xi manage to do this? I remember they just made it into the top 10, didn't they? They can't have already defeated the final boss, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianqian quickly checked her watch. Her delicate face also showed a look of confusion, and she said in disbelief. Mo Ting frowned and said decisively, impossible. If they had killed the ultimate boss, we would have received a notification on our watches. What's going on? That is so weird. Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian were both extremely confused and bewildered. I totally don't understand this sudden change. Their first place was taken away from them just like that. Both of them were very unhappy. After all, the rewards that the martial arts exam champion can get are far beyond what the runner-up can get. And people will only remember the winning team, few people will care who the runner-up is. But they weren't the only ones who felt confused. All the teams in the top 10 that were surpassed by Ning Lang showed expressions of shock. Some of them stopped their attacks, while others cried out in shock. It's incredible, how can they be so fast? Is there some secret to getting high scores that we don't know about? Damn it, how can this be compared? Various voices of surprise and speculation came one after another. Su Li and Ling Bai's group was originally ranked 2nd, but now they are ranked 3rd. They are both very surprised. Su Li said silently, I know that Ning Lang and Lin Xi's team is very strong, but how come they can kill the beasts so quickly? Ling Bai also stopped his spear and checked the ranking on his watch. He exclaimed in shock, what? They've already reached first place? The two of us just frantically killed beasts, hoping to surpass Mo Ting and his group, but we didn't succeed and actually fell behind. How did Ning Lang and Lin Xi do it? Didn't I hear that Ning Lang is a student who failed to awaken? How did their group get first place? Lin Xi can't be that strong, right? I know a thing or two about Lin Xi's strength. It's impossible. Su Li then explained to Ling Bai, Ning Lang isn't the loser everyone talks about. He's very strong. I saw him fight before the martial arts exam, and he even defeated Li Feng. Ling Bai said in shock, what? Ning Lang is so strong? Li Feng is the second best in the school, and I can't even beat him, but Ning Lang can actually beat Li Feng? I wonder who is stronger between Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Could Ning Lang be the real best in the school? He really knows how to hide his strength. Su Li said, I don't know who is stronger between the two of them, but I think we should be able to see them both use their full strength in the battle for the final boss. Ling Bai nodded and said, alright, let's quickly kill another wave, and then go find the ultimate boss. I'd like to see what kind of talent Ning Lang has. This kid is so good at hiding, he's really sneaky. Now. After Ning Lang and Lin Xi killed the wave of ferocious beasts around them, they looked at their watches and saw that they had ranked first. Both Ning Lang and Lin Xi were very pleased, and they smiled at each other happily. They all felt a sense of relief and joy. At this moment, the two of them exchanged glances, sharing each other's joy, and unconsciously felt a stir in their hearts. The two seemed to have felt a hint of love in this joy.
It's the kind of feeling that becomes addictive once you experience it once.
It's a very rare feeling at the same time. It seems that it would be difficult to have this feeling with anyone other than the other person. Then,
Ning Lang said to Lin Xi, our score is almost reaching 1,000 points.
Let's go and kill the final boss.
After all, there is not much time left in the martial arts exam.
Unknowingly, time was passing by rapidly as they continued to kill ferocious beasts.
The martial arts exam has come to an end.
There is only more than an hour left until the end of the martial arts exam. Lin Xi nodded and said, okay.
Then, she quickly glanced at her watch, and saw that the information on the watch showed that the 4 keys to the ultimate boss had been taken by various groups. The ownership of each key is clearly reported on the watch.
Although at the beginning, some keys were first obtained by some groups with lower rankings. However, these weaker groups were unable to keep the key for long.
They were soon targeted by the truly powerful groups, and after a fierce battle, the key was easily taken away by the more powerful group. Therefore, one of the 4 keys at this time was firmly held in the hands of Lin Xi, Ning Lang, and their team. The other 3 keys were obtained by the group consisting of Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian, the group consisting of Su Li and Ling Bai, and the group consisting of Chen Jin and Yi Feiyu.
At this moment, Ning Lang and Lin Xi were heading towards the ultimate boss without hesitation.
At the same time, the other 3 groups holding the keys did not hesitate at all. Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian worked hand in hand as they charged towards the final boss, attempting to regain first place by defeating him. Su Li and Ling Bai cooperated well with each other, their movements were as fast as the wind, and they also felt that it was time to fight for the final boss. Chen Jin and Yi Feiyu were equally aggressive and showed no sign of weakness, wanting to fight for the championship. They all moved towards the center of the core area from different directions. Soon, they each took their respective keys and arrived in front of the area where the final boss was located. As the key was inserted, rays of light flashed and the sealed door slowly opened. Then, the 4 groups stepped into the place where the final boss was. The area was suddenly filled with a tense atmosphere.
A thrilling battle for the ultimate boss is about to begin.
Chapter 35 Snow Mountain Giant Ape, a terrifying 4th-level beast. As the 4 groups of contestants, Ning Lang and Lin Xi, Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian, Ling Bai and Su Li, and Chen Jin and Yi Feiyu, stepped into the location of the ultimate boss, the entire martial arts exam seemed to have reached its final climax, and everyone's attention was instantly attracted. In an instant, the 4 principals stared at the live broadcast of the upcoming boss battle through the huge screen. Shen Hanyan, as the principal of No. 1 Middle School, was extremely overwhelmed with emotion at this moment. He spoke passionately, everyone, this boss battle is a brand new element of this year's martial arts exam.
It's unprecedented and truly a major innovation. Let's all wait and see what heroic spirit the students will display in this ultimate boss battle.
His words were full of anticipation. What was about to unfold was a grand event that would leave a mark in the history of martial arts examinations. Zhou Quan also sighed in response, this battle for the ultimate boss is crucial. Although the 4 groups that received the key this time have different rankings, the score gap between them is not that big. As long as any group can land the final blow on the ultimate boss, they will become this year's champion. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the screen, full of anticipation.
Principal Lu Liqing couldn't help but sigh, indeed, this is a boss battle that I'm really looking forward to. And who ultimately lands the final blow on the boss is also heavily influenced by luck, not just strength. Of course, this also depends on how they fight and how they use their own wisdom and strategy to capture the ultimate boss. Feng Shanfeng seemed quite calm at this time, in stark contrast to the excitement of the other 3 principals. Why was this? It was because among the 4 groups of contestants, Ning Lang and Su Li were from No. 1 Middle School, Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian were from No. 2 Middle School, Chen Jin and Yi Feiyu were from No. 3 Middle School, and only No. 4 Middle School made the cut. This means that No. 4 Middle School has lost the chance to compete for the championship in this martial arts exam. Among the 4 of them, the Haiwei Wushuan combination, Su Wen and Zhang Erxu, had been defeated by Ning Lang when they competed with him for the key to the ultimate boss. This not only resulted in them failing to obtain the key, but also caused their scores to fall significantly behind, and their ranking fell out of the top 10. Therefore, when the other 3 principals were full of excitement, Feng Shanfeng felt quite disappointed. Because in this military exam, No. 4 Middle School obviously had no chance to compete for that honor. Now,
not only were the 4 principals paying close attention to the battle for the ultimate boss, but countless teachers were also all in the makeshift tents, staring intently at the big screen in front of them, so nervous that even their breathing became cautious, their eyes fixed on the upcoming battle for the ultimate boss.
Soon,
The screen clearly showed that the 4 groups of contestants had stepped into the venue where the ultimate boss was located. The true appearance of the ultimate boss was revealed to the 4 groups of contestants. It turned out to be a gigantic snow mountain giant ape. This giant snow mountain ape is a powerful and ferocious beast that has reached the initial 4th level. The moment they saw this 4th level ferocious beast, all 4 team members were stunned with astonishment. They could never have imagined that the person who set up the martial arts exam would place such a powerful 4th level beast here. Among these students who took the martial arts exam, even the highest ranked one had only just entered the 2nd level. Even Ning Lang and Lin Xi couldn't help but gasp when they saw this 4th level ferocious beast. Ning Lang couldn't help but sigh, "Good boy, the person who set up the martial arts exam is simply crazy. They actually got us a 4th level beast to fight.
Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for us?"
Lin Xi was equally shocked, and she echoed, "Originally, I guess the final boss would be at most a level 3 beast. After all, a level 3 beast would already be a huge challenge for us. But I never expected the person who set up the martial arts exam to be so crazy as to directly increase the difficulty to level 4. However, Ning Lang and Lin Xi were soon inspired by this arduous challenge and their fighting spirit was aroused deep within their hearts. Ning Lang tightly gripped the ice sword in his hand and said firmly, "However, although both of us are at the 2nd level, if we work together, the 2 of us together are equivalent to the 2nd level plus the 2nd level. We still have a chance of winning against this 4th level beast." At this time, not only Ning Lang and Lin Xi were extremely shocked, but the other 3 groups also reacted in the same way.
It's just that different people have different personalities.
For example, Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian, although shocked to see that the final boss was a 4th level ferocious beast, did not complain too much about the difficulty of the exam.
Mo Ting, on the other hand, was incredibly excited. He exclaimed, "A 4th tier beast? Humph, great.
This is the perfect time to test our true strength. I was previously worried that the final boss was too low level and would be easily snatched away by other teams. Now that it's a 4th tier beast, I believe no one but our group can defeat it. The championship of this martial arts exam will definitely belong to us." When Su Li and Ling Bai saw this 4th level ferocious beast, Su Li was also extremely shocked and felt that this challenge was simply as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, Ling Bai seemed particularly relaxed and generous. He comforted Su Li, "Don't be afraid. Don't forget that we are 4 teams fighting for this boss. This means that this boss will have to deal with attacks from all 4 of us at the same time, so there is no need to worry.
The real key is whether we can get the final blow." After hearing Ling Bai's comfort, Su Li felt much more relaxed.
As for Chen Jin and Yi Feiyu has a rather immature and unruly personality. When he saw that it was a 4th level ferocious beast, he was not afraid at all, but extremely excited. He wanted to rush towards the 4th level beast alone with a sword in hand, trying to kill it, but was stopped in time by Chen Jin.
Chen Jin said anxiously, "This is a 4th level beast. Are you crazy? You're only a 2nd level warrior, yet you want to fight it alone? Are you courting death?"
Yi Feiyu replied, "We'll have to fight sooner or later anyway, so what's there to be afraid of?" After a brief thought, Chen Jin came up with a plan. He said to Yi Feiyu, "Don't be impulsive. Let the other 3 groups fight hard first. In the initial stage, don't waste too much energy for now. Conserving your strength for the final blow is the key. If you want to win the championship, listen to me." Yi Feiyu said angrily, I listen to you, I have to listen to you in everything. You don't allow me to hit you, what's the point?" Chen Jin said, "Humph, now it's the martial arts exam. Do you know how important it is? If you listen to me, your ending will be the same as Su Wen and Zhang Erx's team, falling out of the top 10. When Chen Jin and Yi Feiyu met other classmates, they also heard that Zhang Erxu and Su Wen had failed in their challenge to Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Originally, Yi Feiyu also wanted to compete for the boss key of Ning Lang and Lin Xi's group, but was stopped by Chen Jin. This is how he escaped defeat. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Yi Feiyu had no choice but to obey. He said, okay. When it's time to grab the final blow, I'll attack with all my strength." Although Yi Feiyu is a middle school student after all, he still has brains and knows that it is right to listen to Chen Jin. Chapter 36, the 4 groups avoided the giant ape, and Chen Jin broke the deadlock. Soon, the 4 groups gradually approached the snow mountain giant ape. And this giant snow mountain ape was obviously also alarmed. I saw that the giant ape from the snow mountain was holding a big tree that it had chopped down, and was using the trunk as a weapon. When the snow mountain giant ape saw someone stepping into its territory, it was immediately enraged. It suddenly jumped up and jumped towards the direction where Ning Lang and Lin Xi were. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were both shocked, their hearts instantly rising to their throats, because they never expected that this snow mountain giant ape with such a huge body could jump so high. This 4th level beast is indeed ferocious and powerful.
Ning Lang was secretly amazed when he saw this.
In an instant, the 4th level ferocious beast, the snow mountain giant ape, swung the tree trunk in its hand towards Ning Lang and Lin Xi.
This swing carried with it a tremendous force like a tidal wave. Ning Lang and Lin Xi could even hear the whistling sound of the tree trunk breaking through the air.
They both knew in their hearts that with their current strength, they were completely unable to block this devastating blow. Of course, they had no intention of competing with the giant ape in strength. After all, the giant ape was too strong. As warriors of the 2nd level, they simply cannot compete with this 4th level beast in terms of strength. Unless their strength is raised to the 4th level, and they continue to absorb the essence and blood of the beast, cleanse and forge their bodies, and make themselves stronger, then they may have a chance to compete with this 4th level beast in strength. But now, they are only at the 2nd level, and the gap in strength between them and this 4th level beast is huge. At the critical moment, Ning Lang and Lin Xi looked at each other and instantly understood each other. Then they flashed and dodged the fierce attack like 2 lightning bolts. And at the place where they had just dodged, the ground was smashed into a huge deep pit by the attack of the snow mountain giant ape. The 2 men couldn't help but feel scared. If they had hidden a little later, they would probably have been beaten into pieces. Ning Lang sighed silently in his heart, this martial arts exam is really extremely dangerous. Seeing the giant snow mountain ape continue to chase them, Ning Lang and Lin Xi both felt something was wrong. Ning Lang said at this time, Lin Xi, let's avoid its sharp edge for the time being. We just fought with the mysterious person who broke into the martial arts examination site, and we have already consumed a lot of energy. Plus, we killed ferocious beasts all the way to gain points today, and the consumption was also huge. If we fight the snow mountain giant ape head on now, I'm afraid we'll have exhausted all our strength before we even land the final blow. After Ning Lang finished speaking, Lin Xi nodded immediately and said, your analysis is correct. After all, this is the final battle for the ultimate boss between the 4 of us. So, in the initial stage, we should conserve our strength. How about this? The 2 of us will run first and transfer the attack of the snow mountain giant ape to the other 3 groups. Ning Lang exclaimed, good idea, let's retreat. After saying that, Ning Lang and Lin Xi ran wildly in the territory of the ferocious beast. Their figures flashed like ghosts and disappeared in front in an instant. The snow mountain giant ape chased them with all its might, but couldn't catch up with Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Suddenly, it spotted Mo Ting in Zhang Qianqian's group halfway. Instantly, the giant snow mountain ape changed direction and swung its stick towards Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian. Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian were also caught off guard because the giant snow mountain ape ran at an extremely fast speed and jumped directly from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it jumped next to them and then launched a fierce attack. Both the speed and power were as fast as lightning, making it difficult to react. In the critical moment, Mo Ting panicked and even wanted to punch the tree trunk that the giant ape was swinging at. At this critical moment, Zhang Qianqian saw that the situation was not good. She knew that Mo Ting's punch was no match for the snow mountain giant ape's thundering attack. And you will be seriously injured. So, in an instant, she immediately cast a huge golden protective shield. Instantly, a dazzling golden shield protected her and Mo Ting. As an AS-level Holy Fist Master, her skills include not only powerful boxing, but also some auxiliary skills. This golden protective shield is her extremely powerful defensive skill, which can protect people within the shield. However, the snow mountain giant ape's extremely thick trunk suddenly hit the protective shield, causing cracks to appear on the shield. However, this protective shield also successfully neutralized most of the attack force. Zhang Qianqian's face paled as she scolded Mo Ting, are you crazy? You didn't dodge just now and still wanted to fight this giant ape head-on? Mo Ting continued arrogantly, so what? Do you think Mo Ting, would be afraid of this damn monkey? Zhang Qianqian said, this is a 4th level beast. You'd better not be too confident. And didn't you see that when Ning Lang and Lin Xi were first attacked by the snow mountain giant ape, they didn't fight them head-on, but instead transferred their hatred to us. So there's no need for us to fight this giant ape head-on. If we do, both of us will suffer, and the other groups will reap the benefits. Don't you understand this? After listening to this, Mo Ting understood the key point and said, these people are so cunning. Ning Lang and Lin Xi are so cunning that they've shifted their hatred towards us. If that's the case, we won't fight them. We'll retreat.
With that, Mo Ting threw a punch, sending up a cloud of dust.
He then took the opportunity to hide behind a large tree with Zhang Qianqian, preventing the giant ape from finding them.
The Snow Mountain giant ape became even more violent.
It suddenly rushed forward again and saw the group of Su Li and Ling Bai. Of course, Su Li and Ling Bai were not stupid. After seeing the Snow Mountain giant ape, they did not want to be the first to fight it head-on.
They flashed away in an instant.
The giant Snow Mountain ape continued to search for these people in this area. Suddenly, Shenzhen and Yi Feiyu saw the Snow Mountain giant ape. They hid behind a big tree to prevent the Snow Mountain giant ape from discovering them. All four groups chose the strategy of avoiding the attacks of the Snow Mountain giant ape. This situation made the four principals who were watching the live broadcast look a little surprised. Shen Hanyang said at this time, "It seems that these four groups have thought of this. No one wants to be the first to fight with this Snow Mountain giant ape, otherwise they will suffer losses." Zhou Quan also said at this time, "That's right, all four groups think so. But if they all think this way, no one will be able to get the final boss in the end. Instead, this opportunity and precious time will be wasted in vain."
Lu Liqin added, "But none of them are willing to give up the ultimate boss.
If they leave, not only will they lose this opportunity, but it will also give others more opportunities to capture the ultimate boss. This is truly a very complicated game." At this time, Feng Shanfeng sneered and snorted, "Since you don't dare to fight the ultimate boss, why bother fighting here?
You might as well go outside and kill those second-level beasts."
Anyway, there were no students from number 4 middle school in these four groups, so Feng Shanfeng looked at it with a gloating attitude. For a moment, because all four groups hid, the ultimate boss could not find anyone, and it became more and more angry. It swung the huge tree trunk alone and smashed the area indiscriminately, trying to shake out the hiding students.
Things suddenly reached a stalemate.
At this moment, Shenzhen and Yi Feiyu hid behind a big tree and discussed quietly.
Yi Feiyu said, "What should we do now?"
Shenzhen, the other three groups have adopted the same strategy as us. They also refused to fight the Snow Mountain giant ape.
So what should we do? We can't just sit there and wait until the martial arts exam is over.
Shenzhen was also thinking seriously at this time. He was wearing a pair of glasses and pushed them up with his hand. He analyzed, "Indeed, if we are unwilling to take the initiative to fight this Snow Mountain giant ape, the outcome will be bad for all four of our teams. In this case, we must break the deadlock."
Yi Feiyu asked, "How do we break the deadlock?" "Think of a solution quickly." Shenzhen said, "Don't push me. I've been thinking about it.
Look, Su Li, Ling Bai, Ning Lang, and Lin Xi are all from the first team, while our team and Mo Ting's team are from the second and third teams, respectively. So, I think we can team up with Mo Ting and the others to defeat Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Su Li, and Ling Bai first.
After that, we can go together to kill the final boss." Yi Feiyu said, "This is indeed a good idea. But we should attack separately. Defeat Ning Lang and Lin Xi first, and then deal with Su Li and Ling Bai. Otherwise, if they cooperate, we will probably end up hurting each other and both will suffer." Shenzhen nodded and said, "You're right. I didn't expect you to be so smart." Yi Feiyu said, "Nonsense, are you the only one with a brain? None of us are stupid."
Shenzhen said, "Alright, then, stop talking nonsense and act quickly. Let's go negotiate with Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian. If they don't agree with our strategy, we can find other ways to unite with others."
Soon,
Shenzhen and Yi Feiyu found Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian. Relying on his eloquence, Shenzhen directly analyzed the pros and cons of the matter one by one. Mo Ting was originally very arrogant and looked down on Shenzhen and Yi Feiyu, so he never considered cooperating with them.
However, after Shenzhen's lobbying, he was directly convinced. "Alright then. We'll cooperate this time, but after we defeat both of them, we'll fight for the ultimate boss entirely on our own." Shenzhen said, "Of course. After defeating them, we too can no longer avoid fighting the boss. Otherwise, it will only be disadvantageous to both of us." Zhang Qianqian also agreed, "Okay, then we will directly fight the ultimate boss. No one can save energy secretly."
Shenzhen nodded and said, "Don't worry. Only if both teams give their all can we have a chance of defeating this ultimate boss. If we try to save our strength in the early stages, we'll both suffer losses in the end." After the four of them discussed it, they all high-fived each other, and then rushed towards where Ning Lang and Lin Xi were. The four of them moved as fast as the wind, and they all knew that time was running out, so they had to resolve all the battles as quickly as possible. Chapter 37. The two teams joined forces to attack Ning Lang and Lin Xi.
Chen Zhen's eloquent speech finally convinced Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian. The four of them reached a consensus and joined forces, even preparing to launch a sneak attack on Ning Lang and Lin Xi, hoping to end the battle as soon as possible. They rushed towards the direction where Ning Lang and Lin Xi were like a gust of wind. Now, Ning Lang and Lin Xi were walking slowly side by side. As they walked, they were discussing their next plan. Ning Lang said, "Lin Xi, look at the current situation. If Group 4 continues to avoid a direct battle with the boss, I'm afraid we'll all be in trouble, and no one will benefit in the end." Lin Xi nodded slightly and responded, "That's true, but the other three groups are deliberately avoiding fighting. How can we break this stalemate?" Ning Lang pondered for a moment, then said, "Why don't we go test the boss's strength first, so we can have a better idea of it?" Lin Xi shook his head slightly and said, "No, this is too risky. If other groups attack while we are fighting the boss, it will be troublesome." The two were talking intently. Suddenly, a heavy punch with the force of thunder struck their backs like lightning. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were both shocked and felt a chill down their spines. In the critical situation, Ning Lang did not hesitate at all. He hugged Lin Xi's slender waist tightly and used the skill of controlling the wind. His figure was like a ghost and he took Lin Xi to 10 meters away in an instant. And then, a violent thunder suddenly exploded at the place where they had just been. The extremely powerful impact force caused the area to be filled with billowing smoke and dust, flying sand and rocks, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, as if it had been hit by a meteorite from outer space. Ning Lang and Lin Xi reacted in shock and took a closer look, realizing that the person who attacked them was none other than Mo Ting, who had a ferocious look on his face. Lin Xi frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with anger as she shouted, "Mo Ting, do you still have any shame? You actually resorted to such a despicable sneak attack." Just as Lin Xi finished speaking, another heavy punch flashing with dazzling golden light suddenly came from their side. The power of this punch was so incredible that it brought up gusts of strong wind, as if it was going to tear the air apart. However, Ning Lang and Lin Xi were already on guard at this time. In an instant, Lin Xi's eyes became stern, and with a delicate shout, he used his signature skill, the sword controlling and slashing technique. The 10 flying swords instantly turned into a sword shield, and collided fiercely with the sudden heavy punch. In an instant, with this fierce collision, an impact force so strong that it was suffocating exploded. The air around seemed to be detonated, and dust, sand and rocks flew everywhere. It turned out that the one who threw this punch was Zhang Qianqian. As a holy boxer, this punch was filled with brilliant holy light and was extremely powerful, like a divine punishment. However, Lin Xi's strength was naturally not weak either. After she and Zhang Qianqian exchanged a fierce blow, both were shocked by the powerful strength displayed by the other, and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. After Zhang Qianqian delivered the punch, she said coldly, "A sneak attack? Isn't that perfectly normal in a boss fight? We're competitors, so do we really need to be polite and yield to each other?" Hearing this, Ning Lang glared and cursed, "Humph, petty tricks, despicable villains. Even if you pull off this kind of despicable sneak attack, do you think you can defeat us? Oh, right, I guess it's because you know you can't win a head-on battle that you resort to such despicable tactics? Trash." Ning Lang's words were filled with undisguised sarcasm, and this stinging ridicule indeed made Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian's faces turn extremely ugly. Mo Ting's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out of it, and Zhang Qianqian's eyes were filled with anger. Sudden. While talking, Ning Lang and Lin Xi suddenly discovered that strange patterns appeared on the ground in the area where they were. These patterns emitted a mysterious and deep purple light and exuded a strange aura. Ning Lang was startled and asked with confusion, "What is this? It looks so weird." Lin Xi had already seen through it, her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Formation? Could it be that Xinjin took action?" At this moment, Xinjin, with a smug look on his face, slowly walked out from the shadows. He said insidiously, "That's right. I've taken the opportunity to set up a formation here. Even though you two are very powerful, your strength will be greatly reduced under the suppression of my formation. Ha 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 ha, so you'd better give up on this boss as soon as possible." Lin Xi was furious and shouted, "How despicable. They actually took the opportunity to set up this sinister formation. Could it be that your two teams have secretly joined forces?" Lin Xi was quick-witted and guessed the truth behind it in an instant. Yi Feiyu also appeared at this time, holding his Feiyu sword in his hand, and said wildly, "That's right, our two teams have joined forces, so this ultimate boss is destined to be out of your reach. Just accept the beating." Seeing this, Ning Lang and Lin Xi have fully understood the current situation. They are too lazy to accuse each other of shameless behavior.
After all, in this brutal battle for the ultimate boss, it is conceivable that some people would resort to some conspiracy in order to achieve the final victory. After all, in order to win the martial arts exam championship, many people will do anything and have no bottom line. At this moment, the only option is to fight. Ning Lang said loudly, "All right, since you are so shameless, there is nothing more to say to you.
If you want to fight, then fight. Don't think that we will be afraid of you just because your two teams unite."
Lin Xi's expression turned cold, and two sharp rays of cold light shot out from her beautiful eyes. She tightly clenched two swords that gleamed with cold light in her hands and said through gritted teeth, "Since that's the case, there's no need for you to say any more nonsense.
Come on, let's have a good fight."
In an instant, Ning Lang and Lin Xi were surrounded by these four people. The four of them started to act instantly. They raced against time and launched a fierce attack on Ning Lang and Lin Xi. In an instant, the six people were engaged in a fierce battle.
Both Mo Ting and Zhang Chanxian used fierce and domineering boxing as their core, with every punch hitting the flesh, and their momentum was like a rainbow.
In an instant, their fists were like a torrential rain, one punch after another, continuously and frantically attacking Ning Lang and Lin Xi, each punch more powerful than the last. Ning Lang and Lin Xi displayed their exquisite sword skills, and the sword shadows flashed, colliding violently with their powerful boxing skills.
It must be said that Mo Ting and Zhang Chanxian were indeed incredibly powerful.
Mo Ting's boxing technique contained endless thunderous power. Every punch he threw was accompanied by lightning and thunder, as if it could tear the heavens and the earth apart. Zhang Chanxian's boxing technique carries a brilliant holy light, which adds powerful strength and additional power to her boxing technique. At the same time, Yi Feiyu also displayed his elegant, agile, and varied sword skills. His figure kept flying in the air, like a nimble eagle, constantly slashing at Ning Lang and Lin Xi from different tricky angles, bringing them tremendous pressure. And Chenjin was also constantly displaying various mysterious and powerful formations. The formation he had used before could effectively suppress the strength of Ning Lang and Lin Xi. At this time, he used another formation, which was an ice formation. It could greatly suppress the speed of Ning Lang and Lin Xi, who were in the formation, making their movements slow.
Chapter 38, Melee. All dazzled. This battle. Soon it turned into a state of chaos. Now,
the four principals and countless teachers outside the venue were all watching this battle for the ultimate boss nervously. The battle between these teams instantly attracted everyone's attention.
However, after they started fighting, the scene instantly became a mess. Mo Ting launched the first attack.
His thunder fist, packed with the violent force of lightning, whistled and smashed towards Ning Lang fiercely. Ning Lang snorted coldly and used the wind-controlling movement technique.
His figure dodged like a ghost in an instant.
At the same time, he swung the ice sword in his hand, and a cold sword energy rushed straight towards Mo Ting. Zhang Chanxian let out a delicate cry, and her holy fist, carrying the power of holy light, attacked Lin Xi. Lin Xi was calm and composed. He instantly used a defensive sword formation to block all of Zhang Chanxian's attacks. Chenjin kept changing the formation in the back, with purple light shining, trying to limit the strength of Ning Lang and Lin Xi.
Ning Lang shouted angrily, "What a trifle!"
He concentrated his attention, observing the flaws in the formation while swinging his sword to block the attacks from Mo Ting and Zhang Chanxian.
Lin Xi Jiao scolded, "Chenjin, what can your formation do to me?"
As she spoke, she crossed her swords and a powerful sword force rushed towards Chenjin's formation.
Yi Feiyu took the opportunity to use the Feiyu sword technique.
The sword shadows were as dense as flying feathers, stabbing towards Ning Lang and Lin Xi from the air. Lin Xi's eyes focused, and the two swords in his hands danced, forming a sword curtain, which neutralized the attacks of Feiyu's sword one by one.
Ning Lang shouted, "Look at my fireball technique."
Several huge fireballs flew towards Mo Ting and the others, and the sky was filled with flames.
Mo Ting roared, "Thunderfist, break!"
Lightning flashed on his fist, colliding with the fireball, causing a huge energy wave to erupt. Lin Xi seized the opportunity and used the sword controlling technique, and countless sword shadows enveloped Zhang Chanxian. Zhang Chanxian's face changed drastically, and she used all her strength to use her holy fist to resist. Chenjin changed the formation again, and an ice formation appeared, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. Ning Lang and Lin Xi's movements suddenly became slow.
Not good.
Ning Lang gritted his teeth and forced himself to exert his strength to break free from the shackles of ice.
Lin Xi said in a gentle voice, "Ning Lang, let's work together."
The two of them were in sync and burst out with powerful strength at the same time. 30 swords shone brightly and suddenly slashed towards Chenjin.
On the battlefield, lights intertwined and skills flew everywhere. The battle grew more intense and chaotic. Countless teachers and 4 principals were all dazzled by what they saw. At this moment, suddenly, 2 figures flashed. It turned out that Su Li and Ling Bai were also attracted by the fierce battle here. Su Li looked anxious and asked quickly, "Ning Lang, Lin Xi, what's going on?" Lin Xi replied directly, "The 2 groups have joined forces and want to defeat us and take the boss for themselves." Ning Lang also said, "After they defeated our team, it is obvious that their next target will be you." Su Li and Ling Bai immediately understood the current situation. Su Li said to Ling Bai, "I understand. In that case, let's join the battle. The 2 teams have already united. Let's go help Ning Lang and Lin Xi." After thinking about it for a moment, Ling Bai nodded decisively and said, "Okay, we can't let them bully the people from our number 1 middle school." The 2 men immediately raised their guns and rushed in. Su Li displayed her Ling Yun spear technique. The tip of the spear flashed with a lively light, like a floating spiritual cloud, unpredictable. She rushed straight towards Qinjin, and the spear was so sharp that Qinjin had to distract himself to deal with it. Ling Bai focused on his divine dragon spear technique. His spear was as powerful as a dragon, mighty and domineering. He attacked Yi Feiyu. The spear light seemed like a giant dragon roaring, making Yi Feiyu feel tremendous pressure in an instant. After they charged forward, Mo Teng, Zhang Qianqian, Shenzhen, and Yi Feiyu all felt a chill in their hearts. Because they originally wanted to quickly get rid of Ning Lang and Lin Xi, and then concentrate their strength to deal with Su Li and Ling Bai. However, the result was unexpectedly counterproductive. The 4 of them worked together to quickly defeat Ning Lang and Lin Xi, but they did not expect that Ning Lang and Lin Xi were so strong and cooperated so well that they actually held them back. Now that Su Li and Ling Bai have also joined the battle, the chances of winning for both teams are even lower. However, things have progressed to this point, and the 2 teams have no choice. The only way to win is to fight hard with the 2 teams and rely on your own strength. In an instant, as Ling Bai and Su Li joined the battle, the melee became even more chaotic, making it difficult for the spectators to keep up. Ning Lang's figure was as fast as the wind, and he used his wind-controlling movement skill to the extreme. He brandished the ice sword in his hand and stabbed towards Mo Teng. The sword energy was rampant and the icy air was everywhere. Mo Teng's thunder fists continued to strike out, lightning and ice colliding with each other, emitting a sharp sound and dazzling light, and the surrounding ground was cracked. Lin Xi danced with both swords, and the sword shadows were heavy as she controlled the swords to slash. She attacked Zhang Qianqian. Zhang Qianqian's holy fist shone brightly. When the 2 collided, the light shone everywhere. The powerful impact made the branches and leaves of the nearby trees fly everywhere. Su Li's Lingyun spear was like a spirit snake emerging from a cave, tricky and strange. Shenzhen was trying hard to maintain the formation in the back, while also having to deal with Su Li's attack, and seemed a little flustered. Ling Bai's divine dragon spear was as powerful as a rainbow, and every strike seemed to be blessed by the power of a dragon. He started a fierce battle with Yi Feiyu. Yi Feiyu's sword technique was like a flying feather, and every sword strike was deadly. The 2 fought hard, and the surrounding soil and rocks were lifted up by their energy and flew into the air. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with interlaced lights and flying skills. Countless principals and teachers were dazzled. Shen Hanyong, the principal of number 1 middle school, couldn't help but sigh. This battle was truly spectacular. This class of students has demonstrated extraordinary strength. It's really exciting. Regardless of whether they win or lose this battle, these children have amazing potential. Zhou Quan, principal of number 2 middle school, also praised. Lu Liqin, the principal of number 3 middle school, smiled and said, "I wonder who will win the martial arts exam championship in the end." Feng Shanfeng also sighed, "They are indeed the elites of each school. They are truly amazing. It's a shame that our strong team from number 4 middle school couldn't participate. What a shame." Suddenly, just when the 4 teams were fighting fiercely, the game became a fierce battle. The ultimate boss, the Snow Mountain Giant Ape, had been searching for these people for a long time but still found nothing. At this moment, the angry 4th level beast finally discovered their traces. All I heard was a thunderous roar that resounded through the sky. The huge body of the Snow Mountain Giant Ape suddenly fell from the sky, like a mountain crashing down. Its strong and powerful arms waved the huge trunk, carrying a tremendous force, and attacked everyone fiercely. The wind howled, dust flew, and the ground shook violently under its heavy blow, as if it was about to crack. Everyone was shocked by this sudden attack. They hurriedly dodged in all directions. Chapter 39 Breaking news: 4 groups work together to fight the Snow Ape.
Ning Lang and other 4 groups of 8 people were fighting fiercely and chaotically, with all kinds of moves and overflowing energy.
Suddenly, the giant snow mountain ape flew over like a mountain cannon and attacked.
The huge figure brought with it an incomparable sense of oppression, frightening all 8 people so much that their faces turned pale. After all, this is a 4th level ferocious beast, and it is definitely not something that 1 or 2 of them can deal with alone.
In an instant, Ning Lang and Lin Xi saw the situation change again. Ning Lang said to Lin Xi anxiously, "Oh no!
Our fight has attracted this snow mountain giant ape. If we continue fighting like this, we'll both be hurt.
We might end up being eaten by this snow mountain giant ape."
After all, humans can cultivate themselves by killing ferocious beasts and absorbing their essence and blood, and ferocious beasts can also eat human warriors to make themselves stronger. The 2 sides are already in a situation where the strong prey on the weak and the weak are at odds with each other. So, at this moment, Ning Lang also had many worries in his heart. Lin Xi's expression changed at this moment, and his bright eyes became a little solemn.
"That's right. If we don't unite and fight the beast together, I'm afraid that, let alone competing for the title of martial arts champion, it will be a question whether we can even get out alive." Now,
in addition to Ning Lang and Lin Xi who thought of this, the other 3 groups also secretly thought of this in their hearts, and they all saw the situation clearly.
Initially, the 2 groups of Mo Ting and Chen Jin wanted to quickly get rid of the group of Lin Xi and Ning Lang, and then get rid of the group of Su Li and Ling Bai, so that they could concentrate on dealing with the ultimate boss. However, they did not expect that not only did they fail to quickly get rid of Ning Lang and Lin Xi, but they also caused Ning Lang and Lin Xi to join forces with Su Li and Ling Bai's group. Once they unite, the 2 sides can be said to have reached a state of equal strength, and it is not easy for either side to defeat the other. Therefore, the current situation has declared Qin Jin's plan bankrupt. At this time, between crises,
Ling Bai suddenly shouted loudly, "I say to 2nd middle school and 3rd middle school, those of us taking the martial arts exam should stop killing each other.
Now that the ultimate boss is right in front of us, why don't we attack it together? When we beat this snow mountain giant ape half to death, we will compete for the final blow. Otherwise, I'm afraid none of us will have a good outcome. Instead, we'll be overtaken by the group that didn't participate in the fight to kill the ultimate boss. We might even be killed by the ultimate boss."
What Ling Bai said was actually what all the other groups wanted to say.
It's just that we were still fighting a big battle, so it's embarrassing to talk about uniting right away. And at this moment,
since Ling Bai was the first to say this, it was equivalent to giving everyone a way out. Mo Ting and Chen Jin glanced at each other and stopped worrying.
Mo Ting then said, "If that's the case, then let's kill this ultimate boss first."
Chen Jin also said, "Okay, then let's beat the final boss to the point of near death first, and then fight for the final blow. Otherwise, we will definitely suffer the consequences." After Chen Jin finished speaking, he and Mo Ting both turned their gazes towards Ning Lang and Lin Xi's group, waiting for their opinions.
At this time, Mo Ting turned to Ning Lang and asked, "Do you agree with this decision?"
Ning Lang held an ice sword in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "That's great. After all, there's not much time left for the martial arts exam.
We really should speed up and cripple this ultimate boss first. Then, when it's time to fight for the final blow, the 4 of us will fight on our own, and it's all based on strength."
The 4 groups immediately reached a consensus. They stopped fighting each other and instead focused all their energy on fighting the ultimate boss. The 8 people knew that time was running out, so they all tried their best and displayed their unique skills. Ning Lang's figure was like a ghost, and he used the wind controlling skills to the fullest extent. He instantly turned into a phantom and appeared in front of the snow mountain giant ape in the blink of an eye. He brandished 20 ice swords, and the cold sword energy crisscrossed. Each sword energy was like an ice dragon roaring out, and the air was condensed into frost wherever it passed, and it slashed fiercely at the giant ape on the snow mountain. Lin Xi drew out both swords, and the swords slashed with dazzling light. Countless sword shadows were densely packed and shot towards the giant ape like a storm. Each sword shadow carried a fierce murderous intent. Su Li's Lingyun spear also burst into brilliant light at this time. She let out a delicate cry, her body moved nimbly, the tip of the spear flashed with cold stars, and the spear light streaked across the sky like a meteor, carrying an indomitable momentum. Ling Bai's divine dragon spear was even more powerful. It seemed as if there was a phantom of a giant dragon entwined on the spear. As he swung it, the wind from the spear whistled, forming powerful airwaves. Mo Ting's thundering fists continued to strike out, each one accompanied by lightning and thunder, crackling and making terrifying noises. The force of the lightning seemed to tear the sky apart. Zhang Chanxian's holy fist shone with holy light, and the power was surging.
Shenzhen quickly changed the formation, and the purple formation, ice formation, and boulder formation appeared alternately. Purple light flashed, weakening the attack power of the snow mountain giant ape. The air is filled with icy air, slowing down its movement speed. The stone array can drop countless huge rocks from the sky, causing great interference and damage to the snow mountain giant ape. Yi Feiyu's swordsmanship is also very powerful. The sword shadows are like flying feathers falling, densely attacking the giant ape, making it impossible to defend against it. Moment. The snow mountain giant ape felt an unprecedented threat. It also displayed the skills it mastered. This 4th level beast is no longer like ordinary beasts that only bite and pounce on their food based on instinct, but has also mastered some unique skills. Facing the attack of 8 people, the giant ape of Snow Mountain suddenly appeared a layer of ice crystal shield on its body. The shield emitted a faint blue light and was surprisingly powerful. At the same time, it was also nimbly dodging the attacks of the 8 people left and right. However, the attacks of the 8 people were too dense and powerful. In an instant, Ning Lang's sword energy cut a deep gash on its leg, and blood gushed out. Lin Xi's sword pierced his back, and blood dyed his white fur red. The shoulder was also pierced by Su Li's spear, leaving a huge wound. Under the joint attack of 8 people, various wounds continued to appear on the body of the Snow Mountain giant ape. Now the Snow Mountain giant ape was completely enraged. Its eyes turned red, and it opened its bloody mouth, spewing out an extremely cold storm. The storm raged like a mad dragon and instantly blew towards Ling Bai. Although Ling Bai tried his best to dodge, he was still trembling from the cold and his movements became slow. Then, the Snow Mountain giant ape slapped Ling Bai and knocked him away. Although Ling Bai blocked it with his spear, he was still shocked and spit out blood. Chapter 40 Ning Lang, you play like this, right? Grab the boss. Then, it swung the huge trunk in its hand and smashed towards Shenzhen and Yi Feiyu with the force of a tidal wave. Shenzhen's face changed drastically. He tried to use a defensive formation, but it was too late. Yi Feiyu wanted to fly away, but the tree trunk was too fast. There was a loud bang and the two were knocked out in an instant, falling heavily to the ground, spitting blood, their faces as pale as paper. Then, it pounced and grabbed Zhang Shanshan with a claw carrying a sharp gust of wind. Zhang Shanshan resisted with all her might, and the light of her holy fist collided with the giant ape's claws, emitting a dazzling light. But she was ultimately outmatched and was scratched by the giant ape, with blood flowing from her arm. Fortunately, the giant ape's next claw was deflected by Mo Ting's punch. The giant ape became more and more powerful as the battle went on. After all, it was a 4th level ferocious beast and was extremely powerful. When Su Li was dodging the giant ape's attack, he slipped and accidentally exposed a flaw. The giant ape seized the opportunity and smashed the huge tree trunk towards Su Li, almost hitting her. And this attack was truly terrifying. If I get hit, I'm afraid my waist will be broken. At the critical moment, Ning Lang rushed forward like lightning, so fast that only a shadow was left. He stretched out his right arm, suddenly grasped Su Li's slender waist, and pulled her away from danger. Su Li only felt dizzy, and then felt a warm and solid embrace. She was still in shock and looked up at Ning Lang's resolute profile, her heart pounding. In this situation, a ripple arose in my heart and a blush appeared on my face. Ning Lang, thank you. Su Li said softly. Sudden. The giant ape failed to attack Su Li and immediately swept towards Lin Xi, who was standing beside him. Lin Xi's defensive sword formation was broken in an instant, and she was immediately in crisis. Before Ning Lang could let go of Su Li, he realized that Lin Xi was also in danger. He used the wind control technique again and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared beside Lin Xi, and with his left arm, he embraced Lin Xi in his arms. Even though he was carrying 2 people at the same time, Ning Lang's movements were still very fast. Although Ning Lang's wind controlling skills can only carry 1 person. But that is when it does not affect Yu Fengxing's speed. Bringing 2 people along will slow down Yu Fengxing's speed. But his physical skills are still stronger than others. Lin Xi felt Ning Lang's strong arms, and her heart was beating fast. However, when she saw Ning Lang still holding Su Li in one hand, a complex and subtle expression suddenly flashed across her face, and a hint of jealousy surged in her heart. However, there is no time to think so much at this moment. In an instant, the giant ape from the Snow Mountain was furious, as if it had realized that it was Ning Lang who was sabotaging its attack. In an instant, it roared and chased Ning Lang. The tree trunk in his hand was like a huge Optimus Prime, and he swung the stick towards the sky. There was a whistling sound of the wind, as if it was going to destroy everything. Ning Lang's face suddenly became solemn.
He took a deep breath and in the critical moment, he immediately used the 1000 Imperial Water Lotus. I saw a shadow of a water lotus emerge, and the water lotus bloomed with pink light, forming a powerful defensive barrier.
The Snow Mountain Giant Ape's fierce attack hit Ning Lang's 1000 Water Lotus.
Although its attack was extremely powerful, when it hit Ning Lang's 1000 Water Lotus, the rotating 1000 Water Lotus deflected most of its force to the side. The remaining attack force was unable to break through Qian Yushu Alien's solid defense. At this moment, lightning flashed above the Qian Yu Water Lotus, and it also carried a powerful attractive force, which greatly restricted the movement of the Snow Mountain Giant Ape. At this time, the Snow Mountain Giant Ape had suffered a fierce attack from 8 people and was actually in a state of low blood. It was wounded in many places and was only able to fight hard. After Ning Lang's Qian Yu Water Lotus controlled its body movements, Yi Feiyu and Lei Ting took the opportunity to continuously attack the Snow Mountain Giant Ape. At the same time, Ning Lang held Su Li and Lin Xi in his arms, and at the same time controlled the flying sword and attacked the Snow Mountain Giant Ape fiercely. Not only that, Lin Xi and Su Li, who were embraced by Ning Lang, also took the opportunity to launch attacks. Lin Xi's 10 flying swords kept slashing at the Giant Ape and the Snow Mountain, with sword shadows interlaced in cold light flashing. Su Li's spear continued to thrust out, and streams of spear energy surged out, rushing towards the Giant Ape of the Snow Mountain. In this situation, the injuries suffered by the Snow Mountain Giant Ape became increasingly serious. It tried hard to break free, but found that it was no longer able to do so. Its blood flowed out from all over its body like a spring, dyeing its snow-white long hair a glaring bright red. It was at this moment. Everyone saw it. It is almost the critical moment to give the Snow Mountain Giant Ape the final blow and kill it. Regardless of whether they were lightly injured or seriously injured, these 8 people all gathered their last bit of strength again and attacked the Snow Mountain Giant Ape with all their might.
Fight for the final blow.
Although Ling Bai was injured just now, he still struggled to fly up, and the spear in his hand turned into a giant dragon, roaring and rushing towards the Giant Ape of the Snow Mountain. At the same time, although Chen Jin was also injured, he still had a hidden trick of his own shadow flash.
Although Chen Jin is good at formations, he also comprehended and practiced this extremely powerful attack technique.
In an instant, 2 swift white lights appeared in the air, and Chen Jin's shadow flashed and slashed towards the Giant Ape of the Snow Mountain. Mo Ting concentrated all the thunder power in his body into a punch and struck the Snow Mountain Giant Ape from behind with all his might. Zhang Qianqian used all of her powerful skills to raise both herself and Mo Ting's strength to their peak, while simultaneously charging towards the Snow Mountain Giant Ape with a punch. Yi Feiyu even threw the sword in his hand with all his might. The sword cut through the air like a meteor and rushed towards the Giant Ape of the Snow Mountain. At the same time, Su Li and Lin Xi also used their strongest moves to compete for the final blow.
When the Snow Mountain Giant Ape was on the verge of death, Ning Lang saw the signs long before this final blow, and began to condense a huge fireball. As he continued to accumulate power, the fireball became extremely large, even larger than the Snow Mountain Giant Ape. Finally,
at the last moment that decided the outcome, Ning Lang instantly threw the huge fireball at the Snow Mountain Giant Ape.
Boom! Followed by a deafening explosion.
In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted in this space.
Finally, under all the final attacks,
the Snow Mountain Giant Ape fell to the ground with a loud bang.
Dead. At this time, amidst the smoke and dust, everyone was waiting nervously.
Suddenly, 2 streams of strong blood essence flew out from the body of the Snow Mountain Giant Ape. Under everyone's gaze, the 2 streams of blood essence began to fly towards the chests of Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes, because whoever got the essence and blood would get the final blow. When they saw the 2 streams of blood essence flying towards Ning Lang and Lin Xi's chests, the other 3 groups all showed a strong look of disappointment on their faces. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were extremely surprised. Swish! 2 streams of blood flowed into the chests of Ning Lang and Lin Xi respectively. Ding! Ding! 2 white lights instantly lit up on Ning Lang and Lin Xi's bodies. After absorbing the essence and blood of this 4th-level ferocious beast, the 2 of them instantly advanced from the 1st level of the 2nd level to the 2nd level. Although the 2 of them were at the 2nd level and could not absorb 100% of the essence and blood of the 4th-level beast, but as they had been killing beasts before, with the absorption of this essence and blood, they still successfully advanced to the 2nd level, level 2. For a 2nd level strength, it is very difficult to upgrade to the next level, and it takes a long time. At this time, the 2 of them were promoted to the 2nd level and were very happy. Of course, what is even more worthy of joy is that they reached the last level. Their martial arts exam scores instantly increased by 300 points, leaving the 2nd place far behind. We won!
We got the last shot.
Lin Xi shouted excitedly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, and his face flushed with excitement.
Yeah. It worked. Ning Lang responded with some excitement.
At this time, Lin Xi and Su Li were still held by Ning Lang's arms around their waists.
In addition to being excited,
they also felt a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Ning Lang quickly put them all down. Although Su Li showed a hint of disappointment on her face, she still said, Ning Lang, Lin Xi, you grabbed the final blow. This time, the champion of the martial arts exam should be you.
Congratulations.
Ning Lang smiled and nodded, saying, thank you for your help as well. As for the rest of the people, their faces all looked unhappy. Especially Emoting and Shenzhen, they looked at Ning Lang with vicious eyes. It's really hard to swallow the anger in my heart. Chapter 41, he got angry and tried to cause trouble, but ended up getting beaten up.
Emoting and Shenzhen's teams watched helplessly as Ning Lang secured the final blow against the ultimate boss.
They knew in their hearts that the championship was most likely to go to Ning Lang and Lin Xi. The two of them were instantly filled with anger and resentment.
At this moment, Emoting gritted his teeth and said, Ning Lang, do you think you can escape safely just by robbing the boss? Upon hearing this, Shenzhen immediately looked at Emoting and asked quietly, Emoting, what do you want to do?
Emoting's eyes were filled with sinister intent. He said, Shenzhen, Ning Lang stole the ultimate boss.
Can you possibly let this pass?
How about we band together and teach Ning Lang a lesson and vent our anger? After hearing this, Shenzhen fell into thought and hesitation.
But Yi Feiyu immediately said, okay, that's what I meant.
This ultimate boss was clearly crippled by so many of us with great effort, but the final blow was snatched away by Ning Lang.
It's really abominable. At this moment, Emoting's teammate Zhang Chanqian also echoed, that's right, Ning Lang is truly despicable. He stole the ultimate boss, which effectively means he's the champion, too.
At this moment, all three of them have expressed their opinions, and their eyes are all looking at Shenzhen. If Shenzhen can agree, they will definitely be more helpful. However, Shenzhen was still cautious. He looked at Su Li and Ling Bai and said, Su Li, Ling Bai, you are also victims at this moment.
You haven't snatched the ultimate boss yet. Do you still want to help Ning Lang and Lin Xi?
We want to beat him up to vent our anger.
I hope you two won't interfere. Why don't you take this opportunity to go outside and kill some more beasts? That will increase your score. Su Li then pointed his gun and said, how is that possible?
Ning Lang and Lin Xi are classmates from our number 1 middle school.
If he gets the ultimate boss, he must be at least stronger than the one you got.
We all competed based on our strength.
If we didn't get the final blow and lost, what's there to be upset about? It's clearly because we were not as skilled as them. However, at this moment, Ling Bai didn't have the same idea as Su Li. After all, he is not familiar with Ning Lang and Lin Xi, and they have no friendship. Moreover, they snatched the ultimate boss. Isn't Ling Bai angry? How generous is the reward for the martial arts exam champion? Who doesn't want to win the championship?
In addition, Ling Bai actually secretly likes Su Li in his heart. But Su Li obviously favored Ning Lang more, which undoubtedly made him feel a little jealous. Especially since Ning Lang had been hugging Su Li just now, he saw it and felt uncomfortable in his heart. Of course, it was not convenient for Ling Bai to directly express his thoughts at this time.
He said evasively, you can fight as much as you want. Anyway, I won't join in. I'm already seriously injured and don't want to fight again.
After Ling Bai finished speaking, he swallowed a pill into his mouth, sat cross-legged on the ground, and absorbed the blood of the ferocious beast in the pill to heal himself. When Su Li heard Ling Bai say this, she naturally felt it was inconvenient to force Ling Bai, so she had no choice but to say, okay, Ling Bai, don't worry about it. Just take good care of your injuries and leave the rest to us.
Ling Bai nodded slightly. But a sense of dissatisfaction welled up in my heart. It seems that Su Li, your heart has always been with Ning Lang. Ling Bai now even hoped to see Emoting and the others beat up Ning Lang. At this time, when Emoting and Shenzhen's team saw that the other team was down one man, they immediately felt that their chances of winning had increased. They decided to have a good fight with Ning Lang and teach him a lesson. Let him suffer a little. It also allows me to vent my anger. Anyway, the championship is gone, so they feel like giving up. Immediately, they were ready to attack. Before taking action, Zhang Chanqian attacked instantly and activated several skills.
She is originally a supporting profession, and the skills she uses can help injured teammates temporarily restore some strength, recover from injuries, and alleviate injuries. With several healing and enhancement skills, the four of them felt that their strength had been restored and improved again. The four of them stopped talking nonsense and said directly, "Ning Lang, you stole the ultimate boss, you brat, just wait for your beating." After saying that, the four of them rushed over from different directions.
Countless skills came towards Ning Lang.
Although there were a few moves directed at Lin Xi and Su Li, 90% of the skills were directed at Ning Lang. After all, these two beauties are girls, and they don't want to appear to be bullying girls.
The most hateful person is Ning Lang.
Ning Lang, Lin Xi, and Su Li had just experienced a fierce battle with the ultimate boss. They had consumed a lot of energy and suffered some minor injuries. At this time, I had to face the attack of four people, and I felt a certain amount of pressure in my heart. However, relatively speaking, Ning Lang is actually okay. After all, his strength is the strongest. I wasn't seriously injured just now, but I'm really running out of energy. At this time, Ning Lang didn't want to waste any more time and just wanted to end the battle quickly.
He said coldly, "If you want to be beaten, then come at me."
After saying that, facing the attack from the crowd, Ning Lang directly used the skill of 1000 Imperial Water Lotus.
In an instant, a huge water lotus bloomed in the air.
At the same time, the water lotus began to spin rapidly, with thunder and lightning, and a huge attractive force was generated as it spun. This strong suction force directly sucked the four enemies over.
And the thunder and lightning continued to strike them. At the same time,
Mo Ting unleashed his thunder fist, lightning flashing on his fist as he struck Ning Lang with violent force. Zhenjin set up a formation to try to interfere with Ning Lang. Yi Feiyu's sword technique was unleashed, with dense sword shadows. Zhang Qianqian also sent out a holy fist to attack Ning Lang.
Only
in an instant, all their skills were blocked by Qian Yushu Wei Lian. At the same time, Ning Lang, Lin Xi, and Su Li also attacked the four people under the protection of Qian Yushu Wei Lian. Flying swords, spears, and the power of thunder and lightning attacked the four people fiercely.
Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion of Qian Yu Water Lotus. All four of them were blown away. They were instantly numb all over and could no longer use their skills. Ning Lang flew over and chased after him. A punch slammed into Mo Ting's face. "You want to beat me up? Come on. I'll beat you to death." Bang bang bang.
Ning Lang directly gave Mo Ting a few fierce punches. Mo Ting's face was instantly covered in bruises and swollen like a pig's head.
Mo Ting, who had always been arrogant and fierce, was beaten up by Ning Lang.
Although he was unable to fight back, he still gritted his teeth and cursed Ning Lang.
"Ning Lang, you damn well wait for me.
If you dare to hit me today, I will definitely destroy you in the future."
Bang bang bang.
Seeing that Mo Ting was still so arrogant, Ning Lang beat him up again.
Punch after punch landed on Mo Ting's chest. Finally, Mo Ting began to panic.
Although he has a cruel personality. However, now he truly realized that although Ning Lang looked like an honest man on the surface, he was actually a very cruel person. He is definitely not the kind of person who allows others to bully him at will. Mo Ting was beaten so hard by Ning Lang that he kept vomiting blood. If he doesn't beg for mercy, he will probably be beaten to death. Although it was a live broadcast, Mo Ting felt that no one would kill someone directly during a live broadcast. However, when he saw Ning Lang's attack was still as powerful and ferocious as ever, he finally got scared.
Ning Lang, stop hitting me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Brother, please let me go this time. Brother, I beg you. Please stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I'm going to die. I can't take it anymore. Until Mo Ting begged for mercy.
Ning Lang snorted coldly and stopped.
Ning Lang was actually very nervous.
Because he was not originally that kind of cruel and vicious person. However, he understood that in this world, he had to let everyone know that he was a ruthless person, so that others would be afraid of him and would not cause trouble for him.
At this time,
after Ning Lang stopped, he said nothing and walked straight towards Zhenjun. Chapter 42. The martial arts exam is officially over, the drama ends. Ning Lang did not beat Zhang Qianqian. After all, Zhang Qianqian was a girl. If he rushed over and beat up Zhang Qianqian, who was lying on the ground, and the video was broadcast live, he would seem to lack some style. Besides, Zhang Qianqian had just been knocked away by her own skills and was seriously injured. So Ning Lang just glared at Zhang Qianqian fiercely, and Zhang Qianqian hurriedly begged for mercy. Ning Lang walked straight past her.
Walked towards Qinjin.
Without saying a word, he grabbed Qinjin and beat him up. Punch after punch hit Qinjin, each punch was as powerful as an ox, causing Qinjin to roll on the ground and wail. Ning Lang actually hated Qinjin very much because he had been plotting against him from the very beginning, trying to ally with Mo Ting and using all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. He was simply a despicable villain. Ning Lang felt annoyed when he saw this kind of person, so he beat Qinjin with more force. Qinjin wasn't as tough as Mo Ting. He had just been beaten up by Ning Lang, and he began to wail and beg for mercy. Ning Lang, please don't hit me, I know I'm wrong, I don't dare.
Ah, it hurts. I will never dare to provoke you again, just treat me like a fart, I will avoid you when I see you in the future. Ning Lang, please stop, I really.
Ah, it hurts, please stop, my bones are broken, please stop, I can't bear it. Under Ning Lang's fist, Qinjin kept wailing. Ning Lang beat him up, but was too lazy to hit him again. After all, no matter how hard he beat him, it would not change this person's nature. Although he was begging for mercy and saying that he dared not provoke him again, Ning Lang knew in his heart that even the punctuation marks of this despicable villain's words could not be trusted. Then, Ning Lang walked to Yi Feiyu's side and beat him up. Yi Feiyu was somewhat arrogant. Although he was begging for mercy, there was still a hint of pride in his words. Yi Feiyu begged for mercy and said, "Alright, I'm defeated this time.
I'm not as skilled as you. Beat me up, just beat me up. I know I'm going to have to get beaten up anyway."
But Ning Lang, although you're very strong now, I'll duel you when I become stronger.
Then I'll return the humiliation I'm suffering now. Ah, stop it, please stop it, Ning Lang.
I can't bear it, it hurts so much.
I'm not as strong as you right now, I know. Please let me go. When I become stronger, I will challenge you to a fair duel, okay?
Ning Lang beat Yi Feiyu up and vented his anger.
These people have been looking for trouble with me. They must be punished and let them know the consequences of provoking me.
When Ning Lang beat up these people, even the 4 principals who were watching the scene through the live broadcast were shocked. Although the martial arts exam rules allow students to fight each other, Ning Lang's cruel and brutal behavior still made the 4 principals tremble with fear.
However, Zhou Quan said, what a man Ning Lang is. He's quite a man. Even though I think he went a little too far, I just like him.
Shen Hanyang and Lu Liqin, however, said with a kind heart, but Ning Lang is too ruthless.
Anyone who provokes Ning Lang will be in big trouble.
Feng Shanfeng also said, Ning Lang is taking advantage of a loophole in the martial arts exam rules.
It's really unacceptable for him to beat up his classmates like that.
I think we need to revise the martial arts exam rules in the future. While the 4 principals were amazed, Ning Lang had finished beating these people. Ning Lang turned and left, leaving behind 4 people who were wailing constantly. At this time, Ning Lang walked to the sides of Lin Xi and Su Li. Ling Bai finally absorbed the pill he had just taken, and his body recovered a little.
He slowly stood up.
Ning Lang then said to Su Li and Ling Bai, "Thank you both for your help in this boss fight. I, Ning Lang, will always avenge my enemies and repay my kindnesses. Although the martial arts exam is about to end, Lin Xi and I will use this time to cripple some more ferocious beasts for you to kill and help you raise your scores."
Ning Lang looked at Lin Xi and said, "Lin Xi, what do you think?" Lin Xi nodded and said, "That's fine with me.
After all, we successfully snatched the boss with the help of Su Li and Ling Bai. Our score is already very high, so there's no need to increase it further. It's better to help Su Li, Ling Bai, and the others raise their scores." When Su Li heard Ning Lang and Lin Xi say this, she smiled happily. With their help, he and Ling Bai's results will definitely improve, and they may even directly reach second place. In this case, it is indeed worthwhile for them to try their best to help Lin Xi and Ning Lang. Ling Bai originally had some resentment towards Ning Lang in his heart, but after hearing what Ning Lang said and seeing that Ning Lang was a man who would repay a favor, his attitude towards Ning Lang also became better.
Then he said, "If that's the case, thank you in advance."
The 4 of them finished speaking. He rushed out of the ultimate boss's place and rushed outside. Ning Lang and Lin Xi continued to attack some second-level ferocious beasts, knocking them out and crippling them, and then leaving them to Su Li and Ling Bai. Su Li and Ling Bai were also constantly killing ferocious beasts, and at the same time, they were also harvesting the ferocious beasts left for them by Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Their scores began to soar continuously. Originally, their score ranked 3rd, behind Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian.
As their scores continued to soar, Mo Ting and Zhang Qianqian's scores remained stagnant due to their serious injuries.
So, with more than half an hour left before the martial arts exam was about to end, Su Li and Ling Bai's scores successfully surpassed Mo Ting and Zhang Qianshan, and they won the second place in the martial arts exam. Although the reward for the runner-up cannot be compared with that for the champion, the reward for the runner-up is much more than that for the third place, so Ling Bai and Su Li are both very satisfied. Finally, as the sky darkened, it was already the last second for the martial arts exam to end. Shen Hanyang immediately announced in a loud voice that the martial arts exam was over. The smartwatch carried by each candidate also vibrated with a ding sound, indicating that the martial arts exam was over. At this point, even if they killed more ferocious beasts, it would no longer be counted in the score. At this moment, the scores of the martial arts exam have been determined. Everyone sees their own score and ranking. So, as the martial arts exam ended, countless students sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. After a day of fighting, they were all extremely exhausted. With the end of the military examination, the scores have been determined, and many people are happy and worried. But no matter what, everything has been decided, and they can only accept this result. Most people are actually a little unwilling in their hearts. After all, they all want to achieve better results. Only a few achieve far more than their goals. But everything is doomed. At this moment, their high school career came to a perfect end. Many people were filled with excitement, and countless past scenes flashed through their minds. As the martial arts exam came to an end, many people began to head towards the exit. Many people also met along the way and discussed each other's grades. Some were excited, some were dejected, and some had scores that were neither high nor low, and they felt calm and unmoved. Everyone was talking as they gradually walked towards the exit. When the four principals who were waiting here saw that all the candidates had come out, they and the teachers directed them to get on the buses they had taken. Some injured students also sent out distress signals at this time. Many rescue workers also rushed to take them out of the martial arts exam site. After all, some people did not give up the martial arts exam even after being injured, but rested on the spot, allowing their teammates to continue killing the ferocious beasts. At this time, with the end of the martial arts exam, many people were seriously injured and unable to move, so they could only ask for help. Anyway, in such darkness, in such night, the martial arts exam ended and everything was over. Youth has also gone through a stage. Even many girls shed tears on the bus, their eyes silently red. Countless buses carried students to Mo City and left this Shura city. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were sitting on the bus. They both felt very tired and leaned on the backs of the seats to rest quietly. Unconsciously, Lin Xi's head was resting on Ning Lang's shoulder. Ning Lang turned his head and looked at Lin Xi's beautiful face. Lin Xi closed her eyes silently at this time. Although there was a trace of dust on her face, it still couldn't hide her beauty. Ning Lang didn't know whether she had fallen asleep. I don't know if Lin Xi leaned on my shoulder because she fell asleep, or if she just wanted to lean on my shoulder. But no matter what, when Lin Xi leaned on his shoulder, Ning Lang felt a slight throbbing in his heart and a hint of sweetness. Ning Lang looked at the bright moon in the night sky through the bus window. He was very satisfied with being able to win the championship in this martial arts exam. I am also looking forward to my future university life. Chapter 43, The Party After the Martial Arts Exam, The End of Youth. Finally, countless buses carrying students from 4 high schools returned to their respective schools. After returning to school, students from each school went to the hotel together at the invitation of their class teachers. They are going to have a good meal and drink to celebrate the end of the martial arts exam. Regardless of whether they did well or not in the exams, all the students indulged themselves and celebrated enthusiastically tonight. Because such opportunities are rare. All the students' hearts were filled with various complex emotions. At this moment, it not only means that the 3 years of hard work in high school have come to a successful conclusion. It also means that soon all the students will go their separate ways and pursue their own careers. Over the past 3 years, the deep friendship accumulated from spending time together day and night and experiencing everything together has made them feel reluctant to part. Even Ning Lang drank a few more glasses in such an atmosphere. Although he is not from this world, he did not actually experience the 3 years of school life with his classmates. But at this moment, he recalled his high school days in his original world. The high school in that world is completely different from this world. There are no ferocious beasts, no fierce battles, only hard study and exam preparation day after day and night after night. But in that world as high school, there are also memories of surfing the internet, playing ball, staying up all night, or skipping classes together. At this time, Ning Lang drank a glass of beer. Suddenly, a strange scene flashed through my mind.
It's not the scene of interacting with classmates in class in high school. It was the small shop that countless students passed by when they walked from school to the dormitory after night self-study. It was a very small shop, simply built there. It was very late when they finished their night self-study and walked back to the dormitory. The lights in that small shop are always on. Then, some snacks will be sold. Ning Lang, however, would often go there with his classmates to buy 2 steamed buns and a bag of spicy strips. The 2 steamed buns were not big and were soft. Although they were not very hot, they tasted very delicious when eaten late at night after night self-study. The feeling of fullness after eating also makes people feel a sense of happiness. Moreover, in the original world, Ning Lang also secretly liked a female classmate in high school. Although she is not tall, she is very pretty, with bright eyes and white teeth. She is good at studying, very smart and clever, and also very pretty. It's just that the environment at that time didn't allow for love. So even though Ning Lang had feelings for that girl, he didn't take the next step. The core task at that time was still studying, and Ning Lang always treated her as a friend. At this time, Ning Lang drank a few more glasses, and a ripple of emotion appeared in his heart. Past events came flooding back to my mind. It made him feel sad and melancholy. But when Ning Lang saw Lin Xi sitting at the girls' table not far away, a hint of joy surged in his heart. This feeling of joy diluted the regrets of the past. Because the regrets left in that world may be made up for in this world. What's more, the person I am destined to be with in this world is the most beautiful girl in the school. Ning Lang and Lin Xi are a contracted martial arts examination team. There is no doubt that their scores will be shared and they can enter Jinghai University together. Ning Lang is looking forward to college life. Not only is he looking forward to college life itself, but he is also looking forward to entering Jinghai University with Lin Xi. Maybe I will continue to write a new chapter with Lin Xi. Of course, there is no doubt that you will meet more people after college, boys or girls. What kind of stories will happen? Ning Lang is very much looking forward to these. Ning Lang is not the only one. Many of his classmates also have the same complex emotions of being reluctant to leave high school life and full of strong expectations for future college life. In such an atmosphere, everyone was extremely excited and emotional. Maybe this is the youth. Ning Lang felt the vigor and vitality emanating from everyone. Ning Lang, cheers, we have to have a drink at least. At this time, Xiaopang walked to Ning Lang with a glass of wine and filled a glass of wine for Ning Lang. Ning Lang also stood up happily, patted Xiaopang's shoulder, and said with a smile, cheers. Xiaopang smiled, but there was a hint of moisture in his eyes. Because Xiaopang is an extremely emotional person. He was a bit tipsy at this point, holding a wineglass in his hand, and looked at Ning Lang and said, Ning Lang, congratulations, you will definitely be admitted to Jinghai University. We won't be able to be classmates in the future of college, but I will visit you at Jinghua University when the time comes. Ning Lang patted Xiaopang on the shoulder and said seriously, it's a deal. When the time comes, tell me which school you've applied to, and I'll come and hang out with you. It's best if you choose a university in Jinghai City, so it'll be convenient for us to hang out together. Xiaopang nodded and said, okay, of course. What we didn't finish in high school, we'll continue in college. Let's keep having fun. At this time, countless classmates toasted each other randomly and said some farewell words randomly. Everyone was caught up in a drunken atmosphere. Even many girls drank less. Many of them were not good at drinking, so their faces turned slightly red and they were in a state of being slightly drunk. The girls were more emotional. Many of them started crying while eating and drinking. Some of them hugged each other and expressed their reluctance to leave. Ning Lang looked at Lin Xi quietly at this time, and saw that Lin Xi's face was also slightly flushed. At this moment, Lin Xi also met his gaze and looked at him, and their eyes met. At this time, Ning Lang picked up the wineglass and walked towards the girls' table. Ning Lang was not the only one who did this. Many boys also walked towards the girls' table with wineglasses and chatted with them. Ning Lang is actually a slightly shy person, so he was embarrassed to do this. But seeing that Lin Xi's eyes seemed to be inviting him, he plucked up the courage and walked over. When Ning Lang just walked to the girls' table, many girls looked at him at once. The girls were all very excited. Some of them stood up and said, Ning Lang, congratulations. Can I have a toast to you? Ning Lang nodded slightly at the girls' enthusiasm, clinked glasses with them, and then took a sip. Finally, Ning Lang clinked his glasses with Lin Xi. Ning Lang wanted to say something meaningful, but so many girls were staring at him that he didn't know what to say.
He was also embarrassed to show his special attention to Lin Xi in front of all the girls.
I'm afraid that I'll be booed by many girls.
So, in the end, Ning Lang simply said, "Congratulations, Lin Xi." When Lin Xi heard this, he chuckled.
It seems to be too interesting and funny.
Then she nodded vigorously and said, "Congratulations to you, Ning Lang." The two men clinked their glasses lightly, then drank it all in one gulp.
Then, countless students turned their attention to their class teacher Lin Lin.
Many people toasted Lin Lin and thanked the head teacher for his careful care over the past 3 years. Lin Lin was indeed very moved, because she was about to say goodbye to these children, and her heart was filled with reluctance. After all, she had just become a teacher not long ago, and this was the first batch of students she had taught. She had put in a lot of effort in guiding them from the first year of high school to the martial arts exam. In response to the students' toasts, Lin Lin drank heartily and soon became a little drunk.
A party finally came to an end amid the drunkenness, passion, and reluctance of countless people. Chapter 44, Ning Lang wins the championship, shocking Grandma.
When Ning Lang woke up the next day, the sun was already shining directly through the window. Ning Lang looked at the watch and found that he had slept until almost noon. Maybe he was too tired from the martial arts exam, and coupled with the alcohol he drank, he overslept.
At this time, Grandma was busy making lunch in the kitchen.
After hearing the noise, he turned his head and shouted towards the room, "Xiao Lang, you're awake. Go get a bucket of purified water."
Ning Lang rubbed his eyes and responded.
After a quick wash, he went downstairs with the bucket. Along the way, Ning Lang heard many old men and women discussing the martial arts exam.
After all, the martial arts exam just ended yesterday.
Today the scores and rankings for the military exam were officially announced.
For a time, all kinds of news about the military examination instantly swept every corner of the city.
The front page of the newspaper was dominated by news about the military exam, and a series of hot searches appeared on the internet, all about the military exam. However, in the slightly dilapidated urban village where Ning Lang lives, many elderly people have not paid much attention to this, and their lives remain as peaceful and monotonous as usual. At the entrances of the streets, the elderly men and women sat on the benches as usual, leisurely fanning themselves with palm leaf fans and chatting. Or set up the chessboard under the shade of a tree and immerse yourself in the Chuhan contention.
There's nothing new these days.
Aunt Lee slowly waved a palm leaf fan, with a helpless look on her face, and spoke softly. "Yes, if anyone has any news, please share it so that everyone can have fun listening."
Aunt Lou also agreed.
At this time, a middle-aged man's voice was heard, and his voice was quite excited.
"Hey, didn't you hear?
The martial arts exam just ended yesterday, and now the results and rankings are out.
The competition this time is really fierce."
After he took the lead in discussing this topic,
another auntie chimed in, "That's right. My grandson took the martial arts exam yesterday.
But he did terribly. I wonder which kid will be able to win the exam this year."
At this time,
after Ning Lang finished drawing a bucket of water, he walked back carrying the full bucket with one hand. Now his strength has reached the second level, second grade, and his power has greatly increased. Lifting this bucket of water is a piece of cake for him, and he can even lift it with 2 fingers. When he walked by, the old men and women were sitting together chatting about family matters. It was very lively.
An old man saw Ning Lang and couldn't help but sigh, "Hey, who's this kid? He's really strong.
He can carry such a big bucket of water with one hand like it's a piece of cake.
You can tell at a glance that he's a very strong kid.
I wonder if he participated in this year's martial arts exam." At this time, another old lady was concentrating on reading the newspaper in her hand.
She accidentally looked up and saw Ning Lang.
She was stunned for a moment, her eyes wide open. She carefully compared the photo of the martial arts exam champion in the newspaper with Ning Lang in front of her, and shouted in astonishment, "Hey, how come this kid looks exactly like the martial arts exam champion in the newspaper?
Everyone, take a look."
After hearing this, the others shook their heads in disbelief.
"Don't talk nonsense. Our village in the city is just ordinary. How can we expect a champion in the martial arts exam?" "That's right. Those champions were all trained by families with abundant resources. They were provided with all kinds of elixirs and equipment. How could such people live in our place?" A gray-haired old man waved his hands repeatedly and said affirmatively. "I think you're blurry-eyed, Aunt Wan? Can you see clearly with those reading glasses you're wearing?"
Aunt Wang stamped her feet anxiously and thrust the newspaper in front of everyone. "Look carefully, it's exactly the same. My eyes may be presbyopic, but I'm not mistaken. Everyone came over doubtfully, and when they saw it, they were all stunned.
Hey, you're right, they really do look alike. This is so similar, it can't be real, right? Impossible. Martial arts exam champion? I think it's just a similarity. At this time, someone tentatively called out, "Young man, could you be the Ning Lang from the newspaper?"
Ning Lang heard someone calling him and responded.
"Ha? Who called me?" Everyone was even more surprised when they heard it. "Young man, your real name is Ning Lang?" Just then,
Ning Lang's neighbor, Uncle Zhang, came back with a bag of vegetables. When he heard the noise, he came over to take a look out of curiosity. After seeing Ning Lang, he was instantly so excited that he couldn't close his mouth and shouted loudly, "Hey, Ning Lang, I just saw the news and saw that you are the champion of the martial arts exam, and the #1 in our MO city. I heard your grandma say that your awakening was not smooth and your grades in school were average.
How did you do it? You are amazing."
When the old men and women heard this, they were all shocked. They immediately surrounded him like a tide and started asking questions at once.
Is this true? Is this kid the champion of this year's martial arts exam? Isn't this a mistake? Xiaozhan, please tell us quickly, what's going on? The champion of the martial arts exam actually showed up in our urban village? Uncle Zhang excitedly talked with everyone.
Everyone kept praising him, and Ning Lang felt a little embarrassed by everyone's enthusiasm. After a few brief chats with a blushing face, he wanted to get away and go home. But these neighbors were so excited that they followed him all the way to his home. He took Ning Lang's grandmother and talked about this matter excitedly. When Grandma saw Ning Lang coming back last night, she saw that he was drunk and didn't bother to ask him about his martial arts exam results.
Moreover, Grandma always knew that Ning Lang's awakening was not smooth before, but she didn't mention it for fear of hurting his self-esteem. Now that so many people are coming in and saying that Ning Lang is the martial arts exam champion, Grandma doesn't believe it at all. He frowned and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. I know my Xiaolong situation very well. He failed in his awakening before. How could he be the champion of the martial arts exam?" Everyone hurriedly said, "Grandma, he's teamed up with Lin Xi, the school beauty from #1 middle school. You know Lin Xi, the strongest girl in #1 middle school." When Grandma heard this, she was even more surprised. "What? How is that possible? Lin Xi is the school beauty and the top student. How could she be on a team with my Xiao Lang? How could she possibly be interested in him? You guys are such a jerk. You're teasing me with so many people, aren't you? Hey, Ning Lang's grandmother, why would we lie to you? Look at the photo in the newspaper, isn't that your Ning Lang? Take a look first." Grandma took the newspaper in surprise, read it carefully for a while, but still looked incredulous. He turned to look at Ning Lang and asked, "Xiao Lang, is what they said true? Is it really you in the newspaper?" Ning Lang was about to speak when his grandmother said, "No way, Xiao Lang, weren't you worried about your failed awakening? You didn't even feel like eating." "Grandma, it's true, everyone says so," someone advised. Grandma still shook her head. "I don't believe it. How could he become the champion so suddenly? Could it be some new scam?" At this moment, suddenly, another group of people came over. They were all dressed in suits and wanted to knock on the door, but when they saw that the door was open and there were so many people in the room, they just came in. Several aunties were sharp-eyed and immediately recognized that one of them was the deputy mayor of Melbourne who often appeared on TV. I couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this Deputy Mayor Su? I can actually see him in person here." No one could believe their eyes. "You looked at me, and I looked at you. What? The deputy mayor is here? Did he make a mistake? Why is the deputy mayor here?" All the neighbors were stunned. At this time, an assistant to Deputy Mayor Su said, "Please be quiet for a moment. Everyone is indeed not mistaken. This is our Deputy Mayor Su." Deputy Mayor Su smiled and stated his purpose: "Our MO city government has generous rewards for the martial arts exam champion. I came here today specifically to give the reward to classmate Ning Lang." As he spoke, the deputy mayor waved his hand, and the assistant quickly handed Ning Lang a key and a property certificate. "This is the villa awarded to the champion of the martial arts exam. Keep the keys and property certificate. Congratulations, Ning Lang." As Deputy Mayor Su spoke, he shook hands with Ning Lang enthusiastically.
Following the assistant beside him, he opened the tablet and showed everyone the location and details of the luxurious villa. The neighbors were stunned for a moment, their mouths hanging open.
Oh my god, is this true? Oh my god, this is a direct reward of a big villa? Such a big reward. Becoming the champion of the martial arts exam is like reaching the sky in one step. This huge villa must be worth tens of millions. Oh, you guys are ignorant. For the champion of the martial arts exam, tens of millions are nothing. The future potential is endless, said Uncle Zhang. Until this moment, all those who had not believed it before were shocked to accept the truth of it all. Many neighbors congratulated Ning Lang and his grandmother. Congratulations, Ning Lang and Grandma Ning Lang, you will be able to live in a big villa in the future and won't have to suffer in this community anymore. This child is really promising, much better than my disappointing child. What a great kid. He's really promising. Ning Lang, don't forget us old neighbors from now on, hee hee hee. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Grandma Ning Lang even felt dizzy at this moment and couldn't digest so many surprises for a while. Is this true? Xiao Lang, did you really win the martial arts exam? Ning Lang nodded and said, it's true, Grandma. Now, Ning Lang's grandmother was so surprised that she immediately burned incense and wanted to tell Ning Lang's parents about this. Ning Lang quickly prepared to make tea to entertain the guests. However, Deputy Mayor Su continued, Ning Lang, we still have some elixirs and techniques to give you. Let's finish our business first. Why don't you come with us? Let's go to the Duoba Pagoda in the city to choose our rewards. Ning Lang nodded when he heard what Deputy Mayor Su said. Then he said to his grandmother, Grandma, Deputy Mayor Su and I are going out for a while and will be back in a while. Grandma, still holding the incense sticks, hurried out and said, Are we leaving now, Mr. Deputy Mayor? Why don't you sit down and have a drink of water first? Deputy Mayor Su also shook Ning Lang's grandmother's hand and said enthusiastically, No, we have other rewards to give to Ning Lang. Let's finish these tasks first and come back to visit you. Oh, okay, then you guys take care of your business first. I'll ask you to take good care of Xiao Lang. Don't worry, Grandma Ning Lang. After saying that, the deputy mayor and Ning Lang went out together. Many of the remaining neighbors were reluctant to leave and continued to stay here to chat and talk with Grandma Ning Lang. Chapter 45, The Martial Arts Exam Champion goes to Duoba Pagoda to choose his reward. Ning Lang followed the deputy mayor and several of his assistants out of the house, and then came to the deputy mayor's luxurious car. The deputy mayor's assistant stepped forward respectfully and politely, gently opened the car door, extended his hand in an invitation, and said, Mr. Ning Lang, please get in. Ning Lang said modestly and politely, Vice Mayor Su, please go first. Deputy Mayor Su also gave way to Ning Lang, and under the kindness of Deputy Mayor Su, Ning Lang had no choice but to get in the car first. Then Deputy Mayor Su and his assistant also got into the car. The driver started the car and drove them towards the Duoba Pagoda in Mo City. Sitting in the car, Deputy Mayor Su said to Ning Lang with a warm smile, Ning Lang, in addition to a villa, our Mo City government has also prepared a car for the martial arts exam champion. Although this car is not a top-of-the-line luxury car, it is also the latest new energy sports car and a powerful model. It may not be as expensive as traditional luxury cars, but its performance and comfort are comparable to those of foreign luxury cars. However, we didn't deliver this car to Melbourne because we know you're going to college soon. So when you get to the city where your university is located, you can go to any corresponding 4S store to pick up the car. As he spoke, the assistant politely handed Ning Lang an exquisite carriage card. Ning Lang didn't expect that in addition to the big villa, the Mo City government also gave him a sports car. This really surprised him. He has always wanted to own a new energy sports car. Recently, this type of new energy vehicle is very popular and all aspects of the car are very good. He often sees related news, so he is quite interested in it. Normally, he always travels on a motorcycle. When you go to college, if you can upgrade and own a new energy sports car, it will be much more convenient and more prestigious to drive the sports car to various places to kill ferocious beasts. Ning Lang took the carriage with both hands and politely expressed his gratitude to Deputy Mayor Su and the Mozambique City government. Deputy Mayor Su, thank you so much. The Mozambique City government has given such generous rewards and such great importance to the martial arts exam champion. I am truly grateful. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely contribute my own strength to Mozambique City. Ning Lang didn't just say these words casually, but they came from his heart. After all, this is where he grew up and he has deep feelings for Moching City.
The deputy mayor was even more delighted to hear Ning Lang's appropriate words.
Then I chatted with Ning Lang about various things along the way.
His words were full of praise for Ning Lang. Deputy Mayor Su has a high emotional intelligence and speaks very artistically, which made Ning Lang very happy.
As they were talking, they soon drove to the Duobao Pagoda in Mo City.
Deputy Mayor Su turned to look at Ning Lang and briefly introduced, "This Duobao Pagoda has a long history and was built many years ago.
Even when Mo City was attacked by ferocious beasts, this Duobao Pagoda remained intact due to its solid structure."
Later, the municipal government stored many rare treasures and precious combat techniques in this pagoda.
There are also many masters from Mo City.
They will also donate some things to Mo City, and these are all stored here. As they were talking, they had already gotten off the car and walked to the front of the Duobao Pagoda.
Looking up, this pagoda has an ancient beauty.
It can be seen that it has gone through many years of wind and rain, but it is still intact. At this moment, Ning Lang saw a black car stop not far away, and then a girl in a beautiful dress walked out of it. She was wearing a pair of white shoes, looking like a young girl. Ning Lang took a closer look and found that it was Lin Xi. Deputy Mayor Su saw Ning Lang looking at Lin Xi.
He quickly explained, "Ning Lang, aren't you and Lin Xi teammates?
So we arranged for the two of you to come together to choose elixirs and techniques.
Since you are the champions, you can directly enter the highest level of the Duobao Tower to make your selections."
Although Deputy Mayor Su did not explain in detail, Ning Lang probably guessed it. Presumably, as the runner-up and third-place teams in the martial arts exam, they can only choose rewards from other floors of the Duobao Tower. Obviously, the skills and elixirs in the top floor of Duobao Tower are of the highest quality.
Ning Lang nodded slightly. Then, led by Deputy Mayor Su, they walked towards Duobao Pagoda. And he soon reunited with Lin Xi.
The person who came with Lin Xi was also a leader of the municipal government. After he met with Deputy Mayor Su, they exchanged a few simple greetings, and then escorted Ning Lang and Lin Xi into the Duobao Pagoda together. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were both very happy to see each other again.
They walked into the tower together. This Duobao Pagoda has 8 floors. As it is an ancient building, there are no modern stairs installed. They can only walk up along the ancient steps.
Ning Lang and Lin Xi were talking to each other as they walked.
Lin Xi said at this time, "This Duobao Pagoda is indeed full of spiritual energy. I feel that every time I go up a level, I feel a stronger aura." Ning Lang nodded in agreement. It seems that the elixirs and skills here are very powerful.
After hearing this, Deputy Mayor Su explained, "Indeed, the higher the floors, the more precious the treasures are, and the more powerful the power they exude." Soon, they finally arrived at the top floor of the Duobao Tower. At this time, they saw that there were many skills and combat techniques stored here, as well as some pills and exquisite jade bottles. Deputy Mayor Su patiently explained, "The martial arts and combat techniques collected here are all S rank. As champions of the martial arts exam, you two can each choose a martial art that you like or excel in. In addition, you can each choose 3 bottles of medicinal pills from here." The leader who had brought Lin Xi here also said at this time, "Don't worry, you can take your time to choose here. These exercises have corresponding instructions, and the pills are also carefully labeled.
Deputy Mayor Su and I will be quietly waiting for you on the side."
After saying that, Deputy Mayor Su and the leader walked aside.
There is a small tea place next to it.
The person in charge of guarding the Duobao Pagoda accompanied them there, drinking tea and chatting silently. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were left here to patiently choose. Ning Lang and Lin Xi began to choose carefully. Ning Lang turned to Lin Xi and said, "Lin Xi, your innate profession is female sword immortal.
What kind of cultivation technique would you like to choose? Is it related to swordsmanship?"
Chapter 46. Ning Lang and Lin Xi choose their favorite fighting skills.
Lin Xi nodded and said, "Well, I think I'd still choose one related to swordsmanship.
Although as a corresponding profession, I can comprehend some of the core skills of the profession on my own, the skills I can comprehend on my own are limited after all. So, choosing another swordsmanship technique will also allow me to have more skills, so I don't have to rely on the core skill of Yu Jian Liao Wan Zhan all the time."
After Lin Xi finished speaking, he looked at Ning Lang. "Ning Lang, what about you?
Your innate profession is replicator, and the skills you possess are all different.
I wonder what kind of skills you would like to choose now."
Lin Xi blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity about Ning Lang. Ning Lang only told Lin Xi that his innate profession was replicator.
It was a little secret between the two of them and no one else knew about it.
Ning Lang has already regarded Lin Xi as a very close friend. After all, the two of them have experienced so much together, they get along very well when chatting and appreciate each other, so he basically has no reservations about Lin Xi. Lin Xi asked this at this time.
Ning Lang also fell into deep thought.
As he pondered, he slowly analyzed, as for what technique I should choose, I actually don't have a clear idea right now. Look, I currently have the skills of sword control, fireball, wind control, and thousand water lotus. Whether it's offense, defense, or physical skills, I basically have them all.
What kind of combat technique do you think I should choose? After hearing Ning Lang's analysis, Lin Xi also began to think seriously. Indeed, you basically have everything you need. Well, if I were to give you a suggestion, I would suggest that you choose a technique that seems relatively basic. This technique may not seem that powerful or gorgeous at first glance, but it can be strengthened with your continuous use and practice. Because I feel that the skills you copied were acquired halfway through, rather than cultivated from scratch. This will inevitably make you lack the most basic and solid combat training. If it were me, I would suggest you choose a technique that can make up for your shortcomings in this area. After hearing Lin Xi's suggestion, Ning Lang nodded solemnly.
The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Lin Xi said made sense.
After all, the skills he copied were not the result of his own practice.
Many times other people's skills are a complete set.
And he just copied one of the moves. For example, the fireball technique.
In addition to the fireball technique, Lin Huahua also has many other fire-related skills. Therefore, for such a replicated skill, even though it has a critical hit enhancement and the skill itself is very powerful, Ning Lang himself may not be able to fully utilize it.
Because he may lack a basic exercise.
So Lin Xi suggested that he could choose a set of basic exercises so that he could get sufficient training in combat training.
This was indeed a good suggestion.
Ning Lang thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I think your suggestion is very good, I will adopt it." Lin Xi also smiled, happy that she could help Ning Lang. After saying that, the two began to carefully examine these skills. Lin Xi focused on checking some sword-related combat techniques. She became focused and carefully selected one by one, trying to find a sword technique that interested her. Her sword-controlling chaos slash is already quite powerful in itself, and she can control 10 flying swords at the same time, which is dazzling. However, the flaw of this sword technique is also quite obvious, that is, the attack force and power are slightly insufficient. After all, controlling multiple flying swords at the same time will naturally weaken the attack power. So after Lin Xi thought about it, she made up her mind and said, "Ning Lang, I want to choose a new sword technique. I hope its attack is not so flashy and dazzling, but rather very simple, but can burst out with very powerful force in one move. That way, I can use it as a killer move and use it at the critical moment." After hearing Lin Xi's idea, Ning Lang thought about it quickly in his mind and soon understood Lin Xi's intention. He nodded repeatedly in agreement.
"I think your idea is right. If it were me, I would make the same choice," Ning Lang said. Lin Xi was very happy to get Ning Lang's approval.
A warm smile appeared in her eyes. That smile was like the warm sun, which made people feel warm in their hearts. It was also like the spring breeze, which made Ning Lang's heart move. Ning Lang said, "If I see a sword skill that suits you, I will recommend it to you." Lin Xi responded, "Okay, then let's take a look at them separately.
If I see something suitable, I will recommend it to you."
The two nodded to each other, happy about the tacit understanding and friendship between them. Afterwards, the two stopped talking and began to examine these martial arts techniques and fighting skills with full concentration.
These skills and combat techniques are not like ordinary martial arts secrets.
They are all sealed in objects similar to ancient bamboo slips. Because it is not easy to comprehend and learn this supreme martial art and fighting skill, it cannot be mastered just by watching. These objects, which resemble bamboo slips, contain a special power. This special power can be absorbed by the person who possesses it, and through this strange energy, the person who possesses the bamboo slips can more conveniently and quickly comprehend the combat skills sealed in them. For this reason, this type of bamboo slip has the limitation of being disposable and cannot be used by everyone indefinitely. When they flip through these bamboo slips, they will not directly absorb the energy in them, but they can sense this energy and thus feel what kind of combat skills are contained in them.
Ning Lang kept flipping through one martial arts technique after another.
He found that each of these combat skills was indeed extremely powerful, worthy of being S-level. These fighting skills include supreme swordsmanship, fierce knife skills, and fighting skills using special weapons such as nunchakus. In addition to these weapon-related combat skills, there are also some combat skills similar to those of mages. In addition, there are many unique combat skills, such as the ability to use shadows to attack, and the ability to condense special magical weapons through one's own chi and blood. When Ning Lang was reading through these fighting skills, he felt his eyes were opened and he saw all kinds of strange fighting skills. It is obvious that each of these combat skills, if practiced well, will become a powerful and amazing skill. I have to say that the various things stored in this pagoda are indeed very precious. At this moment, Ning Lang suddenly saw a very powerful sword fighting technique. He immediately felt that this set of fighting skills was very suitable for Lin Xi. He picked up the bamboo slip and called out to Lin Xi, "Lin Xi, take a look at this sword technique called Snow Shadow Instant Kill Sword.
Are you interested?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Xi walked over with interest and took a look. The more she looked at it, the happier she became, and her brows gradually turned happy. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Snow Shadow Instant Kill Sword, this combat skill is so powerful.
How about I choose this?"
Actually, I just saw a one-cut plum sword technique, which is also very powerful.
I'm a little confused. Yi Jian Mei? Ning Lang joked, "Isn't the name of this sword technique a homophone for Yi Jian Mei?"
Lin Xi was also amused by Ning Lang's pun. Yes, one sword is also very descriptive. This sword technique is very sharp. Ning Lang also took a look at the Yi Jian Mei sword technique, then said with a sigh, "I still think the Snow Shadow Instant Kill Sword is better. It's not just one sword, it's multiple swords, but it can be released instantly, which is more stable than a single sword. Because if you miss with a single sword, it's all in vain." Lin Xi smiled cutely and said, "Okay then, I'll choose the Snow Shadow Instant Kill Sword you recommended."
Chapter 47 Ning Lang chooses the Shingang Fist, a technology-oriented boxing technique. Lin Xi chose the Snow Shadow Instant Kill Sword technique. She carefully put the bamboo slip away, then looked at Ning Lang and asked with concern, "Ning Lang, have you found a satisfactory combat technique? What did you choose?"
Ning Lang frowned and said, "I just looked at a lot of combat skills, but I didn't find any basic ones like what you mentioned. Most of these combat skills are very powerful, similar to ultimate skills." Hearing this, Lin Xi seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, she said, "Well, I just watched a lot, and then I saw a boxing style.
I wonder if you are interested. I think this boxing style is quite interesting. I'm interested. Let me see it. I want to see what kind of combat skills it is." A hint of curiosity flashed in Ning Lang's eyes. Lin Xi picked out one from the bamboo slip she had just looked at and handed it to Ning Lang. Ning Lang opened it and immediately sensed the fighting skills in the bamboo slips. It was a fighting skill called Mysterious Steel Fist. At first glance, the name of this boxing style sounds like a relatively ordinary set of boxing techniques. But after Ning Lang closed his eyes and felt it quietly, he discovered the unusualness of this combat technique. He discovered that this set of boxing techniques was extremely special. As he became more and more proficient and in-depth in his practice, he was able to condense his own energy and blood, transforming them into steel boxing gloves, which he used to protect his fists, and thus performed this set of boxing techniques. And as the level of practice deepens, the steel boxing gloves that can be condensed will become stronger and stronger. At the beginning, it could only condense into a faint steel film. This film protected his fist, but it also greatly increased the power of his fist. As the training continues, the steel glove will become stronger and stronger, and will even gradually protect your entire arm. Not only that, this iron boxing glove can also provide a jet force, making the power of one's punch extremely terrifying. Ning Lang felt that this style of boxing was very interesting. It did not seem like an ordinary boxing technique, but rather a technological style of boxing. This boxing technique is S-level. Ning Lang was thinking, if one day in the future he could replicate this technique himself and upgrade it to SSS level, would he be able to condense a complete set of steel armor? Wouldn't that make him as powerful as Iron Man? Thinking of this, Ning Lang became more and more interested in this boxing style. He considered it carefully and compared this style with other styles in detail. After a final moment of deep deliberation, he finally made up his mind, "Lin Xi, then I will choose this boxing technique. I believe that this technique has a training process from basic to advanced. It will allow me to strike fierce beasts with my fists in my daily training. It will be of great help in making up for the shortcomings in my basic training." When Lin Xi heard Ning Lang say this, she smiled and agreed, "I think so too. Besides, it can help you make up for the shortcomings of your cultivation. In the future, as you cultivate more and more deeply, it will become a powerful martial art." When Lin Xi spoke, there was a smile in her eyes, like a spring breeze blowing on your face, making people feel intoxicated just by looking at her. Ning Lang felt that being able to see Lin Xi was a very beautiful enjoyment.
And just like that, the two reached an agreement. They all chose their favorite combat skills. Lin Xi chose the Snow Shadow Instant Kill Sword, which had very powerful explosive power, while Ning Lang chose the more basic Black Steel Fist. After choosing the martial arts, the two of them happily turned their attention to the elixirs in the Duobao Pagoda. They observed these pills again for a long time. Lin Xi said, since we can choose 3 bottles of pills, we can choose 3 different types. For the first bottle, we can choose a Fierce Beast Essence blood pill to help us continue to improve our levels. For the second bottle, we can choose a very good healing pill that can help us recover quickly after being seriously injured. And for the third bottle, we can choose a pill that instantly increases our strength. When Ning Lang heard Lin Xi say this, a hint of surprise and admiration flashed in his eyes. He felt that Lin Xi was indeed extremely intelligent, had a lot of ideas about many things, and had extensive research and knowledge in cultivation and alchemy.
Ning Lang nodded in agreement. Lin Xi, you are right.
I will follow your example and choose 3 bottles of different types just in case. So, the two of them each picked 3 bottles of these pills.
1 bottle is the Beast Essence blood pill, 1 bottle is the Healing Holy Water, and the other bottle is the Double Amplification pill.
After the two of them took the skills and 3 bottles of pills, they smiled at each other, feeling very happy and satisfied with their choice.
Then the two of them walked towards Deputy Mayor Su again and said, Deputy Mayor Su, we have made our choice.
Deputy Mayor Su took a quick look at their selections and immediately expressed his admiration. This included another marching official, who both praised Lin Xi and Ning Lang, saying, "You're really smart.
You've chosen the best of the best."
Ning Lang and Lin Xi thought that Vice Mayor Su was just being polite, so they nodded slightly and said nothing more. Then Deputy Mayor Su prepared to send them home again. But when they walked outside the Duoba Pagoda, Ning Lang said to Lin Xi, "Since we have just chosen the exercises and elixirs, Lin Xi, are you free?" "Actually, I want to go to the Ferocious Beast Forest to practice." Lin Xi readily agreed. "When I have time, I've just acquired this bamboo slip of martial arts techniques and I'm thinking of practicing it."
Seeing that they were intent on practicing, Deputy Mayor Su didn't want to disturb them any further and said, "Then, students, do you need me to drive you there?"
Ning Lang and Lin Xi said together, "No need, this place is not far from the dense forest of ferocious beasts, we can just use our body skills to get there." Deputy Mayor Su nodded upon seeing this and said, "All right then, I wish you all good luck with your cultivation.
We'll be leaving now. If you need any help, you can call me. Here's my business card." Deputy Mayor Su handed his business card to Ning Lang and Lin Xi, then he left in a car. As for Ning Lang and Lin Xi, Ning Lang used the wind control technique and Lin Xi used the sword control technique. They flew towards a dense forest of ferocious beasts not far from the Duoba Pagoda. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were like 2 streaks of light, quickly heading towards the forest of ferocious beasts. While speeding forward, Ning Lang said excitedly, "Lin Xi, let's have a speed competition to see who is faster." When Lin Xi heard Ning Lang's words, she felt that Ning Lang was a bit of a straight man, but also a bit cute. She nodded gently and said, "Okay, if you want to compete, let's compete." Lin Xi knew that his sword controlling skills could not catch up with Ning Lang's wind controlling skills, but he still tried to play along with him. Chapter 48, Ning Lang and Lin Xi go to the forest to practice and learn new combat skills. After Ning Lang finished speaking, he rushed forward quickly like an arrow. Lin Xi also gathered his strength and tried to use all his power to fly with the sword. However, she obviously couldn't catch up with Ning Lang. Lin Xi looked at the few afterimages left behind by Ning Lang, and then he shrugged them off, secretly scolding himself. Ning Lang is really a jerk. He clearly knows that I can't catch up with him, but he doesn't know how to give in to me at all. But just when Lin Xi was thinking this, suddenly, Ning Lang flew back and hugged Lin Xi's waist again. While Lin Xi was stunned, he took her and flew towards the forest of ferocious beasts. Lin Xi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. But she didn't know why, but now she suddenly felt less repulsed by Ning Lang's arm around her waist. Maybe it's because the two of them have experienced many ups and downs together, their relationship has become much closer, and they have become relatively good friends. In fact, as the campus belle of number 1 middle school, Lin Xi usually has many suitors, but she has not had too much contact with any boys and usually devotes herself to cultivation. Ning Lang was the first boy she had a lot of contact with. For some reason, she was no longer so resistant to Ning Lang's actions. However, on the surface, she still pretended to be coquettish and said, "Ning Lang, why are you hugging my waist again? You didn't even ask me." Ning Lang chuckled a few times. He could naturally hear the coquettishness in Lin Xi's words, and she was not really angry. He was not the kind of person who was good at sweet talk, so he just smiled and didn't know how to respond for a moment. He didn't know why,
but he suddenly mustered up the courage to do it. Maybe it's because I'm more familiar with Lin Xi, so I now dare to do things that I didn't dare to do before. Soon, they arrived at the forest of ferocious beasts. Lin Xi glanced at Ning Lang secretly, and her face turned red secretly. Ning Lang let go of Lin Xi at this time. He wanted to change the subject, so he quickly said, "Hurry up and take a break.
I'm thinking of going home to pack up and get ready to move." Lin Xi responded, "You also received the villa as a reward from Moching City, right?"
Ning Lang replied, "Yes, you should have received the keys and property certificate as well. It seems that the villas we both received are in the same villa complex, not far away. I plan to find a moving company to move there in the next few days. After all, the house in the complex where we used to live was shabby and small. Now that we have a villa, I want to move there with my grandma as soon as possible."
Ning Lang asked Lin Xi again, "When do you want to move there? We can visit each other more often after you move there."
Lin Xi said, "Well, I'll move in the next few days. That way, I can keep my grandpa and your grandma company so they don't get bored at home."
"Okay, then we can have a meal together after we move so our two families can get to know each other. I haven't met your grandfather yet."
Lin Xi hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, okay, but..."
Ning Lang hurriedly asked, "Just what?"
Lin Xi actually thought of something in his mind, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Because she thought that such a meeting was like the two of them meeting each other's parents. Their parents are no longer with us, having died when Mo City was hit by a tide of ferocious beasts. So now they only have grandpa and grandma, and when the two families meet at this time, it really feels like meeting the parents. But Lin Xi was obviously too embarrassed to say this out loud, so she changed the subject and said, "It's just, nothing, it's fine." It just passed in such vagueness. After the two chatted briefly, Ning Lang said, "Then we should hurry up and practice new combat skills." Ning Lang and Lin Xi were naturally full of anticipation for their newly acquired martial arts and combat skills. So at this moment, they no longer hesitated and each took out the bamboo slips they had selected. Then the two of them sat down silently on the ground, placed the bamboo slips on their legs, closed their eyes and quietly felt and absorbed the mysterious energy in the bamboo slips. As this energy surged into his body, Ning Lang suddenly felt countless pieces of information flooding into his mind like a tide.
Even his body underwent some subtle changes.
Ning Lang closed his eyes and concentrated, quickly absorbing the various details and moves of this fighting skill in his consciousness. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on Ning Lang's forehead, and this energy made him feel hot all over. Lin Xi, who was not far away, also had sweat on his forehead, and a few strands of bangs were wet with sweat. Ning Lang silently absorbed this fighting skill.
After about half an hour, less than an hour, the two of them absorbed all the energy.
Then, they both stood up and stretched their bodies. Lin Xi said excitedly, "I have just comprehended the Snow Shadow Instant Kill Sword, and now I really want to try it out."
Ning Lang said, "Okay, me too. Then let's go find some high-level beasts and try our hand at it."
They quickly advanced forward in this dense forest of ferocious beasts, searching for the second-level ferocious beasts.
This is an area where second-level ferocious beasts often appear.
Soon, they encountered an arm knife tiger, which was a second-level ferocious beast. Lin Xi immediately said, "Let me see if this move can kill it instantly. Normally, I use the sword controlling Chaos Slash, but it takes a while to kill it. Let's see the power of this Snow Shadow Instant Kill Sword."
"Okay. You try it."
Lin Xi immediately condensed a sword in his hand and walked towards the tiger with a knife in his arm. The green-armed sword tiger also felt threatened and roared at Lin Xi, with all the hair on its body standing up. Lin Xi no longer hesitated. In an instant, his figure flashed and he rushed towards the tiger with a knife in his arm. Lin Xi's figure turned into a white light and rushed directly towards the tiger with a knife arm like flying snow. Instantly, he thrust his sword towards the jade blade tiger, and then another sword, and another sword. Lin Xi suddenly transformed into countless white lights, like threading a needle, holding the sword in his hand and slashing back and forth on the body of the arm knife tiger. In an instant, more than 10 sword strikes had been made. Then Lin Xi flew back again and put away his sword handsomely. In an instant, the tiger with the sword arm fell to the ground with a bang, and countless wounds appeared on its body. The arm knife tiger died instantly, and a stream of ferocious blood flew out of its body and fell into Lin Xi's body. Now that they have finished the martial arts exam, the martial arts exam contract at that time has automatically ended. Now that they have each killed the ferocious beast, the proceeds will no longer be divided equally. The essence and blood of this ferocious beast will all belong to Lin Xi. Then, Lin Xi could feel that his level had improved slightly.
After using this move, Lin Xi himself was amazed. How cool! This move is so cool and powerful.
Ning Lang, who was watching the whole process, was even more excited and praised. This move is simply too cool. Just now, your sword flew forward like a sword immortal, transforming into countless sword shadows.
This kind of fighting skill is so powerful that I want to possess it. Lin Xi teased, aren't you a replicator?
You can replicate it if you have the chance.
As a replicator, I can't copy anything I want. It requires special circumstances. Unless you have strong emotional fluctuations, I can only replicate your skills. So when can you be particularly emotional? If I kiss you secretly, will it put you in a particularly emotional situation?
Ning Lang deliberately teased her.
Lin Xi said coquettishly, Ning Lang, why are you learning so frivolously now? I remember you were not like this before. Ha, I'm just teasing you, right? I tend to be more polite with people I don't know well. Since we're so familiar with each other, it's normal to joke around.
At this time, Lin Xi said again, you should also try your Shingang fist. Ning Lang replied, okay, but I need to start from the beginning to practice this Shingang fist. Although I have mastered this fist technique, I am still at the first level. As he spoke, Ning Lang circulated his own chi and blood, clenched his fist, and a thin layer of steel film appeared on his right fist. Although this layer of steel film is very thin, it can protect his fist very well, making his punch more powerful. At this moment, another unknown second-level ferocious beast pounced towards him. Ning Lang clenched his fists and attacked the second-level ferocious beast.
A punch hit the second-level ferocious beast hard, causing it to howl.
If Ning Lang's fist was normal, the beast would probably bite off Ning Lang's fist with one bite. But at this moment, because Ning Lang had this steel boxing glove, he punched the teeth of the second-level beast and immediately knocked out two of the beast's teeth. The beast was bleeding from its mouth and was also stunned by shock. Ning Lang took the opportunity to punch the second-level ferocious beast again and again, with a momentum similar to Wusong fighting the tiger in water margin. Then he punched the beast again and again, not knowing how many times he had punched it, and finally killed it. At the same time, a stream of ferocious beast's blood flew out from the beast's body and poured into Ning Lang's body.
Ning Lang was already out of breath after the fight. He sat on the ground and panted, saying, although this Shingang fist is powerful, it's so tiring. I feel like I've never been this tired before.
Lin Xi said, that's right. This just makes up for your previous shortcomings in basic combat.
As long as you continue to practice like this, you will definitely become stronger and stronger. With Lin Xi's encouragement, Ning Lang nodded, his eyes full of seriousness. The two of them then killed some second-level ferocious beasts in this ferocious beast forest, and their strength was also improved to a certain extent. However, it is not easy to upgrade to the second or third level, and it requires a long time of training. Seeing that it was getting late, Ning Lang said, Lin Xi, let's go back. After we get back, pack up your things. I'm going to move to the villa soon. We'll meet there then.
Lin Xi replied, okay, I should be moving in with Grandpa soon. As the two of them talked, they stopped killing the ferocious beasts and slowly walked out of the ferocious beast forest. Although both of them had physical skills, they did not use them to leave quickly at this time.
Instead, they felt reluctant to leave.
The two of them strolled through the woods, stepping on the soft soil, and occasionally a few leaves slowly fell from the trees. The wind rustled through the trees, and the sound of shillelagh was heard. Although this is just a familiar daily scene, it is commonplace. But at this moment, walking with the person I love, the scene becomes much more beautiful. The two were strolling, unaware that in the darkness of this ferocious beast forest, several people were secretly observing them.
Seeing the two of them leave, one of them said, Second head, should we kill them? After all, they have seen the true faces of Mou and me. If we don't kill them, they might find out. The three people hiding in the dark of the ferocious beast forest are the Mo family's chief steward Mo Fu, the beastmaster Mou, and the second head Mog. Mog is stronger than Mo Fu and Mou. That is why the head of the Mo family sent Mog to come with these two people to secretly observe Ning Lang and Lin Xi. It was Ning Lang and Lin Xi who caused their plan to fail. Mo Kuang, the head of the Mo family, was very unhappy about this, so he asked them to secretly observe the true strength of Ning Lang and Lin Xi. At this moment, facing Mo Fu's words, the second head, Mog, said, Are you crazy? Ning Lang and Lin Xi are now the champions of Mo City's martial arts exam. Killing them now would be courting disaster. The Mo City government will definitely investigate this matter. Wouldn't that put the Mo family in danger?
Hearing the second headmaster scolding, Mofu realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly said, the second headmaster was very thoughtful. It was me who was abrupt.
Mou then asked the second parent, then what should we do? Mog said slowly, things will always go well if you take your time. There's no need to be impatient. These two people will be going to college soon. When the time comes, they will definitely leave Mo City and go to other cities. We can find an opportunity to kill them then. The second parent is very thoughtful and educated. Chapter 49, Going home to celebrate with grandma and preparing to move into the big villa.
After Ning Lang and Lin Xi walked out of the ferocious beast forest together, they continued to walk side by side for a while.
Until we reached an intersection and it was time to part ways.
Then let's say goodbye here and go back to have a good rest,
Lin Xi said to Ning Lang with a smile.
Okay, you should be careful too,
Ning Lang responded.
Then they parted ways and headed towards their own homes.
Return home soon.
Ning Lang's face was still filled with a happy smile. As soon as he entered the house, his grandmother saw him and joked, Xiao Lang, you look so happy.
What are you doing? Deputy Mayor Su took you out. Did he give you any reward?
When I returned home, it was already late and the neighbors who had been chatting and gossiping with my grandma at home had already left, leaving my grandma alone at home. Grandma had just prepared a sumptuous meal to celebrate Ning Lang's victory in the martial arts exam. After all, she just found out about this today, and she was in an extremely happy mood. She insisted on making something delicious to celebrate. Ning Lang could also smell the tempting aroma of food at this moment. After hearing what his grandmother said, he smiled and said, Grandma, it's true that Deputy Mayor Su took Lin Xi and me to the Duobao Pagoda and asked us to choose an advanced technique and 3 bottles of elixirs. When Grandma heard him say this, the smile on her face became even brighter, and her eyes were full of pride in Ning Lang. That's great, Xiao Lang. You've obtained this advanced technique and 3 bottles of elixirs. This will be of great help to your future cultivation.
My Xiao Lang has truly amazed me. I originally thought you'd always failed to awaken and had many setbacks on your cultivation journey.
I didn't expect your strength to improve so rapidly that you actually won the martial arts exam.
Your parents in heaven will be very happy too. Ning Lang's grandmother is not a cultivator.
Her awakened talent profession is B-level cooking god, a life-related profession, so she doesn't know much about cultivation. But despite this, she was still sincerely happy for Ning Lang. Now that Ning Lang has been able to win the martial arts exam, his grandmother doesn't need to worry too much about his cultivation. After all, Ning Lang definitely knows more than his grandmother.
But Grandma seemed to have extraordinary observation skills. She interrupted and asked, Xiao Lang, you look so happy. You must be so happy not only because you got a high-level skill and 3 bottles of elixirs, but also because of you and that school beauty classmate named Lin Xi. Ning Lang felt a little embarrassed when he heard his grandmother say that. His face turned slightly red and he said with a smile, Grandma, why are you so nosy? Lin Xi and I are just ordinary martial arts exam teammates.
Of course, our relationship may be a little better than that of ordinary classmates, but it's not anything more than that. Xiao Lang, your explanation is a bit too obvious, but Grandma won't care too much. You two will go to college together, and you can get to know her slowly then. She is the campus beauty after all. If you like her, you should try harder to pursue her. Ning Lang quickly said, Grandma, please stop joking with me. By the way, Grandma, let's eat quickly and talk while we eat. I still have something to discuss with you. They sat down at the table and started eating. If they didn't eat, the food would get cold. While eating, Ning Lang proposed his plan.
Grandma, the government has just given us the property certificate and keys to the villa, right?
I plan to pack up my things in the next 2 days and move in as soon as possible. After all, the house we live in now is quite old and run down, and it's also very small. We've lived here for a long time and have grown attached to it, but now that we have a big villa, there's no need to continue living here.
What do you think, Grandma?
Ning Lang was originally worried that his grandmother would not agree with his idea because she was used to living here. After all, the neighbor grandmas around here also know some of them.
But when she heard Ning Lang's words, Grandma unexpectedly agreed. Well, since the government has rewarded us with a big villa, there's no reason for us not to live there, right? Moving to the big villa will definitely make life and cultivation more convenient for you, Xiao Lang.
Living with Grandma in this small, old house has really been a burden to you.
Grandma, what are you talking about? What's wrong about that?
We're all family, and my parents passed away early and didn't leave much money, so we can only live here. Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely make more money in the future, and I will buy you whatever you want. As he spoke, Ning Lang also took out a card. This card contains a cash reward of 10 million given to him by the Melbourne city government. Ning Lang handed the card to his grandmother and said, "Grandma, this card contains 10 million yuan in cash as a government reward.
Please keep it. Whenever you need to spend money, feel free to spend it."
When Grandma saw Ning Lang handing her the card, she quickly waved her hand and refused, "I can't take this card.
Xiaolang, you're going to college soon, and Grandma can't help you much. You have to figure out how to pay for tuition and living expenses on your own. This reward is perfect for you to use. You've always been quite sensible. You used to do odd jobs to earn some money to support the family. Now that you're stronger, you can kill ferocious beasts and get some ferocious beast materials to sell for money. Your life will definitely be easier. But how should I put it? If you want to become stronger in the future, the cost will definitely increase. For example, if you want to buy elixirs, weapons and equipment, as well as skills and techniques, you will definitely need money. Although I don't know much about cultivation, I do know that things related to cultivation are extremely expensive. Take this 10 million and buy whatever you need. You're sure to need it."
Ning Lang said, "Grandma, you can take this 10 million.
I can earn money by killing fierce beasts to pay for my future cultivation expenses.
Now that I am so powerful, making money is a very easy thing."
Grandma still firmly refused and said, "Xiaolang, you don't have to give me any money. I'm an old lady. What can I spend money on? I can spend tens of thousands of yuan a year, right? If you are worried that I will run out of money in the future, you can always give me some money. Just enough for me to spend. I don't need so much money."
Ning Lang thought about it for a long time and felt that what his grandmother said made sense. At the same time, he also knew that if he insisted on giving his grandmother the 10 million, she would definitely not accept it. So Ning Lang said, "Okay, Grandma, I'll just transfer 1 million yuan to your card. You can spend it first. After all, we'll live in a big villa in the future, and the annual property fees will be very high. When I'm not with you, you can also pay for a nanny to take care of you and someone to clean the villa. You can spend the 1 million yuan first, and I'll transfer more money to you after you've spent it.
You can't refuse this again.
I've already taken 9 million yuan, which is enough for my living expenses."
Hearing Ning Lang's words, Grandma smiled while eating. As he laughed, his eyes even became a little moist. Grandma secretly wiped away a tear and sighed, "Xiaolang, you've really made it big. Grandma is so proud of you."
Ning Lang was also moved when he heard this. But he didn't wipe his tears like his grandma did, instead he showed a bright smile. The two of them finished the meal happily while chatting. In the next 2 days, Ning Lang began to clean up things at home, collecting all the useful things and putting away commemorative items.
Some useless and old furniture will just be left here. After all, he was not planning to sell the house. Firstly, it would not be sold for much money, and secondly, he did not want to sell the house that he had lived in for many years and had feelings for. On the third day,
Ning Lang contacted a moving company, and several movers helped them load all the things in the house into a big truck and drove it to the villa.
Ning Lang and his grandmother also took a taxi and headed to the big villa with great anticipation. Chapter 50, Big Villa by the Sea, move into a luxurious new home.
Ning Lang and his grandmother took a taxi to the gate of the high-end residential area where the villa was located. Just as they were about to step in, they were suddenly stopped by a security guard. However, the security guard did not behave rudely, but instead saluted the two of them first. Then he respectfully asked, "Hello, may I help you? Are you looking for someone?" Ning Lang quickly replied, "Oh, no, we live here, so we need to go back to our home in the community." When the security guard heard this, he immediately showed a look of surprise. After all, the residents who can live in this high-end community are all rich or noble. They are either leaders and tycoons in the business field, or masters in the world of cultivation. They are all famous figures in Mo City. So when he saw Ning Lang and his grandmother, he felt that they were just ordinary people and never thought that they would be residents here. A look of disbelief suddenly flashed across the security guard's face. However, the security guard was well aware of his position. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he did not dare to speak out and question them rashly. After all the residents who can live in this community are people of status and position. How dare he, a small security guard, disrespect these people? Even if you are not sure whether the other person is really a resident here, you must never treat him or her rudely. So the security guard quickly apologized and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you two were honored residents of the community.
I just misunderstood you two as looking for someone. Please come in." Although the security guard was not sure of Ning Lang's identity, he still chose to let him in. After all, letting them into the community was not a big deal. He thought that after letting the two in, he would call his leader to confirm. Ning Lang also noticed the security guard's worry. He happened to have the keys and property certificates of the villa complex with him, so he prepared to take them out and show them to the security guard to avoid causing trouble for the security guard's work. "I'm Ning Lang, this year's martial arts exam champion. This villa is the latest reward given to me by the government. We just moved in today, so you may not recognize us. This is my property certificate." When the security guard heard this, he felt extremely respectful and didn't even dare to look at the property certificate in Ning Lang's hand. He never expected that the young man in front of him would be the champion of this year's martial arts exam. Although he had seen related news online, he still couldn't recognize her based on the photos online. Hearing Ning Lang say this, he recalled the photos on the internet and suddenly understood. Sorry, so you are Ning Lang, the champion of this year's martial arts exam. I'm so sorry, please come in. If you need any help, you can come to me at any time. I will do my best to help you." As he said this, the security guard saluted Ning Lang and his grandmother again. Then he hurriedly took the suitcase that Ning Lang was pulling and pulled it for him. Ning Lang said, "No need, I can pull it myself." Ning Lang's grandmother also praised, "It is a luxurious community after all, and the staff are so warm and polite." Then, Ning Lang effortlessly picked up the suitcase in his hand, waved to the security guard, and walked towards the villa. The security guard watched the two people leave from behind. Ning Lang and his grandmother felt more and more happy as they walked. Because the scenery of this villa community is really beautiful. Each villa is exquisitely built and spacious, giving people a comfortable and cozy feeling. They kept walking forward and gradually saw that there was the sea in front of the villa area. In the future, when you walk out of the villa, you can see the sea and the beach in just a few steps. The scenery is very beautiful. At this moment, from a distance, there are not many people on the beach. Only a few people are sitting under the parasols, lying quietly and admiring the sea, enjoying the tranquility and leisure. The weather is also very warm at this time. Some of these people sitting under the parasols are wearing bikinis, and some are wearing swimsuits. The seawater is also very clear and clean, very suitable for swimming and surfing. Seeing such a beautiful scenery, Grandma was full of praise. "Xiao Lang, this place is really great. We can live here. I never thought we could live here." Ning Lang also smiled and talked with his grandmother, praising the community environment. Finally, they arrived at the door of their villa. The villa is brand new and bright. The architectural style of the villa is fashionable, exquisite, and full of artistry, giving people a bright feeling. At this time, the moving company's car had already arrived at the door of the villa. The movers are waiting here, and while waiting, they are constantly admiring the luxury of this community. Seeing this, Ning Lang took out the key and opened the door of the villa. His key was a smart card. When he put it on the door of the villa slowly opened. The interior of the villa was beautifully decorated and looked brand new. It was obvious that no one had ever lived in it. Presumably, after it was built, it belonged to the government, and the government awarded this villa to Ning Lang, who became the first resident of this villa. The two walked into the villa. The entire villa has 3 floors and an underground floor. It has spacious space and a reasonable layout. It can be said to be very luxurious and grand. Ning Lang asked the workers from the moving company to get busy and move all their things into the villa. Ning Lang then said, "Grandma, your legs and feet are not convenient for you, so you can live on the first floor and I'll live on the second floor." Grandma smiled and said, "Okay, you can live wherever you want in such a big villa. I'll just live on the first floor." Soon, the workers from the moving company moved all kinds of things into the villa, helped them clean up a bit, and then left. Ning Lang and his grandmother took a good look around. Ning Lang suggested, "Grandma, our house is so big now, we need to buy a lot of things to put in it, otherwise it will seem a bit empty." "Grandma, how about we go shopping tomorrow?" Grandma's eyes lit up at this time, and she said, "Xiao Lang, my legs and feet are not very convenient, and I'm old, so I don't understand many things. If you want to buy something, why don't you go find your classmate Lin Xi? Isn't she moving in too? she will definitely need to buy things too. Wouldn't it be better if you two go shopping together?
When Ning Lang heard what his grandmother said, he immediately understood her intention.
She smiled and said, "Okay, Grandma, you are really smart. Then I will go find Lin Xi and ask her to go shopping together." Grandma also smiled happily.
Ning Lang then called Lin Xi directly.
Lin Xi said that she and her grandfather were packing up and would move to the villa area today or tomorrow, and then they could go shopping with Ning Lang tomorrow. Ning Lang was very happy when he heard Lin Xi agreed to go with him, and he was looking forward to the next day. That night, Ning Lang and his grandmother went to a restaurant outside the villa area for a good meal to celebrate moving into their new home. After all, I have money now, so there is no need to let Grandma cook for me all the time. At night, after Ning Lang returned to his room, he opened his mobile phone to search for some related things. Find out what you need to buy and where to buy it. Another thing is how to do some soft decoration in the room to make it better and more comfortable. In fact, this villa already has all the basic furniture. But there are definitely some shortcomings, and Ning Lang also wants to purchase and arrange it according to his own preferences. In the evening, Ning Lang patiently made a list. He was looking forward to Lin Xi's arrival the next day. Chapter 51, Staying in the Villa with Lin Xi and Shopping. Time passed quickly, and when Ning Lang was making a list in the room, it was already late at night without him realizing it. He carefully saved the list he had made, then stretched, walked to the window and looked out through the window of the villa. At this moment, there are only twinkling lights outside the window. He gently opened the window, and suddenly, a cool sea breeze blew in, gently caressing his face. Ning Lang took a deep breath. Because he had just moved into this villa, although it was already late at night, Ning Lang had no desire to sleep. He suddenly wanted to go out for a walk. So Ning Lang put on a coat and tiptoed downstairs. When I passed by the first floor, I saw that the lights were off. I guess Grandma had gone to bed. After all, Grandma is old and usually goes to bed early, unlike him, who is always used to staying up until around midnight. Ning Lang walked alone in the community. The surroundings were very quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps. He didn't walk far before he arrived at the beach. Because it was late, there was basically no one here. However, Ning Lang saw from a distance a girl holding a mobile phone, who seemed to be broadcasting live on the beach. Around her, there was a circle of lights like stars. Ning Lang didn't want to go over and disturb her, nor did he have any intention of striking up a conversation, so he just walked along the beach alone. With the soft sand under his feet, he enjoyed the night time that belonged to him alone. The main reason is that he has been through too many things recently, and he wants to take a walk alone to digest what he has experienced and let go of his emotions. Walking on the beach, many scenes appeared in Ning Lang's mind like a movie. It didn't take long for him to travel from his original world to this one. In his original world, he was just an ordinary person. After graduating from university, he started working and lived a life that went from point A to point B every day. He had 2 days of rest on weekends. His life was plain and regular. However, after accidentally traveling to this world, in such a short period of time, I have experienced so much. From the disappointment of failing to awaken at the beginning to the surprise of making a contract with the school beauty Lin Xi. Then there was the tension of the first battle when accepting the challenge of Lin Huahua and Li Feng. In the subsequent martial arts exam, he competed fiercely with many groups and experienced one thrilling battle after another with ferocious beasts and classmates. In the end, he and Lin Xi finally won the martial arts exam championship and received a series of rewards. The scenes of these events flashed back in Ning Lang's mind, causing him to feel a lot of emotion. Ning Lang is a relatively sensitive person and not the carefree type. As he recalled and savored these things one by one, he felt deeply the impermanence of life and the ever-changing fate, which was a cause for regret. Ning Lang sometimes thinks of his original world, his parents, and friends there. But he also knew that since he had already traveled through time, he would probably never have the chance to go back. So all we can do is make the best of it, live well in this world, and make new friends and people we like. Ning Lang walked silently on the beach for a long time, sorting out thoughts about many things in my heart. Life is actually full of things that are powerless to change. No matter where you are, you can only continue from that step. Ning Lang couldn't help but think of Lin Xi again. Lin Xi's existence is a very important reason that makes him feel that he is not alone in this world. Although he has close friends like Xiao Pang and some other classmates with whom he has a good relationship, Lin Xi is the most special one. Ning Lang also thought about the future. After the summer vacation, he will go to college. In his original world, he had a lot of regrets about going to college.
On the one hand, he was unable to go to a good university and instead went to a junior college. On the other hand, his time in college was very short. Because of the major he chose, he went straight to internship in his junior year, so he only spent about 2 years in college. During these 2 years, he has not yet fully experienced college life, and has not even had time to find a girlfriend, but he is about to leave college, which naturally leaves him with many regrets. Now he can go back to college, and it is a top university in the country, and live in such a university for a few years. He is still full of expectations for such a future. After staying alone in this community for a long time, Ning Lang felt tired, so he walked back silently and prepared to go to bed. Before going to bed, he suddenly had the urge to send Lin Xi a message saying good night. But maybe Lin Xi had already fallen asleep, so he didn't wait for Lin Xi's reply. Ning Lang unconsciously opened his phone from time to time to see if Lin Xi had replied, but after checking twice, he did not receive a reply. Ning Lang had no choice but to give up and go to sleep. He played a soft audio and gradually fell asleep to the soothing music. However, early the next morning, Ning Lang received news from Lin Xi. Lin Xi said that she had fallen asleep when she received the message last night, so she replied to him just now. Then she asked Ning Lang why he slept so late last night. Ning Lang replied that he had just moved into this community last night and couldn't sleep, so he went for a walk outside before going to bed.
Ning Lang asked Lin Xi again, "When are you moving in today?"
Lin Xi said that she would pack up in the morning and come over around noon, and then they could go shopping and do some shopping in the afternoon.
Time passed quickly and everything went smoothly according to their plan.
Lin Xi really moved in at noon. Ning Lang also went over to help Lin Xi, helping her move furniture and so on. At noon, they went out to have a meal together, including Ning Lang, Ning Lang's grandmother, Lin Xi, and Lin Xi's grandfather. The four of them got together and had a good meal. This was also the first time the two families met, and everyone had a very happy chat.
Lin Xi's grandfather is also a very kind and amiable person.
Ning Lang remembered that it was Lin Xi's grandfather who asked Lin Xi to choose him as his teammate in the martial arts exam, so Ning Lang still had a very good impression of Lin Xi's grandfather. In the afternoon, Lin Xi and Ning Lang went to look at some furniture and some household items together. Of course, they couldn't finish the shopping in just one day, so they shopped for 2 or 3 days in a row, bought a lot of things, and decorated the villa beautifully. Although I bought a lot of things, I didn't actually spend much money, not even 50,000 yuan. It's just a drop in the bucket compared to their savings. While sorting out household affairs, Ning Lang and Lin Xi also filled out their applications to Jinghai University during this time. Their scores were well above the admission line of Jinghai University. Then they waited silently for the arrival of the notice. During the following period, Ning Lang and Lin Xi were not idle. They often went to the ferocious beast forest to kill ferocious beasts and improve their levels. I hope to be able to be promoted to level 2 and level 3 before university starts.
Chapter 52 Summer vacation ends, Ning Lang and Lin Xi go to Jinghai University. Ning Lang had a relaxing and happy summer vacation. The entire summer vacation passed by like a flash. During this summer vacation, Ning Lang felt unprecedented relaxation.
In terms of training, although he was still very hard-working, it was no longer as stressful as before the martial arts exam. When he was in a good mood, he would make an appointment with Lin Xi to kill the ferocious beast together. If he is too lazy to go out, Ning Lang will just rest and relax at home. After all, the martial arts exam has ended successfully, and I have achieved such excellent results. It is time to give my tense nerves a break. The admission letter from Jinghai University arrived quietly one day. Lin Xi and Ning Lang received the notification letter from Jinghai University at the same time. Although it was expected, the two were still filled with joy when they received the notice. Their grandparents were genuinely happy for them. On this day, they went out for a nice meal again to celebrate. In the restaurant, they found that there were many students from various high schools who were also having dinner here because they had received their admission letters. The whole restaurant was filled with laughter. The second half of the summer vacation passed quickly. Lin Xi and Ning Lang often go out together to kill ferocious beasts. As they spent more time together, their relationship became closer and their cooperation became more and more tacit. The two of them often joke around with each other. In addition to killing ferocious beasts, they also make plans to go out for dinner, watch movies, or go shopping together. When they travel together, they are often mistaken for a couple. In response to this, the two did not give any further explanation, but just smiled at each other and responded calmly. Soon, the summer vacation came to an end. There are only 3 days left until college starts. At this time, Ning Lang had already started packing his luggage and preparing to report to the university. He had already bought a high-speed rail ticket to Jinghua University. However, although he and Lin Xi bought the high-speed rail tickets together, they were unable to buy adjacent seats, but they were not too far apart.
In addition,
Ning Lang recently discovered the Jinghua University forum online when he was packing up to prepare for the start of school. Many posts are posted on the forum every day, and countless people are chatting enthusiastically. Many of them were posted by freshmen. After all, they are full of curiosity about their upcoming college life, so they become active on the forum early on, posting various messages to communicate with each other. In addition to talking about everything in college, they were also discussing the various figures among the freshmen. Some of them were quite famous and became the focus of discussion. Ning Lang felt a little regretful about this as he only discovered this forum when school was about to start. In the past 2 days, Ning Lang has posted some posts on the forum, replied to some posts, and actively participated in the discussions.
During the discussion on the forum, Ning Lang met a freshman named Wang Xiaodiao. Obviously, Wang Xiaodiao is just his nickname on the forum, not his real name.
The reason why Ning Lang got to know him was because Wang Xiaodiao was extremely active in the forum, constantly posting, replying, and flooding the forum.
No matter what Ning Lang posts, he will reply.
After a few interactions, Ning Lang became familiar with him. Later, Ning Lang simply added Wang Xiaodiao on WeChat.
The two chatted happily on WeChat.
Although they were both boys, they were both freshmen. Wang Xiaodiao was eloquent, and the two chatted enthusiastically in a warm atmosphere.
The main reason is that Wang Xiaodiao has a lot of information about the freshman. So Ning Lang asked him a lot of questions.
Wang Xiaodiao also told Ning Lang everything he knew, and enthusiastically chatted with him about many famous freshmen.
Wang Xiaodiao told Ning Lang, among the freshmen, there are two particularly powerful ones.
They are called Emperor Fan of the North and Emperor Yu of the South. These were nicknames given to them. One of them was called Emperor Fan and the other was called Emperor Yu. The student nicknamed Fan Di was the martial arts exam champion from a major northern province, while Yu Huan was the martial arts exam champion from a major southern province. Both of them had extraordinary strength, hence the nicknames. After listening to Wang Xiaodiao's introduction, Ning Lang immediately became very interested in these two people. He thought that if he had the chance after school started, he could get to know them or even exchange ideas with them.
Fighting with masters will be of great help in improving one's own strength and combat skills.
In addition to the Emperor of the North Fan and the Emperor of the South Yu, Wang Xiaodiao also introduced some other powerful figures. Even during the communication, Ning Lang discovered that he was also regarded as one of the powerful figures by Wang Xiaodiao, and he also had a certain understanding of the affairs between him and Lin Xi. He really deserves to be called an intelligence expert.
Besides,
Wang Xiaodiao also introduced Mr. Lu, the S-Class Flywheel King, to Ning Lang.
Wang Xiaodiao types very fast, and he talks a lot when introducing things.
The stories he tells are very interesting. He told Ning Lang that Mr. Lu's surname was not actually Lu. Ning Lang was very surprised when he heard it.
He asked Wang Xiaodiao, his last name isn't Lu, so why is he nicknamed Mr. Lu? Wang Xiaodiao told Ning Lang that Mr. Lu's original surname was Dou.
One day he called customer service, apparently to inquire about his mobile phone bill. The customer service asked him what his name was, and he told the customer service to just call him Mr. Lu. As a result, the customer service later asked him what his full name was and needed him to provide the name on his ID card for verification. Then he had to say that his name was Dou Yuanshui. When the customer service heard this, they were completely stunned.
What? Mr. Lu, your full name is Marshall Dou? Because of this interesting story, he got this nickname. Wang Xiaodiao told Ning Lang.
Ning Lang was also amused and laughed when he heard it.
He replied, I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be so funny. I'll have to see what kind of person he is after I register at school. Although Mr. Lu is a bit funny, he is also very capable.
In addition to Mr. Lu, Wang Xiaodiao introduced several other famous people to Ning Lang. For example, Halong of S-level Magic Dragon Spear, Hong Bo of S-level Domination Body Technique, Hua Hao of S-level Demon King, and Su Ji of S-level Instant Kill Sword.
Wang Xiaodiao and Ning Lang talked to many people.
The strength of these people should not be underestimated, and they will be their powerful opponents. After all, those who can be admitted to Jinghua University are naturally extraordinary people.
However, Wang Xiaodiao also added that although there are many strong people in Jinghai University, not everyone is so powerful. About half of them are students with S-level talents, and the remaining half are students with A-level talents. However, although the strength of these A-level talented students is slightly weaker, it is not too much worse. Ning Lang and Wang Xiaodiao talked a lot, and the last 2 or 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Lang and Lin Xi went out with their grandparents again to have a farewell meal. The next day, Ning Lang and Lin Xi packed their luggage and boarded the high-speed train to Jinghai University, looking forward to a brand new university life. Chapter 53, Take the high-speed rail to school together. Lin Xi gives Ning Lang a gift. It was a sunny day, and the high autumn sun made the sky exceptionally bright. The whole world had just entered autumn, and the autumn breeze brought a hint of comfort, gently blowing through every corner. Ning Lang and Lin Xi went to the high-speed rail station together. At this time, Ning Lang was dragging a large suitcase, which seemed very inconvenient. He turned to look at Lin Xi, but was surprised to find that Lin Xi had nothing in his hands. Ning Lang couldn't help but ask curiously, "Lin Xi, I have so much luggage with me, why didn't you take anything?" Lin Xi winked at Ning Lang playfully, then raised her hand. Ning Lang looked closely and saw that her hands were very slender and beautiful. At the same time, Lin Xi was wearing a ring with a peculiar shape on her hand. Lin Xi smiled and told Ning Lang, "Because I bought a storage ring. This ring has a cubic meter of space inside, which can hold a lot of things. I put all my luggage in it." "A ring?" When Ning Lang heard Lin Xi's words, a hint of curiosity suddenly flashed in his eyes. He had never thought that there was such a magical thing as a storage ring in this world. If he had known that there was such a convenient treasure, he should have bought one. Just when he was still immersed in the novel idea of the ring. Suddenly, Lin Xi took out another storage ring. Ning Lang looked at it carefully and found that this ring was a pair with the one Lin Xi wore. Although the shapes were not exactly the same, it was obvious that they had the same design style. Ning Lang asked in surprise, "You have another one?" Lin Xi smiled and said to Ning Lang, "I bought this ring for you. You wanted to give it to me. This ring should be worth quite a bit of money, right?" "Ah, how much is it?" "I'll transfer the money to you." Ning Lang was very happy and surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Xi had prepared a storage ring for him. Lin Xi shook her head slightly and said, "Why should we be polite to each other? This is a gift from me to you." Ning Lang said, "How much is this? It can't be very expensive, right? I feel like I can't afford such an expensive gift from you." Lin Xi explained, "It's not that expensive. This ring only costs about 1 million. It's not a particularly high-end ring. It only has 1 cubic meter of space. Those with larger spaces are more valuable." Although Ning Lang didn't know much about storage rings, he could imagine that a storage ring with this cubic meter of space, although not particularly expensive, should be considered mid-range. There should be storage rings with even smaller spaces, perhaps only a few tenths of a cubic meter. After all, just a few tenths of a cubic meter can hold a lot of things. I'd better transfer the money to you. Otherwise, I would feel really bad about accepting a gift worth 1 million yuan from you for no reason. Ning Lang said. "Oh, it's nothing. We have such a good relationship. If you feel that this gift is too expensive and you are embarrassed to accept it, you can buy me a gift later." "Wouldn't that make us even?" When Ning Lang heard this, he felt that it made sense, so he stopped being pretentious. Then he said, "Okay, thank you, Lin Xi. I'll carefully choose a gift for you later." As he spoke, Lin Xi placed the ring in Ning Lang's hand. Ning Lang put it on his finger and then used his consciousness to sense the ring. In an instant, he understood how to use this ring. The method of using the ring is actually very simple. After putting it on, you can control it with your consciousness. Soon, Ning Lang put all his luggage into the storage ring. Ning Lang and Lin Xi traveled light and arrived at the high-speed rail station together. Soon, they arrived at the high-speed train, and the two of them successfully entered the high-speed train carriage. However, the two of them did not buy adjacent tickets, so they had to sit separately, with seats 1 row apart. The distance from Moching City to Jinghai City is very long, and it takes several hours to get there even by high-speed rail. At first, Ning Lang and Lin Xi were both playing with their mobile phones. Gradually, as time passed, Ning Lang felt a little sleepy and fell asleep. After sleeping for about an hour, he was woken up by the sound of people talking next to him. Ning Lang only heard a few people around him talking enthusiastically. He looked at them and found that they were all young people about his age. Each one carried a suitcase and looked like freshmen heading to college.
These people did not know each other, and some of them did not get on the bus from watching, but got on halfway in the cities they passed by. But since we were all freshmen, we started chatting quickly. One of the boys, who had dyed his hair yellow, asked excitedly, "Hey, which university are you all going to?" The others, both men and women, told us their universities, which were all relatively ordinary universities. Then the yellow-haired boy suddenly looked proud, and he continued, "Oh, I'm going to Jinghai City Martial Arts University." When the others heard about Martial Arts University, they all showed expressions of shock and envy on their faces.
Because this martial arts university is a very good university. Although it is not on the same level as Jinghua University, it can also be regarded as a second-class university after first-class universities like Jinghua University. To be able to be admitted to such a university, one's strength is obviously very good in the eyes of ordinary people. The other men and women, these freshmen, were all amazed. Wow, you're from a martial arts university, that's impressive.
I heard that the martial arts university in Jinghai City covers a very large area and has a very beautiful environment. Not to mention that such a university is home to many masters, the scenery alone is enough to make people envious.
It's much better than our school. I'm so envious. Hey, classmate, how many points did you get on the martial arts exam? It couldn't be over 700, right? You actually managed to get into a martial arts university. The boy said proudly, that's 10 points higher than the cutoff score for Budo University. Everyone was even more shocked. As he was speaking, the yellow-haired boy noticed Lin Xi. Because Lin Xi's appearance is so outstanding, she is a beautiful scenery wherever she goes. The boy was praised by several other people, and he felt very proud and satisfied. He wanted to strike up a conversation with Lin Xi, so he said enthusiastically, "Hey, female classmate, I'm going to the Martial Arts University in Jinghai City. I wonder which university you are going to." He obviously wanted to show off his university in order to attract Lin Xi's attention. Obviously, he also hoped that Lin Xi would praise him like the other people, so that he could take the opportunity to add Lin Xi's WeChat account and then develop further. Chapter 54 Huangmao, you are from Wudao University. Lin Xi didn't care about the boy's question. She didn't want to pay any attention to him.
At the same time, she didn't want others to know that she was from Jinghua University, so as not to make the other people feel too disappointed. After all, Jinghua University is much better than these universities. Then he said, "Forget about my university.
I won't tell you."
However, when the boy heard Lin Xi say this, he mistakenly thought that Lin Xi had been admitted to a very ordinary university, so he was embarrassed to introduce himself.
"Hey, classmate, it doesn't matter. No matter whether the university you got into is good or bad, you all worked hard. Can I add your WeChat? Let's get to know each other and visit each other's schools in the future." The boy said it casually.
Lin Xi shook his head and said, "There's no need for this.
Please add one, classmate. We are so destined to be together." The boy kept talking and seemed unwilling to give up even though he couldn't add WeChat.
Ning Lang saw that Lin Xi didn't want to talk to this boy, so he said, "If he doesn't want to add me, why bother asking for his WeChat ID?" Ning Lang suddenly interjected with this remark, which immediately attracted the attention of many people present. Because Ning Lang didn't interrupt others when they were chatting, but just closed his eyes and rested quietly. Several girls among these people also noticed that Ning Lang was quite handsome. In fact, they also hoped that Ning Lang could join the conversation, but seeing that Ning Lang had his eyes closed to rest, they felt embarrassed to disturb him. Hearing Ning Lang say this, everyone looked at him.
Huangmao immediately sneered at Ning Lang.
Because Ning Lang's words obviously made him lose face and interrupted his conversation with Lin Xi. The blonde boy immediately turned around and said, "Hey classmate, you're really nosy."
"What? Do you think you're so great? Which university do you attend?"
Faced with Huang Mao's impolite words, Ning Lang was too lazy to pay attention to him.
"What do you care?" Ning Lang replied. The yellow-haired man burst into laughter. Classmate, did you get into a really crappy university, so you're too embarrassed to say it out loud? Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing this, some of the other boys looked at Ning Lang mockingly. However, the eyes of these girls showed regret, because they thought Ning Lang was very handsome, but they didn't expect that he only got into a very ordinary university. No matter how handsome he is, he cannot make up for the gap in strength, so they all feel some regret and remorse for Ning Lang. Which university I go to is my own business.
Why, do you think it's amazing that you can be admitted to the martial arts university? Ning Lang asked back.
The yellow-haired man smirked. You're being sarcastic to me.
Although martial arts university isn't a top-tier university, it's second only to the top. Getting into martial arts university is certainly a big deal. If you're that talented, can you get in?
When Ning Lang heard what Huang Mao said, he felt that Huang Mao was really annoying.
This kind of person seems to be someone who particularly likes to show off.
As long as he achieves a little success, he can't wait to let everyone know. It shows how powerful he is. Ning Lang didn't want to pay any attention to him, so he said coldly, "Humph, I don't even bother to go to Wudao University."
What?
Huang Mao was shocked when he heard this, but he quickly realized that Ning Lang must be bragging.
Otherwise, why didn't he tell him where he went to university?
He must have done terribly on the test, and he was still trying to show off in front of him.
The yellow-haired man's expression turned sarcastic. You don't even bother to go to martial arts university?
Ha, this is seriously the funniest joke I've heard this year.
I'd like to know what university you got into. How dare you look down on martial arts university?
After the yellow-haired man finished speaking, the boy next to him couldn't help but add, martial arts university is indeed very strong. Apart from a few top-notch universities, it can be ranked next to martial arts university.
This martial arts university is the dream of many people. Yeah, can anyone go to martial arts university if they want? Several people started chattering.
After all, for their strength, martial arts university is out of reach.
It is an existence that can only be looked up to. A few people discussed it for a while. Sudden.
As the high-speed rail continues to run at a high speed, we will soon arrive in Jinghai City.
An announcement sounded on the high-speed train, interrupting their conversation.
Hello, passengers. We are about to arrive at Jinghai City East Station, the final stop of this journey.
Please pack your luggage and prepare to get off the train. After hearing this report, many people began to take action. Huang Mao glanced at Lin Xi.
He was very upset because he failed to add her on WeChat. Then, the yellow-haired man deliberately looked at Ning Lang and said, by the way, our Wudao University also has a benefit for freshmen. There will be a special school bus to pick up freshmen. After all, our grades are relatively good, and all freshmen are very capable people, unlike some people who only know how to brag. Therefore, our Wudao University also attaches great importance to freshmen and arranged a special car to pick me up.
Guys, if any of you are not convenient, you can take my car, and I will ask the driver to take you to school on the way. Huang Mao said this on purpose to disgust Ning Lang again.
When 2 or 3 people nearby heard Huang Mao say this, they all became happy. They were unfamiliar with Jinghai City and were worried about how to get to their school to register.
Huang Mao happened to be willing to give them a ride, so they were naturally very happy.
Then the yellow-haired man looked at Ning Lang very proudly and continued, forget about those who like to brag.
After all, my car can't fit so many people.
Ning Lang saw Huang Mao's rude look and retorted, don't bother with your presence.
Our school has a special car to pick you up. There's no need for that.
When Huang Mao heard this, he immediately became interested.
He thought Ning Lang was bragging again.
After all, ordinary universities will not send cars to pick up students.
Some ordinary universities are even located in remote areas and cannot be reached by taxi. You have to take the corresponding bus to get there. Huang Mao said with disdain, oh? Your school also sent a special car to pick you up? Are you bragging?
Ning Lang remained silent and didn't want to bother with the yellow-haired guy. Huang Mao then approached Lin Xi and said, my female classmate, if you need a ride, I can give you a ride.
I can ask my school bus to take you first. We're just making friends. At this time,
Lin Xi showed her more interesting and mischievous side.
She said, no need. Your car can't hold so many people. You just invited everyone to take your car.
I will take this classmate's car when the time comes.
Didn't he say that the school also has a car to pick him up?
I can just take his car.
Okay, then you can take my car and I will just take you there.
Ning Lang said with a smile.
Huang Mao's face instantly turned purple with anger.
I didn't expect that after chatting him up for so long, I ended up getting the upper hand over this guy in front of me.
What is this? This is. He shouted angrily, you kid, does your school have a car? Don't lie to me.
You won't have a car when the time comes, and you'll delay my school trip.
Classmate, you take my car, and I'll only take you. I won't take anyone else.
When the others heard this, they all looked at the yellow-haired man, feeling that he was really unreliable as he changed his mind right after he said it. They all said, "Hey, Huang Mao, you just said you would help us, but now you don't."
Can we trust you?
Huang Mao said,
My car can't hold so many people. I was just being polite to everyone. If you want to pull me in or not, we'll take a taxi.
while several people were arguing. As the high-speed rail slows down,
They finally arrived at the high-speed rail station in Jinghai City.
as the car stopped and the doors opened, these people got off one after another with their luggage. At the exit of the station, there were indeed some school buses waiting to pick up their school's freshmen. Ning Lang and Lin Xi also walked outside with the others. At this time, they looked up and saw a car with a sign that said Martial Arts University.
Someone said, "Look, isn't this the Budo University car?"
Everyone thought that Huang Mao would get in the car and leave, thinking that if Lin Xi didn't take his car, they could see if Huang Mao could take them with him.
However, after seeing the car, Huang Mao said vaguely, "Oh, really? I don't want to take this car." The others were surprised and asked, "Isn't this the Budo University bus? Why don't you take it? This car is not high-end."
"Let me see if there are any more," said Huang Mao. After walking a few steps, I saw a car from Martial Arts University. The yellow-haired guy still didn't want to get on the bus.
Everyone else was even more surprised and didn't know what the yellow-haired guy was up to.
Finally, they continued walking forward and saw another car from the Martial Arts University. But if you look closely at this car, you will see that it is not Wudao University but Wudao University.
Suddenly, the driver recognized Huang Mao and stopped him. "Classmate, you are a freshman at Wudao University, right? Please get in the car." Everyone was stunned.
Because they have all discovered that the car clearly says Wudao University, not Wudao University. At this time, Huang Mao looked embarrassed, but he had been recognized and he couldn't deny it.
Otherwise, how could he take the bus to school? This is it. Huang Mao agreed awkwardly. In an instant, everyone suddenly realized. One boy said bluntly, "What? Huang Mao, so you went to Wudao University? And you said you scored over 700 points on the test. Are you lying to us? You're from Wudao University. We thought you were from Martial Arts University. What the hell are you pretending to be from Wudao University? Are you kidding me?" Huang Mao knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he defended himself. "Did I lie to you? I said I applied to Wudao University. I said my score was 10 points higher than the admission score of Wudao University." "That's right."
The person who just got off the car said, Our Wudao University is a university that you can attend if you pay money. It gives people with poor martial arts exam scores a chance to go to university, so our passing score is 200 points.
Puff.
Chapter 55 Arrival at Jinghai University, News of the Freshman Competition. In an instant, all the freshmen who followed realized that they had been tricked by Huang Mao.
"Yellow hair, so you were admitted to this Wudao University. We thought highly of you just now, you're rubbish."
"Oh, forget it, let's go."
"What kind of lousy 5-Dao University did this yellow-haired guy get into? It's not even as good as my school. Seriously.
Applying to such a crappy university and pretending it's a martial arts university is shameless."
Several people complained rudely.
They had previously thought that the yellow-haired man was from the martial arts university and were quite respectful to him. Now that they found out they had been deceived, several of them instantly looked down on the yellow-haired man. Afterwards, everyone had to find their own way to take the bus to their respective schools.
At this time,
suddenly, they saw a luxury car parked in front of them with Jinghai University written on it. It was obviously a special car for Jinghai University to pick up freshmen.
Everyone's eyes suddenly showed a look of envy.
Because Jinghai University is the top university in the country. Those who can go to Jinghai University are the real chosen ones, and are several times better than those who can go to Budo University.
When everyone was feeling envious, suddenly, they saw Lin Xi and Ning Lang walking towards the Jinghai University school bus. What? That classmate, is he from Jinghai University? No way. This guy is so strong? Jinghai University? That's impossible. Isn't he just bragging when he said he disdained to go to a martial arts university?
Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Xi and Ning Lang walked to the front of the car very naturally. The people on the bus politely verified the identities of Ning Lang and Lin Xi, and then bowed to welcome them on board.
This time, everyone was completely stunned.
Amid the envious gazes of countless people, Ning Lang and Lin Xi left in a car. These people looked at the car driving away and murmured in amazement, so that handsome guy didn't want to reveal his school at first. I thought he felt his school was too ordinary and was embarrassed to say it.
I didn't expect. I was overthinking it.
Yeah, he might be afraid that we'd feel the difference is too big, so he didn't say it out loud to discourage us.
Hiss. It's actually a master from Jinghai University.
He's really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon.
It's a pity that we didn't get to know him properly just now because we actually met the big shot from Jinghai University.
Several girls were stunned. They were extremely envious of Lin Xi. If they had known earlier, they would not have asked to ride in Huang Mao's car, but would have asked to ride in this handsome guy's car. Several girls kept hitting their thighs in regret. Amidst everyone's sighs, the car had already vanished into the distance. For Ning Lang and Lin Xi, they didn't really care much about the little incident on the high-speed rail.
Soon,
the car they were riding in drove to the gate of Jinghai University. A very spacious school gate appeared before them. I saw that Jinghai University was very grand and covered a very large area. As I drove here, I saw the walls of Jinghai University all around, and I could hardly see the end. The magnificent school gate, like a towering castle gate, is made of thick marble and inlaid with a golden school emblem, shining brightly. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were both shocked by this scene. Although I had seen photos of Jinghai University on the internet before, the shock I felt when I saw it with my own eyes was completely different. The driver took Ning Lang and Lin Xi to the school gate and politely let them get off the car. Then he drove away and went to pick up other students. Ning Lang and Lin Xi were left at the school gate. The two walked towards the school gate. At this time, sophomore seniors, who were members of the volunteer club, came to greet them and welcome them to school. Two senior students, a boy and a girl, came over to greet them enthusiastically with a big red welcome banner draped over their bodies.
Hello, classmates. We are sophomores and would like to welcome the freshmen to our school. We will take you on a brief tour of the school and give you a brief introduction to the school. Welcome.
The two of them smiled and warmly welcomed Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Ning Lang and Lin Xi also smiled at each other.
Then, two volunteers led them to visit the school.
During the tour, Ning Lang saw that the architectural styles on campus were of different types. Some were simple and elegant, full of historical charm, while others were modern and fashionable, demonstrating the strength of science and technology.
Some buildings even have a feeling of towering into the clouds, majestic and imposing. Some buildings are spacious and bright. Each building has its own unique features, together forming the unique landscape of Jinghai University. Two sophomore seniors also talked to Ning Lang and Lin Xi about some things about the school and the history and characteristics of Jinghai University.
At the same time, they also told Ning Lang and Lin Xi a very important news. That is, after the freshmen enter the university, there will be a freshman competition first. Through the freshman competition, everyone's strength can be directly compared. Then different classes are divided according to the strength of their abilities. Those with strong abilities will be assigned to advanced classes, while those with medium and weak abilities will be assigned to intermediate or elementary classes respectively. The resources available to students in different levels of classes are also very different. There is actually another reason for doing this, which is to prevent certain people from sneaking into Jinghai University through some special means. For example, some people may spend a lot of money to find a strong teammate to bring him into Jinghai University, so such rules will directly allow strong people to obtain the resources they deserve, while those who sneak in will be subject to corresponding restrictions. In short, students are encouraged to continuously improve their abilities.
Two sophomore seniors told Ning Lang and Lin Xi to be mentally prepared because the freshman competition would begin soon.
Every year's freshman competition was very intense, with many strong players hidden among them. Lin Xi was a little surprised when he heard this. After all, she didn't know much about Jinghai University. The freshman competition. There was a hint of surprise in Lin Xi's eyes. She didn't expect that the competition in Jinghai University was so fierce.
The competition started as soon as she entered the university.
However, Ning Lang acted somewhat indifferent about this, because he had already learned about it during his conversation with Wang Xiaodiao.
Ning Lang didn't know how Wang Xiaodiao knew these rules.
But Wang Xiaodiao has a very good relationship with people and must know a lot of people, so it may not be difficult for him to find out these things.
That's right, you must prepare well and strive to enter the advanced class.
The senior student encouraged.
Then, after a brief tour of the campus, the two seniors took them to the freshman dormitory, and they said goodbye and left. Ning Lang and Lin Xi took a quick look at the freshman dormitory.
The freshman dormitory was a very simple environment, with 6 people squeezed into one room, sleeping on bunk beds. However, the seniors also told them that the freshman dormitories were only temporary, and after the freshman competition, they would be reallocated to dormitories according to their different levels of strength.
Chapter 56: Visiting the School and Encountering the Intelligence Expert Wang Xiaodiao.
The strong people who are selected from the competition can be assigned very luxurious dormitories, even like villas. The dormitory for intermediate people is actually quite good, at least one person can live in a single room.
Junior students can only live in the same environment as the freshman dormitory, sleeping in bunk beds with 6 people.
It can be said that the conditions are somewhat difficult.
At this time, after Ning Lang and Lin Xi took a quick look at the dormitory environment, they were not in a hurry to return to their respective dormitories.
On the one hand, their luggage had already been put into the storage ring, so they were not in a hurry to put their luggage in the dormitory.
On the other hand, because they had just arrived at the school, they also wanted to take a walk around the school and get to know the school environment better. The two of them discussed and reached an agreement, and decided to take a walk together in the vast Jinghai University. The two walked on the clean and quiet campus path.
Jinghai University has planted many trees. Each tree is many years old and has grown very tall and lush, providing a cool environment for the campus. At this time, it is early autumn, and occasionally a few yellow leaves will fall from these trees. As the autumn wind blows, the leaves make rustling sounds. Because Jinghai University is very large, when walking on the campus, you will occasionally meet a few people walking on the campus, or meet a few people riding bicycles passing by.
The entire campus presents a quiet and beautiful atmosphere. Wow! This kind of university environment is much better than our Moching High School.
Lin Xi couldn't help but open his arms and closed his eyes to breathe the fresh air on campus. Yes, after all, our high school is not big and there are many students. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as crowded. Ning Lang looked at Lin Xi's youthful appearance and said calmly behind her. At this time, walking in such a vast university campus, Ning Lang and Lin Xi's mood became very happy.
It's a wonderful thing to think that I can live in this garden-like university in the future.
Lin Xi was as happy as a child. She turned around with a smile, looked into Ning Lang's eyes, and took a few steps back.
Ning Lang couldn't help but smile happily.
As the two of them strolled, they occasionally saw a couple passing by them. Looking at such campus couples walking hand in hand, one can't help but think that having a good relationship in such a campus is indeed a very romantic thing.
Many people say that love in college is the purest.
In fact, what is pure may not be college love, but their age at that time. At this age, they are in the beautiful years of youth, and the love at their age will naturally be the most beautiful and pure. When Ning Lang saw couples passing by him, he suddenly wanted to be like these couples, quietly holding Lin Xi's hand and walking with her. Lin Xi's hands are very slender and beautiful, and they must be very smooth and delicate when held in her hands.
He really wanted to touch it, to hold it and feel it.
But he also felt that their relationship had not reached that point yet. Ning Lang is a cautious and introverted person after all. He is worried that if he suddenly holds Lin Xi's hand, Lin Xi will be shocked, which may make the relationship between the two of them awkward.
Just when Ning Lang was struggling,
suddenly, a classmate wearing glasses and with medium-length hair appeared in front of Ning Lang with a smile and stopped him.
Ning Lang, is that you?
Ning Lang and Lin Xi were both surprised. They didn't know this person, but he suddenly called out Ning Lang's name.
Ning Lang asked doubtfully, I'm Ning Lang. Who are you? How do you know my name?
The man in front of him said with a smile, my nickname is Wang Xiaodiao.
We have been chatting for so many days. Ning Lang immediately understood.
It turns out that the boy in front of me is Wang Xiaodiao. But he still felt strange.
How do you know I am Ning Lang? Well, I'm an intelligence expert, so it's not easy for me to know that you are Ning Lang.
Wang Xiaodiao looked at Lin Xi again at this time and asked, classmate, you are Lin Xi, right? You really live up to the reputation of being the campus belle of Moching No. 1 Middle School. You are so beautiful, much prettier than the campus belle of our school.
Lin Xi was also extremely surprised, with a puzzled look on his face, you even know about me?
Wang Xiaodiao smiled complacently and joked, of course, Ning Lang and I talked a lot, and he told me everything about you.
Lin Xi immediately gave Ning Lang a fake angry look.
Ning Lang quickly waved his hands, I didn't say anything, don't listen to his nonsense. Wang Xiaodiao smiled evilly and said without explaining, come on, I'll show you around the campus.
I got here earlier than you and I already know a little bit about this place.
Ning Lang and Lin Xi had no reason to refuse, so they walked with him around the campus.
Well, we're just hanging out anyway.
They soon arrived in front of a building.
Wang Xiaodiao introduced, "This building is our school's practice building. It has many practice rooms and many instruments for testing strength and various data.
When we have student cards, we can enter with the cards, but entering the practice rooms will also cost credits."
Lin Xi asked Wang Xiaodiao in surprise, "How do you know so much?"
Wang Xiaodiao chuckled and said, "Because I know a sophomore girl, she told me everything."
"You're so good, Wang Xiaodiao. You even hooked up with a sophomore girl. It's just so, isn't it a piece of cake?" Then Wang Xiaodiao led Ning Lang and Lin Xi to a building.
He said, "This is our school's library.
There are many books on cultivation here. On the top 3 floors of this library, there are also many treasured combat techniques.
These combat techniques also require credits to exchange." Then, Wang Xiaodiao pointed to another building and said, "There's a training shop in this building.
There are all kinds of armor and weapons. You can use your credits to buy them there.
Of course, if you have money, you can also buy them outside the school.
The school also provides this service for students who are short of money.
This way, they can also accumulate credits to get some better equipment."
And that one is the cafeteria of Jinghai University. This is cafeteria number 1.
There are many cafeterias in Jinghai University. We can go and try them out and see which cafeteria has the best food. Wang Xiaodiao introduced the school's situation one by one, and Ning Lang and Lin Xi listened attentively.
What Wang Xiaodiao introduced was much more detailed and practical than what the volunteer just introduced.
It might be because they were both freshmen and had the same interests. Ning Lang, Lin Xi, and Wang Xiaodiao were all tired after walking around the school for a while.
After all, Jinghai University is so huge that even if you walk for an hour or two, you may not be able to walk around it.
Although the scenery on campus is beautiful, they still feel tired after strolling for a long time. At this time, Wang Xiaodiao suddenly suggested, "Ning Lang, Lin Xi, we're all tired from wandering around.
Why don't we go to the school gate to see the new students? Maybe we can bump into some impressive people." Chapter 57, Sword Immortal Fan D, Obsession with Demon Song's First Blood.
Ning Lang and Lin Xi were both very interested when they heard this. Before this, Ning Lang had heard Wang Xiaodiao introduce him to some relatively famous and capable freshmen.
"I really want to see what these people look like. At the same time, I also want to know more people."
After all, the freshman competition is about to begin, and we will inevitably encounter these people, and a big battle is unavoidable.
At this time, we can say that knowing ourselves and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles.
Wang Xiaodiao also explained to Lin Xi, "When you meet some strong players, I can introduce them to you. This way, you can be mentally prepared for the freshman competition." Lin Xi became even more interested after hearing this, but she was also very surprised, so she asked Ning Lang, "This classmate Wang Xiaodiao, how come he is so amazing?
Why does he seem to know everyone?" Ning Lang smiled and said, "He's nicknamed the intelligence expert. He's very powerful and knows everything."
Wang Xiaodiao also showed joy when he heard the compliment.
"Let's go now, while it's still light."
Many new students are just arriving at school at this time.
The 3 of them chatted and laughed, then returned to the school gate again, and stood together, watching the new students coming and going. However, because many freshmen are of average ability, Wang Xiaodiao did not pay special attention to them. After all, no matter how much information he collected, it was impossible for him to know everyone. However, just when Ning Lang and Lin Xi were getting a little bored of waiting, I saw a very handsome classmate quietly walking out of a school bus. He's apparently a freshman as well.
As soon as Wang Xiaodiao saw him, a look of surprise appeared on his face.
"Hey, look. This guy is nicknamed Bei Fondi. He's one of the top freshmen in our class."
Ning Lang and Lin Xi looked at Emperor Beifan and indeed felt that this man was extraordinary. Not only was his hairstyle meticulously groomed, but he also had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his facial features were also very handsome. In addition, there was a kind of calm and confident look in his expression. He is tall and exudes a unique temperament in his every move.
It is obvious that this person is a master. Lin Xi asked curiously, "What about this classmate nicknamed Bei Fondi? What is his innate profession?" Wang Xiaodiao smiled smugly and said, "You've asked the right person. Although Emperor Beifan is very powerful, he's quite low-key. He doesn't like to show off or chat too much. He's a bit introverted and lonely. His innate profession is also very rare. He is an SS level philosophical sword immortal. What? He actually has SS level talent, is that so terrifying? Lin Xi couldn't help but exclaimed in shock.
Because during her high school career, no one in the entire MO city had ever met or known a person with SS level talent, and the top talent was S level.
Jinghai University is indeed full of hidden talents. This Beifan Emperor is actually SS level. His strength is truly terrifying.
Lin Xi murmured inside, even she felt unprecedented pressure. Ning Lang, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to compete for the advanced class.
Ning Lang nodded slightly to show his agreement. Although Ning Lang is a person with SSS level talent, he has never told anyone. Even Lin Xi has always thought that Ning Lang is a person with S level talent. After all, this SSS level talent is extremely rare.
If Ning Lang told the outside world that he was a person with SSS level talent, he would probably cause some unnecessary trouble.
So, it's better not to say anything.
Wang Xiaodiao added, of course it's hard to get into the advanced class.
Let me tell you, there are only 2 advanced classes, and only the best can get in. For someone like me, it's good enough to get into the intermediate class.
When Ning Lang heard this, he was slightly surprised. He originally thought that the number of advanced, intermediate and elementary classes was the same. Unexpectedly, I learned from Wang Xiaodiao at this time that there were only 2 advanced classes. There are only 10 intermediate classes, and all the remaining students will be assigned to the elementary classes, of which there are a large number. Thinking of this, even Ning Lang felt a little pressure. But he still wanted very much to get into the advanced class.
Ning Lang then asked, Wang Xiaodiao, I wonder what this sword-breaking immortal's occupation is? Which character Forja is he from? Wang Xiaodiao replied, the Zhe in his name is the Zhou of philosophy. I only know the name of his profession, and I don't know what his skills are. Just hearing the name of the profession, it's hard to imagine what his skills are like.
While the 3 were discussing, they saw Emperor Beifan slowly passing by them. Emperor Beifan seemed to feel that the 3 people were looking at him. Therefore, his gaze also turned to the 3 people, and there was a silent look between the 2 sides.
In this simple eye contact, both parties felt an indescribable emotion.
Emperor Beifan was usually very low-key, so when he walked into Jinghai University, no one recognized him and did not know that he was a person with SS-level talent and terrifying strength.
So other people didn't pay much attention to him.
At most, a few female classmates noticed that he was handsome and looked at him a few more times. But only Ning Lang, Lin Xi and Wang Xiaodiao looked at him with burning eyes. Therefore, Emperor Beifan naturally noticed it and looked back at them. Emperor Beifan's glance startled Ning Lang, Lin Xi and Wang Xiaodiao, and they all felt a little nervous. Wang Xiaodiao originally wanted to go over and talk to him, but Emperor Beifan quickly withdrew his gaze. Just then, a sophomore girl came over and started talking to him, offering to introduce him to the school.
So, seeing this, Wang Xiaodiao didn't bother them. At this time,
suddenly, another freshman came out of the car that was picking up freshmen.
His appearance once again attracted Wang Xiaodiao's attention.
Wang Xiaodiao quickly patted Ning Lang and said, look, this is the Guahao I mentioned to you.
His profession is S-level Demon King.
Seeing him today, I can see that he really has a strong demonic aura. Ning Lang and Lin Xi also looked at Guahao. Although Guahao was a boy, he looked very charming.
His facial features looked somewhat feminine, giving him a masculine and feminine look.
He also had long hair. Ning Lang couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He is indeed the Demon King, his name suits him. Lin Xi also smiled faintly and said, however, as the Demon King, Guahao looks like both a man and a woman, but he is not that unpleasant to look at. Although he is a man, he also has the charm and handsomeness of a woman. Ning Lang also added, but it's still obvious that he leans more towards the masculine side.
I wonder if his appearance will become more and more feminine as he continues to cultivate his profession. No one knows the answer to this question. At this moment, Wang Xiaodiao pointed at a freshman and exclaimed, look, Song Yixue is here too. What? Who is Song Yixue? Why haven't you mentioned him before? Ning Lang asked in confusion.
It was the first time he heard this name. Wang Xiaodiao said, oh, I may not have introduced him to you.
Song Yixue is quite low-key. I only learned about him recently. He is very powerful.
His innate class is S-level Obsession Demon.
What kind of job is this? It sounds strange. Ning Lang looked puzzled. Wang Xiaodiao said, I don't really know much about his innate profession.
I only know its name, and I haven't found any information about him fighting with others. But during the freshman competition, it's best to be careful of him. I'm afraid his skills are very special and hard to guard against. Before they knew it, they kept watching new students arrive at the school. In fact, Wang Xiaodiao didn't know most of them. Even as an intelligence expert, the number of new students he knew was very limited. He only knew some of the more famous ones. There are many more freshmen who need to be gradually seen and understood in the freshman war. Chapter 58 Freshman Competition, the first round of melee. Ning Lang, Lin Xi and Wang Xiaodiao stayed at the school gate for a while and met many strong freshmen one after another. Ning Lang had only heard Wang Xiaodiao mention these people during conversations before. Now that he saw their true faces today, he was able to match them one by one. What surprised Ning Lang and Lin Xi a little was that they happened to meet Su Li. Su Li also chose to apply to Jinghai University, and Ning Lang and Lin Xi knew about this. Of course, her score was enough to reach the admission score of Jinghai University. After all, in the martial arts exam, Ning Lang and Lin Xi ranked first, while Su Li and Ling Bai ranked second. Their scores are more than enough to get into Jinghai University. Su Li! Lin Xi shouted immediately. When Su Li saw Lin Xi and Ning Lang, she ran over excitedly and happily. Ning Lang, Lin Xi, you've arrived first. When they met Su Li, an old acquaintance, they gathered together and chatted animatedly. With Su Li's joining, the original team of 3 became a team of 4. They continued to stay here and kept watching the new freshmen, exchanging information about them. What surprised Ning Lang was that Su Li actually knew many of the freshmen. Although her intelligence gathering ability was not as good as Wang Xiaodiao's, it was still very impressive. Time flies. On this day, basically more than 90% of the freshmen have arrived. Although school actually starts the day after tomorrow, everyone usually comes to school a day or two in advance to complete various admission procedures and familiarize themselves with the campus environment. The next day, Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Su Li and others had another day of happy playing together at school. As high school classmates, they went to college together and their friendship became even deeper. They are also looking forward to their future university life. On the second day, basically 99% of the students had already arrived at Jinghai University to register. On the second day, all 6 people in the boys' dormitory where Ning Lang lived had arrived. Ning Lang and the other 5 people also got to know each other briefly, but they didn't have time to have in-depth communication. After all, they couldn't become very familiar with each other quickly in such a short period of time. On the third day, which was the day when the freshmen officially started school, they all needed to gather on the playground early in the morning. Ning Lang packed up with several people in the dormitory, hurriedly ate breakfast, and then went to the playground. It was only 8 o'clock, but the school principal and many freshman mentors were already waiting on the playground. Ning Lang stood on the playground, observing silently. He discovered that the universities in this world were somewhat different from the universities in his original world. Original universities would have teachers and counselors, but universities in this world do not have such settings, only tutors. The universities in this world are more like graduate schools in the original world. Especially for those with strong abilities, as they are in the advanced class, each of them will have his or her own exclusive instructor, and each instructor will only take care of a few students. As for the intermediate and elementary classes, many people often have the same instructor as their teacher. In the allocation of counselor resources, people with different abilities can receive different treatments. At this moment, everyone gathered on the playground. Ning Lang looked around and saw that the playground was crowded with freshmen. Although the admission threshold of Jinghua University is extremely high and it is very difficult to get in, there are also a large number of freshmen. There is no doubt that these freshmen are all top masters from all over the country, and many of them exude the aura of strength. As everyone arrived and the time of 8:30 arrived, the principal of the university began to give a speech with a microphone in hand. He doesn't look very tall, his hair is cut very short, so short that it looks like a buzz cut, and he wears glasses, which makes him look like a simple and down-to-earth entrepreneur. Classmates, welcome to Jinghai University. But while I'm welcoming you, I also want to tell you that the reason Jinghai University can bear the title of one of the best universities in the country is because every student here is truly strong. The competition here is also very fierce, and the cultivation atmosphere is also very good. So I want to tell you that you will participate in a freshman competition today. This freshman competition will determine your strength level. I'm sure you have heard this news. The principal is a very practical person. He does not speak in high-sounding but empty words as Ning Lang thought. He started talking about the freshman competition directly and concisely, and it was obvious that the freshman competition was about to take place.
At this time,
all the freshmen who heard about it were very surprised. They had thought they could at least take a break on the first day and adapt to the new environment. However, I didn't expect that the freshman competition would be held on the first day of school. This shows how fierce the competition atmosphere is at Jinghai University. At this moment, a burst of chattering suddenly broke out in the crowd.
Many people talked to the people around them, and everyone was very surprised.
Then, Vice President He began to explain the rules of the freshman competition. Vice Principal He is a woman who is not very old, and looks to be less than 40 years old. She has a mole under the corner of her mouth, and her appearance has a unique charm. She is considered to be quite beautiful and elegant. Vice Principal He's voice instantly echoed throughout the playground. Students, the first round of the freshman competition is a free-for-all. There are 1,200 freshmen, and only half of them will advance. The unsuccessful half will be directly assigned to the beginner class, forfeiting their chance to compete for the intermediate and advanced classes. The rules of the competition dictate that you only need to defeat any opponent to secure a spot in the next round. After hearing what Vice Principal Yi said, everyone fell into a state of shock. None of them expected that the rules for the first round of the competition would be like this. Such a big melee really makes everyone feel a little at a loss. Although as long as they defeat any opponent, they can be the first to get a place in the next round, but with so many people like these 1,200 people, how are they supposed to fight PK?
While everyone was momentarily bewildered, Vice Principal He didn't give them more time to think.
He immediately announced, "I'm announcing the start of the first round.
I'll explain the rules for the second round after the first round. Now, start fighting straight away. Find an opponent you're confident you can defeat."
As soon as He finished speaking, many people reacted instantly. Among these 1,200 freshmen, many of them are relatively familiar with some people, and it is not difficult for many of them to find someone who is weaker than themselves.
In an instant, a big fight broke out on the playground. Chapter 59, Ning Lang easily advanced and saw Bei Fondi take action.
Many people directly look for their targets and start fighting, and their targets have to fight against them when faced with attacks. However, there is also a situation, for example, one classmate attacks another classmate, but the other classmate also has a target he wants to attack, so he directly attacks the third classmate. The third student would even choose the fourth student to attack, so the scene was very chaotic for a while. No matter who attacks whom, as long as someone defeats an opponent first, he will be able to advance successfully. After he successfully advanced, others could no longer attack him specifically. So after looking at this situation, Ning Lang understood that this is the rule of big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, and the weak can only be ruthlessly eliminated. Ning Lang was thinking about the rules of the martial arts exam.
Suddenly, a classmate attacked him. Maybe this classmate didn't know Ning Lang's true strength and mistook him for an ordinary person. Or maybe he didn't understand the strength of any of his classmates and could only want to take the initiative and gain a slight advantage through a sneak attack. This person instantly condensed a dagger in his hand and attacked Ning Lang from behind, wanting to injure Ning Lang with one blow, and then take the opportunity to control Ning Lang, so that he would win. However, this classmate did not expect that although his sneak attack was fierce and secretive, when the tip of his knife was about to touch Ning Lang's figure flashed away in an instant and disappeared on the spot, leaving this classmate with a face full of shock and question marks. Immediately afterwards, a thin layer of steel fist gloves condensed on Ning Lang's hands in an instant. This was the latest Xiantai fist that Ning Lang had learned. Although this boxing style looks ordinary, Ning Lang will still use it when he has the chance. This will allow him to gain a lot of combat experience and continue to hone this boxing style. Ning Lang punched the classmate, and the classmate instantly stabbed Ning Lang's fist with the dagger in his hand. There was a loud bang. Ning Lang's iron fist collided with this classmate's dagger. In an instant, the classmate's dagger was knocked away.
There was a look of shock on his face, because he could never have imagined that his dagger could not even beat Ning Lang's fist. In an instant, Ning Lang's figure flashed, and with a quick move, he punched the classmate in the face.
Bang! Ning Lang's punch was extremely fierce because he was a little angry at the moment. This classmate actually wanted to attack me by surprise. There are really some problems with his character. So Ning Lang wanted to teach him a lesson.
Ning Lang punched the classmate in the face, and instantly, the classmate was hit by the powerful force and blood spurted out of his mouth. The classmate was shocked, but still wanted to gather his strength to deal with Ning Lang again. However, he did not expect that Ning Lang's iron fist would strike again like a storm. After a period of hard training during the summer vacation, Ning Lang was able to condense a layer of steel gloves on both fists. In an instant, Ning Lang's fists blasted out like meteors. His boxing was fierce and powerful, just like the Wing Chun seen in movies and TV dramas in his original world. His punches were sharp and hit the classmate's chest madly. However, in just a moment, the protective armor condensed on this classmate's body was shattered by Ning Lang. Ning Lang gathered his strength and suddenly threw another punch. This punch was so powerful that it knocked the classmate high into the air. With a thud, the classmate fell heavily on the playground, raising a cloud of dust. Ning Lang flew over, stepped firmly on him, and said coldly, "You lose."
The classmate was lying on the playground. He looked up at Ning Lang and sighed helplessly. He obviously realized that his strength was far inferior to Ning Lang's, and continuing to fight would only lead to a more miserable end. The classmate had no choice but to say, "Okay, you win, congratulations on advancing." Ning Lang successfully advanced. Upon seeing this, the instructor who was observing the battle situation nearby immediately flew over and hung a gold chain around Ning Lang's neck, which symbolized his advancement. Ning Lang easily advanced to the first round. He directly withdrew from the core circle of the battle and came to the edge of the playground among the crowd of people who had advanced. Many people here have successfully advanced. They all stepped aside wearing gold chains and watched the people who were still fighting fiercely in the field. Soon, Ning Lang saw that Wang Xiaodiao had also successfully advanced. He was wearing a gold chain and walked towards Ning Lang with a smile on his face. Ning Lang was not surprised by this. After all, as an intelligence expert, it would be easy for Wang Xiaodiao to find someone weaker than him. At this time, Ning Lang saw Lin Xi and a girl fighting fiercely. Lin Xi used the sword controlling and chaotic slashing technique. The girl also held a long sword and her moves were quite exquisite. The two fought hard, which surprised Ning Lang a little. Lin Xi's opponent was actually quite strong and was able to exchange many moves with Lin Xi. It's a pity that this girl chose the wrong opponent and met the stronger Lin Xi. Otherwise, with her strength, it should be no problem for her to advance to the first round. But this situation is inevitable in this game. Such competition rules may seem a little unfair, but if you think about it carefully, it is understandable. Because this is the case in reality. You may encounter people who are stronger than you at any time. The key is whether you can quickly judge the other person's strength compared to your own. If you make a wrong judgment, you will most likely be defeated, seriously injured, or even lose your life. Therefore, collecting information and quickly judging the enemy's strength is a crucial matter. Soon, Lin Xi thrust out his sword with such force that he defeated the opponent. The opponent's face flushed red, and he was obviously unwilling to give up. After all, everyone who can be admitted to Jinghai University is a child of destiny, and it is inevitable that there is some arrogance in their hearts. But in the end, she was defeated by Lin Xi and was eliminated in the first round helplessly. After Lin Xi won, he also walked towards Ning Lang. Soon, Su Li also won and they were reunited again. Four people have successfully advanced, but the battle in the playground is still going on, and many people are still fighting fiercely. They looked at the core area of the playground and saw various weapons colliding continuously, swords and sabers flashing and shadows intertwined, various martial arts and fighting skills emerged one after another, and the shockwaves caused by them blasted deep pits one after another on the playground. They watched silently here. While watching, Ning Lang suddenly discovered a person. This person was Mo Ting from number 2 middle school. Ning Lang was surprised when he saw Mo Ting. He hadn't expected Mo Ting to apply to Jinghai University. Ning Lang not only saw Mo Ting, but also Ling Bai, Zheng Chanxian, Chen Zhen, Yi Feiyu and others. After all, they were among the top 10 or even the top 5 in the martial arts exam, so it was not surprising that they were admitted to Jinghai University. However, although they were acquaintances, Ning Lang did not have much interaction with them. They only had a brief encounter during the martial arts exam. Moreover, Ning Lang did not have a good relationship with them. After they were admitted to Jinghai University, Ning Lang did not want to have more communication with them. At this time, Ning Lang continued to observe the fierce battle on the playground attentively. His eyes quickly scanned the crowd. Suddenly, Ning Lang saw Emperor Beifan. Ning Lang had met him briefly at the school gate that day, so he recognized him at a glance. Ning Lang was full of curiosity and wanted to know what the skills of Emperor Beifan were. After all, there is a high possibility that we will have a head-on confrontation with him in future games. Ning Lang observed Emperor Beifan's every move with full concentration. However, this time the situation was not coincidental. Emperor Beifan was chosen as an opponent by a person who was not very powerful. The classmate launched round after round of fierce attacks, his moves were urgent and messy. But Emperor Beifan just dodged easily and never fought back. Ning Lang was confused and didn't understand why he did this. Was it because he was too lazy to take action, or what? Just when that classmate attacked again and revealed an obvious flaw.
Suddenly, a light flashed in Emperor Beifan's hand, and a dazzling lightsaber condensed.
The lightsaber was like a flash of lightning, directly across the classmate's neck.
The classmate turned pale with fright, his attacking movements froze instantly, and then he quickly admitted defeat in embarrassment. At this moment, not only the classmate was extremely shocked, but Ning Lang, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He was mainly surprised by the weapon in Emperor Beifan's hand. The weapon actually looked like a lightsaber formed from pure light. Ning Lang observed it carefully, but due to the distance and the rapid changes in the battle, he could not see the specific details of the weapon. Perhaps, I can only observe and study him closely when I fight him in the future.
At the same time,
while Ning Lang was watching Emperor Beifan's battle, the classmates around him who had already advanced also turned their eyes to Emperor Beifan. After all, although Emperor Beifan is low-key, he is famous.
As a person with SS-level talent, he is regarded by everyone as the strongest newcomer.
At this moment, seeing Emperor Beifan win easily, they were all shocked. That's the classmate known as the Northern Fan Emperor.
His strength is truly extraordinary. Someone else echoed, yeah, his weapon looks like a lightsaber.
Such a weapon looks so cool, and it must be extremely powerful. Someone else asked curiously, I've seen the Northern Fan Emperor. I heard there's also a Southern Yu Emperor.
I wonder who that Southern Yu Emperor is. What are his abilities?
Everyone was discussing it at once, full of curiosity about the strong man.
Chapter 60 Second Round, Team Battle.
When everyone saw Emperor Beifan take action, they immediately began to look for the figure of Emperor Nanyue with great interest. Unfortunately, the battle on the playground was in full swing at this time, and the situation was intense and chaotic. Everyone's eyes moved anxiously among the crowd, including Ning Lang, who looked with interest, but they were still unable to successfully find any trace of the king of Nanyue. As time went by, this first round of melee gradually came to an end.
There were a total of 1,200 students.
After a fierce competition, 600 successfully advanced, while the other 600 were ruthlessly eliminated. The faces of the qualifiers were filled with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, as they all knew that the next game would be even more difficult. The faces of those who were eliminated were filled with regret and loss.
However, they are not without hope.
After all, at Jinghai University, there will still be a new competition when students are in their sophomore year to re-evaluate everyone's strength level. This year is enough time for them to madly improve their strength in preparation for the war in the following year.
This is the extremely intense training atmosphere of Jinghai University.
The reason why the atmosphere of cultivation is so tense is that in recent years, ferocious beasts have become more and more rampant, and humans are facing unprecedented threats.
In order to protect the survival of mankind, we have to cultivate more powerful warriors.
With the end of the first round of melee. Soon, Principal Gao Changping's steady and powerful voice spread throughout the playground through the speakers. He called on everyone to be quiet again and line up again on the playground because the second round of the game was about to begin.
After all the students lined up again in the playground,
the rules of the competition were still announced by Vice Principal He. Classmates, first of all, congratulations to those who have successfully advanced to the second round. I also feel sorry for those who were eliminated in this round, but I hope you will not be discouraged and will continue to work hard to avenge your previous defeat and regain your glory in next year's competition.
Now I will announce the rules for the second round. Unlike the individual competition in the first round, this second round tests the ability to fight as a team.
Now, 600 people have successfully advanced to the second round.
You will need to form groups of 4.
There will be a total of 150 groups.
This round of competition will be more difficult to advance.
Only 60 groups will advance. Once these 60 groups advance, it means that they will directly enter the ranks of the intermediate class. There are 20 students in each class at Jinghai University, so there are 10 intermediate classes and 2 advanced classes, a total of 240 people, which is 60 groups of 4. As long as you successfully advance in this round, you will enter the intermediate class.
As Vice Principal He's voice fell, there was another uproar on the playground, with discussions rising one after another.
The students were discussing in a noisy environment. At this moment, Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Su Li and Wang Xiaodiu were standing together, and they couldn't help but start communicating with each other. 150 groups entered 60 groups, which is less than a 2-to-1 ratio. It is indeed more difficult to advance than the first round. Su Li analyzed seriously at this time. Yes, but the good news this time is that as long as you can advance in this round, you can at least enter the intermediate class. The resources you can get will be much better than the beginner class, and you can also have a single dormitory. Lin Xi said immediately, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. That's right, but this also means that the competition in this round will be very fierce. Those who succeed will enter the intermediate class, while those who fail will have to stay in the elementary class. Wang Xiaodiao also analyzed. At this time, Ning Lang suggested, since it's a group of 4, the 4 of us can form a group and there's no need to look for others. After Ning Lang finished speaking, Lin Xi, Su Li, and Wang Xiaodiu of course all agreed very much. The 4 of them have been getting along very well together over the past 2 days, and they have confidence in each other's abilities, so they have no objection to forming a team. At this time, Vice Principal He also said, I will give you 20 minutes. Please quickly find classmates to form teams of 4. After 20 minutes, I will declare the battle to begin immediately. If anyone still hasn't formed a team of 4 after the battle begins, then I can only say sorry. You can form a team with as many people as you find. After He finished speaking, it undoubtedly brought some pressure to many students again. They have to find the right teammates within those 20 minutes. This is undoubtedly a test of the social skills of many students. Although it seems a little unfair, from another perspective, it is also fair in another sense. Because in actual combat, everyone also needs to find reliable teammates, and this kind of social ability is also a manifestation of strength. Soon, everyone on the playground took action. They prioritize finding people they know and forming teams. After all, when people know each other, the desire to form a team is stronger. Otherwise, if you go to find someone you have no connection with and want to form a team with them, the invitation you send out will most likely be rejected, which will undoubtedly waste a lot of time. At the same time, for classmates you don't know, you obviously don't understand each other's strengths, and there will be big problems in cooperating with each other. In an instant, many people quickly formed teams of 4. They have gathered together and started to discuss the cooperation strategy for the next battle. Since Lin Xi and the other 3 had already formed a team, they were not in a hurry at this time. Instead, they quietly observed the others to see which teams were very strong, so as to avoid fighting with them too early. However, they still don't know the specific rules of the upcoming battle. 20 minutes passed in a flash. What surprised Ning Lang was that all 600 people at the scene were organized into teams of 4 within 20 minutes, and no one was left alone. Everyone's efficiency is still very fast. However, some people may not be able to form a group of 4 people at the last minute, so they can only hurriedly look for people who are alone to form a team. A team composed in this way will obviously be suspected of being a mob, and their combat effectiveness is very unstable. They may encounter a strong teammate, but they may also encounter a teammate who is a drag. The strength of this team is full of randomness. Undoubtedly, in this process, students with stronger social and intelligence abilities will have certain advantages. At this time, Vice Principal He has begun to announce the rules of this round of battle. Very good, students. Within 20 minutes you have all formed teams of 4. I am very satisfied with your performance. Now I will announce the rules for this round. 150 teams will advance to 60 groups. Our rule is that 3 teams will compete for 1 spot, and the first 50 teams to be elected will successfully advance. There are still 10 spots left. We will give the players in the losing groups a chance. Some strong players were dragged down by their teammates and failed to advance successfully, so we will give them a new chance and let the players in the losing groups reform teams to compete for the spots on the 10 resurrection teams. After that, Vice Principal He announced that the captains of each team would come on stage to draw lots to select the competing team. Chapter 61, encountered Fan Di and Mr. Lu's team. Among the 4 people including Ning Lang, the other 3 chose Ning Lang as the captain. This is because they all knew that Ning Lang was the strongest. Lin Xi and Su Li had witnessed Ning Lang's powerful strength with their own eyes, while Wang Xiaodiu understood Ning Lang's strength with sufficient intelligence. Ning Lang did not hesitate to be humble and took the responsibility of being the captain of the team, going on stage to draw lots on their behalf. The captains of many groups walked out from the crowd and went on stage to draw lots. On the stage, the principal had already prepared bamboo sticks for drawing lots, and each stick was clearly marked with a number. Every time 3 groups draw the same number, they will be divided together, and only one of the 3 groups can advance, and the other 2 groups will be eliminated directly. Of course, these eliminated groups still have another chance to fight for resurrection, but there is no doubt that fighting for the chance of resurrection is also extremely difficult and full of uncertainty. Many group leaders were extremely nervous at this time. They knew that they represented the upcoming fate of their group, and they all hoped to draw relatively weaker opponents so that their group could successfully advance and enter the intermediate class. The leaders of these groups draw lots one by one. Ning Lang took a look at the bamboo stick he drew and saw the number 8 written on it. As the results of the draw came out one after another, some tutors were taking notes carefully. Soon, the battle information of all teams was clearly displayed on a huge screen. Ning Lang returned to the playground with the bamboo stick. At this time, they all looked up at the big screen and saw that the information of the 3 groups that drew number 8 was displayed on the screen. One of the groups is naturally the 4 of Ning Lang. At this moment, they also turned their attention to the list of the second group. It turned out that the captain of the second group was the extremely powerful Marshal Do. Apart from him, the remaining 3 are Li Wei, Ma Yan, and Zhang Qianshan. At this moment, Ning Lang and others turned their eyes to the intelligence courier Wang Xiaodiao. Wang Xiaodiao also understood what his teammates meant by looking at them. He quickly analyzed, Marshal Do's innate class is S-rank Flywheel King. I've already introduced him to Ning Lang before. He's quite powerful, and he's clearly well deserved to be the captain. Also, I don't know much about Li Wei and Ma Yan, but their abilities are probably average.
As for Zhang Qianshan, she's from your MO city.
Ning Lang, Lin Xi, and Su Li naturally knew Zhang Qianshan very well. During the martial arts exam, Zhang Qianshan was in a group with Mo Teng.
Lin Xi couldn't help but ask curiously, isn't Zhang Qianshan Mo Teng's girlfriend? Why isn't she on the same team with Mo Teng? Su Li's intelligence skills were quite good, so she explained, haven't you heard yet?
Zhang Qianshan and Mo Teng broke up after the martial arts exam. Mo Teng was known for his frequent girlfriends, and Zhang Qianshan was a bit of a playboy, having changed boyfriends quite a bit. It was just a fleeting romance between the two of them, and they've long since parted ways.
After hearing Su Li's explanation, Ning Lang and Lin Xi suddenly understood what was going on.
However, these gossips were not important for the upcoming competition, so they continued to look at the third group. When they saw the third group, they were instantly shocked. Because they saw that the captain of the third group was Fan Di.
Oh my god, I didn't expect that we would meet Fan Di in the second round.
He is one of the best masters among our freshmen.
Wang Xiaodiao exclaimed in shock.
According to the intelligence he investigated, Emperor Beifan and Emperor Nanyue could be said to be the 2 top masters at the top of the freshman strength list.
Su Li frowned at this moment. Why are we so unlucky?
We met a master like Fan Di right at the start. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to advance in this round.
If things go wrong, we will have to compete in the resurrection match. Ning Lang actually felt a little bit of pressure.
Although he had never fought with Fan Di was of SS level strength, which was indeed the top among all the freshmen.
Ning Lang was not sure whether he could defeat Emperor Fan.
However, Ning Lang did not panic. He analyzed and said, although Fan Di is very powerful, we still have to see how his teammates are.
If his teammates are not strong enough, we still have a chance to win. Hearing this, the other 3 nodded. They saw the names of Fan Di's 3 teammates, namely Duan Ruotong, Zhang De and Lu Yu. Wang Xiaodiao immediately introduced, I won't tell you more about Fan Di's strength. Although Duan Ruotong is a girl, her strength should not be underestimated. She is also among the top 3 in their city. Duan Ruotong's innate profession is S-level Peach Blossom Sword Fairy. As for Zhang De and Lu Yu, their strength should be relatively average. Among the 4 of them, 2 teammates are not very strong. If we fight them with all our strength, we still have a chance of winning. At this moment, Lin Xi showed a hint of curiosity and asked, Fan Di is so powerful, why would he team up with these 3 people? It's understandable that he and Duan Ruotong would team up, but I don't know why they would bring 2 teammates with average strength. Wang Xiaodiao gazed up at the sky, thinking. He guessed, perhaps the 4 of them are from the same city and know each other. So even though 2 of them are average, Fan Di still brought them along. He must have been thinking about their hometown ties. And Fan Di must have been quite proud, thinking he could still advance with these 2. Ning Lang and his group were having a heated discussion. All the other students were also discussing enthusiastically, and each group was carefully observing their 2 opponents. After a period of buffering, Principal Gao Changpeng, standing on the podium,
picked up the microphone again and announced the upcoming competition. Students, please get ready. With each instructor acting as a referee, please have the three teams compete simultaneously. At the principal's command, countless instructors quickly went to find the three groups with the same numbers and led them to a venue for the competition. Countless groups were led by their instructors to various locations, forming one competition zone after another and starting to compete simultaneously. Ning Lang and his group were also led by a mentor to an open area. They also saw the two groups of Marshall Do and Fan D coming over. The three groups of 12 people all looked very solemn, because they all knew that the competition in the next round would be very fierce. There were strong people in all three groups, and they encountered each other unexpectedly. They have to try their best to have a chance of winning. Three groups of 12 people, led by their instructor, arrived at the open space. Wang Xiaodiao was the first to ask the instructor, "Hello, instructor. How should our three groups proceed in the competition? How should our three groups play?" The instructor who led them was a middle-aged man who looked very serious. He spoke meticulously and seriously. "Of course, it's a round-robin tournament. Which of your three groups is willing to go first? Anyway, to advance, we have to defeat the other two groups in a row." At this moment, Marshall Do suddenly raised his hand and said, "Teacher, our group is willing to take the lead in the battle." At this time, Ning Lang and Fan Di looked at each other. Emperor Fan looked indifferent, and obviously had no intention of competing for the first place. Ning Lang thought about it and decided that since they were going to fight anyway, he might as well take advantage of the current momentum and go into battle first. Anyway, we have to defeat the other two groups in a row to advance, so a battle is inevitable. Although latecomers have the advantage of being able to observe the skills and strengths of others, early movers also have their advantages. The advantage of being the first mover is that you have more momentum and can fully demonstrate your strength. On the contrary, if they develop later, after observing the strong strength of the other two groups, it will inevitably affect their own emotions and cause some fear. Thinking of this, Ning Lang raised his hand and said, "Teacher, we are also willing to take the lead in the battle." The instructor nodded silently, then said, "All right then, Marshall Do's team and Ning Lang's team, you two teams will go first. The winner will then go on to fight Marshall Fan's team." Fan D's real name is Fan Shui, so the tutor naturally wouldn't call him by his nickname, so he called him by his real name, Fan Shui. So Emperor Fan and his three companions stepped aside to watch the battle. In the open space, Ning Lang and his 4 men and Marshall Do and his 4 men were already standing in the center of the venue. Both sides are ready for a big battle. At this time, Ning Lang and the other 3 teammates said, "Marshall Zodo is the strongest in the opposing team, so I will deal with him." At this time, Lin Xi also said, "Zhang Shanshan and the other team is also very powerful. I will deal with her, and the rest will be handled by the 2 of you." Among the 4 of them, Wang Xiaodiao is the weakest because he is good at intelligence gathering and his combat ability can only be considered above average, which is not as good as Su Li. So when Ning Lang and Lin Xi took the lead in picking 2 powerful opponents, they both nodded in agreement. This way, they will have more chances of winning. Of course, this is a battle between groups after all. It will not be a one-on-one battle, and a melee is inevitable. But they first chose their target opponents, so that there would be some division of labor during the battle and the formation would not be in chaos. Following the instructor's whistle, a fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides. In an instant, a strong aura burst out from the 8 people on both sides. Suddenly, Marshall Do said in his accent, "I heard that you, Ning Lang, are the champion of Mo City and are very powerful. Today, I will have a good meeting with you to see who is stronger." Chapter 62 Ning Lang fights against Mr. Lu, the Flywheel King. Marshall Do, nicknamed Mr. Lu, activated his professional skills without hesitation as soon as he finished speaking. He quickly reached into the ring, and then 2 wheels appeared in his hands. Ning Lang was shocked when he saw this. Because when Ning Lang heard that Mr. Lu's innate profession was an S-level Flywheel King, the wheel he imagined in his mind was a flywheel in the shape of a weapon that was as sharp as a knife and full of lethality. However, the wheel that Mr. Lu took out was beyond his expectations. It was actually similar to the ordinary wheel on a bicycle. Ning Lang's eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief, and everyone else had almost the same shocked expression. "What? I didn't expect that? As an S-class Flywheel King, your wheels are actually bicycle wheels." Ning Lang couldn't help but blurt out, his face full of question marks. Mr. Lu snorted coldly, his hands tightly gripping the 2 wheels, his eyes piercing with coldness. "What? Are you looking down on my wheels? Today I'll show you my true abilities." After that, after the instructor blew a clear whistle, Mr. Lu rushed towards Ning Lang like lightning.
Take it. In an instant, Mr. Lu waved his arm, and a wheel was thrown towards Ning Lang like an arrow.
Ning Lang was also very curious and wanted to personally test the power of Mr. Lu's wheel. This weapon, which looks like a bicycle wheel, looks ordinary and does not seem to have much killing power. Ning Lang instantly condensed an ice sword with a flashing cold light in his hand, and slashed at the flying wheel without hesitation. In an instant, a fierce sword energy whizzed out and slashed straight forward. Ning Lang thought he could cut the wheel in half with one move. However, unexpectedly, the wheel was spinning at an astonishing speed. Ning Lang struck the wheel with his sword. Although he successfully knocked the wheel away, he failed to cut it in half as expected. From this we can see that although this wheel looks like an ordinary bicycle wheel on the surface, it is actually very likely to be specially made by Mr. Lu.
It seems to be made of some extremely strong alloy, and its power should not be underestimated.
Then, Mr. Lu threw the other wheel in his hand over quickly. Ning Lang once again decisively chopped it away with his ice sword. The power of wind and fire.
Bless!
In an instant, with a loud shout from Mr. Lu, his two wheels began to spin violently, creating an extremely powerful whirlwind. At the same time, raging flames began to burn on the two wheels, and that flame did not look like an ordinary flame. Ning Lang's ice sword slashed on the wheel. Normal flames could be extinguished by Ning Lang's ice sword, but the flames on Mr. Lu's wheel ignored the power of Ning Lang's ice sword.
In an instant, the two wheels turned into two burning rings of fire.
Under Mr. Lu's exquisite control, it continued to fly in the air, charging towards Ning Lang with great momentum. Ning Lang controlled the ice sword in his hand and used the flying sword technique to fight fiercely with Mr. Lu's two flywheels. At the same time, the other 6 people were instantly fighting in a group.
At this time, the 8 people were fighting one-on-one.
Ning Lang saw that the others were also fighting fiercely, and his 3 teammates were not at a disadvantage at the moment, so he no longer paid attention to other things and fought Mr. Lu with all his strength. Although Mr. Lu used 2 flywheels, he was unable to hurt Ning Lang at all.
Obviously, Mr. Lu has also witnessed Ning Lang's powerful strength. You really live up to the title of Maching City's #1 scholar. You do have some powerful skills, Mr. Lu said coldly at this time. Ning Lang responded bluntly, Mr. Lu, I've heard of your name and know that your strength is far greater than this. There's no need to hide our strength when we fight. Please show us your true strength. Okay, then you just watch. After Mr. Lu finished speaking, he took out more wheels from the ring again. 2 of the smaller wheels flew under Mr. Lu's feet like hot wheels, and he stepped on the 2 hot wheels. While the 2 larger wheels continued to attack Ning Lang, Mr. Lu summoned out 8 more wheels. These wheels had different shapes, some were big, some were small, and not all looked like the bicycle wheels. Some looked like motorcycle wheels, while others looked like car wheels. Some were thick, some were thin, and all were different. It feels as if Mr. Lu is not fighting, but showing off his rich collection, as if he is a car mechanic or a car dealer. In addition to the 2 hot wheels under his feet, there are 10 different wheels that are continuously rushing towards Ning Lang, attacking Ning Lang from all directions with extremely powerful power. Ning Lang also directly controlled 20 ice swords, exerted all his strength, and brought his sword-controlling chaotic slash to the extreme. The 20 ice swords and Mr. Lu's 10 wheels collided violently and continued to fight in the air. At this time, Ning Lang no longer held back. In addition to constantly blocking the flywheel attack from Mr. Lu, he also attacked Mr. Lu with his own ice sword. Several ice swords rushed towards Mr. Lu from different angles and directions from all directions, looking for his flaws and slashing him fiercely and ruthlessly. Protective wheel. In an instant, facing Ning Lang's ruthless attack, Mr. Lu once again displayed a new fighting skill. With his loud shout, a huge transparent wheel instantly flew to Mr. Lu's body and kept spinning around him, forming an indestructible defense like a golden bell. Ning Lang's ice swords slashed at the protective wheel one after another, but unexpectedly, they were all like hitting hard steel plates and could not break through his defense. In this situation, Mr. Lu couldn't help but become more confident when he saw how strong his defense was. He flew directly towards Ning Lang and attacked. He tried to rush towards Ning Lang and fight him. As he was getting closer to Ning Lang, Mr. Lu suddenly kicked hard with his foot, and the 2 hot wheels changed instantly, and countless hidden sharp blades appeared in them. The 2 hot wheels instantly transformed into 2 deadly weapons and rushed towards Ning Lang. Ning Lang hit one of the hot wheels with his sword, but he didn't expect that the 2 hot wheels under Mr. Lu's feet were so powerful that they actually knocked Ning Lang's flying sword away. Then he rushed towards Ning Lang again. At this moment, Ning Lang knew that he could no longer hold back. Like himself, he is the top student in their city. Mr. Lu's strength is obviously extraordinary. 1,000 Imperial Water Lotus. Ning Lang roared and activated his defensive skills.
In an instant, a huge lotus shape condensed like water formed around Ning Lang. Chapter 63. Ning Lang's strength explodes, and Mr. Lu suffers a tragic defeat. It keeps spinning like a beautiful flower in full bloom. Under the protection of the 1,000 Imperial Water Lotus, when the two wind fire wheels under Mr. Lu's feet rushed towards Ning Lang's 1,000 Imperial Water Lotus, they were directly blocked outside and could not break through Ning Lang's defense. The two hot wheels were like two huge electric saws, cutting Ning Lang's 1,000 Imperial Water Lotus madly and rubbing violently, trying to cut the 1,000 Imperial Water Lotus in half. However, the 1,000 Water Lotus was also constantly spinning, and the defensive force it generated was not something Mr. Lu's hot wheels could break through.
Mr. Lu, that's all your skills are, right? If that's the case, I'm going to defeat you.
Under the protection of the 1,000 Water Lotus, Ning Lang had begun to accumulate strength in the 1,000 Water Curtain, condensing a huge and violent fireball. The fireball became bigger and bigger, just like a fruit condensed in the 1,000 Water Lotus.
Take it, Mr. Lu.
In an instant, the direction of the 1,000 Imperial Water Lotus around Ning Lang changed from an upward direction to a slanted direction.
It moved with Ning Lang's figure and rushed towards Mr. Lu.
Ning Lang pushed the huge fireball in his hand with all his strength in front of him, and it collided violently with Mr. Lu. What a powerful fireball technique!
Ning Lang, what kind of talent do you have?
Why are your skills so varied? Faced with Ning Lang's powerful attack, Mr. Lu wanted to dodge, but his body movement speed was no match for Ning Lang's flying speed.
So he couldn't avoid it at all.
He was directly hit by this powerful and huge fireball. In that instant, Mr. Lu had no choice but to maximize the power of his defensive skill, the protective wheel. A huge protective wheel that looked like a golden bell was spinning violently around him. However, facing the extremely powerful fireball technique, when the fireball hit his defensive wheel, Mr. Lu was instantly blown away.
Although Mr. Lu's protective wheel was not shattered by the ferocious fireball, the strong impact directly knocked Mr. Lu's body away.
Despite the protection of the protective wheel, Mr. Lu still flew directly into the sky and then fell heavily. His breathing was disordered by the strong shock wave. Mr. Lu was directly blown out of the range of this battle group. Taking this opportunity, Ning Lang quickly looked at the battle situation of his three teammates. At this time, Lin Xi was fighting with Zhang Shanshan. At the beginning, the battle between Lin Xi and Zhang Shanshan was extremely fierce, and the two had fought for countless rounds. When the battle reached its most intense point, Lin Xi directly used the Snow Shadow instant kill sword that he had just learned. In an instant, his figure turned into several white lights and rushed directly towards Zhang Shanshan. Although Zhang Shanshan felt extreme danger at this moment, she used the protective light shield. However, facing Lin Xi's strong impact, her protective light shield was actually cut apart with a crackling sound. In an instant, countless sword shadows continuously attacked Zhang Shanshan's body, and the sword energy cut through Zhang Shanshan's defense. Some tiny wounds had been cut on her body by the sharp sword energy.
Lin Xi, stop fighting. I give up.
Before the final blow of Lin Zixuang's instant kill sword was completed, Zhang Shanshan hurriedly begged for mercy. She was actually wise, because during the martial arts exam, Zhang Shanshan had already met Lin Xi and fought with Lin Xi. She knew that her strength was no match for Lin Xi. She had been holding on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that after a summer of training, her strength had improved a lot, and she might be able to compete with Lin Xi. However, she didn't expect that Lin Xi had learned a super S-level skill, the Snow Shadow instant kill sword. Under the power of the Snow Shadow instant kill sword, she knew very well that she was no match for Lin Xi. So when she was about to be beaten by Lin Xi, she decisively begged for mercy and admitted defeat. At this time, Ning Lang looked at the other two players in Mr. Lu's team, namely Li Wei and Mai Yan. These two people were originally weak and were considered mediocre freshmen. One of them was beaten up by Su Li and had no power to fight back.
The other one was actually no match for Wang Xiaodiao and was completely suppressed by Wang Xiaodiao.
The two of them also gained the upper hand directly and should win soon. At this time, Ning Lang originally wanted to help them, but after looking at the battle situation, he felt that it was unnecessary because his teammates did have the advantage. The most difficult opponent in their group was actually Mr. Lu, and Mr. Lu had been blown away by one of his own fireballs. However, Mr. Lu seems to still have the strength to fight. After being blown away, he quickly flew back on his hot wheels. At this time, because Zhang Shanshan had already admitted defeat, Lin Xi flew directly to Ning Lang's side. Ning Lang, let me help you.
Ning Lang did not refuse.
Although he was confident that he had the strength to defeat Mr. Lu, since Lin Xi had already stepped forward to help, there was no need for him to refuse his teammates' kindness. After all, they still need to save some energy to deal with the more difficult to deal with Fan D's group later. So Ning Lang said, "Okay, let's work together to fight Mr. Lu." In an instant, when Mr. Lu flew over, he didn't expect to be greeted with an even more fierce attack. Ning Lang instantly used the sword controlling Chaos Slash, unleashing a powerful sword force. In an instant, Lin Xi once again used the Snow Shadow instant kill sword. He did not use it completely when he attacked Zhang Qianqian just now, so at this moment he felt like releasing his Snow Shadow instant kill sword completely and freely. In an instant, Ning Lang's countless sword shadows and Lin Xi's countless snow shadows rushed towards Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu used 10 flywheels, 2 hot wind wheels to continuously resist, and his protective wheels to defend with all his strength. However, in this situation, he still couldn't stop Ning Lang and Lin Xi from joining forces. After all, the combined strength of the two of them is simply too powerful. In this critical situation, Mr. Lu had no choice but to protect all his flywheels in front of himself, and then continued to retreat backwards. He retreated quickly, but despite this, his countless flywheels were all chopped off, and his body was still hit by several swords, leaving countless small wounds. This was also because Lin Xi and Ning Lang were holding back and did not exert their full strength, otherwise they would have seriously injured him. Mr. Lu had just flown back when Lin Xi and Ning Lang used their combined strength to chop him down and send him flying. After suffering countless attacks, Mr. Lu fell heavily to the ground, his body covered in blood. He lay on the ground and saw that the other 3 teammates were all defeated. He knew that his team was doomed and there was no need to force it anymore. "I give up." Mr. Lu decisively admitted defeat. He had already decided to accumulate strength to prepare for the resurrection match. At this time, the instructor immediately blew the whistle and announced the end of the competition. Ning Lang's team won, Do Yuanchui's team lost, and the first stage of the competition is over. Chapter 64, Fan D's Lightsaber, Duan Ruodong's Peach Blossom Sword, A Big Battle. With Mr. Lu's team admitting defeat, the first stage of the competition among the 3 teams came to an end. Mr. Lu and 4 others dragged their injured bodies back to the venue and watched the fight. Since they all suffered some minor injuries in the previous battle, the 4 of them hurriedly took the time to do some simple treatment and took the opportunity to have a good rest in preparation for the next possible battle. After all, this is a competition, all students will restrain themselves and will not really use their killer moves just to win. If you really encounter a student who is ignorant of life and death and has no sense of proportion, and he really uses a killing move in a fight, causing some students to face life and death danger, the mentor who is the referee will immediately take action to stop him. At this moment, before anyone could think, the instructor's voice rang out again, announcing, "Next, it's Ning Lang's group versus Fan Shuai's group." Mr. Lu was watching the match from the sidelines. He and 3 other teammates, including Zhang Qianqian, said silently, "Ning Lang's strength is truly beyond my imagination. I didn't expect him to be so strong. I'm convinced that I lost this match. It's not just that I'm not as strong as him, but I was also too proud. This kind of blow may also be a spur to me." Zhang Qianqian looked at Mr. Lu and said, "Mr. Lu, you don't have to blame yourself. Lin Xi and Ning Lang are the top masters in Mo City. I once fought against them during the martial arts exam. I know their strength well. They are indeed very strong. We lost this time because of bad luck. We ran into them right at the start." Mr. Lu nodded. "Okay, but we still have to prepare well. If Ning Lang is defeated by Fan Shuai and his team, we will still have another match against Fan Shuai. After all, the rules of the competition require one team to defeat the other 2 teams to advance. If we are lucky enough to defeat Fan Shuai and his team, we still have a chance to continue playing another round." What Mr. Lu mentioned is a special situation of cyclical victory, that is, the 3 teams formed a chain of suppression. In this case, the game will have to be restarted until one team defeats the other 2 teams consecutively. The other 3 teammates also nodded in agreement. They did not want to give up hope. After all, if you advance, you can directly enter the intermediate class, but if you fail, it is equivalent to being eliminated. Although there is still a resurrection match, the hope of the resurrection match will be even slimmer because the probability of advancing in the resurrection match is too low. At this moment, Ning Lang's group and Fan Shuai's group were already standing in the center of the field, quietly waiting for the instructor to blow the whistle. Before the instructor blew the whistle, Emperor Fan said coldly, "Ning Lang, after watching you fight just now, I found that your strength is beyond my imagination. I originally thought I would defeat you effortlessly, but now it seems that it will take some effort." After Emperor Fan finished speaking, Duan Ruodong beside him said, "General Fan, don't be too proud.
Although you are very strong, the opponent is not weak either.
We still need to give it our all. The relationship between Fan Di and Duan Ruodong seems to be very close. From their eye contact and subtle movements, it can be seen that they are very likely a couple. After hearing Duan Ruodong's words, Emperor Fan was also very receptive. He immediately changed the subject and said, "Okay, then I will definitely take them seriously and I will definitely lead everyone to advance." The other two teammates beside Fan Di also expressed their gratitude to Fan Di and said, "Thank you very much, Fan Di. After this round, we can enter the intermediate class." At this time, Ning Lang snorted coldly. He said unconvincingly, "Emperor Fan, you really don't take us seriously. I have indeed heard about your strength. You are very strong, but those are just rumors. I have wanted to spar with you for a long time. Now that we meet, let me experience your true strength. Who will win is still unknown." Ning Lang said this actually to cheer up his teammates and not let them be scared by Fan Di's reputation. Sure enough, after Ning Lang finished speaking, a competitive light suddenly burst out in the eyes of Lin Xi, Su Li, and Wang Xiaodiao. They were eager to fight with Fan Di to see whose team was stronger. At this point, the instructor blew his whistle. With a whistle, a gorgeous lightsaber instantly appeared in Emperor Fan's hand. The light was so bright and dazzling that it looked like an extremely powerful and mysterious weapon, which made people look at it sideways. A peach blossom branch appeared in Duan Ruodong's hand. Her weapon surprised everyone who saw it. They had never seen anyone use such a strange weapon in battle. But then, Duan Ruodong pulled out a sharp sword from the peach blossom branch. The blade flashed with cold light, and everyone suddenly realized that the peach blossom branch was just a unique appearance of her sword. In fact, this is not an ordinary peach branch, but a sharp sword. The name of this sword is Peach Blossom Sword. The other two teammates in Fan Di's team also took out their different weapons. One of them was using a long sword with a broad and thick blade, exuding a mighty aura. The other one wielded two daggers, which danced flexibly in his hands, flashing with cold light. Ning Lang and the other three were not polite at all and showed their weapons one after another. There is no need to explain much about the weapons of Ning Lang, Lin Xi, and Su Li, but Wang Xiaodiao's weapon is an iron ruler. The set of measuring methods he practiced is called millimeter measuring method. The characteristic of this set of rulers is that it emphasizes precision. Combining Wang Xiaodiao's S-level intelligence professional talent, he collected information about his opponent and learned about his opponent's skills. Then, he could use the millimeter ruler method to accurately restrain the enemy's combat skills and form a kind of suppression. This millimeter ruler method is also very useful when dealing with ferocious beasts. After fully understanding the characteristics and attack methods of the ferocious beasts, Wang Xiaodiao can use precise combat skills to kill the beasts. Ning Lang is the strongest among the opponents. I will deal with him. Emperor Fan said coldly, and before he finished speaking, he moved like lightning and rushed directly towards Ning Lang. Although Ning Lang saw Emperor Fan take action, he only saw him strike out with one sword. Therefore, Ning Lang still knew nothing about the true skills of Fan Di, who was known as the SS-level Sword Immortal, and what his unique strengths were. At this moment, the only thing we can do is fight and explore at the same time. At this time, Duan Ruodong was not willing to be outdone. It was obvious that she was also a top-notch master. She aimed directly at Lin Xi and said, "Lin Xi, we are both girls. Let's compete today to see who is stronger." Hearing this, Lin Xi sneered and said, "Great. It's been a long time since I've encountered a strong opponent who can give me a good fight." After the two of them finished speaking briefly, their figures flashed and instantly turned into two streams of light, rushing directly towards each other. Su Li and Wang Xiaodiao did not hesitate at all. They quickly chose an opponent each, rushed over without hesitation, and started a fierce battle. They both understood that the remaining two opponents were relatively weak. So he thought to himself that he must defeat it quickly, and then free up his hands to help Ning Lang and Lin Xi. Fan Di and Duan Ruodong are both very powerful. If they join the battle together, they will have a greater chance of defeating the opponent. Boom! Chapter 65, Emperor Fan's Astonishing Strength, Drawing the Power of Heaven and Earth. Moment. Emperor Fan was already rushing towards Ning Lang. His figure was like lightning. A sword, also accompanied by a flash of lightning, slashed towards Ning Lang. This sword is as powerful as thunder. This sword is extremely powerful. As he rushed forward, the sword in his hand flashed with dazzling light. A dazzling lightning bolt was tightly wrapped around the sword, and it slashed towards Ning Lang fiercely with an endless breath of destruction. This sword seemed like a punishment from God, ready to crush everything under its sharp edge. Ning Lang saw this shocking sword from afar, and his face instantly became extremely solemn, as if covered by a thick layer of frost. His heart began to beat violently, and an unprecedented sense of heavy oppression came over him like a surging wave. He realized that the opponent before him was most likely the most powerful and terrifying enemy he had ever encountered in his fighting career. It was because the sword in Emperor Fan's hand could magically draw upon the power of thunder and lightning from heaven and earth. His sword has transcended the mundane realm and reached a profound level that connects with heaven and earth. Being able to use the mysterious energy hidden between heaven and earth for one's own benefit, this ability far surpasses those of ordinary warriors who simply rely on killing ferocious beasts and absorbing their essence and blood to improve their own strength. During this summer vacation, Ning Lang read many books and gained a better knowledge and understanding of the world. He gradually gained insight into why the world had undergone such drastic changes, why those ferocious beasts had undergone all kinds of strange mutations, and why humans were able to awaken and become warriors with extraordinary powers. The root of this lies in the strange energy that was mysteriously born between heaven and earth. This energy is so mysterious that even the top scientists in the scientific community have racked their brains but have been unable to come up with a satisfactory and exact explanation.
Its existence is like a bottomless mystery.
In this world, people have given this strange energy a specific name: aura. People call this huge change at the world level the revival of spiritual energy. Of course, all these names are just codes created to facilitate communication. Emperor Fan has successfully entered a high realm where he can freely control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, leaving ordinary warriors far behind. By killing ferocious beasts and absorbing their essence and blood to enhance one's own strength, one can gradually reach the realm of mastering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this is a world of difference compared to directly communicating and integrating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Only those extremely talented and powerful people possess this magical ability to directly resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and use it for their own benefit.
In an instant, Ning Lang's thoughts flashed like lightning, and he understood everything in an instant.
Without hesitation, he instantly controlled his 20 ice swords, concentrating his mind and moving his heart as he pleased. The 20 ice swords instantly merged into an extremely huge ice sword that exuded a biting cold air. He gripped the hilt of the giant ice sword tightly with both hands and swung it hard to meet Fan Di's fatal sword that carried the force of thunder. However, the thunder power contained in Emperor Fan's sword was too strong and too violent. At the moment when the two collided violently, the sky and the earth seemed to be split apart by a thunder, and a deafening roar that seemed to be able to tear the soul apart was heard. A brilliant and dazzling light that was impossible to look directly at suddenly appeared. An extremely strong shock wave that seemed to be able to destroy everything instantly centered on the two of them and swept out in all directions like a raging tsunami. Everyone in the audience was instantly shocked by the violent shock wave and their blood was boiling.
Some people were directly knocked back 5 steps.
Even the people who were fighting fiercely in other areas were severely shaken by this extremely powerful shock wave, and their bodies were involuntarily pushed back a little. He staggered and almost lost his balance. The other 6 people in the two teams were also shocked when they saw this thrilling scene, with deep shock written all over their faces. Lin Xi's expression was solemn, his almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment.
He couldn't help but exclaim, "What? This Emperor Fan's strength is so terrifying." With just a seemingly casual sword strike, he forced Ning Lang into a desperate situation where he had to give it his all.
Ning Lang's 20 ice swords combined into one attack could only barely withstand this Emperor Fan's thundering sword strike.
This Emperor Fan's strength is truly terrifying to the extreme.
Although Lin Xi had imagined Emperor Fan to be quite powerful before the battle, after witnessing the thrilling battle scene with her own eyes, she was shocked to find that her previous imagination and estimation of Emperor Fan's strength were still too conservative and underestimated. Even Duan Ruotong, who was fighting fiercely with Lin Xi, turned pale and her expression changed suddenly. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared blankly at Fan Di's astonishing figure. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "I didn't expect that in just one summer break, Brother Fan's strength would have made such an astonishing leap forward." Thinking of this, the expression on Duan Ruotong's beautiful face gradually changed from initial astonishment to a happy smile. Because she realized that Emperor Fan displayed such powerful and unmatched strength. Then their group's hopes of advancing in this fierce competition will be greatly increased.
Duan Ruotong felt a surge of joy at the thought that they would soon have the opportunity to enter the intermediate class.
The other two teammates were also shocked by the powerful strength displayed by Fan Di. But soon, they were also infected by the hope of advancing, and showed expressions of excitement and anticipation. Along with this earth-shattering and powerful blow, Ning Lang instantly felt a powerful recoil force, which quickly transmitted to his arm along the ice sword in his hand, and then spread to his whole body in an instant like an electric current. A sudden numbness and severe pain suddenly struck his arm. Although he was controlling the sword through the air, there was a close connection between the sword and his arm. When his 20 ice swords were hit so violently, the powerful impact force passed through this mysterious connection and hit his arms so hard that his arms began to tremble slightly uncontrollably.
Ning Lang's expression turned extremely ugly at this moment. He never imagined that Emperor Fan's strength would be so terrifying.
You know, even if Emperor Fan has SS level talent, I clearly have the more rare and powerful SSS level talent, and my talent level far exceeds Emperor Fan's. However, the swordsmanship displayed by Emperor Fan at this moment was so superb and powerful that it was beyond his imagination and expectations. In this suffocating intense atmosphere, Ning Lang couldn't help but ask loudly, "Emperor Fan, your strength is indeed astonishing.
But as far as I know, isn't your talent that of a philosophical sword immortal? Why does your sword technique contain such powerful lightning power? You are not a thunder and lightning sword immortal." After Ning Lang asked this question, a confident smile instantly appeared on Fan Di's face. Immediately afterwards, his body flew into the air like a light bird. What was shocking was that he was able to float steadily in the air, as if he had broken free from the constraints of gravity. He opened his arms, his right hand tightly gripping the sharp sword that was still flashing with the dazzling light of thunder. His clothes fluttered in the strong wind, and his whole body exuded a mysterious aura that was otherworldly and ethereal. Emperor Fan's confident voice slowly rang out, "Ha, the power of thunder and lightning is just one of the forces of heaven and earth that I can control. I am the philosophical sword immortal. Ask the heavens, how long is life? Ask the universe, what is humanity? My swordsmanship can directly connect with heaven and earth, leveraging their power for my own benefit. Utilizing the power of thunder and lightning is a piece of cake for me." As he spoke, the sharp sword in Emperor Fan's hand, which was flashing with lightning, suddenly flashed with light and miraculously condensed an extremely powerful icy force. Obviously, after seeing Ning Lang's performance of the ice sword technique, he intended to show off his more powerful and advanced strength in front of Ning Lang. Then, strands of crystal clear ice instantly condensed on his sword. "Ning Lang, you can master the art of ice sword, and so can I. Now let's compare and see whose ice sword is more powerful and invincible." After saying this, Emperor Fan immediately grasped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands. A dazzling ice sword, carrying endless murderous intent and icy coldness, slashed towards Ning Lang swiftly. At the same time, a massive cone of ice shot towards Ning Lang, carrying an extremely cold aura as it approached him at a frightening speed. Instantly, Ning Lang felt as if the air around him had frozen, the extreme cold piercing his body like he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old icy cave. He seemed to have a terrible feeling that his body was about to be completely frozen and unable to move, and the blood in his limbs seemed to have solidified. "Careful!" At this critical moment, Lin Xi's concerned cry rang out. She clearly saw that the huge ice cone cast by Emperor Fan, with the momentum to destroy everything, was about to hit Ning Lang's body hard. If Ning Lang really suffered this heavy blow, he would probably be seriously injured in an instant, or even in danger of his life. In an instant, Lin Xi controlled his 10 flying swords without hesitation. The flying swords dispersed in an instant, then quickly intertwined and rotated with each other, forming a solid and mysterious defensive sword formation. The sword formation flashed with dazzling light and instantly blocked Ning Lang's way to stop the huge ice cone that was flying towards him from Emperor Fan. At this moment, Ning Lang finally recovered from his extreme shock and coldness. He took a deep breath, mobilized all the strength in his body, and instantly displayed the skill of controlling the wind. His body was like a light feather, flashing from its original position in an instant, cleverly avoiding the frontal impact of the ice cone. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and a huge and blazing fireball gradually took shape between his hands. The huge fireball emitted rolling heat waves, instantly dispelling the extreme coldness in his body that almost froze him. Moreover, as he continued to inject power, the fireball in his hand became bigger and hotter. Ning Lang seized the opportunity and instantly blasted the huge fireball in his hand towards Emperor Fan in the air. Emperor Fan was also slightly surprised when he saw the fireball technique that Ning Lang performed. A brief flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and confidence. He did not panic, and instantly grasped the sword containing the power of lightning and ice in his hand again. There was a flash of cold light, and he swung his sword, accurately hitting the huge fireball that Ning Lang was bombarding. The huge fireball exploded instantly under Emperor Fan's sword, turning into countless sparks flying everywhere. Emperor Fan snorted coldly and said, "Ning Lang,
your strength is beyond my expectation.
Not only can you control the ice sword, but you can also condense a huge fireball. Can you also communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?
Facing a strong man like you, I must end the battle quickly.
Feel my full strength.
After Emperor Fan finished speaking, he attacked again in an instant. He had already felt that Ning Lang's strength should not be underestimated, and he also followed Duan Ruotong's advice not to underestimate the enemy, so he did not give Ning Lang more breathing space and did not allow Ning Lang to use his other skills to attack him.
In an instant, Emperor Fan had already used his ultimate move.
Chapter 66, The Ultimate Move of the Philosophical Swordsman Fan D, The Field of Philosophy.
This space instantly became Emperor Fan's domain.
In this domain, the scene changed instantly, and Ning Lang was directly pulled into this domain by Emperor Fan. What others saw at this moment was completely different from what Ning Lang saw at this moment. It can be said that Emperor Fan directly created an illusion and pulled him and Ning Lang into it. In this fantasy world, Emperor Fan is the absolute king of this space. The others were shocked, because they could no longer see Fan D and Ning Lang in an instant. Lin Xi, Su Li, and Wang Xiudiao all asked in shock, "What's going on?
Where's Ning Lang run?" Yeah, then Emperor Fan is gone too. How could the two of them disappear in an instant? What's going on? What kind of skill is this? What kind of genius is Emperor Fan? How could his skills be so terrifying?
Aside from Duan Ruotong, the other two teammates of Fan D were also confused.
They couldn't help but ask, "Yeah, what's going on? Why did Fan D and Ning Lang disappear at the same time? Where did they go?" Duan Ruotong knew Fan D best, so she wasn't panicking at the moment.
She explained to her two teammates, "Don't worry.
Fan D has created an illusion and pulled Ning Lang in.
They'll now be engaged in a one-on-one battle within this illusion. In this illusion, Fan D is the absolute king.
Don't worry, he'll definitely defeat Ning Lang." In the illusion,
Ning Lang suddenly saw everything around him change instantly. At this moment, he was actually standing on a shallow body of water. The water was extremely clear, and the floor under the water was like glass. The surroundings were white and there was nothing.
Ning Lang was suddenly shocked.
He was shocked by Fan D's powerful skills. During the martial arts exam, he had seen the skills of the sea god Su Wen, who could transform the surrounding environment into the seawater and attract countless seawater to change the space. However, Emperor Fan's skills are even more terrifying. Not only can he change the place where he is, but even the surrounding environment has been changed by him, and it is all invisible. Ning Lang looked around nervously and asked loudly, "Emperor Fan, this must be your skill.
Where are you? Where are you? Come out. What kind of bullshit skill is this? Why did it change this entire space?" Ha 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 ha. A long laugh sounded in Ning Lang's ears. Suddenly, it seemed as if a mirror broke in the air, and the figure of Emperor Fan flew out from it.
At this moment, a strong light emanated from Emperor Fan's body, and a huge circular light and shadow appeared behind him. It was as if Emperor Fan was no longer a mortal, but a god. Emperor Fan's voice rang out, "Ning Lang, the fact that you've witnessed this skill of mine shows that I value you very much. This is my most powerful move, and it's also my innate skill. My core skill is the Je Sword Immortal. The core of my Je Sword Immortal lies in the sword, and also in Je, which means philosophy. In this realm, I have transformed the surrounding landscape, discarding all worldly distractions. Here, we will not only compete with swords, but also with our inner understanding of everything in the world. We will have a good philosophical exchange here." Ning Lang was shocked when he heard this. "I just think this is all absurd and outrageous." He cursed, "Emperor Fan, aren't your skills too bizarre? If you want to fight, then fight. Why discuss philosophy with me? Just because I can win a philosophical debate with you, does that mean I can defeat you?" Unexpectedly, Emperor Fan responded calmly, "That's right, as long as your thoughts are profound enough, as long as your understanding of everything in the universe is profound enough, then you will be able to comprehend the strongest power, and naturally you will be able to use this power to defeat me. On the contrary, if you have never considered anything in the universe, and your understanding of the world is merely mundane and ignorant, then you will naturally be unable to utilize the power of the universe. Of course, you will be completely defeated by me in this realm, and there will be no chance of recovery." Ning Lang looked around blankly. He had thought that he would have a fierce battle with Emperor Fan, but he didn't expect that in the end, what would be fought was not fighting strength, but the realm of thought. However, Ning Lang was not worried, because in his original world, Ning Lang was also a philosophy lover.
He usually thinks about philosophy and life constantly.
So if it was a competition of philosophy, he felt that he could compete with it.
Very good, since you want to compete, let's compete in the realm of thought. Let me see what realm you have reached. Ning Lang said, ready.
At this time, Emperor Fan no longer hesitated. He directly asked an important question. Ning Lang, you have also seen that everything in the world can be changed by me.
So do you think everything in the world is really real? Is the world real, or is this illusion real? Or is it that both are false, and the world is just an illusion set up by humans or gods? Emperor Fan asked this fatal question.
In an instant, Ning Lang smiled faintly after hearing this question. Because he often thinks about life, he is not unfamiliar with such questions. Faced with such a question, he slowly replied, of course the world is an illusion.
Oh, then could you elaborate on why you think so? Emperor Fan asked curiously.
In fact, he rarely used his ultimate move to pull people into the illusion, but he had used it several times in his battles. However, in those times, no one would answer like Ning Lang. They all believed that the world was real and the illusion was unreal. And without exception, they were all defeated by Emperor Fan. But Ning Lang's answer was so surprising. His words are challenging everyone's inherent cognition. Then, Ning Lang began to explain.
He said clearly. The reason why we say the world is an illusion is that we might as well look at everything in the world from its essence.
You know, our understanding of the world comes from our 5 senses.
But are there no limits to what our 5 senses can do?
The world we see is in color, but the world dogs see is in black and white.
We humans can't hear ultrasound, but some animals can. So, is the world in color or black and white? Is the sound of ultrasound loud or soft? Is the world quiet or noisy? Can we truly understand the true face of the world? In fact, there is no doubt that we cannot do it at all.
What we see is merely a distortion of the image presented by our 5 senses. The rainbow of colors we see are essentially just different wavelengths of light, and the sounds we hear are essentially just different frequencies of air vibration.
So, is it the different wavelengths of light that are the essence of the world, or is it the rainbow of colors that are the essence of the world?
Chapter 67, Discussion on the Nature of the World. Emperor Fan was shocked. Ning Lang slowly expressed his views. After hearing his words, Emperor Fan nodded with deep appreciation.
Very good, Ning Lang.
I didn't expect that you are not only very powerful, but also have a level of understanding of the world and a level of thinking that far surpasses that of ordinary people.
This is truly admirable.
After hearing Emperor Fan's praise, Ning Lang immediately expressed a sense of joy towards Emperor Fan, as if he had met a close friend. However, Ning Lang also knew that what he had just said was only an introduction to the realm of thought, and was far from a profound realm. He also knew that Emperor Fan's ideological realm must be far above this level.
This is not enough to defeat Emperor Fan.
Emperor Fan, it seems that you and I have quite similar views, but as a philosophical sort immortal, your realm of thought must be more profound, and your understanding of this world must be even deeper.
Ha ha ha.
Emperor Fan laughed loudly, and his laughter echoed in this illusory space.
He then raised a further question.
Ning Lang, since you say the world is an illusion, and the illusion I created is even more of an illusion, then how do you distinguish the difference between the illusion of the world and my illusion?
If you say the world is an illusion, then do you mean that the world and the illusion I created are the same? But the illusion I created can be broken with a flick of the finger and will turn into nothingness in an instant, but what about the world? Do you think the world will turn into nothingness? Why is it always so fixed and unchanging? Emperor Fan's eyes were full of inquiry.
Facing this more profound question raised by Emperor Fan. After listening to this, Ning Lang smiled as if he had seen through the world. Because he had thought about this question seriously before, but at this moment he did not want to answer directly, so he asked instead.
Emperor Fan, you asked a very good question.
I have my own opinion on this issue, but I would like to know more about your perspective on this issue.
I want to understand your level of thinking.
Ning Lang's words surprised Fan Di a little.
He didn't expect Ning Lang to throw the question back to him.
In fact, Fan Di has been thinking about this question, but he has not come up with a definite answer.
It still seems like a mystery. Very good, you want to hear my opinion. I can tell you what I think about this problem, but unfortunately I haven't figured out the answer yet, so I can't give you a complete answer. I can only tell you what I've thought about. Emperor Fan's expression turned serious. That's enough, Emperor Fan. Tell me what you think.
Then, Emperor Fan began to talk about his thoughts on this issue.
Ning Lang, the more important question is actually the question itself. Think about it, what is the core meaning of the question I raised? This world is an illusion, but why is it so solid? You mentioned that we see the appearance of the world through the distortion of the world, or we see a shadow of the real world, but why can all of us construct the same shadow world together? Needless to say, this is because all of us perceive the same distorted shadow of the world through the same five senses. This shadow appears the same to all of us humans. Therefore, in our consciousness, this shadow world represents the real world. You're right to say this shadow world is an illusion, but is the real world behind this shadow also an illusion? What properties does the real world have? Emperor Fan's voice echoed in this space, filled with deep thought. It can be seen that Emperor Fan is worthy of being called the philosophical sword immortal, and his thinking has gone very far. This path of philosophical thinking is a very lonely one. He longs to communicate and hear other people's thoughts and insights. Hiss. Emperor Fan, I didn't expect your thoughts to be this deep. If you want to discuss what the real world is like and what its properties are, the answer I can give you is just 3 words: unknowable. Ning Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Emperor Fan and spoke slowly. What, unknowable? Emperor Fan had a puzzled look on his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's right. This real world, what does it look like? Is it stable? What are its properties? Even all the dimensions used to describe it, all of these are unknown to us. Because this world may be 100%, but the information we get from distorting it through our 5 senses may only be 1%. In other words, the information we get is just the tip of the iceberg of this real world, and it is the information distorted by our 5 senses. Of course, this 1% is just a random guess, it could also be 1/10,000 or even 1/100 million. We want to use this tiny amount of information to infer what the real world is like. Isn't this just looking at the sky from the bottom of a well? What kind of answer can we get? How absurd will our answer be? Every word Ning Lang spoke struck Fan Di's heart hard. What an unknowable thing. What an unknowable thing. Ning Lang, although you didn't give the answer to this question, you also gave the answer to this question. Unknowable. Unknowable. After hearing Ning Lang's insights, Emperor Fan instantly fell into a state of joy as if he had finally realized the answer. He kept muttering these 3 words throughout his body: unknowable. It seemed like one of his wishes had finally been fulfilled. However, the answer to this question obviously does not explain everything, but instead blocks everything. It's like you want to see clearly what's behind a high mountain, so you try hard to climb the mountain, but suddenly one day, you find that the mountain has no end and you will never be able to climb over it. What a despair and powerlessness this is. Thinking of this, Emperor Fan's initial joy gradually turned into a deep despair. So this world is fundamentally incomprehensible. Then, what's the point of all my philosophical contemplation of this world? Is it all in vain? Emperor Fan's eyes became confused and empty, as if he had lost his soul. He was defeated. This is not even a defeat, but a crushing. He felt a deep sense of loss. At this moment, Ning Lang suddenly came up with another new idea. He continued, Emperor Fan, besides this rationalist speculation, there is another possibility regarding the nature of the world. That is, everything in the world is an illusion in our minds. The entire world, including all the people in it, is an illusion from our hearts. In other words, apart from our hearts, everything in the world is illusory. This view is idealism. Chapter 68. Ning Lang successfully advanced to the intermediate class. Idealists? Emperor Fan had just been shocked by Ning Lang's previous realm of thought, but he didn't expect that Ning Lang had another kind of thought. He was immediately shocked again by Ning Lang's idealism. His entire mind had suffered a huge shock and he fell into confusion. It is a strong sense of nothingness after being impacted by a profound state of thought. In fact, this idealist or rationalist thought was not Ning Lang's own creation, but was gained from his love for philosophy in his original world, and from his study, thinking, and research on philosophy. This is the insight that many philosophers have reached after continuous thinking and debate. Ning Lang turned all of this into his own understanding and expressed it at this moment. In this world, due to the rampant ferocious beasts, people are pursuing the practice of martial arts, so philosophy has been somewhat neglected. Many philosophers who should have appeared did not show up, so the philosophical realm of this world is greatly behind. Only philosopher swordsmen like Fan Di have philosophy included in their professional talents. The deeper their thinking on philosophy, the stronger they will be,
and the more they will be able to utilize the power between heaven and earth.
This is determined by their professional characteristics. That's why they engage in deep philosophical thinking.
However, the philosophical thinking of these few people is obviously no match for the countless philosophers in the original world. Therefore, Emperor Fan's ideological realm was not as high as Ning Lang's. After hearing Ning Lang's explanation at this moment, he was deeply shocked and fell into a state of confusion. I saw that after deep thinking, Emperor Fan reflected deeply on Ning Lang's statement. In an instant, the illusion he created began to shatter like glass, and the strong light on Emperor Fan's body began to flash and then go out. Emperor Fan said with a feeling of great disappointment but also of gaining something, "Ning Lang, you win.
I never thought you could beat me in philosophy. You are really strong."
As the illusion gradually disappeared, Fan Di and Ning Lang appeared in front of everyone again. At this time, Fan Di stood there numbly as if he had lost his soul. He said to everyone indifferently, "I lost this game."
In an instant, everyone was shocked. What? Emperor Fan actually lost? Impossible? Fan Di is one of the best freshmen in our university. How could he be defeated by Ning Lang?
If that's the case, then this classmate named Ning Lang must be extremely strong.
Hiss. Could it be that Ning Lang is the real #1 freshman?
Countless people, apart from the competition, were all paying attention to Fan Di. They originally thought that Fan Di would be the #1 among this year's freshmen. I want to see how Emperor Fan defeated all the opponents and won the championship.
But I didn't expect to hear Emperor Fan admit defeat in person. Ning Lang, how could he be the top freshman? Ning Lang isn't really famous at all.
Yeah, does his fighting skills just happen to restrain Emperor Fan?
If I have the chance, I'd like to meet Ning Lang in person. Everyone kept exclaiming in amazement. And at this moment,
Emperor Fan stood there powerlessly, as if all his energy had been drained.
This is also his unique attribute as the Sword Immortal. Once he loses to his opponent in the philosophical realm, he will fall into a state of powerlessness and will not be able to make another move in a short period of time. And if the opponent fails to defeat him in philosophy, the result will be that the opponent will fall into a state of powerlessness and be easily defeated by Emperor Fan. At this time,
when Ning Lang and Fan Di were competing in their ideological realm in the illusion. Outside this illusion, the other 3 teammates from the 2 teams were also fighting continuously. When the illusion disappeared, Lin Xi also successfully defeated Duan Ruotong. However, Duan Ruotong is really strong, and Lin Xi won by a narrow margin. Lin Xi's strength is not much stronger than Duan Ruotong. Su Li and Wang Xiaodiao have also successfully defeated Fan Di's 2 teammates. So in this game, Ning Lang's team has won an undisputed victory. The instructor came over quickly and announced the end of the game, declaring Ning Lang's team the winner. Ning Lang's team has defeated Mr. Lu and Fan Shui's groups consecutively, so they successfully advanced. Congratulations to Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Su Li, and Wang Xiaosai for successfully advancing.
You have successfully entered the intermediate class. Wang Xiaosai is Wang Xiaodiao's real name. The instructor shouted in a loud voice. Oh! Great! We've successfully entered the intermediate class.
Wang Xiaodiao shouted excitedly, dancing with his hands, his face filled with uncontrollable joy, and he seemed like he was about to fly. Su Li also cheered and jumped for joy, her laughter as clear as a silver bell, her eyes full of excitement and excitement. Lin Xi was so excited that she couldn't contain herself. Her face flushed with excitement. She pulled Ning Lang and cheered happily, "Ning Lang, we won. We successfully advanced." Seeing how happy they were, Ning Lang was also infected by the joy, and a smile appeared on his originally calm face. He also enjoyed the happy moment brought by this victory. However, facing the cheers from Ning Lang's group, Fan Di, Duan Ruotong, Zhang De and Lu Yu all looked disappointed and frustrated. They stood there like frost-bitten eggplants, with their heads lowered and their eyes dull. The other group consisting of Mr. Lu, Zhang Chanxian, Li Wei and Ma Yan also felt very disappointed because they also lost the chance to advance. At this time, Emperor Fan said to Duan Ruotong with a dejected look, "I lost." His voice was filled with helplessness and loss, as if he had lost all his strength.
Duan Ruotong didn't blame him.
Instead, she walked over, gently hugged Fan Di, and gently comforted him, "It's okay. It seems that Ning Lang is really strong.
He was able to defeat you. It's also our bad luck to run into them."
Her voice was soft and warm, trying to comfort Fan Di's distress.
Well, Ning Lang is indeed very strong.
Although I lost, I also gained a lot from this battle. Once I think carefully about the philosophy Ning Lang told me, I will become even stronger.
I believe you, Brother Fan. We have to start preparing for the resurrection match. Upon hearing this, Fan D couldn't help but feel disappointed again. He frowned. He never thought that he would reach the stage where he would need to participate in the resurrection match. At this moment, Ning Lang's professional skills were suddenly triggered. A voice suddenly sounded in Ning Lang's mind. Ding! I detected that Fan Shui is feeling lost and experiencing intense emotional fluctuations.
His mental defenses have been greatly reduced.
Should we attack and replicate his skills? Chapter 69, the fifth reprint, All Things in Heaven and Earth. What? This time, the opportunity for a reprint was accidentally triggered.
Ning Lang felt quite surprised. He simply had a fierce battle with Emperor Fan, and then engaged in a profound ideological confrontation in the philosophical field created by Emperor Fan, and finally succeeded in defeating Emperor Fan. However, no one expected that Emperor Fan would lose his faith and fall into such a severe emotional depression because of this failure. While Ning Lang was surprised, he also felt a surge of excitement and joy in his heart.
Because he can get the chance to replicate again, it means that he will become stronger. Moreover, Ning Lang was full of curiosity and anticipation about what kind of skills he could extract from Emperor Fan.
Smoke! Ning Lang was so excited that he began to extract and replicate Fan D's skills without hesitation. In an instant, pieces of information flashed through Ning Lang's mind like lightning.
Ding! Extract and replicate the SS level Sword Master Fan D's skill Heaven and Earth. Ding!
Replicated once, successfully obtained the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, and can borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
Ding! Replicated twice, critical hit. The power of the universe is increased by 5 times. Ding! Replicated 3 times, critical hit.
When performing heaven and earth myriad aspects, you can randomly and violently strengthen one of your own skills. Seeing the information flashing through his mind one after another, Ning Lang's face flashed with shock. His heart beat violently and a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. According to his understanding, Emperor Fan's skill of heaven and earth can borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby significantly enhancing his own strength. This is essentially a passive skill. With this skill, one can control the world's various mysterious and powerful forces such as wind, fire, ice, lightning, etc. at will, just like Emperor Fan, and skillfully integrate these forces into one's own skills. This will undoubtedly greatly enhance the strength and power of your skills.
However, what attracted Ning Lang's more attention and surprise was the effect of the third reproduction.
In other words, when the 10,000 things in heaven and earth are performed, one of its own skills will be violently strengthened, causing this skill to undergo an essential advancement. This effect made Ning Lang so excited that he could hardly control himself. He couldn't wait to see with his own eyes what amazing changes would happen to his skills after the drastic upgrade.
What kind of terrifying power will it have? Ha 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 ha. Ning Lang couldn't help but laugh in his heart.
At this moment, the principal shouted again through the loudspeaker, and his voice began to echo across the playground, "Everyone, please return to the playground." Because this round of competition has basically come to an end, everyone gathered together again after hearing the principal's words. This is not the time to experience the new skills, Ning Lang thought. When there is a suitable opportunity in the future, he must experience his newly acquired powerful skills. At this time, he calmed down and walked back to the playground with Lin Xi and others. They stood side by side with other students, quietly waiting for the principal's speech. Principal Gao Changpeng stood on the stage and solemnly announced, "This round of competition has concluded successfully.
200 out of 600 have advanced. These 200 have undoubtedly qualified for the intermediate class. Congratulations everyone."
Upon hearing the principal's announcement, all those who successfully advanced cheered, their faces filled with immense joy and pride.
Because I was able to enter the intermediate class.
Not only can they have a better dormitory environment and enjoy the treatment of having a single room per person, but they can also obtain more valuable resources to help them in their cultivation and enjoy corresponding privileges in many aspects of the school. Therefore, those students who successfully advanced to the intermediate class all relied on their unremitting efforts and strong strength to win this rare opportunity. At this moment, they are all immersed in the happiness brought by this hard-earned success. At this time, Principal Gao Changpeng continued to announce.
However, I know that in this round of competition, there are many outstanding masters, and they are all excellent students.
It's just that when they were forming teams, they failed to find teammates of equal strength, or masters unfortunately met in this round, resulting in some very strong students being eliminated. This is undoubtedly a regrettable thing.
So we will follow the process we announced earlier and conduct a revival match for 40 spots. Now all students can regroup, still in groups of 4. In half an hour we will begin the competition for spots in the rematch. I hope you can seize this remaining opportunity. As soon as the principal finished speaking, many masters who had been eliminated immediately took action. They are determined to seize this precious opportunity of resurrection. Among them, Fan Di and Duan Ruodong are both extremely powerful, and Mr. Lu and Zhang Chanqian are also quite outstanding.
The two sides quickly reached a consensus during the communication and agreed to form a team of 4 and work together to fight for a place in the resurrection match. As for the weaker members of the original team, they could not take care of them. After all, the competition in this resurrection match was very fierce. After the second round of competition, many people have a certain understanding of the strength of other students. When reforming a team, everyone will be more cautious, and the strong will naturally tend to unite with the strong to fight for this last precious spot. Therefore, this round of competition showed an obvious polarization. The strong became stronger, and the weak could only team up with relatively weaker teammates. In this round, Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Su Li and Wang Xiaodiu were watching the game, so they were relatively calm. They watched quietly as other students nervously formed teams and competed fiercely.
Watching quietly. After this round of fierce competition in the resurrection match,
Ning Lang saw that Fan Di, Duan Ruodong, Mr. Lu and Zhang Chanqian had successfully secured the spots for resurrection. In addition, the performances of some other masters also attracted Ning Lang's attention. Among them was a very beautiful and elegant girl named Nan Yu.
She was an S-level Tai Chi swordsman.
She showed extraordinary swordsmanship in the competition and successfully grabbed a resurrection spot. There is another beauty, the S-level dreamer Chang Fengwei, who is very fair-skinned and has a pair of long legs that are very eye-catching. She was unfortunately eliminated in the second round due to problems with her teammates, but with her outstanding performance in the resurrection match, she successfully grabbed a precious resurrection spot. When Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Su Li, and Wang Xiaodiu were watching the game, they couldn't help but sigh that those who were able to grab a place in the resurrection match were basically very powerful masters. Ning Lang felt a little overwhelmed and regretted that he could not witness the demeanor of these classmates one by one. With the end of the resurrection match, the students lined up quietly on the playground again. Vice President He once again announced the rules of the third round of competition to everyone. Classmates, congratulations to everyone who won the second round. There are now 240 people who have successfully advanced from the second round, but please don't relax, because in the third round we will select students who will enter the advanced class.
The competition in this third round will be more intense than ever before.
Only 40 of the 240 will be able to enter the advanced class, leaving the remaining 200 to remain in the intermediate class. As vice principal he finished speaking, all the students couldn't help but start talking. Everyone was feeling very nervous because in this round of competition, many people had witnessed the shocking strength of other students. After all, the students who are able to enter Tsinghua University are all the top scorers or the top 3 from various provinces and cities. Everyone possesses extraordinary strength and indomitable willpower.
Among these 240 people, there are many masters among masters.
It is undoubtedly an extremely difficult challenge to successfully defeat others among these top masters and grab a place in the advanced class. But this also makes many masters eager to try, full of expectations to compete with other masters. Many people are anxiously waiting for Vice President He to announce what the rules for the third round of competition will be. At this time, Vice President He slowly explained the rules of the third round of competition. Classmates, we have gone through 2 rounds of competition today and have expended a lot of energy.
It is also getting late.
So I announce that the third round will take place tomorrow. Please regroup on this playground tomorrow morning.
Of course, those students who have been eliminated don't need to come.
The 240 of you who have successfully advanced must be here before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The rules of the third round will not be a direct duel. The rules are as follows: you 240 people need to enter the ferocious beast forest and engage in random battles in this dangerous and unknown ferocious beast forest. Tomorrow we will use a helicopter to take you above the ferocious beast forest.
Afterwards, you can choose any place to parachute into the ferocious beast forest.
In this ferocious beast forest, we've placed many treasure chests containing various precious elixirs, special items, and of course, some punitive items.
You can go treasure hunting and open the chests.
As for what you get, it all depends on your luck. Also, everyone needs to converge on the area we've designated for you.
Along the way, you need to defeat others.
Those who successfully defeat 5 people will advance. If you fail to defeat 5 people along the way, as the area shrinks, you will face a big melee to compete for the promotion spot.
By the way, no one is allowed to form a team in this competition.
After listening to Vice President He's explanation of the rules of the third round of competition, everyone instantly became excited and started talking about it.
Ning Lang couldn't help but say to the other three, "Why do the rules of this competition sound like a game of chicken?" "Yeah, more like Naraka."
This also simulates our normal combat environment. The rules are very realistic.
Lin Xi said,
"Ning Lang, it's a pity that we can't form a team this time.
"We need to fight alone."
Ning Lang nodded, "That's right, it seems we have been in a team all this time, now it's time to separate and train individually, everyone must be careful." Su Li and Wang Xiaodiao also said, "Well, everyone, cheer each other on. I hope we can meet in the advanced class. Everyone must give their all in tomorrow's battle.
Come on." Chapter 70 Ning Lang meets the funny Emperor Yu and Mr. Liu. With the principal's order, the class was dismissed. Many students began to evacuate the playground and disperse in all directions. Some students looked tired and hurried back to the dormitory with heavy steps.
After all, today's intense competition had consumed too much of their energy, and they urgently needed to return to the dormitory to rest and recover. Some people were all smiles, and they would meet up with a few good friends to take a leisurely stroll around the campus, enjoying this moment of relaxation and comfort.
Some of them walked out of the campus happily, ready to go to restaurants outside to feast. Others chose the most convenient way and went to the school cafeteria for dinner.
Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Su Li and Wang Xiaodiao, the 4 of them were still gathered together, talking and laughing. They discussed going to the school restaurant to try out the food, wanting to personally experience how the food tasted and what the dining environment was like. So the 4 of them washed their hands and faces first, and walked towards the school's restaurant number 1 together.
Restaurant number 1 is the largest restaurant in Jinghai University, and it has a wide variety of food.
The layout of the first floor of the restaurant is similar to that of an ordinary school restaurant, with tables placed next to each other, and the environment is relatively simple. The second floor has the atmosphere of a restaurant, with round tables. The price of food on the second floor will be slightly higher, but the quality and level of the food will be higher accordingly. The third floor has more upscale private rooms. Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Su Li and Wang Xiaodiao all successfully advanced to the intermediate class in today's competition. They were in a particularly good mood and chose to go to the second floor to have a good meal to celebrate. The 4 of them quickly went up to the second floor and found a round table to sit down. They ordered a few dishes with great interest and even asked for a few bottles of beer, ready to drink to their heart's content.
At first, everyone ate and talked.
After eating for a while, Wang Xiaodiao and Ning Lang had drunk a lot of wine, so their eyes became a little blurry and they were a little drunk.
At this time, the second floor was gradually becoming lively.
The seats were gradually filled with freshmen. Basically, they are all students who have successfully advanced, and everyone chooses to come here to celebrate. Students were sitting around the tables, laughing and talking happily. There were boys laughing heartily and girls chattering. Ning Lang and Lin Xi turned their heads inadvertently and suddenly saw Ling Bai in the distance. Ling Bai also successfully advanced to the intermediate class today, and was currently sitting around having dinner with several other friends. When Ning Lang and Lin Xi saw Ling Bai, they immediately remembered that Ling Bai had teamed up with Su Li during the martial arts exam. So, Lin Xi asked Su Li curiously, "Su Li, isn't that Ling Bai? Why does it seem like you and Ling Bai have become distant? Aren't you still in touch?" Su Li had also noticed Ling Bai a long time ago, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. At this time, Ning Lang also asked, "Su Li, what's going on? Do you want to ask Ling Bai to come and eat with us?" Su Li quickly waved her hands and said, "No need. I didn't want to talk about this, but since you asked, I might as well tell you. It's nothing. Actually, after the martial arts exam, Ling Bai confessed his love to me, but I rejected him, so now the relationship between the 2 of us seems a little awkward." "So that's how it is." Lin Xi sighed, "I didn't expect so many things to happen between us after the martial arts exam." "Well, yes, there is a lot of gossip about other classmates. I will tell you in detail later," Su Li said to Lin Xi. Ning Lang thought to himself that this was actually not a big deal. Since Su Li didn't like Ling Bai, it was normal for her to reject him. In fact, it is rare for boys and girls to remain friends after a failed confession. "It's okay if we become distant. If that's the case, let's not disturb him," Ning Lang said. After all, he, Lin Xi and Ling Bai were not particularly familiar with each other, and what had happened between Su Li and Ling Bai, so it would be better not to cause any more embarrassment.
They were eating and chatting.
Suddenly, Mr. Lu and another boy walked towards their table.
Judging from their appearance, they had obviously drunk quite a bit of alcohol. They were staggering as they walked, their faces filled with irrepressible excitement.
They were talking loudly while walking, and bursting into hearty laughter from time to time. The laughter seemed to be about to overflow, and it seemed that he couldn't hold it in.
They walked over to Ning Lang's table. Mr. Lu was a very outgoing person.
As soon as he came over, he patted Ning Lang's shoulder affectionately and said, "Ning Lang, congratulations. After fighting with you today, I was really impressed by your strength."
Ning Lang actually had a good impression of Mr. Lu.
After all, Mr. Lu was quite humorous and made people feel very friendly. Moreover, they were all classmates, so Ning Lang said enthusiastically, "Mr. Lu, come sit here and have a couple of drinks."
Mr. Lu didn't hesitate. He pulled a stool and sat down, then enthusiastically introduced the boy next to him. "Ning Lang, this is Zhang Ziyue, known as the King of Nanyue."
"Oh, it turns out to be the famous King of Nanyue."
"My apologies,"
Ning Lang said with a smile.
Zhang Ziyue immediately responded modestly, "Rumors are spreading, but that's a bit of a lie."
"Ning Lang, after watching you fight today, I know you're the best in the entire school. The titles Fan D and I hold are truly unworthy of our reputations."
"I'm ashamed," Ning Lang said. "Don't say that. Everyone has wins and losses."
It has been said since ancient times that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts.
Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ziyue also laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. We are all in this together. Let's drink this glass of wine and we will be good friends."
Wang Xiaodiao also came over at this time, and several people raised their glasses and drank happily. Ning Lang then asked curiously, "By the way, Zhang Ziyue, I've only heard of your title as the King of Nanyue, but I don't know what your innate profession is."
Zhang Ziyue didn't hide anything and said frankly, "My innate profession is S-level gunner.
Unlike those of you who use cold weapons, my weapons are hot weapons." "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a talented profession."
"It's quite interesting. I'd like to see your combat skills if I have the chance." Zhang Ziyue replied, "Okay, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. After all, we have 4 years in college." Zhang Ziyue also raised his glass and greeted Su Li and Lin Xi, "Good evening, two beauties." Mr. Lu was amused by Zhang Ziyue's appearance. He was a very cheerful person. After meeting Zhang Ziyue, he thought Zhang Ziyue was very funny, so he hung out with him. The few of them drank a lot of wine together and had a great time chatting. Later, the four boys even walked to the railing outside the restaurant door, each carrying a bottle of beer, held the railing, stood on the second floor, looked at the campus outside the restaurant, felt the breeze together, and drank leisurely. Just then, they saw a few girls walking together outside the restaurant. Zhang Ziyue couldn't help but point at one of the girls and exclaimed, "Look at that girl, she's so pretty. I wonder who she is." Mr. Lu said, "The Emperor of you has a sharp eye. He can spot beauties wherever he goes." At this time, Wang Xiaodiao took the initiative to introduce that beautiful lady in ancient costume. Her name is Qiu Jejia. She's truly formidable and very beautiful. Her innate skill is the S-rank Qin Fairy, which allows her to wield the Guqin as a weapon. Besides being useful in combat, the occasional zither playing is also quite melodious. She also has a support skill that allows her to use the sound of the zither to enhance the strength of her teammates. She's a very well-rounded expert, both personally powerful and well-coordinated with her teammates. Qiu Jejia, interesting. This kind of talented profession is also quite interesting. Zhang Ziyue exclaimed. Qiu Jejia's passing by immediately attracted the attention of four boys. Qiu Jejia is indeed very beautiful, with a beauty full of ancient charm, and the clothes she wears are also ancient-style skirts. Such a unique girl is naturally very attractive to boys. At this moment, Zhang Ziyue's gaze turned to the basketball court again. The basketball court was not far from the restaurant, so they could see it very clearly from here. Zhang Ziyue pointed at a girl playing basketball on the court and said, "Look, that girl is not bad either. She's sexy and pretty, tall, and has great basketball skills. She can even dunk in all sorts of cool poses." When everyone heard this, they all looked over. I did see a young, beautiful, and sporty beauty. I saw that this beauty was wearing a basketball vest. The basketball vest was a little long and just covered the shorts she was wearing. At first glance, it seemed as if she was only wearing a basketball vest and no shorts. This kind of dress reveals two long legs and looks very sexy. Wang Xiaodiao introduced her again. Her name is Shen Bingtong,
and her talent class is S-level female basketball god.
Zhang Ziyue exclaimed, Wang Xiaodiao, how do you know everything? Is the director of the admissions office your second uncle? Wang Xiaodiao laughed proudly and said, get lost. My innate profession is S-level intelligence, so of course I know everything.
This Jinghai University is really full of hidden talents.
Zhang Ziyue couldn't help but sigh. Ning Lang said, that's right.
There are not only so many strong people among the freshmen, but also so many beauties.
Don't be in a hurry.
There are still 4 years in college. You can get to know each other slowly and understand each other slowly, said Mr. Liu. As the 4 of them spoke, they all picked up the bottle and took a big sip of beer each. A gentle breeze blew, and the 4 of them felt very comfortable.
Chapter 71, the third round, the fierce beast forest encounters the fiery wolf. Ning Lang got slightly tipsy and fell asleep quickly after returning to the dormitory.
I was really exhausted that day, and after drinking some wine, I fell asleep quickly and soundly. It was a dreamless night, as if time had flown by in the blink of an eye.
The next day. The early morning sunlight shone through the window onto Ning Lang's face.
He slowly woke up, packed up briefly, and immediately went to the playground to gather. When he arrived at the playground, he found that many classmates had already gathered there. Everyone was communicating excitedly, and the air was filled with tension and anticipation. After a while, all 240 people who advanced to the intermediate level gathered here. After seeing that everyone had arrived, the principal did not waste any more time and decisively ordered everyone to board several large helicopters that had been prepared in advance. Ning Lang, Lin Xi, and others boarded the helicopter together. Accompanied by the roar of propellers, these helicopters flew towards the ferocious beast forest near Jinghai University. The target ferocious beast forest is home to many second-level ferocious beasts, which is a suitable trial place for these students. Moreover, the scale of this ferocious beast forest is neither too big nor too small, which is just right for them to hold this competition. The helicopter flew forward, and after reaching above the forest, Principal Gao Changping informed the students through wireless communication that they were ready to parachute at any time.
Some students, carrying parachutes, kept jumping down from high altitude.
Of course, most of the students are very strong and all have superb physical skills. Therefore, they do not need parachutes and can easily fly into the forest of ferocious beasts with their own strength. At this moment, Wang Xiaodiao said, we can no longer form teams for this competition.
We can only pray for good luck on our own. Brothers, I'm going to jump first.
After saying that, Wang Xiaodiao flew down and jumped towards the ferocious beast forest. He displayed a unique body movement and fighting skills, sliding down into the forest gracefully. Su Li also said at this time, everyone, there is no time to lose.
I will jump first.
After saying that, Su Li also flew down. She swung the spear in her hand like the propeller of a helicopter, using the swing of the spear to slow down his falling speed, thus successfully landing smoothly. Lin Xi and Ning Lang looked at each other and said, then let's dance too. Although we can't team up together, we can still skydive together. Lin Xi flew directly from the helicopter on his sword to the forest of ferocious beasts, while Ning Lang used his wind-controlling skills to fly down from the air. After flying from the helicopter to the ferocious beast forest, everyone flew to different places, and the distance between them was quite far.
Everyone kept a certain degree of concealment from each other to avoid being discovered and attacked as soon as they went down. After all, everyone can advance successfully as long as they defeat 5 opponents.
Certainly. Even if someone is defeated, he or she will not be eliminated immediately. After all, they are just competing with each other and will not seriously injure the other party.
The defeated students can still continue the game and find others to compete with. As long as you can defeat 5 people first, you can grab a place to advance. Once all 40 spots are taken, the remaining people will naturally be eliminated.
After Ning Lang flew to the ferocious beast forest, he walked quickly in the jungle, while also quickly thinking about the analysis of the rules of this competition. As long as you can defeat 5 people, you can advance, so on the surface, you need to constantly look for other classmates to fight with and try to defeat them. But in reality, that won't work. You can't be impatient about this, because if the opponent you find at the beginning is strong, fighting with him will inevitably consume a lot of energy, which will make you weak afterwards, and it may be more difficult to defeat other students.
Therefore, this is also a game rule that tests strategy very much. You need to find an opponent that you are confident you can defeat.
This will undoubtedly test many aspects of ability, so the rules of this round of competition are still very close to actual combat. However, Ning Lang was not worried about this round of competition, but was full of expectations. Because his original strength was very strong, and he recently replicated a new skill heaven and earth. He was just looking for someone to try out his new skills. Ning Lang thought of another thing the principal mentioned, which was that the school had already placed many treasure chests in this forest of ferocious beasts. It would be even better if we could find some treasure chests and get some pills. After the martial arts exam was over, Ning Lang obtained 3 bottles of pills from Duo Bao Ta. One bottle was for improving cultivation, one was for healing, and the other was for improving his strength in a short period of time. He had used the bottle of pills that improved his cultivation during the summer vacation, but despite using this pill, Ning Lang still did not advance from the second level 2 to the second level 3. It can be seen that after reaching the second level, it is very difficult to upgrade to a higher level. Therefore, if Ning Lang wants to upgrade to the second level in 3rd grade, he needs to take the opportunity to open some treasure chests in this ferocious beast forest and find some good medicine. The medicinal herbs in the treasure chest here should all be of great value. If everything goes well, he may be able to directly advance to the second level in 3rd grade in this competition. Thinking of this, Ning Lang had already made a plan in his mind. He focused on finding the treasure chest and did not waste time looking for other classmates. However, while searching for treasure chests along the way, you will naturally run into other classmates. In this way, when you meet other people, you can fight with them and defeat them, so that you can successfully advance to the advanced class. After thinking through the strategy, Ning Lang used his wind controlling skills to quickly move through this jungle of ferocious beasts. After walking a few kilometers, suddenly, a fiery wolf jumped out from the ferocious beast forest. Just by looking at the appearance of this fiery wolf, one can tell that it has the strength of level 2 or above. Perhaps the fiery wolf sensed Ning Lang's breath and instantly jumped out of the forest, blocking Ning Lang's way. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Its whole body seemed to be burning with flames, and its hair was the color of fire, which immediately reminded Ning Lang of Lin Huahua. Ning Lang learned from the gossip of his classmates that Lin Huahua and Li Feng did not apply to Jinghai University. Maybe they didn't want to go to the same university as Lin Xi. After all, seeing Lin Xi would only make them heartbroken. However, they applied to Huaqing University, which is not far from Jinghai University, so perhaps they will meet again in the future. These distracting thoughts flashed through Ning Lang's mind. The fiery wolf obviously didn't hesitate at all and flew directly towards Ning Lang. At the same time, a fierce flame was burning on the path it was rushing towards. This fire wolf was already able to master the elemental power of fire. This is the difference between these second-level ferocious beasts and first-level ferocious beasts. The first-level ferocious beast simply becomes stronger, its teeth and claws become extremely sharp, and its speed becomes more agile. At most, its size becomes larger. However, once these ferocious beasts are promoted to the second level, they will be able to control spiritual energy like warriors and display some unique talents and skills. Ning Lang was not in a hurry to kill him instantly. He instantly condensed a layer of steel boxing gloves on his right fist. Although this fiery wolf is not his opponent, it is not that easy to deal with either. Ning Lang just takes this opportunity to practice his black steel fist. Ning Lang smiled and instantly activated his Yufengxing skills, punching the fiery wolf. The fiery wolf also showed a hint of panic in its eyes. It certainly didn't expect Ning Lang's body movements to be so fast. As the fiery wolf pounced towards Ning Lang moved and instantly found a favorable attacking position, then punched the wolf's head. The wolf was immediately hit hard and flew up, crashing into a big tree. The flames emitted from the fire wolf actually ignited the big tree, and there was a crackling sound. However, this flame is not the kind of flame that will be blown to other places by the wind and cause a forest fire. This kind of flame is extremely restrained. It is a strange beast fire. After being hit so hard, the fire wolf tilted its head, roared twice, and stood up again. Ning Lang was slightly surprised to see that the fiery wolf was so durable, because if it was an ordinary first-level beast, this punch would have killed it instantly, but this second-level beast was indeed powerful. His Xiangang fist technique was indeed not practiced deeply enough, and the power he could control was still limited. One punch was not enough to kill the fiery wolf. But it doesn't matter, if one punch doesn't work, then just throw a few more. In an instant, Ning Lang condensed iron gloves under his fists, and activated Yufengxing's body skills again, rushing forward and attacking the fiery wolf again. The fiery wolf also became very alert at this time, and its movements were extremely fast. A fierce battle broke out with Ning Lang in this open area. The fire wolf's movements were also extremely agile. It dove left and right, jumped up and down, and its figure seemed to have turned into a flame, leaving a trail of flames wherever it passed. It was as if the area had turned into a sea of fire. This seems to be a unique skill of its, and also like a formation formed by fire. Ning Lang instantly launched the Imperial Guard's Chaos Slash in this sea of fire, using his ice sword to continuously extinguish the flames to avoid being burned by them.
Fire Wolf, I'm already tired of fighting. I'm going to kill you instantly now.
After fighting for a while, Ning Lang lost interest.
In an instant, Ning Lang condensed a huge fireball between his hands.
He wanted to use his fireball technique to kill the Fire Wolf instantly. After all, relying solely on the Black Steel Fist, a fist technique that he had only cultivated to the initial stage, was not enough to kill the fiery wolf in an instant. In an instant, a huge fireball condensed in Ning Lang's hand.
Chapter 72, Treasure Hunt, Open Gold and Silver Treasure Chests. Ning Lang flew away in an instant, and a big fireball hit the fire wolf accurately.
The intense red lotus flame burned directly on the body of the fiery wolf. Although the fiery wolf could ignite fire and could withstand the attack of such intense fire, Ning Lang's red lotus flame was extraordinary. A huge fireball was thrown out directly, and after the explosion, the flames burned on the body of the firewolf, causing it to howl in pain. Soon, the fiery wolf was burned by the red lotus flames and rolled on the ground.
This kind of flame could not be extinguished at all.
Soon, the fiery wolf died and was burned into charred meat. Suddenly, a stream of ferocious beast's blood flew out from the body of the firewolf and merged into Ning Lang's body. Ning Lang looked around and was very cautious because wolves usually act in groups and there are no lone wolves.
But strangely, Ning Lang looked around and did not find any other wolves.
This was undoubtedly a very strange thing.
But Ning Lang didn't think too much about it.
There are many strange things in the world, so he continued to move forward. Unexpectedly, after walking a short distance, he suddenly felt a strong breath.
No, how could there be such powerful spiritual energy nearby? Could it be that this lone wolf discovered something, so it stayed here by itself and didn't want to share it with other wolves? Ning Lang analyzed in surprise. So Ning Lang followed this spiritual energy and searched in the woods.
There are many trees in this ferocious beast forest, and there is also a lot of grass growing on the ground.
Ning Lang keeps searching in this area.
Suddenly, he saw a golden treasure chest. Ning Lang's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. I thought to myself, no wonder, there's a golden treasure chest here that the school has placed here.
There must be something precious in it, which is why this wolf is here to guard it. It doesn't want to share it with other wolves, so it's guarding it alone. It wants to keep the treasure chest for itself, and I happened to be passing by, so it suddenly flew out and tried to fight me off. After Ning Lang figured out the key points, he walked towards the treasure chest and opened the golden treasure chest. I saw that inside the golden treasure chest was actually a white jade bottle. Ning Lang unscrewed the lid of the white jade bottle, put it to his nose and sniffed it, and immediately smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Although Ning Lang didn't know much about medicinal herbs, he could tell from the smell that this was obviously a herb that could help with cultivation. This herb contains a lot of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. After drinking it, your strength can improve by leaps and bounds. Because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can not only be absorbed by animals and turned into ferocious beasts, but also absorbed by some plants, then these plants will become spiritual herbs. After refining these spiritual herbs into pills or potions and taking them, one can achieve a great breakthrough in strength after absorbing these spiritual energies. Ning Lang smiled inside. Although there aren't many spiritual herbs in this herb, it can be seen that its quality is still very high. Without hesitation, he drank all the elixir in the white jade bottle. Soon, Ning Lang felt a warm current gradually emerging in his body. This warm current seemed to be constantly nourishing his body and repairing some places in his body where qi and blood were not flowing smoothly. At the same time, it also relieves my fatigue, allowing my strength to gradually recover and become full. Yes, after drinking this elixir, I feel that my strength is growing rapidly. Ning Lang was very happy. He felt that his body had enough strength again, so he continued to run happily in this forest of ferocious beasts. Ning Lang displayed his wind-controlling skills. The wind blew quickly beside him. His speed was as fast as a powerful and ferocious beast, moving quickly through the jungle of ferocious beasts. At this moment, Ning Lang suddenly felt a trace of spiritual energy again. But he ran too fast and ran too far in a moment, leaving that place and no longer able to smell that trace of spiritual energy. He quickly slammed on the brakes to a stop, then backed away, looking for the spiritual energy he had just smelled, and began to search carefully. After his continuous searching, he finally smelled that trace of spiritual energy again, but this time the spiritual energy seemed to be weaker than the spiritual energy emitted by the golden treasure chest just now.
He continued to search in this area. He thought there should be another treasure chest here.
Ning Lang looked around the ground.
There were a lot of weeds here, so it was not easy to find the treasure chest. After searching for a long time, he did not find the treasure chest, but he could feel that a trace of spiritual energy was nearby.
What's going on?
I clearly felt the treasure chest, but why can't I find it? Ning Lang said to himself. Ning Lang searched for a long time, but in the end he was too tired.
Ning Lang thought, forget it.
Maybe this treasure chest was hidden too tightly, or maybe it was buried underground, so the spiritual energy was so weak. It is not easy to find it, so don't waste too much time here and stop looking. However, just as Ning Lang turned around and was about to move forward, he suddenly saw a bright silver light coming from a tree, which, under the sunlight, just flashed into his eyes.
Ning Lang looked closely and found a silver treasure chest on the tree.
He immediately flew over and grabbed the treasure chest.
Wow, it's not on the ground, but on the tree. Ning Lang exclaimed.
I searched everywhere for the iron shoe but couldn't find it, but when I turned around, I saw it was hanging on the tree. I guess these treasure chests were dropped from the sky into this forest of ferocious beasts by the principal. Most of them would fall to the ground, but this one happened to fall on the tree, causing Ning Lang to have a hard time finding it.
Ning Lang looked at the treasure chest carefully and found that it was different from the golden treasure chest.
The golden treasure chest was plated with a layer of gold and looked golden, while this one was a silver treasure chest, and its surface seemed to be plated with a layer of silver. Based on the difference between gold and silver, as well as the difference in spiritual energy strength, Ning Lang thought that the rewards in this silver treasure chest would definitely not be as good as those in the gold treasure chest.
But there should be something reasonable. Ning Lang directly opened the silver treasure chest. There was a strange thing inside that looked like a medicine tube.
It didn't look like the white jade bottle or other bottles used to store precious elixirs.
This is a medicine tube where a functional elixir is stored.
Ning Lang took the medicine tube carefully, raised his head and looked at it towards the sunlight, only to see that inside the tube there was some strange blue potion.
Just when I didn't know what kind of medicine this was,
Ning Lang suddenly discovered that there were 3 words written on the bottom of the medicine tube.
What was written on it were the 3 words, invisibility medicine. Ning Lang was suddenly shocked.
I didn't expect there was such a strange potion.
In this world, someone could actually make invisibility potion? Could Jinghai University have an alchemist with S-level talent?
Ning Lang looked at the medicine tube carefully, still somewhat skeptical about the effectiveness of the invisibility drug.
He was wondering, could taking this medicine really make him invisible? Isn't this a bit too unscientific? But when I think about it, what's the point of talking about science in this world of ferocious beasts?
After thinking about it, Ning Lang put the invisibility potion into his storage ring. After all, there is no need to use this invisibility drug now, and he guessed that the effect of this invisibility drug should not last too long.
Just use it when you're ready.
So Ning Lang continued to use his wind controlling skills to advance forward.
Chapter 73, Encountering 2 girls swimming in the pool.
Ning Lang used his wind controlling skills to the fullest in this forest of ferocious beasts, moving as fast as a gust of wind. As he walked, he was also carefully sensing whether there was any spiritual energy emitted by new treasure chests wherever he passed. After running about 5 kilometers, Ning Lang suddenly felt a faint sense of spiritual energy. He instantly stopped his flying movements and looked around. Suddenly, he saw that not far away, in this deep forest of ferocious beasts, there was a pool of water that looked quite large.
There are no streams connecting to this pool. Standing alone in this place,
Ning Lang speculated that this pool of water might have been formed by spring water gushing out from underground. And from this pool of water, a spiritual energy was constantly emanating, and this spiritual energy became more and more obvious as Ning Lang approached the pool. Ning Lang looked at the pool of water from afar, and a series of guesses suddenly emerged in his mind.
Could it be that this calm pool of water contains extremely rich spiritual energy?
This pool of water comes from a mysterious underground spring.
Could it be that this underground spring contains rich spiritual energy? Maybe this is a wonderful place with excellent feng shui. Thinking of this, Ning Lang couldn't suppress his curiosity and approached the pool of water impatiently. However, at this moment,
he suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the direction of the pool of water. Ning Lang's heart trembled, and he immediately stopped, hid behind a big tree, and observed carefully.
He vaguely saw a figure swaying in the water.
At this time, Ning Lang did not rush forward, but observed quietly. He wanted to first see who the person in the pool of water was and what kind of strength he had. After all, if a person with very strong strength rushes forward at this time, a fight is inevitable, which will consume a lot of his energy. Although he was confident that he could defeat most of the top freshmen, the rules of this round of competition required him to successfully defeat 5 people in order to advance. It is certainly a source of pride to be able to defeat a master, but if one continues to fight with masters, he will inevitably find it difficult to retain enough strength to defeat those behind him. Out of caution, Ning Lang thought of the invisibility potion he had obtained from the treasure chest before. This invisibility potion was obtained from a silver treasure chest. From this, it can be inferred that this invisibility potion is not a particularly precious medicinal material and its value should not be particularly high.
Its invisibility effect may only last for a short time. So there is no need to be reluctant to use it at this moment.
Thinking of this, Ning Lang took out the bottle of invisibility potion, thought about it, unscrewed it, and drank it all in one gulp.
But after just a few seconds, a strange light emanated from Ning Lang's body.
This light seemed to cause strange refraction of light, making it difficult for others to detect his presence. Ning Lang didn't know the specific principle of this invisibility drug, and he was not in the mood to delve into it at the moment. However, when Ning Lang looked at his body, he found that even he could not see his own body. When he looked at his own body, the light was distorted and he saw directly what was behind him, so that he could not see his own body clearly. Of course, this stealth effect is not 100% perfect, but it can achieve 99% of the effect. If you don't observe carefully, it is indeed difficult to detect. At this time, Ning Lang, who had already become invisible, tiptoed quickly towards the pool of water. I want to take a closer look at who is in this pool of water. Ning Lang was walking quickly. Suddenly, he saw several pieces of clothing placed on a smooth stone next to the spring in front of him.
Moreover, judging from the style and color of the clothes, they are obviously girls' clothes. The colors are bright and gorgeous, like an exquisite skirt, and are definitely not clothes that boys would wear. There are girls' clothes placed on the stones here. Could it be that a girl took off her clothes and jumped into the water? With strong curiosity, Ning Lang continued to move closer to the pool of water. Sure enough, as he approached the edge of the pond, he saw that the pond was not very small in size. Ning Lang stood on the shore and looked towards the center of the pool. Suddenly, I heard someone talking in the middle of the pond from afar. Chang Fengwei, I was the first one to discover the treasure chest hidden in this spring. Do you want to snatch it from me?
Ning Lang looked from afar and immediately discovered that there was more than one person in the center of the pool. Ning Lang looked carefully and saw that the person who was talking was Qiu Jieja, who was wearing ancient-style clothes and dresses and whom he saw on the second floor of the restaurant that day. At this time, Qiu Jieja had taken off her long skirt and was only wearing something similar to a bikini, floating lightly in the pool of water. Ning Lang judged from her words. It seemed that Qiu Jieja was the first to discover that there was a treasure chest hidden in the pool, so she took off her coat and prepared to swim over to open the treasure chest and get the treasures inside. However, while she was swimming, another girl suddenly came. Ning Lang had seen this girl named Chang Fengwei during the second round of the resurrection match. She was eliminated in the second round due to bad luck, but later successfully won a spot in the resurrection match and was able to enter the third round. At this time, Chang Fengwei said, "Qiu Jieja, this treasure chest set up by the school is originally for us freshmen to compete for. It can't be said that whoever finds it first will get it, right?" At this time, Ning Lang thought about it and suddenly realized. It turned out that the spiritual energy he felt was not emitted from the pool of water, but there was a treasure chest in the pool of water. And that treasure chest could actually emit such a strong spiritual energy, it was obviously a very high-level treasure chest. It seems that these two girls are fighting for this treasure chest. Ning Lang heard Chang Fengwei's clear and pleasant voice, and he looked towards Chang Fengwei. I saw that Chang Fengwei had also taken off her outer clothes and was floating in the water wearing bikini-like underwear. Chang Fengwei's skin was so white that it was almost glowing, and her figure was slender and graceful with curves in all the right places. Ning Lang was actually a little fascinated by her for a moment. At this time, Ning Lang heard Qiu Jieja snort again. "Well, it seems that you mean to compete with me. In this case, there is no need for nonsense. Let's see who wins in terms of strength today." After saying that, Qiu Jieja took out her weapon, a very exquisite zither, from her storage ring. I saw that the piano was emitting a magical light, and it was obviously a top-level weapon. Okay, I didn't want to fight someone of equal strength right away, but today I happened to meet him. Moreover, there is a platinum treasure chest hidden in this pool of water. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to fight for it. Chang Fengwei said this and instantly took out her weapon. But her weapon is a bit unusual and not a common weapon. What she held in her hand was a strange bracelet-like object. However, this bracelet is made of a strange material. When she gently waves her hand, it can make a strange sound that seems to be hypnotic.
Ning Lang listened from afar and felt dizzy. Ning Lang learned from Wang Xiaojiao that Chang Fengwei was an S-level Dream Master.
I believe her skills will also be very unique. Ning Lang couldn't help but feel curious when he saw the two men were about to fight, and he prepared to watch the fight secretly from the side. But I was standing too far away on the shore and couldn't see it clearly. So Ning Lang quickly took off his outer clothes, wearing only shorts, and quietly walked into the pool of water. He swam slowly towards the center of the pool, wanting to watch the fierce battle between the two talented female classmates up close. Just as Ning Lang slowly swam over, then Xiao Jejia and Chang Fengwei started fighting. Chapter 74. Two girls fight in the water. Ning Lang watches secretly. In an instant, Xiao Jejia, holding the guqin in her hand, rose from the water with a nimble figure. As she spun, a series of water splashed around her, like a blooming water lotus, which was beautiful beyond words. And when she flew up, her pair of slender legs were displayed without reservation, and her exquisite figure was clearly presented in front of Ning Lang. Hiss. I didn't expect this fight between two girls to be so erotic. Ning Lang watched secretly from the side and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, with a clang sound, suddenly, beautiful piano music rang out. I saw an invisible blade flying out from the strings of her guqin. This invisible blade instantly cut through the water in the air, leaving a clearly visible flying trace. The invisible sword energy attacked the Dream Master Chang Fengwei directly like lightning. In an instant, Chang Fengwei also exploded from the water, like a thunderclap that sounded out of nowhere, causing a huge splash of water. Then, Chang Fengwei's figure flashed and he dodged the attack of the piano music like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, Chang Fengwei waved his wrist. The sound of ding dong came from the bracelet on her wrist. This voice seemed to have magical power and attacked Xiao Jejia's eardrum. Even Ning Lang, who was watching the battle on the side, felt dizzy and confused when he heard this series of sounds. However, since Chang Fengwei's target of attack was not Ning Lang, he was only injured as collateral damage. The main direction of her attack this time was towards Xiao Jejia, and the voice was directed directly at Xiao Jejia. Xiao Jejia was completely unable to resist this strange magic sound attack. After all, this kind of sound is everywhere, and even if you cover your ears, you cannot completely avoid hearing it. She was instantly hit and felt dizzy. In the slight dizziness, Xiao Jejia was seen shaking her head constantly and even slapping her head with her hands. However, Xiao Jejia was obviously unwilling to be defeated by Chang Fengwei like this, so she immediately plucked her guqin again. Her fingers moved rapidly on the guqin. Swish, 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 swish. A series of rapid sounds sounded like the clashing of swords. This series of stimulating sounds seemed to wake her up a little from her trance, and she took the opportunity to attack Chang Fengwei frantically again. She suddenly spun the guqin and threw it into the air. Then, her hands began to move wildly on the strings. Invisible blades attacked Chang Fengwei like thousands of troops. But this time, Xiao Jejia did not hold back. She used almost all her strength, and a series of sharp sword auras ruthlessly slashed towards Chang Fengwei. In an instant, although Chang Fengwei dodged most of the attacks, one or two invisible sword auras still slashed at Chang Fengwei, leaving several tiny wounds on her snow-white body. Even Chang Fengwei's face was scratched with a tiny wound, and a trace of blood seeped out. However, Chang Fengwei, who was damaged in the battle, suddenly looked a different and messy beauty. Mainly because her skin is too white. Against her long black hair, she looks even more beautiful. 1,000 days of drunkenness. In an instant, Chang Fengwei was not willing to be outdone. She suddenly flew, and the bracelet on her hand suddenly fell off her hand and flew into the air. Then, under the control of Chang Fengwei's hands, the bracelet vibrated violently in the air, emitting a series of strong magic sounds. This evil sound directly poured into Xiao Jejia's eardrum, causing her to have a splitting headache. With a plop, she fell from the sky into the water again. Xiao Jejia was struggling desperately in the water, and seemed to be in complete confusion. Chang Fengwei saw her attack was successful and laughed triumphantly. She said, "Xiao Jejia, although your piano skills are very strong and your invisible blade did injure me, it didn't hit my vitals. And now, you've been hit by my 1,000 days of drunkenness special skill. You've lost your fighting ability. You lose." After Chang Fengwei finished speaking, she slowly descended from the air. Her pair of beautiful legs stepped on the calm water surface, and then she walked one step at a time on this glass-like water surface, as if walking on flat ground, and slowly walked towards Qiu Jieji. She had a beautiful and graceful figure, her skin was so fair, and her clothes were so sexy that Ning Lang, who was standing beside her, was stunned. The reason why Chang Fengwei walked slowly towards Qiu Jieji was that she was worried that Qiu Jieji would become confused after being drunk for 1,000 days and might drown in the water. As classmates, they were just competing and there was no need to put each other's lives in danger, so she wanted to go over and take Qiu Jieji out of the pool.
However, at this moment,
suddenly, Qiu Jieji exploded out of the water again, causing a violent splash of water. At the same time, Qiu Jieji instantly plucked the strings of her zither, gathering the water droplets exploding around her into an arrow. At this moment, her guqin was like a huge bow. As Qiu Jieji pulled hard and then loosened her hand, the arrow instantly flew towards Chang Fengwei.
The arrow was so powerful that Chang Fengwei was instantly frightened.
She quickly fell backwards to try to avoid the arrow. However, the attacking force of this arrow was extremely fierce, and it seemed to have an automatic pursuit function. Chang Fengwei was seen flipping backwards continuously, and a powerful water shield suddenly condensed in his hand, trying to block the water arrow. However, when her water shield collided with the water arrow, Chang Fengwei immediately realized that the arrow was so powerful that her water shield could not block it. In an instant, she flew back dozens of meters again, but the water arrow continued to chase her.
With a loud boom, a huge explosion occurred, blowing Chang Fengwei away.
Chang Fengwei was blown high into the sky, and then fell from the sky, hitting the water surface heavily, causing another huge wave. At this moment, Qiu Jieji had already leaped to her feet. She laughed heartily. Chang Fengwei, you simply fell for my trick.
Did you think your 1,000 days of drunkenness could completely confuse me? Humph, it's far from enough.
I was only pretending to be defeated by you just now, in order to seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack.
Sure enough, after Chang Fengwei was hit by the arrow, he was seriously injured and seemed unable to fight anymore.
Although Qiu Jieji defeated Chang Fengwei, she was also injured. At this moment, a feeling of exhaustion and powerlessness suddenly came over her. After she said these few words, she felt embarrassed to say more. After all, she only won by a narrow margin. Chapter 75, The Oriole is Behind, S-Man Demon King Guahao takes advantage of the opportunity to enter. When Ning Lang saw this, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonderful battle between the two girls. At the same time, he also deeply realized that the strength of these two people was extraordinary. Although I am stronger than them and can defeat them, it will inevitably take a lot of effort to defeat them. Especially Qiu Jieji, she has excellent strategies. If I am not careful enough, I may be counterattacked by her and defeated. In short, neither of these two girls is easy to deal with. Ning Lang secretly thought to himself that he must not be careless when meeting girls in the future, because there are many truly strong girls among them who are as capable as men. At this moment, Ning Lang was thinking about what would happen next. Suddenly, a boy's voice rang out. At this moment, only the voice was heard, but the person was not seen. Only a voice was heard saying, Qiu Jieji, you think your strategy is very advanced and you think you are very smart, but you didn't expect that no matter how exciting your fight is now, it is just a fight between the snipe and the clam. In the end result is that I, the fisherman, will benefit. As he was speaking, a figure suddenly flew out. Ning Lang observed that this person should have been hiding behind a big tree near the pond, secretly observing the battle here. He did not show up before because he wanted to wait until Qiu Jieji and Chang Fengwei had a big fight, when both of them were injured and had exhausted a lot of energy. Then he would take this opportunity to come out and defeat the two girls. In this way, he would have directly defeated 2 classmates, and if he defeated 5 classmates, he could advance directly. In addition, he could also take the opportunity to take the platinum treasure chest for himself. It has to be said that this is a sinister person hiding behind the scenes.
This classmate is truly scheming and sinister. After the boy finished speaking, he flew over from around the pond and flew above the pond. His strength was obviously extraordinary, as he was able to hang in mid-air above the pool of water. At this time, when Qiu Jieji saw this person appear, her face suddenly turned pale. Obviously, she also knew that she and Chang Fengwei were taken advantage of and fooled by this person. Qiu Jieji also seemed to know this boy. She cursed, "You are such a good person, Guahao. As a professional transvestite king, you are half human, half transvestite, and neither male nor female. Not only that, but your mind is also so sinister. I think you are really a bit perverted." Qiu Jieji angrily cursed Guahao. At the same time, Chang Fengwei, who had been injured, angrily cursed, "Guahao, do you still have any shame? You actually showed up after the battle between the two girls and took advantage of us. I think you are really shameless. However, it is not that easy for you to take advantage of the opportunity. The two of us will unite and deal with you together.
Gua Hao immediately said proudly, ha ha ha, one of you is seriously injured, and the other is also seriously injured.
Even if the two of you join forces, can you be my opponent? You accuse me of being cunning and treacherous, but isn't this what happens in the real world? When you go outside the school to kill ferocious beasts, don't you think there won't be such people? In other words, this is not insidious or cunning, but a brilliant strategy. So you two don't feel wrong for losing. Who made you two so naive? We are not naive, Gua Hao. Even if the two of us try our best, we will not lose to you.
Suddenly, Xiao Jieja flew out, and once again tightly grasped the guqin in her hand. Using the little strength she had left, she instantly vibrated the strings, and launched countless invisible blades towards Gua Hao. But as Gua Hao was flying in the air, some horrible black flesh suddenly grew out of his body, and he turned from a human into a monster in an instant. He turned into a demon that was neither male nor female, and moreover, he turned into an old witch-like demon, so he looked very weird. And his voice also changed, becoming a mixture of male and female voices. But it must be said that Gua Hao's strength is indeed very strong after his transformation. Xiao Jieja's invisible blades rushed towards him, but Gua Hao instantly stretched out a hand and a black transparent sphere condensed around him. This sphere instantly dissolved all the invisible blades. At this moment, Chang Fangwei also waved her bracelet, emitting a series of magic sounds, trying to seduce and attack Gua Hao. However, as soon as the devil sound reached Gua Hao, he slapped it out with a palm. An invisible palm wind came and actually knocked the devil sound back and crashed into Chang Fangwei and Xiao Jieja. Chang Fangwei and Xiao Jieja were already seriously injured, and were suddenly hit by the returning demonic sound. In an instant, both of them were hit and fell into a confused state, and both of them were a little unconscious. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Gua Hao was indeed ready to take the opportunity to completely defeat Xiao Jieja and Chang Fangwei. In this way, he successfully defeated two classmates. Then, of course, he would go and snatch the platinum treasure chest. Gua Hao suddenly slapped out with his palm, and a huge black devil's hand appeared in the air, grabbing towards Xiao Jieja and Chang Fangwei. Such a devil's hand would bind the two of them, tie them up tightly, and make them Gua Hao's prey. But at this moment, an ice sword suddenly appeared and rushed directly towards Gua Hao's devilish hand. Swish! This ice sword directly pierced through Gua Hao's devilish hand. Instantly, the demon's hand was chopped into a black smoke and turned into nothingness. Gua Hao was instantly horrified. He couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Who is it? Who is hiding in the dark? Why don't you show yourself?" At this moment, the effect of the invisibility potion that Ning Lang drank has not yet worn off. So, even though Ning Lang wanted to show up, he couldn't do it at all. However, this did not prevent him from making sounds. Gua Hao, you wretched man, you want to take advantage of the situation and take advantage of these two girls. I think you're dreaming. Ning Lang's loud voice echoed in the air. Hearing Ning Lang's voice, Gua Hao suddenly became flustered. He looked around, eagerly searching for the source of the voice, but he could not find Ning Lang. This strange scene made him feel creepy and filled with fear. He didn't know what was going on. Why could he hear the voice clearly but couldn't see the person? Could this person have some magical skill of transmitting sound over thousands of miles? Who are you? Why are you meddling in my affairs? What's wrong with me using my wits to defeat them both? Isn't that within the rules of the competition? This isn't a violation of the rules of the game, but as a fellow man, I think your actions are immoral and shameless, so I'm going to stop you today. Who are you? If you have the guts, show up. How can you be a hero if you hide yourself in secret? Since you want to stop me, then show up and let's have a fight. Gua Hao shouted angrily. Death awaits you. Ning Lang ignored Gua Hao's nonsense and directly condensed a thin layer of steel boxing gloves on his right hand. Then, Ning Lang used the wind controlling technique and rushed to Gua Hao's back like a ghost. Then, Ning Lang suddenly punched Gua Hao. The powerful punch hit him directly on the head, knocking Gua Hao flying instantly. Gua Hao was horrified, having completely failed to anticipate this sudden attack. He hurriedly used his defensive skills again, condensing a black protective shield around him. Then, Gua Hao panicked like a frightened bird, continuously launching random attacks in all directions around him, trying to hit the enemy that suddenly appeared. Ning Lang found his confused look very funny and laughed at him. Ha ha, Gua Hao, you look like an idiot. Do you think you can hurt me like this?
Put away your stupid and ugly face. In an instant, Ning Lang condensed iron gloves on his fists.
Taking advantage of Guo Hao's unpreparedness, he suddenly punched him on the head again, knocking him away again.
Punch after punch, Guo Hao was dizzy and dazed by Ning Lang's swift attack. Although Ning Lang's invisibility potion cannot achieve 100% perfect invisibility, a little bit of vague shadow can still be seen. However, with the help of Ning Lang Yufengxing's body skills, he shuttled quickly in the space around him, and his body shape was so unpredictable that the shadow was extremely difficult to capture. But in just a moment, Guo Hao's face was swollen, blue and red, like a disfigured pig's head.
Ning Lang could have easily defeated Guo Hao with one move, but he didn't. Instead, he took the opportunity to practice his Xiangang fist.
But the unlucky one was Guo Hao.
After fighting for a while, Guo Hao found that he was simply unable to fight against Ning Lang. He couldn't bear the beating any longer and begged for mercy. "Stop, big brother, please stop.
Can you just consider me defeated? I admit I lost, I admit defeat." Bang!
After hearing Guo Hao's complete surrender and begging for mercy, Ning Lang felt that he had beaten him enough and didn't want to waste any more time. Then, he suddenly threw a punch with even greater force, hitting Guo Hao's head directly, sending Guo Hao flying into the sky, flying hundreds of meters away, and crashing heavily into a forest. At this time, Ning Lang turned his head and saw that Zhou Zhejia and Chang Fengwei were both looking at him with admiration. The two had been trying hard to stay awake and watch the battle. At the beginning, they couldn't see Ning Lang at all, but as the battle progressed, the effect of the invisibility potion on Ning Lang gradually wore off. His figure has appeared, and the two girls can finally see Ning Lang's appearance clearly. However, when the battle between Ning Lang and Guo Hao ended, Zhou Zhejia and Chang Fengwei could no longer hold on. They were already seriously injured, and on top of that, they were hit by Chang Fengwei's magic sound. The two of them suddenly fell into confusion and their minds were no longer clear. Ning Lang suddenly saw that the two girls were shaky and about to fall into the water. He quickly flew over, hugged the two girls with his arms, then flew them out of the pool and stood on the shore. Afterwards, Ning Lang temporarily placed them on the grass on the shore. He flew into the pool again and found the platinum treasure chest. Ning Lang brought the treasure chest back to the shore and opened it directly there. I saw that the treasure chest contained a 3rd-grade ferocious beast blood pill. Back then, the 5th-grade ferocious beast essence blood pill in Lin Huo's hand was worth 100,000 each. This 3rd-grade beast essence and blood pill is worth about 5 million on the market, and its effect is much stronger than the 5th-grade beast essence and blood pill. Ning Lang swallowed the essence blood pill directly. Suddenly, a seemingly endless amount of spiritual energy gradually spread in his body and began to fill his entire body. Ning Lang needs to digest it slowly before he can absorb it all. After taking this essence and blood pill, Ning Lang picked up the two girls again, and also picked up the clothes they had placed on the stone. He took them both and moved forward using the wind riding skill. Soon, Ning Lang brought the two of them to a cave. Ning Lang gathered some soft grass and spread it on the ground in the cave, then gently placed the two girls on the grass. Chapter 76 Ning Lang rescued two girls and brought them to the cave. Ning Lang carefully laid out the soft grass in the cave. He made the straw mat as comfortable as possible. Then, he slowly placed the two girls on the grass. At this time, both girls were affected by Chang Fengwei's drunk for 1,000 days skill and fell into a deep state of intoxication. Both girls were only wearing underwear at this time, because when they jumped into the pool, they took off their outer clothes for convenience of movement, so they were only wearing underwear at this moment. When Ning Lang saw the two girls in this state, he was worried that they might catch a cold lying in the cave, so he suddenly had an idea and wanted to put clothes on the two girls. Ning Lang first walked to Chang Fengwei's side. Chang Fengwei's skin was as white as snow. As the saying goes, whiteness hides 100 uglinesses. Moreover, she was very beautiful, with a graceful and beautiful figure, which touched Ning Lang immediately. Ning Lang picked up the two pieces of clothing and looked at them. For a moment, he didn't know which one of the two pieces of clothing belonged to Chang Fengwei. He chose a skirt based on his intuitive feeling and prepared to put it on Chang Fengwei. Ning Lang touched Chang Fengwei's body carefully, and first helped her to sit up from lying down. Chang Fengwei was in a daze at this time, and suddenly she put her arm around Ning Lang's neck and buried her face in Ning Lang's arms. Her sudden action made Ning Lang's heart beat faster. After all, Chang Fengwei was really beautiful. How could Ning Lang, as a young man full of vigor, have no reaction when such a beauty threw herself into his arms? "Handsome guy, did you save me?" "Thank you, you are so nice, and you are so handsome, handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend?" Chang Fengwei murmured in a daze, and countless little stars seemed to appear in her eyes as she stared at Ning Lang infatuatedly. Gradually, she seemed to pout, as if she wanted to kiss Ning Lang.
This undoubtedly made Ning Lang feel uncontrollable.
But Ning Lang thought to himself that Chang Fengwei was in a trance at the moment, and her words must not be taken seriously. He could not take advantage of her.
Ning Lang didn't pay any further attention.
He put the skirt on Chang Fengwei, then slowly pulled it down to cover her belly and legs.
Finally, he gently placed Chang Fengwei back on the grass.
Ning Lang stood up and wanted to continue to dress Zhou Zhezhe, but he didn't expect that just as he was about to stand up, his arm was suddenly hugged by Chang Fengwei again. Chang Fengwei hugged his arms tightly to prevent him from leaving, and the soft waves on Chang Fengwei's chest also pressed against Ning Lang's arm, which immediately made Ning Lang's blood surge again.
Chang Fengwei, just lie here and rest, don't move,
Ning Lang said softly. At this time, Chang Fengwei glanced at Ning Lang and said, Ning Lang, actually, I've been following you for a long time.
Thank you for saving me this time.
I'm weak now and have nothing to repay you with.
I will definitely repay you when I return to school. Ning Lang looked at Chang Fengwei carefully, not knowing whether she was awake or confused. If you say she is confused, why does she speak so clearly? If you say she is sober, she looks like she is intoxicated. Ning Lang didn't pay any more attention to it, and simply nodded and said, okay, let's talk about it after you get better. Then, Ning Lang walked to Zhou Zhezhe's side again. At this time, Zhou Zhezhe was already drunk and unconscious. After all, the still of drunk for 1,000 days was released by Chang Fengwei. She must be very familiar with her skills, and her body would have developed a certain immunity. But Zhou Zhezhe was different. After being seriously injured, she did not make any defense against this skill, so she was completely hit by this move. Now she is basically in a state of deep drunkenness. She lay there motionless.
No matter how Ning Lang touched her, she didn't react, except for the occasional hum. Ning Lang didn't think too much about it and directly put the other piece of clothing on Zhou Zhezhe. Although Zhou Zhezhe is not as white as Chang Fengwei, she is also very beautiful.
What's more important is that her temperament and personality have an ancient charm.
It is a very gentle temperament that makes people feel pity for her. Ning Lang also carefully helped Zhou Zhezhe put on the dress and buttoned it for her. At this time, Ning Lang turned around and wanted to leave the cave.
After all, the third round of the competition was still going on, and the competition for the qualification to advance to the advanced class was still going on.
And there are many treasure chests in this ferocious beast forest waiting to be opened.
Ning Lang didn't want to waste any more time.
He had already done his best to help the two girls, and there was no need to help them more. After all, he still had important things to do. Ning Lang stood up and walked out of the cave. But suddenly, just as he walked out of the cave, a second-level ferocious beast jumped out the iron-toothed bear. The iron-toothed bear is huge in size and has extremely sharp teeth that can even bite through steel. Ning Lang had just walked out of the cave when the iron-toothed bear suddenly pounced towards him as fast as the wind.
Fortunately, Ning Lang's Yufengxing skill was very fast. After he reacted, he used Yufengxing in an instant.
In an instant, the figure had retreated into the cave again, leaving the iron-toothed bear empty-handed. Then, Ning Lang instantly condensed 10 ice swords in his hands and rushed out of the cave again. And the iron-toothed bear pounced towards Ning Lang again. Swish, 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 swish. Ning Lang controlled 10 ice swords, which danced wildly in the air, and slashed fiercely at the huge iron-toothed bear. One after another, the ice swords attacked the iron-toothed bear with extremely sharp force. Soon, under Ning Lang's flexible control, wounds were cut on the iron-toothed bear's body one after another. Although this iron-toothed bear is at the second level, it has only just reached the first level of the second level, so its strength is not particularly strong. After some careful operation, Ning Lang quickly killed the iron-toothed bear, and a stream of the beast's blood immediately flowed into Ning Lang's body. Ning Lang grabbed the iron-toothed bear's fur tightly with both hands, and suddenly swung it hard, throwing the iron-toothed bear more than 10 meters away. As a level 2 warrior, his power at this moment could be said to be extremely enormous, and it was no problem for him to easily throw away the iron-toothed bear, which was several times his size. At this time, Ning Lang wanted to move forward again, but when he looked back at Zhou Zhezhe and Chang Fengwei, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Ning Lang thought to himself, if he leaves rashly now, what if another second-level ferocious beast comes to this cave and discovers Zhou Zhezhe and Chang Fengwei? Both of them were already in a state of weakness and powerlessness, unable to resist. Facing a second-level ferocious beast, you are definitely powerless to resist.
Wouldn't you be bitten to death and eaten by it?
The iron-toothed bear just now probably came here because it sensed the spiritual energy they were emitting. Human warriors can kill ferocious beasts and absorb their essence and blood for their own cultivation, while ferocious beasts can also eat humans to make themselves stronger, so this ferocious beast forest is actually a very dangerous place. If Ning Lang left indifferently, it would be equivalent to putting Qiu Jejia and Chang Fangwei in danger. Thinking of this, Ning Lang suddenly hesitated. If he leaves, Qiu Jejia and Chang Fangwei will be in great danger, but if he doesn't leave, how can he continue with the third round of the competition and strive for the qualification for the advanced class? At this time, Ning Lang thought about it again and again, and suddenly remembered that there was a bottle of medicine for treating injuries in his ring.
He had obtained 3 bottles of elixir in Duobao Pagoda.
One was to help him practice, which he had already used. There was also a bottle of medicine for healing injuries and a bottle of medicine for enhancing his strength, neither of which was used. Ning Lang hesitated for a while and decided to take out the bottle of medicine and give it to Qiu Jejia and Chang Fangwei to drink. After all, they were classmates and he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Ning Lang then returned to the cave and took out his bottle of precious healing medicine.
Ning Lang carefully dropped a drop into Qiu Jejia's mouth and another drop into Chang Fangwei's mouth. As the 2 drops of elixir fell into their mouths, they quickly took effect.
Chang Fangwei and Qiu Jejia gradually woke up from their stupor.
Where is this? Chapter 77. Qiu Jejia and Chang Fangwei chat in the cave.
As Ning Lang poured the healing medicine into Qiu Jejia and Chang Fangwei's mouths, the medicine flowed into their lips and down their throats.
Soon, the medicine took effect.
Not long after, the 2 girls gradually woke up.
What is this place? Why am I here?
After Qiu Jejia opened her eyes, she looked around blankly. After she was hit by the 1,000 days of drunk, the effect was more serious than Chang Fangwei's, so she had no idea what happened during this period. Qiu Jejia looked around and saw Chang Fangwei and Ning Lang, and immediately recalled the memories in the pool just now.
She had guessed something through her own reasoning and then asked, Ning Lang, you saved us, didn't you? Before Ning Lang could answer, Chang Fangwei answered on his behalf, yes, it was Ning Lang who saved us. Thank you very much, Ning Lang. If it weren't for you, we would both be defeated by that demon King Guahao. Who knows what he would do to us?
At this time, Chang Fangwei added, Ning Lang not only defeated Guahao and brought us here, but he also gave us his own precious elixir to drink, which is why we were able to wake up so quickly. Although Chang Fangwei was in a trance just now, she had some resistance to the drunkenness for 1,000 days after all, so she did not enter into complete intoxication, and was still aware of the series of events that had just happened. After hearing Chang Fangwei's words, Qiu Jejia's gratitude towards Ning Lang suddenly became even stronger. She felt her body and found that she had recovered almost completely, which was very different from her previous state when she was drunk for 1,000 days. At this time, she had recovered 80% of her strength. Under such circumstances, we can still continue with the third round of the competition. She thought in her heart, it is thanks to Ning Lang's elixir that I have been able to recover to my current state. This means that I can continue to the third round of the competition. If it weren't for Ning Lang, I would definitely be eliminated directly in the third round. After thinking about this, Qiu Jejia's eyes were filled with gratitude towards Ning Lang. At the same time, he also had a very high opinion of Ning Lang's character, and even developed an inexplicable admiration for him. Qiu Jejia paused and said, Ning Lang, after the competition is over and we return to school, I will definitely repay you well.
Ning Lang nodded slightly.
From their attitudes, it can be seen that they are both truly grateful to me.
I appreciate your kindness. We are all classmates, so it's normal to help each other. You don't have to take it too seriously. After finishing speaking, Ning Lang continued, the competition is still going on. You can rest here for a while. Once your body recovers better and the medicine takes full effect, you can continue the competition. But I will not be here with you for the time being. After all, time is tight and I still have to go out to compete. After hearing this, the 2 girls nodded and said, okay, Ning Lang, you've done enough for both of us. We will remember it in our hearts and will repay you one day. Just go and do your thing and don't worry about us anymore. Ning Lang said a brief goodbye to the 2 girls, and then walked out of the cave again. When the 2 girls looked at Ning Lang's figure, they felt many kinds of emotions in their hearts. They actually felt reluctant to leave Ning Lang's back. The 2 of them even thought about many things that would happen in the future, and thought about the scenes where they and Ning Lang would have further contact and further development. This made the 2 girls' faces turn slightly red. Thinking of this, the 2 felt embarrassed.
They looked at each other and saw that the other person's face was also red, which made them feel even more embarrassed. At this time, Chang Fengwei and Xiao Jieja couldn't help but talk about Ning Lang.
Chang Fengwei brought up the topic. Xiao Jieja, what do you think of Ning Lang?
Xiao Jieja has a personality that is more like the gentle and graceful lady from ancient times. She felt a little embarrassed when faced with such a question. However, people are complex, and her personality also has some strong modern female temperament mixed in. After thinking for a moment, she said, Ning Lang is a very good person.
He's very enthusiastic, honest, and kind. More importantly, he's very powerful.
Even the Northern Fan Emperor was defeated by him.
I'm quite interested in him.
When Chang Fengwei heard Xiao Jieja's praise for Ning Lang, she was very pleased because she also thought Ning Lang was very outstanding. But at the same time, she felt a little alert because she felt from Xiao Jieja's words that she also had a lot of good feelings towards Ning Lang. Chang Fengwei immediately asked, Xiao Jieja, you might have fallen in love with Ning Lang, right?
Chang Fengwei's words immediately made Xiao Jieja's face turn even redder.
However, she was also a very smart girl, and she directly turned the topic back to Chang Fengwei. You ask me this, do you also have some feelings for Ning Lang in your heart?
Otherwise, why are you asking me such a question?
Xiao Jieja originally wanted to throw this hot potato back to Chang Fengwei, but she didn't expect that Chang Fengwei had a straightforward personality. Of course, her personality cannot be simply summarized as straightforward. She may be shy in front of Ning Lang, but she is relatively straightforward in front of Xiao Jieja.
She admitted frankly, yes, I do have some feelings for Ning Lang.
He's the best among all the freshman boys in my opinion.
How could I not like such an outstanding boy? However, I noticed that there's a very beautiful girl named Lin Xi next to Ning Lang. She was Ning Lang's high school classmate and the campus belle. They seem to have a very close relationship. Chang Fengwei brought up the topic of Lin Xi, which immediately put Xiao Jieja and Chang Fengwei on the same side. The two of them have temporarily put aside their competition for Ning Lang because their common rival in love is Lin Xi. Judging from the current situation, they have no way to compete with Lin Xi. After all, Lin Xi and Ning Lang have a very close relationship. They are high school classmates and teammates in the martial arts exam.
Under normal circumstances, there is a high probability that the two of them will get together and become a couple.
And they don't have much hope.
Therefore, there is no need for internal fighting at this time.
Hearing Chang Fengwei mention Lin Xi, Xiao Jieja couldn't help but sigh and said, yes, outstanding boys are often surrounded by outstanding and beautiful girls. Chang Fengwei also sighed.
After all, she had good character and was a very kind person at heart. She didn't like to steal other people's boyfriends. However, according to the information she learned, Ning Lang and Lin Xi were not together at the moment and were not yet in a relationship, so there was still a chance, although it was not great.
Chang Fengwei analyzed, yes, Lin Xi is very beautiful and talented.
It would be difficult for us to develop a relationship with Ning Lang.
But we can still give it a try.
If Ning Lang really likes Lin Xi, I think they would have been together a long time ago.
But they haven't become a couple yet.
Maybe there are some unexpected circumstances, which means we still have a chance.
Xiao Jieja nodded in agreement and said, you're right.
In any case, after the competition is over, we can get in touch with Ning Lang and get to know him better.
Let's see who he likes more.
The two of them continued chatting as they waited for their bodies to fully recover.
Ning Lang naturally couldn't hear what they were talking about. Soon, Ning Lang continued to move quickly through the forest of ferocious beasts. Because of his battle with Guahao and the rescue of two girls, he wasted a lot of time, so he has now changed his strategy. He can no longer focus on finding and opening treasure chests, but must also pay attention to the whereabouts of other classmates. If you have the chance, find other classmates and defeat them so that you can defeat the 4 classmates more quickly and successfully advance to the advanced class. He has already defeated Guahao, so there are only 4 places left. As long as he defeats 4 more classmates, he can successfully advance.
Ning Lang moved quickly, and after walking for more than 10 miles, he suddenly felt that someone was ambushing in front of him. Although that classmate tried his best to hide his presence, Ning Lang still sensed his presence. The man was hiding in front of him, as if waiting for him to pass by, and then he might suddenly attack him. After Ning Lang sensed his breath, he suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped in the forest full of fallen leaves.
Ning Lang said loudly to the front, classmate, I think there is no need for you to hide anymore. Since you want to target me, why not just come out and fight me?
After Ning Lang finished speaking, the man did not show up immediately. Maybe he thought Ning Lang was trying to trick him, so he wanted to wait. But Ning Lang was not lying to him. He truly felt the aura of this classmate. This person was hiding in the dark and had also concentrated his own spiritual power. He was obviously preparing to launch a powerful attack. So his aura is still quite obvious. Ning Lang said again, "If you don't come out, I will drag you out. It will be very embarrassing." After Ning Lang finished speaking, an ice sword suddenly condensed in his hand, and as he swung his sword, the ice sword slashed directly towards a big tree. And behind this big tree, the classmate was really hiding. With a clang sound, Ning Lang's ice sword was blocked by a sword. At this time, the classmate slowly appeared, because she had realized that she had really been discovered by Ning Lang and there was no need to hide anymore. When this person flew in front of Ning Lang was surprised to find that this person was Duan Ruotong. Duan Ruotong is the girl who seems to be in a relationship with Fan Di. In the second round, Ning Lang fought against Fan Di, while Lin Xi fought against Duan Ruotong. Therefore, he was not unfamiliar with Duan Ruotong. But Ning Lang was a little puzzled. Duan Ruotong should have known that she was no match for him, so why did she stop him here? Did she want to challenge him? Chapter 78. Duan Ruotong blocked Ning Lang's way and was defeated. Ning Lang chose to ask the questions in his mind directly. He said, "Duan Ruotong, I didn't expect it to be you. You should have witnessed the battle between me and Emperor Fan. Emperor Fan was no match for me. You knew you were not as strong as me, so why did you still want to challenge me?" Duan Ruotong looked serious at the moment, holding the peach blossom sword in her hand. She raised her head and said proudly, "That's right, Ning Lang, Brother Fan will be defeated by you. I don't think it's because Brother Fan is not as strong as you, but because you just happened to surpass Brother Fan in the realm of philosophy. So after you and him entered the realm of philosophy, you defeated Brother Fan. But I don't think your fighting ability is very strong. Today I just want to test your true strength with my own hands. If I can defeat you, it will be equivalent to saving a game for Brother Fan." Ning Lang immediately smiled faintly and said, "Very good, it seems that you still have deep feelings for Emperor Fan and want to avenge him." Duan Ruotong said, "You don't have to worry about what's going on between us, but you're right, I like him very much and I'm willing to do anything for him." Ning Lang said, "Very good. Since you are so sentimental, I will fight you. But this is a competition, so I won't let you go. You'd better use all your strength." Duan Ruotong said, "Of course. Only by exerting all my strength can I be qualified to fight you." After saying that, Duan Ruotong directly drew out her peach blossom sword. "Ning Lang, take this. Let me see your true strength." After she finished speaking, she saw her sword instantly transformed into countless pink peach blossom phantoms, which were so dazzling that it was impossible to see where she was. Ning Lang was immediately surprised by Duan Ruotong's gorgeous sword move, because regardless of the power of her move, it was indeed very beautiful. But despite being surprised, Ning Lang had to take it seriously. He used his wind controlling skills and took the lead in retreating 5 steps. He temporarily avoided Duan Ruotong's sword moves so that he could observe how to respond to her moves. Swish, 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 swish. After Duan Ruotong used the peach blossom sword shadow move, the figure finally appeared clearly in front of Ning Lang again. "It's a beautiful sword move, but it seems a bit gaudy to me." "Really? Then you underestimate my sword skills." Duan Ruotong let out a delicate cry, instantly gathering her strength and unleashing even more fierce sword moves. This time, she not only increased the power of her sword moves, but also focused her attention to make her movements more flexible. Not only are her sword moves extraordinarily gorgeous, but her unique peach blossom phantom step is also extremely exquisite. The quality of this peach blossom phantom step could be ranked among the top 10 among all the steps in the world, but Duan Ruotong was still in the early stages of practice. But even so, she gathered all her strength at this moment and fought Ning Lang with full concentration, and she still looked great. One is the peach blossom phantom step, and the other is the wind controlling step. The figures of the two of them kept flashing, impacting, and jumping in this forest of ferocious beasts. Sometimes he appeared here, sometimes he appeared there, and every time the two figures met, there was a sound of swords clashing. In such a fierce battle, Ning Lang also used his Imperial Guard's Chaos Slash. He held an ice sword in his hand, and 19 ice swords continued to appear. Wherever Duan Ruotong landed, ice swords would slash at her. It has to be said that Duan Ruotong's movements were really graceful. Every sword of Ning Lang seemed to be able to hit her, but each time it was always a second off. Every time his ice sword slashed over, Duan Ruotong dodged it deftly. Taking advantage of Ning Lang's intensive attacks, Duan Ruotong was able to find opportunities to continue attacking Ning Lang, which shows that her skills are indeed excellent and very agile. A tree of peach blossoms fills the sky.
In an instant, Duan Ruatong used her ultimate move.
This move was extremely gorgeous. In this space, countless peach blossom branches suddenly appeared, growing wildly like lightning. These countless peach blossoms instantly turned into hidden weapons and rushed towards Ning Lang. But it must be said that Duan Ruatong's peach blossoms have not yet reached the level where even flying petals and fallen leaves can hurt people.
The attack power of these peach blossoms is actually very weak.
However, the purpose of these peach blossoms is not to attack the enemy directly, but to dazzle the enemy. Beneath this sword move that has peach blossoms flying all over the sky, there is a hidden killing move. Duan Ruatong was holding the peach blossom sword and was about to launch a sudden attack on Ning Lang under the cover of the peach blossom tree, wanting to defeat Ning Lang in one fell swoop.
Brush!
But she didn't expect that at this moment, Ning Lang suddenly condensed a huge fireball in his hand. He rushed towards the flying peach blossoms in the sky with this big fireball. Under the blazing flames of the fireball, the red lotus flames on the fireball burned fiercely, and the countless peach blossoms turned into ashes in an instant. In the midst of the smoke, Duan Ruatong stabbed towards Ning Lang with a sword, which Ning Lang could see clearly in an instant. In an instant, Ning Lang condensed his iron boxing gloves on his right hand, and then directly blocked Duan Ruatong's sword with his palm.
Clang!
When the two men collided with each other at this moment with their own powerful strength, their battle also reached its climax at this moment. Ning Lang's strength is extremely strong, and his iron fist is extremely hard, and it can also assist in combat. When his iron fist hit the tip of Duan Ruatong's sword, a strong vibration force was generated. This vibration force was transmitted directly along Duan Ruatong's sword to her whole body, causing Duan Ruatong to let out a cry.
Ah!
In an instant, Duan Ruatong was knocked flying by this powerful force, and blood gushed out of her mouth.
You, how come you are so strong?
It seems that Brother Fan and Mr. Liu were defeated by you because of your strength. Your victory over them was not a fluke.
Duan Ruatong fell to the ground, she gasped and said, her eyes full of disbelief. You're not bad either. You're quite strong to have fought with me for so many moves.
Ning Lang sighed slightly, acknowledging Duan Ruatong's strength. Ning Lang, I lost today's battle with full conviction.
Duan Ruatong lost completely. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal a kind of admiration for Ning Lang. Women tend to admire the strong.
She used to admire Emperor Fan because he was very powerful and was the best in their Handan city, so she admired him very much. But now that she has felt Ning Lang's even more powerful strength, she can't help but feel a strong admiration and respect for Ning Lang. However, Duan Ruatong and Fan Di have been together for a long time and have deep feelings for each other. So although Duan Ruatong admired and respected Ning Lang, she quickly suppressed this emotion with reason.
I lost, see you again if fate allows.
After Duan Ruatong finished speaking, she struggled to stand up, clasped her fist slightly towards Ning Lang, and disappeared from Ning Lang's sight in a flash. Ning Lang had successfully defeated 2 classmates at this time. Now there are only 3 places left for students, and a lot of time has passed, so he still has to hurry up and complete the promotion.
At this moment, suddenly, another voice rang out.
Ning Lang was also slightly surprised.
Chapter 79 Ling Bai appears to challenge Ning Lang in fight for Su Li.
Accompanied by a sudden sound, another person appeared in front of Ning Lang. Ning Lang was secretly shocked because he had a vague feeling that this person had ill intentions. He had just had a fierce battle with Duan Ruatong and had not yet fully recovered, with his blood and energy still churning in his body. Before he could even catch his breath, this man suddenly appeared. It was obvious that he had planned this. He must have been hiding in the dark just now, witnessing the fierce battle between him and Duan Ruatong with his own eyes, and only at this moment did he suddenly take advantage of the opportunity and rush out.
The purpose is self-evident, it is targeting oneself.
When the man's figure flashed in front of Ning Lang several times and finally stopped in front of Ning Lang immediately saw that the man was holding a silver spear in his hand. Ning Lang was also very familiar with this person, because this person was none other than Ling Bai from Maching High School. Back on the day of the martial arts exam, Ling Bai and Su Li formed a contracted teammate for the exam. At that time, Ning Lang paid a little attention to Ling Bai. But unexpectedly, after the martial arts exam, Ling Bai confessed his love to Su Li, but was cruelly rejected by Su Li. So at this moment, the relationship between Ning Lang and Ling Bai seemed a little awkward. Needless to say, Ning Lang had already figured out that Ling Bai definitely did not have a good attitude towards him. As expected, Ling Bai waved the spear in his hand, pointed it at Ning Lang, and said, "Ning Lang, I've wanted to compete with you since we were in Mo City, but I never found the opportunity. Now, with the opportunity of the freshman competition, we can finally have a fair fight."
Fair? Hearing this, Ning Lang coldly asked back, "Ling Bai, you've been hiding here for a long time, haven't you?
I just had a huge fight with Duan Ruotong, and you naturally saw it all.
Now you're taking advantage of the situation and swooping in, yet you're still talking about fairness?"
Ling Bai didn't feel ashamed by what Ning Lang said.
Instead, he said very naturally, "Ning Lang, don't you think this is truly fair?
Your strength is already above mine, and now I'm taking advantage of you having fought a big battle to show up and fight you.
This way, our chances of winning are almost the same, right?"
Ling Bai's words made Ning Lang a little surprised. He thought about it carefully and suddenly felt that what Ling Bai said made sense from a certain perspective. After all, Ling Bai had seen his own strength, and he also knew that his strength could not catch up with his own, so he took advantage of the opportunity at this time and achieved fairness in another sense. Thinking of this, Ning Lang nodded slightly. He didn't actually have a bad impression of Ling Bai, and they were high school classmates, so Ning Lang wanted to give him some face and said, "Okay, since you want to, let's have a fair fight."
"You go ahead, but why do you want to fight me so badly? Isn't the reason clear enough? Now that things have come to this, I have nothing to hide. Perhaps you can see that I actually like Su Li.
I originally thought that Su Li's willingness to be my teammate showed that she had some feelings for me. We went through the martial arts exam together, faced danger together, and won second place together. I originally thought that the two of us would naturally come together, but I didn't expect that after I confessed to Su Li, she rejected me."
"Ning Lang, do you know why she rejected me?"
Ning Lang hadn't expected Ling Bai to tell him something that was considered a secret, but since he had said that, Ning Lang followed his lead and asked, "What's the reason?"
"Can you tell me?"
Su Li said that she already has someone she likes in her heart, so she can't accept me anymore.
"One person's heart can't hold two people,"
Ling Bai said slowly.
"Oh, and so? Is this why you wanted to challenge me?"
Ling Bai sneered, "Ning Lang, stop playing dumb. Although Su Li didn't explicitly say who she likes, even a fool can tell that she likes you." Ning Lang's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but frown slightly. He asked doubtfully, "Ling Bai, why are you so sure that the person Su Li is talking about is me?"
"Su Li and I are just classmates." "Ning Lang, are you and Su Li just classmates?"
"Yes, you two are classmates on the surface, but don't you realize that Su Li cares about you more than she does about others?"
"Isn't it because Su Li is the monitor of our class? Back then, I couldn't awaken, so she cared more about me."
"I am of course very grateful to her, but I don't think she likes me."
"Maybe she's just a nice person? And she hasn't told anyone that she likes me."
"Your own guess is just a guess after all."
"Ha ha."
Ling Bai sneered and said, "Ning Lang, your words certainly sound right, but who else could Su Li like besides you? I haven't seen her have more contact or intimacy with any other boys, so the person she's talking about is most likely you. But whether it's you or anyone else, it doesn't matter anymore, because I don't really care who Su Li likes."
"That's her business. If she doesn't like me, I naturally won't force it on her."
"Even if she likes you, I won't cause you any trouble, but I just want to fight you."
"I want to have a good fight with you, and it would be best if I could defeat you. This is an impulse that I can't explain." Ning Lang nodded. He could fully understand Ling Bai's thoughts.
"Since he wants to challenge me, I will just have a good fight with him.
I will also give it my all. This is the greatest respect for him."
"Okay, then let's get started. I also want to experience your Shenlong spear skills."
After saying that,
Ling Bai had already made his move. He fired a gun at Ning Lang. The power of this gun was so great that his entire figure seemed to have transformed into a golden dragon, rushing towards Ning Lang with a fierce momentum. Ning Lang was slightly startled. He could feel the incredible power of Ling Bai's shot from the strong wind coming from the impact. But he did not panic. He instantly flashed to the right and barely avoided the shot.
"Excellent marksmanship. You've become much stronger since the martial arts exam."
Ning Lang exclaimed in admiration, and in an instant an ice sword appeared in his hand. Ling Bai did not give Ning Lang much time to breathe. He transformed into a golden dragon again and attacked Ning Lang again. Chapter 80. Ning Lang fights fiercely with Ling Bai, breaking the spear with his sword. But this time, Ning Lang did not keep dodging, but instantly swung the sword in his hand and slashed hard on Ling Bai's gun, cutting Ling Bai's gun off its direction.
At this moment, the two men's swords and guns collided violently.
After this collision, both men felt the powerful force in their hands, and their palms were numb from the shock. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai's figure continued to transform into a golden dragon, shuttling back and forth in the open space. His figure is very flexible and his strength is very fierce. With such strength, even a second-level ferocious beast with thick skin and flesh would not be able to withstand its power and would be directly pierced through the body by this shot. Ning Lang knew that the current situation should not be underestimated, so he also concentrated on fighting with all his strength. The two of them had exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. Ling Bai seemed to never get tired and kept charging towards Ning Lang. Ning Lang had no other choice for the moment and could only keep blocking Ling Bai's attacks. What a fast spear technique! It's indeed worthy of being called the Shenlong spear technique. It's really powerful. Ning Lang secretly marveled in his heart. At the same time, he was thinking very quickly. He couldn't just defend like this. He had to take the initiative to attack in order to defeat Ling Bai. He had only just defeated 2 classmates, and after he defeated Ling Bai, there were only 3 left. After fighting with Ling Bai, he still has to fight 2 more classmates to advance, so he can't waste too much energy on Ling Bai. Ling Bai, take it. In an instant, Ning Lang blocked Ling Bai's spear with a sword, and he instantly controlled the other 19 ice swords, which flew wildly in the air. Then, these 19 ice swords slashed directly towards Ling Bai's figure and chased after Ling Bai, who had transformed into a golden dragon. 19 ice swords were constantly interweaving from different directions like threading a needle, chasing Ling Bai's whereabouts. Ning Lang instantly activated his wind controlling skill and dodged backwards at an extremely high speed, making it impossible for Ling Bai to catch up with him. Ning Lang kept retreating, his eyes always on Ling Bai, but he kept retreating with his back facing backwards. At the same time, 19 flying swords continued to slash at Ling Bai. Ling Bai tried to catch up with him, but his Divine Dragon Spear skill could not catch up with his wind control skill, so he could not catch up, but had to endure the continuous attacks of 19 flying swords at the same time. Ning Lang's unique skill made it impossible for Ling Bai to break through. Ling Bai kept attacking, but at the same time his defense would be weaker. At this time, his fierce attack could not restrain Ning Lang, but instead he was constantly attacked by Ning Lang. So soon, Ling Bai had some wounds on his body caused by the ice sword. At the same time, a strong chill emanated from Ning Lang's ice sword, which affected Ling Bai's movement and slowed down his speed. Ling Bai tried his best to use the Divine Dragon Spear technique, trying to break through and attack Ning Lang. However, this actually made his own defense weaker. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai could no longer hold on and was defeated by Ning Lang's sword. There were countless ice swords, several of which injured Ling Bai, while at the same time, there was a sword standing upright in front of Ling Bai's chest, and another sword was across Ling Bai's neck. As long as Ning Lang controlled it slightly, he could kill Ling Bai directly. But after all, they are classmates, so Ning Lang would not do that. Seeing this, Ling Bai realized that he had been completely defeated by Ning Lang. He could only sigh helplessly and stop. I lost. Ling Bai retracted his silver spear and said helplessly. Even as he spoke, the proud light in his eyes seemed to die out, and he lowered his proud head slightly. Hearing Ling Bai admit defeat, Ning Lang instantly controlled his flying swords, and all of them flew back with a swoosh and disappeared into the air again. Ling Bai, even though you lost to me, you are still very strong. You are one of the strongest opponents I have ever met. Ling Bai said, there's no need to say more. Losing is losing. Ning Lang, I lost to you today. I will work hard on my training. One day, I will definitely surpass you. Ning Lang smiled slightly and said, then you have to work harder, because I will also practice hard. Ning Lang thought about it and didn't know whether he should say something or not. But he finally said it, Ling Bai, there are many beautiful women out there. Even though you like Suli and Suli doesn't like you, there are still many outstanding girls in the university. You can also focus your attention on other girls. There is no need to hang yourself on a tree. After hearing this, Ling Bai didn't seem to have as much resentment towards Ning Lang anymore. Of course, he didn't particularly resent Ning Lang, because matters of the heart cannot be forced, and it is a person's freedom to like whoever he likes. At this moment, it can be said that Ling Bai has completely let go of Ning Lang and no longer has any feelings for him. He even let go of Suli and his love for her. Of course, you're right. Even if Suli doesn't like me, there will be other outstanding girls who like me. I certainly won't let go of my heart, not because of Suli. But how should I put it? Suli is the first girl I like very much after all. Even if I get together with other girls in the future, I will still keep Suli in my heart. I won't bother Suli anymore, but I will quietly reserve a place for her that no one else can replace.
After saying that,
Ling Bai carried the spear on his shoulder, then turned around gracefully and slowly walked into the depths of the forest.
Ning Lang watched Ling Bai's figure gradually disappearing into the distance.
After a brief pause, he continued to move forward towards the target circle set by the school. At this moment, he raised his wrist and checked the message received on his watch. Ning Lang was surprised to find that 7 people had already successfully advanced. Obviously, they had all achieved their goal of defeating 5 classmates. Ning Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Only half of the competition time had passed, and these people had already successfully advanced. Their speed was so fast. Thinking of this, Ning Lang felt a sense of urgency. After all, there were only 40 places in the advanced class, and he still had to defeat 2 people to advance. Ning Lang quickened his pace and continued moving forward for a while. Suddenly, he keenly felt a hint of spiritual energy. He thought that he must have come across a treasure chest. After a little hesitation, Ning Lang decided to do a simple search. If he found it, he would open the treasure chest. If he couldn't find it, he would not waste too much time. Soon, Ning Lang was lucky this time and found a silver treasure chest. Ning Lang opened it with great anticipation and discovered that hidden inside was a bottle of elixir that could restore qi and blood. This is like a timely help for Ning Lang at this moment. Because Ning Lang just needed to restore his qi and blood. Ning Lang took the pill directly. In just a few minutes, he felt that his energy and blood had recovered by 80%. This made Ning Lang very happy and he became more confident about the next 2 battles.
Ning Lang continued to move forward. Suddenly,
when he passed by a place, he suddenly felt dizzy.
Ning Lang suddenly became alert. What is going on? Could it be that I have fallen into a formation set up by a classmate? Or was it that he had secretly encountered some strange fighting technique that made him feel a little dizzy?
Just as he thought of this, Ning Lang suddenly felt the dizziness become stronger. He tried hard to concentrate and looked around nervously.
Chapter 81 Ning Lang encounters the obsessive demon Son's first blood.
As Ning Lang looked around and took a closer look, he indeed found a figure in the nearby woods. At this moment, the man had obviously succeeded in his sneak attack and hit Ning Lang, so he slowly walked out of the woods with a smug look on his face.
Standing in front of Ning Lang,
Ning Lang immediately cursed, "How despicable!
You actually attack me from the dark.
You have no martial ethics at all." After cursing, Ning Lang took a closer look and found that he knew this person and had met him once. At that time, when many new students were enrolled at the school gate, Ning Lang, Wang Xiaodiao, Lin Xi, and Su Li were observing these new freshmen at the gate, and they had met Song Yixue once. As an expert in intelligence, Wang Xiaodiao briefly mentioned this to Ning Lang at the time, saying that Song Yixue's innate profession was the obsession demon, and he was also S-level in strength. His strength should not be underestimated, and his combat skills were also very strange. At that time, Wang Xiaodiao reminded Ning Lang to be careful of this person.
However, he did not give a detailed explanation of Song Yixue.
Because Wang Xiaodiao had only heard of Song Yixue's talented profession and did not have a deep understanding of his combat skills, Wang Xiaodiao was unable to provide Ning Lang with too much information and could only ask Ning Lang to be careful of this person. Ning Lang didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he would meet this person in the 3rd round of the competition. Ning Lang's head was still dizzy at this moment. When he saw Song Yixue appear, he became more convinced that he had been hit by some of his fighting skills.
At this time,
Song Yixue, who had just appeared, heard Ning Lang's rude words to him and said coldly, "Yes, I just attacked you, so what?
I didn't say I was a good person."
Ning Lang was immediately furious and said, "Okay, you really have no shame at all. However, you are better than those people who pretend to have shame but actually do things that are shameless.
At least you are a real villain, better than those hypocrites." Ha 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 ha. Song Yixue laughed out loud.
Ning Lang saw that Song Yixue looked very strange. More importantly, he exuded a devilish aura, which made people feel dark, incomprehensible, and terrifying when they saw him.
Ning Lang said, "Song Yixue, it seems you are targeting me. A big battle is bound to happen between us."
Song Yixue then spoke again, "Ning Lang, you think too highly of yourself. I did sneak attack you here, but I wasn't targeting you. I would have sneak attacked anyone who passed by here. Don't forget that we are in a competition, so my sneak attack is also very normal."
You don't have anything to say, right?
Ning Lang said, "Okay, if that's the case, then stop talking nonsense and get started. Let me see what powerful fighting skills you have."
After saying that, Ning Lang didn't say anything polite. After all, Song Yishue didn't say anything polite to him either.
Ning Lang condensed a huge fireball in his hand and then suddenly blasted it towards Song Yishue. Suddenly, the huge fireball exploded violently where Song Yishue was.
However, in the midst of the flames, Song Yishue instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared from his original position. He rushed towards Ning Lang like a ghost. His magical footwork also surprised Ning Lang, because this is a bit like the legendary Phantom Step.
Ning Lang had also heard of this kind of footwork, but he had never seen it before.
The reason why I have heard of this kind of footwork is because the Phantom footwork is not much different from his wind control footwork, both of which are extremely powerful footwork. I didn't expect that Song Yishue would know this kind of footwork. It shows that his strength is quite extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, after Song Yishue rushed towards Ning Lang, a huge sickle suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it towards Ning Lang like the sickle of the god of death. Ning Lang was shocked when he saw this, and then he immediately grasped the ice sword in his hand and blocked the sickle fiercely. After blocking the sickle, Ning Lang instantly stabbed the ice sword in his hand towards Song Yishue like a snake. While fighting, Ning Lang also asked, "Song Yishue should be your nickname. I wonder why you have such a nickname. It's extremely weird." Song Yishue also said as he fought, "Haha, it's nothing. It's just that my innate class, the Obsession Demon, was a late bloomer. Before I cultivated it to perfection, I was always in a relatively weak state. Therefore, I was always weak in all battles. When I teamed up with my teammates, I was also the first to be defeated by the enemy. That's why they gave me the nickname Song Yishue, which means I always give away first blood. However, as I cultivated the Obsession Demon class to perfection, those classmates who ridiculed me back then have long since looked up to me and no longer dared to look down on me." As he spoke, the huge sickle in Song Yishue's hand kept colliding with Ning Lang's ice sword. The two figures, one black and one white, kept fighting with each other and kept flying in the woods. The two men's weapons collided with each other, continuously generating shock waves, which caused countless leaves in the woods to fly everywhere. They fought in this forest of ferocious beasts like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Not only that, Ning Lang's ice sword is a bright ice color, while Song Yishue's sickle is a thick ink black. The two weapons, one bright and one dark, kept colliding. If someone were watching, they would be shocked by the splendor, magnificence, and beauty of this battle. Ning Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Song Yishue's strength was so powerful, compared with those he had fought before, he was even stronger. The two continued to fight for a while. At this moment, Song Yishue suddenly said, "Ning Lang, I know you haven't used your full strength yet, and I haven't used my full strength either, but time is urgent and we are still in the game, so I won't be polite. I'm going to use my ultimate skill on you." As he spoke, Song Yi's blood-black sickle suddenly attacked Ning Lang, and he threw the sickle directly at Ning Lang. The sickle he released seemed to obey his orders and kept hitting Ning Lang's ice sword. At the same time, Song Yishue began to form seals with his hands. In an instant, the surrounding environment suddenly changed from color to black and white. This scene undoubtedly shocked Ning Lang. He didn't know what kind of skill this was, how powerful it was, and how to crack it. Ning Lang then discovered that it was actually Song Yishue who had pulled him and himself into a special space condensed by Song Yishue. Song Yishue slowly explained, "This combat skill is called the Obsession Domain. You've also heard of my innate class, the Obsession Demon. I've pulled you into this special space. Here, you will be tortured by all your past obsessions. Once you have an unresolvable obsession, you will be completely trapped and unable to extricate yourself." Hearing this, Ning Lang was immediately shocked. "What? Your fighting skills are so terrifying. Your fighting skills use the obsessions and inescapable delusions in everyone's hearts, and use the memories in everyone's heart to attack." Song Yishue laughed heartily and said, "Yes, you are right. Everyone has obsessions, so no one can defeat me. However, it is very difficult to cultivate this combat skill. I also spent a lot of hard work before finally practicing it. Now start to feel your obsession." After Song Yishue finished speaking, countless black mists appeared in the air in an instant. Clusters of black mists were flying in this space like souls. In fact, each piece of black mist contained an obsession about Ning Lang. In fact, if Song Yishue had not explained to Ning Lang, his fighting skills would undoubtedly have exerted greater power, because it would have made Ning Lang even more confused, not knowing what was going on and unable to crack it. But Song Yishue did not do that. Instead, he explained to Ning Lang that this was because they were in a competition, not facing a real enemy. Song Yishue knew that Ning Lang was very strong, so he wanted to have a real duel with Ning Lang to see if Ning Lang could defeat him.
Suddenly, countless black shadows were flying around, and one of them suddenly rushed into Ning Lang's mind.
In an instant, Ning Lang was attacked by his own obsession. Chapter 82. Ning Lang was attacked by his own inner obsession. This obsession actually came from his original world.
After all, he had only been in this world for a short time.
Ning Lang had this obsession when he was in high school. In fact, Ning Lang has always been a good student since he was a child.
After he was admitted to the key high school in the city, his grades were very good when he first enrolled. However, after he came to this high school in the city and came into contact with many books and a lot of information that he had not been able to receive in the closed junior high school and elementary school, Ning Lang suddenly had some thoughts about education. He began to reflect on some things seriously. At the same time, high school is the time when a person begins to have his own thoughts. He began to seriously understand the world and try to understand life. In this situation, Ning Lang read a lot of opinions on education, and after some personal reflection, he suddenly realized that the educational environment he had been in actually had huge problems. This education is purely exam-oriented. Every day, countless students work hard to memorize things, do some test questions, and learn various knowledge points in preparation for exams. However, all of this is just for the sake of exams. It is pure rote learning. It is just to compete in the college entrance examination to see who has learned more, memorized more, done more questions, and studied harder.
This is a meaningless competition.
Its essence is competition for the sake of competition, competition for the sake of screening who can go to better universities. What everyone learns is not something that is truly useful or valuable to themselves, but rather various rigid knowledge points and various question answering skills.
A lot of what they learn is useless to these students. After the exam, they may forget everything and remember nothing.
However, in order to pass the exam, students have to spend a huge amount of effort and spend more than 10 years of their youth to memorize these knowledge points, answering skills, answering rules, and templates. Of course, the knowledge a student learns in elementary and junior high school may still be used in life, so the problem is not that big.
But after high school, what we learned is completely useless.
Many people forget everything they learned in high school within half a month after the college entrance examination.
Why?
Because these things are really useless. They are just a test of your intelligence, your learning ability, your ability to memorize, and your diligence.
It is a kind of screening.
After Ning Lang saw this essence clearly, he developed a strong aversion to education. However, if he does not study and does not go to a good university, it will be very difficult for him to find a job in the future. Therefore, he became more aware that the education system, including the associated social environment, actually has serious problems.
He believes that every student should learn something truly useful during their youth.
Even if there are not so many things worth learning, at least every student can be more relaxed, not be under so much pressure, and not have to work hard from morning to night in this worthless competition.
This is all really too much. What is the meaning of this scroll turning around and around?
It just makes everyone's life hard and painful, and everyone loses the time to live happily in their youth. Later, when Ning Lang was in high school, because of this obsession and this knot in his heart, he gradually went from having good grades to being a student at the bottom of the class.
This matter has undoubtedly become Ning Lang's obsession. Because after graduating from Ninglong University, of course, he went to a junior college. After graduation, he sometimes wondered why he didn't study hard in high school and why he had so many ideas.
But at the same time, he felt that his thoughts in high school were indeed correct. This thing gradually became Ning Lang's obsession, and Ning Lang could never let it go. At this moment, Ning Lang didn't expect that Song Yishue would use this obsession to attack him.
This undoubtedly made Ning Lang recall the extremely tangled and painful high school period.
When he was in high school, he hated the education system, but at the same time he was constrained by the school environment. Everyone else was studying hard, and if he didn't study, he would seem like an outlier. At the same time, he saw no hope for his future at that time. But Ning Lang also saw through the education system, and as a result he was always struggling and wavering. That period of time was very painful for him and made him feel very depressed. He also tried to communicate this issue with many teachers, but many teachers were unable to answer him or provide him with any explanation.
Because many teachers are aware that there are problems with the education system.
As frontline teachers, they understand education more thoroughly than students, but they have no ability to change this. They could only let Ning Lang accept the status quo, accept the reality of this society, accept such a problematic education system, and obey the rules of this society. Therefore, after hearing what these teachers said, Ning Lang still could not reach an agreement with them.
As a result, many teachers had no way to control Ning Lang because they were unable to convince Ning Lang.
Ning Lang had a very bad relationship with his teachers, which became a source of pain for him. At the same time, in high school, Ning Lang felt very inferior because of these things and his poor grades, and he felt out of tune with other people. Song Yishui attacked Ning Lang with such an obsession, causing Ning Lang to instantly fall into a memory and be controlled by his own obsession.
He wants to change the education system.
He hopes that the education system can be changed into a real quality-oriented education, so that every student can spend their school life happily and learn some knowledge that is truly useful to them, rather than a variety of questions. After all, there are endless points of knowledge in this world, but the knowledge that is truly useful to a student is actually limited. What value will it bring to a student if you let him learn a vast amount of knowledge in the world?
A student is not a computer. Why do you need to store so many knowledge points for him? The result is that the students can't keep anything.
Ning Lang really wanted to change the education system, and he suddenly became obsessed with it and couldn't extricate himself. However, just when Song Yishui was feeling proud, Ning Lang suddenly opened his eyes again.
He unexpectedly came out of his obsession again.
Seeing Ning Lang suddenly dissolving the obsession of the black shadow, Song Yishui's eyes showed a hint of shock.
He asked in surprise, "What?"
"Ning Lang, your obsession was easily resolved by you."
"My attack on you had no effect?"
Ning Lang laughed and said, "That's right, because many of my past obsessions have been resolved in my heart long ago, and they no longer bother me now."
Ning Lang said lightly. He has now gotten rid of his past obsession with education.
Because he has realized that he has left that world. He has come to this world of high martial arts. In this world, ferocious beasts are rampant, and exam-oriented education has long ceased to exist. What people pursue is real strength and combat effectiveness.
The schools in this world provide very direct and practical education, rather than empty and false education.
So in an instant, Ning Lang opened his eyes, and he had woken up from that obsession.
That obsession is no longer his obsession. The education system of that world is far away from him. Let the things that are going away disappear like a gust of wind. But in an instant, Song Yishui waved a black shadow and flew towards Ning Lang. This is another obsession of Ning Lang. And this obsession once again hit Ning Lang's heart. Because this is Ning Lang's obsession with love. Chapter 83, Trapped by Obsession, The Struggle Between Heaven and Man, Ning Lang's Sudden Enlightenment.
Facing a black shadow rushing towards Ning Lang again, Ning Lang was suddenly attacked by his own obsession again.
He was instantly immersed in memories. What? Is this your obsession?
Ning Lang was stunned for a moment. He felt a little powerless and confused, because this obsession was actually the biggest obsession in his heart.
This obsession is about love.
This obsession has to start from the past. In the original world, Ning Lang was a person who loved reading. He started reading some extracurricular books in junior high school. However, due to the limitations of the school environment in junior high school, the extracurricular books he had access to were relatively limited, so he did not read many books. At that time, there were no mobile phones or computers, and there was no opportunity to read e-books. However, when he was in high school, he went to school in the city, where he could come and go freely. He often goes out to eat with his classmates and goes to places together, such as bookstores and places where books are sold at stalls. Ning Lang came into contact with many books during this process.
He often bought some books or borrowed books from bookstores to read.
Later, with the popularization of mobile phones, Ning Lang was able to read some e-books and access a large number of books on the internet. During the reading process, Ning Lang discovered that he loved reading very much, and he also hoped that he could become a writer in the future.
This is Ning Lang in the original world.
Although the books he wrote were not very good, he still had to work, but he would also write some books in his spare time. It is precisely because he positioned himself as a person who likes reading and writing, and at the same time he saw many love stories in many classic novels, whether popular novels or literary novels.
Especially some authors who write their own semi-autobiographical love stories.
He found that in many stories, the protagonist always met a girl who also loved reading, and then the two fell in love and had a very beautiful love. They have common ideas, common interests and hobbies, and common tastes, so they can reach a state of love where they understand and appreciate each other and become confidants. Such love is undoubtedly very beautiful. For example, the love story of Li Qingzhao and Zhao Mingcheng, the love story of Yang Jiang and Chen Zhongshu, and the love story of Lin Huiyin and Liang Xicheng. For example, the love story of Jia Baoyu and Lin Daiyu in Dream of the Red Chamber. For example, many not-so-famous authors told their own love stories, and these love stories all deeply influenced Ning Lang. So he fell in love with girls who loved reading. He thought that girls who loved reading were very beautiful, talented, and kind-hearted. So after Ning Lang went to college, he always hoped to meet a girl who likes reading, to have a good relationship with such a girl, and to have a beautiful love in his youth. But after searching for a long time and meeting many girls, he found that there were very few girls who really liked reading. So much so that he couldn't find a girl to date. This made Ning Lang single for a long time. It also made Ning Lang feel that he might never meet a girl who likes reading and fall in love with her again in his life. And this became an obsession in Ning Lang's heart. Although he has discussed this issue with many people said that he should not think this way and should not be troubled by such an obsession. It is normal that many people now do not like reading. And people who read books are not much better. But Ning Lang still has this obsession in his heart, and he still cannot break this obsession. So when facing Song Yishua's attack, Ning Lang was completely controlled. He couldn't break through this obsession, he was deeply trapped in it and couldn't extricate himself. Why? Why is this happening? Why can't I meet a girl who loves reading? Why can't I find perfect love, or rather, imperfect but relatively beautiful love? Why is my life so lonely? Why is my life so unsuccessful? Ning Lang kept shouting, protesting, and asking questions to the heavens in his obsession. Song Yishue saw Ning Lang being trapped by his obsession. Song Yishue laughed happily. Ha, Ning Lang, even if you are very strong, even if you are stronger than I can imagine, you are still no match for me. Because you didn't lose to me, you lost to the obsession in your heart, so you can't beat me, I am stronger than you. Song Yishue laughed triumphantly. Facing Ning Lang, who was controlled by obsession, he only needed to make a slight move to defeat Ning Lang. The power of his obsession demon class is that although many people are strong and invincible and can fight well, what is the use of facing him? As long as he has obsession in his heart, he will be defeated by Song Yishue. Suddenly, Song Yishue's figure turned into a ball of black mist. In the black mist, he struck out with a palm and attacked Ning Lang's chest. He was determined to win this attack and defeat Ning Lang, and he would also successfully advance because he had already defeated 4 people. He only needed to defeat one more classmate and he would be able to be promoted to the advanced class. Song Yishue laughed wildly and attacked fiercely with a palm. At this moment, Ning Lang suddenly opened his eyes. When Song Yishue attacked with his palm, Ning Lang's palm suddenly transformed into steel boxing gloves with a cracking sound. At the same time, a punch hit the black mist that was Song Yishue's incarnation. In an instant, Ning Lang's punch hit Song Yishue's body, hitting his weak point. Song Yishue's fighting ability was actually not very strong. His strength lay in the way he attacked people with obsession. In addition, Song Yishue was completely unprepared, so when facing Ning Lang's sudden punch, in an instant, Song Yishue's entire body was knocked dozens of meters away by Ning Lang's punch. He was unable to control his body for a moment, and hit the ground hard, sliding back 3 meters. His whole body rubbed against the ground violently, causing severe pain. However, Song Yishue was not completely unable to move, and he still struggled to get up. He looked at Ning Lang in disbelief. Ning Lang, what's going on? You were clearly controlled by an obsession just now, so how come you suddenly woke up from it? What's going on? Are my attacks ineffective against you? Ning Lang had opened his eyes at this time. He stood there quietly looking at Song Yishue. He had experienced a violent emotional fluctuation and had just come to his senses. His emotions had experienced the shock of great joy and great sorrow, and now they were like the surging tide returning to calm. Ning Lang said slowly, "That's right, because your attack actually gave me an epiphany. I suddenly realized that love in this world cannot be forced, and love is originally a fate that happens unexpectedly. The ideal person I hoped to meet, God did not send her to my side as I wished. Especially since I'm not that good myself, and I'm not worthy of the person I imagine myself to be. Even if there is such a wonderful person in the world, even if I could meet her, she might not like me. My desire to meet a girl who likes reading is nothing but a delusion. Also, my actual idea is not as simple as I expressed it myself. It's not that it's enough for her to just like reading, because I have also met girls who like reading, but I didn't fall in love with them. Why is that? Because she's not pretty enough, she's not cute enough, she's not gentle enough, she's not considerate enough, she just likes reading. So, in the final analysis, liking reading only means she likes reading, and it doesn't mean she's excellent in other aspects. What I require is obviously not just a love of reading, I also have some requirements in other aspects. I even thought about it again. If I met a girl who was gentle, sensible, considerate, and cute, and she liked me, and if she didn't like studying, would I be able to reject her? Not really. So when I thought about it, I realized that liking to read is just one of many requirements, and a very strange one at that.
Ning Lang really figured it out. But he actually figured out another point, but he didn't say it. That is, only when you become extremely excellent can you make these demands. If you are very ordinary, what qualifications do you have to make so many demands? If in the original world, you are handsome, talented, rich and humorous, then of course you can be picky about some girls and look for better girls to satisfy your desire for love. Or in this world, if you are strong enough and a good person, you can also choose the one you like from countless outstanding girls. But if you are weak, you are not qualified to be picky. This is the reality of this society, and this is the rule of this society. If you want to meet a very outstanding girl, then you must be outstanding enough. So those so-called obsessions are nothing but delusions, nothing but a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, nothing but a beautiful fantasy. Ning Lang didn't say these things because he was obviously embarrassed to talk about them, and there was no need for him to tell Song Yishue so many things and secrets about himself. Ning Lang continued, "In short, I have broken this obsession." Then, Song Yishue was still not convinced.
He also controlled the various black smoke in this obsession field to continuously rush towards Ning Lang, trying to attack Ning Lang with other obsessions. But the black smoke rushing towards Ning Lang had no effect at all. Ning Lang stood there as if he had no obsession at all, and Song Yishue's attacks had no effect on him. This is also because Ning Lang has broken his two major obsessions and has entered a higher level. Of course, he had many obsessions in the past, such as the obsession with financial freedom, the obsession with becoming an excellent writer, and the obsession with writing truly excellent works. Of course, he had many obsessions. Song Yishue attacked Ning Lang with all these various obsessions, but Ning Lang would no longer be trapped by these obsessions because he had already gained enlightenment from the process of breaking the obsessions just now. He has entered a higher realm and will no longer be tormented by his own obsessions. He has been able to see things more clearly, to let go, and to calmly accept many things that he cannot achieve.
At this moment,
suddenly, a voice came in Ning Lang's mind.
Ding!
We've detected that the current target is in a state of confusion and intense emotional fluctuations, significantly reducing their mental defenses.
Should we take this opportunity to extract and replicate their skills? Chapter 84 Ning Lang's 6-3 Engraving, Obsession Field. What? This time, the opportunity for a reprint was unexpectedly triggered?
Ning Lang felt quite surprised. He suddenly realized some truths about life in the field of obsession created by Song Yishue, and then successfully broke through Song Yishue's field of obsession. However, he never expected that Song Yishue would fall into an intense emotional low because of this.
Ning Lang felt excited.
Having once again gotten the opportunity to replicate, Ning Lang was full of anticipation for what kind of skills he could extract from Song Yishue.
Smoke.
Ning Lang was so excited that he began to extract and replicate Song Yishue's skills without hesitation. In an instant, pieces of information began to flash through Ning Lang's mind.
Ding! Extract and replicate the S-level Obsession Demon Song's first blood skill obsession field. Ding! Replicated once, successfully obtained the obsession field, and can pull the opponent into the obsession field. Ding! Replicated twice, critical hit. Obsession field can be cast on 5 people at the same time, pulling in up to 5 people. Ding! Replicated 3 times, critical hit. PUA attacks will be added in the obsession field. Seeing the information flashing through his mind one after another, Ning Lang's face flashed with shock. However, after seeing the entry for the third reproduction, Ning Lang felt a little surprised. PUA attack? I didn't expect to be able to reproduce such an effect. He was no stranger to PUA, which roughly meant the constant degradation and mental attack on people. Obviously, such humiliation will make those who are already obsessed even more crazy and find it even more difficult to extricate themselves. This skill is a bit special. After Ning Lang understood and fully mastered this skill, he looked at his own attribute panel. Name, Ning Lang. Occupation, SSS level skill replicator unique occupation. Level, level 2, stage 2. Chi and blood, 1200. Agility, 1200. Defense, 1200. Spirit, 1000. Talent, replica. Reprinted skills, sword control sword skill, fireball magic skill, wind control footwork, 1000 water lotus defense skill, heaven and earth passive skill, obsession field spirit skill. Self-study skills, black steel fist boxing. Ning Lang reviewed all the skills he had replicated and was still filled with emotion.
Unknowingly, he had replicated so many skills, and each one was extremely powerful.
At the same time,
When Ning Lang saw his own attributes, he also thought that Fan Di's field of philosophy and Song Yishua's field of obsession were both spiritual skills, and these spiritual skills had failed to defeat him.
he wondered if it had anything to do with his own super high mental power? Is it possible that even if I fail to defeat Emperor Fan in the philosophical realm, or fail to successfully break my own obsession, I will not be defeated?
After all, he possesses 1,000,000 points of mental strength. Ning Lang had no idea about this.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Ning Lang regained consciousness from looking at his attribute panel and looked at Song Yishue in front of him again. I saw Song Yishue, who had just been hit hard by my punch, slowly standing up from the ground.
Impossible. My obsession field can't be broken so easily by you. You can't defeat me so easily.
Song Yishue's face was full of disbelief, and his expression seemed a little distorted because of extreme unwillingness.
He widened his eyes and waved his hands again, trying to condense a new field of obsession. Sure enough, Song Yishue has a deep understanding of his skills.
He has already used them once just now. Unexpectedly, he is now concentrating his mental power again and releasing his obsession field once again. The surrounding environment instantly turned black and white again, and Ning Lang and Song Yishue once again entered the realm of obsession. However, Song Yishue was shocked to find that in the field of obsession he had condensed, those clusters of black fog were no longer there. These black mists are all Ning Lang's obsessions, but at this moment, even though he successfully condensed the field of obsession, there are no more black air in this field of obsession, and there is no Ning Lang's obsession. This also made him completely helpless and unable to launch an obsessive attack on Ning Lang.
Ning Lang was standing in this realm of obsession. He smiled faintly and said, Song Yishue, can't you accept your own failure? Isn't it your obsession to not be able to accept failure?
In an instant, Ning Lang stretched out his hand and waved it gently, and the black and white obsession field where the two of them were located instantly dissipated, vanished into smoke, and turned into nothingness. And in an instant, the area they were in changed again and turned into a golden area. The entire area has changed from black and white to color, but there is a layer of golden light in this color.
Song Yishue was immediately shocked. He asked in surprise, Ning Lang, what is this? Have you taken over this area? Do you also have spiritual skills? This is impossible. How come I don't know about this? Ning Lang smiled faintly and asked, Song Yishue, have you done any research on me? It seems that you are very concerned about me.
Song Yishue replied, of course, all the freshmen are talking about the Northern Fan Emperor and the Southern Yu Emperor, and they all think that they are the strongest among the freshmen.
But I don't think so. I believe that there are two strongest freshmen. One of them is me, and the other is you. Ning Lang's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He said in astonishment, what? You think you and I are the strongest among all the freshmen? Can you compare to Emperor Fan in strength? Song Yishue's eyes shone with confidence as he said, Emperor Fan is indeed very strong.
His philosophy is very strong, but my obsession is not weak either. If the two of us were to fight, Emperor Fan of the North might not be able to defeat me. As for the Emperor of the South, he is even inferior to me. You seem quite confident, but I don't have time to listen to your ranking of the strongest players right now. After all, there's not much time left in the competition.
Let me defeat you directly now.
After saying that, Ning Lang waved his hand again, and suddenly in this golden field of obsession, golden balls of light flew out.
Ning Lang said, Song Yishue, you always attack others with obsession. Today, let your own obsession attack yourself. These are all your own obsessions. After that, Ning Lang flicked his hand casually, and a golden ball of light instantly rushed towards Song Yishue's body, and Song Yishue was immediately attacked by his own obsession. One after another, memories began to flash in Song Yishue's mind. Because Ning Lang's mental strength was very strong, he could see the enemy's memories when he attacked the enemy with obsession. Ning Lang could empathize with all the memories in the enemy's mind.
At this time, Ning Lang saw that Song Yishue had a deep obsession in his mind.
This is his own story.
It is a very strange and bizarre story that is difficult for ordinary people to understand.
Chapter 85 Song Yishue's obsession, he can't break it. Song Yishue's mind flashed with scenes of his high school days.
In Handan No. 3 Middle School where Song Yishue is studying, he has two female classmates with whom he has a close relationship.
One of them is Yuan Dandan, who is his senior, and the other is Lin Nan, who is his classmate.
Song Yishue likes Yuan Dandan, and Yuan Dandan also likes Song Yishue. They have had many common experiences, often chatting together, or teaming up to fight ferocious beasts. Through constant daily contact, the two developed some feelings for each other.
Song Yixue and Lin Nan also have a good relationship.
It's just that the relationship between the two of them is a friendship. Song Yixue still likes Yuan Dandan more, and Lin Nan also likes Song Yixue a little, so he can't help but feel a little jealous of the closeness between Yuan Dandan and Song Yixue.
However, Song Yixue and Yuan Dandan did not become a couple in high school.
Yuan Dandan is Song Yixue's senior, and graduated and entered university a year earlier than him. After Yuan Dandan graduated from high school and entered university, she and Song Yixue were far away from each other, so they had less contact and felt a little alienated. At this time, Song Yixue and Lin Nan had more contact with each other, but Song Yixue and Yuan Dandan also kept in touch, and Yuan Dandan also said that she would wait for Song Yixue for a year, and when he came to university, the two would renew their relationship. But as time went by and people changed, Yuan Dandan gradually came into contact with many other boys in college during this year and soon found a partner. Song Yixue couldn't help feeling sad, but soon he started dating another female classmate in his senior year of high school. But this classmate was not Lin Nan, but another girl. Lin Nan was naturally a little dissatisfied with this. She would often chat with Yuan Dandan because they knew each other and had a close relationship.
During the chat, Lin Nan and Yuan Dandan mentioned Song Yixue together.
At this time, they said some bad things about Song Yixue, saying that Song Yixue had some personality problems. Yuan Dandan said with emotion that it was fortunate that she was not in a relationship with him, otherwise if they broke up, she might be stabbed to death by him.
After hearing Yuan Dandan say this, Lin Nan secretly told Song Yixue what Yuan Dandan said. This immediately broke Song Yixue's defense.
He felt that Lin Nan had ulterior motives in deliberately conveying such harsh words to him.
She just wanted to sow discord between him and Yuan Dandan.
The reason why she provoked him like this was probably because Song Yixue had never had that kind of affection for Lin Nan. At the same time, the harsh words that Yuan Dandan said deeply hurt Song Yixue's heart, making Song Yixue feel that Yuan Dandan was a very bad person. It is not easy for him to open up to others and get along with others sincerely. However, when he got along with these two girls sincerely and opened his heart to them, he suddenly discovered that these two people were not the kind people they seemed on the surface, but actually had very dark hearts. He opened his heart to them, but in return he was stabbed in the back. This incident became a heartache for Song Yixue, especially since Song Yixue actually liked Yuan Dandan the most in his heart. Although he and Yuan Dandan were not able to be together due to some strange circumstances, he still hoped that they could be together again if there was a chance in the future. Because although he had a relationship and dated someone in high school, he didn't actually have a deep affection for that person. Relatively speaking, he still liked Yuan Dandan more, but Yuan Dandan's words directly hurt his heart.
Yuan Dandan's personality also directly shattered all his beautiful imaginations. Now,
Ning Lang saw Song Yixue and these memories came to his mind, which made him fall into obsession.
When Song Yixue first thought of these obsessions, he burst into tears.
Then, he began to cry in this obsession.
Then he held to the sky again, and cursed Yuan Dandan and Lin Nan, saying that they were so bad and so hateful.
Ning Lang saw all these memories, one after another. Ning Lang also saw all of Song Yixue's performance. He just felt that this matter was a bit absurd. He couldn't understand why Song Yixue had such a huge obsession with such a thing. This obsession made him unable to get rid of it, and he even felt like he was about to become possessed.
Ning Lang was a little confused.
But Ning Lang thought, maybe people are just different.
Not everyone can understand others. Everyone has different ideas and personalities.
At this time, Song Yixue had gradually fallen into complete madness and hysteria. He wailed in pain, and roared to the sky.
At this time, Ning Lang knew that Song Yixue was simply unable to break through this obsession.
If this continued, he might really become possessed and be completely defeated by this obsession. So, Ning Lang suddenly formed a pair of iron boxing gloves in his hands and punched towards Song Yixue.
With this punch, Song Yixue was knocked away.
He hit a big tree hard, and the tree was broken directly by his impact. At the same time, Ning Lang also withdrew his obsession field. The world returned to its original state. Song Yixue fell to the ground, spitting blood, and he suddenly came back to his senses from his obsession. He opened his eyes and looked at Ning Lang, but because of the huge emotional fluctuations he had just experienced, he felt a little exhausted and confused.
I was defeated by my own obsession? Ning Lang, I didn't expect you to defeat me with your obsession.
I used my own method to fight back. I really didn't know you were so strong. Ning Lang asked in confusion. Song Ishua, I think our win was a bit confusing. I don't know why you're so obsessed with something that doesn't seem that serious. Why do you have such a strong obsession with it? In my opinion, Lin Nan just relayed a bad word from Yuan Dandan, and Yuan Dandan just said something bad about you behind your back.
Is that enough to break you down so much? Song Ishua looked at Ning Lang dimly and said, Don't ask. You don't understand. Don't think you know everything. In fact, you don't understand at all. You don't understand the harm they have caused me. They have made me lose the little trust one had in people. I have always seen everyone as bad and the world as very dark, but when I saw them, I opened my heart, but I didn't expect them to stab me in the back. This has made me completely disappointed in human nature. After saying that, Song Ishua struggled to stand up. He had already admitted defeat. And at this time, Song Ishua added again.
Also, when I told others about my situation, no one comforted me or understood me.
Instead, they scolded me. This made me even more disappointed in the world and in people.
Then he turned and slowly left. Ning Lang was left with a confused look on his face. Ning Lang just felt that this matter was really absurd, but perhaps absurdity is reality. Ning Lang still looked at Song Ishua with a puzzled look on his face.
He still couldn't understand him.
Chapter 86. Ning Lang successfully advanced to the advanced class.
Obsession Demon, Obsession Demon.
Perhaps Song Ishua was also affected by his own innate profession, so his personality gradually became distorted? Or maybe it's because of his own personality that he awakened the innate profession of Obsession Demon. Ning Lang looked at Song Ishua's receding figure and sighed silently to himself. Ning Lang even had a vaguely uneasy premonition that Song Ishua might one day, under the influence of his innate profession, or by constantly taking advantage of other people's obsessions to attack in battles, and being affected by countless obsessions, he might gradually fall completely into the path of evil one day.
Ning Lang obviously didn't want this day to happen.
But the fate of many people is also something he cannot control or change.
Everything still depends on what decision Song Ishua makes.
Ning Lang composed himself. Seeing that there was not much time left, he did not delay any longer and used the wind control technique again, flying at high speed in the forest of ferocious beasts. Occasionally, when he was running, a ferocious beast below the second level would suddenly jump out. For such a low-level ferocious beast, Ning Lang would directly fly out with a sword to kill it, and the beast's essence and blood would be directly absorbed into his body. When encountering a ferocious beast of level 2 or above, it would take a certain amount of time to defeat it. Ning Lang ignored it and continued to use his wind controlling skills, leaving behind a few afterimages and disappearing. The second-level ferocious beast could only howl a few times alone as it watched Ning Lang disappear, and could not catch up with Ning Lang at all. Suddenly, as Ning Lang was moving quickly, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Ning Lang took one look at the figure and felt that it looked familiar. Because this person was still wearing a loose basketball uniform, revealing a pair of long white legs, she looked very sexy and beautiful. It was Shin Bingtong whom I had met before.
At this time, Shin Bingtong was also moving quickly in the forest of ferocious beasts. She and Ning Lang were heading in different directions, so they met at this time.
When they saw each other, they slammed on the brakes and stopped. The two of them stood face to face with each other, staring at each other, and countless thoughts flashed through their minds.
Ning Lang was thinking in his heart, should he have a big fight with Shin Bingtong?
After all, he is only one spot away. If he defeats Shin Bingtong, he will advance directly. If I don't hit her, I will need to continue looking for other classmates.
It is not known when I will meet other classmates.
Maybe it will be soon, but it may also take a long time. At this moment, when Shin Bingtong saw Ning Lang, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. After the two of them stood still for 2 seconds, Shin Bingtong spoke first.
Ning Lang, I know you are very strong, stronger than me.
I saw you fight with others yesterday.
Hearing this, Ning Lang was slightly shocked.
He didn't expect that not only he had been secretly paying attention to Shin Bingtong, but Shin Bingtong had also been paying attention to his battle with other classmates yesterday. Suddenly, Ning Lang looked into Shin Bingtong's eyes, and there was a hint of special communication in their eyes. Shin Bingtong, I happened to see you fighting with other classmates yesterday.
You are pretty good,
Ning Lang said slowly. When Shin Bingtong heard Ning Lang's words, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her face.
And then, a wonderful feeling flashed across the eyes between the two people.
The two of them just looked at each other, and at this moment they both realized that not only did they pay attention to each other, but the other party also paid attention to them. Therefore, the atmosphere at this moment gradually developed a strange and subtle feeling. Shin Bingtong said cheerfully, "Ning Lang, I don't want to fight you today, and I know I can't beat you. However, if you want to fight me, then I'll have no choice but to fight with you." Ning Lang thought about it and made a decision in his heart: let's not fight each other.
Time is limited. Let's find other classmates and fight on our own. On the one hand, Ning Lang doesn't like hitting girls.
On the other hand, because Shin Bingtong is very beautiful and she also pays attention to him, Ning Lang doesn't want to hit her and doesn't want to step on her to advance to the advanced class. After Shin Bingtong heard Ning Lang's words, she gave him a bright smile. "Well, since we have the chance to meet today, then we won't fight. Let's each go find our opponents. Goodbye."
Goodbye.
After Shin Bingtong and Ning Lang said goodbye, without saying anything more, he turned around and left. The two separated and ran away at high speed in different directions.
The accidental encounter with Shin Bingtong caused ripples in Ning Lang's heart.
And the encounter with Ning Lang made Shin Bingtong feel warm in her heart. After taking a few steps forward, she looked back at Ning Lang's figure, wondering what was going on. At such a young age, sometimes just a simple glance at each other and a few words can produce a wonderful feeling.
Ning Lang continued to move forward, and not long after, he met another male classmate again. Ning Lang was not familiar with this male classmate.
After all, there were more than 1,000 freshmen, and it was impossible for him to know everyone. He still didn't know most of the people, and he might have heard of or paid attention to a few of the stronger ones. And this boy's ability is obviously average. But as soon as he saw Ning Lang, he recognized him. After all, Ning Lang was the one who defeated even Fan Di. He had already become famous among the freshmen, and many people were paying attention to him. As soon as the boy saw Ning Lang, he immediately knew that he was no match for Ning Lang, so he wanted to seize the opportunity and attack Ning Lang in an instant. This way maybe there will be a chance of winning.
This classmate's name is Wang Dian.
His innate profession is a level corn god. His innate profession is not very strong, but his feature is that he can condense corn to attack.
This is also a very peculiar profession.
Generally speaking, corn-related talent professions are all life-related, but he awakened a combat-related profession. In order to gain a slight advantage, Wang Dian took the initiative and condensed countless corns, attacking Ning Lang frantically. The corn cobs rushed over one by one like cannonballs. In an emergency, Ning Lang suddenly found that someone was attacking him.
Ning Lang condensed several ice swords in an instant.
He quickly rotated these ice swords, like a huge windmill, and rushed towards the corn that was attacking the classmate. Brush, 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 brush. In an instant, corn cobs flew everywhere, and Ning Lang's sword was like peeling the seeds from the corn cobs, smashing all the corn cobs into pieces. Afterwards, Ning Lang did not give in to this classmate. He directly waved several ice swords forward and rushed towards the classmate like a whirlwind. The classmate shot corn cobs all over the sky and attacked Ning Lang with all his strength.
As a result, Ning Lang couldn't be hurt at all. In an instant, Ning Lang was unstoppable.
But in the end, when Ning Lang attacked Wang Dian, he still put away his sword. He immediately gathered his strength and threw a punch, hitting the classmate in the chest.
The classmate was knocked dozens of meters away.
In a blink of an eye, Ning Lang's figure flashed and he caught up with the classmate. He punched him again in the air, knocking him to the ground, creating a deep hole in the ground. The classmate was beaten so hard that he was panicked and his face turned pale. He obviously realized that there was a huge gap between his strength and Ning Lang's, and he had no chance of winning at all. So in order to avoid further beatings, the classmate hurriedly begged for mercy. "Stop hitting me, Ning Lang, I give up, I give up." Seeing this, Ning Lang put away his steel boxing gloves.
At this time, after this classmate admitted defeat, Ning Lang had successfully defeated 5 classmates.
These 5 students are the Demon King Guahao, the Peach Blossom Sword Fairy Duan Ruwadong, the Dragon Spear Ling Bai, the Obsessed Demon Song Ishua, and the Corn God King Dian. Ning Lang submitted this information to the system through the smartwatch he was wearing. After a few seconds, the system passed the review. 4 words suddenly appeared on the watch: "Congratulations on advancing."
Then, another line of small words appeared on the watch.
"Congratulations, Ning Lang, for successfully advancing to the advanced class. You can return to school now, or you can go to the thumbnail circle of this competition to watch the final battles of other students."
Chapter 87: Watching the final battle of the advanced class.
As this competition is coming to an end, a final area will be designated and all students must go to that area. This is the same as the poison circle in PUBG. Those students who have not yet completed the promotion will go to the final area to compete for the last few spots. Ning Lang was actually not in a hurry to go back to school. I thought, then I should go to the last area to watch the battle of other students. Thinking of this, Ning Lang no longer paid attention to Wang Dian and disappeared in a flash. Continue to move quickly towards the final area. He wanted to see what the final melee would be like. Ning Lang walked forward. He looked at the time and saw that there was only half an hour left before the end of the game. There are still 8 places available in the advanced class. The remaining students will go to the final circle to compete for these 8 places. In addition, some students were injured in the battle. They had lost most of their combat effectiveness and no longer had the strength to fight for the final spot. So many of these students have basically given up and may not be able to reach the final circle. Soon, Ning Lang arrived at the center of the ultimate circle. At this time, the circle was still shrinking towards the center, and some students competing for places had not yet appeared in the center. On the contrary, in this very center, there are some people who have successfully advanced. They had arrived here first and were waiting quietly to watch the battle. Those who want to compete for the last spot will not be directly exposed in the center. They may hide in the dark, looking for opportunities to attack other students who are rushing over. At this time, Ning Lang took a quick look and saw Lin Xi and Su Li standing together. When the 2 girls saw Ning Lang, they greeted him enthusiastically. Ning Lang then flashed and walked up to them. Ning Lang, I just saw the information in the system, which shows that you have successfully advanced. Su Li was a very enthusiastic person. After seeing Ning Lang, he stepped forward and said. Lin Xi, who had a relatively gentle personality, also spoke softly, Congratulations, Ning Lang, you've successfully advanced. We can meet in the advanced class. Ning Lang smiled faintly, It seems that you 2 have advanced faster than me. You have already arrived here in advance. Su Li said, Of course, although I can't beat Wang Xiaodiao, my intelligence is also very powerful, so it's not difficult to find some classmates who are weaker than me and defeat them. Lin Xi said, As for me, I was just lucky. The students I met weren't very strong, so I quickly defeated 5 of them and advanced. You're too modest. You're already very strong, so it's not surprising that you were promoted to the advanced class. Ning Lang, why are you so slow this time? I was worried that you were in trouble. It's true that I encountered some minor troubles. I ran into a few stronger students, so it took a little longer. Some people wanted to challenge me, so I had no choice but to accept the challenge. They were chatting happily together. At the same time, we are also waiting for other students who have not yet advanced to compete for places and watch their fierce battle. Soon, as the ultimate circle shrank rapidly, countless people hiding in the dark appeared one after another. They instantly broke out in the final battle in this ultimate circle. It was a huge melee, which was undoubtedly very intense. This melee also pushed the atmosphere of this competition to its climax. Now there are only 8 places left, and they must fight for these last places with all their strength. At this time, Ning Lang saw a man holding a spear emitting demonic energy rushing into the crowd. I saw that he was not tall and looked rather ugly, with pimples all over his face and bad skin. However, his skills are inversely proportional to his appearance, and his strength is very strong. I saw this man moving back and forth quickly among several classmates. He held a spear in his hand, like an evil demon king, constantly attacking other classmates. His gun skills are different from Ling Bai's. Ling Bai's gun skills flash with golden light and can transform into a golden dragon and shuttle through the crowd. This classmate's name is Hao Long. His innate profession is the S-level magic dragon spear, and his spear skills exude a terrifying demonic aura. His entire body also exuded a very strong demonic aura, which was intimidating. Every strike of his spear was fierce and sharp, which put more pressure on the other students. Finally, after Hao Long fought hard, he quickly defeated one of them. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from his body. Congratulations to Hao Long for securing a spot in the advanced class. A mentor announced loudly among the crowd. Only then did Ning Lang see that several mentors had already arrived at the core of this ultimate circle to watch the game. After Hao Long successfully advanced, he immediately burst into a hearty and devilish laugh. Ha 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 ha, I've grabbed a spot in the advanced class, ha 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 ha, who can stop me? Hao Long instantly rose up from the battle, jumped up, turned into a black dragon, flew in the air for a few times, and then landed among the crowd watching the battle. He stretched out his hand and put the spear in his hand, which was emitting black demonic energy, into the storage ring. Then he stood there quietly, watching the battle between other students.
At this time, as the ultimate circle shrank, several girls met.
In an instant, the 5 girls started fighting each other. They just need to take advantage of a classmate's defense and give her a sword or a palm strike to defeat her. If they get this final blow, they will be considered to have successfully defeated a classmate. At this point, they had basically defeated 4 or 3 classmates, and only the last 1 or 2 spots were left, so the battle was very fierce. Among the crowd, there was only one girl. Her figure immediately attracted everyone's attention because her swordsmanship was very exquisite.
This person is Nan Yu.
Ning Lang also had some understanding and concern for Nan Yu, and knew that Nan Yu was an S-level Tai Chi sword immortal.
But it was not until today that Ning Lang finally saw Nan Yu perform her swordsmanship.
Nan Yu kept waving the sword in his hand, drawing one circle after another, and slashing around him fiercely, as if forming an impenetrable barrier, blocking the attacks of everyone else. Nan Yu's attack power is not yet known, but her defense is really strong. She was able to block all the attacks of others at the same time by herself. She fought her way in and out of the crowd, but no one could hurt her at all. Suddenly, while Nan Yu was fighting in the crowd, he discovered that a classmate was in an unprepared situation. Nan Yu rushed over directly, attacked the classmate with a sword, and defeated him. This student had no choice but to announce that he had given up fighting for the last spot and admitted defeat. Suddenly, a golden light appeared around Nan Yu. Congratulations to Nan Yu for successfully securing a spot in the advanced class. The instructor's voice rang out in time.
Chapter 88 Freshman competition is over and the ranking list is announced. Nan Yu, this classmate, has a very gentle personality and is somewhat similar to Lin Xi. Nan Yu retracted his sword, then clasped his fist slightly towards the classmate he defeated as a sign of respect, and then expressed his gratitude to his instructor. Then she moved away from the battle circle and came to the spectator seats to continue watching other students. Nan Yu was heading towards Ning Lang.
In the end, she stood in front of Ning Lang.
When Nan Yu came over, she looked at Ning Lang, and Ning Lang also looked at Nan Yu.
The two did not know each other, were not familiar with each other, and had never spoken to each other, but their eyes revealed curiosity about each other. The two looked at each other, and then Nan Yu turned around and stood quietly in front of Ning Lang, watching the other students fighting.
Ning Lang felt that this classmate Nan Yu was very gentle.
Whether it was the way she walked, stood, looked at him, or her dress, everything looked so gentle and soft, full of girlish aura, like people's ideal girl.
At this time, Ning Lang also continued to watch the battle.
Among the crowd, there was another person whose strength attracted great attention. I saw that this man was a little fat, and he did not use any weapons, but instead used a close combat technique. I saw him fighting with other students punch after punch, and every punch and kick showed his fierceness. A golden light emanated from his body. This golden light seemed to have extremely strong defensive power, and even contained extremely strong offensive power. His attack could actually directly interrupt other people's combat skills, making it impossible for others to use their skills for a while. This guy's close combat skills were also very powerful. Soon, he kicked a classmate away with one kick. The classmate was obviously unable to withstand his attack, so he gave up directly. Suddenly, this fat classmate also grabbed a place in the advanced class and successfully advanced. At this moment, Wang Xiaodiao also came over from one direction.
He walked to Ning Lang's side and started talking to him.
He told Ning Lang that this man's name was Hong Bo, and his innate profession was S-level body dominance technique.
Hearing this, Ning Lang nodded slightly.
I thought to myself that this tyrant body technique profession was indeed very powerful. It could actually rudely interrupt the combat skills performed by others, making it impossible for others to complete the combat skills. It was really ridiculously strong.
Wang Xiaodiao added, "This Hong Bo is very powerful, and his strength is even greater than mine."
As they were talking, 2 more people were illuminated by golden light and successfully advanced.
They were Emperor Nanyue and Lin Xi.
After seeing the King of Nanyue, Ning Lang felt a little surprised.
Because he didn't expect that the King of Nanyue would have to fight until a big melee before he could achieve his goal of defeating 5 classmates.
Ning Lang thought to himself, according to the strength of the King of Nanyue, he should be able to advance soon, right?
Why have we been fighting until now? Did we meet some other masters along the way?
What Ning Lang didn't know was that the King of Nanyue had challenged Emperor Fan in this match. He spent a long time and put a lot of effort, but still lost to Emperor Fan.
That's why he only advanced now.
When Ning Lang was talking to Wang Xiaodiao just now, he was not able to see the King of Nanyue's move in detail, he only saw it twice. He saw that the skills of the Nanyue Emperor's gun and artillery god were also very magnificent. He could constantly take out various guns and fire all kinds of strange bullets and cannons, making it difficult for other students to defend themselves. Ning Lang was not very familiar with another classmate, Lin Xi, and Wang Xiaodiao had never introduced him to Ning Lang. However, Ning Lang just took a look at his battle and found that this person's innate profession was actually a combat skill centered on chess. He can use chess as a formation and chess pieces as weapons to fight against others. Soon, with Emperor Nanyue and Lin Xi grabbing the last 2 spots, the last 8 spots in the advanced class had been taken by everyone. At this moment, the instructor suddenly shouted, "Students, please stop fighting.
All 40 spots for the advanced class have been secured.
This competition is over, so there is no need to continue fighting." After hearing the instructor's announcement, all the students who were fighting stopped their fights and showed regretful expressions on their faces. It can be said that they were all eliminated and lost the opportunity to advance to the advanced class. Alas, I still couldn't get a spot in the advanced class. The others are just too strong.
Fuck, each one is more awesome than the other. I can't beat any of them. It's too hard.
Forget it, forget it. All those who can enter the advanced class are monsters.
I'd better stay in the intermediate class. These people sighed one after another. After all, they tried their best in this game.
They fought all the way to the final melee but still couldn't grab a spot, which was such a pity.
But we can't blame them entirely because the competition this time is too fierce.
At this time, the instructor announced, "Students, the competition is over. Please proceed to the exit of the ferocious beast forest.
The school helicopter will be waiting there to take you back to school.
The principal will also hold a brief meeting with everyone to announce the names of the 40 students who have successfully advanced to the advanced class."
Countless students, some happy, some disappointed, headed towards the forest exit.
Sure enough, there was already a helicopter waiting for them there. Ning Lang, Lin Xi and others boarded the plane and flew back to school together. When they stepped into the school gate, they saw a huge electronic screen in the school displaying the names of 40 students who had successfully advanced to the advanced class. Moreover, the list of successful qualifiers is also ranked in order of strength based on the school's comprehensive assessment of their strength in this freshman competition.
Therefore, this promotion list is also a ranking of the strength of freshmen. Their names will be displayed here for 1 month. It is also a great honor.
Ning Lang took a look at the 40 qualifying spots and found that he was the first one. The list of advanced students from the freshman competition is as follows.
First place, Ning Lang, innate profession unknown. Second place, Fan Shui, SS level, Jijianxian. Third place, Song Xin, S level, Obsession Demon.
Fourth place, Zhao Yu, S level, God of Guns and Cannons. Fifth place, Lin Xi, S level, Female Swordsman. Sixth place, Duan Ruotong, S level, Peach Blossom Sword Immortal.
Seventh place, Xiu Jejia, S level, Jinxian.
Eighth place, Marshall Bean, S level, Flywheel King. Ninth place, Nanyu, S level, Tai Chi Sword Immortal.
10th place, Shin Bingtong, S level, Female Basketball God.
11th place, Mo Ting, S level, Fist Thunder God.
12th place, Hengbo, S level, Body Dominance Technique.
13th place, Hua Hao, S level, the King of Transvestite. 14th place, Chang Fengwei, S level, Dream Master.
15th place, Ling Bai, S level, Dragon Spear. 16th place, Wang Xiaosai, S level, Intelligence Expert.
17th place, Hao Long, S level, Magic Dragon Spear. 18th place, Su Li, A level, Little Spear Fairy. 19th place, Su Ji, level A, the King of Jumping Daggers. 20th place, Li Chuanxi, A level, Great Chess Player. Next, here is the list of advanced class 2.
Ning Lang looked at them one by one.
Ning Lang basically didn't recognize any of the students in class 2. After all, Ning Lang only knew some of the very strong ones among the freshmen. Ning Lang had no idea about most of the names on the class 2 list. He took a quick glance and saw Zhang Xianxian among them. After all, Zhang Xianxian was an S-level Holy Fist Master, but because her profession was half auxiliary, her strength could not be ranked in the first class. And the A-level Corn God, Wang Dian, who was defeated by Ning Lang, actually made it into class 2. Ning Lang looked around and found that more than half of the students in class 2 of the advanced class were already A-level talented students. It can be seen that among all the freshmen, students with S-level talents are very limited.
Chapter 89, Senior Class Gathering, Instructor Selection.
Ning Lang stood in front of the huge electronic screen, his eyes quietly fixed on the list of students who had successfully advanced to the advanced class. He thought to himself at this time. In fact, there are still a few students with S-level talents, but they have not been able to successfully enter the advanced class. This is also because the rules of the game are actually very accidental. In round after round of competition, it is very likely that someone with S-level talent will be unlucky and always encounter strong opponents, so that they will not be able to grab a place in the advanced class. Instead, some students with a level talent will successfully grab it. In addition, another reason is that although talent level is important, profession is equally important. Although some people have A-level talents, their professions are so strong that they are stronger than those students with S-level talents. At the same time, in addition to talent and profession, one's own level, equipment, and whether or not one possesses other powerful combat skills will also affect combat effectiveness and the ultimate outcome. For example, Suli, although she only has A-level talent, because her family is very rich, her equipment is very powerful, and the Su family has also spent a lot of money to buy her some very valuable combat skills, so she can even defeat many classmates with S-level talents. Ning Lang stood here quietly looking at the big screen, his thoughts flying, reviewing the freshman competition in his mind and evaluating the top players in the rankings. At this time, he also heard many other students talking about it. Many people have talked about Ning Lang. Because Ning Lang not only took the lead and won the first place among freshmen, but his talented profession was also unknown, which undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people. A classmate asked in confusion, "What kind of gifted profession is Ning Lang? Why doesn't even the school know about it?" Someone else chimed in, "Yeah, the school clearly has equipment to detect gifted professions. It should only take a simple test to reveal it. Besides, with so many experienced and knowledgeable instructors, shouldn't they be able to tell Ning Lang's gifted profession?" But in the end, the school didn't disclose Ning Lang's gifted profession. Is it to keep it a secret? Someone retorted, "It's definitely not a secret for Ning Lang. It clearly says unknown, not confidential. If it really wanted to be kept secret, they would have written it directly. That's really puzzling. Could it be that the school's testing equipment can't even detect Ning Lang's talent and profession? At this time, someone who knew more couldn't help but speculate, could it be that Ning Lang's innate profession is so rare that it can't be detected at all? At this time, someone commented, "I've seen Ning Lang fight against others. His skills are indeed varied, without any unifying characteristics. I don't know what his innate profession is." I also heard that Ning Lang's innate profession never awakened successfully when he was in high school, and I don't know if he succeeded later. It's not like he didn't awaken a profession, right? How is it possible that he hasn't awakened a profession? Is it possible for someone without a profession to win first place in the freshman class? He is so powerful, how could he not have awakened successfully? Let's not speculate. If there is a chance that Ning Lang will become friends in the future, we can ask him in detail. The conversations of many classmates passed through the crowd and reached Ning Lang's ears. It can be seen that many people are obviously very interested in his talented profession. But after all, they were not familiar with Ning Lang, and it was not convenient for them to find Ning Lang and ask him in person, so they could only keep guessing and discussing. Ning Lang was used to this and didn't pay too much attention to it. His innate profession as a replicator is unique in the world. It cannot be detected by any testing equipment, and it is naturally impossible for a knowledgeable mentor to guess it. Everyone watched in front of this huge electronic screen for a long time. In addition to discussing Ning Lang, they also discussed the situation of other people. Someone couldn't help but sigh, "The names of the Northern Fan Emperor and the Southern Yu Emperor are being spread among all of us. I originally thought they would be the first and second, but Ning Lang took first place, and the Southern Yu Emperor didn't get third place, but Song Xin snatched it instead. Song Xin's obsession demon class is really very powerful. He's so low-key that I haven't even heard of him. Yet, he made a big splash in this freshman competition. Yeah, I heard that the third person, Song Xin, has a very strange personality. He doesn't like to interact with people and doesn't have many friends. So his affairs are not well known to everyone, and no one knows him." Ning Lang listened to this and thought that if Song Xin hadn't had what happened in high school, he might not have become the solitary person he is today. No one certainly understood his story, except for myself who witnessed his obsession. Number 5 is Lin Xi. Not only is she so beautiful, but her ability is also ranked 5th. She can be said to be the best among the girls. I think she has the potential to become our freshman campus beauty. Someone sighed, "Lin Xi does have the potential to be the school belle, but there are several other pretty girls among our freshmen. They are also very capable and beautiful. I think the school belle shouldn't be judged on just one person." Yeah, there are so many pretty girls among our freshmen this year. The freshman boys in our class are so lucky. You all should work hard and try to get a pretty girl as your girlfriend, ha. Everyone was constantly discussing, talking and chatting, and they were all in a very happy mood.
Maybe gossip is just enjoyable.
Soon, a voice came through the speakers above everyone. It was the principal's voice.
Everyone, gather in the playground immediately. I have something more important to announce.
Hearing the call, everyone began to head towards the playground one after another. Soon, all the students gathered on the playground again and lined up in an orderly manner. Of course, there were only 40 people on the playground this time, all of whom were successful in advancing to the advanced class. People in the intermediate and elementary classes are not eligible to participate in this meeting for the time being. When the 40 students from the advanced class arrived at the playground, they saw that in addition to the 2 principals, there were also 10 instructors standing on the platform.
These 10 mentors all seemed to be very powerful people. They stood in a neat row.
Just by looking at them from a distance, one could feel their powerful pressure. The aura they exuded made people dare not underestimate them. The principal continued speaking through the speaker. Students, congratulations to all 40 of you for successfully advancing to the advanced class. After the principal said these few simple words, all 40 people burst into applause. The principal then continued, you who have successfully advanced to the advanced class will be able to enjoy many benefits.
First, you will receive 1,000 credits as a freshman reward.
You can use these 1,000 credits as you wish in school. You can purchase equipment, combat skills, and use them in various places in school.
Each place will consume credits.
Also, these 1,000 credits are only available to you in the advanced class. The intermediate class can only get 500 credits, and the elementary class can only get 100 credits. Of course, you can also earn credits by completing some tasks issued by the school in the future.
In addition to academic credits, there are many other rewards, such as luxurious dormitories and various VIP treatments. You can enjoy all of these.
You can explore them on your own, so I won't go into details. After the principal finished speaking, the students burst into excited applause again. They not only cheered for the principal's speech, but also cheered for themselves. Then, the principal announced, students, the most important and core matter today is for everyone to choose a cultivation mentor.
All the students looked surprised and expectant.
Afterwards, the principal and the vice principal took turns introducing the 10 strongest instructors of Jinghai University to all the students.
The 10 instructors were briefly introduced to the students one by one.
All the students listened very attentively, and Ning Lang was also listening to the introduction carefully.
However, the information introduced by the principal was very limited and could not meet everyone's needs.
Classmates, I'll give you 20 minutes to think about it on your own, or discuss it with others, to decide on your preferred mentor. Immediately, the students who were promoted to the advanced class began to chatter and talk about the mentors they hoped to choose. In fact, many of them had already thought about this link before, and they also had some basic understanding of some of the more famous mentors. Many people actually already have the answer in their hearts, and they have already decided which mentor to choose. However, some people are too lazy to collect intelligence and do not attach much importance to these things, so some things are unclear. They were all nervous now and were discussing fiercely. At this moment, Ning Lang also became nervous. Because he didn't pay much attention to the tutors, he only paid attention to some of the top students among the freshmen. Fortunately, Ning Lang and Wang Xiaodiao have a good relationship.
He immediately started discussing with Wang Xiaodiao. Wang Xiaodiao, do you know anything about your mentor? Wang Xiaodiao smiled confidently, isn't that nonsense? Is there anything else that my intelligence doesn't know?
Then tell me about these 10 mentors. Ning Lang and Wang Xiaodiao's conversation immediately attracted the attention of other students, and many people gathered around to chat. Especially since there were only 20 people in the class, most of them gathered together to discuss. Because many other students don't know much about their supervisors, they are also worried about which supervisor to choose.
At this time,
Wang Xiaodiao immediately began to speak fluently. First, let me tell you that the instructor named Su Jingxing has the S-rank Divine Thunder Spear talent. He has extremely high attainments in spearmanship, so there's no doubt that people like Divine Dragon Spear Ling Bai, Demon Dragon Spear Hao Long, and Little Spear Fairy Suli are the most suitable candidates for this instructor. Suli said on the side, yes, that's right, I plan to choose Teacher Su. Ling Bai and Hao Long listened from the side and nodded secretly. This was exactly what they thought.
Chapter 90 Introduction to the 10 Great Mentors of Jinghai University.
After listening to Wang Xiaodiao's introduction of tutor Su Jingxing, Ning Lang silently excluded this tutor in his heart. Because the innate profession of instructor Su Jingxing is the S-level Divine Thunder Spear, which is a kind of spear technique, and it has nothing to do with Ning Lang's combat skills. He has not mastered any set of spear techniques, so it is obviously not suitable for him to choose instructor Su Jingxing.
Ning Lang then asked, Wang Xiaodiao, can you introduce some other instructors? This instructor Su isn't really suitable for me. Wang Xiaodiao glanced at the stage and began introducing them one by one. Well, besides instructor Su, there's an instructor named Bao Zhilong.
Everyone in the martial arts world calls him Bao Fenglong because he fights like crazy.
He's a class in the Wild Beast School, able to transform into a dragon. He's incredibly powerful. Obviously, Bao Zhilong is a more suitable instructor for Wild Beast School students. After listening to Wang Xiaodiao's introduction, Guahao, the Demon King, who was listening nearby, immediately interrupted and said, So, I should choose this Tyrannosaurus instructor, because I belong to the Wild Beast class. After Guahao finished speaking, Mr. Lu joked, Shimale, if you hadn't told me you were a Wild Beast type, I would have thought you were a human demon type.
Guahao could tell Mr. Lu was teasing him. There's no such thing as a human demon class.
I belong to the Wild Beast class.
It's just that compared to the ordinary Wild Beast class, mine looks a little special.
At this time, the King of Nanyue also said in a relaxed tone, This Storm Dragon instructor of the Wild Beast Department, apart from the human demon, no one else of us is suitable to choose him. What are the professions of the other instructors? Xiaodiao, please continue to introduce them. Wang Xiaodiao then introduced the third mentor. He pointed at the tall, thin instructor on the stage and said, That instructor's name is Ho Jia. People nickname him Monkey because he's so skinny. But despite his thin appearance, his strength should not be underestimated. His innate class is the S-rank Phantom Sword. His swordsmanship is extremely powerful. When he unleashes his swordsmanship, it's impossible to distinguish between real and fake. It's extremely elegant and graceful. He's at the top of the swordsmanship spectrum. He's reached a very high level in swordsmanship, so he's a good choice for students with a natural talent for swordsmanship. At this time, the Emperor of Nanyue said to Emperor Fan beside him, Emperor Fan, aren't you the sword master? You belong to the sword department. Do you want to sign up for this monkey mentor? Fan Di was a bit more reserved. He responded, I already have a mentor I'd like to apply for. Although my innate profession also belongs to the sword system, it's different from ordinary sword professions. The mentor who is more suitable for me is Chu Lingxian. Chu Lingxian? Emperor Zhaoyu of Nanyue asked curiously, who is that mentor? But Emperor Fan didn't want to explain too much, and he just said, wait a moment, and let Wang Xiaodiao explain it to you in detail. Wang Xiaodiao said at this time, don't be anxious, listen to me and tell you one by one slowly. I will tell you about instructor Chu Lingxian later. I will tell you according to the order in which they stand on the stage. Then, next is instructor Jiang Mengyuan. Although this instructor is young and handsome, his innate profession is the Blood Sea Demon Blade. His swordsmanship is very tough and powerful. When he uses the Blood Sea Demon Blade, he can cut through the crowd 7 times and retreat 7 times. I watched the video of his battle that time. When he drew his sword, the sword light was like a silver moon protecting his body. Wherever he passed, no one could resist him. After hearing Wang Xiaodiao's explanation, although everyone admired instructor Jiang Mengyuan, not many of them knew how to use a knife. Wang Xiaodiao looked at Su Ji and said, Su Ji, isn't your innate class Jump Dagger King? You can choose this mentor. It will definitely be of great benefit to your training. Hearing this, Ning Lang looked at the classmate named Su Ji. However, Ning Lang did not pay much attention to Su Ji, nor had he seen him fighting with other classmates, so he had no idea what his fighting skills were like. At this time, Su Ji nodded slightly and said, Okay, then I will choose this instructor Jiang Mengyuan. Thank you for your explanation. Well, we're all classmates, why are you being so polite? Wang Xiaodiao then continued to explain the next mentor. Ning Lang also looked towards the stage and saw that according to the order in which they stood, the next instructor was a female instructor who was very beautiful. Wang Xiaodiao continued, the female instructor's name is Tang Liluo. She likes to wear tight-fitting combat gear, which gives her a heroic air. Her innate class is the S-rank Flying Flower Order, which excels at using hidden weapons. It's said that she's a descendant of the Tang sect. Upon hearing this, Ning Lang felt that the name Tang Liluo was quite nice.
He looked at the stage again and saw that the mentor named Tang Lilua was not very old, only a few years older than them, and was in the prime of her life. She was wearing a black tight-fitting battlesuit, which perfectly highlighted her exquisite figure. She looked very beautiful. At the same time, she was full of heroic spirit and had a unique beauty. At this time, Wang Xiaodiao offered his advice. Mr. Lu and the Emperor of Nanyue, you two can choose this instructor for training.
Your weapons are actually similar to hidden weapons.
Practicing with this instructor will help you improve your combat skills and gain a deeper understanding of your profession.
Mr. Lu thought for a moment and said, I didn't expect that my flywheel is actually a hidden weapon.
My flywheel is bigger, so it can be considered a big hidden weapon. The king of Nanyue then said, the key to a hidden weapon is concealment.
Can your big bicycle wheel be considered a hidden weapon? Mr. Lu retorted, didn't you hear Wang Xiaodiao say forget it? Even if this isn't a hidden weapon, the technique I used is still a hidden weapon technique. You don't know shit.
The king of Nanyue said, I see you think that instructor Tang Lilua is good looking, so that's why you want to choose instructor Tang, right?
Mr. Lu continued, I think you are the one. Can your guns and cannons be considered hidden weapons?
The king of Nanyue retorted, teacher Tang Lilua's Fei Hualing and my gun cannon god, although one is a cold weapon and the other is a hot weapon, we are both essentially hidden weapons.
They are much stronger than your big wheel. I choose teacher Tang.
Mr. Lu then looked at the king of Nanyue and said, hey, I didn't expect that we would become brothers in the future.
The king of Nanyue smiled and said, who would be willing to be your fellow apprentice? If it weren't for choosing teacher Tang, I wouldn't bother being your fellow apprentice.
Mr. Lu feigned contempt and said, you talk as if I want to be your fellow apprentice.
Oh, what bad luck.
The two of them talked and laughed, and complained to each other. Wang Xiaodiao hurriedly said, time is running out, so I'd better tell you about the next instructor. This instructor is called Xu Lingxian, the one that Emperor Fan was about to choose.
Her innate profession is very unique, an S-level Qianlu guest.
As for this female instructor's combat record, I don't know much about it, but it seems to be a unique domain-based combat skill, so it's more suitable for you two, Emperor Fan and Song Xian, to choose since your innate professions are also domain-based.
Hungbor immediately asked curiously, so, as the name suggests, does this mean that this instructor can exert a unique domain similar to the Qianlu? This is quite interesting.
Wang Xiaodiao said, maybe. We'll know after we get in touch with them in detail. Hungbor said, I'd really like to see it, but unfortunately it's not suitable for me to become his disciple. Emperor Fan had already made up his mind that the mentor he would choose was Xu Lingxian.
The obsessive demon Song Xian was listening nearby at this time and silently made a decision in his heart.
He is also ready to choose this mentor. He felt that Wang Xiaodiao's suggestion should be correct. What's more, Emperor Fan also chose this mentor, so it wouldn't be wrong for him to choose along with Emperor Fan, because their fighting skills are actually similar. So, Wang Xiaodiao continued to introduce the next mentor. Ning Lang listened carefully, thinking about which mentor he should choose.
Chapter 91, Advanced Class Students Choose Their Favorite Instructor.
Ning Lang carefully summarized Wang Xiaodiao's explanations to the several mentors on the stage in his mind.
After all, he knew too little about his mentor before. At this moment, Wang Xiaodiao's explanation was the most detailed information he could receive about the tutor.
He had to listen carefully in order to choose a tutor that suited him. The choice of a mentor is actually extremely important, just like choosing a major in your original world. Ning Lang had been a little careless before and hadn't taken the time to get to know his mentor, so he had to be serious now. Ning Lang made a list in his mind of the several mentors that Wang Xiaodiao had just mentioned.
The instructors are Violent Dragon, S-Class Dragon God. Ho Jia, S-Rank Phantom Sword. Su Jingxing, S-Rank Divine Thunder Spear. Jiang Mengyuan, S-Rank Blood Sea Demon Blade.
Tang Lilua, S-Rank Flying Flower Order.
Xu Lingxian, S-Level Qianlu Guest.
Some of these instructors use knives, some use swords, some use field-based combat skills, and some use hidden weapons.
But none of them are suitable for Ning Lang.
Ning Lang also had some doubts in his mind.
For a special profession like that of a replicator, what kind of mentor should he choose?
Ning Lang looked at Lin Xi beside him. Lin Xi didn't have so many worries. She had already made up her mind and naturally chose Ho Jia, a mentor who was good at swordsmanship. Like Lin Xi, those who chose Ho Jia as their mentor include Peach Blossom Sword Immortal Duan Ruodong and Tai Chi Sword Immortal Nanyu.
Ning Lang even thought, why not choose a mentor with Lin Xi? This seems to be a good idea.
After all the students under Professor Ho Jia are beautiful women. However, Ning Lang considered it seriously and rejected this idea. Although he also knows sword moves, this is not his core skill. Let's see if there are other mentors who are more suitable for him. At this time, Wang Xiaodiao also began to continue talking about the remaining people among the 10 mentors. The instructor on the stage, who looks incredibly burly and strong, is called Lei Peng.
His innate class is the S-rank explosive puncher, a boxing class.
His boxing skills are incredibly powerful, and a single punch can cause a violent explosion. The battle scenes are truly spectacular. I once saw a video of him in combat, where he blew a high-level beast to pieces with a single punch.
He's incredibly brutal.
At this moment, Heng Bo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "This instructor is good at boxing, so it seems that he is very suitable for me to sign up." Mr. Lu next to him also said, "There's another classmate in our class named Mo Ting. His class is Fist Thunder God, so he's also suitable to apply for this tutor." Wang Xiaodiao nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, the two of them are suitable to ask Lei Peng to be their mentor." Wang Xiaodiao then continued, "Okay, let me introduce the next one. Look at the instructor next to Lei Peng, who looks more delicate and elegant. His name is Zhang Shucheng, and his innate profession is S-level calligraphy. His innate profession is originally an art, but this teacher has cultivated this highly artistic profession into a profession with extremely strong lethality. His weapon is a brush. He truly uses his brush as a sword, and in combat, it is even more powerful than a real sword." Wang Xiaodiao finished his speech and said, "This mentor is actually a good choice for Qinxian Shou Jieji. The great chess player Li Xuanqi is also suitable for this mentor. They both have more artistic professions. They should be able to learn from this mentor how to transform an artistic profession into a highly lethal offensive profession." Shou Jieji was also listening quietly at the side. When Wang Xiaodiao mentioned this, she said, "Okay, then I'll choose tutor Zhang Shucheng. Actually, I originally wanted to choose another tutor, but after hearing your suggestion, I'll trust your recommendation." Then Li Xuanqi naturally decided to choose mentor Zhang Shucheng. At the same time, he also looked at Shou Jieji very happily, with a slightly obscene smile in his eyes. Because he thought that he could become senior and junior brothers with Shou Jieji. In this way, there will definitely be more opportunities to interact with Shou Jieji. Thinking of this, Li Xuanqi was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Everyone did not continue to pay attention to mentor Zhang Shucheng, but listened to Wang Xiaodiao talk about the next mentor.
The teacher with the masked face and dressed in black is called Zhu Gexing. His innate profession is an S-level hacker.
Well, I won't introduce this mentor to you in detail, because he is not suitable for any of you.
He is only suitable for me. After Wang Xiaodiao said this, everyone became even more curious.
The less he introduced himself, the more interested everyone became.
Li Xuanqi then asked, "Xiaodiao, why don't you explain? What kind of job is a hacker? Is it considered a combat profession? Can he use hacking skills to kill ferocious beasts? It's simply unbelievable."
Wang Xiaodiao said, "Don't ask so many questions.
This is my future mentor. Why would I share his information with you? I want to keep it confidential. What's the secret about this? Yeah, tell me about it." But Wang Xiaodiao refused to say anything. We couldn't keep asking, and no one knew why Wang Xiaodiao wanted to keep it a secret. They thought that they would search for information about teacher Zhu Gexing on the internet later.
At this time, Wang Xiaodiao pointed to the last instructor on the stage and said, "The last instructor is called Hongya.
His innate class is the S-rank Wandering Dragon Staff, and he's a master of staff techniques. Don't pay too much attention to this instructor. Since no one in our class uses a staff as a weapon, we're not suitable to enroll with him." When Ning Lang heard Wang Xiaodiao finish talking about the last mentor, a sense of loss suddenly flashed through his heart, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. Because among the professions and characteristics of the 10 mentors described by Wang Xiaodiao, none of them was suitable for Ning Lang to choose. In contrast, other students almost all have mentors of their own choice.
Ning Lang frowned and asked Wang Xiaodiao,
"Xiaodiao, you've recommended suitable advisors to other students, so which one should I choose? After listening to you, I feel like none of them are suitable for me."
Wang Xiaodiao looked at Ning Lang at this time.
He also said innocently, "It's not that I don't want to recommend a mentor to you. Your talented profession is unknown, so how can I recommend you one?
I don't know what your profession is, and your combat skills are also varied.
How about you secretly tell me your talented profession and I can recommend a mentor for you?"
Ning Lang thought about it, but hesitated.
He didn't want others to know about his gifted profession. Because his gifted profession is the only one in the world. He doesn't want to make his secrets known to the public. Because if others don't know his profession, he will have a great advantage in future battles. Ning Lang thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. It seems that none of these 10 mentors are suitable for me. If nothing works, I can only pick one at random."
Seeing that Ning Lang still refused to reveal his innate profession, Wang Xiaodiao sighed helplessly. As an intelligence expert, he is very interested in any intelligence. However, he asked Ning Lang many times about his innate profession, but Ning Lang never told him. So he has been very puzzled about this matter. But he also knew that Ning Lang would not tell him, so he did not ask any more questions.
Wang Xiaodiao said, "Then you should think about it comprehensively.
Think about your combat skills and see which instructor is more suitable for you and can provide you with useful guidance."
Yeah, okay.
They chatted for such a long time and time kept passing. The principal gave them a total of 20 minutes, which was basically the time.
It just so happened that each of them had the answer in their hearts.
At this time, the principal's voice came through the loudspeaker again.
"Students, the time is up. I believe each of you has already chosen a mentor. Now, please come to the stage and make your choice.
Come to the mentor you want to choose and communicate with him/her."
Chapter 92, Hidden Mentor?
Ning Lang chooses the white-haired immortal.
The principal's voice finished.
The students began to take action. Each of them walked towards the mentor they wanted to choose and submitted an application to become his/her apprentice.
Under normal circumstances, tutors will accept these students' applications to become their apprentices.
Unless a tutor sees that a student's talented career is very different from his own and he cannot guide the student, he will give the student a better suggestion and recommend that he choose a more suitable tutor. However, if the students still insist on choosing to become a disciple, the tutor will normally accept them.
After all, these are all students in the advanced class, their abilities are very superior, and the tutors are unwilling to reject such outstanding students.
It is also very beneficial for a tutor to have strong students. Suddenly, the crowd surged on the playground.
Lin Xi, Nanyu, and Duanruodong walked together to the mentor nicknamed Monkey and became his disciples.
Suli, Haolong, and Lingbai walked up to mentor Su Jingxing and became his disciples.
Everyone has made a choice.
In addition to the students in Class 1, the students in Class 2 also have their choices. They all walked towards the mentor they wanted to become his disciple. Soon, everyone had come to the various selected mentors. However, Ning Lang fell behind the last one.
He was still hesitating and didn't know which mentor he should choose. In fact, these 10 mentors all wanted to accept Ning Lang as their student.
After all, Ning Lang is the first place in this freshman competition. His strength is so strong that every mentor values him very much. However, these 10 mentors were reluctant to take the initiative to invite Ning Lang, because they didn't know whether Ning Lang was willing to choose them, and they also knew that the help they could provide to Ning Lang was limited.
At this time,
after all the students had made their choices, the principal walked over to Ning Lang and asked, "Ning Lang, the other students have already chosen their instructors.
Why are you still standing there without making a choice? Isn't there any instructor among these 10 that you're willing to choose?" Ning Lang was also startled by the appearance of the principal.
He looked at the principal. This was his first face-to-face communication with the principal, so he felt a little nervous.
After all, as the president of Jinghai University, President Gao Changping's strength, status and prestige are all very strong. Ning Lang answered truthfully, "Principal, I haven't made a decision yet.
All 10 instructors are excellent, but I don't think any of them is suitable for me." At this moment, Vice Principal He also came over. He and the principal looked at each other. It was obvious that Vice Principal He also heard what Ning Lang said. He said to the principal, "Principal, besides these 10 instructors, doesn't our school have another instructor? His ability is not inferior to any of the 10 instructors, but he has always lived in seclusion and is very strict in selecting his apprentices.
He often doesn't accept a single student for several years."
However, Ning Lang won the first place in this year's freshman competition.
How about we recommend Ning Lang to him and see if this reclusive instructor is willing to accept Ning Lang?
After hearing what He said, Principal Gao nodded in agreement. However, he still hesitated and said, "The white-haired immortal's criteria for selecting students are too harsh and difficult to understand.
I don't know if Ning Lang can win his favor."
White-haired fairy.
Ning Lang looked at the two principals curiously and asked tentatively, I wonder what kind of person this white-haired immortal instructor is.
Principal, he explained to Ning Lang, the white-haired immortal is a very low-key instructor who rarely goes out.
He rarely participates in school affairs.
His admission requirements are also very strange and harsh. He often does not accept a single student for several years.
However, he is very powerful. The white-haired immortal is his title.
He does not want to use his real name in school, so he only uses this title. He has long white hair, which he often wears in a hairpin like a Taoist priest. The principal also explained, the white-haired immortal is often not in school. He often wanders outside, making it difficult for us to find him. He is a strange person in the school, but I can try to contact him and recommend you to him.
As the two principals were talking,
suddenly, a white figure appeared in the sky. His appearance was so abrupt that no one noticed any trace of him at all, but he suddenly appeared here as if out of thin air. He was seen slowly flying down from the sky, and Ning Lang was immediately attracted by his figure. He saw that he really had long white hair, and as he slowly descended from the sky, his whole body had a magical aura. The white-haired immortal slowly flew over and said, No need for the two principals to recommend Ning Lang to me.
I am willing to accept him as my student.
Upon hearing this, the two principals' eyes widened. They never expected that the white-haired immortal seemed to have come specifically for Ning Lang this time. He has always ignored the affairs of the school, but this time he suddenly showed up just to take Ning Lang as his apprentice, which surprised the two principals. But no matter what, the two principals were very happy about this matter.
Principal, he said, that's great, Ning Lang.
Then you can take this white-haired immortal as your mentor.
His innate profession is SS-level Starshifter. Starshifter? When Ning Lang heard this profession, he couldn't help but be shocked. The profession of Starshifter is so rare that even Ning Lang has never heard of it.
But Ning Lang thought secretly in his heart.
The sudden appearance of this white-haired immortal mentor just now, could it be his unique skill?
Starshifter, Starshifter.
Could it be that he has the ability to change the laws of the universe?
Ning Lang kept guessing in his mind, but these were just random guesses and associations. Ning Lang agreed and said, Okay, since we are destined to meet, I will take this white-haired immortal as my mentor. The two principals and the white-haired fairy all smiled with great satisfaction. The principal then took the microphone again to preside over the proceedings. Students, I believe everyone has chosen their mentors and communicated with them. Now we will begin the apprenticeship ceremony. As the principal finished speaking, solemn music suddenly sounded. Then, students like Ning Lang began to follow the instructions of their tutors and the principal, and under the guidance of school staff, they began to carry out a series of apprenticeship ceremonies.
The apprenticeship ceremony was not complicated, it was just a simple ceremony. Following the instructions of the school counselor, they quickly and smoothly completed the apprenticeship ceremony. After the ceremony, both the instructors and students were very happy. The students have found very excellent mentors, and the mentors have received very excellent students. This is undoubtedly something worth celebrating.
Gao Chang also immediately said that he was willing to pay for the tutors and students to go out for a good meal and drinks to celebrate, and the school would reimburse the expenses.
All the teachers and students looked happy, and the tutors took their students to the dinner party.
Of course, there are also some mentors who have a good relationship with each other. They bring their students together, and then go out to eat and drink together to celebrate.
Chapter 93 Walking in the Rainy Night, the Shocking White-Haired Fairy.
That night, Ning Lang's master Bifaxian brought his only disciple and mentor Hojia, nicknamed Monkey, to have dinner and drinks together.
The white-haired immortal usually lives in seclusion and is not familiar with other people.
He has a closer relationship with the mentor nicknamed Monkey.
The two mentors met up for dinner, so Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Duan Ruodong, and Nanyu, a few other girls, also gathered together to eat and drink.
Tutor Monkey is quite active and he had a lot of fun chatting with everyone, telling them a lot of interesting stories about the school. He also told many interesting stories about other teachers, which made the meal full of laughter. The monkey was still talking when he accidentally mentioned that the white-haired immortal was a person with a similar personality to him and was also a very active person. But after something happened 7 years ago, his personality changed drastically. However, Monkey Mentor did not elaborate on this matter, he just mentioned it briefly.
They had a very happy night eating and drinking.
After dinner, Ning Lang and Lin Xi walked out of the restaurant outside the school together. The two walked side by side, slowly walking on the tree-lined path outside the school, and then they walked all the way into the school. As they walked back,
Autumn rain suddenly began to fall in the night.
The autumn rain was as fine as silk, falling on their hair.
Because it started to rain lightly, there were soon few people in the school, but Ning Lang and Lin Xi did not want to go back to the dormitory directly. Because they had not yet moved into the luxurious dormitory for the senior class and were still in the freshman dormitory. They will be able to move into the new dormitory tomorrow.
The two of them didn't like the noisy environment in the dormitory, so they strolled around the campus together, enjoying the unique quiet and romantic atmosphere. Lin Xi said, "Ning Lang, we have already worshipped our mentor.
Starting tomorrow, we will each begin to practice under him." Ning Lang nodded and said, "Yes, but it doesn't matter. We can still go out together to kill beasts and practice together in the future." Lin Xi walked along, and then suddenly asked, "Ning Lang, which girl do you think is more outstanding among the freshmen?"
Ning Lang laughed when he heard this question and said, "Oh, you're giving me a hard time. Of course you're the best among the freshman girls." After hearing this, although Lin Xi knew that Ning Lang said it on purpose, she still smiled brightly, like a blooming spring flower.
Ning Lang saw this and asked, "Who do you think is the best among the boys?" Lin Xi said, "Ha, you're trying to imitate me, right? Of course you're the best. You even got first place among freshmen. Who could be better than you?" The two people looked at each other while talking, and they both felt a sweetness from each other's eyes. Coupled with the drizzle, Ning Lang suddenly felt something moving in his heart. He really wanted to hold Lin Xi in his arms in the rain, hug her in the rain, and feel the warmth from each other. Thinking of this, Ning Lang plucked up the courage to approach Lin Xi. He was about to reach out to grab Lin Xi's hand and hug her. But suddenly Lin Xi said, "Okay, let's go back to the dormitory." Lin Xi's sudden words interrupted Ning Lang's plan, causing him to quickly retract the half step he had just taken. Ning Lang said, "Okay, then let's go back." Lin Xi immediately noticed that Ning Lang's expression was a little strange, and he seemed to be approaching her just now, but it seemed that he had not completed some action and retreated. Lin Xi blinked her big eyes and asked, "Did you have anything to say just now?" Ning Lang waved his hands and said, "No, I don't have anything to say." He even had a slight stutter. Nothing. I was just thinking it was raining. We should hurry back to the dorm." Lin Xi looked at Ning Lang and smiled secretly. So, the two of them headed towards the dormitory. Ning Lang sent Lin Xi to the downstairs door of the girls' dormitory. Lin Xi walked towards the dormitory gate, then turned around and waved to Ning Lang, asking him to go back quickly. There was a hint of reluctance in the eyes of both of them, as if drawing a thread. When the two were saying goodbye in the dormitory, several other freshman girls were carrying basins of water back to the dormitory from the bathroom. When they saw what was happening to them, curiosity filled their eyes and their faces were filled with gossip. These girls looked at Lin Xi, then at Ning Lang, with a strange smile in their eyes. After sending Lin Xi back to the dormitory, Ning Lang turned around and walked into the rain again. The boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory were not far from each other. He walked slowly in the rain, feeling the coolness of the autumn rain on his face, and a trace of joy surged in his heart. He immediately thought of Lin Xi's question again. There are indeed some very outstanding girls among the freshmen. They are very strong and have their own unique beauty. But if you compare them with Lin Xi, they are always inferior to the feeling that Lin Xi gives you. Well, whatever. After thinking for a while, Ning Lang felt that he didn't need to think too much about many things and should just let things take their course. Especially when it comes to matters of the heart, just go with the flow. Early the next morning, Ning Lang moved his things into the luxurious dormitory of the senior class. This dormitory is a building similar to a small villa, and each freshman in the advanced class can occupy a floor alone. Each villa has 3 floors, and Ning Lang lives on the top 3rd floor. Then a student from the advanced class will live on the 1st and 2nd floors respectively. However, when he moved in, he didn't see those 2 students. Maybe they hadn't moved in yet. After Ning Lang cleaned up the floor where he lived, he went downstairs and went directly to find his mentor, the white-haired immortal. The white-haired fairy lives in a relatively quiet and unique courtyard in the school. The white-haired immortal told him that he would ask Ning Lang to come to him today and would give Ning Lang some guidance. So after Ning Lang packed up early in the morning, he headed towards the quaint courtyard. As he was walking on the way to school, he also met several classmates from the advanced class. During the competition, they had some simple contact. Although they didn't know each other well, they knew each other after all and were freshmen, so they greeted each other warmly. Apparently, several other students also went to their instructors for training. Soon, Ning Lang arrived at the quiet courtyard where the white-haired immortal was.
There were only a few words written on the plaque at the door of this courtyard, which was called Forgetful Courtyard. As Ning Lang walked into the yard, he saw the white-haired immortal standing quietly in the yard with his eyes closed, as if he was practicing some kind of martial arts. Ning Lang saw that the white-haired immortal was practicing, so he stood respectfully in the courtyard, quietly waiting for the white-haired immortal to complete his practice. After a few minutes, the white-haired fairy slowly exhaled, opened his eyes, and then said naturally, "Ning Lang, you are here."
Ning Lang bowed and said, "Yes, mentor, I'm here."
The white-haired fairy suddenly reached out and grasped Ning Lang's wrist, as if feeling the spiritual energy in his body. The white-haired fairy felt it quietly. Then, the white-haired immortal said, "Ning Lang, you have already cultivated to the 3rd level of the 2nd stage." Ning Lang nodded and said, "Yes, instructor, I was originally at level 2, 2nd level, but in the last round of the freshman competition, I successfully advanced to level 2, 3rd level, so now I am at level 2, 3rd level."
Okay, let me test your true fighting ability.
After saying that, the white-haired fairy suddenly attacked Ning Lang with a palm without any warning. Ning Lang immediately shook off his hand and dodged with the wind riding skill. Then he condensed a layer of steel gloves on his fingers. Then when the white-haired immortal came after him with a palm, Ning Lang instantly threw a punch, hitting the palm of the white-haired immortal.
Black Steel Fist? Not bad, I didn't expect you to possess this S-rank combat skill. Punch me with all your might.
Ning Lang thought that this must be the instructor's attempt to test his own strength. Ning Lang immediately gathered all his strength, and then his figure flashed suddenly, and he punched the white-haired immortal.
But in an instant, the white-haired immortal also threw a punch towards Ning Lang's fist, and when the two fists collided, Ning Lang was shocked to find that his mentor, the white-haired immortal, also used the black steel fist. So in an instant, the two fists collided with each other, causing a violent shock wave. Ning Lang asked in surprise, "Teacher, how come you also know the black steel fist?"
The white-haired immortal laughed heartily and said, Actually I don't know the black steel fist."
"Come on, use your other fighting skills to attack me."
After saying that, Ning Lang gathered his spiritual power, and immediately more than 10 ice swords slashed towards the white-haired immortal. But in an instant, the white-haired immortal waved his hand, and countless ice swords condensed in the air, which immediately intertwined with Ning Lang's sword and slashed together.
Ning Lang was suddenly shocked. Chapter 94, White-Haired Immortal's Guidance, Bodybuilding Plan. "Teacher, how come you know all the fighting skills I know?"
If you know the black steel fist, it's still a coincidence, but if you also know the sword-controlling chaos slash, that's a bit strange. Ning Lang looked at his mentor, the white-haired immortal, with surprise in his heart. He vaguely felt that his mentor's innate profession might be somewhat similar to his own.
However, it shouldn't be exactly the same.
The white-haired immortal suddenly burst into laughter.
"Ha ha ha, Ning Lang, it seems you've already guessed it."
"That's right, my innate profession is the Starshifter, a very rare skill in the world. The most core combat skill in my innate profession is called Starshift. In fact, I don't know the black steel fist or the sword-controlling chaos slash.
I simply copied your skills in an instant."
After Ning Lang heard the words of the white-haired immortal, his guess was confirmed and he suddenly became more nervous.
"Master, your profession is surprisingly similar to mine." The white-haired immortal had a calm expression on his face.
He said, "Ning Lang, no one in Jinghai University knows what your gifted profession is, but I have secretly watched you fight with other students, so I have vaguely guessed what your gifted profession is."
"You can learn other people's skills, right?"
Ning Lang originally wanted to keep his gifted profession a secret and didn't want to tell anyone. However, facing the great mentor Bifaxian, and since the mentor had already roughly guessed his innate profession, there was no need for him to continue hiding it.
"Teacher, my innate profession is called replicator. Not only can I learn the skills of others, but I can also enhance their skills."
The white-haired immortal wasn't surprised.
He nodded slightly. "Well, it seems my guess was correct.
I can see that the skills you replicated are even more powerful than those displayed by others.
Your talent is rare in the world, perhaps even unique. Ning Lang, you are indeed talented. It is a great honor for me to have a disciple like you."
Ning Lang also said, "Being able to have you as my teacher is also a great opportunity for me as a student."
Okay. The white-haired fairy laughed out loud, and it seemed that he had not been so happy for a long time. The white-haired immortal patted Ning Lang on the shoulder and said, "Ning Lang, talent is only the foundation of your cultivation. You also need to work hard on your own. Now that you have reached the 2nd level and 3rd stage, you can start to work on your body training." "Body training? Instructor, what is body training?" Ning Lang looked confused.
The white-haired immortal said slowly, body training is the core of cultivation in the second stage of strength. When your strength reaches the second stage, you need to train your body. Only when you do well in this step can you successfully enter the third stage.
Ning Lang is a novice in cultivation and doesn't know many things about it. This is also why you need to go to college and have a mentor to guide you. Otherwise, a lot of information would be unavailable, or you would need to read a lot of books and check a lot of information before you can understand it. But it's different with a tutor. The tutor is experienced and can guide him with just one sentence. Ning Lang then continued, "Teacher, what exactly is bodybuilding? What do I need to do?"
The white-haired immortal said, if it were any other student, I would usually recommend that he start training his body after reaching level 2 and level 5.
But you are different.
You have a strong talent, so you can start training your body after reaching level 2 and level 3.
Body training is actually very simple.
Normally, people cultivate by killing ferocious beasts and absorbing their blood essence to cleanse their bodies. This is called marrow cleansing, but marrow cleansing is an academic term and is rarely mentioned.
As for body forging, it's actually another method of self-cultivation.
It involves killing high-level ferocious beasts, refining their bones through special methods, and then having the warrior fuse them to achieve the effect of strengthening the body and bones.
This method of cultivation is called body forging.
The difference between body forging and marrow cleansing is that marrow cleansing involves constantly absorbing the essence and blood of fierce beasts to refine oneself, while body forging only requires finding a powerful fierce beast skeleton and refining it once for one's own use.
I see.
I'll need to consult my mentor carefully in the future, said Ning Lang.
The white-haired immortal nodded and said, well, the choice of beast bones is crucial in bodybuilding.
You can go to the library or look up information online to see what kind of beast is most suitable for you. Different beasts have different characteristics, and the effects of using different beasts to train your body are also different.
Some people pursue a strong defense, so they will choose a more majestic beast to train their body. Some people pay attention to speed, so they will choose a flying beast to train their body. Some people pursue greater strength, so they will also choose an extremely powerful and fierce beast to train their body. Choose based on your own characteristics. This matter shouldn't be decided by your master. You should think about it carefully. Once you figure it out, go to the ferocious beast forest to find the high-level ferocious beast you need. However, if you want to use a high-level beast to strengthen your body, once you discover such a beast, don't attack it alone. You can observe where the beast lives, secretly mark it, and then ask your master to take you to kill the beast and help you strengthen your body. After hearing the detailed explanation from his mentor Bifaxian, Ning Lang felt even more grateful to him. Such a patient, careful, and caring tutor is really great. Moreover, Bifaxian currently has only one student. He said that he had accepted other students before, but they have all graduated and left the school. Of course, you will still keep in touch with your tutor even after leaving school, but it will be different from when you are in school. Therefore, the white-haired immortal's teaching of students all depends on Ning Lang. This is also the advantage of the advanced class. As for intermediate or elementary classes, their instructors have many students and certainly cannot take care of every aspect of the student's cultivation. Ning Lang expressed his sincere respect to the white-haired immortal. Finally, he accepted the order and prepared to go to the ferocious beast forest to find a ferocious beast suitable for his body training. Wait until you have the results before seeking help from your mentor. The white-haired immortal nodded and said, okay, go and do your thing. If you need anything, you can call me directly. This is my cell phone number. The white-faced immortal gave Ning Lang his cell phone number and WeChat. Ning Lang memorized both numbers and then happily left Wangqing Courtyard. Chapter 95, Ning Lang's preparations for the adventure to the ferocious beast forest. After leaving his tutor's place, Ning Lang went directly to the school library. This library also requires points, and each entry requires 1 point. Ning Lang had 1,000 points at this time, so he swiped his card very smoothly and entered the library. In the library, Ning Lang read books about bodybuilding carefully. I found books such as 10 Things to Note When Building Bodybuilding, From Beginner to Expertise, 10 Pitfalls to Avoid When Building Body, Learn Bodybuilding in 1 Hour, and a complete collection of 100 ferocious beasts suitable for bodybuilding, and read them in detail. There are many students from freshman to senior year in the library. They are all looking at different books, reading quietly and busy with their own things. However, Ning Lang read carefully for a while, and raised his head to rest in between reading. He suddenly saw 3 girls at a table not far in front of him who seemed to be secretly looking at him. Seeing Ning Lang looking at them, the 3 of them quickly covered their faces with books, looking a little embarrassed.
However, Ning Lang didn't care too much and continued reading the book he chose. At this moment, Ning Lang suddenly heard the subtle conversation of three girls. One of them said, "Hey, look, that looks like our top freshman, Ning Lang."
Really? Master Ning Lang is also here to read in the library. Wow, it's so great to have the honor of seeing Master Ning Lang. Master Ning Lang is so handsome. Not only is he handsome, he's also very powerful. And have you heard? Ning Lang chose the white-haired immortal as his mentor. Do you know the white-haired immortal? He's a reclusive mentor in the school. He hasn't chosen a single student in many years. These three girls were all students in the junior class, so they had never seen the situation when the senior class was choosing its instructors. It's just hearsay, so I'm very curious about a lot of things and keep chatting here. It would be great if Master Ning Lang could get to know me. Oh, just think about how great it is for the students in the advanced class. They have their own luxurious dormitories and instructors who can guide them seriously. Unlike us in the beginner class, our teachers are so busy that they don't care about us at all. Yeah, I can only come to the library to study on my own. These girls were talking quietly, full of curiosity and admiration for Ning Lang. Ning Lang heard it, but he didn't care. However, he suddenly discovered that the voices of these three girls seemed to have been heard by other people reading in the library. Many people looked at him. Most of them were girls, and they looked at him with stars in their eyes. There were also some boys in the library, and they looked at him with a lot of hostility. You can tell from the look in that boy's eyes that these people seem to be thinking, "We are all men, why are you so outstanding?" Ning Lang felt that he was the center of attention wherever he went. However, he felt that he should concentrate on his cultivation and not be distracted by these things. The road to cultivation is very long, and many opponents who are as strong as him are also practicing seriously. For example, when Ning Lang looked around, he saw Emperor Fan. However, Fan Di was not reading books about bodybuilding at this time, but was reading some philosophical books, such as Critique of Pure Reason. Ning Lang was somewhat surprised to see Fan Di and the obsessed demon Song Yishue studying together. Ning Lang wondered, when did these two become so familiar with each other? They looked like good friends. Emperor Fan is an introvert, while Song Yishue is a bit eccentric. It's strange that they can chat with each other. Ning Lang didn't care too much about it. He read in the library for a while and then left. This reading gave him a general understanding of bodybuilding and also taught him about many ferocious beasts. However, there are a lot of ferocious beasts in this world. He thought that although he could think of some ferocious beasts suitable for his body training, it was not so easy to encounter these beasts. So this matter may also depend on chance. Ning Lang prepared to explore the ferocious beast forest to see if he would accidentally encounter any ferocious beasts that would be suitable for body training. This is not a matter of following a map. After leaving the library, Ning Lang thought about preparing some things and then heading out to explore the ferocious beast forest. After leaving the library, Ning Lang went to the school's point store and bought some equipment, pills, portable food suitable for adventures in the ferocious beast forest, some bandages and potions for treating wounds, as well as communicators, disposable self-defense props, simple tents, flashlights, and other items. In this store, Ning Lang ended up spending dozens of points and bought a lot of things, all of which he put into his storage ring. While strolling in the store, Ning Lang suddenly remembered that Lin Xi had given him a storage ring at the beginning of the school year. This storage ring was a very precious gift. He always thought about when he would have the chance to give Lin Xi another gift. Ning Lang was browsing the store at the time and wanted to see if there was any equipment suitable for Lin Xi. So, he began to browse carefully in the girls' area of the store. The salesperson in the store saw Ning Lang, a boy, browsing girls' products and equipment, and looked at him with curiosity. However, the salesperson was used to this matter and must have thought that Ning Lang was giving it as a gift. A salesperson greeted Ning Lang enthusiastically, "Classmate, are you looking for a gift for your girlfriend? You can take a good look here." After hearing this, Ning Lang nodded slightly and strolled around here seriously. While strolling around, Ning Lang saw a very beautiful battle suit. This kind of battle suit was made of a special leather. This leather was very soft, very comfortable to wear and touch, and had very strong defense, which could withstand the bites of some ferocious beasts. Moreover, this battle suit is also a slim-fitting suit, and it looks like the clothes you wear when practicing yoga. Ning Lang immediately thought that Lin Xi would look very beautiful and sexy in such a battle suit. Ning Lang then pointed at the white suit and asked, "Hello, how many points do I need to buy this suit?" The salesperson said enthusiastically, "This suit is 199 points in total. Do you like it?" You have good taste, classmate. 199 points.
After hearing this number, Ning Lang felt a little surprised, because in Jinghua University, 1 point is actually equivalent to 10,000 yuan.
Although points and money are not equivalent, some students trade in this way.
Some students will buy some points at a ratio of 10,000 yuan to 1 point when they really need points. 199 points is equivalent to 1.99 million, which is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. A set of battle clothes actually costs 1.99 million.
Chapter 96, Give Lin Xi a gift and set off for Chongping Forest.
However, Ning Lang thought, since it was a gift for Lin Xi, it didn't matter if it was a little expensive. Anyway, he could do some tasks issued by the school to earn more points in the future, so 199 points was nothing. So Ning Lang said, okay, give me 199 points. He swiped his card and 199 points were deducted. The salesperson was also surprised as she put the clothes into an exquisite packaging box and handed it to Ning Lang. Ning Lang took the clothes and immediately called Lin Xi to make an appointment to meet her. After Lin Xi received the call, she immediately told Ning Lang to wait for her downstairs in the store and she would be there soon. Soon Lin Xi hurried to find Ning Lang. Ning Lang said to Lin Xi, our teacher just talked to me about the bodybuilding plan. I'm going to explore the ferocious beast forest soon to find high-level ferocious beasts suitable for bodybuilding.
I wonder what kind of plan your teacher has arranged for you.
Oh, by the way, before I leave, I want to give you a gift. As he spoke, Ning Lang handed the battlesuit to Lin Xi. When Lin Xi saw the battlesuit, her eyes suddenly lit up, because she had also visited the school's point store. She knew that this battlesuit was very expensive. She had wanted to buy it before, but she couldn't bear to buy it.
She didn't expect Ning Lang to buy it for her.
Lin Xi's face suddenly turned red with excitement.
Ning Lang, this battlesuit is very expensive. Why did you spend so many points to buy me a battlesuit?
The points will definitely be useful if you keep them.
Ning Lang patted his chest calmly and said, it's nothing. You can earn points slowly in the future. Points are meant to be spent. Just keep them. I'm about to go on an adventure in the ferocious beast forest. We might not be able to meet for a while.
Ah, I didn't expect your instructor, the white-haired immortal, has already asked you to start training your body. Our instructor, Ho Jia, is quite conservative and said we can start training our body after we reach level 5 of the second stage.
Our most important thing right now is to improve our level.
In addition, our instructor also said that he will provide us with guidance during this period to help us become more proficient in the use of combat skills, so we have to stay in school for the time being.
Ning Lang said, well, that's not bad either. It's better to be more stable.
My mentor, the white-haired immortal, may have a more elegant personality and acts in a casual manner, so he let me go and hone my skills in the fierce beast forest. Your mentor is willing to give you some guidance on combat techniques, which is also very good.
You should practice well in school. I will be back soon.
Lin Xi asked, Ning Lang, which ferocious beast forest are you planning to venture into?
Well, I just checked. There are still many ferocious beast forests in Jinghai City.
I plan to go to the Chongping forest, which is not too far from us, to train for a while. Lin Xi said, Chongping is not far from here. The ferocious beast forest there is also very large.
Going there is a good choice. I wish you all the best. When you leave, I will give you a ride. Well, I might leave in the afternoon. Let's have lunch together at noon. After lunch, I might have to embark on my journey.
Oh, okay. When Lin Xi heard that Ning Lang was leaving so soon, she felt a little reluctant, but Ning Lang had important things to do and she needed to stay in school, so she could only say goodbye temporarily. There was still half an hour to an hour before lunch, so the two of them continued walking in the school. They also talked about their respective mentors. Lin Xi also talked about how she gets along with Duan Ruotong and Nanyu. After chatting for a while, they went to eat. After dinner, before leaving, Lin Xi accompanied Ning Lang to Ning Lang's dormitory again.
Ning Lang was preparing to say hello to the classmates living on the first and second floors of the dormitory before leaving.
After all, they live together and should meet each other first.
They came to the villa together.
At this time, Ning Lang discovered that the two classmates who lived downstairs from him were Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu. They were in the public living room on the first floor.
Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu both have humorous and funny personalities.
Since they are close friends, they wanted to live in the same villa, so they both chose this place.
It just so happened that Ning Lang also chose this place, so we became roommates.
As soon as Ning Lang came in, the two of them greeted him happily and enthusiastically, saying, "Hey, Ning Lang, you're finally back. We've been looking for you, but you weren't in the dormitory. Where have you been? Did you go to see your instructor?" Ning Lang replied, "Yes, I just came back from meeting my mentor. Well, I came back to say hello to you. Then, I'm going to go on an adventure in the Changping forest for a few days. It may take a while before I come back, and the time may be long or short, so I told you." Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu both said, "Oh, all right then. Ning Lang, you go ahead. We might also have to venture into the ferocious beast forest in a couple of days. When we do, we'll prioritize Changping forest. Maybe we can still see them." After a brief chat, Ning Lang took Lin Xi back to his dormitory and packed his things. He also put some of his clothes, daily necessities, and other things into the ring. Lin Xi visited Ning Lang's room on the floor where Ning Lang lived. In fact, it was not much different from the villa where their girls lived in the dormitory. At last, Ning Lang and Lin Xi left the villa together. Lin Xi sent Ning Lang to the school gate. Ning Lang took a taxi and prepared to go to Changping Forest. Lin Xi stood at the school gate, waiting for the bus with Ning Lang, and then watched Ning Lang leave in the distance. It rained last night. The sky is still a little cloudy today. Thick clouds hang low. Watching Ning Lang go away, Lin Xi suddenly felt a little lonely. But she quickly composed herself and went back to school. Lin Xi suddenly thought of Su Li. She had a good relationship with Su Li, so she went to play with Su Li. Su Li also heard from Lin Xi that Ning Lang went on an adventure in Changping Forest. Su Li said at this time, "Ning Lang has left? Oh, if I had known he was going to Changping Forest, I would have packed up and gone with him. Our instructor Su also asked us to hurry up and kill the beasts in the ferocious beast forest to improve our levels. I'm still trying to find someone to form a team with." Is that so? Your instructor also asked you to go to the forest of ferocious beasts? But our instructor asked us to stay in school. Su Li said, "Well, it doesn't matter. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll send a message to Ning Lang to see if he can wait for me at the supply station. If not, I'll follow his route and see if I can catch up." "Okay, then you can team up together and take care of each other." Although Lin Xi said this, she felt a little bothered in her heart, but she felt that she shouldn't mind. Lin Xi thought about it and realized that when Ning Lang left, he only told her and not Su Li, which made her feel a little happy. There was also the battle suit that Ning Lang gave him, and Lin Xi felt even warmer in his heart when he thought about it. Chapter 97, Adventure into the Forest of Ferocious Beasts, Ning Lang is provoked. Soon, Ning Lang arrived in Changping by taxi. Going further, there is no road accessible because it is a ferocious beast forest where ferocious beasts are rampant. Ning Lang got out of the car, paid the driver, and then used his wind controlling skill to fly towards the forest. Soon, he walked a short distance and found a supply station on the edge of the Changping ferocious beast forest. The supply station is not very big, but it is small but has everything it needs. In this supply station, there are restaurants that provide food, hospitals that provide medical treatment, and some shops that sell various items. Although this supply station is not big, there are quite a few people inside. Many people will spend money here and buy some necessary things before entering the ferocious beast forest to kill the ferocious beasts. Many people who have killed ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast forest will also spend money here and trade the ferocious beast materials they harvested in the ferocious beast forest. So many businessmen gathered here. After Ning Lang came here, he saw that apart from the merchants, the rest were basically warriors who were preparing to adventure in the ferocious beast forest. When he arrived at the supply station, some wandering merchants came up to him and asked him if he needed to buy any pills, equipment, or the like. These merchants are all equipped with storage rings with very large spaces, which can store a large number of items. There are also some guards within the scope of this supply station. Supply stations are usually built by some large chambers of commerce or some powerful organizations, so they will also station some guards in this supply station to protect the safety here, and at the same time avoid murder and robbery between people, to ensure that the trade in this supply station can be carried out safely and orderly. Therefore, merchants who trade here must also pay certain membership fees to be eligible to trade here. Ning Lang had already prepared everything when he was in school, so he didn't need to buy anything after arriving here. Ning Lang thought to himself that if he had known there was a well-equipped and inexpensive supply station at the edge of the forest, he would have bought it here. There would be no need to spend points to buy it in school. Ning Lang didn't need to buy anything, so he walked straight through the supply station and headed towards the entrance of the Changping ferocious beast forest. At this time, Ning Lang saw some other adventurous warriors. They were waiting for others at the entrance, wanting to find some teammates to form a team and go to the ferocious beast forest to adventure together, so that they could look after each other. A warrior who also looked like a college student approached Ning Lang after seeing him and said, "Hey, brother, you are also going to adventure in the ferocious beast forest, right?
Do you want to team up with me? I already have 2 people here, and with you, we will form a team of 4.
Ning Lang looked at this man and his 2 teammates. From the aura they exuded, he could feel that their strength was not very strong and their talent was not very high, so Ning Lang directly refused. Having such teammates is actually a burden to him. Because generally speaking, after forming a team, what they gain must be divided equally. Ning Lang waved his hand to reject him, and then prepared to step directly into the Chongping ferocious beast forest. He planned to go on an adventure alone, because the main purpose of his trip was to find a high-level ferocious beast suitable for him to train his body. His goals are basically different from those of other adventurers, because most adventurers either want to increase their own levels to kill ferocious beasts, or to harvest materials from high-level ferocious beasts to earn some money, so their goals are different from Ning Lang's. Ning Lang wanted to explore more in this ferocious beast forest and didn't want to waste time killing ferocious beasts. But unexpectedly, after Ning Lang rejected this person and was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard this person shout, "Stop!
Brother, I sincerely asked you to form a team, what's your attitude? You're leaving without saying a word. What? Do you look down on me, Mo Yun?"
Ning Lang turned around and looked.
The man then said, "Brother, why don't you ask about my name, Mo Yun?
I only teamed up with you out of respect for you, and you still pretended to be me.
What kind of rubbish are you?"
Ning Lang didn't expect that his rejection of this stranger would cause this person to start cursing and break down his defense.
This person's personality is really a bit abnormal.
After being scolded like this, Ning Lang looked at the man who called himself Mo Yun with a cold look in his eyes.
Mo Yun? I've certainly never heard of you. It might be because your name isn't famous enough, and we didn't even know each other. You asked me to team up with you, but I didn't want to, so I rejected you. Why should I waste any more time talking to you? Why are you barking like a dog?" Ning Lang responded directly.
When Mo Yun heard this, he immediately threw the communicator in his hand to the ground. Then a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He pointed at Ning Lang and said, "You are a bit arrogant, kid.
If you have the guts, tell me who you are. Let me see if you are qualified to show off in front of me. My name is Ning Lang, I just want to ask what's wrong with you." Mo Yun said disdainfully, "Ning Lang? Who the hell do you think you are? I've never even heard of you. You look like a nobody." But after Mo Yun finished speaking, the 2 people on his team looked at each other with a puzzled look on their faces, and then asked weakly, "Brother, your name is Ning Lang, you are not from Mo City too?" Ning Lang became curious when he heard this. He looked at the 2 people again, and also at Mo Yun. He suddenly thought, the Mo family is one of the 4 great families in Mo City. Could this Mo Yun be from the Mo family? Could he and Mo Ting be from the same family? Although Ning Lang thought of this, he still responded coldly, "I'm from Maching, what's wrong? Have you heard of me?" One of the 2 said, "Yes, Ning Lang, weren't you the champion of this year's Maching martial arts examination? I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." Another person also said quietly, "No wonder he doesn't want to team up with us. He used to be the champion of the Maching martial arts exam, and he's also a student at Jinghai University. It's reasonable for him not to want to team up with us." These 2 people were used to this because of their relatively low strength, but they didn't expect that Mo Yun would become even more unhappy after hearing it. He immediately roared, "So what if you're the champion of the Maching martial arts exam? Are you a good fighter? You little jerk, no matter how good you are at fighting, you're just a freshman. I'm a junior, and I'm far superior to you. You're like an ant standing in front of me. I asked you to team up with me, but you pretended to be me. Get out of here right now." Ning Lang originally didn't want to bother with Mo Yun, thinking it was a waste of energy, but he didn't expect Mo Yun to be so arrogant and speak so harshly. Ning Lang felt that he had to scold him back. Chapter 98, Mo Yun of the Mo family, extremely rampant. Mo Yun, aren't you being too arrogant? Do I have to team up with you just because you want to? I won't team up with you, and you're yelling at me. You really have no manners. Are all the Mo family members among the 4 major families in Mo City rude people like you? They trained a bastard like you to embarrass themselves? Mo Yun was already quite irritable,
and after being scolded by Ning Lang, who also insulted the Mo family, he was immediately burning with anger. In an instant, he swung his sword and slashed at Ning Lang, intending to beat Ning Lang up on the spot. But he didn't expect that just as he thrust out his sword, he was suddenly hit by a flying knife and was knocked away with a bang. At this time, a black shadow appeared in front of them in a flash. Although this person was masked and dressed in black, there was a logo embroidered on his body, and it was obvious that he was the guard of this supply station. The man stopped him Yun and said, "No fighting is allowed in the supply station.
I think you are a little arrogant. You dare to fight in this supply station? Are you tired of living?"
Yun was scolded rudely by the guard, but he was too scared to say a word at this time, because the flying knife shot by the man just now had already made him feel the terrifying strength of the guard. Those who can serve as guards of supply stations are all very powerful warriors.
Yun quickly apologized.
"Oh, I'm sorry, I was impulsive."
"I was impulsive just now."
The guard said, "Since this is your first time, I won't bother with you this time. But if I see you do it again, I'll take you to the dungeon at the supply station and put you in solitary confinement."
Yun quickly clasped his hands together and said, Okay, I won't dare to do it again. Brother guard, you can leave now."
"I will never dare to do anything at this supply station again."
The guard disappeared in a flash and left again.
However, the anger in Yun's heart continued to accumulate, with nowhere to vent it. He glared at Ning Lang fiercely, but he didn't dare to say anything else to Ning Lang. After all, arguing here was useless, and he couldn't take action.
Ning Lang was too lazy to pay attention to him.
He snorted coldly and turned to walk into the Chongping Beast Forest.
Ning Lang didn't care about Yun.
He just thought he had met an idiot. Therefore, after entering the forest, Ning Lang directly used the wind controlling skill to move through this forest of ferocious beasts. He wanted to travel in this forest, looking for those rare high-level ferocious beasts, and at the same time choose those magical ferocious beasts that were suitable for his own body training. So he was moving very fast, moving quickly through this forest of ferocious beasts. Occasionally, he would encounter one or two high-level ferocious beasts that would suddenly jump out of the forest to block him and try to attack him. To deal with such ferocious beasts, Ning Lang had no choice but to use his Shengang fist to fight against them and kill them. This time, after killing these high-level ferocious beasts, Ning Lang will also collect some bones or crystal cores from these beasts, which can be sold for money. In the past, the materials from the low-level beasts he killed were not very valuable, so he did not collect them. But his current strength is enough to kill ferocious beasts of level 2 or 3 or above.
After killing such ferocious beasts, there are many valuable things in their bodies.
So Ning Lang would put all of these into his storage ring, so that when he came out, he could sell them for a considerable price. It was already afternoon when Ning Lang entered the forest of ferocious beasts, so after he walked through it for a few hours, it gradually got dark. Ning Lang also felt a little tired, so he looked for a suitable place to rest in this forest of ferocious beasts. Here, he took out his tent and set it up in the forest, preparing to spend the night there. Ning Lang also found some firewood in the forest and lit a fire to keep out the cold at night. As for food, Ning Lang brought a lot of food in his storage ring, some of which, like bread, could be stored for a period of time without spoiling. As for the fresh ingredients, Ning Lang did not bring them with him, because they would go bad if kept in the ring for a short time. Besides, there was no need to bring these ingredients in this forest of ferocious beasts, because he could directly kill the ferocious beasts, find some ferocious beasts that tasted better, and eat their meat. Eating the meat of these ferocious beasts often has some good effects on strengthening the body.
That night, Ning Lang hunted a second-level wild boar monster.
Then he took out a big pot from his storage ring, placed it on the fire, and started cooking.
He also brought a lot of purified water for drinking.
After all, although there are some streams in this forest, sometimes they are not found, so water is also necessary.
He brought a lot of water.
He poured some water into the pot and started to boil it. At the same time, Ning Lang also used a knife to chop the wild boar's thigh into small pieces of meat. Some of the meat was put into the pot and cooked with the big bones on. For this kind of meat, you just need to sprinkle a little salt and it will taste very good. However, Ning Lang still pays more attention to taste, so when he came, he also brought some seasoning packets.
Once these seasoning packets are put into the pot and cooked, the flavors of some seasonings will be perfectly blended with the meat, and the meat will taste even more delicious. This was the first time Ning Lang spent the night alone in this ferocious beast forest. He used to go to the beast forest to kill ferocious beasts. Most of the time he would come with his teammates. Even if he came alone, he usually would not spend the night in the forest. At night, he would leave the forest and go home directly.
But this time, he is on a longer adventure. After Ning Lang had a delicious meal, he lay down in his tent. The tent that Ning Lang bought was also an expensive tent, which cost him a lot of points.
This tent was indeed worth so many points.
It was not only of very good quality, but also had a warming function. Ning Lang lay in the tent and felt very warm, which formed a sharp contrast with the cold forest outside the tent. Ning Lang quickly lay down in the tent and slowly fell asleep. However, because he was in a forest of ferocious beasts, even though he fell asleep, he still remained a little vigilant in case any ferocious beasts attacked him in the middle of the night, or other warriors with ulterior motives attacked him. Chapter 99, Deep in the Forest, 2/3 level flying dragon beasts. However, the night was spent very safely. After Ning Lang had a good sleep, he opened the tent full of energy the next day. He put the tent, pot, and other things into his storage ring. Then, he once again traveled through the ferocious beast forest, searching for the high-level ferocious beast he was looking for. But unexpectedly, suddenly, he felt a hint of danger. Ning Lang has experienced many battles and has developed an indescribable intuition. When Ning Lang packed up everything and prepared to continue his journey through the forest of ferocious beasts, he suddenly sensed a hint of danger around him. This breath immediately made him alert.
Ning Lang perked up and looked around attentively.
At the same time, he was vaguely wondering in his heart who this dangerous aura came from. Ning Lang suddenly remembered Mo Yun, whom he met at the entrance of the forest. Mo Yun wanted to fight with him at the supply station, but was stopped by the guard.
Now I'm deep in the forest. Could it be that Mo Yun has been chasing me all the way? Is he trying to attack me to vent his hatred? Could it be that Mo Yun is so despicable and perverted? Ning Lang thought of the answer in his mind, and he immediately clenched his fists.
He thought that for a man like Mo Yun, he must be beaten into submission, or even crippled, so that he could learn a lesson and not dare to provoke him again. Otherwise, this mad dog will probably cause you a lot of unnecessary trouble. As Ning Lang walked, 2 steel boxing gloves instantly condensed on his hands, ready for battle at any time. At this moment, Ning Lang suddenly heard another violent roar.
This sound also aroused Ning Lang's curiosity.
He felt that the dangerous aura and the roar seemed to come from the same direction. But this roar did not sound like that of a warrior, but rather like the sound of some ferocious beast. Ning Lang's figure flashed in an instant, hiding his figure while looking for the source of the sound. At this time, Ning Lang came to a very open place. This place is not like other places that are full of tall trees.
Instead, this area is very empty and full of weeds. After Ning Lang arrived here, he immediately saw 2 huge monsters in the air. They looked like 3rd level ferocious beasts, fighting in the air. One of these 2 ferocious beasts had wings on its back, a green face and fangs, and was extremely terrifying. Based on the introduction to ferocious beasts that Ning Lang read in books, this ferocious beast should be called the green-faced demon dragon. The other one turned out to be a 6-winged flying dragon. The feathers of this 6-winged flying dragon were golden, and it looked very gorgeous. They are all very large in size and have extremely broad wings, allowing them to fly steadily in the air. In Ning Lang's original world, birds or flying animals are generally very small. This is because they want to fly and survive better, and the only way to adapt to the environment is to reduce their size. However, Ning Lang also knew that during the dinosaur era, there were also some pterosaurs that were very large and could fly. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, they were all eliminated and became extinct, so that the size of these animals later became basically very small. But in this world, due to the revival of spiritual energy, some ferocious beasts are constantly mutating, and their sizes are gradually becoming larger. There are even ferocious beasts that are huge and can fly. They are very ferocious, because not only are they very powerful in attack, but they are also very fast in movement. The ferocious beasts on the ground are obviously no match for them. Even if there are some ferocious beasts on the ground that are stronger than them, they cannot catch up with them. This giant flying beast is extremely powerful. Ning Lang saw the 2 flying dragons fighting from afar and realized that they were above level 3 in strength. Ning Lang once fought a battle with a 4th level snow mountain giant ape during the martial arts exam. Needless to say, the snow mountain giant ape was extremely powerful. It took the cooperation of several classmates for him to defeat the snow mountain giant ape. At that time, if Ning Lang had been alone, he would have been no match for the giant ape from the snow mountain. At this moment, Ning Lang also realized that the danger he had just sensed was not Mo Yun chasing him, but the aura caused by the battle between these 2 3rd-level ferocious beasts. Ning Lang thought that he alone was no match for the 2 ferocious beasts, and he didn't want to cause trouble and get involved. Seeing the 2 ferocious beasts fighting fiercely in the air,
they already had some unique fighting skills. They flew at high speed in the air, collided violently with each other, used different skills, and fought so hard that the sky was dark and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Ning Lang instantly activated the wind controlling skill and prepared to move away from this place. But he didn't expect that he had been discovered by these two third-level ferocious beasts when he appeared here just now. Among them, the six-winged flying dragon, after seeing Ning Lang, directly shot a huge feather towards Ning Lang. This huge feather was like a big knife, shooting towards Ning Lang. Ning Lang was also shocked, because he just wanted to escape from here quickly, but he didn't expect that the six-winged dragon would attack him. Ning Lang didn't know why the six-winged dragon attacked him, and he posed no threat to it. But
Ning Lang didn't have time to think so much at the moment.
In an instant, he used his right fist, which had condensed into an iron glove, to punch the feather that looked like a big knife, and with this powerful punch, he knocked the feather away. This feather was like a machete to Ning Lang, but to the six-winged flying dragon, it was just a drop in the bucket.
In an instant, the six-winged dragon shot out 3 more feathers, locking onto the 3 directions where Ning Lang could dodge, and attack towards Ning Lang.
Ning Lang was shocked, because facing this third-level ferocious beast, a flying dragon, he knew that his strength was far inferior to that of the other beast, so he had to use all his strength to protect his own safety.
Ning Lang did not hesitate and instantly used his 1000 Water Lotus defensive skill.
A water lotus instantly exploded around him, forming one protective petal after another.
3 feathers like big knives directly slashed on Ning Lang's Qianyu Water Lotus. In an instant, they actually cut Ning Lang's Qianyu Water Lotus into pieces. Fortunately, Ning Lang's Qianyu Water Lotus finally blocked the attack of the 3 feathers.
Ning Lang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated violently. His 1000 Water Lotus was actually shattered by the 3 feathers of the flying dragon. When he faced other opponents in various competitions in the past, his Qianyu Water Lotus was like a solid barrier, giving him a very powerful defensive effect and making him have a very strong sense of security. But at this moment, this sense of security has been shattered in an instant.
Chapter 100, Encountering the Pursuit of a Third-Level Dragon Beast. Oh no, I must evacuate this place quickly.
Ning Lang exclaimed, then used the wind-controlling body skill, and in an instant his figure flashed, and he fled into the forest. He wanted to use the cover of these forests to prevent the six-winged dragon from discovering him. At the same time, Ning Lang glanced back while running away. While the six-winged flying dragon was attacking itself, the green-faced demon dragon also attacked the six-winged flying dragon. While the six-winged flying dragon's attention was on itself, the green-faced demon dragon suddenly grabbed and tore directly at the six-winged flying dragon's body, leaving a severe blood mark on the six-winged flying dragon's body, and countless feathers were directly torn off. The six-winged flying dragon spun in the air and almost fell, but it still struggled to turn its body a few times, maintained its balance again, and flew in the air again. Ning Lang couldn't help but secretly feel a little grateful to the green-faced dragon, because although the green-faced dragon looked very ugly and terrifying, the battle between it and the six-winged flying dragon gave him a buffer and bought him a chance to escape. Ning Lang originally thought that he could take the opportunity to escape, but he did not expect that an even more surprising scene would appear. The six-winged dragon not only did not continue to fight back against the green-faced dragon, but instead flew directly in the direction of its escape, chasing straight towards the sky above the forest where Ning Lang was.
Ning Lang was also very confused.
The six-winged flying dragon was originally fighting with the green-faced dragon.
Why didn't it put its fighting power on the green-faced dragon, but instead chased after him, an unrelated human? What on earth did it want to do? Is there something about me that attracts it?
The six-winged flying dragon was extremely large, blocking out the sky and casting a huge shadow on the ground. Although Ning Lang had used all his strength to control the wind, he still could not escape its terrifying shadow. Immediately afterwards, the six-winged flying dragon suddenly flapped its wings, and a strong whirlwind directly hit the forest where Ning Lang was escaping, instantly sweeping countless large trees up from the ground.
Countless smoke and dust instantly spread up, and it seemed as if tornadoes were occurring one after another in the forest. This forced Ning Lang to dodge carefully. Otherwise, you will easily be swept away by the tornado. What a terrifying third-level beast! Why does it feel like this third-level beast is no less powerful than the fourth-level snow mountain giant ape I encountered during the martial arts exam? Is this the terrifying aspect of this flying dragon-like beast? When Ning Lang was reading a book about ferocious beasts, he once saw a sentence in the book saying that ferocious beasts of the flying dragon species were very powerful and could even defeat ferocious beasts of other types by crossing levels. Today, Ning Lang finally witnessed the power of this ferocious flying dragon beast with his own eyes. At this moment, Ning Lang looked back and saw that the six-winged flying dragon was still chasing him.
The green-faced demon dragon was also chasing the six-winged flying dragon, constantly taking opportunities to attack it. However, the six-winged flying dragon's attention was completely focused on itself, and it did not fight back against the green-faced dragon at all. It just chased after itself firmly, flapping its wings continuously, causing one strong whirlwind after another. Ning Lang also thought that it was indeed very dangerous to escape like this, because he was running on the ground, while the six-winged flying dragon was in the air and its vision was very good. Whirlwinds rolled up around him, making it very difficult for him to escape.
Sooner or later you will be hit.
So, Ning Lang thought about it, and he immediately used the Yufengxing technique to fly up and away from the ground of the forest. His figure flew directly into the air, riding the wind in the air.
In an instant,
when the six-winged flying dragon saw Ning Lang flying up, it suddenly grabbed Ning Lang fiercely.
Ning Lang was naturally prepared.
When he saw the claw coming, he dodged it in an instant. Ning Lang suddenly thought that it was not a solution to keep running away like this. His own strength was very limited and was far inferior to that of Phylong. Moreover, they are third-level ferocious beasts. Ning Lang had no choice but to use all his strength to attack the six-winged flying dragon, and then help the green-faced demon dragon chasing behind him to catch up with the six-winged flying dragon, so that the two of them could fight each other and he could take the opportunity to escape. In an instant, Ning Lang threw out 20 ice swords. He used several of these swords to protect himself, while the rest of the swords all attacked the six-winged flying dragon chasing him from behind.
Countless ice swords continued to slash at the six-winged flying dragon. However, he did not expect that the six-winged flying dragon could actually form a protective shield around its body, making it impossible for Ning Lang's sword to break through its defense. Ning Lang realized how powerful the flying dragon's defense was, so he had to use his strongest attack. Suddenly, Ning Lang thought of the skill of heaven and earth. The skill of heaven and earth is actually a passive skill. It can add some elements of heaven and earth to your combat skills, such as fire, ice, wind, and thunder. However, at this moment, these elements obviously cannot play any role in the six-winged flying dragon.
Fortunately, after his passive skill of heaven and earth is used, there will be a peculiar effect, that is, after using heaven and earth, he can randomly enhance one of his combat skills.
I just have to try the effect.
Ning Lang immediately used the skill of heaven and earth, adding fire attributes to all his combat skills. Then, he suddenly felt that his fireball technique had gained an epic improvement. Ning Lang discovered that his fireball technique had turned into an epic skill Dragon's Breath. Ning Lang was delighted and instantly activated the advanced skill of the fireball technique, Dragon's Breath. After Ning Lang used this skill, a huge flying dragon suddenly condensed in the air. The flying dragon came roaring and flew directly under Ning Lang, and Ning Lang stood on the dragon's head. In an instant, he turned direction and rushed towards the six-winged flying dragon.
Dragon Breath.
Ning Lang concentrated all his spiritual power and launched this attack. Suddenly, a fierce flame spurted out from the mouth of the giant dragon he had condensed. The intense flames were so powerful that it seemed as if the sky was on fire. The evil dragon breathed out and attacked the six-winged flying dragon. Many of the six-winged flying dragon's feathers were instantly burnt. The six-winged flying dragon screamed and quickly avoided Ning Lang's fierce attack. In an instant, after the six-winged flying dragon was bombarded, it was faced with the powerful enemy Ning Lang in front and the green-faced demon dragon chasing it from behind. After being attacked by Ning Lang's evil dragon breath, it immediately fell into the attack range of the green-faced demon dragon. In an instant, the green-faced demon dragon's giant claws drew countless blood shadows and attacked the six-winged flying dragon. Chapter 1012 Flying Dragons Fight, Ning Lang takes advantage. At this moment, Ning Lang had overexerted his energy. After performing the dragon's breath, he felt a sense of emptiness in his body and fell rapidly from the air to the ground. Ning Lang tried his best to use the wind control technique, gliding down with the wind and landing on the ground. At this time, the six-winged flying dragon was suffering a fierce attack from the green-faced dragon. The dragon clawed again and again, each claw made a sound of breaking wind, leaving streaks of blood, and directly scratched countless bloody marks on the body of the six-winged flying dragon. The six-winged flying dragon had no time to chase Ning Lang at this moment, and could only continue to defend and counterattack the green-faced dragon. The two dragons fought fiercely in the air in an instant. Ning Lang also felt very weak down there. He quickly swallowed a pill to replenish his qi and blood, then sat on the ground to meditate and slowly recover his strength. However, there were constant whistling sounds and the sounds of fighting coming from the air. Not long after, Ning Lang felt that his physical strength had recovered a lot. At this time, he saw the six-winged flying dragon suddenly falling from the sky, directly smashing a big hole on the ground and crushing countless trees. The green-faced demon dragon chased after the six-winged flying dragon on the ground. But it didn't expect that the six-winged dragon still had a final counterattack skill.
In an instant, hundreds of feathers flew out from the six-winged flying dragon.
These hundreds of feathers seemed to be the six-winged flying dragon's final killing move. All of the hundreds of feathers slashed towards the green-faced demon dragon. Countless feathers shot into the green-faced demon dragon's body, and one feather directly pierced the green-faced demon dragon's heart. The green-faced dragon thought he was going to win, but unexpectedly, he was counterattacked at this time.
Its body fell violently to the ground, and it died in an instant.
At this moment, after the six-winged flying dragon launched this final attack, it was already exhausted and had reached the end of its life. But it curled up its wings and crawled slowly on the ground with its claws. I saw it slowly crawling towards a place. Ning Lang saw that it seemed to be crawling towards some mysterious place. Ning Lang was watching secretly from behind the six-winged flying dragon. The six-winged flying dragon finally came to a very hidden cave entrance.
Finally, it lay there and slowly died.
Ning Lang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. At the same time, it aroused great curiosity.
He wondered why the six-winged flying dragon crawled into this hidden cave before dying.
The location of this hidden cave is very close to the route he just escaped. Could it be that because he fled here, he attracted the attention of the six-winged flying dragon?
Is it trying to stop him? Could it be that it was trying to stop him, so it ignored its own safety and the green-faced dragon behind it and rushed towards him? What is in this cave? Ning Lang, with endless curiosity in his heart, slowly approached the cave. He walked over to the six-winged flying dragon and took a look.
At this time, the six-winged flying dragon was indeed dead and had no breath left. Ning Lang explored the cave cautiously, but found that the cave was not very big. Suddenly, Ning Lang discovered that there was a dragon egg in the cave. The dragon egg actually emitted a faint halo, as if the sun was casting a golden light on it. After Ning Lang saw the dragon egg, he immediately guessed everything in his mind.
The six-winged dragon may be protecting its dragon eggs and its children.
Because the green-faced dragon and himself invaded its territory, they were attacked by it. It was trying to prevent its children from being harmed. At the beginning, the six-winged flying dragon and the green-faced dragon were fighting, but unexpectedly, it appeared halfway, and the direction of its escape was exactly where its dragon eggs were, so it ignored the battle with the green-faced dragon and chased after it directly. After figuring out all the connections, Ning Lang looked at the dragon egg and an idea came to his mind.
Should I just destroy this dragon egg?
After all, this dragon egg will give birth to a ferocious beast like a six-winged flying dragon in the future, and ferocious beasts are incompatible with humans, and they will cause harm to humans. Therefore, the dragon egg should be strangled in the cradle. Ning Lang walked over slowly, with steel gloves already condensed in his hands, ready to smash the dragon egg with one punch. But just as he walked past.
But suddenly I heard a click. That dragon egg is cracked.
Suddenly, a small dragon beast emerged from the dragon egg. Ning Lang looked at the little dragon beast and was stunned.
Because it looks so cute.
Compared with that terrifying six-winged flying dragon, it is far inferior.
Is this really the dragon egg of that six-winged flying dragon?
Ning Lang didn't expect that the little dragon beast that came out of this dragon egg would be so cute. The moment Ning Lang saw it, his heart was melted by its cuteness. This little dragon beast is covered with fur, has a round body, small claws, and a pair of big, watery, round eyes.
It looks very cute.
After it crawled out of the egg, it stared at Ning Lang curiously with its big round eyes, making babbling sounds from time to time. Ning Lang looked at this cute little dragon beast and felt some pity for it. But he sighed softly, "No, I can't be merciful and let it go just because this little dragon beast is cute. When it grows up, it will be just like the six-winged flying dragon. By then, it will become a very ferocious high-level beast. When it sees a human warrior, it will bite and kill them without mercy.
Keeping this little dragon beast will only bring disaster."
Ning Lang thought quietly, feeling that he couldn't be soft-hearted and couldn't make an irrational decision. Therefore, he immediately condensed the steel boxing gloves, and the steel boxing gloves in his hands were hard and cold. At this moment, Ning Lang suddenly punched the little dragon beast. When he threw the punch, he silently closed his eyes, not wanting to see the tragic death of the little dragon beast.
Boom!
A loud explosion occurred in the cave, accompanied by a sharp scream from the little dragon beast. Ning Lang then slowly opened his eyes. However, to his surprise, the little dragon beast dodged his punch.
Ning Lang was even more secretly surprised.
This little dragon beast had just been born, but its movements were so agile.
Wouldn't it be an even more terrifying existence when it grew up? We can't leave such a powerful dragon beast behind.
Ning Lang suddenly formed iron boxing gloves on both of his fists. He suddenly punched the little dragon beast with a few punches.
Chapter 102 Dragon Egg. The cute little dragon beast is so powerful.
Punch after punch was thrown, sending out strong gusts of wind, which directly shook many stones in the cave and caused them to fall from the stone walls.
The entire cave seemed to be shaken by an earthquake. But this little dragon beast actually dodged left and right, jumped up and down in this cave, avoiding all of Ning Lang's attacks. Ning Lang couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, little dragon beast like you actually have such a natural talent for physical movement. You are really powerful." At this moment, Ning Lang suddenly condensed a fireball in his hands. As he injected his spiritual power, the fireball became bigger and bigger. Ning Lang was ready to smash the huge fireball directly into the cave, blowing up the entire cave. With this no-dead angle attack, he would burn the little dragon beast to death in the cave. He condensed the fireball in his hand into a bigger and bigger one, and a blazing red lotus flame burned on the fireball. This red lotus flame had a very terrifying power. Ning Lang condensed a fireball and slowly retreated towards the cave entrance. The little dragon beast still stared at Ning Lang with its big round eyes, looking at him curiously, not knowing what Ning Lang was going to do. It just revealed endless curiosity. At the same time, it continued to jump around in the cave, looking particularly lively and cute. But Ning Lang still suppressed the compassion in his heart, retreated out of the cave, and then bombarded the cave with the huge fireball in his hand. At the same time, he also flashed backward at a high speed, retreating 10 meters away. With a loud bang, the entire cave was blown into pieces, countless pieces of debris flew into the sky, causing a very strong explosion, and a shockwave also vibrated in all directions. The strong sound and explosion were like the effect of a firework magnified 100 times. After blowing up the cave, Ning Lang felt a sudden sense of emptiness in his heart. But he composed himself and continued on his journey. After walking a few steps, Ning Lang saw the two corpses of the six-winged flying dragon and the green-faced demon dragon. He took out the crystal cores from the two corpses and put them into the storage ring. Ning Lang walked to the side of the green-faced dragon again, took out a knife, took off some valuable materials from its body, and put them into the ring so that he could sell them for money after leaving the forest. Ning Lang looked at the corpse of the six-winged flying dragon again. He originally wanted to take the valuable things from its body, but then he changed his mind and thought about the six-winged flying dragon fighting to protect its children, and suddenly he felt a little reluctant. Although it was a ferocious beast, it was also a mother. She died in battle to protect her children. Ning Lang was moved by her strong maternal love, and he couldn't bear to decompose the body of the six-winged flying dragon. Ning Lang thought again that he had also blown up the six-winged flying dragon's child, so if he tried to decompose the six-winged flying dragon's corpse, it would seem that he was too cruel and even worse than a ferocious beast. Thinking of this, Ning Lang immediately condensed a flame and cremated the body of the six-winged flying dragon. Cremation is a very pure form of burial in this world. Because cremation can turn everything into ashes, turn it into nothingness, wash away all the past and involvements in the world, and let it leave this world cleanly. After Ning Lang dealt with these, he took out a bottle of water and drank a few sips to calm himself down. He looked back at the cave that had been bombed into ruins, then turned and left the cave. He began to continue to carry out his mission, which was to find high-level ferocious beasts that could strengthen his body. But Ning Lang had just walked out for a short while. But suddenly I found that the little dragon beast appeared again. Ning Lang was surprised to find that the little dragon beast was actually chasing after him. When Ning Lang saw the little dragon beast, he even thought he was dazzled. He wondered if he was too cruel in killing the little dragon beast, so he felt a little guilty and had hallucinations? Do you hope in your heart that this little dragon beast is still alive? He rubbed his eyes carefully and looked back again, only to find that the little dragon beast was jumping around vigorously. This is obviously not an illusion, but a real existence. When the little dragon beast saw Ning Lang stop and look at it, it barked even more happily, and then jumped a few times vigorously, as if expressing happiness and joy. Ning Lang couldn't help but frown and looked at the little dragon beast carefully. I saw it standing on the ground covered with fallen leaves, rolling around quickly like a ball, and sometimes jumping onto a tree like a little squirrel. Ning Lang thought to himself, the big fireball he had just blasted into the cave didn't kill the little dragon beast? Could it be that this little dragon beast is not afraid of fire? It can actually withstand the blazing flames of its own red lotus? Is this little dragon beast a little too strong?
After Ning Lang thought of this, he wanted to experiment again, so he condensed a small fireball again, and a blazing red lotus flame burned on the fireball. Ning Lang threw the fireball directly at the little dragon beast. Suddenly, the little dragon beast was not afraid of Ning Lang's fireball, but seemed very excited.
It immediately exhaled and directly blew out Ning Lang's fireball that was burning with red lotus flames. No way? My red lotus flame is a very special kind of flame.
Under normal circumstances, it will not go out.
Not even water can extinguish it. How could you, a little dragon beast, blow it out with just one breath?
This little dragon beast refreshes Ning Lang's cognition time and time again. Then, the little dragon beast jumped a few times and suddenly jumped onto Ning Lang's shoulder, which scared Ning Lang. Ning Lang was afraid that the little dragon beast would attack him in revenge for its mother.
Would it bite his neck?
Ning Lang quickly grabbed the little dragon beast and held it down.
But unexpectedly, the little dragon beast not only did not bite him, but instead stretched out its tongue to lick Ning Lang, giving him a wet and hot feeling. Ning Lang held the little dragon beast in his hands and said to it, "Little dragon beast, let me tell you the truth. I didn't kill your mother. She insisted on chasing me and attacking me.
I just used my powerful skill Dragon Breath to hit her. I was also trying to protect myself. Later, she died in the battle with the green-faced demon dragon. The green-faced demon dragon was the real culprit." But this little dragon beast obviously didn't understand what Ning Lang said. He just rubbed his head against Ning Lang. Ning Lang also gradually felt that it had no ill will towards him. Ning Lang threw it on the ground, and it kept licking him and jumping up and down on his body, as if it liked him very much. Ning Lang thought secretly in his heart, the first thing this little dragon beast saw when it broke out of its shell was me.
Could it be that it mistook me for its mother?
Ning Lang said with a look of disgust, "You will grow up to be a ferocious beast like a six-winged flying dragon in the future. If you think of me as your mother, it will bring me a lot of trouble.
I will definitely be misunderstood by other human warriors. Besides, those human warriors will definitely attack you. Alas, although you are a cute little guy, we still can't be together. You should grow up by yourself in this ferocious beast forest. I really can't bear to kill you now. Go away."
As he spoke, Ning Lang grabbed the little dragon beast and threw it out with force, flying several hundred meters away. Ning Lang looked at the parabola and shook his head slightly, thinking that this was also a wonderful fate, but humans and ferocious beasts could not live in peace after all. The current situation between humans and ferocious beasts is that they only attack each other mercilessly, the strong prey on the weak, and there will never be peace. Perhaps, they will continue to fight until one day, when one side completely conquers the other. Ning Lang sighed and turned around again to walk forward. At this moment, suddenly, a flying sword flashed past Ning Lang's eyes. Fortunately, Ning Lang reacted quickly and moved 3 meters to the side in an instant, avoiding the sword.
Who is it? A sneak attack? Chapter 103, Attack in the Depths of the Forest, Sword Mo Yun in the Clouds.
Ning Lang was slightly startled, not knowing who he was or why he was suddenly attacked.
Could it be that he wants to kill people and rob in this forest of ferocious beasts?
Generally speaking, any warrior with some moral bottom line would not do things like bullying the weak, killing and robbing in the forest of ferocious beasts.
After all, the common enemy of mankind is ferocious beasts. If humans continue to kill each other, it will only make humans be devoured by ferocious beasts faster. Of course, having said that, there are all kinds of birds in the forest, and there are inevitably some morally corrupt people among humans who will do shameless things such as murder and robbery for their own interests. Ning Lang didn't expect that he would encounter such a morally corrupt person when he ventured into the ferocious beast forest alone for the first time. Ning Lang was thinking in his heart, "I saw a person slowly walking out in front of me. This person was none other than Mo Yun. Another person appeared at the same time as Mo Yun.
This person was not one of the 2 teammates that Mo Yun had formed at the entrance of the ferocious beast forest, but another person Ning Lang had never seen before. When Ning Lang saw it was Mo Yun, he cursed, "So it's you, you bastard.
You chased me all the way here." Mo Yun suddenly laughed triumphantly and said, "Ning Lang, today is the day you die. You are just unlucky and have made too many enemies."
I didn't pay much attention to the fight we had at the entrance of the ferocious beast forest.
After the fight, you left.
Although I still want to beat you up, there is no need to chase you all the way through the ferocious beast forest.
That would really be a waste of time and energy. But I never expected that I would run into my cousin later.
When we were chatting, I found out that you were on the Mo family's must-kill list.
There's a 10 million yuan reward for killing you. That's why my cousin and I came after you. Ha ha ha, Ning Lang, it's your bad luck. No wonder I'm so ruthless. Mo Yun was chattering away, but his cousin glared at him fiercely and said, Mo Yun, why did you tell him so much? Why did you reveal so much about our family's affairs to him? Aren't you leaking the secrets of our Mo family? Mo Yun said, Uncle, why are you so nervous? He's just a dying man. What's the harm in telling him? Is he going to tell anyone else? We caught him today, and his death is imminent. There's no harm in telling him. The uncle glared at Mo Yun and said, Mo Yun, even though that's true, there's still a chance this guy could escape. We should keep our mouths shut, or we'll just end up in trouble. Mo Yun said, alright, since you said so, I'll listen to you. Let's not waste any more time talking and just kill Ning Lang. Ning Lang listened to the conversation between the two, but a series of questions arose in his mind. He couldn't help but ask, what? The Mahist must kill list? How could I be on your Mahist must kill list? The only Mahist person I know is Mo Ting. Although I did have some friction with Mo Ting during the martial arts exam, that was just a competition within the rules of the exam. It's not enough to put me on the Mahist must kill list, right? And there's a 10 million prize. This is completely unreasonable. When Mo Yun heard Ning Lang's question, he immediately wanted to answer it. But as soon as he said 2 words, he was given a cold look by his cousin. Mo Yun also realized that he was indeed a bit of a big mouth and could not hide anything. Seeing his cousin rolling his eyes, he quickly shut up and stopped revealing any information about the Mo family. Mo Yun changed his tone and said, Ning Lang, don't think too much about the secrets of our Mo family. No matter what, the information I received is all accurate. Today is the day you die. Just accept your death. Although I also want you to die with understanding, I still have to listen to my uncle. After saying that, Mo Yun suddenly had a sword in his hand and was ready to attack Ning Lang. Ning Lang took a look and felt that the cousin next to Mo Yun was obviously much stronger than Mo Yun. But at this time, he had no intention of taking action. Obviously, the cousin thought that Mo Yun's strength was enough to deal with Ning Lang, so there was no need for him to take action. If the two of them joined forces to fight Ning Lang alone, it would make them seem a little dirty. The cousin naturally thought that if Mo Yun really couldn't beat Ning Lang, he would take action again. Mo Yun didn't say much. He was already annoyed when he saw Ning Lang, so he swung his sword and stabbed Ning Lang. Ning Lang saw that Mo Yun was also controlling a flying sword, and the sword in his hand was flying towards Ning Lang under his control. Ning Lang smiled faintly upon seeing this and taunted him, Mo Yun, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you can only control a flying sword. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me with your mediocre skills? As he spoke, Ning Lang flashed in an instant, waved his hand, and 10 ice swords condensed in front of him. The 10 swords slowly rotated, forming a circle. Ning Lang instantly stretched out his hand and waved, and 10 ice swords slashed towards Mo Yun's flying sword in an instant. Several of the flying swords blocked Mo Yun's flying sword, and the remaining swords all slashed towards Mo Yun. Mo Yun was also startled and quickly used his cloud step to dodge at an extremely fast speed. Mo Yun was shocked and said, What, 10 swords? Ning Lang, your fighting skills are so terrifying. Ning Lang smiled coldly, you should have heard that I am the champion of this year's martial arts exam. Don't you think I have this level of strength? Mo Yun's movements were erratic, dodging Ning Lang's flying sword attacks, but he also said confidently, Ning Lang, although you are the champion of this year's martial arts exam, so what? I am a junior student and have practiced for 2 more years than you. My level is enough to suppress your talent. Oh, really? Then what level are you at now? Ning Lang asked. Mo Yun said, after more than 2 years of hard training in college, I have now been promoted to the 2nd level, level 5. I will soon start to strengthen my body. What about you? You have only just entered college. Even if you are the champion of the martial arts exam, you can only be the 2nd level, level 1 at most. Ning Lang smiled faintly, level 2, level 1? Mo Yun, you are too arrogant. If you think I am level 2, level 1, then you deserve to die today, because you are too stupid. In an instant, Ning Lang moved as he spoke, and while controlling the 10 ice swords, iron boxing gloves had condensed in his hands. He threw a punch towards the black cloud. Chapter 104, Mahist Master, S-Level Teleporter MOE. However, what surprised Ning Lang was that Mo Yun disappeared from the spot in an instant. When Ning Lang looked carefully for Mo Yun again, he saw that he had also flown into the sky. The black cloud in the air laughed loudly and said,
Ha ha ha, Ning Lang, I gave back those 4 people who looked down on me. You really underestimated a junior like you. To tell you the truth, my innate profession is the A-level cloud sword, but my best skill is not swordsmanship, but body movement.
So, do you think you can defeat me just because you can control 10 swords? Let's see if you can catch up with me. What Mo Yun said was true.
His innate profession was a level cloud sword, which allowed him to control flying swords. However, controlling flying swords was not his strongest skill.
His strongest skill was his cloud footwork, which was extremely fast and could allow him to fly very high.
So when he was fighting with others, he would first fly to a very high place, and then attack the enemy with his flying sword, making it difficult for the enemy to catch up with him and hit him. But facing Mo Yun's cloud sword profession, Ning Lang was not panicked at all, because no matter how strong Mo Yun's cloud footwork was, could it be stronger than his wind control? Ning Lang's Yufengxing is one of the best footwork in the world, and after being replicated by Ning Lang, Yufengxing has been greatly enhanced. Therefore, this cloud step is nothing more than a trivial skill in Ning Lang's eyes.
Ning Lang mocked Mo Yun. Huh, do you think your cloud footwork is that powerful? Rubbish.
Also, don't be so shameless and call yourself my senior.
I'm a student of Ginghai University. What kind of rubbish university are you from?
As he spoke, Ning Lang immediately displayed his wind-controlling movement skill. He was seen like a rocket, shooting straight up from the ground into the sky, soaring violently and heading straight towards the dark clouds in the sky. Suddenly, Ning Lang punched the black cloud. Mo Yun thought that his cloud footwork was very powerful and could easily dodge Ning Lang's attacks, but when it came to actual combat, he found that Ning Lang's wind-controlling speed was more than twice as fast as his. He tried to dodge, but the punch was already coming towards him fiercely.
With a bang, Ning Lang punched Mo Yun directly. 1 punch, 4 hits.
Ning Lang roared, and when his punch hit Mo Yun, before Mo Yun's body was knocked away, Ning Lang instantly added 3 more punches in that millisecond. So this seemed to be 1 punch, but in fact it was 4 heavy punches, which hit Mo Yun hard and made him spit out blood.
Ning Lang did not hold back at all this time, unlike in his previous competitions with his classmates.
When classmates compete, they are all classmates, and it is a formal competition.
Friendship comes first and competition comes second. They will definitely not really hurt their classmates. But the situation is completely different now. The Mo family has already listed him on the kill list, and they are probably hiding some unspeakable secrets.
Mo Yun and his cousin came here this time with the intention of killing Ning Lang directly, so Ning Lang has no reason to show mercy to them. Ning Lang's punch had already severely injured Mo Yun, and I'm afraid several of his ribs had been broken. Mo Yun spat out a line of blood in the air, and his entire body fell towards the ground in a parabola.
But in an instant,
a figure flashed over, and he suddenly spun his hands, easily condensing the air into a vortex. He used this vortex to support Mo Yun's body and slowly flew him to the ground.
Needless to say, this person is Mo Yun's cousin.
Ning Lang was slightly surprised when he saw his cousin Mo Yun perform such a beautiful fighting skill, because he had already roughly guessed the strength of his cousin Mo Yun, and he was afraid that he was far superior to Mo Yun. I'm afraid I'll have to fight with all my strength to defeat Mo Yun's cousin. However, Ning Lang was not panicking. Even if he could not defeat Mo Yun's cousin, his own Yufengxing skills, coupled with Qian Yu Shuilian's defensive skills, should be enough for him to escape and protect his life. But this time it was a real life and death battle after all, and Ning Lang felt a little nervous. He clenched his fists, thinking that he must use all his strength and bring his fighting skills to the extreme. This was a major test for him.
At this time, Mo Yun's uncle placed Mo Yun next to a big tree and gave Mo Yun a pill to swallow.
Then, Uncle Mo Yun stomped his feet, and the air around him seemed to vibrate, and an invisible wave appeared in the air.
Ning Lang then asked, "What should I address you, sir? What is your innate profession?" Mo Yun's cousin's face was full of arrogance and evil at this time. His voice came out very confidently, "Ning Lang, I originally thought that Mo Yun would be enough to kill you, but I didn't expect your strength to surprise me. No wonder the Mo family spent 10 million bounty to kill you.
Today, I, an old senior, have to take action to eliminate you.
Now that you've asked, I'll let you know clearly before you die, so you won't have to accuse me of bullying a junior like you because of my status as a senior. My innate profession is S-rank teleporter.
There are 4 great masters in our Mo family, and I am one of them.
My name is Moe.
As for the other 3 masters, there's no need to tell you more. After all, there's no need to reveal too much about the Mahist school. I know you're confused as to why you're on our Mahist must kill list, but I won't tell you the answer today. You'll die painstakingly in my hands today. Moe was a man of few words, and he did not tell Ning Lang the answer.
But the answer is actually very simple.
The Mo family wanted to kill Ning Lang because during the martial arts exam, Ning Lang encountered Mou, Mofu, and Zhao Qi, 3 people who wanted to kidnap some talented students taking the exam, but failed. During this battle, Ning Lang, Lin Xi, and others saw the true faces of these 3 people. The Mahists are worried that with the joint investigation of the 4 major universities, their secrets will eventually be discovered. Ning Lang, Lin Xi, and others are the most important clues. As long as they are killed, what happened during the martial arts exam will naturally be impossible to find out, just like a kite with a broken string. Therefore, the Mahist school listed Ning Lang and Lin Xi on the must-kill list.
They didn't find an opportunity before, but now Ning Lang has left Mo City and Jinghai University and came to the Chongping Beast Forest, acting alone. This is an excellent opportunity.
So when Mo Yun's cousin Moe happened to meet Mo Yun and heard that Mo Yun had met Ning Lang, he took Mo Yun to kill Ning Lang. Ning Lang actually did have some guesses about all these things, but he just couldn't be sure. Ning Lang wondered who he had offended and what terrible enemies he had encountered. Naturally, I thought of the 3 mysterious people I met during the martial arts exam that day. And now, the Mahist school has listed him on the must-kill list. In fact, Ning Lang has already vaguely guessed in his heart that the 3 people may have an inseparable connection with the Mahist school. But he couldn't be sure about this matter after all, and further investigation was needed in the future.
After Ning Lang heard what Moe said, he tried to get some clues and asked, I understand, Moe. You didn't tell me, but I already figured out that the reason your Mo family wants to kill me is related to the incident during the martial arts exam, right?
After Ning Lang finished speaking, he stared at Moe closely, and indeed saw a hint of panic flash across Moe's eyes. But soon that trace of panic disappeared, and Moe laughed coldly. Ning Lang, you don't need to think so much, because you will soon be returning to heaven.
Everything has nothing to do with you anymore. Just welcome the end of your life.
After saying that, Moe's figure flashed and he rushed towards Ning Lang. At the same time, a Tai Chi was drawn in his hand, and a huge air vortex rushed towards Ning Lang. In an instant, Ning Lang felt that his body was out of control. He was instantly swept up by the vortex and pulled directly in front of Moe.
Suddenly, Moe punched Ning Lang in the chest. Chapter 105, Fighting against Moe, Ning Lang falls into life and death crisis.
But this punch was different from an ordinary punch. When he threw the punch, Ning Lang felt as if his chest was sucked over by an invisible suction force, as if his chest and the punch collided with each other at the same time. In an instant, Ning Lang was shocked and he instantly used the 1000 Imperial Water Lotus. A huge water lotus bloomed from his body, directly blocking Moe's punch. The punch was deflected.
Moe was also surprised when he saw Ning Lang's 1000 Imperial Water Lotus.
He obviously didn't expect that Ning Lang's fighting skills were so powerful and he had such strong defensive skills.
As Ning Lang Qianyu Water Lotus rotated, an invisible force of attraction also sucked Moe over. But Moe was not panicked.
After all, he was a veteran in battle and had rich combat experience.
His strength was much stronger than Mo Yun.
In an instant, Moe took control of his hands, and a vortex condensed in the air, as if changing the space. All of a sudden, under Moe's control, Ning Lang and his Qianyu Water Lotus began to spin violently, like a spinning top, and this was exactly what Moe did with his teleportation hand. It directly pushed Ning Lang's 1000 Imperial Water Lotus and made it spin.
So much so that Ning Lang couldn't even control his Qianyu Water Lotus.
His entire body was in the middle of the 1000 Imperial Water Lotuses, spinning rapidly along with the water lotuses. Soon Ning Lang felt dizzy. Ning Lang wanted to stop, but he couldn't control his body. Such powerful skills, he is indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great masters of the Mahist school. Ning Lang said loudly. He wanted to control his own body, but he obviously couldn't.
Because this is exactly what Moe is good at.
Suddenly, Ning Lang had an idea and directly used the sword controlling and chaotic slashing technique to attack Moe.
20 flying swords slashed towards Moe frantically.
Ning Lang tried to use the flying swords to occupy Moe's attention so that he would have no time to control his body with all his strength.
Sure enough, facing these 20 flying swords, Moe was obviously somewhat powerless.
In an instant, his hands began to move again, forming an air vortex like Tai Chi, which gathered all the flying swords around him. The 20 flying swords could not break through his vortex and attack his body. Instead, under his control, all of them began to spin violently around his body, forming a sword formation. Ning Lang tried to control his flying sword to attack Moe, but he found that his flying sword had a strong ability to lose control. So much so that he didn't even have the ability to stab Moe with the flying sword. The two of them were in a stalemate. What a powerful fighting skill! My sword is actually under your control and has escaped my grasp. At this moment, Ning Lang's 20 ice swords were originally aimed directly at Moe. However, they didn't expect that under Moe's skill of moving his hands, these 20 ice swords were spinning around Moe and could not break through this air vortex at all. Seeing this, Ning Lang thought to himself that perhaps what Moe was controlling was not the air. His move was very powerful, and it was obviously not comparable to the ordinary control of wind or air. This should be the space of control. That is, in Ning Lang's space, his sword was aimed at Moe, but Moe changed the space, causing the sword to deviate in direction. At this moment, Moe laughed triumphantly and said, "Ning Lang, you'd better give up resistance. Although you are very strong and talented, and can compete for first place in Ma Cheng's martial arts exam, you are still young after all. You only have the ability of the second and third levels. No matter how strong you are, it will be useless under the huge gap in level." During the fight with Ning Lang, Moe had already realized that Ning Lang should be at the third level of the second stage, not the first level of the second stage as Mo Yun had judged. Therefore, Ning Lang was able to defeat Mo Yun, who had an A-level talent at the second level and fifth stage, by relying on his talent and professional advantages. But in front of Moe, no matter how high his talent is, it can't make up for the level gap. Ning Lang was trying hard to control his ice sword and asked, "Moe, what level are you at now?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Moe laughed out loud and said, "Youngster Ning Lang, my level is rank 3, level 3. Fighting against someone like you who is rank 2, level 3, isn't it easy? I'm one major level higher than you. No matter how much you resist, it will be in vain. Just prepare to die." In an instant, Moe immediately mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and two rays of light suddenly emerged from his hands, one black and one white, just like Tai Chi. He waved his hands rapidly, using a unique hand seal method to perform powerful fighting skills. Under the control of his moving hand, the 20 ice swords surrounding him instantly changed direction and stabbed towards Ning Lang instead. 20 ice swords instantly slashed at Ning Lang's 1,000 Imperial Water Lotus. This was also the first time that Ning Lang saw his Yujian Liaowanzhan fight against his Qian Yushui Lian. He was not sure whether his Yujian Liaowanzhan was stronger or his Shui Lian was stronger. It was like a confrontation between a spear and a shield. In an instant, Ning Lang had no choice but to use his 1,000 Imperial Water Lotus to the maximum level of defense. Each petal, like one made of condensed water, burst out with extremely bright light. And these 20 dazzling swords, all shining with the color of ice, kept colliding with each other. Swish, swish, swish. One violent collision after another exploded in the air. Ning Lang's 1,000 Imperial Water Lotus was spinning rapidly because of Moe's moving hand. This also invisibly adds some defensive power to it. 20 ice swords slashed at the petals of the 1,000 water lotuses, each of which looked like petals made of condensed water. All the surrounding trees were blown into pieces, and some were directly blown into powder. Even Ning Lang didn't expect that the collision between his Yujian Liaowanzhan and Qian Yushui Lian could have such powerful power. However, although the Qianyu Water Lotus had a strong defense, under the impact of these 20 ice swords, layer after layer of its petals turned into water mist and disappeared. Qianyu Shuilian's defense has been greatly reduced, with less than 1/10 of its defense capability remaining. And at this moment, suddenly, Moe's figure flashed, and he rushed in front of Ning Lang again. He punched Ning Lang with the power of a vortex. The last layer of 1,000 royal water lotus petals in front of Ning Lang also dissipated and disappeared in an instant. In an instant, Moe's punch was about to hit Ning Lang's chest directly. This critical moment can be said to be the most dangerous moment for Ning Lang, and the most dangerous moment he has experienced in so many battles. At this moment, if Moe's punch hit Ning Lang's chest, Ning Lang would be seriously injured in an instant, lose most of his combat effectiveness, and eventually be ruthlessly killed by Moe. In the critical moment, Ning Lang did not hesitate and immediately used all his backup plans. Ning Lang instantly used the wind control technique and his figure retreated rapidly. However, unexpectedly, although his speed of riding the wind was very fast, Moe was able to control and change space. Even though he retreated quickly, Ning Lang's speed was slowed down by more than half due to the changes in space controlled by Moe. Moe's punch still hit Ning Lang's chest. Ning Lang's face turned pale in an instant, his heart beat violently and rapidly, his mouth suddenly became dry, and he was even shrouded in panic, feeling a little at a loss.
Chapter 106, The Field of Obsession. MOES Obsession.
But at this moment, Ning Lang quickly adjusted his mentality, and thoughts began to flash through his mind quickly.
What kind of combat skills should be used to avoid this disaster? He originally thought that with Qian Yu Shuilian and Yu Fengxing's agility, he could escape successfully even if he couldn't defeat MOE. But in the end, he was a little careless and underestimated MOE's strength. How can we reverse the situation?
Ning Lang thought anxiously in his heart.
Ning Lang immediately thought of the combat skill of heaven and earth.
After using this combat skill, he could epically enhance another combat skill.
However, there is a big problem with this world, that is, which combat skill is enhanced is random. If he rashly uses this fighting skill and the enhanced skill is not useful, it will instead consume a lot of his strength, leaving him with no energy to fight the final battle. Therefore, Ning Lang still chose to exclude the option of heaven and earth. Ning Lang instantly thought of the field of obsession he had copied from Song Yixue. After all, as the level increases, the strength of the skills he replicates will also increase accordingly, and the skills replicated later will be stronger. In an instant, when MOE's punch was about to touch Ning Lang's chest,
Ning Lang instantly activated the unique field type skill of Obsession Field.
He directly pulled MOE into a unique field.
The surrounding color immediately turned golden. The originally lush trees seemed to have entered the golden autumn season in an instant, and the entire surrounding environment turned into a unique golden color.
After entering this area, Ning Lang's figure disappeared instantly.
In this area, he is the absolute master.
It can appear at any location and disappear at any location. For the enemy who has been pulled into this realm of obsession, fighting with force alone is no longer of any use. There is an inner battle going on at this time. MOE was also shocked. He looked around blankly and asked in surprise, "What's going on? What's going on? Where is this place? Why am I here?" Immediately,
at a certain position in the air, it seemed as if a crack had appeared between heaven and earth, and Ning Lang slowly emerged from it. Ning Lang's appearance had changed at this time. He was no longer the same as before, but had become a person with some evil and demonic energy.
A thick black aura emanated from his body, and his aura became extremely sharp. MOE was even more frightened when he saw Ning Lang appear. "Ning Lang, what's this strange fighting skill of yours? Have you transformed?"
"I, MOE, have been around for so many years, but this is the first time I've encountered such a strange fighting skill."
"You are truly gifted.
You possess so many strange fighting skills.
What exactly is your profession?" Ning Lang smiled with an evil charm and said, "Ha ha, then forget about it. You won't tell me about the Mo family, so how can I easily tell you about my own affairs?
In this realm, just accept the torture of your obsession." In this area, countless golden balls had already flown out from MOE's body. From a distance, these golden balls look like crystal balls, with some unique images inside, as if they are fragments of various memories. Ning Lang raised his hand in an instant, and saw one of the golden balls rushing towards MOE.
"MOE, let me see who you are and what kind of obsession you have." In an instant, the golden ball shot into MOE's eyebrows. MOE was stunned. Countless memories flooded into his mind.
Ning Lang also read a series of his memories from his eyes.
At this moment, MOE was completely immersed in his memories. The scene in the memory is the scene at MOE's home. At this moment, in MOE's home, the scene presented was MOE having a big quarrel with his wife Li Xiren.
The two of them were arguing fiercely.
His wife Li Xiren yelled at MOE frantically, "Why are you so lazy? All you do is play and sleep every day. You're a grown man, but you don't get up until after 9 in the morning. Is there anyone like you?"
At this moment, Li Xiren had already pulled away the quilt covering MOE and threw it to the ground.
MOE, wearing only shorts, climbed out of bed and stood in the room, pointing at his wife Li Xiren and cursing, "What's wrong with me sleeping a little longer? After I married you, do I no longer have the right to sleep a little longer? Do I have to obey your orders when to sleep and when to wake up? Are you fucking sick?"
His wife, Li Xiren, scolded him in an extremely arrogant manner. "That's right, you have to listen to me.
Who asked you to marry me?
If you marry me, you have to accept my control.
If you don't agree, we will divorce." MOE also shouted angrily, "Divorce if you want. Who can live with someone like you? Can you respect others?
I was so tired from killing the beast yesterday.
What's wrong with me sleeping a little longer this morning?" His wife scolded him again, "You were so tired yesterday?
I noticed you didn't go to bed early last night either. I saw you lying there looking at your phone until late at night, and now you're tired and ready to go to bed this morning.
I'm just sleeping, what's the matter? What's it to you? Get out of here. Moe pointed at the door and cursed, telling his wife to get out.
He was fed up with Li Xiren, who always bossed him around, meddled in everything, and forced him to obey her in everything, as if he were her slave. I need her permission to do anything, and she will scold me if I look at my phone. I can only do things freely and quietly at night when she falls asleep, so I go to bed late. But his wife Li Xiren was a tigress. In response to Moe's words, his wife not only did not leave, but instead attacked Moe directly, slapping and beating him.
Moe was so angry that he fought back and started fighting with his wife.
Moe directly used the teleporting hand, and his wife slapped him, but unexpectedly, with the help of Moe's teleporting hand, the slap changed direction and hit her own face directly.
His wife Li Xiren became even more angry when she saw this.
Her innate profession was also very powerful, it was the S-level Crazy Palm.
Li Xiren directly used the Crazy Palm.
Countless palms appeared in an instant, and one palm turned into several palms, which slapped towards Moe, catching Moe off guard. Although he had the teleportation hand, he was unable to gain complete advantage against Li Xiren's Crazy Palm. The two men immediately started fighting and both were injured.
The whole house was in chaos because of the fight between the two men.
All the furniture was broken into pieces and the roof was almost blown off by them.
Moe's parents also lived with them. When they saw the two fighting, they hurried over to stop them.
But the fight between the two of them was very fierce.
Moe's parents' professional talents were not very strong, so they were unable to stop them at all.
The two of them were unhappy with the fight at home and ran outside to fight, which directly attracted countless people to watch.
This was a fragment of memory that flashed through Moe's mind. This segment ends here. Immediately following, a new fragment appeared in Moe's mind. Chapter 107: A Bad Marriage, The Sorrow of Middle-Aged Moe. This reminiscent scene happened in their home.
At this moment, the two of them already have a baby. Babies who are a few months old cannot walk yet and need careful care from their family. However, Moe's mother had some illnesses and was not very healthy. It was not easy for her to help the two of them take care of the baby, and it was a bit difficult.
However, this incident made Moe's wife Li Xiren very angry and disgusted. She always scolded Moe's mother. The relationship between the couple is very tense and full of conflicts. When Moe saw Li Xiren constantly scolding his mother, he was furious and could no longer bear it. He started arguing with his wife Li Xiren again. His wife Li Xiren had a bad temper, and the two of them started fighting again. His mother was holding their child and was also very panicked. She wanted to stop them but was powerless. After a big fight between the two, Li Xiren was very angry, so she left Moe and their child alone and went back to her parents' home.
The child was so scared that he cried loudly. Moe and his mother looked after the child with great sadness in their hearts, and the atmosphere was very depressing.
He and his mother were talking, and his mother sighed and said, "Alas, Li Xiren, what's wrong with her temper?
Our family has never had peace since we married her.
What kind of fate is this? Why is it that we have this fate?" Moe was also very sad.
Looking at the child and his mother, his heart was extremely heavy.
I've never met a woman with such a bad temper.
Marrying her would be, alas, it's a pity that she already has a child.
Moe also doesn't want his child to be in a single-parent family, as that would definitely make him lose a lot of happiness.
Moe was secretly lamenting in his heart, but he still comforted his mother, telling her not to bother with Li Xiren, saying that Li Xiren just had a very bad temper, and it was the same even when she was at her parents' home, and her family members always gave in to her.
When Moe was getting along with Li Xiren, he often thought about divorce.
But many times, once you get married and then get divorced, it is not such a simple matter. It involves a lot of things, including children and both families.
In fact, neither the other party's parents nor your own parents want their marriage to end in divorce. This memory ended just like that.
Immediately afterwards, the screen showed some happy and sweet scenes of Moe and Li Xiren getting along with each other.
When Li Xiren is not angry, she is also a lively and interesting person, but her emotions are very unstable and she always gets angry over trivial matters. Moe has to give in to her, otherwise, a small matter will trigger a big fight. Soon, another girl whom Moe liked in his life appeared in Moe's memory. But that girl is completely different from Li Xiren. That girl has a very gentle personality.
She doesn't always point fingers at Moe like Li Xiren does, ordering him around like a slave, nor does she always belittle Moe like her.
On the contrary, that girl would often praise Moe, saying this and that were good about him.
She is a girl with very high emotional intelligence, and being with her always makes Moe feel very happy. Unfortunately, due to some strange coincidences, Moe and that girl did not end up together and did not get to the point of getting married. Instead, they broke up because of some external reasons. These countless memories flashed back in Moe's mind, and immediately made Moe fall into obsession. He couldn't forget the girl he liked before, mainly because his current wife was too irritable. Being with her made him feel very tired. Although she had good times and could make life a little more comfortable, at least more than half of the time she was always angry and always looking for trouble, not only for him, but also for his mother. There were also some problems with her worldview. He was really dissatisfied with his marriage. Therefore, he missed the girl he liked before even more. Such scenes flashed through Moe's memory one after another, making his emotions like a pot of mixed feelings: anger, sadness, sorrow, desire, and regret.
Moe silently shed 2 lines of clear tears. In this realm of obsession, he sighed sadly. Why? Why is my fate so tragic? Why did I marry her instead of marrying the person I love in my heart? Why is my life like this?
At this time, Ning Lang felt relieved when he saw Moe's appearance. Because it is obvious that Moe is also a person with obsessions, and he is trapped in his own obsessions. Although Moe's level was higher than his, it was not himself who defeated him, but his own obsession.
If Moe cannot break out of his obsession, then he will have no way to defeat himself. But soon.
As Ning Lang's energy had been greatly depleted, he could no longer sustain this realm of obsession. The surroundings instantly returned to their original state. His obsession area has gradually dissipated. However, Moe had fallen into obsession and was caught in a mixed feeling of emotions. He did not come out of the obsession just because the obsession field dissipated. At this time, Ning Lang took the opportunity to condense an iron boxing glove, and with a punch, he flashed behind Moe and hit Moe's back.
Boom!
Accompanied by a violent bombardment and explosion. In an instant, Ning Lang's fist hit Moe's back, causing a violent explosion.
The explosion even shook Ning Lang back.
A violent cloud of smoke and dust exploded in the area.
However,
as the smoke and dust cleared, Ning Lang was shocked to find that his punch failed to hurt Moe.
Because a strange space armor formed around Moe. This kind of space armor is a passive skill of Moe. Moe does not need to actively release this passive skill. It will automatically condense when Moe is in danger.
Therefore, although Moe was trapped in obsession at this time, the space armor appeared by itself and blocked Ning Lang's attack.
What? Is this just a huge gap in terms of stages? Even though he's obsessed, I still can't hurt him. If this continues, when he slowly comes to his senses, won't I be defeated and die in his hands?
Ning Lang sighed in shock.
At this time, Mo Yun, who was injured and leaning against a big tree, shouted anxiously, Uncle, what's wrong with you? Why are you standing still? Have you been hit by some strange skill of Ning Lang? Wake up, uncle.
Seeing this, Ning Lang became even more worried. He quickly condensed iron boxing gloves on his fists and bombarded Moe's body frantically.
Punch after punch caused explosions one after another. However, all these explosions were blocked by Moe's space armor. Although some of the aftermath hurt Moe.
But such aftermath could not cause any substantial harm to Moe, who was already at the 3rd level of the 3rd stage and had completed body training. Ning Lang secretly groaned in his heart. He was unable to break Moe's defense at all.
Seeing that Moe still didn't respond, Mo Yun endured the pain and desperately crawled to Moe's side. He slapped Moe in the face and shouted, Uncle, wake up quickly. We are almost beaten to death. What's wrong with you? Moe muttered as if he was in a trance. Why? Why is my marriage such a failure? Why did I marry a woman like that? Do I still have a chance?
Chapter 108, The Gun God Yu Huang and the Flywheel King Mr. Liu help. Mo Yun said anxiously, Uncle, although Auntie has a bad temper, she's not that bad.
Why are you taking it so seriously? Which woman can be so perfect? Uncle, please wake up. Gradually, Moe slowly opened his eyes. He said sadly, Indeed, your aunt does have a bad temper, but you're also right. Which woman can be so perfect? So what if she's not good? Just make do with her. If you really can't live with her anymore, divorce her. Mo Yun quickly agreed, yes, uncle, if you really can't live with her anymore, just divorce her. If you can still live with her now, just make do with it. We can talk about it later. Right now, the most important thing is to save our lives. At this time, Mo Yi's eyes suddenly became clearer, and he had regained half of his consciousness. Perhaps this is because the level gap is too big, so Ning Lang's obsession field is not so confusing to Mo Yi, so after being confused for a while, he gradually woke up. Mo Yi also immediately realized that he had just fallen into Ning Lang's trap, and then he remembered all these troublesome things. He immediately roared in anger, "Good boy, you actually used such a shady trick on me, and I almost fell into your trap, but do you think you can succeed? I must kill you today." In an instant, Mo Yi used his teleportation hand again, and this time he was very angry because he felt that he was being fooled by Ning Lang. It was Ning Lang who reminded him of these unbearable things and his bad marriage, and all of this made him very angry. He had no choice but to vent his anger on Ning Lang. He used his teleportation hand to its strongest level. In an instant, his figure flashed and he rushed to Ning Lang. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Ning Lang's neck, then lifted Ning Lang directly into the air. Ning Lang suddenly had difficulty breathing and his face turned red. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from Mo Yi's restraints, but Mo Yi's control was too great and his struggle seemed so powerless. "Ning Lang, today is the day you die," Mo Yi said viciously. After Mo Yi woke up from his obsession, he became extremely sinister and cruel. He grabbed Ning Lang's neck tightly and immediately used his teleportation skills to an extremely powerful level. Ning Lang struggled desperately, but his whole body seemed to have lost control, and he was unable to break free from Mo Yi's palm for a while. In addition, Ning Lang had already consumed a lot of energy in the battle with Mo Yun and Mo Yi just now, and he had very little energy left at this time, so he was completely controlled by Mo Yi for a while. Ning Lang was horrified. He felt that his life might be coming to an end. This was a dilemma he had never faced before. He no longer had the strength to fight against him. After all, Mo Yi was a third-level, third-grade warrior, while he was only a second-level, third-grade warrior. The gap between the levels was simply insurmountable. Mo Yi was able to reach the third level and the third stage after years of hard training. These years of hard work obviously cannot be easily ignored. "Ning Lang, you will die in my hands today. Blame it on your bad luck." As he spoke, Mo Yi suddenly exerted force in his hands. Ning Lang even heard a snapping sound, and it felt like his neck was about to be broken by Mo Yi. But at this critical moment, when Ning Lang was about to be strangled to death, suddenly a bullet flew towards Mo Yi at an extremely fast speed. The bullet broke through the air with a sharp whistle. In an instant, Mo Yi reacted quickly. When the bullet was about to hit his forehead, he instantly let go of Ning Lang and used his teleporting hand to slightly change the space, causing the bullet to deviate from its direction and pass directly by his ear. The bullet did not hurt him, but only slightly scratched his ear, leaving a trace of blood. Mo Yi was also shocked and roared, "Who dares to attack me secretly? Get out here!" Suddenly, several more bullets came one after another and shot towards Mo Yi. Mo Yi immediately and anxiously used his teleporting hand, causing the bullets to deviate from his body again and not hit him. The bullets made a whistling sound and hit the big tree behind him directly, making several holes in the tree. At this moment, suddenly another flywheel suddenly attacked from behind Mo Yi. Ning Lang had been released by Mo Yi at this time, so after taking a few frantic breaths, he looked closely at the flywheel and found that it looked very familiar. He exclaimed, "Mr. Lu, it's you." Sure enough, Ning Lang saw a figure walking out from behind the woods. This person was Ning Lang's college classmate, Mr. Lu. When Ning Lang looked in another direction, he saw another person walking out from there. The person was holding a sniper rifle in his hand, which looked very cool. This person was none other than Ning Lang's classmate, Zhao Yu, the gun and artillery god known as the King of Nanyue. Ning Lang was overjoyed when he saw the two people suddenly appear. He quickly asked, "Mr. Lu, Emperor Yu, why are you two here?" This was exactly the question that Mo Yi wanted to ask. He was also very curious about who these two people were. He could also tell from this conversation that Ning Lang knew these two people. Mr. Lu raised his head and responded, "Ning Lang, have you forgotten? When you said goodbye to us, you said you were going to the Changping forest to hunt ferocious beasts. At that time, you Huang and I said that we also wanted to go adventure in the forest and said we would set off after you, maybe we could catch up with you. And now, we happen to meet you here. The Emperor of you also said. What a coincidence! We asked around at the forest entrance and happened to hear about you.
We heard you were heading in this direction, so we decided to give it a try and chased after you.
We actually ran into you, but we didn't expect you to be in danger.
Seeing the two of them at this moment, Ning Lang finally felt a little relieved. His own strength may not be able to defeat Mo Yi, but if he adds his two classmates, Mr. Liu and Yu Huang, two very strong classmates, the three of them work together, defeating Mo Yi should not be a problem. Ning Lang's fear of being almost killed suddenly turned into a sense of surprise at having escaped death. However, his heartbeat did not slow down and was still beating violently in his chest. Ning Lang suddenly said excitedly,
"That's great. Thank goodness you showed up.
If you hadn't shown up in time, you might have only seen my corpse the next time you saw me."
Chapter 109. Three people fought against Moe, but Moe was defeated and fled. Mr. Liu immediately asked curiously, "Ning Lang, who is this man? Why did he want to kill you? What blood feud does he have with you?" "I can't explain the conflict at the moment. I'm afraid they want to kill me. There must be some conspiracy behind it. Let's defeat this guy first and then interrogate him," Ning Lang replied.
"Well, this is a good opportunity for me to show off my skills. I'm looking forward to meeting a strong opponent and engaging in a fierce battle.
It's time to show off our skills.
Come on, this is the first time the three of us will join forces,"
Emperor Yu also said.
After saying that, Mr. Liu immediately brought out his flywheel, and the Emperor of Yu also immediately used all his guns and cannons, including sniper rifles, various cannons, and various large guns, which he continuously took out from his storage ring and shot at Moe frantically.
Mr. Liu's flywheel also continued to attack Moe.
At the same time, Ning Lang also took out a bottle of healing pills and strength-restoring pills from the ring and swallowed them. He bought a lot of such functional pills when preparing supplies before entering the ferocious beast forest. So he swallowed 2 of them directly, and then directly controlled the 20 ice swords and worked together with Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu to attack Moe. When the 3 of them worked together, their strength suddenly became extremely powerful.
Seeing this, Moe also sweated a lot on his forehead.
He immediately used his teleportation hand to its full potential. One hand emitted white light, and the other emitted black light. His hands kept making various postures and hand seals, stirring up the air around him, and fighting with the 3 people. But unfortunately, he alone could not defeat the combined strength of these 3 people.
After fighting for a while, Moe felt that he could no longer hold on.
He instantly condensed a huge space vortex and bombarded the 3 people. At the same time, he grabbed Mo Yun, who was leaning against a tree, and the 2 of them fled into the ferocious beast forest in an instant. Ning Lang, Yu Huang and Mr. Liu obviously would not let Moe go easily. After dodging the space vortex with their body skills, the 3 of them chased after Moe and Mo Yun again. Ning Lang then explained, one of these 2 men is called Moe, and the other is called Mo Yun.
They are from the Mo family, a major family in our Mo city.
They said that I was on their Mo family's must-kill list, and they offered a reward of 10 million, so they want to kill me. This matter is very strange.
According to my reasoning, there must be a huge conspiracy hidden in it. It must be related to the abduction of some students during our Mo City martial arts examination that year. What? So this matter involves so many things? That's right.
During last year's martial arts exam, 2 candidates from our Mo City disappeared for no apparent reason and could not be found. During this year's exam, 3 mysterious people attacked Lin Xi and me.
Now the Mo clan wants to kill me. Based on my reasoning, this incident must be closely related to the Mo clan.
When Ning Lang, Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu were chasing Moe and Mo Yun together, he briefly revealed these things to them.
Then let's catch them and ask them the reason. Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu are also very righteous people.
Although they and Ning Lang have only known each other for a short time, as freshmen, they both have a sense of loyalty. So after hearing Ning Lang's words, he followed Ning Lang in pursuit without saying a word. The figures of several people turned into streams of light, and one after another after-images flashed through this forest of ferocious beasts.
Ning Lang was the fastest and had already caught up.
In an instant, he used his sword to slash and continuously hit Moe. Afterwards, Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu continued to assist Ning Lang in attacking from behind. At this moment, Mo Yun was injured and had no ability to fight back. Only Moe could block their attacks, but Moe had to take care of Mo Yun, so he could only free up one hand to fight the enemy. This undoubtedly greatly reduced his fighting power. After Moe and Mo Yun fled for more than 20 miles, his shoulder was instantly cut by Ning Lang's sword, leaving a bloody wound.
Moe also screamed. He suddenly realized that there was no way to escape with Mo Yun.
At this moment, Mo Yun was also panicked. He begged bitterly. Uncle, uncle, please don't abandon me, uncle, please, don't abandon me, otherwise I will die. But the more he cried, the more troubled Moe became. He suddenly shouted. Go to hell. If I don't abandon you, we'll both die. The only thing I can do now is to leave you to survive alone. Mo Yun, don't blame your uncle for being ruthless. He's powerless too. He will definitely avenge you in the future. After Moe finished speaking, he threw the black cloud in one direction. After throwing away the black cloud, he suddenly felt relieved. He instantly increased his speed and fled quickly towards the forest of ferocious beasts. Ning Lang followed behind and saw that Moe had already left Mo Yun behind. Moe had already escaped at an accelerated speed. Ning Lang stopped immediately. Because as long as he caught Mo Yun, he might be able to figure out a lot of things, and there would be no need to continue chasing Moe. Moreover, Moe is actually very powerful. Even if they track him all the way, they may not be able to catch him. Moreover, Ning Lang didn't want to trouble Mr. Lu and the King of Yu too much. After all, their friendship was not that deep, and it would be a bit unfair to let them accompany him in danger all the time. So Ning Lang stopped and called Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu to stop as well. The three of them surrounded Mo Yun. Mr. Lu grabbed Mo Yun and tied him to a big tree. Mr. Lu was also quite curious, so he asked Mo Yun. Tell us the truth. Why did you want to kill Ning Lang? What is your conspiracy? Tell us everything about your Mo family, and maybe we will spare your life. Mo Yun was already panicking at this moment, because he knew that the conflict between him and Ning Lang was fundamentally irreconcilable. The big quarrel he had with Ning Lang in the ferocious beast forest was just a small matter. Ning Lang was on the Mo family's wanted list, and he and his uncle had just come here to kill Ning Lang. This was a serious matter, and Ning Lang would definitely not let him go easily. But Mo Yun was very afraid of death, and begged bitterly. Ning Lang, please don't kill me. I'll tell you what I know. If you spare my life, I can serve as a witness and expose the Mo family's conspiracy if you need me to testify. The Mo family hasn't treated me well anyway. I'm just a distant relative of theirs. Ning Lang slapped Mo Yun in the face and said. Don't talk so much nonsense to me, just answer whatever I ask you. Chapter 110, Killing Mo Yun and Traveling with Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu. Mo Yun nodded quickly and said. Okay, go ahead and ask me. I'll answer whatever you ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Ning Lang asked. Let me ask you, why did you, the Mahists, put me on the must-kill list? Is it related to the three mysterious individuals who wanted to attack us examinees during the martial arts exam? Are those three mysterious individuals related to the disappearance of the examinees last year? Although Mo Yun wanted to tell Ning Lang everything, he said helplessly. Ning Lang, this I really don't know. I just heard from my uncle that you are on our Mo family's must-kill list, with a reward of 10 million. I just had a quarrel with you again, so after hearing what my uncle said, I decided to bring my uncle to find you. On the one hand, I want to vent my hatred, and on the other hand, it is for the 10 million reward. But Ning Lang, I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have provoked you. Please don't kill me, please just spare my life and I will do anything for you. At this time, Mr. Lu slapped Mo Yun in the face and said. At this point, you still refuse to tell the truth, right? As he spoke, Mr. Lu slapped Mo Yun's face several times. Then, Mr. Lu looked at the Emperor of Yu and said. You come and give him a few hits too. The Emperor of Yu was also a ruthless man. He took out the handle of his sniper rifle and hit Mo Yun's stomach several times. Will you tell me? Brothers, please, I really don't know. Hurry up and tell me, what is the truth behind these things? Tell me quickly. Mo Yun pleaded bitterly. Stop fighting, Ning Lang, I really don't know. I really don't know all this. If I knew, how could I not tell you? Don't I need to sacrifice myself for the Mo family's secrets? Ning Lang was somewhat helpless, and he and Emperor Yu beat up Mo Yun again, but Mo Yun still said this in the end. Mr. Lu also said it this time. Ning Lang, it seems like he really doesn't know. This must be a major secret of the Mo family, and we won't reveal it to him. There's no need for us to continue questioning him. Ning Lang thought about it and felt that what Mr. Lu said made sense. He said. Alright, the Mo family has done a lot of bad things in Mo City. I think they are definitely related to the disappearance of the martial arts exam candidates.
It's just that we lack solid evidence. Mo Yun can't serve as a witness, so there's no point keeping him around. Forget it, let's go.
After saying that, Ning Lang, Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu nodded to each other and turned to leave. And after the three of them left for a distance,
Mo Yun also looked at the backs of the three people in confusion, wondering why they left like that. Just when he was confused, suddenly an ice sword flew towards him and pierced his chest, ending his life. This was exactly the killing move Ning Lang made after he walked a distance away. After all, he was traveling with Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu, and it was not convenient for him to kill Mo Yun directly in front of them, so he deliberately walked away for a distance before attacking with his flying sword. The reason why he wanted to kill him was because Ning Lang knew in his heart that he and Mo Yun had formed a blood feud. At this time, Mo Yun seemed to be very afraid of himself and kept begging for mercy. But as long as he is let go, he will definitely remember today's grudge and will try every means to find someone to take revenge on him or kill him in the future. Keeping such a person around is a hidden danger for yourself, and he might explode one day. It is better to be decisive in doing things, cut the grass at its roots, and just kill it directly. After secretly killing Mo Yun, Ning Lang still felt a little nervous. After all, this was his first time killing someone. But Ning Lang did not show it in front of Mr. Lu and the King of Yu. Mr. Lu and the King of Yu also deliberately did not ask too many questions and did not interfere. They knew in their hearts that Ning Lang would most likely kill Mo Yun, and if they were in his place, they would do the same. Therefore, they deliberately gave Ning Lang space to operate and also deliberately did not pay too much attention to this matter. After the three of them were away from the black cloud, they put the matter behind them for the time being and continued on together in the forest of ferocious beasts. At this time, Emperor Yu suggested, Ning Lang, since we have the good fortune to meet, why don't we team up to kill the beast together and take care of each other? Ning Lang originally went deep into the ferocious beast forest in order to find a high-level ferocious beast suitable for his body training. But thanks to the help of Mr. Lu and the King of Yu, who saved his life, he was naturally very grateful to these two classmates. Teaming up with the two of them to kill ferocious beasts for a few days is not a big deal and will not delay anything. What's more, killing ferocious beasts can help you level up, and you can also harvest a lot of ferocious beast materials, which can be sold for money after you are done. The money from the sales can also be used to buy more advanced equipment or even advanced combat skills to improve your own strength, which is also a good thing. So Ning Lang agreed without saying much. Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu were also very happy. After all, they were all freshmen and were in the prime of their youth. They were very happy to make new friends. What's more, Ning Lang's strength is already very strong, and it is a great honor for them to be able to become friends with Ning Lang. The three of them formed a team and walked together, chatting and laughing along the way. Mr. Lu is a very humorous person, and Emperor Yu is also a person who was eloquent and good at talking, so the three of them traveled together, talking and laughing, and they were very happy and joyful to team up to kill the ferocious beasts. All three of them are very strong students. They can all attack ferocious beasts from a distance. Emperor Yu can use various guns and cannons to attack ferocious beasts, while Mr. Lu uses flywheels to attack ferocious beasts, and Ning Lang uses flying swords to attack ferocious beasts. So when the three of them work together to fight against ferocious beasts, their firepower can be said to be very fierce. The three of them worked together very well, achieving the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 being greater than 3. Along the way, Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu often mentioned their master. Emperor Yu, our master seems to be a very lonely person. I often see our master sitting alone on the roof in the middle of the night, staring at the moon in a daze. The Yu Emperor joked, "Are you talking about Xiao Tang?" Mr. Lu was immediately amused by the Emperor of Yu, because their mentor was named Tang Li Luo, but the Emperor of Yu jokingly called their mentor Xiao Tang, which was really a bit funny. Yes, it's Xiao Tang. I feel that Xiao Tang is quite lonely. She probably doesn't have a boyfriend either. She often can't sleep in the middle of the night and sits on the roof in a daze. The Yu Emperor then said, "Mr. Lu, doesn't that mean you have a chance? Xiao Tang is quite good looking, a mentor at school, and very capable. She's exactly the woman of your dreams, right?" Mr. Lu immediately laughed and scolded the Emperor of Yu. "What do you mean I have a chance? Isn't Xiao Tang your favorite person? Isn't she your dream lover?" When Master was giving us guidance, I saw that your eyes were full of hearts. Tell me, are you really attracted to Xiao Tang? Emperor Yu laughed and scolded, "No way, Xiao Tang is our master after all. I wouldn't dare date a mentor. With my level, at most I can flirt with classmates or schoolmates. I'm not as good as you, Mr. Lu." "Me? How can I compare to the Emperor of you? After all, you are known as the Emperor of Southview. You are a very powerful figure in the school.
Emperor, you joked about Ning Lang again, Mr. Lu. We are Xiao Tang's apprentices after all. It's a bit awkward to date our mentor, but Ning Lang is different. I think Ning Lang, you can try to develop a relationship with our mentor Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang is a campus beauty, and she is so lonely and needs someone to accompany her. Ning Lang, you are so handsome, and you are the top freshman, you will definitely be favored by Xiao Tang. Chapter 111. Returning to the supply area, Ning Lang gained a lot.
Ning Lang knew that the Emperor of you was teasing him on purpose, so he immediately said, "What's going on? Are you dragging me into this again?"
Xiao Tang is our mentor, after all.
She's several years older than us, like a sister. How could I dare to have such thoughts about our mentor? Mr. Lu also jokingly said, "Well, what does it matter if she's a few years older? Look, although Xiao Tang is a few years older than us, she looks younger, doesn't she?"
She looks about the same age as us, and Xiao Tang should be the youngest female teacher among the instructors.
Ning Lang, you still have a chance. If you have the chance, you too should seize it. Don't mess with me.
I don't dare to have any impure thoughts about my tutor,
Ning Lang said.
Mr. Lu joked again, "Hey, you Huang, and I can't do that. After all, Ning Lang, you're the top freshman. You don't know, but our instructor Xiao Tang often mentions you in class and is full of praise for you. Whenever she mentions you, her eyes change, and they're filled with smiles. We'll take you to meet our instructor Xiao Tang later, and you'll know then.
She'll definitely be very happy to see you."
Ning Lang knew that the two of them were joking, so he just chatted with them casually, and even agreed and said, "Okay, since you guys said so, then I will give it a try, it's no big deal."
Emperor Yu and Mr. Lu burst into laughter.
"Okay, then we'll take you to see our master, Xiao Tang, and help you get married. You have to treat us to a wedding banquet when the time comes."
Ha 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 ha. They laughed and laughed. During the chat,
Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu were also very interested in asking Ning Lang about his master, the white-haired immortal. Ning Lang told them that the white-haired immortal didn't like to interact with others. He lived alone in a remote courtyard on campus, leading a hermit life. Ning Lang also added, "However, the white-haired immortal is still very concerned about me and teaches me very carefully.
He is a good mentor."
Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu were also very envious of having a mentor like the white-haired immortal.
However, they think it is good to have a mentor like Xiao Tang.
When teaching them, tutor Xiao Tang did not act with the airs of a tutor. Instead, she acted like a passionate senior student, and it was very easy and pleasant for her to get along with them.
Moreover, Tang Lilua's innate profession is the S-level flying flower order, and her hidden weapons are very powerful. Tang Lilua's strength is enough to make them both admire her.
Deep down, the three of them still like their mentor very much. The three of them continued on their journey, chatting and laughing. Ning Lang has the ability to control the wind, Mr. Lu can step on 2 wind fire wheels, and Emperor Yu also has his own magic spear step. The footwork of the three is very exquisite, and they move forward very quickly. When they encountered some second-level ferocious beasts, the three of them would immediately attack with all their strength, and countless weapons would directly hit the ferocious beasts.
It would take less than a minute to kill the beasts.
Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days of hunting, they had harvested enough materials from ferocious beasts, filling their storage rings. During the hunting process, they occasionally encountered other teams that came to the beast forest to kill ferocious beasts. These teams were basically from other schools. In Jinghai, in addition to Jinghai University, which is the most famous and the strongest, there are several other universities that are also very good universities. For example, Huaqing University, University of Science and Technology, Budo University, and Kyokai Women's University. Jinghai University and these 4 universities are collectively known as the 5 major universities in Jinghai City.
The 5 major universities also have various interactions with each other.
As one of the 5 major universities in Beijing and Haikao, they often hold leagues or social gatherings with each other, and the students of their respective schools are very friendly to each other. So on the way to slay the ferocious beast, when Ning Lang and his team met student teams from other schools, they greeted each other very enthusiastically. There are certainly many masters among the freshmen of Jinghai University, and the other 4 universities are no less impressive, with many freshmen also having very strong abilities. The 5 schools have their own strengths and disadvantages in different professional fields, so it cannot be said that Jinghai University has included all the top freshmen in the country.
There are also students with outstanding abilities in the other 4 schools.
After Ning Lang met these students from other schools, he thought that he might meet them again in future social gatherings or competitions, so he was very enthusiastic and polite and briefly introduced himself to each other.
After 3 days of hunting ferocious beasts,
Ning Lang, Mr. Liu, and Emperor Yu had already reaped a lot of rewards, so they returned to the supply station. Because their storage rings are already full of things, they need to go to the supply station to sell them.
At the same time,
Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu also completed their hunting plan and prepared to return to school to report to their mentor.
This is also the homework assigned to them by their tutor.
The three of them quickly arrived at the supply station, where they found merchants who were collecting goods. Although this supply station is not big, it has some merchants from major chambers of commerce in Jinghai City, and the prices they offer are very fair.
After Ning Lang, Mr. Liu, and Emperor Yu had a brief chat, they sold all their materials to these merchants.
After a transaction and selling all the materials, the three of them met again happily and started chatting with each other.
Emperor Yu then asked, Mr. Liu, how much money did you make from this trip to slay ferocious beasts?
Mr. Liu stretched out his fingers and said, I didn't get anything great this time, but it's still pretty good, just average. I sold the materials I got from this trip of hunting ferocious beasts for a total of over 300,000.
How about you, Emperor Yu? The Yu Emperor couldn't help laughing and said, he.
You only sold 300,000, but you can't compare to me.
I sold more than 430,000 this time. Alright, you actually earned over 100,000 more than me. You're pretty lucky. I'll definitely have to treat you later.
The Yu Emperor said hurriedly, don't worry, Ning Lang might earn more than us.
Ning Lang, how much did you sell it for?
Mr. Liu also looked at Ning Lang curiously, waiting for Ning Lang to announce his gains. Ning Lang suddenly felt a little embarrassed at this time. He looked up and down, but knew he couldn't avoid it, so he had to tell the truth.
As for me, I sold about 3 million this time. What? You sold it for 3 million, you made a crazy profit? Emperor Yu and Mr. Liu were immediately shocked. 3 million is really a huge number. Generally speaking, if you are lucky enough to kill a ferocious beast, you can make at most 500,000 yuan. If you are averagely lucky, it would be around 300,000 yuan, and if you are a little unlucky, it would even be only a few 100,000 yuan. Emperor Yu immediately asked, Ning Lang, what on earth did you kill? You can actually sell it for 3 million. What did you do? Mr. Liu was also curious and asked, yes, what did you hunt before you met us?
Chapter 112 Ning Lang treated me to a meal and was taken to the club by Mr. Liu. Ning Lang, Mr. Liu, and Emperor Yu were walking around the supply station together.
Although this supply station is very prosperous, the buildings are not tall. The overall atmosphere is like that of a small town, filled with a lively atmosphere.
On both sides of the street, many merchants either open small shops or set up stalls. Although the bustling commercial streets in big cities are cleaner and tidier, the prices in various stores are often inflated, making consumers feel like they are being ripped off. This small-town atmosphere allows people to shop with greater confidence, as the prices in the shops here are very affordable. Ning Lang, Mr. Liu, and Emperor Yu were strolling around leisurely.
There were many stalls selling various things on the bustling commercial street.
When they see some high-quality and reasonably priced pills, or various equipment, they will buy some at will. As they walked along, the three of them found a restaurant that looked relatively high-end and went in to eat. After all, they had been hunting deep in the ferocious beast forest for many days, eating bread and other foods every day, and had long been eager to enjoy a delicious meal. The three of them had a hearty meal and drank a little wine, and gradually they all felt a little tipsy. At this time, Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu talked about the special services they were going to enjoy, so they pulled Ning Lang to go with them. Ning Lang declined awkwardly, you two can enjoy this kind of enjoyment together.
I won't go. I'm going to find a hotel to sleep in.
But Emperor Yu and Mr. Liu insisted on dragging Ning Lang along.
Ning Lang, if you don't go, who will pay for us? We agreed that it was your treat. You just pay first, and I'll reimburse you later. Ning Lang said. Ning Lang, how about this? Let's go enjoy the special service.
You can come with us, but you can just enjoy the ordinary service.
That's all.
When we're done, we can go out together and find a hotel to sleep in.
Ning Lang couldn't persuade them, so he had to agree to go with them.
He was actually quite curious and wanted to see what this kind of service place was like. The two followed Mr. Liu around the supply station. In fact, it was their first time to come to this supply station, but Mr. Liu often visited other supply stations and was very familiar with the situation in the supply station. Although different supply stations were different, they were actually similar in many aspects. Mr. Lu quickly led the two of them to a place. Sure enough, when Ning Lang and Yu Huang saw it, they were both very surprised. They saw a long alley in this relatively dark place. In the alleys, every few steps, there would be a girl in cool clothes standing on the side of the road, looking around, and occasionally looking down at her mobile phone. Ning Lang and Emperor Yu were also shocked at how Mr. Lu found such a place. Mr. Lu said proudly, "Look, everyone here is a professional who can provide us with special services. Let's take a look around and see if there's anyone we like. If not, I'll take you to some more upscale places." Emperor Yu suddenly revealed an expression that he couldn't hold back his laughter, and asked curiously, "Mr. Lu, isn't this your first time here too? How did you find a place like this?" Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. Places like this usually have rules, but don't ask too much. I can't explain it to you right away." The Yu Emperor said, "Okay, let's just take a stroll and have a look." Mr. Lu and the King of Yu took the lead. Ning Lang followed behind and walked into the long alley. There are occasionally a few lights in this alley, and some small shops are also lit with a pink light. In the cover of night, there is a dreamlike feeling. The three of them walked slowly. Ning Lang looked around. First, I saw a woman in cool clothes not far from the intersection. She was wearing a miniskirt and had a good figure. Her legs were exposed and looked very well proportioned. But when Ning Lang looked at her face, he immediately revealed a hint of disappointment. Because the girl's face was heavily made up, she looked to be in her 20s or even 30. Such a girl obviously could not make the three of them fall in love. Not only did Ning Lang feel disappointed, but Emperor Yu and Mr. Lu also did not stop at all after seeing this woman and continued to walk forward. The woman also looked up at the three of them, but seeing that they had no intention of stopping, she did not speak and turned her head to look to the side. She must have been accustomed to such situations. The three of them walked forward a few steps and saw two girls standing together. One of them was wearing black leather shorts and the other was wearing jeans. They didn't look very old, but they had the air of a shamat who had dropped out of school early and came out to hang out in society. The two were smoking and chatting idly. When they saw Ning Lang, Yu Huang and Mr. Lu passing by, they glanced at them, but after looking at the two girls, they didn't feel anything, so they just walked past. The two girls didn't show any concern. Ning Lang felt that the whole journey was quite exciting, like opening a blind box. However, it was still difficult to get a really good girl out of the blind box. Emperor Yu also sighed, "Mr. Lu, the girls on this street don't seem to be of very good quality." Mr. Lu said with experience, "That's for sure. The truly high-quality girls won't stand on the street here. They are usually in high-end clubs." The Yu Emperor said, "Then let's go directly to a high-end club. Ning Lang is treating us anyway, so let's go somewhere expensive." "Sure, but don't be impatient. Let's walk around the street first. There are some good ones here occasionally, such as some who have just changed their careers and have a simple aura. There are also some who are very good looking. If we can meet them, wouldn't that be great? The girls in the club are all pretty good, but that depends on luck. It doesn't mean every one of them is particularly good. It can only be said that the lower limit in the club is relatively high, but on the street you might be able to meet a girl with a very high upper limit." After hearing what Mr. Lu said, Ning Lang smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, you are really a veteran. I really underestimated you. You said we are the same age, so why are you so outstanding?" The Yu Emperor also said jokingly, "Yes, Mr. Lu, how did you come up with all this experience? Who taught you this? You must have done this a lot before, right?" Mr. Lu also smiled and said, "Hey, I haven't experienced this many times. If you think about this kind of thing more and summarize it more, you will understand it in a few times. It's not a complicated thing. It's just that neither of you has experienced it, so you don't understand anything." The three of them continued walking in the alley and saw all kinds of girls on the way, some older, some younger, some who looked similar, and some who were uglier. But none of the three stayed. Because they haven't met the kind of person who makes them feel really moved, they can only say that there are some similar ones, but none of them are particularly good. So after walking around the street for a few times, they decided to go to the club to enjoy the high-end services. Mr. Lu said, "Let's go, Emperor Yu. Since Ning Lang is treating us, let's go for something high-end. Most clubs are not far from here. We can find them if we look for them." Sure enough, the three of them left the alley and walked around for a while, then they saw several clubs here. Mr. Lu said, "Then let's not be picky. It's getting late. Let's just go to the largest club and enjoy ourselves. Of course, Emperor Yu and Ning Lang nodded in agreement, and then, led by Mr. Lu, went straight to the most luxurious club.
Chapter 113. In the club, I met a pure white dress girl.
The three of them pushed the door open and walked into the lobby. Immediately, a female lobby manager in her 30s came over and warmly welcomed them.
Welcome. What kind of service would you like to enjoy? Mr. Lu was more relaxed, while Ning Lang and Yu Huan were both quite nervous, so they remained silent. Mr. Lu simply said, "What services do we offer here? Could you please introduce them to us?"
Of course, come with me, everyone. We have a variety of massages here.
Here's the menu, you can take a look.
Mr. Lu took a quick look and said, "Okay, let's have a Thai massage first." The female manager at the lobby immediately led the three of them to a room.
As they walked, Emperor Yu felt a little dissatisfied and whispered to Mr. Lu, "Mr. Lu, aren't we here to enjoy that kind of service? Why did you choose a massage? What's the point of the three of us getting a massage here?"
Mr. Lu immediately gave the emperor a look of disdain.
"What do you know? This is a club, not some ancient 100 flowers tower, you know? You can't openly talk about those special services. You must have come for a massage first, and then follow up on the clues to ask about it.
After all, people from the supply area will come to investigate this kind of thing.
How can they tell you the truth if you ask this right away?"
After hearing this, the king of Yu praised him and said, "Mr. Lu, you really know a lot.
If we hadn't followed you, we wouldn't be able to enjoy anything."
The three followed the lobby manager into a private room. This private room looked like a KTV, with a large sofa in the middle and fruit plates, beer and other things served by waiters on the table.
"And you can sing in this room."
Then the female manager leaned over and said, "The three of you wait here for a moment. I'll make arrangements and have our massage therapists come over so you can choose."
Ning Lang waved his hand and said, "Okay, go ahead." A few minutes later, the lobby manager pushed open the door again and came in.
Behind her, more than a dozen girls lined up one by one. These dozen girls were all dressed very nicely, wearing very fashionable skirts or shorts, each one cooler than the other. Seeing this, Mr. Lu exclaimed, "It's a high-end club after all. The quality of these massage technicians, their skills are really good." The Emperor of Yu's eyes drifted over the dozen or so girls' bodies and faces, praising them in his heart. They are indeed not bad, there are indeed some who are quite pretty. After they finished speaking, they looked at Ning Lang and asked him what he felt. Ning Lang cooperated and gave a thumbs up. He indeed felt that the girls here were much better than those he had seen in the alley. The female manager at the lobby said enthusiastically, "Then each of you three can choose your favorite masseur." The Emperor of Yu then extended his hand, making a gesture of invitation and said, "Mr. Lu, please go first." Mr. Lu stood up and carefully observed the dozen girls from a close distance. Because the lights in this private room are not particularly bright, they are the kind of flashing colorful lights, so from a distance, they all look pretty good. Only by looking closely up close can you tell which one is really pretty and which one is just relying on makeup. After looking around, Mr. Lu pointed to one of them and said, "I think number 6 is quite satisfactory. I will choose number 6 for my massage." At this time, Ning Lang said, "Emperor Yu, you choose first, I don't care." The Emperor of Yu chuckled, stood up and walked to the front of the row of girls. In fact, he already had a good impression of several of them, and number 6 was not his favorite, so he felt that number 6 chosen by Mr. Lu was just right and they did not affect each other.
Emperor Yu stepped forward and observed carefully.
He looked at number 8, number 9, and number 12 in particular. Emperor Yu carefully evaluated and selected among the three girls. He supported his chin with his hand and thought, and finally Emperor Yu chose number 9. Number 9 was a very tall girl, perhaps 1.7 meters tall. So when Emperor Yu led number 9 back to the sofa, Mr. Lu joked, "So Emperor Yu likes tall girls?"
The Yu Emperor smiled and said, "Well, yes, this Zigao must have better massage skills, right? Mr. Lu, you like this kind of little lowly." Because the number 6 chosen by Mr. Lu is actually a girl who is a little smaller and thinner, like a high school student. Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu smiled at each other, and then they said, "Ning Lang, it's your turn now. Choose a massage too. This is a real massage. Enjoy it." Ning Lang waved his hands. "Oh, forget it, you two can enjoy it, I'll just stay here and drink some wine and sing some songs." Mr. Lu and the Emperor of Yu have always said that Ning Lang should be the one to make the selection, but Ning Lang has been refusing. The two sides have been arguing and unable to reach an agreement. The female manager in the lobby also persuaded Ning Lang to choose a girl to give him a massage.
But Ning Lang still insisted on not having a massage. In the end, Ning Lang was still unwilling to choose. The female manager in the lobby was at her wits' end. Seeing this situation, she fell into anxiety. Her emotional intelligence was quite high, so she said, "Well, this handsome guy doesn't want to choose a pretty girl for a massage, so let's not force him. But handsome, since you want to sing here, we have a girl who can sing with you. How about choosing a girl to sing with you? It won't make you lonely here while your two handsome friends go for massages." Mr. Liu also said at this time, "Well, that's fine. Since you don't want a massage, find a girl to sing with you. That way we won't have to wait for you and rush us." Seeing this, Ning Lang knew he couldn't refuse, so he agreed. "Okay, then I'll choose a girl to sing. After all, singing alone is quite boring, so it would be nice to choose a girl to sing with." The lobby manager took the remaining massage technicians away. Soon, the lobby manager brought over 6 singing girls and asked Ning Lang to choose. However, after choosing and choosing, Ning Lang felt that none of the 6 girls satisfied him. Because these girls who sang along all had an air of being experienced in the world, with a strong sense of being greasy from being in the underworld, and they didn't have that kind of clear aura, so Ning Lang didn't want to have too much contact with them. After reading it, Ning Lang felt that it would not be good to refuse again, but he still made up his mind. "There's nothing here that I like, so I'd better not choose." Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu were both disappointed, as was the female lobby manager. But Ning Lang didn't choose, so Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu had no choice. The female manager in the lobby couldn't force a sale, so she had to say, "Well, okay, maybe none of the girls singing with him today are the ones this handsome guy likes, so don't force him. You two handsome guys, just let the massage therapist take you to the room and enjoy yourself." They all stood up, and Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu walked out the door under the guidance of 2 massage technicians. Ning Lang also saw them out of the private room. Not far from this private room are independent rooms. These rooms are all used for massage, and each room is a theme room. The layout of each room is also different. Some have hammocks, some are round beds, some have various curtains, and some are antique. Each room has its own theme. The technician asked Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu to choose, and Ning Lang took a look and found it quite interesting. At this moment, suddenly, in the aisle where the 3 of them were, 2 girls, led by a club staff, walked past them. One of the girls didn't look attractive, but the other one was wearing a fluffy white dress. When this girl passed by them, she looked at them with great curiosity, especially at Ning Lang. Ning Lang was instantly attracted to this girl, and couldn't help but look at the girl. When the 2 looked at each other, they seemed to see the curiosity in each other's eyes. It seemed that one could tell from the glance they exchanged that this was actually the first time for both of them to come to such a place. Obviously, when the girl looked at Ning Lang, she was curious about why someone like Ning Lang would appear here. Ning Lang was even more curious about why this girl appeared here. In an instant, Ning Lang felt a little moved by this girl. She looks very pure and looks like a college student. It is completely different from the greasy feeling of those experienced people who have worked here for a long time. There was a fresh aura about her, like a lotus in the water. As they were looking at each other, the girl in the white dress and her friend passed by Ning Lang. Led by a staff member, we walked to the other side. Ning Lang's eyes followed her steps and looked towards the girl in the white dress. Chapter 114. Ning Lang asked the girl in white skirt to sing. He was very curious about this girl and couldn't help but have many guesses in his mind. Why is this girl here? Is she short of money? So you wanted to find a part-time job or something, so you came here? She looks so innocent, does she really want to work here? While Ning Lang was very curious, Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu had already chosen their respective rooms. They went in separately with the masseur and closed the door as well. At this time, the female manager in the lobby looked at Ning Lang again. She saw that Ning Lang was still looking at the girl who had just passed by. The female manager in the lobby said, "Hey, what's the matter? Handsome guy, do you think that girl who just passed by is pretty?" Ning Lang couldn't help but nodded and said, "Well, does she work here too?" The female manager in the lobby explained, "The girl who just came over here, she and her friend came here this morning for an interview and passed. We told her to come over in the evening to experience the job first." Ning Lang asked, "So is she a massage or a singing companion?" The lobby manager said, "She can do it all. We gave her some basic training this morning. Do you want to see her? If you want, I can ask her if she's seeing other guests. If not, I'll call her over." Ning Lang hesitated. He didn't want to do these things in this club. But he inexplicably kept recalling the girl's appearance just now, and he suddenly didn't want the girl to receive other guests. Especially among the customers who consume in this club, many are greasy middle-aged people. Most of these people are businessmen or powerful people who often come here to consume. In fact, it is rare to see college students like Ning Lang spending money here, so when the girl saw Ning Lang just now, there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Ning Lang thought for 2 minutes and then said, "Okay, then ask her if she's free. If she is, ask her to come to my place." After saying that, Ning Lang walked into the private room.
The female manager in the lobby nodded happily and quickly chased after him.
Ning Lang sat in the private room, opened a can of beer and took a few sips in silence. He feels that beer tastes good in the first few sips, but after a few sips, it becomes a bit bitter when you drink it later. Although it is still beer, the same beer will have different tastes when drunk at different times. It may just be because of the refreshing feeling after the first few sips, just like the refreshing feeling brought by drinking cold water. Ning Lang ordered a few songs casually, but he had no mood to sing. Instead, he took a sip of beer from time to time. He looked calm on the surface, but he felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. He was wondering if the girl was free and whether she was receiving other guests.
Will she come here led by the lobby manager? And when she comes over, what should I say to her? What will happen between them next? These various questions kept echoing in Ning Lang's mind.
At this moment, Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu were already lying on the bed, receiving massage from the massage technician. During the massage, Emperor Yu was still typing and chatting in the group chat of 3 of them, asking Mr. Liu what to say during the massage in order to talk about special services. Mr. Liu also replied to the King of Yu. Ning Lang glanced at his phone and saw their chat, and the 2 of them asked Ning Lang how he was and whether he was bored staying alone in the private room. Ning Lang replied okay in the group, then silently put down his phone and continued to drink beer alone.
Gradually, time passed by. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. But the lobby manager did not come back. He also didn't bring the girl in the white dress.
Ning Lang felt that this matter might have encountered some trouble.
Maybe the girl was occupied by another customer and couldn't come over.
Ning Lang couldn't help but feel a little lost in his heart. Although he didn't want to do anything or enjoy any service, he felt lonely at this moment. Instead, he really wanted to enjoy the service now, and was even thinking that if the girl in the white dress really couldn't come, he should find another girl to replace her and accompany him.
At this moment,
just as Ning Lang stood up and was about to go out to find the female manager in the lobby to ask.
The moment Ning Lang opened the door,
suddenly, the girl in the white dress was standing at the door and was about to open it. The lobby manager stood behind her. Ning Lang's heart suddenly started pounding and he felt a little nervous. The female manager in the lobby quickly said, "Handsome guy, I found this girl for you. I just ran into something and was delayed for a few minutes. Please forgive me."
"Oh, a while has passed,"
Ning Lang said subconsciously. He was in a state of nervousness and distraction at this moment. The female manager in the lobby quickly explained, "Yes, just now, this girl said there were some details about the service that she didn't understand during the training, so she asked me some questions. I briefly explained it to her, so I'm a little late. But it doesn't matter, it's still early, you can enjoy yourself and have fun for a while."
As she spoke, the female manager pushed the girl in the white dress into the room.
The female manager in the lobby waved to them at the door and helped Ning Lang and the girl close the door. The girl was a little shy, so she sat down on the sofa with Ning Lang. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little awkward.
Hello.
After the girl sat down, she took the initiative to break the silence in the room and spoke. Ning Lang was also a little restrained at this time, not as relaxed as the other guests who came here to play.
He also replied softly, hello. Then Ning Lang asked again, "What's your name?" The girl said, "My name is Zhang Qingwan." "Oh, my name is Ning Lang." The girl sat on the sofa and bowed slightly, then said, "Okay Ning Lang, let me sing with you." "What songs do you like?"
"Whatever.
Actually, I don't usually sing, and I'm not very good at it. I just listen to some songs with a more ancient style occasionally." Zhang Qingwan's eyes lit up slightly. "Oh, really? Actually, I also like to listen to ancient music."
I didn't expect that our hobbies are quite similar.
Because they had the same hobby, the 2 chatted for a while and felt that their relationship became closer instantly. Afterwards, they ordered a few famous ancient style songs.
Ning Lang and Zhang Qingwan had both heard them before, so they picked up the microphone and sang together.
Last night fellow students gathered together to toast and exchange cups.
Today, the tea is cold, the wine is cold, and the bold words have become a joke. Half a lifetime of hard work in vain, who will read the perfect inscription? Living in seclusion among the mountains and rivers, vowing to abandon fame and fame.
An oil paper umbrella on the bluestone slabs by the lake. The travelers stopped to pick flowers and soak the silk. The tree is full of jade petals, proudly showing off the mist and rain in the south of the Yangtze River. The two sang a few songs together and drank a few cans of beer together. They felt much warmer to each other and their relationship became much closer. In this private room with interlaced lights, Ning Lang looked at Zhang Qingwan in a white dress and felt slightly touched. Chapter 115: The reason why Zhang Qingwan came to work part-time. After singing a few songs, Ning Lang felt that his interest in singing had faded, or rather, he had been satisfied and didn't want to continue. Seeing this, Zhang Qingwan said, "Ning Lang, since you're tired from singing, how about I give you a massage?" Ning Lang's heart moved when he heard this. Massage? Do you know how to massage? Well, of course, I have received training. Although the training time is relatively short, I also taught myself some massage techniques in the past. I can give you a good massage. My unique massage technique is generally not used by others easily. Ning Lang was very moved when he heard this. In addition, he was already a little drunk at this time, and even felt a little excited. Obviously, he could not refuse. So the two of them got up and left the private room, walking to the corridor outside. At this time, there were only one or two guests walking in the corridor. Zhang Qingwan then said to Ning Lang, "Please choose a themed room here and we'll go in for a massage." Ning Lang nodded slightly and began to choose among the rooms. He chose a room with an ocean theme, pointed at it, and said, "That's it." So Zhang Qingwan and Ning Lang entered the room and locked the door. The walls of this room are painted with waves of the sea, and the bed in this room feels like a hammock. On a bed like this, every time you move, you will feel a swaying sensation, just like a ship floating on the sea. The lighting in the room is also unique, with a not too bright feeling, like the moonlight on the sea at night. Zhang Qingwan said, "Ning Lang, take a shower first, and then change into the clothes you wear for the massage here. This will make it more convenient for you to get a massage." Ning Lang found it difficult to refuse at this time. After all, he had already come in. So he obediently went to the bathroom next door, took off his clothes, and took a nice hot shower. He felt quite comfortable taking this hot bath, because he had been hunting ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast forest for many days in a row, and he was sweating a lot and covered in some forest dust. He hadn't taken a bath for several days and his body was quite dirty. He had long wanted to take a good bath. In this room, Ning Lang was taking a nice shower, while Zhang Qingwan was waiting outside. When Ning Lang was taking a shower, he felt some reactions in his body unconsciously, but he still restrained himself, thinking that it was just a massage after all, and it was nothing. After taking a shower, Ning Lang put on the clothes provided by the club, which was a pair of thin shorts and a buttoned short-sleeved shirt. After putting on his clothes, Ning Lang walked out of the bathroom. Zhang Qingwan had been waiting here. Seeing this, she asked Ning Lang to climb onto the bed first. Ning Lang jumped onto the bed comfortably and lay down on the hammock relaxingly. At this time, Zhang Qingwan also took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Then, she saw Ning Lang lying on the bed. She felt a little embarrassed and said with a blush on her face, "Ning Lang, turn over and lie on the bed. I'll give you a massage." Ning Lang said "Oh," then quickly turned over and lay on the bed. Immediately afterwards, Ning Lang felt a warm feeling coming from his body. It turned out that Zhang Qingwan was pressing on him, and their bodies were in close contact. Zhang Qingwan began to massage Ning Lang. She massaged Ning Lang's back with a unique technique. After pressing a few times, Zhang Qingwan helped Ning Lang take off his short-sleeved shirt and massaged his back directly. Ning Lang didn't know what kind of technique Zhang Qingwan used to massage him, but the effect was very good, making Ning Lang feel very comfortable. Those muscles that were tired from killing the ferocious beast became very comfortable under Zhang Qingwan's massage, and it felt like all the qi and blood meridians were unblocked. Then Ning Lang felt a slight electric current coming from behind him. He turned around and found that Zhang Qingwan was licking Ning Lang's back with the tip of her tongue. But because he was lying there, he couldn't see clearly. It seemed that it was not just licking with the tip of the tongue, but rather using some strange tool or something. In short, Ning Lang felt that when Zhang Qingwan's tongue tip touched his back, he felt a burst of electric current, which kept shocking him. Ning Lang suddenly became curious and asked, "Zhang Qingwan, what kind of massage method do you use? How do you massage me? Why do I feel like I'm being electrocuted?" Zhang Qingwan said, "Well, don't worry about it. This is my exclusive massage technique. Just enjoy it.
After hearing this, Ning Lang continued to lie on the bed, enjoying the massage given by Zhang Qingwan. After Zhang Qingwan used her tongue for a while, she began to lie on Ning Lang and massage him with her body. Ning Lang suddenly felt his heart fluttering, and he couldn't help but reach out to touch Zhang Qingwan. And Zhang Qingwan did not stop Ning Lang's hand. So Ning Lang became more unscrupulous, and his hand touched Zhang Qingwan's body through her white skirt.
Let me give you a massage too,
Ning Lang suddenly said.
Zhang Qingwan agreed in a gentle voice. Hearing this, Ning Lang became even more excited.
He asked Zhang Qingwan to lie on the hammock. Ning Lang began to massage Zhang Qingwan. His hands massaged her back through her white skirt. At this time, Ning Lang saw that Zhang Qingwan's white dress actually exposed some of her back. Her back also looks beautiful, with very delicate and smooth skin. Ning Lang's hands imitated the massage techniques Zhang Qingwan had used on him just now and began to massage her back. Then, he pressed on the waist. Ning Lang felt that Zhang Qingwan had a very slender waist, a figure that only young girls could have. Once people get older, their waists will become thicker, but Zhang Qingwan's waist is obviously very thin. As Ning Lang massaged her, Zhang Qingwan let out soft moans from time to time.
Am I strong enough?
Ning Lang was afraid of hurting her, so he asked quickly. Zhang Qingwan said, "No, your strength is just right, it makes me feel very comfortable." Then Ning Lang's hand began to massage Zhang Qingwan's body all the way down, and his hand touched Zhang Qingwan's legs. Zhang Qingwan's skirt just reached above her knees, and Ning Lang put his hands on her thighs and calves to massage her. Zhang Qingwan let out a very comfortable humming sound from time to time. As Ning Lang was massaging, what Ning Lang didn't know was that Zhang Qingwan, who was lying on the bed enjoying the massage, had slightly moist eyes. She began to cry secretly. Because she came to work part-time in this club because she was in urgent need of money, for her tuition and living expenses, and to treat her mother's illness. She was very short of money, so she had no choice but to come to the club to work part-time. She had worked elsewhere before, such as a waitress, but the money she could earn from such jobs was obviously very little and could not meet the needs of her and her mother. Although Zhang Qingwan's innate profession is also a combat type, it is only sea-level. With her strength, it would be very difficult to go to the beast forest and make money by killing ferocious beasts. Not only would she not make much money, but it would also be very dangerous. Therefore, the only thing she could do was to work part-time in such a club. But she actually understood such clubs. Massage was just a superficial business, and the real service was actually another special service. She was resistant to such service in her heart, but for the sake of survival, she had to accept this reality. When she comes to work today and serves customers, she hopes that her first customer can be a customer that makes her feel good. At least he's not that greasy middle-aged man. So it was a good luck for her to meet Ning Lang and give her first service to Ning Lang. Chapter 116. Ning Lang helped Zhang Qingwan. Zhang Qingwan silently shed 2 lines of tears, and her tears wet the bedsheets. She was crying at this moment because of the misfortune in her life. She thought that if she was not in such a fate, perhaps she would meet a boy similar to Ning Lang, fall in love with him, live happily with him, and even get married and stay together for the rest of her life. But because of the difficulties in life, she had no way to take that path and was forced to embark on this road of no return.
Ning Lang gave Zhang Qingwan a good massage.
Then he suddenly noticed Zhang Qingwan's soft sobbing. He turned Zhang Qingwan over and asked her what was wrong.
Did he use too much force just now? Why was she crying?
Zhang Qingwan quickly wiped away her tears and said, It's nothing.
Ning Lang, your massage is very good. I didn't expect to meet someone as nice as you.
You obviously paid to come here for the massage service, and you were willing to give me a massage.
You are such a great customer. So I feel very happy to meet you. I was a little excited and cried. Really? Are you dissatisfied with your job here? Don't you want to work here?
Ning Lang felt that things were not as simple as she said, so he asked a few more questions.
Zhang Qingwan's thoughts were touched upon, but she did not answer directly because she did not want to tell Ning Lang these things. Ning Lang said with great concern, Zhang Qingwan, are you having any difficulties? I see that there are basically no girls working here as young and beautiful as you. If you need help so much, maybe I can help you. Zhang Qingwan quickly said, don't bother you, it's my own business after all, and I still need to solve my own life by myself.
Ning Lang quickly said, Zhang Qingwan, you don't have to bear the hardships of life alone. If you tell me about the difficulties you're facing, maybe I can really help you. To be honest, I'm a student at Jinghai University, and our school motto encourages us to be helpful. Of course, I didn't want to spend money at a club like this, but my two friends wanted to come, and I owed them a favor, so I accompanied them here. Ning Lang and Zhang Qingwan were lying on the bed at this time.
As the hammock swayed slightly, Zhang Qingwan leaned on Ning Lang's shoulder.
Finally, I slowly told him about the difficulties I faced in my life.
Ning Lang, since you're so sincere, I'll be honest with you. This is indeed my first time working part-time in a club like this. My mother is seriously ill and needs surgery. The surgery alone costs over 1 million yuan, which is a huge sum for me. It's very difficult for me to earn that much money, and my mother's condition is quite serious, so she needs surgery urgently. I had no choice but to come to this club to work part-time, hoping to make some quick money. More than 1 million.
Ning Lang smiled easily after hearing this number. More than 1 million may be difficult for you, but for a warrior of my strength, earning 1 million is a piece of cake. Zhang Qingwan, if you don't want to work part-time here, I can lend you this 1 million. You can cure your mother's illness first. Zhang Qingwan's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing this. She said excitedly, Ning Lang, can you lend it to me? But, how can I accept this amount of over 1 million yuan? Ning Lang said calmly, it's okay. First, cure your mother's illness. Then you can slowly make money and pay me back. But, this 1 million, although I can slowly work and pay you back in the future, I don't know when I'll be able to pay it back. Ning Lang, this 1 million is too much. I really can't take your money. I'd better rely on myself. Zhang Qingwan, you have to rely on yourself. Even if you make money in this club, it will take a long time to earn 1 million. Will your mother's illness be cured by then? So if you really want to cure your mother's illness, you should accept my kindness first. You can pay me back slowly in the future. Even if you can't pay it back, it doesn't matter. I won't force you to pay it back. As he spoke, Ning Lang took out a card. There was exactly 1 million yuan in the card, and Ning Lang gave it directly to Zhang Qingwan. Take this card. There's over 1 million in it. Use it to treat your mother's illness first. Don't worry too much about it. 1 million may seem like a lot to you, but it's just a small price to me. This time I went to the ferocious beast forest to kill ferocious beasts, and the materials I sold made over 3 million. So you should understand, this is nothing to me. Zhang Qingwan was stunned when she heard this. She thought a lot and struggled for a long time. But she really needs the more than 1 million. Now that Ning Lang is willing to help her, she is naturally very grateful. She took the card with trembling hands, and then hurriedly thanked Ning Lang on the bed. Thank you, Ning Lang. I will definitely remember your kindness to me for the rest of my life. I am so grateful for your help. Tears welled up in Zhang Qingwan's eyes again. She carefully put away her card and wiped away her tears. At this moment, she threw herself on Ning Lang and whispered in his ear, Ning Lang, I have no way to repay your kindness. I can only thank you with myself. Now, please do whatever you want to do to me. I am willing to do it. Ning Lang suddenly blushed and his heart began to beat fast. He quickly said, Zhang Qingwan, actually, I didn't mean that. I just saw that you were in trouble, and we were lucky enough to meet, so I'll help you if I can. Don't feel so burdened. Zhang Qingwan nodded seriously and said, I know you are a good person, but shouldn't a good person get corresponding rewards? Ning Lang, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Let me accompany you tonight. 3 hours later. Ning Lang's cell phone rang. He answered the phone and heard Mr. Lu's voice, Ning Lang, where have you been? We can't find you in the private room. We're done. It's getting late. We should leave. Oh, okay, wait for me outside, I'll be right out. Ning Lang quickly put on his clothes and hurried out of the room. Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu were also very surprised to see Ning Lang coming out of this theme room. The Emperor of Yu asked, Ning Lang, you ordered a singing partner, didn't you? Why did you go to the theme room for a massage? How was it? Did you enjoy it? Ning Lang said, this is okay, what about you guys? Are you happy? The Yu Emperor said, it's great, so great. It's so fun to be with Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, are you happy? Mr. Lu said, of course I will. And the thought of Ning Lang treating me makes me feel even better. Ning Lang seemed a little absent-minded while chatting. At this time, Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu suddenly saw Zhang Qingwan, who was wearing a white dress and looked pure and beautiful, walking out of the theme room that Ning Lang had just come out of. The two of them were stunned. Because, compared with their massage technicians, Zhang Qingwan is far superior.
Then, Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu suddenly reacted.
Hey, Ning Lang, that beautiful lady came out of the room you just left.
Could she be the massage therapist who gave you the massage? What? Ning Lang, where did you choose such a top-notch technician? Holy crap!
The two chatted in shock and excitement, and gradually walked into the hall.
Afterwards, Ning Lang paid the bill readily. The female manager in the lobby was very happy and enthusiastic.
She saw them off all the way from the lobby, waved goodbye to them and encouraged them to come often. After coming out, Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu kept asking Ning Lang whether it was the girl who gave him the massage just now and whether there was any further service. However, Ning Lang didn't want to talk to them much, so he asked them back directly about what happened. As they talked, they found a hotel to sleep in.
In the end, they didn't get anything out of Ning Lang.
Chapter 117. It's snowing in the northern part of the forest, and I have a video call with Lin Xi.
The next day, Mr. Lu said goodbye to Emperor Yu and Ning Lang and left.
Because they have to go back to school to report to the teacher. Ning Lang still planned to continue going deeper into the ferocious beast forest to look for high-level ferocious beasts to strengthen his body. So they did not travel together again. Instead, they each went to do their own thing. When saying goodbye, Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu were still extremely curious about Ning Lang's affairs, and said they would continue the conversation when they met at school in the future. Just like that, after bidding farewell to Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu, Ning Lang simply replenished some equipment and pills.
Then he continued to go deeper into the forest of ferocious beasts.
Ning Lang advanced rapidly in the forest of ferocious beasts. And in his mind, he kept recalling what happened last night. At this moment, Ning Lang's cell phone suddenly rang and he received a message. It turned out that it was sent by Zhang Qingwan. They had added each other as friends last night. In the message, Zhang Qingwan said that she had taken her mother to the hospital for surgery today, and sincerely thanked Ning Lang for his help. Ning Lang also replied, wishing her mother a successful operation, a speedy recovery, and the opportunity to visit her mother.
Took back the phone.
Ning Lang continued to rush forward. Ning Lang ran rapidly in this forest of ferocious beasts, his figure as fast as the wind, continuing to look for high-level ferocious beasts suitable for body training. While running, he gradually put aside all the things that happened yesterday. These things are like an unexpected episode in his life, something that he did not expect to happen, and such episodes have little to do with his normal life. So, Ning Lang put these things behind him while running wildly. His attention was back on track. This time, Ning Lang ran all the way and did not meet anyone from the Mo family again. Mo Yun of the Mo family is already dead, and Moe must have been injured and had already left the Changping ferocious beast forest and returned to the Mo family. However, as Ning Lang was walking through the forest of ferocious beasts, he also remained vigilant to avoid encountering people from the Mo family again. After all, he knew that he was already on the Mahist kill list, and the reward was as high as 10 million, so there would definitely be people from the Mahist school who would come to cause trouble for him. Especially Moe, after returning to the Mo family, he will surely convey his message to other members of the Mo family. However, Ning Lang was not that worried. Changping ferocious beast forest is a very large forest, stretching for hundreds of miles. It is obviously not an easy task to find a person in this ferocious beast forest. The Changping ferocious beast forest is located in the northern part of the country.
Ning Lang continued to travel north.
Gradually, when he reached the third day of his journey, he saw snowflakes suddenly floating in the sky. Ning Lang then realized that he had come to a very far place.
The temperature here is much colder than at the entrance.
It was still autumn at the entrance and in Jinghai City, but the temperature here is already very low and winter has arrived early. So much so that snowflakes as big as goose feathers were already falling in this area. However, Ning Lang has already improved his strength to the third level of the second stage, and his body is very strong. The severe cold is nothing to him. However, despite this, he still felt a hint of coldness. The natures of the ferocious beasts in the snow are different from those in other places. Because of the harsh environment, it is very difficult for the ferocious beasts in the snow to find food, so they will not walk around outside casually, but will hide. They will only come out to look for food when the food is consumed. So, Ning Lang walked around here for a while, but rarely saw any ferocious beasts. Gradually, as night fell, the weather became colder. The heavy snow was falling faster and faster, so Ning Lang stopped.
He found some drier branches in the snow and lit a bonfire.
In this place, it is not easy to find firewood suitable for burning. Ning Lang even thought that he should have stored some dry firewood or coal in his storage ring beforehand so that he could keep warm. Unfortunately, I didn't know about these situations before, so I didn't prepare. Ning Lang also took the time to cook a pot of delicious meat over the campfire and feasted on it. Afterwards, he took advantage of the darkness to quickly set up his tent and got into the warm tent. He spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy his tent, which is of very good quality and provides excellent warmth. Ning Lang crawled into the tent and was immediately isolated from the howling cold wind and heavy snow outside, feeling extremely warm.
There was a furry blanket in the tent.
Ning Lang lay in it, covered with the blanket, and felt very comfortable. He lay in the tent and took out his cell phone under the bright light. At this time, Ning Lang saw Lin Xi sending him a message on WeChat, asking him about his adventure in the ferocious beast forest. Ning Lang replied to Lin Xi's message.
At this time.
Suddenly, Lin Xi made a video call to Ning Lang. Ning Lang was slightly startled and a little surprised, but he quickly pressed the answer button.
This was the first time he and Lin Xi had a video call.
In the past, because they were always close to each other, they didn't need a video call. They could just make a phone call to make an appointment to meet. This was his first video call, and Ning Lang was still a little nervous.
With the video connected,
Ning Lang saw that Lin Xi was wearing pajamas and lying in her dormitory. Lin Xi is also a student in the advanced class, so her dormitory is also on the first floor of a villa. After Lin Xi cleaned and decorated her room, it looked very warm and full of girlish pink atmosphere. The pajamas she was wearing were also pink in color, and they looked very beautiful. Ning Lang couldn't help but admire, Lin Xi, your pajamas are also very beautiful.
I haven't seen you for a few days. I feel that you have become more beautiful.
After hearing Ning Lang's praise, Lin Xi immediately smiled happily. Oh, no, it might be the effective beauty filter, so it looks better than the real thing. No, you're beautiful in real life too.
Lin Xi said, when did you learn to be so sweet? Well, I think you are quite handsome too.
Ha, of course.
By the way, why did you suddenly think of video chatting with me?
Lin Xi then said, well, I'm just concerned about how your adventure in the Changping ferocious beast forest is going. I'm worried that you might be in danger, so I called to check on you. I also want to take a look at the situation inside the Changping ferocious beast forest.
Hey, you made the right call. Wait a moment, I'll show you the view outside the tent.
As he spoke, Ning Lang opened the tent, stuck his head out, and pointed the camera of his mobile phone at the snowflakes floating outside. When he opened the tent, the cold wind outside blew the snowflakes into the tent immediately, bringing a chill into the warm tent, making Ning Lang shiver. However, his body was very strong, so this little chill was nothing to him.
See the heavy snow outside? Isn't it beautiful?
Lin Xi's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of surprise.
She asked curiously, Ning Lang, where are you? Why is it snowing over there?
It's so beautiful, the whole world is covered in white, and the snow looks so thick.
Chapter 118, Reasoning about the Mahist School with Lin Xi. Ning Lang explained, well, I was quite surprised too.
I was running quickly northward through the Changping ferocious beast forest for 3 days before arriving here.
Suddenly, I noticed it was snowing.
Maybe it's because we're further north, so the temperature is much lower than at school, so the snow started falling right away.
What beautiful snow! I really want to go and see it. If you have the chance, please take me here to see the snow. Okay, that's no problem.
Next time we go on an adventure in the ferocious beast forest, we can come here and play in the snow.
Ning Lang asked again, Lin Xi, how are you doing in school? Have your abilities improved dramatically under the guidance of your instructor?
Lin Xi said very proudly, of course. Our instructor has been very attentive in guiding the 3 of us students. We've all made great progress. Moreover, we often practice together and can feel each other's strength gradually improving.
You 3? You, Duan Ruotong, and Nanyu, right?
3 beautiful ladies. Lin Xi nodded slightly.
Yes, both of them are very strong in swordsmanship. Duan Ruotong's peach blossom swordsmanship is very elegant and gorgeous, while Nanyu's Tai Chi swordsmanship is also very defensive.
It is difficult to break through her defense. When fighting against them, I have to concentrate all my energy to have a chance of winning.
Ning Lang, what about you?
You've been constantly honing your skills in the ferocious beast forest these days.
Have you improved your strength? Ning Lang nodded with great satisfaction and said, yes, I have made great progress. Actually, I didn't tell you that a few days ago, I was ambushed by the Mo family. There were two people from the Mo family, one named Mo Yun and the other named Moe. Mo Yun is a sophomore, about the same age as us, and his strength is lower than mine. However, Moe is very powerful. He is much older than us and has practiced for many more years than us. At the same time, his talent is also S level, and his profession is also a very powerful teleporter, which can actually change space. Hearing this, Lin Xi frowned and asked nervously, "Really? Then wouldn't it be very dangerous for you to be attacked by these two people from the Mo family? How could you possibly defeat the two of them alone? Especially Moe, he has practiced for many more years than us. What level is he now? This Moe is at level 3, while I'm only at level 2, level 3, so I obviously can't beat him. But don't worry, I crippled Mo Yun, and when I fought Moe, I also used all my strength, using all my best skills, including my latest replicated skills. But despite this, I still couldn't beat him. Fortunately, when I was fighting him, I met our classmates Mr. Liu and Yu Huang. They showed up in time and saved me, and the three of us finally defeated Moe together." Hearing this, Lin Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ning Lang, you're incredibly lucky, but you can't risk going into the ferocious beast forest alone like this anymore. It's too dangerous. If you hadn't happened to meet those two, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to come back. I really can't imagine it." "You're right. It was indeed very dangerous back then, but luckily I met Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu. When we said goodbye to them, I told them I was going to the Chongping Ferocious Beast Forest. They also said they would come here to train later. Luckily I told them, and luckily they did catch up." Lin Xi patted his chest and said, "Yes, but Ning Lang, haven't they returned to school now? I met them yesterday. Aren't you taking risks alone now?" "That's right, I'm taking this adventure alone now, but unlike before, I'm now more vigilant. Before, I was too confident, thinking that even if I couldn't beat Mo Yun and Moe, I could still escape in time. So I fought a big battle with them, and was eventually caught by Moe. Now, if I meet someone from the Mo family who wants to kill me again, I won't fight them head on. I'll just use my wind control to escape, and they won't be able to catch up with me." At that time, Ning Lang did not escape in time, but fought a fierce battle with Mo Yun and Moe. He consumed a lot of energy during the battle. At the same time, once a fight starts, it is not easy to escape. If he ran away before they caught up with him, the other party would obviously not be able to catch up with Ning Lang. At this moment, Lin Xi suddenly thought of something out of curiosity. "Oh, Ning Lang, how did you get robbed and killed by two people from the Mo family? Do you know them? What hatred do you have against them?" "Well, you just asked about it. Actually, I've wanted to talk to you about this for a long time. This matter should be related to the three mysterious people we encountered during the martial arts exam. Do you still remember those three mysterious people? One of them used a knife and was very fierce. One held a bone flute and could drive ferocious beasts crazy. The other was a woman who could control two puppets. They attacked us during the martial arts exam. We've also figured out that they were the ones who abducted two students during the makeup exam last year and turned them into puppets. Now Mo Yun and Moe are here to rob and kill me. I also learned from them that I have been listed on the Mo family's must-kill list, and the bounty is as high as 10 million. Based on these two events, I'm reasoning that the three mysterious individuals must be deeply connected to the Mahist sect. Otherwise, why would the Mahist sect want to kill me for no apparent reason? What grudge do we have against the Mahist sect? It's impossible that just because I defeated Mo Ting in the martial arts exam and prevented him from securing the ultimate boss, they've put me on their must-kill list, right?" After hearing Ning Lang's reasoning and analysis, Lin Xi also felt a little nervous. She said, "Ning Lang, if that's the case, then since you're on the Mahist must-kill list, wouldn't that mean I'm on it too? They want to kill the two of us because we've seen the true identities of those three mysterious men. They're afraid we'll find out about them, so they're trying to preemptively cut off this clue." Ning Lang nodded solemnly. "That's right, Lin Xi, your idea is consistent with mine." Lin Xi said at this time, "Ning Lang, Moe has escaped. He will definitely pass the news to the Mo family. You are in a very dangerous situation now. Okay, you should hurry back to school. The various instructors are here. The Mo family can't harm us, so the school is the safest place. But my mentor asked me to find a ferocious beast suitable for bodybuilding, and I haven't found one yet. If I go back like this, all my efforts will be wasted. We can't give up our normal training just because we're afraid of the Mo family. Besides, only by becoming stronger can we have more power to fight against the Mo family." Lin Xi thought for a moment and frowned slightly.
The Mo family is one of the 4 major families in Mo City, and the Su family is the leader among the 4 major families. I think we should tell Su Li this news and have him convey it to his father so that the Su family can thoroughly investigate the Mo family. At the same time, we should tell the principals of the 4 high schools in Mo City this news and have them cooperate in the investigation. After all, the 2 of us cannot fight against the entire Mo family. Ning Lang agreed deeply with what he said. He said approvingly, Lin Xi, you are very smart.
I didn't think of this at the moment. The main reason is that there is no solid evidence yet.
These are just our own speculations. Lin Xi continued, although we don't have the correct evidence right now, we should still tell them this information. This will also prevent them from exposing themselves so easily.
Let's investigate secretly first. Well, your suggestion is very good.
Then you can talk to Su Li about this matter.
I will contact Principal Shin of our high school and talk to him about this matter.
The 2 then chatted a lot, and then took action on their own. Lin Xi quickly talked about this matter with Su Li, and Ning Lang also informed Shin Hanyang of the relevant information over the phone. After receiving the news, Principal Shin responded quickly, saying that he would secretly investigate the Mahist school and would not alert the enemy or act rashly. Principal Shin also told Ning Lang that if there was any news or unusual movement from the Mahist school, he should be notified in a timely manner, and asked Ning Lang to be careful as well.
These things have come to an end for the time being.
At this time, Ning Lang saw that it was getting late, so he turned off his mobile phone and prepared to lie down in the tent and have a good sleep.
The night gradually deepened. Time continues to move forward. And in the second half of the night,
Ning Lang was awakened by the urge to pee, so he came out to urinate.
The snowy night is not that dark.
The snow is very white, and the reflected light makes the snow look slightly shiny. Just when Ning Lang was peeing, he suddenly heard a cry.
Ning Lang was shocked. He thought, is there any ferocious beast around?
Chapter 119, Deep into the Forest, Discovering the Mysterious Beast Cave. At this moment, he suddenly looked down and saw the little dragon beast that recognized him as its mother.
Before, the little dragon beast following behind him was thrown away by Ning Lang. Ning Lang never thought about this matter again.
He originally thought that his fate with Xiaolonman was over. But unexpectedly, he suddenly saw the little dragon beast sleeping outside his tent. And the little dragon beast had obviously stayed here for a long time. A thick layer of snow had fallen on its body. After seeing this, Ning Lang was immediately very surprised and astonished.
Ning Lang asked it, Little dragon beast, why are you here?
The little dragon beast babbled a few times. It was Ning Lang who came out to pee just now and woke it up.
Look at the cute little dragon beast babbling.
Ning Lang thought about how he always threw it away before.
And it was still able to catch up with me. This little dragon beast is really persistent about himself.
Thinking of this, Ning Lang suddenly felt a little bit sorry. At this time, seeing that the little dragon beast had been freezing outside the tent for such a long time, he quickly picked up the little dragon beast and shook off all the snow on its body.
I brought it into the tent and let it warm up.
Just like that, Ning Lang placed it at his feet.
Just let it lie at your feet and sleep with you in the tent.
That night, in this tent, the little dragon beast slept particularly soundly.
It lay at Ning Lang's feet, its little belly bulging and its breathing even and steady.
From time to time, it made slight sounds of breathing in and out, and occasionally rubbed Ning Lang's feet a few times. The soft and smooth fur rubbing against his skin made Ning Lang feel very comfortable. In such a warm atmosphere, Ning Lang slept soundly with the little dragon beast. The next morning, Ning Lang woke up from his sleep and began to prepare a fire and cook. He took out some ferocious beast meat from his storage ring and cooked a pot full of delicious meat.
Ning Lang has now been promoted to the second level, level 3.
As his level increases, the energy consumed by his body has increased significantly. Now, the amount he eats at each meal is about 3 times as much as before. The meat and bones in the pot were steaming and smelling delicious. The little dragon beast was attracted by the fragrance and lay down obediently beside it, staring at the pot with its eyes wide open. It made a woohoo sound from time to time with its mouth and its saliva was almost flowing out. While Ning Lang was enjoying his meal, he did not forget to throw the leftover bones to the little dragon beast. Seeing this, the little dragon beast pounced on it without hesitation, bit the bone into pieces in one bite, and then swallowed it into its stomach. Ning Lang was very surprised when he saw this scene. He thought that the bite force of this little dragon beast was really amazing, much stronger than those dogs and wolves. However, Ning Lang did not just let the little dragon beast gnaw on the bones. He also specially picked out a lot of large pieces of meat and threw them to the little dragon beast. The little dragon beast ate with relish and wagged its tail happily. After Ning Lang and the little dragon beast had a hearty meal, they patted their bulging stomachs in satisfaction, then sat by the fire, drank a few sips of water, and rested for a while. Gradually, the sun rose higher from the horizon, and the temperature of the snow became slightly warmer. Ning Lang put the tent and other items into the storage ring and set out again on the journey to find the bodybuilding beast.
He ran wildly on the snow.
It snowed all night last night, and the snow was incredibly deep. Ning Lang stepped on it and almost sank half of his body into it. The little dragon beast was jumping on the snow, and it seemed a little tired, running in hops and jumps. Seeing this, Ning Lang immediately used his Yufengxing skills to put the little dragon beast on his shoulders. His feet were as fast as the wind, stepping lightly on the snow and running wildly in the snow.
Looking around, the whole world was covered in white.
Many big trees were half buried in snow, and the branches were also covered with heavy snow, like a dreamy fairy tale world. Ning Lang traveled in this silver-white world for 2 days, but still found nothing.
Time passed quickly.
The experiences of these 2 days were similar to the previous ones, which was to travel non-stop during the day, set up tents to rest at night, and continue on the next day.
Finally, on the third day, Ning Lang didn't know where he was.
Suddenly, he saw a series of mountains in the distance, and at the foot of the mountain there was a rather hidden cave entrance. Seeing this, Ning Lang thought that this cave was very peculiar, and its location seemed to have a good feng shui feeling. So, Ning Lang decided to go in and take a look to see if there were any rare and precious herbs or strange and ferocious beasts in the cave. Ning Lang flew to the cave entrance, followed closely by the little dragon beast. He pushed aside the snow that half buried the cave entrance and walked in carefully. This cave was not as dark as Ning Lang had imagined. Some of the stones on the cave wall looked like fire crystal rocks, and there seemed to be flames burning inside. These stones constantly emitted a faint light, so although the cave was not very bright, the shape could be roughly seen.
Ning Lang walked into the cave cautiously.
The hole was unexpectedly deep, and Ning Lang walked for more than 10 steps. Suddenly, he heard a strange cry. Ning Lang's heart tightened, and instantly his hands condensed into a huge fireball to protect himself. This huge fireball not only brought intense high temperature, but also instantly illuminated the cave. With this huge fireball protecting him, even if something suddenly rushed into the cave, it would be burned instantly.
Ning Lang became bolder and continued to go deeper.
Terrible screams were heard from the cave from time to time. Ning Lang thought that there might be some terrible beast hiding in this cave. He took a few more careful steps, and suddenly, a strange ferocious beast rushed towards him from the cave. Ning Lang looked closely and found that it was a large spider. The spider quickly climbed along the wall of the cave and headed straight for Ning Lang. But before the spider got close, before it was burned by the fireball, Ning Lang instantly shot out an ice sword, which accurately pierced the body of the big spider and nailed it to the stone wall. The big spider died instantly, and a stream of ferocious beast blood flew out of its body and poured into Ning Lang's body, making Ning Lang's level improve a little bit. Ning Lang felt that after these days of adventure in the ferocious beast forest and by constantly killing ferocious beasts, his level was constantly improving, and he was about to break through to the second level 4th stage. The level of ordinary warriors does not increase so quickly, but Ning Lang is different.
He has SSS level talent, so his improvement speed is naturally much faster than others.
Ning Lang saw the terrifying appearance of the spider in the cave and walked in more carefully. Suddenly, another spider crawled towards him rapidly. Ning Lang instantly shot out another ice sword and killed it cleanly and neatly. At the same time, another stream of ferocious beast's blood flowed into his body. Ning Lang thought that this cave seemed to be the lair of spiders. If he killed all the way there, he should be able to harvest a lot of blood essence from the ferocious beasts. Maybe he could use this to greatly improve his level and break through to the 4th level of the 2nd stage.
Suddenly, he became excited.
With one hand, he controlled a huge fireball to protect himself, and with the other hand, he controlled several ice swords, ready to fight against the attacking spiders at any time.
Just keep moving forward. After walking a few steps, the cave in front suddenly split into 2 forks, one on the left and one on the right.
Ning Lang stopped for a moment. He remembered a theory he had read that said if you were lost in a maze, you could always find your way out by simply turning right. He didn't know whether this theory was accurate, but it didn't matter.
He would remember his walking route.
This cave seems to be a naturally formed rock cave, not a complex maze designed by humans, so it should not be too difficult to walk through.
After thinking about it, he chose to continue moving to the right.
After choosing to go right, spiders continued to attack him along the way, some big and some small. The big spiders may have reached the strength of level 1 of the second stage, while the small ones are around level 8 or 9 of the first stage. A ferocious beast of this strength is a piece of cake for Ning Lang, and he can kill it easily. As Ning Lang continued to move forward, killing beasts along the way, streams of ferocious beast's essence and blood flowed into his body one after another. Soon, after Ning Lang walked forward a long distance, he suddenly felt a hint of terrifying breath. The aura emitted by this ferocious beast made Ning Lang's heartbeat accelerate instantly, because he realized that this ferocious beast was obviously not of ordinary level. Such an aura is likely to surpass that of the green-faced demon dragon and six-winged flying dragon he had seen before, and may even surpass that of the fourth-level ferocious beast such as the Snow Mountain giant ape that he faced during the martial arts exam. Moreover, the aura emitted by this ferocious beast is extremely terrifying and full of evil, even more terrifying than the giant ape of the Snow Mountain. Chapter 120 The Terrifying Spider King, Ning Lang's Dangerous Escape. The Snow Mountain giant ape was specially prepared for the martial arts exam. Although it was of a high level, its temperament was relatively gentle. However, the ferocious beast in the cave exuded a terrifying aura, and its incomparable evil and ferocity could be felt just from its aura. Ning Lang was a little scared at this time, because if the level of this ferocious beast exceeded that of the Snow Mountain giant ape, it might be a 5th-level ferocious beast. Faced with such a powerful existence, Ning Lang simply does not have the strength to fight against it. Once he encounters it and is attacked, he will probably find it difficult to even escape. But Ning Lang came here originally to find a ferocious beast that could forge his body, so this was destined to be an adventure. The more powerful the beast you use to train your body, the greater the improvement in your own strength will be. In order to become stronger, Ning Lang decided to take a risk. He really wanted to observe this ferocious beast to see if it was suitable for body training. If it is suitable, you can go back to school and ask your tutor to help you kill it. If it doesn't fit, then there's no need to mess with it. Ning Lang moved forward cautiously, condensing the fireball in his hand into a larger one, and at the same time prepared to escape at any time. He planned to observe from a distance, trying not to wake the ferocious beast, and leave this strange cave immediately after observing it clearly. As Ning Lang continued to move forward slowly, he finally saw that the top of the cave was no longer a long and narrow passage, but it turned into a huge space, like a palace, very spacious. At this time, Ning Lang looked from afar and suddenly saw a huge spider with a faint yellow light emitting from its body. This could very well be a spider king. Ning Lang stared at the giant spider from afar. He saw it lying there motionless, with only the rhythmic rise and fall of its body caused by its breathing. Perhaps it was sleeping. Ning Lang was delighted and thought, could it be that because it is so cold here, the spider is hibernating? Ning Lang didn't want to disturb it, so he just watched from a distance. But because the distance was too far, Ning Lang couldn't see clearly, so he began to move forward cautiously, taking small steps closer, trying to find an excellent observation position. At this time, Ning Lang could see more clearly. He saw that the spider was huge, with scary-looking stripes on its body. One of its legs was like a telephone pole, and it was covered with thick hair. Ning Lang thought that his knowledge was limited, and he could not accurately judge the level of this giant spider, nor did he know whether it was suitable for body training. So, he quietly took out his cell phone, prepared to take a few photos, and take them back to show his tutor to help him with advice. Click, click. Ning Lang quickly took a few photos and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Ning Lang's cell phone suddenly rang. Fly free in your heart. Even Ning Lang himself was shocked. He hurriedly turned off the sound in a panic. In fact, Ning Lang had already set it to silent mode, but he didn't notice it. He only turned off the multimedia volume, but turned down the volume of the phone, so that when someone called suddenly, the phone rang loudly. Ning Lang didn't bother to see who was calling. Because this loud sound not only scared Ning Lang, but also instantly alarmed the Spider King. The Spider King moved instantly and crawled towards Ning Lang at a rapid speed. Ning Lang was startled and quickly threw the fireball in his hand at the Spider King, then turned around and fled out of the cave. He used the wing controlling skill to move quickly through the cave, leaving a trail of afterimages. Ning Lang thought that he should be able to escape with this skill. The Spider King was so bulky that his speed would definitely not be very fast. However, Ning Lang underestimated the power of this high-level ferocious beast. Just after he ran a few steps, suddenly a spider silk shot out from behind and directly wrapped around Ning Lang's body, forming a knot at his waist. Then the spider silk pulled suddenly, and Ning Lang was instantly pulled backwards and flew out of control. Fuck, is it so scary? Ning Lang screamed, his body was no longer under his control, and he rushed towards the terrifying Spider King. The Spider King looked truly terrifying, with its body covered in bright colors and strange stripes, as if indicating its extremely poisonous nature.
The fur on its body stood up, which was creepy.
Ning Lang was pulled by the spider silk and flew directly towards the Spider King. At the same time, the Spider King opened its bloody mouth, as if wanting to swallow Ning Lang in one gulp.
Ning Lang was suddenly panicked.
In a moment of desperation, he instantly used his 1000-water lotus defensive skill. In an instant, a gorgeous water lotus spun around him. The water lotus rotates at a high speed, forming a solid barrier. At the same time, Ning Lang instantly took control of his flying swords, and 20 flying swords slashed frantically at the extremely thick spider silk.
Unfortunately, the spider silk was extremely tough.
When his flying sword slashed at it, it was like slashing at steel wire.
He was unable to cut it in a short period of time. Ning Lang was extremely anxious when he saw this. He came up with another plan and condensed a huge fireball in an instant.
The huge fireball was burning with raging red lotus flames. The flames were so powerful that they instantly rushed towards the spider silk.
Fortunately, it worked this time.
The spider silk was burned directly, and Ning Lang's body flew towards a stone wall involuntarily. However, his 1000-water lotus has a powerful defensive effect.
Although he hit the wall, he was not injured as the attack was completely blocked by this defensive skill.
Ning Lang realized that this Spider King was definitely not a good creature. A ferocious beast of this level was not something that a second or third level warrior like him could contend with.
Perhaps the only way to win is to ask my mentor to come.
Therefore, he had no intention of fighting at this time, and his only thought was to escape from this place as quickly as possible. Ning Lang controlled the Qianyu water lotus and used the wind-controlling footwork to hurriedly flee towards the cave entrance. At the same time, he condensed a huge fireball in his hand and shot it behind him to cover his retreat. Not only that, 20 flying swords also protected him and cleared the way for him. Ning Lang quickly passed through the cave corridor and rushed out of the cave entrance in just a few minutes.
There was still thick snow outside.
After Ning Lang rushed out, he felt a little relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief.
However, he was about to continue his escape.
Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the mountain behind him, and it exploded directly, causing a violent explosion.
Countless rocks flew everywhere, and the Spider King was blown out of the cave. Ning Lang was still wondering, the cave is so small and the Spider King's body is so huge, how could it get out? I didn't expect that the Spider King would rush out of the cave in such a straightforward and direct way. Immediately afterwards, the Spider King flew out and chased after Ning Lang rapidly. Its claws were waving quickly on the snow, and the speed was extremely fast. Although the snow was thick, the Spider King's legs were very long, so he could move quickly on the snow without much hindrance. Ning Lang's heart tightened when he saw this, and he instantly used the wind-controlling skill to escape at high speed. The Spider King behind him chased him all the way. Not only did it chase him, it also kept spitting out spider silk to wrap Ning Lang up. Ning Lang had to dodge left and right and avoid it carefully.
But even so, facing such a powerful Spider King, these dodgings are far from enough. The Spider King's silk is so terrifying, so dense and overwhelming that people have nowhere to hide.
In an instant, Ning Lang was entangled by another spider silk. He was just about to use the fireball technique to burn the spider silk, but at this moment, another spider silk flew over and wrapped Ning Lang again. Spider silk kept shooting out and soon wrapped Ning Lang into a cocoon.
Ning Lang suddenly felt his legs and hands being entangled, and his entire body was densely wrapped in spider silk. In an instant, he was dragged backward by the Spider King and flew rapidly, sliding very fast on the snow.
In the crisis, Ning Lang was horrified.
He never expected that the Spider King was so terrifying that he didn't even have a chance to escape. Ning Lang secretly sighed in his heart, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so reckless.
This time, I might have lost my life.
Under this situation, Ning Lang was helpless and had no other options. He could only pray silently in his heart. Countless images flashed through his mind, and he thought of many regrets and many things that had not been completed. He thought to himself that if he had a chance to survive, he must be careful and cautious in the future and never recklessly act again. Chapter 121 successfully escaped and returned to Jinghai City to pick up the car.
At this moment,
I saw the little dragon beast that had been following Ning Lang running towards me quickly. It just spewed out a mouthful of fire. The fire instantly burned the spider silk that was holding Ning Lang.
Ning Lang was surprised and delighted when he saw this.
He hadn't expected this little dragon beast to be able to spit fire from its mouth, and the flames it spewed out were so powerful, even more powerful than his red lotus flame. His red lotus flame couldn't easily burn through the spider silk, but the flames spewed by the little dragon beast easily burned them to ashes. Ning Lang got this opportunity and without any hesitation, he used his Yuthingsing skills again in an instant. At the same time, he grabbed the little dragon beast and fled from here at a very fast speed with it. Ning Lang used his 20 flying swords to interfere with the Spider King, while at the same time condensing a huge fireball and bombarding the Spider King. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he fled at high speed. However, although his attacks slowed down the Spider King's pursuit of him, the Spider King chased him fiercely again, and the distance between him and Ning Lang was getting closer and closer. The Spider King's 8 legs are as fast as wheels. Under this situation, Ning Lang suddenly had an idea and thought of a solution. He instantly inserted his 20 flying swords into the snow, stirring up countless snow like smoke, creating an effect of flying snow all over the sky, thereby blocking the Spider King's sight. His method did indeed have a certain effect. The Spider King's vision was blocked by countless snow, and his judgment of Ning Lang's direction was wrong. Ning Lang took the opportunity to change direction and quickly fled to another place, and continued to sprinkle countless snow to interfere with the Spider King. After some planning and desperate escape, he finally rushed into a forest. When Ning Lang rushed into the woods, it was no longer easy for the Spider King to follow him because countless trees blocked the Spider King's sight, making it difficult for him to track Ning Lang. Soon, after entering the woods, the distance between Ning Lang and the Spider King began to get farther and farther. Ning Lang kept changing directions, and finally he disappeared from the Spider King's sight.
That was a close call. I almost got screwed. Luckily, you were there. After Ning Lang ran a long way, he flew and hit on a big tree. He took a breath here silently, breathing heavily and nervously. Still holding the little dragon beast in his arms, he sighed softly. After Ning Lang took a few minutes to catch his breath, his breathing gradually stabilized. Then, he continued to run forward with the little dragon beast, fearing that the Spider King would catch up with them again. In this way, Ning Lang ran all the way towards the exit of the Ferocious Beast Forest. He has been adventuring in the Changping Ferocious Beast Forest for more than half a month, and now it is time to go out. Ning Lang thought that after returning, he must report the matter of the Spider King to his mentor. If this Spider King is suitable for bodybuilding, then we will ask the mentor to come out and kill him together. At the same time, Ning Lang secretly memorized the location of the Spider King in his mind and ran all the way. The time Ning Lang spent on returning was significantly shortened because he chose the exit closest to this place. This ferocious beast forest had more than one exit. Since he was already far away from the entrance he came in from, he did not return the same way. After more than a day, Ning Lang left the Changping Ferocious Beast Forest. After leaving the forest, Ning Lang ran to the main road and took a taxi back to Jinghai City. After all, riding in a car is much easier than running by yourself. Ning Lang leaned on the back seat of the taxi and fell asleep unknowingly. When he woke up, he found that the car had already entered Jinghai City. It was also because he was too tired these days, so he fell into a deep sleep while sitting in the car without realizing it. While on the way back to Jinghai University, Ning Lang suddenly had an idea and thought of something. When he became the champion of the Melbourne City Martial Arts Examination, Deputy Mayor Su of Melbourne City gave him a car card. At that time, Deputy Mayor Su told him that with this car card, he could go to any 4S store in Jinghai City to pick up the latest new energy vehicle. Ning Lang thought about this and thought that he might as well pick up a car so that he wouldn't have to take a taxi every time. Having your own car will make it much more convenient whether you are going to kill ferocious beasts or travel to other places. Ning Lang acted immediately and asked the taxi driver to turn the car around and drive directly to the largest 4S store in Jinghai City. Ning Lang soon arrived at a 4S store. As soon as he walked in, the salesperson warmly welcomed him to visit the store. Ning Lang took a look at the car salesperson and found that she was a young and beautiful girl. She was very sweet looking and spoke gently and pleasantly, making people feel very reliable. Ning Lang was quite satisfied with the salesperson, so he asked her to introduce him to the best and latest new energy vehicles in the store. The girl asked, "Hello sir, would you like to buy a coupe or an SUV?" Ning Lang replied, "Just give me a coupe. It should have a longer range and be faster." The girl said, "That's right. That's the advantage of a coupe. The advantage of an SUV is that it has a larger capacity, so you can carry a lot of things. But if you have a storage ring, you don't actually need an SUV. A coupe would be enough." Ning Lang nodded, and then asked the girl to introduce him to the latest models of coupes. Then, Ning Lang started to choose from these cars. In the end, he fell in love with a sports car called Raptor 007 at first sight.
This sports car has a handsome and stylish appearance, a streamlined shape like a Raptor, bright colors, high-end wheels, powerful power, and super long battery life. Ning Lang is very satisfied with every aspect of it.
So, Ning Lang said, I think this one is good, let's take this one. After Ning Lang finished speaking, the salesperson's eyes widened. She said, Sir, are you sure you want this Raptor 007? This coupe is very expensive and is a limited edition sports car. If you are sure, I will contact our store manager immediately. Ning Lang smiled faintly and asked, How much does this car cost? The girl said, This car is a sports car worth 8 million. The girl has received many customers who want to buy cars, and many of them are interested in this Raptor 007. However, many people are merely interested, and most people will give up the idea of buying after hearing the price. After all, 8 million is not a small amount. However, Ning Lang hummed softly and said, 8 million? Is this the most expensive item in our store? The girl nodded and said, Yes, this is the most expensive car we have in our store. Are you sure you want it? If so, I'll have the store manager come over and serve you right away. Ning Lang said, Go ahead and call your store manager over. The little girl immediately smiled happily and ran to the office to find the store manager. After all, she can earn a considerable commission by selling such a luxury sports car. After a while, a female store manager in her 30s hurried over. She introduced it to Ning Lang warmly and politely, Sir, this Raptor 007 is indeed the most expensive sports car in our store. However, even though it is the most expensive, it is only 8 million. This is a new energy sports car independently developed and produced by our country. Whether in terms of performance, details, comfort, or driving experience, it is actually far superior to those foreign fuel-powered sports cars. The price is not as expensive as those foreign sports cars. 8 million is already the most expensive sports car. In fact, we have many sports cars that cost hundreds of thousands or even more than 1 million, which are also very cost-effective. But you're obviously a big customer, and you immediately took a fancy to this Raptor 007. From now on, I will serve you. Please let me know if you have any requirements or questions. Ning Lang nodded, but didn't say much. He took out the card, slapped it on the table and said, Is this card okay? When the female store manager saw the card, she was shocked. Chapter 122 Raptor 007 sports car shocked the alumni. She picked up the card with both hands, looked at it carefully with wide eyes, and then her attitude towards Ning Lang immediately became more respectful. Of course, sir, this card can be redeemed for any sports car in our store. The reason why the female store manager was so shocked after seeing the card and was more respectful to Ning Lang was because this card was not an ordinary card, but a vehicle card issued by the government. The stable development of new energy vehicle companies is largely due to the support of the government. Without government support, there would be no new energy vehicle companies today. Therefore, they were naturally very respectful of the vehicle cards provided by the government and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. What's more, those who are given such a card by the government are not ordinary people. Without further ado, Ning Lang quickly drove away the Raptor 007 and handed the license plate to the female store manager for verification. Ning Lang drove the Raptor 007 on the road. He stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed of the Raptor 007 to the extreme, rushing towards Tsinghua University wildly. Ning Lang was not afraid of driving too fast because the car was insured. Moreover, he has strong defensive capabilities, so even if a car accident occurs, he will not suffer too much damage. More importantly, Ning Lang believes in his driving skills. Although driving skills are a special skill, they are also subtly related to one's own level of strength. Now he has been promoted to the 3rd level of the 2nd stage, and is only one step away from the 4th level of the 2nd stage. The increase in his strength level has made his 5 senses more acute, and his control over his body is far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, when driving the Raptor 007, his reactions are sharper and faster. His driving skills have surpassed those of ordinary people by many times. Ning Lang's Raptor 007 sports car has powerful performance. It turned into an afterimage on the road and rushed towards Tsinghua University at a rapid speed. It caused many people to exclaim in amazement on the road, and various exclamations came one after another. Countless warriors and young people have seen the advertisements for Raptor 007, and were shocked when they saw this sports car on the road. Wow, isn't this a limited edition new energy sports car? Who bought this car? It's awesome. This kind of car is limited in quantity, so it seems that it's not easy to buy even if you have money. So cool. When can I be like that rich guy? I also want to drive a luxury car to show off. Even if I can't afford a 007, a 300,000 yuan Xiaomi would satisfy me. Amidst everyone's shock, Ning Lang quickly rushed to Jinghai University. When he drove the Raptor 007 to school, it immediately caused shock and screams among countless girls in the school. Some girls saw that Ning Lang's Raptor 007 could be transformed into a convertible, and saw that Ning Lang was so handsome and cool sitting in the car. They all had starry eyes and looked at Ning Lang obsessively. Some girls even had the urge to go up and talk to him. However, they were all frightened by the fierce aura emanating from Ning Lang and did not dare to move forward. After all, Ning Lang had just finished training in the ferocious beast forest, killing countless ferocious beasts along the way, and even experienced a life and death battle with the Emo family and the Spider King. He exuded an extremely sharp aura. Just when countless girls didn't dare to step forward. Suddenly, a girl in a beautiful long dress rushed towards Ning Lang enthusiastically. She shouted, "Ning Lang, you're back. That's great." This person was none other than Lin Xi. Ning Lang didn't know why, but when he saw Lin Xi running towards him, he no longer felt shy and conflicted as before. Instead, he strode forward, and after a few steps, he hugged Lin Xi and even spun around with her in his arms twice. Lin Xi was also a little surprised. After not seeing each other for half a month, she didn't expect Ning Lang to pick her up as soon as they met. This feeling made Lin Xi blush immediately. Ning Lang slowly put Lin Xi down, his heartbeat quickening. After all, this was the first time he mustered up the courage to hug Lin Xi, and the reason why he did this today was probably because he had just experienced a life and death crisis. In the battle with Moe and the process of being hunted by the Spider King, if he had been careless or unlucky, he might have disappeared from this world forever. At that time, Ning Lang felt a lot of regrets in his heart, and thought of many things that had not been realized or done. At that time, he made up his mind to live a carefree life and do whatever he wanted. Because you may never have the chance to do it again. At this time, Lin Xi raised her head, looked at Ning Lang's sports car, and asked curiously, "You bought a car, when did you buy it?" Ning Lang smiled and said, "I just picked it up today." By the way, Lin Xi, Deputy Mayor Su gave me a car card back then, and I think he gave you one too. I used my car card to exchange for this car. When you have time, you can also use your car card to exchange for another one. This way, it will be much more convenient to go to other places to kill ferocious beasts. Lin Xi immediately smiled happily because she almost forgot about this matter. She didn't particularly like driving, so she didn't care too much about it. It was not until Ning Lang mentioned it now that she suddenly remembered it. However, Ning Lang's sports car is indeed good looking. Even Lin Xi, who knows nothing about cars, had his eyes light up and walked to the car to take a closer look. This car has a beautiful shape and bright paint. The interior and every detail show luxury and care. It is worthy of being a luxury sports car. Lin Xi said, "Okay, seeing how nice your car is, I want to buy another one too. You can go with me later. After all, I don't know much about cars, so you can give me some advice." Ning Lang said, "That's no problem." Finally, Lin Xi said, "Ning Lang, you just came back from the ferocious beast forest. Haven't you eaten yet? I'll treat you to a meal." Ning Lang did not refuse. Their relationship was already very close and there was no need for being so polite. The two of them then had a delicious meal. Afterwards, Lin Xi was still reluctant to part with Ning Lang. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Ning Lang said he wanted to go back to the dormitory and rest for a while. Lin Xi said, "Then I'll go with you." So, Lin Xi and Ning Lang walked into the villa where Ning Lang was again. When I passed by the first floor, I happened to see Emperor Yu and Mr. Lu chatting together. It looked like they had just had a sparring match and were discussing the details of the sparring match, reviewing it, and trying to improve their fighting skills. Seeing Ning Lang and Lin Xi suddenly appear, they both stood up in surprise and asked, "Hey, Ning Lang, when did you come back?" "Just got back today." As soon as Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu saw Ning Lang, they immediately recalled their experience at the Supply Station Club in the ferocious beast forest. However, seeing that Lin Xi was next to Ning Lang, it was not convenient to bring up what happened at that time, so he did not mention it. The Emperor of Yu said, "You're back just in time. Let's find some time to go out for dinner and drinks together. Mr. Lu will treat you." Ning Lang had invited them before, so Mr. Lu and the King of Yu wanted to invite Ning Lang back as a courtesy. Ning Lang said, "Okay, then let's do it tonight. Let's drink some more tonight." Lin Xi continued, "Can you take me with you?" Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu naturally said, "Of course, it's no problem." Lin Xi, you are so beautiful, such a great beauty, how could we refuse you? Oh, right, don't you have two classmates who share the same tutor? Your tutor has 3 students, and you have Nan Yu and Duan Ruotong. Do you think you can let them come over as well? There is no need to explain what Mr. Lu and the King of You mean, as everyone understands. Lin Xi smiled and said, as for Duan Ruotong, I don't know if she will come. After all, she has a boyfriend, Fan Di. As for Nan Yu, I should be able to ask her to come over. We are all classmates, so it would be nice to get to know each other more. Mr. Lu said, yes, let's cultivate our relationship. If Duan Ruotong doesn't come, you can invite other female classmates who you get along well with. This time, it's my treat. Lin Xi said, okay, then I'll see who is free. Chapter 123 Returning to Campus Life, Being Secretly Loved by Countless Girls. Ning Lang, Yu Huang, Mr. Lu and Lin Xi agreed to have dinner and drinks together in the evening. But it was still early for dinner. Ning Lang and Lin Xi temporarily said goodbye to Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu, and went up to the 3rd floor together, where Ning Lang lived. The villa has 3 floors, and all the rooms on the 3rd floor belong to Ning Lang. In addition to the bedroom, there is also a practice room, living room, and kitchen, everything you need. Moreover, the area of each floor is quite large, basically more than 200 square meters. After Ning Lang and Lin Xi arrived on the 3rd floor together, Ning Lang took Lin Xi to his living room. There is a large sofa and a very comfortable rocking chair in the living room, both of which were specially purchased by Ning Lang. After Lin Xi came here, she saw the rocking chair and was quite interested in it, so she lay down on it, rocking slowly, feeling a rare tranquility comfortably. Ning Lang lay on the sofa and rested comfortably. The two had just finished lunch and needed to take a good rest to digest the food. Ning Lang also took out a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator and poured a little for Lin Xi and himself. Just like that, under the warm autumn sunshine, the two of them rested comfortably, occasionally savoring the fruity aroma of red wine. While taking a break, the two of them were chatting casually. They talked about the Mahist school and the 3 mysterious people during the martial arts exam. Both Su Li's father Su Ji and the principals of the 4 major high schools are secretly investigating this matter. If there is any progress, they will also inform Ning Lang and Lin Xi. As they chatted, they both felt a little sleepy. So, in this warm sunshine, the two of them gradually closed their eyes for a while. Unconsciously, Ning Lang realized that the relationship between him and Lin Xi had become particularly comfortable and natural. Even if the two of them don't talk, they won't feel awkward. When two people are together and do their own things, there is no need to think too much, and there is no need to worry about whether they will not be focused enough on getting along with each other. This is because they have experienced a lot together, which has led to them feeling like old friends. They are very comfortable with each other and trust each other. In the warm autumn sun, the two of them took a nap together peacefully and had a lunch break. After Ning Lang slept for a while, he moved on the sofa and woke up. At this time, Lin Xi was still lying in the rocking chair, sleeping quietly. The windows in the house were open, and some autumn breeze blew in from time to time. There was a subtle chill mixed in with the warm sunshine. But it is autumn after all, not as hot as summer. The change of seasons is not particularly drastic, but you can still feel the temperature gradually getting colder. After waking up, Ning Lang got up and drank a sip of water. I just took a nap. I ate a lot at noon, so I feel a little dry in the mouth now. After drinking a sip of water, Ning Lang picked up a blanket from the sofa and walked gently to Lin Xi. I saw Lin Xi still lying on the rocking chair, sleeping quietly. She looks very cute when she sleeps. She has a very sweet appearance, and now she is sleeping with her eyes closed, just like a sleeping beauty. Ning Lang was stunned for a moment. He just looked at Lin Xi's face quietly. Suddenly, he realized that although he often spent time with Lin Xi, it seemed that he rarely had the time to look at her quietly like this. Ning Lang looked at Lin Xi's face quietly and found that Lin Xi was indeed a rare and peerless beauty in the world. Her facial features are very delicate. At this moment, she is lying on a lounge chair with a few strands of bangs scattered on her face, but there is a natural beauty. Lin Xi's skin is very fair, and under the sunlight, it emits a faint glow, just like a fairy. The skirt she was wearing was also very beautiful, with a fresh and refined design. Ning Lang even boldly looked at Lin Xi's chest. He saw that she had a slender figure, but her breasts were very full, which made people feel a little impulsive. After a while, Ning Lang suddenly realized that it was not a good idea to keep looking at Lin Xi like this. If Lin Xi suddenly woke up and saw me staring at her like this, I would seem a bit perverted. Thinking of this, Ning Lang hurriedly covered Lin Xi with the blanket in his hand to block the autumn wind coming in from the window.
However, Ning Lang did not close the window, because the autumn wind coming in from outside the window brought with it a fresh breath and the fragrance of the sycamore and pine trees on campus. After covering Lin Xi with a blanket, Ning Lang stood in front of the window and looked at the university campus through the window. Looking out from the window of his villa, the view is very broad and bright. You can see many classmates outside, each doing their own things. Some were playing basketball on the court, some were sitting in groups on the grass chatting, some were sweating and practicing in the outdoor training grounds, and some were competing with other students in wall climbing competitions in the school. It can be said to be very lively. The campus is full of young faces, everyone is wearing very beautiful clothes, and they are doing various things easily and happily on campus. Ning Lang looked here for a while. Looking back, I found that Lin Xi was sleeping even more soundly and didn't seem to have any intention of waking up. At this time, Ning Lang received a WeChat message from his tutor on his mobile phone. This was also because Ning Lang had previously sent his mentor a photo of the Spider King he encountered in the ferocious beast forest, asking his mentor to advise him on the matter. Mentor Bifaxian then sent a message to Ning Lang, asking him to find him after returning to school to discuss the matter together. After Ning Lang received the news, he prepared to go find the white-haired immortal immediately. He looked at Lin Xi and found that Lin Xi was still sleeping soundly. Ning Lang decided not to wake her up and let her have a good sleep in her dormitory. He found a pen and a note, wrote down that he was going to look for his mentor, the white-haired immortal, and told Lin Xi to do as he pleased after waking up. Then, Ning Lang stuck the note in a conspicuous place on the refrigerator and left his dormitory. He walked alone on the campus. Along the way, many classmates looked at him sideways when they saw him. Because many of these freshmen are very curious about Ning Lang. After all, Ning Lang is ranked first on the freshman rankings. Ning Lang was walking on the campus. Suddenly, a girl rushed over from the road, put an exquisite envelope in Ning Lang's hand, and then ran away with a blushing face. Ning Lang was almost shocked. When he came to his senses, he wanted to see who the girl was, but the girl was very shy and ran very fast and ran away in a moment. Ning Lang only caught a glimpse of her. She seems to be a pretty girl too. Ning Lang looked down at the exquisite envelope in his hand. He casually opened the envelope, took out the letter and took a quick look at it. As expected, it turned out to be a love letter. It wrote about the girl's admiration for Ning Lang, briefly introduced the girl herself, and left her contact information. But Ning Lang was not very interested in this girl. In their quick meeting just now, Ning Lang saw that the girl was actually quite pretty, but she was far from being a school beauty, and could only be considered an ordinary beauty. Ning Lang actually has no interest in such girls. After all, he doesn't really want to be a scumbag or a one-night stand. Although Ning Lang has the conditions, he still hopes to get along well with a girl he likes and have a relationship with her. After all, the more important thing is to practice and become stronger, not to pick up girls. Besides, he already has Lin Xi, who is as pretty as the schoolgirl, so why should he bother to mess with other girls? So after Ning Lang finished reading the letter, he threw it directly into the trash can. But what surprised Ning Lang was that on his way to the white-haired immortal, in addition to that girl, 2 other girls suddenly appeared halfway and gave him a love letter. Just on the way from his dormitory to the white-faced immortal's residence, Ning Lang received 3 love letters and met 3 different girls. However, Ning Lang was not very interested in these 3 girls, and he threw all 3 love letters into the trash can. Along the way, his actions also attracted the attention of countless passing students. Especially the students passing by, when they saw Ning Lang constantly receiving love letters and then throwing them all into the trash can, their eyes revealed immense shock, confusion, and envy. Someone sighed quietly, "Wow, is this the strength of the school hunk?" He actually threw away the love letter given to him by a girl. Another person also discussed, "Well, the school hunk can't be compared with Ning Lang at all. He is the strongest among the freshmen. It's not just his good looks that can compare with him. There are many handsome guys in the school, but who can be admired by girls like Ning Lang? In this society where strength determines status, strength is much stronger than appearance. What's more, Ning Lang is so handsome, it's reasonable that he can attract so many girls." Another person said, "Indeed, I really envy Ning Lang. If he wants to pick up girls, wouldn't it be easy? No matter which girl he likes, no one will be able to refuse him. They will definitely throw themselves into his arms, right? Of course he is. Maybe he can seduce any girl in the school with just one word. Unlike us, we lick the girls we like dogs, but they are extremely cold and indifferent to us. The difference between people is so huge." Another person said, "Of course. Who doesn't like outstanding people?
Just like you like beautiful women and don't like ugly women, if a beautiful woman likes you and wants to pursue you, isn't it just a matter of a word? Of course. Well, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's just practice hard. Chapter 124, talking about bodybuilding with the mentor, mysterious senior sister?
As Ning Lang walked towards the white-haired immortal, he attracted the attention of countless students. Ning Lang has become somewhat accustomed to this. He is not a high-profile person and does not want to pay attention to these things, so he just walks silently along the way. Soon, Ning Lang arrived at the forgetful courtyard where the white-haired immortal was.
This small courtyard is located in a remote corner of Jinghai University.
Because the white-haired immortal was also a person who didn't like the crowds, he chose to live in such a remote place, living alone here away from worldly troubles.
Usually, few people come here.
Ning Lang walked straight into the courtyard where the white-haired immortal was and shouted inside the courtyard, "Teacher, I am Ning Lang, I am here." Suddenly, the white-haired fairy came out of the house upon hearing the sound. In this small courtyard, there is a small tea table set up by the white-haired immortal, and next to the tea table are 2 chairs. After the white-haired immortal came out, he motioned Ning Lang to sit here and have some tea. Then, the white-haired fairy brought out a rosewood teapot. The tea had just been brewed. He poured it into 2 small teacups and drank tea and chatted with Ning Lang. Although Ning Lang didn't know much about drinking tea, when he picked up the teacup, he instantly smelled a refreshing fragrance. "Teacher, the green tea you brewed smells really good. I don't usually drink tea, but I can tell that this is a truly excellent tea. Try it." The white-haired fairy raised his hand and said.
Ning Lang took a sip of tea out of curiosity, savoring the faint fragrance.
The rich aroma of tea spreads in the mouth, a light taste that is both bitter and fragrant. This light taste really needs to be savored slowly.
Then,
Ning Lang suddenly felt a strange feeling in the qi and blood in his body. He has been in the ferocious beast forest these days, killing many ferocious beasts and absorbing a large amount of their essence and blood. After the essence and blood of these ferocious beasts are absorbed into the body, it will actually cause indigestion and a feeling of discomfort as it accumulates in the body. However, after drinking the white-haired immortal's good tea, Ning Lang suddenly felt that the qi in his body became much smoother. The countless blood essences of the ferocious beasts were quickly absorbed in an instant.
"Teacher, this tea seems special. Ha ha ha, have another drink."
The white-haired fairy poured Ning Lang another cup, and Ning Lang drank it eagerly.
Then Ning Lang drank another glass. After drinking 3 cups of tea,
Ning Lang couldn't help but stand up immediately, then exerted all his strength and suddenly threw a few punches in this forgetful courtyard.
Waves of fist wind exploded out. Shock waves were sent out in this forgetful courtyard.
Then, a white light suddenly appeared around Ning Lang. Ning Lang actually successfully broke through to the 2nd level, 4th grade.
"Teacher, I successfully broke through." Ning Lang shouted in surprise.
You know, after reaching the 2nd level, it is not easy to upgrade to another small level. It often takes a long time to accumulate. So, Ning Lang successfully broke through to the 2nd level, 4th level at this time, and he was so excited.
Presumably, his current strength of level 2, level 4, is far ahead of other freshmen.
Even among the sophomores, after a year of training, most of them cannot reach the strength of the 2nd level in 4th grade. Most students can reach the strength of level 1 of the 2nd stage when they enter college. After a year of training, many people can only be promoted to level 2 at most. Only a few geniuses can be promoted to level 3 of the 2nd stage. Lin Xi was able to successfully advance to the 2nd level, level 2, for various reasons, including participating in the killing of the Snow Mountain Giant Ape and becoming the champion of the martial arts exam, where he received various elixirs as rewards. Lin Xi is still practicing hard, trying to advance to the 2nd level in 3rd grade, but he has failed. Even top experts like Emperor Fan, Song Yishue, Mr. Liu, and Emperor Yu are all at the 2nd level, level 2, like Lin Xi. Ning Lang has successfully advanced to the 2nd level, level 4 today, and has widened the gap considerably. Seeing Ning Lang's breakthrough, the white-haired immortal also smiled with relief. "I feel happy and satisfied to have such a peerless genius like Ning Lang."
"Teacher, what kind of tea is this that's so powerful?"
The white-haired immortal smiled faintly and said, "This is the snow leaf white that I have treasured for many years. It has the function of dredging the blood. I see that you just came back from the ferocious beast forest, so I made this pot of tea specially for you."
"Teacher, thank you for your care for me. I will definitely repay you in the future." The white-haired fairy asked Ning Lang to sit down. "Since I'm willing to accept you as my student, I will naturally do my best to help you with your cultivation.
This is not only my duty as a mentor at Jinghai University, but also because I admire your talent.
The relationship between us, master and disciple, is actually no different from that of a family. You're welcome. Please take a seat.
Ning Lang smiled gratefully and sat down again. Mentor White-Haired Immortal said, Ning Lang, I've seen the photo you sent me. The Spider King in the photo should be a 5th level high-level ferocious beast.
Really?
You also think it's a 5th tier beast? When I fought it, I also felt it was a 5th tier beast. Back then, I fought against this Spider King, and this Spider King was even more powerful than the 4th tier beast, the Snow Mountain Giant Ape, during the martial arts exam.
By the way, instructor, do you think this Spider King is suitable for bodybuilding?
The White-Haired Immortal nodded slowly. Well, with your current strength at the 2nd level, using a 5th level high-level beast to forge your body is already very good. Generally speaking, students like those at the 2nd level are lucky if they can find a 3rd level beast to forge their bodies.
Finding a 4th level beast to forge their bodies is already rare. I see. Ning Lang nodded.
He had benefited a lot from listening to the White-Haired Immortal's brief explanation. You're quite lucky to have found this 5th level Spider King. If you use it to fortify your body, not only will it further strengthen your body, you'll also gain some of the Spider King's special abilities. However, I have to wait until I personally meet this ferocious beast and conduct a detailed analysis. Only then can I make a clearer judgment. Now, just looking at the photo is just a rough guess.
Ning Lang was also very happy after hearing this.
He felt that he was very lucky, as he successfully found a ferocious beast suitable for body training on this trip. Many students may have to spend a long time to find a suitable beast for training, and some may even take half a year. So, he was still very lucky. At this time, the White-Haired Immortal continued, of course, choosing which beast to use for bodybuilding is something you still need to decide for yourself.
As a mentor, I can only offer you some suggestions. Using different beasts for bodybuilding grants different special abilities. Do you think you'd like to choose the Spider King? I personally think it's a good choice.
If you do, I'll find time to take you to slay the Spider King. Ning Lang was deeply moved when he heard the words of his mentor, Bifaxian. He felt that his mentor was a very easygoing person who gave him space to make his own choices and respected his ideas very much. Ning Lang thought for a moment and replied, Teacher, I've personally fought this Spider King. It can spin silk, and is also very powerful in other aspects.
I'm willing to accept your suggestion and choose it as my bodybuilding beast.
Teacher, please send me a message when you're free, and we'll set out together.
Okay, after these 2 days, I'll be free, and I'll take you to kill it. You should take a good rest at school for the next 2 days. After all, you've been in the ferocious beast forest for over half a month. Rest up first, and I'll contact you in a couple of days. Okay, mentor.
At this time, the White-Haired Immortal said again, By the way, Ning Lang, your senior sister just said she would come over today.
Don't leave in a hurry. Have some tea here. It's a good opportunity to meet your senior sister. Chapter 125, Having Dinner with Classmates, Sophomore Students Are Causing Trouble. Ning Lang heard this and immediately asked curiously, Senior sister, do I have a senior sister? I heard that you haven't accepted a single student in several years. That's right.
I haven't accepted any students in several years.
But your senior sister is actually a senior student. She will graduate next year. She has been working outside recently and rarely returns to school. It's a good opportunity for her to come back today, so you can meet her and get to know each other. If you need any help in the future, you can ask your senior sister. After all, I'm not always at school. She will be attentive to help you with anything you encounter. After hearing this, Ning Lang was immediately moved. He felt that the White-Haired Immortal really treated him as a family member. And having a senior sister is like having another sister.
Ning Lang has never had an older sister, so he is looking forward to meeting his senior sister and experiencing the feeling of having an older sister.
Okay, mentor.
Ning Lang agreed and then drank his tea slowly. About 10 minutes later, I heard footsteps.
Teacher, I'm here to see you.
Ning Lang heard a crisp voice coming from outside the yard. He immediately stood up nervously to greet his senior sister whom he met for the first time. Ning Lang stood up to greet her, and sure enough, a few seconds later, he saw a young and beautiful girl walking in from outside the yard.
She exudes a warm and welcoming aura.
However, her outstanding beauty gives people a feeling that she is unattainable and people dare not approach her easily.
It brings a contradictory and attractive quality.
Her skin is as white as jade, her facial features are as delicate as a carefully carved work of art, she is tall and slender, and she stands gracefully.
She exudes an elegant charm in every move. She is truly an impeccable beauty. This is Ning Lang's senior sister Zhang Wenyu.
When the white-haired immortal saw his female disciple coming in, his eyes were full of smiles.
Zhang Wenyu's curious gaze turned to Ning Lang.
At this time, the white-haired immortal took the lead in introducing. Wenyu, this is your new junior brother, my new student this year. You two should get to know each other. Your junior brother is Ning Lang, and your senior sister is Zhang Wenyu.
The white-haired immortal introduced them.
Ning Lang politely took a few steps forward and walked in front of Zhang Wenyu.
He smiled and said, "Hello. Hello, senior sister. I'm Ning Lang. You're so beautiful, you're a real beauty." When Zhang Wenyu heard the praise, he was naturally very happy.
She had always longed to have a junior fellow apprentice, but her tutor was extremely strict in recruiting students and had not accepted any apprentices for several years. Now that Zhang Wenyu is a senior, the white-faced immortal has finally accepted Ning Lang as his new junior fellow apprentice. She was naturally very happy about this junior brother, and was very caring and enthusiastic. Zhang Wenyu immediately stretched out his hand. Seeing this, Ning Lang quickly reached out his hand and the two shook hands enthusiastically. Ning Lang only felt that Zhang Wenyu's hands were soft, delicate, and very smooth. And this handshake seemed to bring the two of them closer together in an instant. Zhang Wenyu has a cheerful personality and said with a smile,
"Hello, little junior brother, I finally have a junior brother. Your name is Ning Lang, right? From now on, I will protect you.
If you have any trouble in Jinghai University, just come to me and I will help you."
Ning Lang continued. "Okay, senior sister, from now on, I'll have you to protect me.
I can walk around freely in Jinghai University." When Zhang Wenyu heard this, he burst into laughter.
After a brief chat, the atmosphere became relaxed and pleasant.
They were both students and it was easy for them to become friends. After just a few words, their relationship became much closer. Zhang Wenyu also took the initiative to add Ning Lang on WeChat, asking him to contact him anytime if he had any questions. Afterwards, the white-haired immortal asked his two disciples to sit here and drink tea and chat.
The white-haired immortal asked, "Wenyu, what's the matter with you coming to see me this time?" "Yes, master. I'm going to the front lines to fight ferocious beasts."
Lately, a large number of ferocious beasts have been invading the edge of Jinghai City to the west. In addition to the military, many skilled warriors have volunteered to join the fight against the beasts.
I also want to go there to gain some experience. This time, I'm here to say a simple goodbye to you. I may not be able to return to school for a while.
When the white-haired immortal heard Zhang Wenyu's idea, he immediately showed a look of great appreciation.
"Wenyu, your idea is highly appreciated.
As warriors, we strive to become stronger in order to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the safety of ordinary people.
Defending our country is our glorious mission as warriors. This time when you go there, you must fight the beasts well. But you must also pay attention to your own safety. After all, you are still a student and your experience is relatively limited. If you encounter danger, you must prioritize your own safety and must not act rashly or impulsively. The ferocious beasts on the front lines are incredibly powerful, not on the same level as the beasts in this ferocious forest. The fact that these ferocious beasts on the front lines would invade our homes shows that they are inherently brutal." Hearing the white-haired immortal's instructions, Zhang Wenyu nodded seriously and agreed. "Teacher, don't worry. I will always prioritize my own safety."
The white-haired immortal nodded and then took out some high-level pills from his storage ring and gave them to Zhang Wenyu, saying,
"Wenyu, this journey is full of dangers. Take these pills. They will be useful when you are injured."
Zhang Wenyu took these pills and could see that the quality of these pills was very high. This is because their mentor, the white-haired immortal, is not only powerful, but also studies alchemy and often refines some high-level elixirs. Although the pills he made were not as good as those made by alchemists whose innate profession was alchemy, the white-haired immortal's strength level was there after all. The quality of the pills he made was already very precious and sufficient for students like Ning Lang and Zhang Wenyu. After drinking a pot of tea, Ning Lang, Zhang Wenyu, and their tutor had a very enjoyable chat. Afterwards, they said goodbye to the white-haired fairy and went to do their own things.
After Ning Lang and Zhang Wenyu walked out of Wangqing courtyard, they separated. They were not going the same way.
Ning Lang wanted to go back to his dormitory, and Zhang Wenyu had his own things to do. Soon, Ning Lang returned to his dormitory, and Lin Xi had been awake for a while. She saw the note left by Ning Lang and had been waiting here silently for Ning Lang to come back.
After meeting Ning Lang,
After they came down from the third floor, they went to the first floor and found Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu, and made an appointment to have dinner and drinks together. Mr. Lu treated everyone to a meal, and Lin Xi also called to invite Nan Yu and Xiu Jieja to come over for dinner and drinks. This was also what Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu had promised, to introduce the two female classmates to them. The four of them planned to find a restaurant outside the school to eat. Ning Lang, Lin Xi, Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu walk side by side on the campus. In the autumn campus, leaves are falling and the sun is shining softly on the ground, giving people a warm and peaceful feeling.
And they happened to meet Wang Xiaodiao. As soon as Wang Xiaodiao saw everyone, he walked over quickly and enthusiastically. Hey, Ning Lang, Lin Xi, long time no see. Ning Lang, where have you been recently?
Ning Lang smiled and responded, I recently went to the Fierce Beast Forest for training. Wang Xiaodiao slapped his thigh and said, no wonder I haven't run into you these days. I've been practicing with my mentor these days and haven't had time to hang out with you guys. I didn't expect to run into you today while I was taking a break.
What a coincidence. Where are you going? Ning Lang smiled and said, you're so lucky, Xiaodiao.
Mr. Lu just happened to be spending money and inviting everyone to dinner and drinks today, and you just happened to run into him.
Don't you think you're lucky?
Mr. Lu also laughed and teased, Xiaodiao, you are waiting for me here.
I don't see you usually. Today, you came as soon as I asked for a treat. Are you secretly eyeing me? Wang Xiaodiao laughed heartily and said, of course not. How could I miss this once-in-a-century treat from Mr. Lu? Let's go. I need a good meal and drinks today. I've been practicing in seclusion with my mentor these past few days, and it's boring.
As they were talking, Wang Xiaodiao happily joined the team, and they walked out of the school talking and laughing. Along the way, they talked about interesting things in school and laughed constantly. Just when they were about to reach the school gate, suddenly, I saw a few strangers walking towards me. Ning Lang looked up at their faces and thought to himself that these people should not be freshmen. Because they looked unfamiliar, Ning Lang did not meet them during the freshman competition. Ning Lang also keenly noticed that these people looked hostile and aggressive. However, Ning Lang thought that it was better to have less trouble than more, and he did not want to provoke them. Not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble, he withdrew his gaze and continued walking towards the school gate. However, after just a few steps, but they only saw those few students who should be sophomores, walking quickly forward, just walking in front of them and blocking their way.
Chapter 126 The Domineering Protection of the Beautiful Senior Sister.
Ning Lang suddenly felt a little annoyed and frowned slightly, not knowing what they were trying to do.
Seeing this, Mr. Lu was the first to ask, what's wrong? What can I do for you? Who among you is called Ning Lang? One of the sophomores immediately asked. Ning Lang heard this and said, what's wrong? I'm Ning Lang. Do you have something to talk to me about? Ning Lang was very curious. He didn't recognize them, but they called out his name directly. It was obvious that they were coming for him. When Ning Lang spoke, his tone was extremely cold. At this time, the leader of the group took a few steps forward and was almost sticking to Ning Lang. You're number 1 in the freshman strength rankings, right? Humph, I'm really curious about how strong you are. Ning Lang snorted coldly and said calmly, I wonder who you are. I'm also curious if you are qualified enough to ask about my strength. The man laughed unbridled, but before he could say anything, a younger brother beside him couldn't wait to say, our Liang brother is the strongest among the sophomores. How dare you look down on our Liang brother? Brother Liang? What brother Liang? I've never heard of him. He doesn't seem very famous. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do today? And don't beat around the bush with all that nonsense. Even if you're sophomores, so what? Do you think you're so awesome? We freshmen can still beat up you sophomores. The man called Liang Gu immediately looked around and shook his body. He looked like a rapper and was very arrogant. Look! Look everyone, these freshmen are so awesome. After all, they're the top freshmen, and their tone of voice is extraordinary. We haven't even said anything to them yet, and they're already directly provoking us. Brothers, what should we do with these freshmen who haven't even been beaten up before? After he asked the people around him, they immediately burst into laughter, as if they were making fun of a young boy who was ignorant of the world. Ha, Brother Liang, is there any need to explain this?
Of course we should teach him a lesson, let him know how powerful our sophomores are. In the future, when he sees our sophomores, he will have to bow his head.
Ha, the crazier he gets, the more I like him, because I really want to see his contrast. Ah ha ha ha.
Ning Lang interrupted them and said, "Alright, stop putting on a show.
If you want to fight, do it now and stop talking nonsense." At this time, the leading brother Liang said, "Humph, what's the point of fighting in this school? If we fight in the school, we have to abide by the school rules, and we have to be polite and stop when we're done. What's the point? If we want to fight, let's go outside the school. If there are minor injuries or major injuries, everyone will be responsible. How about it? Do you dare?" Ning Lang said without hesitation, "Why not? Fighting inside the school is really restrictive, so going outside is a good idea. Okay, without further ado, how about we just finish the fight first and then go drink to celebrate?" Mr. Lu and Emperor Yu both said, "No problem. We've been practicing amongst ourselves these days and it's getting boring. We really want to find someone with some strength to fight against. Let's see if you sophomores are as strong as you think you are, right?"
Lin Xi and Wang Xiaodir were also not afraid at all. All of them are very strong people, and challenging the strong sophomores is something they really want to try. So, both sides prepared to go out and have a big fight. But at this moment,
Ning Lang's senior Zhang Wenyu suddenly came over.
She had noticed from a distance that the atmosphere here was not right. After taking a few steps closer, she had already heard the conversation between the two parties and had understood the general situation.
After she came over, she immediately supported Ning Lang and said, "Hey, what's wrong with you sophomores? Are you tired of living? You actually dared to mess with my junior brother. You want to fight, right?
I'll play with you for a bit." When these people saw Zhang Wenyu, they were immediately frightened and looked panicked. Because Zhang Wenyu is a senior student, and they are all well known for his reputation. After all, as the disciple of the white-haired immortal, Zhang Wenyu's strength is still very powerful. Several people, led by Liango, were shocked, and Liango was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. But for the sake of face, he still said stubbornly, "What's wrong with Zhang Wenyu? Is she very strong? Beautiful lady, don't be arrogant. Even if you are a senior, so what? I am not afraid of you." Zhang Wenyu immediately pointed at Brother Liang and said, "Wu Liang, you're quite arrogant. Back then, you cried and knelt, begging the white-haired immortal to accept you as his disciple, but in the end, you failed.
Now you're pretending to be so arrogant. I wonder if you're jealous of my junior brother being accepted as his disciple, so you're looking for trouble with him? You can't get what you want, so you can't stand seeing others doing well."
Mr. Lu immediately understood and said, "Oh, so that's how it is." It turns out this kid wanted to take the white-haired immortal as his mentor, but was ultimately rejected by the white-haired immortal.
No wonder he looks so sour. It seems he's jealous of Ning Lang. Wu Liang argued, "No, I'm not. He doesn't want to take me in as his disciple, and I don't want to be his master either. The white-haired immortal and I have long since concluded our relationship. Why force it if we're not meant to be together? The reason I want to fight Ning Lang is because he's the top freshman. I want to see how good the top freshman is." Ning Lang said, "Alright, Wu Liang, right? Don't be embarrassed to admit it here. It doesn't matter what you think. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you."
Zhang Wenyu said, "Humph, since you sophomores want to bully the freshmen, then don't blame me, a senior, for bullying you sophomores. Come on, let's have a fight and see if you can take my punches." After Zhang Wenyu said this, the people led by Wu Liang were all scared.
They are no match for Zhang Wenyu at all.
After all, Zhang Wenyu's level is much higher than theirs, and his strength is much stronger than theirs.
They obviously don't dare to provoke Zhang Wenyu.
Moreover, Zhang Wenyu had successfully broken through to the third level before and was still very prestigious in the school. However, due to serious injuries, his strength dropped a lot from the third level to the fifth level of the second level.
But this matter is a secret and many people don't know about it.
Wu Liang naturally thought that Zhang Wenyu was still at the third level. Several of Liang Ji's brothers began to retreat and said, "Brother, things don't look good today.
Let's let this guy go first. If we have a chance later, we can beat him up alone, right?"
Wu Liang thought about it and felt it made sense, so he said, "Humph, Ning Lang, I didn't expect a freshman like you to find help so quickly. Today I'll give Zhang Wenyu a favor and let you go. We'll settle the score later."
"Let's go."
Wu Liang had no way out, so he had to force his way down. After saying that, he turned around and left with his little brother. Zhang Wenyu was obviously too lazy to fight with these people. But Zhang Wenyu said to Ning Lang, "Don't be afraid, junior brother. If they dare to provoke you in the future, just tell me and I will pull out all their teeth." Ning Lang said, "Thank you very much, senior sister.
But don't worry, senior sister, they may not be able to defeat me. I would like to have a good competition with them." The senior sister said, "Okay, if you want to compete with them, then compete with them. If you can't beat them, I will help you vent your anger." Mr. Liu, Wang Xiaodiao, and Emperor Yu all looked at Zhang Wenyu curiously. They all asked, "Ning Lang, is this your senior sister?" "Your mentor, the white-faced immortal, doesn't accept many students. I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful senior sister." Chapter 127 Wu Liang's plan. The white-haired fairy takes Ning Lang to train his body. Ning Lang said, "That's right. I forgot to introduce you. This is my senior sister Zhang Wenyu, a student of my mentor, Bifaxian. My mentor, Bifaxian, rarely accepts disciples. She is my only senior sister in school." After introducing himself to a few people, Ning Lang invited Zhang Wenyu to join them for dinner and drinks, and Zhang Wenyu did not refuse. She also wanted to strengthen her relationship with Ning Lang and the others, so she readily agreed. Soon, they found a nice restaurant. Since it was Mr. Liu who was treating, everyone was free to order a lot of their favorite dishes. Not long after, Nan Yu and Xiu Jejia, whom Lin Xi called, also arrived. A group of people gathered together to have a good meal, and before they knew it, they all had a few more drinks. Ning Lang ate and drank with a few people, and the atmosphere was very warm. At the dinner table, they kept chatting with each other and their relationship quickly became closer. Ning Lang was already familiar with Mr. Liu and Emperor Yu, and his relationship with Lin Xi was even closer. During this drinking session, Ning Lang, Nan Yu, and Xiu Jejia became much closer. Ning Lang even vaguely felt that these two girls had some special feelings towards him. Compared with Mr. Liu and the Emperor Yu, they obviously pay more attention to themselves. While chatting, they kept asking me questions and showed great concern for me. Through this meal together, Ning Lang also got to know Xiu Jejia and Nan Yu better. He heard Xiu Jejia say that she had recently joined the literary club at school and became a member of it. During the chat, Ning Lang also learned that Xiu Jejia likes reading and is a person who loves literature. When Ning Lang heard that Xiu Jejia had this hobby, he felt a little excited. Because he was a person who loved reading in his original world. In his original world, he had a big regret in his university life, which was that he could not find a girlfriend who liked reading. Ning Lang had almost forgotten this regret before. However, during the battle with Song Yixue, he was pulled into the realm of obsession by Song Yixue and launched an obsession attack. The past buried deep in his heart surged out again. Ning Lang said to Xiu Jejia, "The literature club is great. If I have the chance, I'd like to join it. How can I join it?" Xiu Jejia also patiently explained, "When you have time, I can introduce you to the president of the literature club. It's not complicated to join the literature club." "Okay, thank you for your help." "You're welcome. The literature club also wants to recruit more people. The president originally asked me to find a few more students who want to join the literature club." When Ning Lang chatted with Nan Yu, he found that Nan Yu was a slightly introverted person and didn't like to talk much. However, she has an ancient air, is very gentle, and is also a very attractive girl. While chatting, Ning Lang also heard Xiu Jejia say that Nan Yu had a very strange hobby. She always likes to go to a quiet place alone, where she can quietly appreciate the scenery, or do something there by herself. She is a person with a somewhat lonely temperament and does not like crowds. After hearing everyone talking about Nan Yu, Ning Lang got to know her better and became interested in her. He thought she was an interesting person. During this meal, Ning Lang also gained a more thorough understanding of Zhang Wenyu. He found that Zhang Wenyu was very enthusiastic and outgoing, but not the kind of person who was careless and heartless. Instead, she was a person with a delicate mind, high emotional intelligence, and who cared about others. Ning Lang felt that his senior sister Zhang Wenyu was truly outstanding and might achieve great things in the future, because she had high IQ and EQ, and was full of energy. After eating, drinking and having a lively chat, the relationship between them became much closer. And in a dark corner unknown to Ning Lang, the small group led by Wu Liang was secretly discussing their plan. This time they wanted to teach Ning Lang a lesson, but Zhang Wenyu appeared and ruined their plan, but they did not want to give up. After all, Zhang Wenyu won't always stay with Ning Lang. One of Wu Liang's younger brothers said, "Brother Liang, don't worry.
I've heard that Zhang Wenyu will soon be leaving for the front lines to fight the beast tide. She won't stay in school, so we'll have plenty of opportunities to teach Ning Lang a lesson in the future. Another younger brother said, Ning Lang, a freshman, is so arrogant that he dares to challenge us sophomores.
Ha, I think he just doesn't know his place.
According to the previous school rules, freshmen had to be respectful when they met sophomores. Even the strongest freshman was treated like a little brother in front of the sophomores.
But Ning Lang is extremely arrogant. Does he think he's so awesome just because he's the strongest freshman? He didn't even come to visit our brother Liang. He's so arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson.
This way, we can make an example of him and make the other freshmen behave themselves in front of us.
Na Lianga said, that's right.
As soon as Zhang Wenyu leaves, we will find an opportunity to teach Ning Lang a lesson and let him know how powerful we are.
It turned out that the reason why Wu Liang wanted to teach Ning Lang a lesson was because he was quite famous among the sophomores. Many freshmen would take the initiative to visit him, wanting to join his group and accept his protection. He originally thought that Ning Lang would join his gang, but he didn't expect that Ning Lang had no intention of visiting him at all. However, Ning Lang did not visit any other sophomores, and he was not even interested in the underground small groups created by juniors. It can be said that Ning Lang was not targeting Wu Liang, but everyone. After Ning Lang and the others finished drinking, they all went back. Ning Lang has been resting in school these days.
After all, he had been training in the ferocious beast jungle for more than half a month, and it was time for him to take a short break in school. He was also waiting for his mentor, the white-haired immortal, to spare some time to help him kill the ferocious beast that he was using to train his body. Although Ning Lang was resting these days, he only rested for 2 days. I got drunk on the first day and then had a good sleep because I was very tired. The next day he didn't practice, but played with Lin Xi in school. On the third day, Ning Lang felt that there was no point in resting like this all the time. He was not that tired anymore and his body had recovered. He wanted to do something to expend some energy. So, he would do some exercise whenever he had time. Soon, the few days at school passed by quickly.
This night,
Ning Lang received a call from his mentor Bifaxian, who asked Ning Lang to set out tomorrow to kill the Spider King and help Ning Lang strengthen his body.
Ning Lang naturally agreed very readily and was very excited. After all, he had been waiting for the white-haired immortal's time. Everyone in the school is waiting impatiently.
Ning Lang packed up his things that night and prepared to go with his master to kill the Spider King the next day. The next morning, as soon as the sky turned pale, Ning Lang couldn't wait to arrive at the school gate with full of anticipation and excitement. His eyes sparkled and his face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. After waiting for more than half an hour, the white-haired fairy finally appeared at the school gate and met Ning Lang.
"Teacher, let's go now," Ning Lang couldn't wait to say.
The voice was full of high fighting spirit.
"I am very excited."
The white-haired fairy stood there calmly, her plain clothes fluttering gently in the breeze, her expression as calm as water, as if she was just out for a casual stroll. His eyes were calm, as if all the changes in the world were under his control. Ning Lang drove his Raptor 007 to the door, opened the door for his mentor, and let him get in.
The white-haired fairy also stretched lazily and got into the car. Chapter 128: The white-haired immortal kills the Fourth Order Spider King in one move. After the two got in the car,
Ning Lang stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the Changping Beast Forest like an arrow. Ning Lang drove very fast, and in just 2 hours, he had arrived at the entrance of the Changping Ferocious Beast Forest. After getting off the car, they entered the Ferocious Beast Forest together. In the forest, there is a damp and mysterious atmosphere. The tall trees blocked out the sun, and the sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows like pieces of golden fragments scattered on the ground.
Ning Lang took a deep breath and used the wind control technique.
His figure shuttled through the woods like a ghost. His figure appeared and disappeared between the light and shadow, bringing up a slight sound of wind.
Ning Lang travels with his mentor Bifaxian.
However, he soon discovered that the speed of the white-haired immortal was several times faster than his own. He was like a lamb trying hard to catch up with a horse. No matter how hard he tried, he could not close the distance with the white-haired immortal. Seeing this, the white-haired fairy smiled lightly, reached out and grabbed Ning Lang's arm, and took him forward quickly. In an instant, the surrounding trees retreated rapidly like the wind. Ning Lang only felt that the scene in front of him became blurred, and the sound of whistling wind was filled in his ears. He only felt a powerful yet gentle force enveloping him, as if the whole world became insignificant in front of this force. Ning Lang's eyes widened in shock, and his heart was beating rapidly due to shock, as if it was about to jump out of his throat.
He gasped and asked, "Teacher, what kind of footwork is this? Why is it so fast?" The white-haired immortal smiled faintly and said with a relaxed expression, "This is just an ordinary footwork. However, I have reached the 6th level of strength. The energy in my body is extremely deep, and my application of the skills is even more perfect, so my speed far exceeds yours."
Ning Lang couldn't help but gasp and exclaimed, "If the instructor uses advanced footwork, wouldn't it be even faster?" The white-haired immortal nodded slightly.
"That's right.
And as your level increases, the skills you can access and practice will become more and more profound and exquisite. The more advanced footwork can even directly transform into a stream of light, spanning a distance of hundreds of miles in an instant."
Ning Lang was deeply shocked and secretly admired, "It's so terrifying."
It seems that the higher the level, the more unimaginable the skills that can be practiced in the future. He looked at the back of the white-haired immortal, his eyes full of admiration and yearning, and secretly thought in his heart that he must work hard to practice and reach such a realm as soon as possible. Led by the white-haired immortal, the two of them moved forward at lightning speed. The scene in the forest kept changing like a phantom, and the land under my feet seemed to be rapidly moving backwards. The leaves rustled in the wind they brought, and occasionally a few birds were startled and flapped their wings and flew away. In just half a day, they arrived at the Spider King's lair. This place is covered with snow, and the sky and the earth are white. There was dead silence all around, as if even the air was frozen. In this vast expanse of white snow, the cave where the Spider King is hiding is very eye-catching.
Ning Lang didn't have time to look for the Spider King. Instead, the Spider King was instantly alarmed. Its huge body suddenly rushed out of the cave like a moving hill, and attacked Ning Lang and the white-haired immortal fiercely with a violent fishy wind. The Spider King opened his bloody mouth and spewed out countless sticky white spider silks, which shot towards them like a dense rain of arrows. The spider silk cut through the air, making a sharp sound that was terrifying. Ning Lang's eyes widened instantly, and a strong fear surged in his heart. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but found that he was caught by the white-haired fairy and could not move at all. His heartbeat accelerated rapidly and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. "Not sure what your mentor wants to do. It would have been fine if the white-haired immortal didn't run away, but why did he have to hold me down and prevent me from escaping?" He had fought against this 5th-level Spider King before, and he was no match for it at all. At this critical moment, Ning Lang looked at the white-haired immortal, but saw that the white-haired immortal was still calm. There was no panic in his eyes, but instead a relaxed smile. Facing the countless spider silks rushing towards him, the white-haired fairy calmly stretched out a finger. Then, an invisible shock wave shot out from his fingertips in an instant. This shock wave seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. Wherever he went, the air seemed to be torn apart. The Spider King's tough spider silk was instantly turned into ashes when it encountered this shock wave, just like fragile silk instantly dissipating in a raging fire. Then this shock wave rushed straight towards the Spider King's body, and penetrated the Spider King in an instant like a hot knife through butter. The Spider King didn't even have time to let out a final roar. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Ning Lang was so shocked that he stood there in shock, his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief. His heart felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer. He originally thought there would be a fierce battle and was even prepared to be injured, but he didn't expect that in front of the white-haired immortal, this powerful Spider King would be so vulnerable. Ning Lang sighed inwardly. "I originally thought that my mentor would lead me through a tough battle with the Spider King, but I didn't expect that my mentor would just casually point his finger and easily destroy this powerful Spider King. This strength is too terrifying." Ning Lang took a long time to recover and stammered, "Teacher, you didn't kill the Spider King instantly, did you?" The white-haired immortal let out a light breath. "What else? A mere 5th-level beast, do you think it would be able to fight against me? Strong. It's really too strong." The white-haired immortal said, "All right, hurry over there. We need to use the beast to fortify our bodies right after it dies." "Ah, mentor, what exactly should I do?" The white-haired immortal immediately asked, "What's wrong, Ning Lang? Haven't you read any books on how to train your body? You don't even know the specific steps?" Ning Lang came back to his senses upon hearing this. He was suddenly stunned just now, and his brain didn't react in time. In fact, he had read books on how to exercise. That day he was in the library, reading a lot of books related to bodybuilding, and actually had a full understanding of the process of bodybuilding. But when it came to practice, he was a little confused for a moment and couldn't help but ask that question.
After being reminded by the white-haired immortal, he instantly came to his senses and began to recall the methods of bodybuilding that he had read in the book. Soon, he remembered it all. So Ning Lang flew forward and came to the front of the Spider King. At this time, he observed the Spider King closely and saw that there was a huge hole in the Spider King's body. It was indeed motionless and dead. When Ning Lang came to the side of the Spider King, he found that the Spider King was really huge. Its legs were like telephone poles and its body looked like a small mountain. Ning Lang followed the bodybuilding method he learned from the book, came to the Spider King, and began to absorb the blood essence of the ferocious beast in the Spider King's body. Chapter 129. Ning Lang officially begins to train his body. The essence and blood of ordinary ferocious beasts are actually relatively small. For example, the second-level ferocious beasts that Ning Lang usually kills do not have much essence and blood. But this fifth-level ferocious beast is different, especially the Spider King, which is so huge and contains a large amount of ferocious beast essence and blood in its body. However, according to the rules of this world, warriors are restricted in absorbing the essence and blood of ferocious beasts of a different level than themselves. For example, Ning Lang is now at level 4 of the second stage. If he wants to absorb the essence and blood of a third, fourth, or even fifth stage ferocious beast, he often cannot completely absorb and transform it, and the effect of the essence and blood of ferocious beasts lower than the second stage is relatively low. Therefore, practitioners often need to absorb the essence and blood of ferocious beasts of the same level to achieve the best results. But bodybuilding is different. When training the body, one often needs to kill ferocious beasts that are much higher in level than oneself. The higher the level, the better the training effect. Therefore, in the process of bodybuilding, special elixirs are needed to absorb the essence and blood of ferocious beasts. This kind of elixir can help oneself refine the essence and blood of high-level ferocious beasts and help oneself absorb the essence and blood of high-level ferocious beasts. However, this kind of high-level elixir is very expensive, and generally speaking, people will not use it unless they are training their bodies. But it is necessary when strengthening the body. Because this high-level ferocious beast essence and blood can not only improve the level, but also contains certain characteristics of the ferocious beast. After absorbing it, it will help to absorb these characteristics when strengthening the body. Ning Lang had already purchased such a blood refining pill before coming to strengthen his body. Just buying this pill cost him 3 million, which was a huge sum of money. Ning Lang also opened his mouth and swallowed the blood refining pill into his mouth. The medicine soon took effect, and Ning Lang took the opportunity to frantically absorb the blood and essence of the ferocious beast in the Spider King's body. A thick stream of blood began to flow into Ning Lang's chest. It is also very dangerous when absorbing the essence and blood of the ferocious beast, because the essence and blood of the ferocious beast must be absorbed carefully. At the same time, after taking this blood refining pill, the body is under the effect of the medicine. At this time, Ning Lang must concentrate on absorbing the essence and blood of the ferocious beast. Fortunately, he came with his mentor. His mentor, Bifaxian, naturally understood the key to this, so he had been silently protecting him and would never allow anyone to disturb Ning Lang. With such a white-haired immortal in charge, Ning Lang felt very at ease. He quickly absorbed the essence and blood of the ferocious beast. As he absorbed the energy, Ning Lang soon broke through from level 4 of the second stage to level 5 of the second stage. It can be seen how rich the blood and essence of the ferocious beast of this Spider King is. When Ning Lang broke through to level 5 of the second stage, a white light instantly lit up around him. Ning Lang happily said to his instructor, "Instructor, I have successfully advanced to level 2, level 5. You asked me to start preparing for bodybuilding when I was only level 2, level 3. Did you foresee that I would reach level 2, level 5 during this time?" Ning Lang was at level 3 of the second stage at the beginning. After a period of training in the ferocious beast forest, he has successfully been promoted to level 4 of the second stage. Now it is absorbing the blood essence of the Spider King, and has been promoted to the second stage in level 5. As for the other students, they all first advanced to the second level in level 5 before starting to work on physical training. The white-haired immortal responded, "Ning Lang, actually, what you said was not something I thought of in advance. It's just that you have improved quite quickly. Your improvement speed has exceeded my imagination. I didn't expect that you have already improved from the second level 3 to the second level 5 in such a short time, a double increase. Among ordinary students, I have never seen anyone improve so quickly. Now that you have reached the second level in 5th grade, you will be safer when you train your body. There was actually a slight risk before, but I was by your side to protect you, so I could help you deal with this risk. Now that you have reached the 5th level of the second stage, there is no risk at all.
You can continue to train your body. Absorbing the beast's blood is only the first step. You've already completed it. Now start the rest.
Ning Lang nodded, feeling very grateful for his mentor's concern for him. Then he did not hesitate, and after taking a few breaths, he continued with the second step of body training. He took out a sharp dagger and began to cut the Spider King's bones. The second step in bodybuilding is to absorb the bone marrow of the ferocious beast and use it to build his own bones. The bone marrow of this ferocious beast contains very powerful spiritual power. Ning Lang used a sharp knife to cut open the Spider King's thighs one by one, and the Spider King's bone marrow had turned a brilliant golden color, which was an effect that would only appear when its strength level was very high. Its bone marrow is already a very advanced medicine. Ning Lang began to absorb the Spider King's bone marrow.
Through continuous absorption, Ning Lang's own body became stronger. However, the absorption of this bone marrow cannot be completed overnight.
Ning Lang understood that he should not be greedy and eat too much, as he would not be able to digest it. If he sucked in all the bone marrow in one breath, it would be harmful to his body. So he took out a very beautiful bottle, which was made of a special alloy and had a very strong preservation effect. Ning Lang took advantage of the fact that the Spider King had just died and his bone marrow was still relatively fresh, so he directly swallowed part of the Spider King's bone marrow. Later, when he felt that he could not swallow anymore, he carefully collected all the remaining bone marrow into his alloy bottle and stored it well. When it is convenient, you can swallow some every day and then refine the bone marrow. Through continuous refining, his bones will become stronger. Ning Lang also carried out this process very smoothly. Moreover, he had read many books on the subject before, so he was very smooth in his actions and did not encounter any problems. His sword strikes were also very precise. Soon, the Spider King's bone marrow was collected. Ning Lang reported to his mentor. "Teacher, I have completed the second step and collected the Spider King's bone marrow." The instructor nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, then you can start the third step." Ning Lang then started to act again. He had learned about these steps from some books, and these steps were a consensus. The third step is to take the crystal core from the Spider King's body. This kind of fifth-level beast will have a relatively large number of crystal cores, which are extremely powerful and precious. Ning Lang cut many holes in the Spider King's body to search for the crystal core inside. Soon, Ning Lang saw a bright light in the Spider King's body. Then he cut down along the light and found a round crystal core. Although the circle is not a pure circle like a glass ball, but has some bumps and depressions, it can still be seen that it has a crystal clear feeling and contains endless spiritual power. Ning Lang took the crystal core out of the Spider King's belly, then he held it up and looked at it towards the sun. He saw that the crystal core was pure in texture and had a hazy transparent appearance. There was a lot of golden light flowing in it. It was a top-grade crystal core. Ning Lang quickly put away the crystal core and continued to search in the Spider King's body. After continuous searching, he found many crystal cores in the body of the Spider King. After searching for half an hour, he finally found a total of 12 large crystal cores, and as for the small crystal cores, he found 40 or 50. These crystal cores are a kind of solid that is formed by spiritual power transforming from gas into liquid and then condensing from liquid into crystal cores. The spiritual power contained in it is extremely refined. Ning Lang carefully packed all the crystal cores into a bag that he had bought at a high price, and then put it into his storage ring. He also found it difficult to digest and absorb these crystal cores for a while. He needs to grind these crystal cores into powder in the future, and then put them into the food while eating, or take them with water and eat all the crystal cores. Therefore, bodybuilding is not something that can be done overnight. It takes at least half a month to a month to complete the entire process of bodybuilding. After Ning Lang collected all the crystal cores, he reported to his instructor how many crystal cores he had received. Mentor White-Haired Immortal was also very satisfied after seeing this. He said, "Not bad, Ning Lang, you are quite lucky to have collected so many crystal cores from this Spider King. This Spider King is obviously a ferocious beast that is very suitable for physical training. It must have been raised in this mysterious blessed land for many years, so the crystal cores in its body are also very refined. After you absorb all of these crystal cores, I believe your strength will be greatly improved." Ning Lang nodded with satisfaction, then said, "Teacher, shall I start the fourth step?" The instructor asked, "Fourth step? Aren't there 3 steps to physical training? Why do you have a fourth step? Where did you read that book?" Chapter 130, Training Room. Ning Lang tests his combat power. "Teacher, there are indeed only 3 steps to bodybuilding. For the fourth step, I want to collect valuable materials from the Spider King and take them away to sell for money. Ning Lang said with a smile. After all, this Spider King is a 5th level ferocious beast.
Many materials on its body are very valuable. Even one of its legs can be sold for a lot of money.
I dismembered this Spider King and sold all its materials. I think it will fetch a few million and help me recover some of my losses.
After all, I bought a lot of materials and elixirs for my bodybuilding. Well, this 5th level beast is indeed a very precious beast to you.
Selling its materials for money will also be a considerable sum for you. When Ning Lang heard what his mentor said, he understood what the white-haired immortal meant.
For a 2nd level warrior like Ning Lang, this 5th level ferocious beast is of course very valuable.
However, for a 6th level person like the mentor, this 5th level beast is just like an ant in his eyes and he will not take it seriously at all.
In this world, the higher your level, the richer you will actually become. In this world, strength determines everything.
The stronger a person is, the more he can have whatever he wants, while the weaker one can only be a beast of burden. Ning Lang quickly dismembered the 5th level ferocious Spider King. Then he put all the precious materials into his storage ring, filling it up. After all, it was the Spider King, a 5th level ferocious beast. It was too big, and there were too many valuable things on it. Even if Ning Lang filled his storage ring with it, there were still some not so valuable materials left that he couldn't take away.
But Ning Lang also felt very satisfied. At this time,
after Ning Lang finished all this, he said to his mentor, "Mentor, after all, you killed this Spider King. When I sell all his materials, I will give you 70% of the money." The mentor, the white-haired immortal, waved his hand and said, "Ning Lang, this little money is nothing.
Just think of it as a meeting gift from your master. You can take all the money from the sale. I'm not short of money, and I have more than I can spend."
Ning Lang actually said this out of politeness. In fact, he had already thought that the white-haired immortal would not be interested in the money for materials.
This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for the tutor. Well, then, mentor, I won't share this money with you. If I have anything good in the future, I will give it to you as a gift.
The white-haired fairy smiled faintly and said, "Well, let's go now." So the mentor and Ning Lang left the Changping Beast Forest together. Ning Lang drove the car and took the white-haired immortal back to the school.
After coming back, Ning Lang plans to complete his body training these days.
He absorbed the bone marrow and crystal core of the ferocious beast that he brought back. He was also looking forward to what characteristics of the Spider King he could obtain after completing body training, and how powerful he would become.
And the other side. Wu Liang, a sophomore, didn't know that Ning Lang had already started exercising.
He is still looking for an opportunity to teach Ning Lang a lesson. After Ning Lang returned to school, he began regular and arduous physical training. Every day, he would take the collected bone marrow and crystal cores of ferocious beasts. That day, after eating, Ning Lang felt full of strength and had an urge to release it. So he went to the school's exercise room to exercise and burn off his energy.
This was Ning Lang's first time stepping into the training room.
I saw that this exercise room was extremely spacious and well lit, and it was filled with a variety of professional exercise equipment. Many students are exercising here, and there is a strong training atmosphere.
Some people are lifting weights, some are boxing, and some are running and jumping. Ning Lang walked among the crowd and began to select equipment for exercise.
The first thing that caught my eye was the sandbag attack device that kept flying towards me. The sandbags rushed towards the exercisers as fast and irregularly as a meteor, requiring them to dodge quickly in an instant to hone their reaction agility.
Ning Lang found this device quite interesting. This agility is crucial when facing ferocious beasts.
So, Ning Lang stood calmly in front of the device, his eyes focused, trying to understand the movements of each sandbag. Then he stepped forward. Sandbags were flying towards him at high speed, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, but he could accurately see the trajectory of each sandbag. Ning Lang sometimes leaned sideways like a civet cat, sometimes bent like a weeping willow, and sometimes jumped like a flying bird. Every dodge was just right and smooth, as if he had a wonderful tacit understanding with the sandbag that was difficult for others to detect. His body was light and flexible, and every movement he made was clean and neat, without any drag. The sandbags became more and more numerous, faster and faster.
Ning Lang's figure seemed to transform into a black shadow, flashing and dodging quickly. This set has 5 levels. Each level will become more difficult to pass than the previous one. However, Ning Lang kept dodging here.
I persevered and passed the first level, then the second level, and then the third and fourth levels. Several students who were exercising next to him were immediately attracted by Ning Lang's agility. They stopped their exercises and turned sideways to watch Ning Lang's exercise.
Oh my god, who is this classmate? He looks like a freshman, right? He's only a freshman, but he's already passed the fourth level and is challenging the fifth? That's amazing. I'm already a sophomore, and I haven't even made it past the third level. Yeah, I've been practicing in this studio for a long time, but every time I get to the third level, the difficulty increases dramatically and I can't get through it at all. Swish. While a few people were watching and discussing nearby, Ning Lang suddenly successfully broke through the fifth level. Clear. Two big words appeared on the display of this exercise equipment, and an electronic male voice came out, which was very imposing. Congratulations to the students for successfully passing the level. You will be rewarded with 100 credits. Another line of words appeared on the display, and a loud sound was emitted. Suddenly, all the onlookers widened their eyes. Some people even applauded excitedly. Oh my god, this freshman actually passed the level directly. 100 credits. I'm so jealous. These 100 credits are worth $1 million. I've been training here for over a year, and I still haven't gotten 100 credits. Are the new students these days so scary? Amidst everyone's shock, Ning Lang did not stay here for long, but left the device calmly. He walked over to the other exercise equipment. Ning Lang walked to a solid target made of a special alloy. These targets appear to have a soft texture, but are actually extremely strong and can withstand huge impact forces. Ning Lang came to the target, took a deep breath, stood firmly in a horse stance with both feet, lowered his waist slightly, clenched his right fist tightly, and instantly gathered all the strength of his body into his fist. Suddenly, he shouted loudly and his right fist attacked as fast as a cannonball. There was a loud bang and the wind from the fist whistled past. The moment the fist collided with the target, a violent sound was heard, as if the entire space was shaking. The target was shaking from the blow, and a fist-like dent appeared on it, which was enough to show that the force of his punch was as strong as thunder. This target is a secondary target. That is to provide training for sophomores. However, Ning Lang threw this punch. I saw the image on the monitor constantly charging upwards, jumping madly from level to level. Congratulations, classmate. This punch has reached level 865. Ning Lang took a careful look and found that this target had a total of 1,000 levels. However, although this target is prepared for sophomores, the vast majority of sophomores will not be able to pass it after their sophomore year. Those who had just seen Ning Lang pass through the sandbag apparatus directly, now followed Ning Lang with their eyes, and were shocked again when they saw that Ning Lang had reached level 865 with this punch. However, in addition to being shocked, some of them whispered, "It's a good thing. It's a good thing that this freshman didn't pass the exam, otherwise I, a sophomore, wouldn't know where to put my face." Yeah, after all, he's still a freshman. No matter how powerful he is, can he really fly to the sky? However, while these people were discussing, Ning Lang was still somewhat dissatisfied with this result. After all, if you can pass the level, you will probably get credits. He had already spent a lot of the 1,000 credits awarded by the school, so this was a good opportunity to replenish his credit balance. The punch Ning Lang threw just now was just an ordinary punch. However, Ning Lang has the Black Steel Fist. With the help of the Black Steel Fist, there should be no problem in passing this device. Suddenly, Ning Lang clenched his right fist. At this moment, he saw that the target he had just hit was made of a special alloy, and the mark of his fist had slowly recovered. The target returned to its original state. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared on Ning Lang's fist. And within this white light, a red steel boxing glove has slowly formed. Titanium! Ning Lang shouted loudly. In an instant, a punch hit the target. Beep, 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 beep. A series of sounds rang out crazily. The numbers on the display kept jumping, climbing all the way up. Final. A loud voice sounded immediately. Congratulations to the students for breaking through level 1000 and successfully completing the game. And the target was actually smashed to pieces by Ning Lang's punch. The whole thing is tilted to one side. 100 credits have been received. Ning Lang earned 100 credits again with this punch. This made countless students who were watching the scene extremely envious. Holy crap, is this really a freshman? Could he be a junior who rarely shows up? No matter what, I'd like to call him brother. Awesome, so awesome.